I was once the person in Z City most likely to awaken a divine-level talent, but now I have become a monster everyone wants to eliminate. Just one day before my awakening, for some unknown reason, I transformed into a brutal creature disguised as a human, one that feeds on humans. Not only do I possess immense supernatural abilities, but I also have infinite regenerative powers. As long as I consume humans, I can continuously evolve. Conversely, my body rapidly ages until death. Originally kind-hearted, I gave up resisting and only wanted to see my mother one last time before dying. Unexpectedly, the Supernatural Bureau, which was hunting me, readily agreed only to execute me in front of my mother for their amusement, shooting me and sinking my body into the sea. Perhaps fate had other plans. Just before death, I received the inheritance of Pangu. Not only did it alter my human-devouring nature, but it also granted me the powerful talents of the 12 ancestral witches. From then on, I walked the earth in the form of a deity. Since you cannot tolerate me, then this world has no need for your existence. While unconscious, I felt myself lying in a warm and comfortable place, faintly hearing a conversation nearby. One person said, "Boss, this guy is strange, he's been submerged in water for so long and even took a bullet to the forehead, yet he's still alive?" Another replied, "I'm just a fried rice vendor, how would I know? Hurry up and get some human blood for him to drink. His body has aged so much, even if he drinks more, it won't help. Might as well throw him back. We've already picked him up, how can we kill one of our own? Go prepare some pork." Boss, have you lost your mind? If pork worked, why would other awakened ones risk eating humans? Enough nonsense. Treat him like a dead horse. If he lives, he lives, if not, so be it. Fine. As the footsteps faded away, I slowly opened my eyes to see a blurry face before me. My lips cracked as I spoke. My name is Li Ji, but you can call me boss. If you survive and choose to stay here, you'll go by Li Chinchou from now on. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. On a rainy night illuminated by neon lights, a lone figure stood out. Suddenly, a phone rang. Crouching by the roadside, I answered. "This is Kiki Delicious Fried Rice Shop, how can I help you?" "Damn kid, where the hell are you? Did you go to number 1 high school? Get back here now." Li Ji's voice boomed through the phone. "Boss, coming back isn't an option. Dock my pay if you want. You think you're tough now, huh? Why are you digging into the whereabouts of the 4th team of the Supernatural Division?" "Naturally, it's for revenge. With everything aligning perfectly, how could I miss this opportunity?" I said casually, as if discussing what to eat for dinner. "Are you insane? With your strength at the first lock, how can you compare to their 3rd lock? Tired of living?" Listening to my boss's words, I smiled while watching the passing cars. Over the past 2 years, I've learned many things, such as the hierarchy of locks. Ordinary people who refine their physical abilities to the extreme and undergo certain stimuli can break their genetic shackles and raise their limits. This defines the ranks. Awakeners start at the 1st lock, and their path to breaking through is no different from ordinary people. Revivers, however, are particularly unique. They must consume humans to advance. To hide my identity, coupled with my aversion to cannibalism and the changes to my physique from the Panga legacy, I've relied on beef and mutton to maintain my youth and enhance my strength, something other revivers cannot do. After a long silence, I stood up and said, "I've watched combat footage of 3rd lock awakeners. I reached that level of strength half a year ago, even though I'm only at the 1st lock. Even if you're confident, can't you at least plan? We can help you. No need. Revenge only requires strength. Can't you wait a little longer?" 2 years ago, when I lay in bed and learned of my mother's death, I'd been waiting ever since. I refused to believe she committed suicide by jumping off a building. She loved me so much, without even seeing my body. How could she have killed herself? She must have been utterly desperate at that time. My pupils darkened as my hand holding the phone trembled slightly, barely suppressing my rage. I spoke slowly. "I'll make them pay in blood. Their families won't be spared either." With that, I turned and vanished into the rainy night. I walked into a spicy hot pot restaurant that had been open for over a decade, shaking the rainwater off my clothes before approaching the counter. A kind-faced middle-aged woman smiled and asked, "Would you like to order, sir?" I smiled and placed an order, then walked to a 2-person table. Seeing no empty seats around, I said, "Excuse me," and sat across from a middle-aged man, casually scanning the surroundings. "You've been staring at me since you came in. Is there something you want?" the man asked without looking up. Wiping my hands with a napkin, I replied with a smile, "If it tastes good, eat more while you can. You might not get another chance." The man's chopsticks froze mid-air. Just then, my order arrived. I placed the spicy hot pot in front of me and began eating with my chopsticks, while the man across from me sat frozen like a wooden statue, staring at me in panic, his left foot unconsciously shifting outside the table. "Step out that door, and you're really going to die," I said, smiling at him. The man pulled his foot back, his expression grave. "Who are you? Why would you say that?" There are over a dozen people watching this place right now. Care to guess who they're waiting for? The man's face instantly turned ghostly pale, his muscles tensing up. What did you say? I don't understand. I took a bite of spicy hot pot and nodded. Those are all people from the supernatural department. They're not making a move now because there are too many people around. Once you reach a less crowded area, it'll be your end. Am I right, Reviver? The man's pupils constricted suddenly. How did you know I was? No, you've got the wrong person. I didn't respond, simply snapping off one of my own fingers. Under his shocked gaze, the finger rapidly healed. Believe me now? I looked up at him. The man nodded hurriedly. What should I do? I'm different from you, an undiscovered Reviver. Later, you'll take me hostage and run toward Lujiang Bridge. Someone will be there to meet us. When do we start? Now. The man clenched his fists and asked nervously. No rush. Wait a bit longer. Wait for what? The contact person? Wait until I finish eating. 10 minutes later. I reluctantly paid the bill and was about to leave when the man suddenly jumped onto my back, gripping me tightly. The crowd was startled and backed away in fear. With a terrified expression, I struggled desperately, shouting, what are you doing? Let go, or I'll call the police. The spicy hot pot shop owner bravely yelled, mind your own business. The man glared at her, then turned and kicked the glass door. With a loud bang, the door shattered into countless pieces. The panicked crowd screamed, how is he so strong? Could he be a revenant? Before the words even faded, everyone scattered and fled. Seizing the opportunity, the man dragged me toward the bridge. In the shadows, a group of people exchanged glances. One of them spoke up. Team leader, the target has taken a hostage and left the marked area. He's heading toward the Lujiang Bridge, awaiting further instructions. 10 minutes later, on Lujiang Bridge, the man glanced nervously behind him before turning back in a hurry. If you can save my life this time, I'll do whatever you say from now on. After walking a few more minutes, the man asked anxiously, didn't you say there would be backup? Where are they? Why is this bridge completely empty? I shook off his grip, rubbing my shoulder. Both ends of the bridge are blocked. Jump into the river if you want to live. But the Supernatural Bureau might have forces deployed along the shore, be careful. Jump into the river? I can't swim. The man's eyes widened. The backup is this river. If you can't swim, there's nothing I can do. You lied to me. Didn't you say there would be backup? The man's veins bulged as he grabbed my throat again. I didn't resist, curling my lips slightly. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Shut up, cooperate quietly, or you won't live either. At that moment, a car stopped, and a confident, arrogant young man stepped out. I recognized him at once, Gong Chi, deputy leader of the 4th Squad of the Supernatural Division. Still wearing that same dismissive expression from my memories, the man shouted at the sight of him, you're in charge, right? Get me a fully fueled car. Once I'm out of the city and into the mist zone, I'll release the hostage. Hear me? Not all regions in this world are under federal jurisdiction. Awakened individuals emerge among humans, and the same goes for animals. The mist zone beyond the cities is the domain of the awakened. In the face of the man's request, Gong Chi pursed his lips and helplessly spread his hands. I can't fulfill your request. You are involved in multiple homicides, and according to the federal security law, the Special Investigation Bureau must purge the resuscitators who are destabilizing the society. So there's no way we're letting you go. If you release the hostages now, I can arrange for your family to visit you and see you one last time. That's the most lenient I can do. You. The man's legs trembled, and the bulging eyes looked as if they were going to fall out next. I have a hostage in my hand, and I'll kill him if you don't do what I ask. Li Shinxiu spoke calmly. The federal security law stipulates that when a resuscitator holds a hostage to make a demand that infringes on other statutes, the Special Energy Division has the right to force its hand to purge it. Didn't you even look it up on the internet when you held me hostage? The middle-aged man sniffed. No way, that's not how it plays out on the TV show. He's right. Gong Chi nodded. 10 minutes of consideration. After 10 minutes, if you do not release the hostages, the Special Energy Division will take coercive measures. At these words, the middle-aged man stood frozen in place like a fool, silent in the pouring rain. Shortly afterward, the special ability members of the 2nd Combat Squad surrounded from the direction of the west side of the bridge, and group leader Wang Zhongshan was among them. The man shouted hysterically as the defenses in his heart completely collapsed at the sight. Why, I just want to live. What's wrong with me? I eat all the people who deserve to die. Why kill me? That dog boss stole my woman. I ate him. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Are you right to blame others for your own incompetence? Gong Chi said lightly. These words were like the last straw that crushed the camel. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with despair, but such despair was quickly replaced by anger as he glared at the back of Li Shinxiu's head. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, I would have survived, and if I'm going to die, you're not going to survive either. Saying that, the man locking Li Shinxiu's neck arm loosened open, the pair of palms in the sudden turn into a tight grip state. tearing open the rain curtain toward Li Xinxiu's brow to smash. The Special Forces members who saw this scene had their fingers pressed against the trigger, waiting for Li Xinxiu to die. When he saw that fist smashing on Li Xinxiu's brow, in the nick of time, a few drops of rainwater slipped down from between Li Xinxiu's hair and hovered in front of his brow. Click! The crisp sound of bone cracking was particularly ear-piercing in the rainy night. The man's fist seemed to have smashed into a wall, and his wrist joints were bent at 180 degrees toward the bottom. Ah! Miserable cries rang through the rainy night as the man fell to the ground with a grimace covering his wrist. Although the reviver could regenerate indefinitely, that didn't mean that wounds didn't produce pain. Everyone looked at each other at this moment, and Gong Qi and Wang Zhongshan were no exception. Who had over the reviver? However, the experienced Wang Zhongshan quickly figured out that if the target wanted to kill the hostage, it wouldn't be better to directly break his neck. Why did he clench his fist and smash it into his brow? There was only one possibility. Purge. These two are revivers. Chapter 6, Second Ability. In an instant, a loud roar resounded like a thunderous tremor in the rainy night, orange fire blossomed at the muzzle of the gun, and a single bullet stirred up the rain and shot towards the two men. In the face of this one bullet, Li Xinxiu's face was calm as usual, his mouth slightly open to spit out one word, set. In an instant, the fine raindrops around Li Xinxiu hovered in the air as if the pause button had been pressed, and under the dimly lit street lamps, the scene appeared to be particularly shocking. Boom boom boom. The sound of steel clashing continued to ring out, and the unstoppable bullets were directly disintegrated when they met the hovering raindrops, embedding themselves in the pavement and embedding themselves in the steps, splattering countless small stones. All of the Special Energy Team members were wide-eyed at the sight, their heads buzzing. The flashing lights on nearby residential buildings twinkle like stars in the sky. I don't know, what kind of powers are these? I don't know, controlling raindrops to block bullets, that's too unbelievable. That's at least a B in the alien ability rating. Hurry up and take a picture and send it to your friends. Li Xinxiu on the field looked indifferent, as if he had anticipated this scene. Like other shifters, he has his own powers. After Li Xinxiu became a reviver, he experimented with his first supernormal ability, which was mastery, or to be more precise, absolute mastery over his own body, and changing his appearance was a use derived from this ability. One day after that, Li Xinxiu killed a reviver by chance, and from that day onwards, he would come to a magnificent palace every time he dreamed. The palace was strange, it had no gates or seats, it was very weird, but none of that was surprising. What was even weirder were the walls of the palace. On the walls of this palace, there were 12 monsters of different forms carved, and unlike the bright and vivid surroundings, these 12 monsters did not have any colors. In a chance encounter, Li Xinxiu killed an intelligence officer of the Special Energy Division who suspected his identity, and after that, when he re-entered the palace, one of the monsters on the wall actually took on color, although it was only the size of a piece of a small thumbnail. After this incident, Li Xinxiu found that he would make the monsters on the wall engraving more colorful if he killed more than one band being. Just last month, he finally got one of the monsters to regain its full color, and in doing so, he gained his second psychic ability, Extreme Water. That is, the means used by Li Xinxiu now. If the bullets can't penetrate my raindrops, then why keep shooting? Li Xinxiu turned to look at Wang Zhongshan. Wang Zhongshan didn't say anything and just gazed at Li Xinxiu quietly. Meanwhile, 100 meters away at the roof of a residential building, a sniper was lying on the ground, his black anti-material sniper rifle glowing strangely under the neon lights. The corner of the sniper's mouth hooked up as he slowly aimed his aim at Li Xinxiu's head. On the field, Gong Qi also took off his gloves and made a pistol with his hand to aim at Li Xinxiu. It was at this time that Wang Zhongshan spoke up, "Do you think you're strong?" The moment the words fell, both men fired at the same time. Li Xinxiu pursed her lips and just stood still for a moment, as if she didn't notice. In the rain curtain, the instant the live bullets in Gong Qi's alien bullets made contact with the raindrops, they broke them into pieces, and the two bullets were as powerful as a bamboo, shooting directly towards the back of Li Xinxiu's head. In an instant, Li Xinxiu's head split in two directions at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, directly dodging the two bullets and then sticking together. Bang! It was only after Li Xinxiu had dodged the bullet that the ear-splitting roar sounded from the roof of the building 100 meters away. Boom boom! Not far away, the pavement jolted and two small potholes appeared there. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Wang Zhongshan's head buzzed. He looked at Gong Qi, and then looked at the direction where the sniper was, and for a while he didn't know what to say. This ING hit crooked? I hit it crooked? Gongqi was also confused at the moment. He looked at his palm for a moment, and then looked at Li Shinxiu. How could he have hit it crooked at such a close distance? It was impossible. Li Shinxiu ignored the shocked crowd and looked down at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. I. The man was scared silly at the moment. He didn't think the person he was holding hostage could be so strong and perverted. He tried to struggle, but the raindrops hovering around him were like steel balls, confining him firmly in place. I think you killed the right one, and in your next life I hope you won't be cuckolded. As soon as the words fell, a drop of rainwater shot through the man's eyebrow with a p sound, and he stared at Li Shinxiu with his eyes wide open. Only after resolving the middle-aged man did Li Shinxiu look up at Wang Zhongshan. I'm a bit stronger than you guys. How in the world did you dodge the bullets? There's no way they could have hit it crooked. Wang Zhongshan had a grave expression on his face. I can tell you before you die. Li Shinxiu's face was ice cold as his body tore through the rain curtain, transforming into a black shadow that flashed toward the back like a ghost. Watch out! Wang Zhongshan shouted, but his warning was still a step too slow. Gongqi was just about to continue shooting when a black shadow appeared in front of him. Like aiming so much? Li Shinxiu's voice sounded like a demonic whisper in Gongqi's ears. Duck! In an instant, Gongqi's mind only had this one thought. He retreated his feet just to sidestep. Li Shinxiu's hand grabbed his face first, and the horrible inertia made his head directly hit the jeep's glass. Only heard a bang sound. The glass was crushed into pieces, with Gongqi's blood red splattered toward the car. Ceasefire, all first banners including first banners and above come with me in close combat, everyone else on guard. Wang Zhongshan shouted, pulled out the military horizontal sword on his waist and flew towards Li Shinxiu, and a dozen of special ability team members also rushed towards Li Shinxiu along with Wang Zhongshan. Icy raindrops fell on the blade of the knife, making the cold light on the blade extra cold. Wang Zhongshan took the lead and rushed to Li Shinxiu's body. His hands gripped the horizontal sword and slashed diagonally at Li Shinxiu's head. The hovering raindrops couldn't block the blade at all, and they were directly chopped into two halves. Li Shinxiu raised his eyebrows, so he had to let go of Gongqi's head first and narrowly sidestepped the blade. Radical! Li Shinxiu's lips parted slightly. In an instant, the hovering raindrops shuddered slightly and shot off in all directions like bullets. All out of the way. Saying that, Wang Zhongshan's exposed skin turned dark and shiny black, resisting the raindrops with his fleshly body. But the others weren't so lucky. Although Wang Zhongshan reminded him in time, there were still a few people who rushed too fast who were beaten into sieves by raindrops and bled all over the ground. Asshole! Wang Zhongshan's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped his long sword and slashed at Li Shinxiu, the terrifying power tearing a rainless area in the rain curtain. Li Shinxiu smiled faintly. This time he didn't dodge. His left hand met him like a vice. Anum! Buzz! The blade trembled continuously, but it could not move forward even a centimeter. Li Shinxiu's 5 fingers just firmly pinched the blade. Chapter 7 Last Chance to Tell the Truth. Wang Zhongshan clenched his teeth. The muscles on his arms were like lumps of meat holding the combat uniform into one piece, but even so, Li Shinxiu was still calm and could not see the slightest feeling of strain. Do you think you're strong? Li Shinxiu said while using her other hand to run her bangs towards the top of her head. Wang Zhongshan didn't say anything, but the tremor of his pupils had already exposed the unrest within him. Facing Li Shinxiu, he felt like he was facing an insurmountable mountain, always with a smiling look, like an abyss with no bottom visible. At a certain moment, the idea of running away even arose within Wang Zhongshan, but this idea was quickly dispelled by him. He was the leader of the 4th team of the Special Energy Division, a high-ranking member of the division. If he escaped, what should the top think of him? The clicking of photographs continued to resonate from several residential buildings in the distance, and chatter buzzed like bees. The rest of the specialists on the field stood hand and foot, unsure of what to do next, afraid of the raindrops, afraid of death, afraid to come closer. Just then, a furious curse broke the silence. Bastard, you seek death. Dong enabled his hands to pick up the car window and moved his upper body out of the car. His eyes were covered with bloodshot, and both of his hands posed as a pistol about to aim at Li Shinxiu. Fixed. Li Shinxiu spoke again. A transparent ripple spread out, and the raindrops within 20 meters once again hovered. In an instant, Gongqi and those special ability members who were about to make a move against Li Shinxiu were firmly confined, drops of sweat seeping out from their foreheads before coming to a standstill. One ban is enough to break free. If you guys aren't afraid of being beaten into a sieve, you can try. After Li Shinxiu finished speaking, his head seemed to turn a little fuzzy at a certain moment, but it quickly returned to normal. In the next second, the ground under his feet shook and a deep pit appeared a few meters away. Bang! At the same time, the deafening sound of gunfire came from the roof of a distant house. The bullets from the sniper rifle were faster than the speed of sound, but Li Xinxiu's brain happened to react a little faster than the speed of sound. Although his body couldn't be loaded with fighting beyond the speed of sound nowadays, small body twists were still possible. This hit empty again? 100 meters, how? The pupils of the special warriors in the alert surroundings shook tremendously and involuntarily retreated towards the back. The sense of oppression that Li Xinxiu brought to them was too strong. Unlike the others who were confused, the closest Wang Zongshan and Gong Qi saw it clearly this time, and it was also because of this that both of their bodies constantly trembled. The speed beyond the speed of sound, at least must be a 5-band reviver. This level of reviver has long exceeded the law enforcement range of the Special Energy Division. The strongest person in the Special Investigation Bureau of the 11th city is only a 4-band heavenly fate. It was only then that Wang Zhongshan finally realized that the man in front of him had been teasing and toying with himself. Li Xinxiu didn't know what was going on inside Wang Zongshan's mind. His ears twitched slightly, then he raised his palm to the direction where the gunshot came from, and crossed his index and middle fingers and flicked them, hitting a drop of rain. Phew! The raindrops traced a graceful arc in the cold air and shot in the direction of the sniper. The sniper on the roof was unaware of the approaching danger. He punched the ground in chagrin and was about to continue aiming when the sniper's scope suddenly shattered with a poof, and a drop of rain fell through his eyebrow. Sniper pawn! On the field, Li Xinxiu smiled with satisfaction and looked at Wang Zhongshan, who was still in a daze. I don't know anything about guns and all that, but the effective range of a sniper rifle should be hundreds or thousands of meters, so are you afraid that I won't be able to find the location if you let him fire 2 shots in a row at the same place? Wang Zongshan came back to his senses. He looked in the direction where the sniper was and asked in some panic, "What does it mean?" My raindrops have an effective range of over 100 meters, so no surprise, he's dead. Li Xinxiu smiled brightly and sat on the roof of the jeep with one stomp of his legs, his eyes condescendingly looking around. Don't move at all, or else I'm going to kill someone if I move. One of the Special Forces members heard this and, not knowing if he had a rebellious mind or what, subconsciously took a step back. Phew! Pust! In the next second, an imperceptible blood gash appeared on the length of his head, and red blood flowed down the tip of his nose as his vitality slowly dissipated. Don't move when I say don't move. Is my voice too small, huh? Li Xinxiu frowned slightly. At this point, no one dared to move again, even those who were not imprisoned by the raindrops on the ground. Special ability members, and those residents who watched the show also put their heads back, and the timid ones even turned off the lights and drew the curtains. Your name is Gong Qi, right? Li Xinxiu kicked Gong Qi's head with the tip of his mud-stained shoe. Yes, it's me. Gong Qi stuttered, not daring to move his eyes. Li Xinxiu nodded and looked at Wang Zhongshan again. Wang Zhongshan? Right. Wang Zhongshan whispered. 2 years ago, a teenager named Chen Xiu was killed here by you guys. According to the law of the Federation, after the Special Energy Division kills a resuscitator, the resuscitator's body should be handed over to the family, but you guys didn't salvage Chen Xiu's body. COU pulls up a banner at the gate of the Special Energy Division in protest to get her son's body back. After that, the surveillance on the bridge was leaked out by who knows who, and for a while, the crowd was in an uproar. Countless people spoke out for Chenhua, while the person who killed Chenhua received quite a lot of condemnation, and even the Special Energy Division got a lot of dirty water thrown at them, didn't they? Li Xinxiu's gaze was deep, and with a wave of one hand, the raindrops around the two men clattered down. You may move. Although the confinement was lifted, the two couldn't raise any resistance. The 4 forbidden could still try, the 5 forbidden could try a hairline, how to run with a speed beyond the speed of sound. Wang Zongshan and Gong Qi exchanged glances, then Wang Zongshan spoke stiffly, right. Why did this matter die down later? Tell me why. Li Xinxiu's eyes lowered, staring straight at Wang Zhongshan. Wang Zhongshan's eyes fluttered, and he hesitated for a moment before speaking. At that time, this matter had a great impact on the Special Energy Division, but the difficulty of recovering the body in the Lu River is too great. It is simply impossible, and then the above sent me to communicate with Suyu. I went to her, told her how difficult the matter was, and gave her $10,000 in the name of the Special Energy Division, after which I left her house when I saw that she was a little emotionally unstable. But just as I was walking down the stairs, she jumped and died instantly. Speaking here, Wang Zongshan clenched his fists, and a hint of despondency appeared in his eyes. Snap. Oomph, well said. The corners of Li Xinxiu's mouth were slightly crooked as he clapped his hands, then clipped a photo out of his 2-finger pocket and threw it in front of Wang Zhongshan. This is your last chance. Tell the truth and I'll kill you alone. Tell a lie and your whole family will die together. Chapter 8, Slaughter Under Truth. Li Xinxiu's eyes were indifferent. and his white skin looked especially cold under the dim streetlights. Wang Zongshan sniffed and looked at Li Xinxiu with a terrified expression, then tremblingly squatted down and snapped up the photo that was stuck on the wet and cold pavement with his fingernails. The moment Wang Zongshan turned over the photo, he froze, those eyes instantly turned red, and his face muscles couldn't stop twitching. In the photo were a middle-aged woman in her 30s and a 14-year-old boy, their eyes blank and terrified, their mouths wrapped in duct tape and a death grip, their hands and feet bound with twine, unable to move. How can Wang Zongshan not recognize the people in the photo, which is not his wife and children? There is something come at me, you touch my family is still a person. Wang Zongshan lunged forward like a wild dog on the side of the road, his two fists smashing into Li Xinxiu with monstrous fury. People? Li Xinxiu laughed contemptuously, raised his foot and brought mud and water with a snap on Wang Zongshan's forehead, and then fiercely pressed Wang Zongshan to the ground with a force. Those knees hit the pool of stagnant water with a solid thud, splashing gray-black muddy water across his face. Wang Zongshan was about to struggle when Li Xinxiu's next sentence poured over his head like a pot of cool water. Do you think I wouldn't dare kill them? Wang Zongshan's expression shook as he looked up at Li Xinxiu with red eyes. You asked if I'm considered a human. I'm a reviver. I'm not a human in the first place. You treat revivers as monsters. I treat humans as experience packs. Isn't it reasonable for me to kill experience packs? Li Xinxiu spread out his palms and smiled playfully. I said, after I finished I beg you to spare my wife and child, I beg you. After saying that, Wang Zongshan propped his hands on the ground and kowtowed to Li Xinxiu with a bang. Go ahead, I'm not someone who doesn't keep his word. Li Xinxiu said calmly. Gong Qi on the side heard this almost scared on the spot incontinence, he is not a little cute. The person in front of him can see that the relationship with Su Yu's mother and son is extraordinary, which will allow Wang Zongshan to tell the truth, how else can he live? Thinking of this, Gong Qi was about to open his mouth to stop it when Li Xinxiu's voice sounded on the field first, interrupt, die. 3 simple words pressed the stupid Gong Qi back down. After a long period of silence, Wang Zongshan slowly spoke. Ever since the surveillance video broke out, the netizens on the internet started a flood of abuse against Gong Qi, causing him to suffer a lot of criticism in the Special Energy Division as well, and if he were an ordinary person, he might only be able to tolerate it, but he's different. His mother is the Federal Zhou's consortium of people, although it is only a collateral line, but looking at the entire 11th city is also a towering big shot. His father Gong Ran also rely on Zhou's relationship to sit on the 11th Special Energy Division of the position of the president. Then Gong Qi went to his father let me go to solve this matter, and gave me $1 million on the bank card. Wang Zongshan's face is a little heavy. Speak, I'll spare your family if you do. Li Xinxiu's face was joyless and calm, chilling. Later I went to the woman's home, the woman has some mental problems, the table is set with dense dumplings, I asked her why she wrapped so many dumplings, she said her son likes to eat, Chen Hu eyebrow shot, even if he likes it and how can he eat it? Wang Zongshan snorted and continued, after that, I warned her and told her not to go back to the Special Energy Division, or else she wouldn't end up well. When that woman heard that, she hit me with dumplings like a madman, so I lifted her by the hair and threw her off the 7th floor. Li Xinxiu slowly closed his eyes. Why are there no bodies on the news? I don't know, when the ambulance and the sheriff's department went there later, there was just a big puddle of blood there, and that neighborhood is so old that there isn't any surveillance in the area, only at the entrance to the neighborhood, but it didn't really show anything out of the ordinary. Wang Zongshan lowered his head and said in a deadpan voice. Then isn't it possible that Su Yu is also alive? Although Li Xinxiu's voice was calm, the slightly trembling fingers still exposed his inner unrest. It should be unlikely, because after January we found a reviver in that neighborhood, his ability is stealth, and it's no surprise that the woman should have been picked up by that reviver, and that reviver killed by us. If he was the one who ate the woman, then I have avenged him, that's all, no more. After saying this, Wang Zongshan seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant, and those broad shoulders drooped down powerlessly, but those eyes were full of hope. I'm telling the truth, can you let my family go now? Li Xinxiu slowly opened his eyes, those deep black eyes were as dead as the deep sea, but the corners of his mouth were still curved. Fine, kill yourself, stab yourself in the heart, the 3 forbidden celestials can live for a minute even if their hearts are stabbed through, and I can let you listen to their voices before you die. Thanks a lot. Wang Zongshan took a deep breath and turned his head to look fondly at the surrounding special ability members. Those people stared at Wang Zongshan with red eyes, and some of the bold ones even shook their heads in small increments, but Li Xinxiu didn't care. It's just a bunch of experience packs, but it's just a matter of collecting them sooner or later. Finally, Wang Zongshan made up his mind, and with a solemn expression, he grabbed the horizontal sword at the side and pressed the tip of the sword against his left chest. It's okay to die for your family. Pust. The tip of the knife pierced straight into his chest like it was cutting through tofu, and bright red blood gurgled from the wound. Wang Zongshan's body slumped and fell straight to the ground, and those bleak eyes stared straight at Li Shinxiu. Li Shinxiu naturally had no intention of going back on his word. He jumped off the roof of the car, took out his cell phone and dialed to a video before squatting down in front of Wang Zongshan. Look. Saying that, Li Shinxiu clicked on the play button of the video. The next second, a mournful cry rang out from the speakers. The child is innocent, kill me if you want. Daddy, Daddy, help us. Wang Zongshan's wife and son kept crying in front of the camera, but at 11 seconds into the video the cell phone speaker no longer had sound. Because at the 11th second, 2 drops of water went through their eyebrows and bluntly ended the duo's life. This concludes the video. Wang Zongshan's forehead veins stood out, his face muscles tensed, and his body trembled involuntarily. Be happy, your family can be reunited, no need to thank me. Li Shinxiu put his hand on Wang Zongshan's face and gently patted it. You. Wang Zongshan raised his hand tremblingly and tried to grab it towards the phone, and just as he was about to succeed, Li Shinxiu pocketed the phone. Snap. Wang Zongshan's arm hung helplessly to the ground. Even when he died, the despair in his eyes did not dissipate for a long time. Chapter 9, the entire Special Energy Division is deployed to purge. Li Shinxiu's eyes didn't fluctuate for a second, and he stood up indifferently, casting his gaze towards Gong Qi, who was not far away. Don't be afraid, your family is harder to catch than Wang Zongshan's family, and I can't threaten you. Big brother. This Wang Zongshan is slander. I don't even know about this matter. Gong Qi held the jeep beside him, little by little toward the back. Give me your cell phone. Li Shinxiu stretched out his palm. What do you need? 4. Gong Qi said uneasily. Li Shinxiu did not say anything, raised his foot and directly kicked Gong Qi to the ground with a bang, and once again stretched out his palm and said, Give me your cell phone. Good. Gong Qi nodded in panic, covering his belly, and hurriedly handed his cell phone into Li Shinxiu's hand. Li Shinxiu took the phone and flipped through the phone book to a number with the note ATM. He curiously lowered his eyes to Gong Qi. Who is this ATM? Gong Qi froze and spoke, Is my father. Li Shinxiu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Gong Qi in surprise, then pressed the call button. There was a pleasant ringing tone and the phone was answered with a beep. Hey, is Gong Qi your son? Li Shinxiu asked as he opened the door. There was a silence on the other end of the line and no sound came out. Dumb? A hint of displeasure flashed across Li Shinxiu's brows. Not mute, can talk. A dull male voice came from the other end of the phone. You're the one who recovered from the Lujiang Bridge, right? Know me? Li Shinxiu said teasingly. The video of you killing someone is all over the internet, and the only stranger who could take my son's cell phone and talk to me at this hour would be you. Gong Ran spoke methodically, not a trace of panic could be heard in his words. It's good that you know, if I don't see your family in 30 minutes, Gong Qi, then there's no point in living. Li Shinxiu glanced at Gong Qi. It won't take 30 minutes for me and my family to come. Don't come, aren't you afraid he'll die? The child can be regenerated if he dies, but if something happens to me and my wife then it's really over. The only reason I'm willing to take your call is to tell you that if you kill my son, it's just not going to end between us. Do you have the courage to take the consequences? As the words fell, the sound of rotor blades buzzing rang out from the sky, and several helicopters broke through the sky and flew in from all directions. Dozens of boats on the wide river were spread out in an orderly manner on both sides of the bridge at some point, and each boat was seated with 10 people upwards of the special ability team members. Li Shinxiu's ears twitched slightly, and he vaguely heard the sound of hundreds of jeeps hissing in the distance, rapidly approaching towards here. This is what you call courage. Li Shinxiu pursed her lips. Release my son and I can let you out alive, don't release. Gong Ran on the other side of the phone narrowed his eyes, then die here. I was thinking of killing all of you at once. I didn't expect you to have such a cruel heart. That's just it, don't worry, I'll soon send your family to be reunited. After saying that, Li Shinxiu threw the phone into the river. At the same time, several white beams of light landed on Li Shinxiu's body, completely exposing him to everyone. Listen to the recoverers below, release the hostages quickly, don't make a bigger mistake. The helicopter repeated this phrase back and forth, echoing in the quiet rainy night. On the field, Gong Qi ignored the strange gazes of others and crawled on his knees in front of Li Shinxiu and firmly grabbed his calf. Big brother, you let me go, I heard everything on the phone just now. There's absolutely no need for someone as powerful as you to put your life on me. Hitching a ride on you does seem a bit worthless, so I'll let you live a little longer first. Without waiting for Gongqi to react, Li Xinqiu grabbed Gongqi like a chicken and walked towards the bridge. Pft, pft. As Li Xinqiu stepped forward, those hovering raindrops shot out, harvesting the lives of the special ability personnel, and red blood sprayed out, mingling with the rainwater and gurgling down the sewer pipes. On the helicopter, one of the pilots was so enraged at the sight that he was about to press the fire button when a middle-aged man grabbed his hand. Wait a little longer. The driver looked at the middle-aged man incredulously. Team leader, that monster has already started killing people. What are we waiting for? Gong Xiton's son isn't dead yet, so wait a little longer. In less than a moment's work, all the people surrounding Li Xinqiu fell down. It's estimated that it's about to awaken the third alien ability. A trace of imperceptible joy flashed in Li Xinqiu's eyes. Gongqi, who was lifted in Li Xinqiu's hand, looked at the bloody scene around him and trembled, crying loudly, Big brother, I really have nothing to do with Suyu's death. I didn't know it all. It's all my father's own doing. Big brother, please let me go. Big brother, my family has money. I can give you as much money as you want. Gongqi's mouth kept begging for mercy like a machine gun, but Li Xinqiu walked towards the middle of the bridge as if he didn't hear. The beams of light kept following the two, as did the helicopters and the boats on the river. At this moment, hundreds of jeeps had already arrived at the bridge, and several hundred Special Energy members approached Li Xinqiu from both sides of the bridge. The Special Energy Division completely sealed off Li Xinqiu's retreat, and there seemed to be no more gaps in the water, land, or air to drill. Li Xinqiu's face was as usual. The cold wind with raindrops slapped his face diagonally, and the loose pants were drummed by the wind, making a whistling sound. He stopped and looked deep into the raging, icy river. 2 years ago, Shen Hu died here, and the river flowed far away, where Li Xinqiu was reborn. Li Xinqiu closed his eyes, and in a trance he seemed to go back to that afternoon, seeing the worn-out tricycle and the grease-stained cuffs. The setting sun shone down on him, his school uniform hunting in the warm breeze, and the familiar woman said she would make him dumplings tomorrow. Mom, I'm going to live a good life, and from now on no one will be able to dominate my life, no one will have the right to deprive me of my goodness. The times can't tolerate me, so I'll destroy the times, I'll become the strongest, I'll stand on top of the mountain, I'll hold everyone's life in my hands, you watch. Li Xinqiu swore in his heart, those dark eyes reflecting the tumbling sea of clouds like a mirror. Big brother, I can give whatever you lack, women or money or status, I can get my dad to give. Before Gongqi could finish his words, Li Xinqiu let go of his neck. In an instant, great joy washed over Gongqi's mind as he stood up holding onto the guardrail and rolled and crawled in the direction of the Special Energy Team members. A maniacal grin appeared on his face as countless thoughts of revenge broke out like rain. Just wait, sooner or later I will torture you to death. Gongqi shouted loudly in his mind. 1 step. 3 steps. 5 steps. Just when Gongqi was about to take the 5th step, Li Xinqiu's mind moved and a drop of rain shot out, piercing through his heart with a pft sound. Bang! Gongqi fell solidly to the cold ground as his life began an irreversible 1-minute countdown. The operations commander's heart skipped a beat at the sight, raising his hand and pointing his finger at Li Xinqiu, prepare to purge. Chapter 10, Miracle on a Rainy Night. The clicking sound of bullets being loaded rang out in pieces, and the dark barrel of the gun was aimed at Li Xinqiu. The machine guns under the helicopter and the honeycomb missiles hanging on both sides were also aimed at Li Xinqiu, and the ship's turrets on the river were slowly raised, waiting for the final order. Li Xinqiu looked up faintly, jumped on both feet and stood steadily on the parapet. The strong wind from the helicopter didn't make his figure sway for a second, and the aimed gun failed to make his expression fluctuate for a second. Zhang Kong, the chief commander who saw this scene, stood at the helicopter's hatch and shouted, Recoverer, instead of dying in agony amidst the gunfire and shells, it would be better for you to end it on your own, and you can still allow your family to receive a full body. Li Xinqiu grinned, Are you afraid the missiles will collapse this bridge? Zhang Kong coldly replied, You don't have any possibility of surviving. Then it looks like I'm going to create a miracle in your eyes tonight. Li Xinqiu smiled and turned his back to the raging river. A trace of uneasiness flashed across Zhang Kong's brow, and he shouted at the top of his voice, What miracle? Disappearing miracle, see you next time. Li Xinqiu stretched his arms flat and his body fell straight backward. Purge! Zhang Kong shouted as he picked up his walkie-talkie. In an instant, bursts of roaring sounds rang out from the helicopter, and a missile rushed toward Li Xinqiu with a terrifying white wave of air. Bullets denser than raindrops covered towards Li Xinqiu like a big net. The missiles were powerful enough to destroy raindrops, and the tens of thousands of bullets would pierce Li Xinxiu without mercy. Everyone's eyes converged on Li Xinxiu, expecting to see the brightest blood-colored fireworks. In the nick of time, Li Xinxiu smiled radiantly, leaving. The words just fell. Li Xinxiu's body like water flow gradually become transparent, the next moment directly bang sound into a white aerosol in the air to explode. Only broken clothing and a faint coolness remained in the air. Rumbling. The missile exploded and the bridge collapsed. A fireball like the sun rises up in the sky, tearing apart the cloudy sky to illuminate the entire sky. The horrifying sound wave is incomparably clear even if it is separated by a few miles. Half an hour later, more than 30 kilometers away from the blast site, on the shore, a young man stepped out of the weeds. His dark black tweed coat didn't reach his knees, and his yellow scarf covered the lower half of his face, leaving only a pair of somewhat lifeless eyes exposed to the air. This person was none other than Li Xinxiu, who had escaped from the bridge, and who had come here with the river current, put on the clothes he had hidden on the shore beforehand, and resumed his appearance corresponding to the name Li Xinxiu, setting aside all relations with his previous identity as a reviver. Looking at the endless stream of vehicles and busy crowds in front of him, Li Xinxiu took a long breath, and a trace of undetectable fatigue flashed in his lax eyes. He walked over to a parked motorized cart, opened the storage space under the seat, took out a paper-wrapped roast chicken from it, pulled off his scarf and stood in front of the cart defiantly eating it. Earlier getting away seemed easy, but in fact it was very consuming of life energy, almost emptying all of Li Xinxiu's, if not for the fact that he used all the remaining energy to maintain his skin young by virtue of his absolute control. He would have long since turned into a bad old man by now. Just as Li Xinxiu was feasting, the spare cell phone in his pocket rang. His great uncle and his second uncle are all his uncles. High table. Beep. Li Xinxiu picked up the phone and put it to his ear, and an urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Qiuzi, was the reviver on the Lu River bridge you? Li Qingxia said in an ear hiss. Li Xinxiu held the phone a few moments farther away. Well, it's me. A long silence fell on the other end of the phone, and only after a long time did Li Qingxia suppress the shock in her heart and open her mouth incredulously. You're damn open. When did you become so strong? The news said you're a strong person above the 5th ban. When did you break through to the 5th ban behind my back? I'm hiding some strength, but not as exaggerated as the 5 bans. It's still a ban, but with all my might I can beat the normal 3 bans. Li Xinxiu said while taking out another roasted chicken. Then how did you grab Wang Zongshan's knife with one hand? This has to be at least 4 bans. And what's with the raindrops? How do you have 2 supernatural powers? You wouldn't understand if I told you. That's how you talk to your second brother. Forget it. I don't care to pry into your business. You're not normal in the first place. Come pick me up here in the 4th grade later. Then the 4th middle school is so close to our store there. Can't you walk back? I'm not in good shape. Li Xinxiu said breathlessly. I'm exhausted from working part-time at the hotel all night. Can't you just drop or go off on your way back? Li Xinxiu was just about to refuse when Li Qingxia on the other end of the phone added. This fried skewer in front of the school is just cheap. I wanted to bring it back for dinner, but it will get cold if I walk back. It's better to eat it on the way while it's hot. Hearing this, Li Xinxiu's hands moved, his eyes gradually focusing. I think the fried skewers should have more cumin. After saying that, he hung up the phone and rode his motorized bike towards the 4th senior high school against the cold rain. Special Energy Division Meeting Room. The Special Energy Division's division president Gong Ran's face was shadowy, crossing his fingers as he sat in the main seat, and his subordinates on both sides kept their heads down, fearing that a single word would ignite Gong Ran's barrel of dynamite. Finally, Zhang Kong, who was sitting on the sidelines, stood up stiffly and said sincerely to Gong Ran, Sitong, I'm sorry, it's my poor decision-making. I didn't realize that this reviver had this kind of escapability. Gong Ran's eyes lifted lightly. This matter is not your fault. The strength of this reviver is beyond the jurisdiction of the Special Energy Division. Zhang Kong glanced at Gong Ran in surprise and spoke, then, Sitong, what are we going to do next? What else can we do? Report it to the Federal Security and Unification Division, have them do a disaster rating and have them send someone to handle it. Gong Ran added, pointing at the large screen facing him. Later, the Anarchy Division people will be on the phone with us to find out what was going on and to conduct a disaster rating of this resuscitator. Untong sure. Talk to us. Really? In an instant, the oppressive atmosphere was replaced by excitement, and everyone raised their heads and exchanged glances with each other. That was the Federation and Unity Division, gathering the top of the Federation's most powerful divine fate, representing the highest human combat power, and determining the direction of civilization's behemoth. Who wouldn't be thrilled and terrified? Secretary, in the past, wasn't it always you alone who made contact with the Unification Division to understand the situation? Why did you call on us this time? Zhang Kong asked with some misgivings. Gongran pursed her lips and smiled. My son died at the hands of this reviver, and it is inevitable that what I learned from me will be tinged with some personal hatred, which is why you are needed. Upon hearing this, the crowd only nodded in realization, and someone soon took a stance. Don't worry, we will definitely cooperate with the Unity Division. When did I say that I asked you guys to cooperate properly? A dangerous glint flashed in Gongran's eyes, and that face instantly went cold. Chapter 11 Hazard Class, High Risk. For a while, the large conference room fell silent, and the depressing atmosphere made everyone's nerves tense up. Seeing that no one spoke up, Gongran smiled shallowly. The Department of Security and Uniformity wants to understand the situation to rate the disaster. You guys can speak up, but in a big way. I want his disaster rating to be high risk. As soon as these words came out, everyone's pupils involuntarily dilated as they looked at Gongran with a horrified expression. In the Tianyuan Federation, the Special Energy Division would report to the Unification Division if they couldn't deal with the revivals. The Division of Unity would assess the disaster level based on these revivals' psychic abilities and forbidden levels, and the level of the level would also determine the degree of importance that the Division of Unity would attach to it. From low to high, they are primary risk, intermediate risk, high risk, exceptional risk, and contraindicated. Initial crisis means that this resuscitator is of low strength, but is special enough to cause social unrest because of itself, and the Special Energy Division is incapable of purging it. Medium danger means that this reviver is stronger, and its own strength has no fear of being confronted head-on by the Special Energy Division, which can only passively defend itself. High risk means that the reviver is so powerful that its own existence has threatened the safety of the city, and the Special Energy Division is powerless to resist. The special danger represents that this reviver is extremely strong, and its own existence has seriously affected the future direction of the Federation, as the #1 public enemy of humanity. Taboo represented that the strength of this reviver had been immeasurable, and human civilization had reached a critical juncture of life and death, requiring the entire human race to work together to purge it. In the entire history of the Federation, there was only one reviver who had reached the rating of Taboo, and that was a dark period of history. The crowd on the field didn't dare to breathe after hearing Gongran's words. What's the difference between deceiving into usher and actively requesting to leave his job? At this most critical time, the rash Zhang Kong stepped forward and said, Sitong, the strength of this reviver can only go up to medium risk. How can it be rated as high risk? Mouths are long on you guys, isn't it up to you to judge or not? Gongran let out a light laugh. But how can the people of the Security and Unification Division listen to our side of the story? That video has been circulated on the internet, and people with a little bit of distinguishing ability can see the end of the story. It's just the video from the bridge that's been circulating, not the one from the bridge. The surveillance I've already gotten someone to deal with. As long as you guys keep your men in check, there's no way for the Intongshire to find out even if he suspects it. Gongran leaned back in his chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. I know you guys are afraid of being dismissed because of this, but isn't working just about money? Do what I ask. One person will get $500,000, and if anyone gets dismissed, I'll give another $2 million individually and arrange a job. How about it? At those words, everyone's minds came alive, and after a few seconds of silence, someone nodded their head in agreement. I'm one of Sitong's people, so I'll naturally listen to Sitong's words. With someone loose, those who wavered answered. I've been in the Special Energy Division since I graduated, so naturally I'm going to be on the side of the Special Energy Division. Gongqi is the one I've watched grow up. How can I not help him now that he's in trouble? My sister-in-law has treated me well, and I would like to contribute. Soon, almost everyone agreed, and Zhang Kong was the only one who didn't say anything. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhang Kong sighed helplessly and nodded his head in agreement. Gongran, who saw this scene, smiled in satisfaction and looked at the large screen facing him. You have 10 minutes to confer and discuss with each other. I suggest that you can conceptualize more ideas on this recoverer's powers. As soon as the words fell, the field instantly became noisy, and a dozen people gathered around and discussed heatedly about how to tout Li Xinshu. The 9 minutes passed in a flash, and the people returned to their places after the deliberation, sitting solemnly in their chairs and watching the screen closely. Nuisance. Along with the screen emitting a burst of electric current, the figure of a middle-aged man with a majestic face appeared in front of everyone's eyes. His name was Bai Meng, and he was in charge of this Li Xinshu's disaster rating. Sir! Everyone in the conference room stood up, even Gongran. Well, there's no need to be formal, have a seat. Bai Meng casually waved his hand and flipped through the information in his hand in front of everyone. Raindrops pause. Shooting snipers at 100 meters. Dodging bullets from anti-material sniper rifles. Taking the cross-cutting sword of the 3 banned celestial destroyers one-handedly. TSK, that's somewhat interesting. Bai Meng's eyebrows rose slightly, and he already had a judgment in his hands. You can rate a medium danger. Do you have anything to add? Ah, sir, it's settled? Someone asked with a confused look on their face. What else? The materials are so abundant. Bai Meng looked at the man suspiciously. Do you have any different opinions? A flicker of fear flashed in the man's eyes, but when he sensed that everyone was looking at him expectantly, he clenched his teeth and stood up defiantly. Sir, don't underestimate him. Thus, under this person's leadership, dozens of people in the arena spoke up and began to tout Li Xinshu. After 10 minutes had passed, the field grew quiet. Shiratsuki on the screen frowned tightly, covering his mouth with one hand, not knowing what he was thinking. Shiratsuki monk looked up toward one man and asked, You're saying this reviver caught the missile in its hand unharmed and even threw it back? Yes, it was this reviver that blew up the bridge at that time. The man said with a serious expression. White Moon let out a long breath and looked at the other man again. He imprisoned all of you, including all the helicopters and ships, by himself alone? Yes, I was terrified at that time. A trace of deep fear passed through the eyes of the person who spoke. Well, it's true that he used the river water to change into a dozen fighters and crushed all of you with cannonballs made of water? Bai Meng put down the information in his hands, his eyes looking straight at the crowd. Yes. The crowd chorused. A hint of puzzlement flashed in Bai Meng's eyes. Since he has defeated you all, why are you still sitting here in good health? I don't know, I'm guessing the reviver is teasing us. After all, who would let their toys die? TSK. That's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? The corner of Bai Meng's mouth twitched. We would never joke with the reputation of the Special Energy Division, much less the lives of the masses. A man stood up and looked at Bai Meng righteously and said. Seeing this scene, Bai Meng's heart trembled. This kind of eyes he had seen before, once he himself had just joined in Tongji, was also this kind of eyes, firm and sincere. I'm sorry, it's my heart. Earlier I wanted to use the intelligence agency of the Ansatsuji division to investigate. It seems that there is no need for that. I will report truthfully to the top. Goodbye, the meeting is over. Beep. The screen went dark. Steady, the man believes. Ha, as long as this officer reports truthfully, then this can definitely be rated high risk. Old Zhang, how did you do it just now? I was laughing when I heard you talk, but you're as steady as a mountain. Knock knock. At this time, Gong Ran knocked on the table and spoke. $500,000 will be in your account tomorrow. After saying that, he walked slowly out of the conference room, and only after he was far away did the people in the conference room let out a loud laugh. What they didn't notice was that the camera in the corner of the conference room flashed a red light. City Number 1 Department of Safety and Security Disaster Rating. Inside the office, Paimon closed his laptop and looked over at the woman sitting on the sidelines. The woman was dressed in a suit and exuded an air of compelling gallantry, and at the moment she was crossing her legs and watching a video playing on her cell phone. The video shows a group of men letting out a laugh and discussing where to go for a drink tonight and whether or not to jerk off. That's exactly what the surveillance footage from Special Energy Division 11 is. Team leader, this Gong Ran really can't tell the difference. Should he be dismissed? Bai Meng walked to the woman's side and spoke respectfully. No, there's always room for someone who can get a little bit of work done. The woman put down her cell phone and stretched tiredly. Team leader, then I'm going to go upload the information on this mid-risk resuscitator. Bai Meng nodded and was about to leave when the woman grabbed his arm. High risk it is, not medium risk. The woman said calmly. Ah. Bai Meng's mouth slightly opened. This reviver's strength can only go up to medium risk. Ah, why said high risk? Ah? A glint of gravity appeared in the woman's eyes, thinking of the bizarre way of escaping and the means of suspending the raindrops. This reviver's alien ability ceiling is too high. It has the potential to be extraordinary. Extraordinary? Bai Meng froze in place on the spot. Really? What if a rainstorm enveloped a city, and later on he happened to be able to control all the raindrops under that storm? The woman asked rhetorically, and when Paimon didn't say anything, she added, he could slaughter the entire city. Chapter 12, Spying in the Dark. The rain is tapering off and the silky rain falls like flakes with the wind. Pedestrians on the road put down their umbrellas. Some hot pot skewer store also began to move up tables outside the store door. Number 11. The city's smoky flavor quietly blossomed at this moment. Li Xinshu wearing a black helmet riding on the road, the helmet on the small windmill with the wind clattering turning, and soon arrived at the destination, the 4th senior high school. 4th middle school gate, countless food stalls on both sides of the road, tantalizing aroma stimulates the taste buds of passers-by. Just after the evening study, students gathered in the food stalls, enjoying this moment of tranquility. In front of a food stall selling tenderloin sandwiches, a young man in his 20s with a somewhat round face stood at one side, staring intently at the tenderloin bubbling in the frying pan, his mouth constantly swallowing saliva. His name is Li Qingxia, Li Xinqiu's second brother. The yellow shirt made Li Qingxia particularly eye-catching on the side of the road, and Li Xinqiu noticed the other party just after he rode his bike here. Second brother. Li Xinqiu shouted. Eh? Li Qingxia turned around in surprise at his words, raised his hand in response, and ran his ass over, coming so fast, what a heart! Where's the kebab you bought? Li Xinqiu looked at the other party's 2 empty hands. I was going to buy it, but I didn't realize that the price of that kebab went up, 30 cents for the veggie one and 50 cents for the meat one. What a shame. Li Qingxia raised her leg and was about to get into the car, but was pushed back by Li Xinqiu's outstretched hand. What's that about it? I'm starving to come over to pick you up and you're good enough to dally with the car empty-handed. I kindly. Before Li Qingxia finished speaking, Li Xinqiu twisted the handlebars and drove forward at a slow speed. Li Qingxia stood still and froze for a moment, hurriedly following up and shouting at Li Xinqiu, don't go, fine, I'll buy. Hearing this, Li Xinqiu stopped, go ahead, put more cumin. Wait for me. Li Qingxia gave Li Xinqiu a grudging look and walked towards the kebab stall in the distance. Although Li Qingxia's years of service far exceeded Li Xinqiu's, his hourly wage at Li Ji's store wasn't that much higher, $6 an hour, $1 more than Li Xinqiu's. Looking at the other party's back as they moved away, Li Xinqiu's cool eyes showed a hint of warmth. After learning the news of Suyu's death, Li Xinqiu at that time felt that he was a leaf floating in the sea, with no way to dock, lonely and unsupported. At this point, Li Ji and Li Qingxia entered his obscure heart. When the sun is shining, Li Qingxia will ride her bike to take Li Xinqiu to the top of the mountain to watch the sunset, and when she comes down the mountain she will buy Li Xinqiu a cup of the most expensive milk tea at the milk tea store along the way. When he came across a good-looking movie, Li Qingxia would be generous enough to buy a 3D venue for Li Xinqiu while he himself sat on the steps outside the cinema to soak up the sun. When he went back to the store in the evening, Li Ji would always cook a lot of expensive meat dishes and tacitly put them on the side close to Li Xinqiu. The small store is small, but it has all the essentials, and the people are small, but they can keep warm. The short-lived beauty gave Li Xinqiu the idea of staying like this, but it was ultimately delusional. Li Xinqiu's appearance out of nowhere aroused the suspicion of an intelligence officer of the Special Energy Division, and the other party followed the trail to find out a lot of suspicions on Li Xinqiu, and even questioned the identity of Li Ji and Li Qingxia. Shortly afterward, this intelligence officer died, at the hands of Li Xinqiu, and from then on, Li Xinqiu understood one thing. The peace he wanted could only be built on strength, and his goodness could only be held in his fists. On the side of the road, Li Xinqiu's eyes are tired, helplessly lying on the front of the car, his stomach gurgling has made him lazy to straighten up his waist. Seeing Li Qingxia's delayed return, Li Xinqiu was about to pull out the roasted chicken he hadn't finished eating just now from the storage space under the car seat when his figure suddenly lurched, but he quickly returned to normal and plopped down on the car to eat the roasted chicken as if nothing had happened. After a few seconds, Li Xinqiu took out his cell phone and dialed Li Qingxia's number. Don't worry, I'm chopping the price with the boss, just wait. It seems like I'm being watched. Li Xinqiu directly spoke up and interrupted Li Qingxia. There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and the cacophony on the other side faded. Li Qingxia found an inconspicuous corner and squatted down, asking seriously, how did you know? I was eating in the car just now when I felt a shadowy gaze watching me from behind for a few seconds, and you know, I've always had a sixth sense. I believe you, what do I need to do? Li Qingxia raised her head, her gaze crossing the crowd to look through the gap in Li Xinqiu's direction. What building is behind me at 5 o'clock, about 100 meters or so away? Li Xinqiu asked in a deep voice. Li Qingxia's eyes flashed with a hint of blue light as she raised her head towards Li Xinqiu's rear. The Yanxianin, it's quite shabby, it looks a bit old. Li Xinqiu closed his eyes and pondered for a while before saying, the window is facing me, and are there any rooms from the 3rd to the 6th floor that look strange to you? Strange. Wait. Li Qingxia on the other end of the phone was silent for a few seconds before, there's something wrong on the 5th floor, there's a person standing behind the curtains, not moving. Got it, go ahead and buy it. Li Xinqiu was about to hang up the phone when Li Qingxia shouted to stop her movement. What do you want to do? You're going up there without even knowing who the other side is. Aren't you afraid something will happen? How strong can the person who is spying on me behind my back be? as for who the other party is, I'll catch him and I'll know. Li Shinxiu said as he parked his car and walked towards a side alley. Wait, I'll go with you, the two of us can have more of a chance of winning together. No, your powers can only amplify your five senses, it's not useful, it's still convenient for me to be on my own. After saying this, Li Shinxiu hung up the phone and walked towards the depths of the alley. Li Qingxia on the other side of the phone had a dark color, pursed her lips and didn't know what to say, although her strength was a little weaker, but really didn't it have any effect at all? Snap, snap, snap. Li Shinxiu stepped on the pool of stagnant water to ease his way to the backlight of the peaceful hotel. He looked in the direction of the 5th floor, bent his knees slightly, and with a gentle leap, he climbed to the 5th floor at great speed like a cat. The speed was so fast that even the camera could only catch a glimpse of a not-so-obvious residual shadow. Climbing to the 5th floor, Li Shinxiu instantly locked the location of the target, his legs used the force to stomp, transformed into a black shadow to pull open the window with the momentum of instantaneous thunder, scurried into the room, and pressed the figure behind the curtains underneath his body. Who let you come? Li Shinxiu was about to say something, but then swallowed the latter words hard when he looked at the other party's identity. Chapter 13, Oolong. Underneath him was a bearded middle-aged man. The man was wearing an off-white vigilante uniform and was looking at Li Shinxiu with a dumbfounded expression. There were also a few men and women sitting in the room. They had the same clothes as the men, some of them still had instant noodles hanging around their mouths that they hadn't had time to suck into their mouths yet, and the group of people just stared blankly at Li Shinxiu. Li Shinxiu recognized this kind of uniform. It was the uniform of the 11th City Security Division, and at the same time, he understood one thing. These people are not people who spy on their own. Some of these people eat noodles or into the soup link. They come here only 3 or 4 minutes, noodles plus eating noodles, this is at least 5 minutes. Cough. Li Shinxiu coughed lightly in embarrassment and looked at the camera hanging on the man's chest and said, "Is this a security recorder?" Aha! The man nodded dully. Hearing this, Li Shinxiu's face darkened as 6 crows flew over his head. Since he didn't have any clothes to change, plus Li Shinxiu felt that the people who were monitoring him must know his appearance, he didn't change his appearance, and he had learned about the security recorder before, and the camera inside was connected to the database of the security department in real time. That is to say, his face is exposed. Coco delicious fried rice store staff Li Shinxiu can fly over the wall ability will soon be known to everyone. Thinking about this, Li Shinxiu only felt his head buzzing. This run 80% will be defined as a recovery, fried restaurant will not need to open. If you don't run, how should you explain this series of behaviors, saying that you're the divine ordered one? It seems to work. At this time, the vigilante in the room finally reacted and picked up the pistol on the table and aimed it at Li Shinxiu. You came out of nowhere, you let go of old Chang. The middle-aged man in the lead shouted. Although the man's voice was imposing, the body that was constantly trembling still revealed his inner turmoil. What else could it be if not a resuscitator who could rush into a room at that speed and be unkind to the sheriff? If the man could think of this, the others could naturally think of this as well, but although they were scared, they didn't back away and aimed their pistols at Li Shinxiu. You guys got it wrong, actually. Actually, I'm a good guy. Saying that, Li Shinxiu raised his hands above his head and slowly stood up from first-grade magistrate Zhu Chang. Just as Li Shinxiu was about to stand up, Zhu Chang, who was lying on the ground, clenched his fists, rolled over in a carp, and pounced on Li Shinxiu with a determined look. Although Li Shinxiu didn't understand the other party's use, she didn't resist, and was straightly pressed to the ground by Zhu Chang, who was then like an octopus, holding Li Shinxiu with all 4 limbs in a deadly embrace. Li Shinxiu was about to open his mouth to explain, when Zhu Chang directly turned his head and shouted at the group, "Don't mind me, shoot." Ha! Li Shinxiu's mouth slightly opened. Was this the vigilante he remembered, a bit aggressive? However, it was a good thing that Zhu Chang's teammate's face was a bit hesitant and didn't shoot directly. What are you guys hesitating for? Shoot quickly, we're all going to die when this reviver breaks free, don't be a womanizer. Zhu Chang shouted at the top of his voice. Uncle, don't be in a hurry, think about it, if I were a reviver why didn't I kill you just now? Li Shinxiu hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Zhu Chang was also stunned, right, if the other party is a reviver, why didn't he kill himself just now? The leader of this squad, Wu Shan, stared at Li Shinxiu warily, not letting his guard down because of Li Shinxiu's words as he spoke, if you are not a reviver, then make a wound. Good. Li Shinxiu nodded, then her teeth slightly exerted force and bit through her lower lip. Red blood stained his lips and ran down the corners of his mouth. 1 second. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. The wound did not heal. Seeing this, several people's tense nerves only loosened up and lowered the firearms in their hands. Li Xinxiu lowered his head and looked at Zhu Cheng, who was lying in his arms. Oh, sorry, I gave a misunderstanding. Xu Cheng nodded his head as an afterthought and hurriedly climbed up from Li Xinxiu's arms and took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Li Xinxiu. Thanks. Li Xinxiu took the paper and wiped the blood around his mouth with a tissue. In the Federation, there is only one way to identify human revivers, and that is to make a wound like Li Xinxiu's just now, to see if the wound will recover or not, and due to Li Xinxiu's possession of the supernormal ability of absolute control, whether the wound is going to heal or not, he is able to control it on his own. In addition to that, there was another means that could control the healing of wounds, and that was to rely only on human blood to renew life, so that the life energy was only enough to keep the skin from aging, and the wounds naturally wouldn't heal quickly after an injury, and that was the method used by Li Ji and Li Qingxia. However, this method is very torturous. The resuscitator will fall into a state of starvation when he is chronically deprived of life energy, and this state of starvation cannot be counteracted by other foods, so he can only keep carrying on. Inside the room, Wu Shan asked somewhat tentatively, "You're a heavenly ordained?" "Well, pretty much." Li Xinxiu smiled and nodded. "Can I ask your name then?" Wu Shan continued to ask. Li Xinxiu hesitated for a moment or said her name, Li Xinxiu. He naturally knew what the other party was up to. The Federation had to report to the local Special Energy Division once a heavenly fate appeared, and once reported, this information was public, and was available online by name. Sure enough, after hearing this name, Wu Shan made a wink to the woman standing beside him, and the other party immediately took her cell phone and walked towards the back, apparently inquiring about Li Xinxiu's information. "Little brother, that. Why did you come in from there just now?" The simple and honest-looking Zhu Cheng scratched his head and asked suspiciously. "Actually, his great-uncle and his second uncle are both his uncles. Hi." Li Xinxiu was about to explain when his cell phone rang from his pants pocket. "Sorry, taking a call." Li Xinxiu smiled apologetically and walked to the window to pick up the phone. "Xiao Qiuzi, that fourth floor isn't right either. There are clearly people in front of the windows, but there are no lights on." Li Qingxia whispered on the other end of the phone. "You." Li Xinxiu clenched his fists. He now really wanted to pound this second brother of his into the dirt. "Hang on." After Li Xinxiu hung up the phone, he took an arrow step and jumped out of the window in front of everyone's astonished gazes. Under the neon lights, Li Xinxiu grabbed the raised window edge and swung violently, jumping directly into the room downstairs. Since the window was open, Li Xinxiu's figure was not hindered in any way. It was a single room, and the air smelled of choking smoke, and there were unextinguished cigarette butts smoldering a little there on the nightstand. Apparently there was someone in this room just now, but just now, this person in the room jumped out the window and left the area. Click. Li Xinxiu pressed the button to turn on the lights, and the lights in the room didn't come on. The power of a hotel room is usually activated by inserting the room card, and since the other party didn't open the room, the front desk naturally wouldn't have any useful information. Li Xinxiu frowned slightly, then turned on the flashlight that came with his phone and turned around the room. Soon his eyes were drawn to a calendar that lay at the foot of his bed. Chapter 14, April 16th. There was nothing special about the calendar itself. What caught Li Xinxiu's attention was the number 16 on the calendar, which had been purposely circled with a pen. "April 16th? Li Xinxiu murmured in a low voice. Just at that moment, a messy and sparse sound of footsteps came from the stairs outside, approaching towards the room where Li Xinxiu was. He had not controlled the movement of his feet when he broke into this room, and naturally the sheriff's division upstairs heard him. Li Xinxiu picked up the calendar in no hurry, walked to the window and threw it into the trash can downstairs with precision. Click. Just then, too, the door to the room was opened, bright white lights illuminated the room, and men from the sheriff's department came in, cupping their pistols in vigilance. Wu Shan looked at Li Xinxiu, who was standing in front of the window in a daze, and called out to the other party, "Li Xinxiu, what's going on? Speak clearly." Li Xinxiu turned around and said helplessly, "It's a long story, I'll make it short. Ever since I became a heavenly fate, my sixth sense has become very accurate. Just now when I was buying something to eat at the food stall, I suddenly felt a very uncomfortable gaze staring at me. That's why I broke into your room through the window, but obviously I was looking for the wrong person. The one staring at me should be on the fourth floor, he's already run away." A trace of unwillingness flashed in Li Xinxiu's eyes. "Did you offend someone?" Zhu Sung glanced at the cigarette butt on the table. "I don't know, that's why I'm curious as to why someone is staring at me." Li Xinxiu shook his head and looked at the cigarette butt. The other person's DNA should be detectable on this. To be able to leave a cigarette, but here, I guess this person's genes have been changed. The ones who are staring at you are probably those who are more special. Wu Shan walked to the window and looked downstairs. Humans would mutate genetically after becoming a ban in whatever way, and Li Xinxiu was naturally aware of this. What bad luck, how could I somehow be targeted? Li Xinxiu feigned chagrin and sat down on the bench bitterly, looking at Wu Shan as he continued, "Uncle, did I break the law with my actions just now? The Celestials are not under the jurisdiction of our Sheriff's Division, it is the Special Powers Division that says whether or not a crime has been committed," a female vigilante said. "So I'm going to jail in the Special Energy Division?" Li Xinxiu put on an uneasy look. "Not if no one reports it." Wu Shan turned around and stared at Li Xinxiu. "If you are truly innocent, we naturally won't report it." "What do you mean?" Li Xinxiu frowned slightly. "If you are a Heaven's mandate, why don't you go to the Special Energy Division to report, or is it inconvenient to report to ACT, and what is your connection to the multiple disappearances that have occurred within this January?" Wu Shan questioned. As the words fell, the people in the room raised their pistols and aimed them at Li Xinxiu. Disappearance case? Li Xinxiu suddenly realized that these magistrates stayed here because of this matter. What, think you're not afraid of bullets because you're a Heaven's mandate? Wu Shan droned in a cold voice. Li Xinxiu laughed bitterly. "The reason I didn't report it is because I only recently became a heavenly fate and didn't have the time to do so, and as for any disappearance case, it's even more so because it doesn't have a single thing to do with me." "You're home." When Wu Shan was about to say something, the intercom on his chest emitted a rustling sound, followed by a voice coming from it. "The suspect has been arrested on Dongping Street, close the line." For a moment, an eerie silence fell over the field, as several men from the security division stared at each other, their hands rising and falling as they gripped their guns, unsure of whether or not to put them down. "Get it under control, I'll ask." Wu Shan instructed a few people and walked into the restroom alone. A few minutes later, Wu Shan walked out of the restroom and waved his hand at the crowd, "Put it down." Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief at the sight of this, putting away their pistols and retreating to the sidelines. "I'm sorry, since there are more and more revivals in the city and the death rate in the sheriff's department is increasing, being overly cautious is one of the things that can't be helped, I'm sorry." Wu Shan walked over to Li Xinxiu and bowed his head to apologize. Such a move made Li Xinxiu slightly surprised, and he didn't think that the people in this Department of Public Security were quite good. If we put the Special Energy Division here, not to mention apologizing, 80% of them wouldn't even check with the top and would just shoot them. "It's fine." Li Xinxiu waved his hand. "It's normal to be cautious. If you meet a reviver someday you'll have a few more chances of surviving, so if it's alright I'll leave first." "Wait, little brother, what's your phone number?" Wu Shan called out to Li Xinxiu. "You'll have to be contacted for the results of the DNA test report afterward." Li Xinxiu nodded. 895. "Alright, the test results will probably come out tomorrow afternoon." Wu Shan put away his own cell phone. "My people will contact you tomorrow morning and take you to the Special Energy Division to report." "Ah?" Li Xinxiu raised his eyebrows slightly and shook his hand. "Don't bother, I'll just go and report myself. It's not a hassle, it's the duty of the Sheriff's Department to assist the Chosen One in reporting." Hearing this, Li Xinxiu nodded his head in agreement even though he was not very willing inside. After bidding farewell to the people of the Security Division, Li Xinxiu rode on the road with Li Qingxia on board. "So you're going to report to the Special Energy Division tomorrow?" Li Qingxia wrapped her arms around Li Xinxiu in shock. "Or else what, either you'll impersonate the Divine Ordered One or you'll run away, cutie. I'll know how to choose," Li Xinxiu said without a trace of humor. "Why don't you be more careful, a reviver with the name of Heaven's Fate, this is 80% going to go wrong in the future." Li Xinxiu asked rather breathlessly. "I climbed the building and picked all the dead ends of the surveillance, and the fingerprints were changed with absolute control. What else could I do?" "You should have asked me if I had a good look." Li Xinxiu. "By the way, do you know what the big event is on April 16th? Li Xinxiu asked absently. "April 16th? Li Qingxia raised her head as if she was pondering something. After a while he spoke. "Oh yeah, North Yellow Mountain has been hiring daily part-time jobs in large numbers lately, and the working hours seem to start right from April 16th. Why do you need to recruit part-time day-end workers in large numbers?" Li Xinxiu inquired. "How should I know? It's probably going to be some big event." "What type of part-time job?" "Hey, you still have the leisure to worry about this now, think about how to go back and explain to the boss." Li Qingxia gloated and laughed, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. As soon as these words came out, Li Xinqiu's fluttering thoughts instantly returned to reality, and his face turned ugly with the naked eye. It was a cozy fried restaurant with soft lights shining through the glass doors on the cold wet pavement, adding a bit of fireworks to the sparsely populated street. A few cats and dogs plopped down at the bottom of the steps of the fries restaurant, licking each other's fur and warming up the cold night air a little. At that moment, a beam of light shone on the door of the store, and Li Xinqiu rode his electric bike and stopped in front of the fried restaurant. "You're on your own." Li Qingxia smiled and patted Li Xinqiu's shoulder, carrying a bag of kebabs and running into the store. After Li Xinqiu parked his electric car, he walked to the front of the store and took a deep breath, and then pushed the door in with trepidation. Chapter 15 Awakening. Just as he walked into the door of the store, a strong smell of alcohol ran into Li Xinqiu's nostrils, and as he searched for the smell, he saw an old man of about 50 to 60 years old with red cheeks sitting paralyzed on the ground. The old man's face was a little blond and a little saggy, his grease-stained apron hung from his chest, and his black-on-white hair added a sense of vicissitude. There were countless empty wine bottles rolling around the old man, and Li Qingxia was squatting on the ground to clean them up at that moment. When he heard movement at the door, he said without looking up, "The boss and his friend are drunk, help him up to the second floor, I'll clean up here alone." Aha! Li Xinqiu did not say much, walked to Li Ji's side to help the other party up, toward the second floor of the wobbly, and soon helped Li Ji back to his bed. Prices are high in City 11, and Li Ji made partitions in his 4-meter-high kitchen to save money, with a 2-meter-high residence above and a 2-meter-high kitchen below. There was only enough room for one bed in the small space, and the three of them slept on this bed every day, which was not crowded, but a bit stuffy. As soon as the summer, this place has become a steamer. This time Li Ji will be in the first-floor dining room spread a large cooler, blowing the fan to sleep beautifully. Li Ji, who just touched the bed, had a flutter of eyelashes and opened his eyes in a daze. Yo, this is not the strength brother who doesn't need a plan. How to come back so quickly, hey. Boss, you're drunk, go to sleep. When Li Xinqiu lifted the quilt and was about to cover Li Ji pushed Li Xinqiu's hand away and said dizzily, "I'm not drunk." "Don't you talk nonsense." "Good, you're not drunk." Li Xinqiu responded to the other party, and after turning off the lights, she was about to go downstairs but was pulled down by Li Ji. Li Xinqiu tried to break away from Li Ji's hand, but the other party seemed to have summoned up a lot of courage and just clutched it to death without letting go. After a few seconds of stalemate, Li Ji's voice rang out in the darkness, a timid tone. "I'm sorry." Li Xinqiu's figure in the darkness lurched and turned his head. "Why are you suddenly saying sorry?" "Just wanted to say. Have you had any success with your revenge?" "Those people were weak, I killed them quickly and got my revenge." Li Xinqiu said calmly. Ha, then you can relax quite a bit from now on, Xinqiu, squat down." Li Ji's rough hand pulled Li Xinqiu and said. Li Xinqiu didn't resist and obediently squatted next to Li Ji. "Now that you've gotten your revenge, you shouldn't do anything dangerous in the future, and the three of us will always live well, okay?" Li Ji said in a gentle voice. "Live well?" Li Xinqiu shook his head. "Can we live well all the time? Aren't we alive and well now? I can cook and make money, I can buy meat for you and blood for Xia, and every day is happy and joyful. What if the channels for human blood were cut off? What if the Federation suddenly developed instruments that could detect resuscitators? What if one day we were suspected by the Special Energy Division? They'll kill us then. It's not about good or evil. Like when I was on the bridge, I obviously did nothing wrong, but the name Recoverer is a capital offense." Li Xinqiu clenched his fists, his dark eyes surging with darkness, and continued. "Tranquility is all a beautiful dream woven by the night sky, and we will wake up eventually." The flush on Li Ji's face receded a bit, and he said despondently, "We will be killed eventually, so why can't we live well before we die?" "It can be done without dying, if it's strong enough." Li Ji sniffed and looked at Li Xinqiu. "Can you be stronger than the Federation? What if, even if I die on this path, I have no regrets?" Li Xinqiu stood up. "My mother already died because of my incompetence. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. As long as I can become stronger, nothing matters." After saying that, Li Xinqiu turned around and headed downstairs. No one knows that the most powerful taboo in Federation history is quietly hatching. The dawn rays of the sun rose from the east, colliding and alternating with the dark blue night sky. Li Xinqiu sat in front of the store wrapped in a thin quilt, the morning breeze with its dampness blowing its bangs in a flurry. The alternation of night and dawn was beautiful, even the sleepiness and cold couldn't shake Li Xinqiu's sight. "Barta!" The store door behind him was opened and a sleepy-eyed Li Xinqiu walked out from it. He rubbed his messy hair and looked down at Li Xinqiu and said, "Why aren't you sleeping before dawn? Today's sky is so beautiful, if you miss it you won't be able to see it later." Li Xinxiu patted the steps beside him. Come see it together. Li Qingxia sniffed and glanced at Li Xinxiu, then sat down next to him. After a long period of silence, Li Qingxia opened her mouth and said, "Is it because the boss said something unpleasant yesterday? He's just like that, don't take it to heart." "Didn't take it to heart, second brother, would you do me a favor?" Li Xinxiu suddenly grabbed Li Qingxia's hand. "What favor?" Li Qingxia asked somewhat uneasily. "For the record, I won't help with favors that require money." "Don't want money, I'm a little tight lately. Can you help me find a part-time job on the North Yellow Mountain on a daily basis? That's the day of April 16th. "That's it?" "That's it." Li Qingxia smiled confidently and made an okay gesture. "I'll solve it for you today. By the way, I'm going to report to the Special Powers Division when it gets light, so remember to tell the boss about last night, the whole thing about me becoming a divine." As soon as these words came out, Li Qingxia stood up in a mischievous manner. "Why don't you go and say it? Don't I have things to do? Besides, wasn't I the one who dealt with the boss when you got into trouble before?" Li Xinxiu said rightfully. Li Qingxia pointed at Li Xinxiu and scolded, "Can your woe and my woe be the same size? If you're going to nag me about this, then I'll have to tell you about it." Li Xinxiu stood up. "If you had a good look last night, I could have run to the 5th floor. I momentarily. Don't get careless for a moment, just say who made the fatal mistake." Li Xinxiu directly interrupted Li Qingxia. Fine, I say, a brother must always tolerate the capriciousness of a younger brother. I'll take a step back." After saying that, Li Qingxiu walked into the store with indignation. After watching the sunrise, Li Xinxiu made some simple breakfast for the two. Because he forgot to recharge last night, Li Xinxiu had to run to the Special Energy Division. It's only 40-odd kilometers, and it's only a moment's work to run and stop. Just as Li Xinxiu was on his way to run, his phone rang. His great-uncle and his second uncle are both his uncle. "Hi." Beep. Li Xinxiu picked up the phone. "Hello? Is it Li Xinxiu?" A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's me. Hello. We met last night. I'm Ju Sung, the one you pinned down." "Oh, it's Uncle Ju. Are you calling to pick me up?" "Right, orders from the top." Zhu Cheng on the other end of the phone said excitedly. "No, I'll just go there myself. I'll take a picture and send it to you when I get there, so I don't have to bother you with a trip." "Ah?" Zhu Cheng froze. This reporting is troublesome, one person can't do it. There's really no need, I'm not a child, I need someone to watch over me. Li Xinxiu smiled and continued to rebuff. A long silence fell on the other end of the phone, and only after a while did Zhu Cheng's voice ring out. Actually little brother, I just want to follow you into the Special Energy Division to see. Usually our security division is not allowed to go into the Special Energy Division, and today happens to be the Special Energy Division Test Energy Day. Your uncle, I don't want to miss it, you help uncle. Chapter 16, Divine Power. Measuring Energy Day? Li Xinxiu stopped in his tracks, a hint of doubt showing in his words. Huh? Zhu Cheng was surprised. Don't you know about the Special Energy Division's Measurement Energy Day? Not quite sure. What is this Measuring Energy Day? Li Xinxiu asked curiously. It's a long story, let's talk about it when we meet. In the end, Li Xinxiu told Zhu Cheng the address where he was. 10 minutes later, a small sedan from the Department of Public Security steadily stopped in front of Li Xinxiu. The window slowly fell down, and a naive face peeked out from it. Little brother, get in the car. Trouble. Li Xinxiu nodded, pulled open the passenger door and sat in it. At this time the car is playing the morning news, said exactly what happened last night. Lujiang Bridge, the current whereabouts of this resuscitator is unknown, please pay attention to the travel safety of the general public. Shu grew a sigh, ugh, what a horror, I hope I won't meet this reviver. Sitting on the side, Li Xinxiu had an odd expression on his face and looked sideways out the window. It's indeed quite scary, I hope none of us will encounter it. Zhu Cheng glanced to the side and saw Li Xinxiu's face darken, thinking that he was shocked by the news, then he opened his mouth to comfort him. Don't worry, when the Unification Division finishes assigning a disaster level to this reviver, they'll send the Heavenly Fate to City 11, that reviver won't be able to live much longer. I hope so. Li Xinxiu nodded. By the way, Uncle Zhu, what did you mean by that energy measuring day? Every Divine Fate's supernatural ability has a high and a low level. This measurement day is for those Divine Fates whose supernatural ability has not yet been rated. There are just 2 measurement days in a year, one in April and one in October, and today is April's measurement day. In the time that followed, Zhu Cheng spoke about some things about psychic abilities, allowing Li Xinxiu to gain some knowledge about this aspect of psychic abilities. For the supernatural abilities of the divine fate, the Federation divided them into three major categories, the three major categories of elemental, specialized, and extreme body. Elemental system supernormal abilities are like thunder and lightning, blazing fire. And these ones, and the elemental system supernormal abilities are also recognized as the strongest offensive supernormal ability classification. Extreme body system abilities were those that worked directly on the body of the divine fate, like Wang Zhongshan's ability was the extreme body system. This type of ability had a low upper limit but a high lower limit, and it belonged to the middle of the road ability categorization. Extraordinary system of special abilities is more special, as long as does not belong to the elements, and the polar body of the two major categories will be categorized under the special system of special abilities. This type of special ability strong very strong, weak very weak, is the biggest difference between the high and the low classification of special abilities. And the day of energy measurement exists to accurately categorize the supernatural powers of the divine ordered and to rate their strength according to their effects. There are 6 grades from high to low, A, B, C, D, E and F. Most of the diviners are F-ranked aliens, and can only do odd jobs in the Special Abilities Division, or go to the Security Division as minor leaders. Level E would be more than fine, and could be a squad leader in the Special Energy Division, while Level D could be the head of the Special Energy Division's Special Operations Group, and the next few levels up would belong to the Immunity Division. As for A upwards, Li Xinxiu didn't know as he was asking. Uncle Zhu, is there more up that A? Li Xinxiu came over and asked. Xu Cheng thought for a moment and said, I don't know if there are any, but there are some unreliable news on the internet. Do you want to hear it? Want to listen? Li Xinxiu nodded curiously. It is said that there is a stone carving hidden within the Intongshire that has many weird and extraordinary powers written on it. A few years ago, there was also someone who posted something about the stone carvings on the internet, saying that it was a list of sequences of the god's supernormal abilities, and that once one awakens the supernormal abilities on the stone carvings, one would be able to possess the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth. Xu Cheng snorted. Divine? Hearing these 2 words, Li Xinxiu's heartbeat stuttered, thinking of the words from 2 years ago. Take my body, embrace your son's energy, and rejoin the gods. My name is Pangu. Will you do it? Is there a connection between the parchment scrolls and the stone carvings, both of which have the word God in them? What's wrong? Xu Cheng glanced at his co-pilot. It's all nonsense from people on the internet. There's no such thing as a god in the history of the Federation. Nothing, Uncle Zhu. Besides that, what else did that person say? Li Xinxiu asked carelessly. Nothing more. Yeah, I think it said the first sequence of powers. What's the name of that psychic ability? I think it's called freedom, oddly enough. The 11 city streets were repaired very wide, although there were more vehicles in the morning, but there was no congestion. Xu Cheng drove the car quickly to the door of the Special Energy Division. Li Xinxiu pushed the door and stepped out of the car, looking up towards the front. The 100-meter-long black iron doorframe stood in the middle of the city, glistening with a dazzling black luster under the sunlight, like a steel beast, quietly overlooking the passing pedestrians and vehicles. A gun-toting soldier stood on both sides of the gate, his icy gaze like a scanner scrutinizing the incoming and outgoing vehicles and crowds. Getting such a gate would cost at least $100,000. Li Xinxiu lamented. Xu Cheng patted Li Xinxiu's shoulder and said rather self-congratulatorily, young people still experience fewer things. This is at least several $100,000. At this time, a man in a suit passed by the 2 men and sneered disdainfully, 2 turds, this is over $10 million. The breeze gently blew by, and Xu Cheng awkwardly rubbed his nose and walked towards the gate without saying a word, and Li Xinxiu followed when he saw this. After registering their information at the doorman's office, the staff of the Special Energy Division brought the 2 of them inside a long corridor, and Li Xinxiu was like a robot shuttling through the various rooms of the corridor, being constantly scanned by the sophisticated instruments. It took an hour before and after that Li Xinxiu arrived at the session of registering his powers. Describe your powers roughly. A young woman sitting at a computer spoke up. Xu Cheng, who was standing by the side, was afraid that Li Xinxiu wouldn't understand, and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, say what it's probably useful for, and the staff will name your supernormal ability and enter it into the database. Understood. Li Xinxiu nodded. His powers were absolute control and extreme water. These 2 definitely couldn't be said out loud. When he decided to become a heavenly destiny, Li Xinxiu had already thought about his powers. My supernatural ability is just a lot of strength. Li Xinxiu said with a smile. Great strength? The woman stopped her typing hand and looked at Li Xinxiu in surprise. Ordinary people break through to the first ban when they become a heavenly fate. Everyone has a lot of strength, are you mistaken? No mistake, Great strength is my supernatural ability. I've seen the online video of a forbidden fight, and my strength is greater than theirs. Li Xinxiu affirmed. How much bigger is that? The woman turned her head and put her eyes on the computer screen. Li Xinxiu stroked his chin and pondered for a while and said, much bigger, but the specifics still depend on the quiz. Click here. The woman's fingers flew across the keyboard, and in no time at all she had finished entering her basic information, only the named field was empty. You can make up your own name. If you don't know how to make up a name, I'll do it for you. The woman looked at Li Xinxiu. Call it divine power if you can. Chapter 17, Embarrassment on the big screen. Okay, your number plate is 43, go wait in the energy testing field. Li Xinxiu took the number plate handed over by the woman, said thanks, and followed Zhu Cheng out of here. On the way, Zhu Cheng asked with a curious face, Xiaoqiu, you said that your strength is a bit greater than a ban can, exactly how much? Li Xinxiu raised his head and thought for a moment and spoke seriously, it's probably close to 4 bans if you use your full strength. So it's the 4 forbidden. Wait. Zhu Cheng stopped in his tracks with a sharp break, his eyes widening in disbelief, the 4 forbidden? Well, it's 3 bans to fight casually, and 4 bans if you go all out. Li Xinxiu said calmly, as if he was talking about a small and insignificant matter. You're not kidding, full strength 4 bans? Zhu Cheng took a step back and looked Li Xinxiu up and down. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Li Xinxiu's character, but what the other party said was too outrageous. A single ban has a power comparable to the 4 bans. Has there ever been such a precedent in the history of the Federation? Zhu Sung doesn't know anyway. After seeing this reaction of Zhu Cheng, Li Xinxiu was not shocked. His own power was indeed beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. It was normal for others not to believe it. But it's other people's business whether they believe it or not, they just have to make the best of it. Before today, Li Xinxiu still wanted to be a low-profile heavens mandate, but this idea was completely dispelled by Zhu Cheng this morning. Zhu Cheng told him a way to quickly enhance all the functions of his physical body, and that was to eat the beasts that became revivers. The meat of the resurrection beast contained a special kind of life energy that could enhance the flesh of the eater as long as it was consumed. However, this life energy cannot be used for regeneration and slowing down aging. Of course, this is only for other people. Li Xinxiu is not subject to this restriction. After all, the life energy he draws from eating pigs, sheep, cows, and ducks can slow down aging, and the revivers are frankly animals. There is no difference. There are only 4 ways to get this meat. The first, purchase. This avenue Li Xinxiu does not even bring into consideration. The second, go hunting in no man's land. This way of obtaining it was too slow. Li Xinxiu knew nothing about no man's land. He didn't even know how to judge the recovery beasts. The third type, join the Special Energy Division or the Immunity Division. After joining, the Federation will regularly distribute the meat of the resuscitated beasts, but if you want to enter this kind of organization you have to go to the military base to train and study, and after you pass the training, you will have the opportunity to enter the Special Energy Division and the Immunity Division. The fourth type is the Federation's Heavens Destined One Academy. This type of academy is dedicated to cultivating powerful Heavens Destined Ones to serve the Federation, and naturally, it will give out the meat of the resurrection beasts, and after the students have graduated, the academy is guaranteed to assign them, and the organization that assigns them will naturally be the Special Ability Division, or even better, the Immunity Division. What Li Xinxiu had chosen was the fourth route, and this kind of can enhance strength and also improve social status academy was exactly what he needed. According to Li Xinxiu's understanding, there were a total of 73 Federal Destined One academies, and his goal was the 4 strongest. Long Night Academy, Changu Academy, War Academy, and Federal Tianyuan Academy. Behind these 4 colleges stand the big names of the Federation, and the last one, the Federation Tianyuan College, was even founded by the Federation's funding, and every student who comes out of it is a direct line to the Intongji, a step to heaven. On the way, even though Li Xinxiu repeated his strength several times, Zhu Cheng master played a firm, kept denying it, and then kept pursuing it. Later, Li Xinxiu also simply did not say, others do not believe there is something to say. Behind the office building of the Special Energy Division, there is a square that tops the size of several soccer fields. The floor of the plaza was paved with black steel, hot and glowing under the sun. A table looks very high-class. Instruments were placed in the square everywhere, dressed staff standing in each instrument next to do not know what in the debugging. At this time a large group of people of all shapes and sizes and ages gathered in a corner of the square, piling up and discussing. I wonder if I can get a D on my alien ability this time. If it's a D, I won't have to worry about it for the rest of my life. What the hell do you think? You can still be rated D with that psychic ability of yours. Dream on. Speak politely. I've heard that the people in charge of enrollment at each academy are looking at this place. I've heard that there are several elemental lineage shifters amongst us, and a very strong specialization lineage. What's the point of caring about that? You be your backdrop. There was a lot of talk, with more or less nervousness on their faces. At the same time, a silhouette walked in from the entrance of the square, and this person was none other than Li Shinxiu. Since the energy measurement field did not allow unrelated people to enter, Zhu Chang could only go to the silver screen hall to watch Li Shinxiu's performance. Li Shinxiu stood in place and swept his eyes over the assembled crowd, no waves in those deep eyes. It was too weak, and his sixth sense told him that all of these people combined couldn't beat him. No wonder the Special Energy Division is so incompetent. It turns out that not only does the division commander suck, the people underneath are also weak. Li Shinxiu murmured softly, then leaned against the wall alone and closed his eyes. The reason why Li Shinxiu said this was not that his mouth was too idle, but he wanted to try to see if the silver screen hall over there could listen in on his words. The reason why he didn't call and ask directly was because the staff had told him right after he entered that his cell phone had to be silent and couldn't be taken out, so he had to turn it on silent vibrate mode. If that side could listen in on what he was saying, Zhu Chang would have texted or called himself, and his cell phone would have naturally vibrated. As Li Shinxiu expected, the number plate he held in his hand was a small microphone, and with the full coverage of the plaza's surveillance, his words, his appearance were all being projected on the screen hall at the moment. Turn 8 Division Screen Room. In front of the huge curtain, hundreds of people sat inside peacefully and quietly as Li Shinxiu's voice echoed through the stereo in the hall. After this image cut over, everyone's eyes gathered above Gongran, who was sitting in the second row. Gongran rubbed his nose in embarrassment and swiped back and forth on the main screen of his phone, revealing a look of deep thought. At this moment Gongran finally realized what it means to say on TV as if sitting on pins and needles, it is really too damn torturous. Zhang Kong, who was sitting on the side, pressed into Gongran's ear and asked, "Sitong, do you want me to take care of it?" "Deal with what? What a fun kid." Without waiting for Gongran to open his mouth, Ma Tianzhou from the first row opened his mouth in dissatisfaction. This person was the teacher in charge of enrollment at the War College. "That's a really crazy tone, cut the screen back to that kid, I want to see him." Long Night Academy's Sui also laughed and opened his mouth. "What's wrong, you want this kid?" Ma Tianzhou asked as he opened his mouth in confusion. Sui sniffed and flipped through the data book in his hand, and when he saw Li Shinxiu's supernatural ability, he shook his head with some disappointment. Divine power, increased strength, the supernatural ability ceiling is too low. Gao Xing, the head of the Changgu Academy, raised an eyebrow when he heard this. What an ordinary supernormal ability. I thought that he was like Qi Mingyue and had a very powerful special faculty supernormal ability. I was overthinking it. The front row of the big brothers talk in laughter, the back Zhu Cheng cold sweat. At this time, Zhu Cheng clutched his cell phone and kept bombarding Li Shinxiu with text messages. Like Zhu Cheng, Gongran was also flustered at this time, staring nervously at the screen, fearing that Li Shinxiu would say something else that would make him sit up and take notice of the golden words. Chapter 18, The Quiz Begins. On the energy measurement field, Li Shinxiu slowly opened his eyes after feeling his cell phone vibrate in his pocket. It turns out that you can really listen in on your own voice. After understanding this, the corner of Li Shinxiu's mouth hooked up and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Although he couldn't kill Gongran yet, it was still fun to damage him in front of everyone. Thus, Li Shinxiu lifted his head to look at the azure sky and lamented, to be able to become the division chief of the Special Energy Division in City 11, this is considered a big shot. What exactly does this Gongran have? Speaking of this, Li Shinxiu stroked his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Meanwhile, Gongran, who was sitting in the screen hall, was already sweating profusely as he nervously clasped the armrests of his chair and uneasily said towards Zhang Kong, "Hurry up and start, and have someone maintain discipline on the field." "Good." Zhang Kong nodded his head in response, then walked towards the outside of the silver screen hall. But it's all too late. After pondering for a while, Li Shinxiu's eyes suddenly brightened. Although this Gongran is no match for Zhang Kong in terms of ability, he is not useless. Relying on soft food at a young age when the upper division commander and people are also extremely rational, even his son's life and death are not concerned about, sitting steadily at the back of the strategizing, and finally, although the resuscitator also did not kill, his son did not save, good thing that he himself survived. I don't know if I can eat soft food with this face. Li Shinxiu looked envious, his eyes filled with longing. Inside the silver screen hall, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Gongran, even the few bigwigs sitting in the first row were no exception. "Steward Gong, is this kid telling the truth or not?" Ma Tianzhou turned around with a gossipy face. He did not expect to look at so plain and simple people can be so ruthless. Tiger poison is not eating the child, this is more poisonous than the tiger. Cough. Gongran coughed twice dryly with an ugly face, his gaze like a falcon looking at Ma Tianzhou. My child passed away just last night, are you so eager to reveal my scars? Ma Tianzhou's face stiffened and he smiled sarcastically, I've taken the liberty. With that, he turned around and continued to look at the big screen, coldly refraining from further words. On the energy measurement field, Li Xinqiu was still about to play something more when a huge loudspeaker sounded on the field. All energy measurement personnel gather in the center of the field and arrange themselves according to their serial numbers. The crowd heard the sound and all walked towards the center of the square one after another. Li Xinqiu also put down the idea of continuing the damage and walked towards the center of the square when he saw this. Organized by the staff, 3 teams of varying size appeared in the middle of the square. There were only 3 people in a team, 2 men and 1 woman, and this was the team of Elemental System Psychics. The other team consisted of 8 people, which was the team of the Extraordinary Department of Psychic Powers. The team that Li Xinqiu was on was the most crowded, a full 43 people. This was the team of Extreme Body Systemic Abilities, and at this time, Li Xinqiu was standing at the end of this team. Li Xinqiu gazed through the crowd and saw a young man about his age standing in the Special Department team. That's his best friend Qi Mingyue. The 2 families lived in the same building and were together from kindergarten through elementary, middle, and high school, and playing with each other became the norm, and going home in pairs became a habit. Coupled with the fact that Qi Mingyue was also a single parent, and the other's father had an as yet unpierced fling with Li Xinqiu's mother, the 2 were as close as if they were brothers. For a while Li Xinqiu's expression was in a bit of a trance, and an inconspicuous ripple appeared in his ancient well-less eyes. He subconsciously took a step, but quickly retracted it, his gaze calmly looking ahead. The past cannot be retained, and there is no need to memorialize it. When Li Xinqiu became a reviver, he and humans were already parallel lines that were close but impossible to intersect. At this time, a middle-aged man in uniform stood at the very front of the line and shouted at the top of his voice, measuring energy field, keep your mouth shut and don't say anything you shouldn't, especially the one standing at the very back of the extreme body line. His name is Makin, and he is the overall leader of this energy measurement day. After saying this, Ma Qian looked at Li Xinqiu with sharp eyes. For a while those who were unsure also followed Ma Qian's gaze to Li Xinqiu, a pair of big eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. Facing the stares of the crowd, Li Xinqiu pointed at himself suspiciously, me? Ma Qian responded in a cold voice, don't talk about other people's business. After saying this, Ma Qian continued, remember where you are, the energy measurement is not carried out uniformly, the elemental system is carried out first, followed by the special, and the polar body last. All elementalists come with me, everyone else is free to move around and come and watch if they want to. When these words came out, everyone revealed an excited expression, the power of the elemental system's supernatural ability, who wouldn't want to see it? Li Xinqiu was no exception, and he was kinda curious about how much of a difference there was between his extreme water and other people's elemental system abilities. Led by Ma Qian, the group came to the left corner of the square. The silver ground was out of place with its surroundings, a half-meter-high black iron fence surrounded the place, and a 5-meter-high silver square was placed in the very center of the field, with an intermittent blue line running across the surface of the square. Makin stood at the parapet and called out, "Number 1, get in." As the crowd watched, a quietly dressed young girl stepped out of the crowd and stepped over the guardrail into the silver field. Zip! The next second a burst of electricity rang out, and before the crowd could react, 4 blue rays sprang up from the corners of the field. It stopped at 15 meters high, then extended and connected in both directions, outlining a dark blue square in the air. The moment the square took shape, a light blue transparent light curtain spread out in intersecting points, completely enveloping the entire venue. This. The girl stood bewildered and confused, turning her head to look at Makin. Don't worry, the barrier is there to protect you as well as the others, listen up, blast the energy measuring body with all your might, it's the square one. It will show your ability rating in a minute. Ma Qian said as he pointed at the silver-colored iron block. Yes. The girl nodded, eyes closed as she adjusted her emotions and breathing. Measurement of energy is actually so measured, I thought it was 2 people PK, whoever wins will be rated higher. You think this is a street fight, this is the age of technology. That's right, T. Don't talk loudly. Ma Qian turned around and shouted coldly. This voice directly caused the field to instantly quiet down, and everyone didn't dare to talk and speak loudly. On the energy measurement platform, the girl let out a long breath, those deep black pupils gradually leaning towards the ice blue color in this moment. Crackling crunching sounds rang out around her, a piece of ice slag coalesced in the air, and under the girl's control, it converged together and turned into a sharp ice cone. Surprisingly, It's a variant element of the water element, the ice element. The ice elemental's attack ability is much stronger than the water elemental's. Envious. How come I awakened to the extreme body system, ugh. The crowd looked at the girl and whispered, some envious and some annoyed. At the same time, the pupils of Li Xianxiu, who was standing in the corner, trembled slightly, staring at the girl's condensed ice cone for a long time. Chapter 19, The Soul Dancer. Unlike what others saw, at the moment, in Li Xianxiu's eyes, the rows of ice cones looked like they were schizophrenic. One moment it turns into flowing water floating in the air, and the next moment it turns into hard ice, emitting a gust of coldness. How could this happen? Li Xianxiu said in his heart. Why is what you see different from what others see? Phew! A dull cracking sound rang out as the ice cones tore through the white cold mist before them and rushed towards the energy measuring body. Boom boom boom! The ice cones slammed into the energy measuring body one after another like brazen warriors, shattering into crystallized ice slag that splashed in the surrounding area the moment they collided. But the destructive power of the ice pick was as soft and feeble as cotton to the energy measuring body, and it was difficult to leave even a shallow trace. The girl clenched her teeth when she saw this, her hands pointed at the energy measuring body and pushed her powers with all her might. An ice cone was formed, shot and shattered, week after week. Her face was getting paler and paler, and Li Xianxiu, who stood in the distance, was getting more and more concentrated. In Li Xianxiu's eyes, everything in front of him seemed to have slowed down 100 times, as the splashing ice slag collided in the air, shattered, collided again, shattered again, and at the point where everything seemed to be going to zero, the space in front of him seemed like a video lag, jerking and pulling between ice and water, and then at some point it began to fall back, shattering, colliding, and shattering again. At a certain moment, Li Xianxiu's head jolted, as if the dry, hot room was suddenly clear without a wall. So that's how the conversion between water and ice works. The corners of Li Xianxiu's mouth hooked up slightly as he said secretly in his heart. At the moment, in front of his eyes, a particle of ice slag imperceptible to the naked eye drifted faintly by, but this did not go unnoticed by anyone. The minute passed in a flash, and the girl's hands hung limp and she fell to her knees in exhaustion. At the same time, the energetic body emitted a zippy electric current, and blue lines undulated like heart rate lines across the surface of the energetic body's glossy surface. As everyone watched, a big E appeared on the energy measuring body. The girl who saw this scene had a delighted smile on her face. E rank plus elemental system. This was enough to give her a better social status in a city. The others had envious looks on their faces when they saw this scene. There might only be 5 or 6 elemental lineages and 8 or 9 E-ranked powers in 100 celestials. It is not an exaggeration to say that one person can do both. Not bad. If you are interested in joining our special energy division, I can help you contact the military base for training. Ma Qian smiled gently, a far cry from his previous appearance. Thanks, I'll think about it. The girl smiled brightly and stepped over the parapet, standing aside. After the meeting was over, the various celestial destroyer academies would come here to enroll, so she naturally had to wait a bit. After seeing the girl leave the energy measurement stage, for a while there were many people who surrounded that way, with only a very few standing still, Li Xianxiu and Qi Mingyue among them. Due to the small number of people, there was no more gap between the two. I don't know whether it was driven by fate or subconscious behavior. Both of them inclined their heads at the same time, and the two icy cold lines of sight collided together. But in an instant Li Xianxiu moved his eyes away and calmly looked ahead. With the energy tester number 2 in the ring, the crowd only then dispersed, filling the space between the two once more. Li Xianxiu left the crowd with his hands in his pockets and walked towards the shadows on one side, and when he had just sat down against the wall, a sound of footsteps came from far away and stopped in front of Li Xianxiu. What appeared in front of Li Xianxiu's eyes was a pair of grayish-white worn-out sneakers. He looked up and what came into his eyes was a familiar face. It had only been 2 years. Qi Mingyue's features were still as handsome, but something was missing. The teenager's eyes no longer shone like the stars, only a gray sky, and that sunny, confident smile was now as unapproachable as ice. What's wrong with you? Li Xianxiu looked at him like a stranger. Qi Mingyue slightly froze, his icy face hardened and squeezed out a smile. It's fine, it's just that inexplicably I feel that you're quite familiar, as if I've seen you somewhere. Qi Mingyue sat beside Li Xianxiu as he spoke. I've been staying in City 11, maybe we've met somewhere. Li Xianxiu smiled faintly. Qi Mingyue nodded. Maybe. My name is Qi Mingyue. What is your name? My name is Li Xianxiu. Sink is for sinking, and autumn is for fall. Li Xianxiu stood up and looked over to the energy measurement platform. I wonder what the elemental system's supernatural ability is this time. Want to go see it together? No, I'm not very interested in those. Qi Mingyue shook his head and politely rejected Li Xinxiu. Then I'll go over and watch. With that, Li Xinxiu turned around and left. He didn't dare to stay around Qi Mingyue, not because he didn't want to, but he didn't dare to. Qi Mingyue was too familiar with him. To be precise, he was too familiar with Manhwa. 2 years Li Xinxiu had changed a lot of his former habits, but he didn't know if he had missed anything, and he didn't dare to bet on whether these omissions would be caught by Qi Mingyue. Looking at Li Xinxiu's back as he left, Qi Mingyue murmured in his heart, Xinxiu. Chanhua. Shunqiu. Chanhua. There was a glimmer of unremarkable brightness in those gray eyes. Why did this man's soul look so much like his? Was it his own psychic ability that was wrong? Could it be wrong? Qi Mingyue asked in his mind, but no one was able to answer his question. The two elemental faithfuls after that didn't do anything spectacular, both were mediocre Fs that didn't make any waves. Compared to the elemental department, the extraordinary department has caused a lot of laughter, and there are all sorts of strange and bizarre powers, such as the ability to make hair turn into crows and fly through the sky, skin disappears for a short period of time, and blood can be turned into bubblegum. In order to test these oddball psychic abilities, Ma Qian led the people in the energy testing field to go over there one moment, and then to go over there another moment. It was so troublesome, and after running around for an hour, the special department's energy testing was finally nearing the end, and there was only one person left. Number 8, Qi Mingyue. Ma Qian shouted at the top of his voice. The moment Qi Mingyue's name rang out, the crowd that originally had a listless mind lifted their spirits and placed their eyes on the teenager standing at the end of the crowd. Not only that, but the crowd in the screen hall sat up straight and looked expectantly at Qi Mingyue on the big screen. Soul Dancer can manipulate the enemy's soul and control their behavior. Ma Tianzhou muttered to himself as he looked at the data book. Is there really such a thing as a soul in the world? Sui wondered. Who knows, take your time. Chapter 20, Can I choose them all? On the energy measurement field, Qi Mingyue's eyes lifted lightly as he walked forward through the crowd. The crowd saw this and retreated towards the sides, staring at Qi Mingyue's back and talking. Is this the rumored powerful divine fate? That's him. I just got to the Special Powers Division this morning and I saw him surrounded by a group of academy enrollees. Seriously, isn't enrollment after the end of the energy test? Rules are dead, people are alive, and who cares about the rules if you really come across an unbelievable alien power? Li Xinxiu stuck his hands in his pockets and quietly listened to the crowd's talk, but the indifferent look was like an outsider. Even when he stood in the crowd he looked out of place. Led by Ma Qian, the crowd came to an open area. Unlike the previous times, there was no huge energy measuring body or all kinds of strange instruments here, only a few serious-looking special energy members standing here. Sir, it's all ready. The special energy member in the lead said as he walked up to Ma Qian. Ma Qian nodded and droned behind him, everyone stand at a range of 50 meters, don't come any closer. Although the crowd was puzzled, they obediently retreated towards the back, and soon only Qi Mingyue and Ma Qian's group remained on the empty field. On the field, Qi Mingyue looked at Ma Qian and said, Going to use a human to experiment with my powers? Ma Qian shook his head, These people are all one band, as long as you can control one of them and complete the actions I specify, we will arrange for the reviver to fight you and grade you based on your performance. Qi Mingyue's brows furrowed slightly at his words, Can't the resuscitation beast work? There are no reviving beasts, start when you're ready. Ma Qian retreated behind Qi Mingyue. The crowd standing 50 meters away had no way to hear the sound of Ma Qian and Qi Mingyue talking, and could only see the two people's mouths constantly moving. What is this? So many people are coming, aren't we going to measure energy? Where are the instruments? I don't know, is it possible that his powers are too special to test? I think. Without waiting for that person to finish speaking, a rampant laughter suddenly resounded on the field. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see one of the specialists bending over and vigorously slapping his knee with his hand as if he had encountered something funny. What happened to this? Someone asked. No one responded because the others were also dumbfounded, except for Li Xinxiu. There seems to be something strange in this person's eyes. Li Xinxiu's gaze was deep, his eyes staring straight at the man who was laughing maniacally. He realized that although the man laughed loudly and moved naturally, there was no trace of pleasure in those eyes, instead there was some embarrassment and resistance. Meanwhile, in the screen room. Gong Tongji, this person isn't an actor you found. Sui from the Long Night Academy asked in a deep voice, his voice was one of undisguised horror. He had originally thought that the control that the data book was talking about was simply harassing the enemy's behavior and controlling the enemy's movements in a small way, but he hadn't expected that the so-called control could be so thorough. These people were randomly selected, so they shouldn't be actors, right? Gong Ran said with some uncertainty. The manipulated man laughed too naturally and moved too naturally to look at all like a manipulated person, and for a while he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. If this person is not an actor, then this supernatural ability is too shocking. Who is the opponent in this same ban? Even the strongest attack and perfect defense can't block this bizarre means. More than that, such meticulous manipulation, if utilized correctly, could be a major killer for the Federation. The silver screen hall was in an uproar. Chen Shuashan, who was sitting in the first row, frowned. This kid's databook says that he was awakened 3 days ago, but a normal person has to be familiar with his powers for a long time after awakening at least, so why is he able to use them so skillfully? This person was the person in charge of this enrollment for the Tianyuan Federal Academy. Don't you keep being paranoid, people might just be gifted. That's right, since you think he's not pure of heart, just don't recruit. How can a child have a mind? The heads of the various colleges in the arena have been vocalizing for Qi Mingyue, and Chen Shuashan was unable to refute it, so he had to endure it silently. On the measurement field, Qi Mingyue pointed at the maniacally laughing man and turned to look at Ma Qian. Is that okay? This? Ma Qian's pupils trembled, looking at Qi Mingyue for a moment, and then at his henchman who kept laughing maniacally. Others around him did the same, and some of those who were skeptical of Zimingetsu even went up and shook the man he was manipulating. But the man was like a robot, repeating his mission of laughing out loud. Seeing that no one responded to him, Qi Mingyue spoke again. Is that okay? Can do. Ma Qian nodded in hindsight and instructed the men beside him, take him there, and if the revivers make any movements, purge them immediately. Yes. Soon a group of people left the energy testing field with Qi Mingyue, and the special energy player who had been laughing maniacally finally had a chance to catch his breath. After sending Qi Mingyue away, Ma Qian came to the crowd. The next thing to take place is the rating of the extreme body system of exotics. Press. Team leader Ma, isn't that guy not done grading yet? Before Ma Qian could finish his sentence, someone spoke up and interrupted him. Ma Qian's brows furrowed into a chuan at the words and was about to get angry, but after seeing that the person who spoke was the girl from the ice elemental from earlier, the expression on his face turned from cloudy to sunny and he replied with a smile. Qi Mingyue's special ability is rather special and needs to be graded elsewhere. Well, let's not waste any more time. The people of the extreme body department line up. Next I'll announce something. Dense and noisy footsteps sounded, and in a short while the crowd had lined up, with Li Xinqiu still standing steadily at the end. Ma Qian cleared his throat and said, the rating of the extreme body department is relatively simple. We are divided into 3 teams for a unified rating. Speed type on my left, strength type on my right, and defense type in my center. Let's begin. As soon as the words were spoken, the neatly organized group scattered, most of them looking at each other, not really knowing where they were supposed to stand. My ability is to stretch my nose. Is that defense or strength? How does this work? Do pupil color changes count as speed type? Speed, if you think your powers are useless, then pick one that you think is stronger, don't just grind and stand still. Ma Qian said impatiently. Under Ma Qian's urging, after a few minutes, the 40 or so people quickly chose the type of their powers, with the exception of one person. Li Xinqiu pursed her lips and stood at the very back, her eyes constantly wandering back and forth between the 3 teams. What's wrong with you? Ma Qian's stern gaze landed on Li Xinqiu. Not choosing, waiting for me to choose for you? Brother, if you don't know what to choose, choose strength. There are many people who choose this one. A young man shouted towards Li Xinqiu. Li Xinqiu didn't respond to the other party, but looked straight at Ma Qian. I think all 3 of my types are good, so can I choose them all? Chapter 21, Questioning Voices. What? A flash of surprise appeared on Ma Qian's face. I said that no matter if it's strength, speed, or defense, I'm pretty good at all of my powers. Can I test all 3 together? Li Xinqiu repeated again. Ma Qian teasingly smiled. Is it possible that you don't have any special features in your powers, so you want to measure all 3 types and take the one with the highest rating as your own power rating? As soon as these words came out, it dawned on the crowd in the arena. Why didn't I think of that? This kid Thifa, do not choose the original, is playing this idea. Convinced, is it too late for me to leave the group? What are you thinking about? You've already chosen and you're going to be allowed to re-choose. For a while, the faces of those who had made a hasty choice showed a look of remorse, and upholding the principle that if I didn't take advantage of this, no one else could either, they loudly retorted. Everyone only gets one chance, doing this is breaking the rules, you can't agree to him. If you think your powers are useless, just pick anyone, and all 3 of them will be F, so what's the point of losing that person? Hurry up and choose, don't waste our time. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Li Xinqiu's face was as normal as if he hadn't heard anything. Elephants don't care about ants, and Li Xinqiu doesn't care about clowns. Meanwhile, it wasn't too quiet in the silver screen room. Interesting, although this kid doesn't have much strength, his head is spinning fast. Obviously, the information booklet states that the ability to point so strongly is strength, so just pick strength, get all fancy. Probably just want to prepare a few more paths for myself. You guys watch it here, I'll go out for some fresh air. War College's Ma Tianzhu stretched his back and left his seat to walk slowly towards the door. Some urinary urgency, going out to use the restroom. Long Night Academy's Sui rubbed his belly and also walked out towards the door. Two people this go, the clear-eyed people can see the deep meaning of this, so. Suddenly hungry, went out to get a bun. Eyes are so sore, go out and let them go. I can't stand sitting on my ass for too long, go out and stand. Inside the silver screen hall, people in the front rows left the stage one by one, only those in the back rows were steady as a rock, and none of them left without authorization. Xu Chang, who was sitting in the last row, scratched his head and cautiously poked the youth sitting next to him with his hand. Young man, what's going on? Why are all these people gone? The youth lightly glanced at Xu Chang, then returned his eyes to the screen. Leaving the stage early was to go fight for that Qi Mingyue. Ah, isn't this measurement energy not over yet? Xu Chang asked with a confused look on his face. The youth propped up his head and said with some fatigue, the elemental department and the special department are evaluated after the grade, and the end is almost the same. The extreme upper limit is very low, 40 people are even hard to get out of a few E's. What is the need to look at? Then why don't the back rows go and fight for it? Xu Chang's clear eyes were filled with stupidity, as if they were going to overflow in the next second. The youth glanced at Xu Chang breathlessly. It's not like they can't compete, so they'll just be a backdrop if they go. What about you, why don't you go? Xu Chang continued to pursue the question. The youth clenched his fists. I don't want to go, do you think it's okay? That's fine, after all, we all have our own opinions. On the energy measurement field, Ma Qian quietly looked at Li Xinqiu, and Li Xinqiu did the same. After pondering for a few seconds, Ma Qian said in a cold voice, yes, the rules allow it, power types are the most numerous, you'll be the first to measure strength, then go for speed and defense, so we can get off work earlier as well. Li Xinqiu nodded, thanks for the accommodation. After saying that, Li Xinqiu walked to the very front of the power team and stood down. I'm going to go to my. Well, stop it, you'll get the same result even if you measure 3, instead of bickering here, you should think more about how to take the trick later. Alas! The man sighed as he looked at Li Xinqiu's back. The powerhouse was led by Macken himself due to having the most people, while the other teams were other staff members. Soon, under Ma Qian's leadership, the crowd came to the previous elemental department's energy measurement platform, and apparently, the location of the power type's rating was also here. Same rules as before, go in and attack the energy measuring body, the rating will be displayed after a minute, you go in. Ma Qian droned to Li Xinqiu in a commanding tone. Li Xinqiu didn't care about what he heard and stepped over the guardrail to walk in front of the energy measuring body. Adjust your breathing and start, don't dawdle, there are more than 20 people behind you. Ma Qian shouted. Li Xinqiu reached out and touched the energy measuring body, turning his head to look at Ma Qian and uttering a sentence that sent everyone into a frenzy. Is this gauge body sturdy? If I break it, this won't make me pay for it. The field was silent. A few seconds later, a snorting laughter rang through the crowd, and as if the laughter had flipped some kind of switch, the silence was instantly broken, and all kinds of sneering voices swarmed in. Does this kid want to be a netizen, purposely messing around like this, making little cuties? Persona. How did he dare to ask that when an E-rank ice elemental didn't even leave a trace on it? Honestly, if he wasn't faking it, but really stupid, I'd still like that kind of guy. Your husband. You don't curse with such filth. Not only is there a lot of laughter here, but also in the silver screen room. Ah, young people are funny nowadays. When I was young I was as crazy as he was, thinking I was a 1 in a million genius, and then I was beaten up by my teacher, and the disease went away. I can't say that this kid is really strong, look how calm he is, he's not flustered at all. Indeed, even if you don't go down the path of the destined one, going to film school is a good way out. Compared to the laughter of the others, Xu Chang was filled with nervousness, his hands quietly clutching his pants. The youth sitting on the side saw this and asked, "What's the matter, do you know this kid?" Zhuzi nodded without turning his head, "Well, I brought him here." "Oh, how strong is he?" The youth asked curiously. "I don't know, but he says he's strong, and I think he's strong, but he says he's a little stronger than I think he's strong, maybe a little bit stronger, but this should be lower than what he says he's strong, and closer to what I'd say he's strong, but it should be strong. Eh? The youth's mouth twitched. Have you studied comedy before? Standing on the side of the energy measurement platform, Ma Qian saw Li Xinxiu looking at himself all the time and laughed. What are you looking at me for? You fight instead. You still haven't told me if this costs me money? Li Xinxiu said in a flat voice. You use all your strength to fight, I'll pay for the damage, it has nothing to do with you. Ma Qian sneered. He is the first time to see such a two people, a band to break the energy measuring body, this is to treat themselves as Superman? Only after hearing a satisfactory reply did Li Xinxiu put his heart down and lifted the knee of his left leg in front of his chest. Knees are actually more destructive and harder compared to fists, and it's more appropriate to break the surface with a point than a punch. Chapter 22, Is this a ban? Bang! Li Xinxiu's knee slammed into the energy measuring body like a cannonball, and ear-piercing sonic booms suddenly resounded on the field. Before the crowd could react, the energy measuring body was like a block of tofu and exploded like a firework with an instantaneous bang. Sharp fragments entwined with blue currents shot out in all directions, embedding themselves in the blue curtain of light one after another, leaving a clear scratch on the silver floor. Amidst the gray smoke, Li Xinxiu slowly lowered his knees and calmly spoke, What rank does this count as? No one answered. Everyone looked like they had been struck by lightning, their lips kept trembling but it was difficult for them to make any sound, and so did Ma Qian. He felt as if his brain had been hit by something, buzzing, unable to think, unable to move. Inside the silver screen hall, the originally laughing crowd was silent, staring blankly at the screen, those pairs of eyes as if they were going to fall off in the next second. The youth sitting in the last row looked at the big screen like a monster while tugging on Zhu Cheng's arm with his hand. Big brother, you. This guy is a ban? Zhu Cheng did not respond to the other party, his mind was also in a mess at the moment. What Li Xinxiu said earlier went back and forth in his ears like a magic voice. Normal. 3 bands, full strength close to 4 bands, this Nima really did not say false. Zhu Cheng said shakily, his voice extraordinarily clear in the quiet hall. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in the penultimate row stood up, rubbed her belly and jogged toward the front door, muttering, I can't hold it in, I can't hold it in. As if the woman's departure had flipped some kind of switch, people in the rows behind her kept getting up and leaving the screen room with all sorts of fancy excuses. As more and more people left, the rest of them didn't even want to make excuses, and simply scattered their legs and ran out the door, and the only people on the field were the people from the Special Energy Division who were still sitting quietly in their places. Gong Tongji. Just before Gong Ran could regain his senses, a voice came from the back to pull him back to reality. Ah! What happened? Gong Ran turned his head as an afterthought. Gong Tongji, I hope you won't tell those people walking in the first few rows about this man, they have enough with Qi Mingyue. The man ran out of the hall at the heels of the others after saying this. Measuring table. Li Xinxiu patted the dust and walked out of the center of the explosion step by step. Seeing that no one responded to him, Li Xinxiu spoke again, what rank does this count as? After 2 inquiries, Ma Qian's vocal cords finally became aware, This. I don't know A word startled 1,000 waves, everyone finally came back to their senses, a pair of eyes with complex emotions staring at Li Xinxiu. There was shock, there was fear, there was bewilderment. This. Shattered? I'm not mistaken. You read that right, it's really broken. An E-rank elemental system can't even leave a mark on it, and this one shatters the top of the knee? Are you kidding me, Naya? This is a ban, who's a ban so outrageous? Li Xinxiu sniffed and lightly glanced at those people, and in an instant, those who met Li Xinxiu's eyes subconsciously stepped backward, not out of fear, but reverence for power. Li Xinxiu jumped out of the guardrail and took a step towards Ma Qian. Seeing this scene, Ma Qian's heart panicked for no reason, and when his feet were about to fall down, he was grabbed by Li Xinxiu's hand. Aren't you the one in charge of grading? Aren't you clear on what I should grade? Li Xinxiu's dark eyes looked condescendingly at Ma Qian. I. Ma Qian stuttered, half unable to say a complete sentence. Li Xinxiu revealed a kind smile. What are you afraid of me for? There are so many people here, it's not like I'm going to kill you. What's so scary about you? What's my rating? At this moment, Ma Qian's heart was at a loss, he really didn't know how to answer Li Xinxiu's words. It's like a kid eating a lollipop, and a middle-aged man runs up to him and crushes the lollipop directly with his bare hands, then asks with a kind face, what do you think my grip strength is, kid? What can a kid know? All the kid knows is that the big man can punch him to death. After Ma Qian was silent for a long time, he finally spoke in a small voice, This. I really don't know, I have to let someone higher up to rate. Ma Qian pointed his fingers toward the sky and hardened a smile on his stiff face. Then, according to my strength today, if I join one of the 4 great academies, do you think it will be difficult? Li Xinqiu asked again. Li Xinqiu wasn't very fond of throwing his weight around, and he didn't want to go back to measuring speed and defense if he could securely enter the 4 major colleges based on his shattering measurement of physical ability. Ha! Ma Qian's expression shook upon hearing Li Xinqiu's words, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Seeing that the other party was reacting in this manner, Li Xinqiu's brows furrowed slightly, still a bit hung up? Not. Ma Qian hurriedly shook his head. If you really are a ban, this strength should be you picking the 4 major academies, not the 4 major academies picking you. Really? Li Xinqiu revealed a look of skepticism in his eyes. I won't lie. Ma Qian said with a sincere look. The corner of Li Xinqiu's mouth hooked up slightly when he heard this. Before he thought that the 4 major academies were very difficult to enter. After all, the netizens on the internet said that the 4 major academies were 1 in a million, and only true geniuses could get in. He didn't think that he would randomly pick them just by measuring his strength. The threshold was a bit low. Just as Li Xinqiu was about to open his mouth to ask about the enrollment of the 4 academies, a uniformed youth hurriedly ran over from the distance. The youth stopped a meter away from Ma Qian, and after timidly glancing at Li Xinqiu, he reported toward Ma Qian, team leader, there are many people gathered at the entrance of the energy measurement field, wanting to meet this one. The youth signaled Li Xinqiu with his eyes. Are they the ones from the academy? Ma Qian asked out loud. The youth nodded. Ma Qian saw this and looked at Li Xinqiu. Do you want to go take a look? Idle is idle, I'll go and see. After Li Xinqiu finished speaking, he took a step towards the plaza's gate, leaving the crowd with only a thin back. At this time the entrance to the square, the black pressurized appeaser people, these people arm squeeze arm, body squeeze body, stretching their necks staring at the direction of the square door. When Li Xinqiu's figure appeared in their line of sight, it was as if a sun was rising in everyone's eyes. Quickly, follow the plan. The old man standing at the forefront of the crowd raised his arms toward the front. As soon as the words fell, 2 black shadows sprang out from the crowd and ran straight towards Li Xinqiu. Chapter 23, maybe it's a bit of a problem. Looking at the 2 men running towards him like bandits, a hint of wariness flashed through Li Xinqiu's narrowed eyes, and the palms of his hands hidden in his sleeves unconsciously tightened. Exhale. A gust of wind blew by, and 2 tall, middle-aged men stopped in front of Li Xinqiu. Without waiting for Li Xinqiu to open his mouth, one of the men smiled and reached out his hands to grab Li Xinqiu's hand through his sleeves, saying excitedly, I'm even more handsome in person than I am on the screen. Hello Li Xinqiu, I'm the head of enrollment for the 11th city of South Flag Academy. Hello hello hello. I'm the head of Yuan Luo Academy's enrollment in City 11. Hello. Another person also came up and said. Hello guys. Li Xinqiu nodded afterward. More than 40 colleges are waiting to talk to you in detail. Come on, let's find a quiet place to have a good chat. It's too noisy here, it's not very convenient. As they spoke, the 2 men walked to either side of Li Xinqiu, passed their arms through Li Xinqiu's armpits, and stiffened him up. Time is money, we'll take you with us, don't be afraid. As the words fell, the 2 men quickly alternated their feet, like the wind, and ran towards the main entrance of the plaza with the dumbfounded Li Xinqiu on their shoulders. Although Li Xinqiu was a bit puzzled in his heart, he didn't resist. No one could stop him if he wanted to leave. When the group of 3 arrived at the entrance of the square, the crowds blocking the entrance dispersed. The car is at the door, let's go faster. Can you sit down? No problem, go. Okay, I'll follow. A few people exchanged some quick words, and then a vast group of 40 people ran after Li Xinqiu's ass towards the entrance of the Special Energy Division. The road was unimpeded, and all the people from the Special Energy Division avoided it. This sudden series of things made Li Xinqiu's head spin a little bit for a while. His eyes suspiciously looked at the man beside him. Are you guys really from the Academy's admissions department? How do I feel that you're a little bit like kidnappers? Don't be nervous, we're not kidnappers. If we were, how come those Special Energy Division people would turn a blind eye to us? The man laughed as he ran. Then why? Don't worry, everything we're doing is for your own good. There's absolutely no persecution, I swear on my honor. Looking at the man's sincere and determined eyes, Li Xinqiu only temporarily put down her doubts. Soon, a group of people took Li Xinqiu inside a spacious bus, and after the last person got on, the driver kicked the gas and sped away from the gate of the Special Energy Division. As the bus drove onto an empty, car-free highway, the driver shouted out without looking back, Quick, Jun Huang, use your psychic ability to hide the bus. A thin man in the car stood up, put his palm against the window, and nothing happened. Of course, it was only nothing that happened in the car. The color of the bus traveling at 75 kilometers per hour on the wide highway was getting lighter and lighter, as if the oil paint had been scraped off by the whistling wind. It eventually disappeared completely without a trace under a speed camera, with only the roaring sound of the car not fading away to prove its existence. 10:30. What belongs to the War College is ultimately the War College. What's the point of going to so many people? Might as well take a break in the silver screen hall. Chi Mingyue is just a B. What are you so proud of? My senior told me yesterday that he recruited an A in City 89. Do you have an A in this class? Yo, who just said in front of Chi Mingyue that your future is unlimited, that you are a genius amongst 10,000, that the Long Night Academy will flourish because of your joining, and that you'll be the one to leave a mark on the school's history. And his powers might be more than just B. It's just that the Special Powers Division could only give him a B. Is Xiao Su Z envious? I envy you, big man, you special. Well, if you didn't get recruited, you didn't get recruited. Can you have some class? That's right, a 44-year-old man acting like a child and cursing. The per capita quality of Long Night Academy really needs to be improved. Messy footsteps and murmurs came from outside the screen hall, followed by a large number of people walking in through the screen hall's main entrance. These were the very same people who had left the screen room in the first place. Big guy, Ma Tianjiu just recruited. Ma Tianjiu, who was full of joy, walked into the screen hall and just wanted to show off, but the only thing that met his eyes were the empty seats, and only the side of the Special Energy Division still had some people sitting there. Why are all the people gone? Is the energy measurement already over? Sui, who was following closely behind, wondered. Are you blind? Can't you see the rating is still going on the screen? I guess it's 80% that there's some kind of C or B polar body system out there. A C or B grade pole body lets these people go through. Alas, it's not easy to enroll in these dangling academies. As they spoke, they returned to their previous seats. Gongran group of people are very tacitly silent. The main one, you do not ask me not to say, you asked. I do not explicitly say, after all, to offend this kind of thing who do not want to do. At this time, Sui, who had just sat down, turned his head to look at Gongran. Gong Sitong, what alien ability level attracted them all away? I don't seem to have any very special extreme body system abilities in the information booklet, either. Changu Academy's Gao Xing flipped through the information booklet in his hands. Is just a person with a somewhat vague rating. Gongran said somewhat unnaturally. Fuzzy? Ma Tianjiu raised his eyebrows and said rather curiously, who's fuzzy? Gongran somewhat sheepishly inclined his head. This is a young man whose alien ability is plain and simple. It's because they won't let you tell us, right, for fear that we'll rob them? Someone said with a laugh. Gongran sniffed without denying or admitting it, but this look is also considered a disguised admission. These people, what an underestimation of me. It's just a pole body department. Even if it's outstanding, I'm not going to leave without even finishing the energy measurement. Indeed, even if that person is even better, can he still compare to my Chi Mingyu? Ma Tianjiu laughed self-satisfiedly, completely not noticing the abnormal expressions of the Special Energy Division's group of people. After a few minutes had passed, a woman asked with some confusion, why has it always been speed and defense measuring energy, where is strength? Gongran straightened up, the corners of his mouth twitching a bit involuntarily. Yes, the power measurement can be a bit more interesting. Gonzalez released the power. Someone else chimed in. Gongran rubbed his nose. That strength-based energy measuring body is broken. Broken? Chen Shuaishan of the Tianyuan Federal Academy frowned. The energy measuring body was airlifted here by the Antun Division and has a lifespan of 100 years. How could it be broken? It is indeed broken. It was accidentally broken when measuring the energy. Zhang Kong, who was sitting on the side, spoke up first. Zhang Kong is right, it was accidentally broken. Gongran nodded. Gong Sistu, was it accidentally broken? Chen Shuaishan had a few big question marks written on his brain, then continued. Can you pull up the monitor for me to take a look? I'm well versed in mechanical maintenance. It's not a major problem I can fix, otherwise the test can't end and I can't leave as a rule. This might be a bit of a problem. Chapter 24 High Stars Breakdown. What do you mean? What do you mean the problem is a bit big? Chen Shuaishan's eyes were filled with puzzlement, then he shouted at the staff member who was controlling the screen, let me see what's going on with the energy measuring body. The staff member standing on the console had a somewhat ugly face and looked at Gongran as if for help. Gong Ran hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. As the screen flickered slightly, a picture appeared. On the messy energy measurement platform, a staff in protective suits was carrying the fragments of the energy measurement body, and the yellow cordon had completely blocked off the surrounding area. Outside the yellow cordon, those diviners were looking at the shattered energy measuring body and talking. The heads of the major colleges in the silver screen hall were silenced at the sight of the scene, which was called being accidentally broken. What's going on here? Did the energy measuring body malfunction and blow itself up? There doesn't seem to be a precedent for energy measuring bodies to blow themselves up, does there? Gong Si Tong. Chen Shuashan swallowed his saliva, a little incredulous. Are you sure that this is not blown up by a bomb, but was accidentally destroyed by someone? Gong Ran's face was a bit unnatural. It was indeed accidentally destroyed. Chen Shuashan suppressed the horror in his heart and once again shouted at the staff member manipulating the screen, "Let me see who broke the energy measurement body. It's really strange, a one-band energy measurement can still trigger the energy measurement body's program to malfunction and thus explode." Release it. Gong Ran nodded, hiding until now, he had done his best. The big screen flashed again, and the image of Li Xinqiu's energy measurement appeared on the big screen, and at the moment, Li Xinqiu in the image was asking Ma Qian if he wanted to pay for damaging the energy measurement body. Why this kid? Was he the one who broke the energetic body? Chen Shuashan looked at Li Xinqiu's details on the information booklet, Divine Power. It's also impossible for this alien ability to trigger a program malfunction in the energy measuring body, thus blowing itself up. Gong Sistu, is he violating the rules by using some kind of metaphysical weapon? After the emergence of the reviver, some mediocre implements also underwent mutations and possessed unimaginable abilities, and such implements were collectively known as Xian weapons, implying arcane implements. As long as one lived in a human society, no matter who it was, they all had some knowledge of Xian weapons to a greater or lesser extent, and Gong Ran, who was a division head, was certainly no exception. Gong Ran lowered his head and recalled for a while. His tone was a little unfaltering. I think I should. This kid is going to make a move. Ma Tianzhou wrapped his arms around himself and looked at the screen curiously. Once these words came out, everyone's eyes converged on the screen, and naturally no one cared about Gong Ran's words. Using a knee? Although knees are powerful, they are far inferior to fists in terms of flexibility and speed. The energy measurement body is rated by cumulative damage. Is this kid even aware of that? Changuo Academy's Gao Xing shook his head in disappointment. With such mediocre powers, using tricks won't change anything. Fair enough, but what does this kid use? Boo! Before the man could finish his sentence, a loud explosion came from the stereo, and the energy measuring body on the screen instantly blew up like a block of tofu. Everyone was dumbfounded, and the enrollment heads of the various academies' faces stiffened, those pupils gradually dilating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the Special Energy Division crowd, who had long since seen this scene, were filled with shock at this moment. Gao Xing stood up tremblingly. In his eyes was the excitement that seemed to coalesce into substance. Gong Situ, is this person really a ban? Among the four major academies, only their Changwu Academy honors the Extreme Body Department in physical combat, but the Extreme Body Department is not like the other departments, and the upper limit of the supernatural ability is so low that there are very few powerful Extreme Body Department Heavenly Fate practitioners. In previous years, the great extreme body system abilities were almost extinct, let alone extreme body systems like Li Xinqiu's that were highly likely to be a. At this moment, Gao Xing felt that Li Xinqiu was a ray of light for himself, illuminating his future. This kid, he had to take it no matter what. After hearing Gao Xing's words, Gong Ran spoke hesitantly. It should be, after all, that's what the band measuring instrument said. Ha ha ha. Gao Xing grinned. This person is destined for our Changwu Academy. Everyone sell me face. The others slowed down at this point and stood up excitedly. Compared to Qi Mingyue's uncertain A-rank psychic ability, this kid in front of him definitely had a solid A psychic ability grade. Your face can be worth a few dollars. This kind of talent is clearly more suitable for our war academy. Qi Mingyue has been recruited away by you. Can you have some face? Alright, stop arguing. Sui interrupted the two men cursing at each other and turned his head to Gong Ran. Where is that child now? Upon hearing this, a fiery line of sight landed on Gong Ran like a vicious wolf that hadn't eaten. Gong Ran was stared at with chills, but still said stiffly, let's go. Gone? Xiaoqi frowned tightly. Well, it was taken away by the head of the academy other than you guys. Gong Ran said somewhat timidly. Bang! Gao Xing clenched his fist and slammed it on the seat, looking furious. These stinking shameless ones, Gong Sidong, where did they go? I don't know. but it should be within 100 miles. Gong Rant's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Daoxing's chest continued to rise and fall, and his face instantly turned red from white. These dogs. After saying that, Gao Xing left with big strides towards the main door, and the others did the same. Weihai Hotel Penthouse Presidential Suite. On the soft leather sofa, Li Xinxiu sat on it, her entire buttocks seeming to sink in. A meter away from Li Xinxiu's circumference, it was densely packed with people, either sitting or standing, but one thing they had in common was that everyone was overflowing with bright smiles. I'm a bit confused, it's just a discussion of things. Why do we have to drive from the city to the suburbs? Is this really not a kidnapping? Li Xinxiu sounded hesitant. How can it be a kidnapping? Have you ever seen a kidnapping that ties someone to the presidential suite and serves them with good food and drink? Immediately someone retorted. Indeed, not quite like kidnapping. Li Xinxiu's brows showed a thoughtful look. It's a bit like hide and seek. Are you guys afraid that I'll be recruited by other academies and that's why you brought me here? The smiles on the faces of the crowd became a little more far-fetched when they heard this. Is the head of Chanwu Academy here? Li Xinxiu asked with downcast eyes. No one responded. Is the head of the Long Night Academy here? No one responded. And is there one academy in the top 10? Still no response. Li Xinxiu's face darkened as he got up and was about to leave when he was yanked by a man's arm. Child, small colleges have their good points. You have nothing to lose by listening to us. If you're satisfied, that's naturally excellent. If not, we'll send you back. It never hurts to know. Chapter 25 Stargazer Academy. Hearing this, Li Xinxiu stood in place for a moment in thought. You've come all by yourself, and it doesn't seem like you have anything to lose by listening. Thinking of this, Li Xinxiu sat back down again and looked at the crowd, saying, So tell me. The people's faces were happy and they pulled Li Xinxiu's arm and chattered. Think about it, are those top-ranked academies full of geniuses? Are you unique in entering those academies, and will the academy nurture you as if you were a treasure? That's right, they don't treat you as a treasure, we do. You came to be the treasure of the whole academy, the resources are all yours, everyone can serve you. Think about that, 4 big academies can do all these? Except for the faculty power we can't match, but we can give you better in everything else, whatever you want to eat to revive the beast as long as the academy has it, it's all yours, unlimited. Suppose you come to Yulan College, you don't need to live in the student dormitory, you live in the villa with your tutor, you can live with whoever you want. They're all pie in the sky, let me get real. An hour later. In the future, you and your wife have a child, the issue of schooling will not have to worry at all. The school district housing around the city's first high school are all assets of our college, you. Knock knock. Just then, a knock came from the door, and the originally noisy room instantly quieted down. Li Xinxiu, who was drowsy from listening, looked toward the door. Are those people looking for them? No way, didn't I make the bus transparent? Yeah, even if we could find it, it wouldn't be so fast, would it? The crowd murmured in whispers, but no one rose to open the door. I know you're all in there, open the door and let me get my act together. A young voice rang out from the door. The people in the room looked at each other in disbelief, and one of them asked boldly, Who are you? Plucked Star Li Shu. The young man outside the door calmly said. For light words but like a thunderbolt sounded at first in everyone's mind, and everyone froze in place. If you don't open the door, I'm going to have to break in. The young man's voice held a hint of teasing. At that, the young woman standing near the door glanced back at the crowd and, seeing that no one said a word or objected, clicked the door handle. The door to the room was pushed open, and a handsome young man walked in with a smile, followed by a simple-looking middle-aged man behind him. This middle-aged man Li Xinxiu recognized. Wasn't it Zhu Chang who drove himself to the Special Energy Division? Uncle Zhu, why are you here? Li Xinxiu asked with a curious face. Xu Chang smiled somewhat restrainedly at the crowd before looking at Li Xinxiu. I came with this child. That's right, I'm the one who brought Uncle Zhu here. The young man smiled radiantly and slowly walked over to Li Xinxiu to extend his own hand. Introduce yourself, Star Picking Academy Li Shu. Ordinary resident, Li Xinxiu. Li Xinxiu stretched out her hand and shook Li Shu's. Underneath Li Xinxiu's deep eyes, a trace of imperceptible wariness flashed, his sixth sense telling him that the young man with the arched eyebrows in front of him was strong and tricky. Coincidentally, it's still the same family. Li Shu smiled kindly, then withdrew his hand to look at the others in the room. Are you guys done speaking? After that it's my turn to speak. After a few seconds of silence in the air, a respected old man straightened up and said, We're almost done speaking, you speak. Thank you. Li Shu clasped his hands together and said thank you, then unceremoniously sat down next to Li Xinxiu. Is it that you have never heard of the Star Picking Academy? Li Shu's voice was low. Li Xinxiu nodded doubtfully. By all rights, if it could make these people so afraid, this academy should be at the top of the Federation, but he hadn't heard of the Star Picking Academy, an academy for the heavenly fated. Li Shu didn't seem to be surprised as he opened his mouth to explain. Star Picking Academy isn't an academy in the traditional sense exactly, so it doesn't count in the ranking of the Heaven's Fates academies, plus the academy isn't in the middle of the city, so naturally very few people know him. Not an academy in the traditional sense? Li Xinxiu revealed a hint of incomprehension between his eyebrows. In fact, in my opinion our academy is an ordinary academy, non-traditional are the outside world's view of our academy. Everyone here would like to say what they have in mind about Plucked Star? The old man from earlier smiled and spoke slowly. Since you want me to tell this child, then I'll talk about it. In the time that followed, the old man completely spread out the Star Picking Academy in front of Li Xinxiu. Stargazer Academy, an academy with a graduation rate of only 32%. The reason for the low graduation rate is not because the courses are difficult, but because most people don't live to see the day they get their diploma. Star Picking Academy firmly believed that only hovering on the line of death could truly inspire one's full potential, so they encouraged killing and fighting. The tasks assigned by the academy are all directly connected to the Intongshire, and all resources are grabbed all by themselves. Whoever is strong is the teacher, and whoever is strong makes the rules. It's called the Starcatcher Academy, an academy above the laws of the Federation. Inside the room, Li Xinxiu asked suspiciously toward the old man, how can the Federation allow an academy to be above the law? Without waiting for the old man to speak, Li Shu spoke first. The graduates that come out of the Star Picking Academy are all geniuses among geniuses, and they all hold important positions in the Federation. This term's division president of the Department of Security is from the Star Picking Academy, and the last president of the Federation also came out of the Star Picking Academy. After hearing Li Shu's words, Li Xinxiu instantly came to a realization. No wonder it's above the law. It's all their own people up there. Although the environment of star removal is harsh, but if you are strong, it is heaven. How to choose is up to you. If you want to go downstairs to 3012 to find me. After saying that, Li Shu took Zhu Chang and left the room straight away. After the door to the room closed, the originally quiet room instantly came alive. Child, you must not be compelled by what that Li Shu said. That place in Plucked Star is not a place for people to stay, it's full of warring lunatics. That's right, and picking stars are mandatory for students to take missions. Those missions are the ones that the Special Energy Division can't solve and throw them to the Immunity Division. You're just a band now, and you don't have much of a background. How can you deal with those resuscitators? One has to live well before thinking about getting stronger. You'll be able to go far and have a good life in the future even if you don't join star picking. Don't be swept away by any presidential division, it's all a lie. The crowd was bitterly persuaded. Li Xinxiu shook his head. You are wrong, I can only live well if I become stronger first. Thank you for your hospitality. Li Xinxiu stood up and nodded politely to the crowd before leaving the room. Chapter 26 Press Coverage. Li Xinxiu came to the door number Li Shu said and knocked on the door after hesitating for a while. The door opened with a click and Li Shu's head poked out of the doorframe, grinning. Hey, I knew you'd come on in. Li Xinxiu pushed the door and sat on the sofa with Li Shu. I want to become stronger. Star Picking Academy is perfect for me. I want to join Star Picking Academy. Li Shu pursed her lips and pushed a cup of coffee on the table in front of Li Xinxiu. You are welcome, but Plucking Star is different from other academies. It's not like you can directly join if you are invited. You need to complete the academy's entrance examination and pass the examination before you can join. What test? Li Xinxiu asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm not sure at this stage. After all, the assessment is decided by the academy. I'll text you afterward. Li Shu shook his head, then stood up. Any more questions? Nope. Li Xinxiu responded. I'll leave if there's nothing else. After all, I came over here on a mission. By the way, you'll be staying here for the last few days. Saying that, Li Shu took out a black rune card from his pocket and placed it on the table. You made such a big noise in the Special Energy Division, I guess the place where you live won't be too clean. Take shelter here. Your boss and that brother of yours, Zhu Chang, are already on their way to pick them up. Thanks. Li Xinxiu said thanks. A show of hands. Li Shu waved his hand casually and stepped out of the room. Li Xinxiu was the only one left in the empty room. He lay on the couch, his dark, bright eyes looking straight up at the ceiling, picking stars, intentionally. His great uncle and his second uncle are both his uncles. Hi. The familiar ringtone rang again. Li Xinxiu answered the phone and put it to her ear. Hello? Brat, what the did you do? Why are there so many reporters inside the store? Didn't my second brother tell you about my trip to test the energy? And you have the good sense to mention it. Your second brother is still pouting and lying in bed, so don't worry, there's something for everyone. Li Xinxiu's face darkened as he subconsciously reached out and touched his butt. In the time that followed, Li Xinxiu gave Li Ji a detailed explanation of the causes and consequences of the whole thing. Hurriedly hanging up the phone just as Li Ji was about to curse. Li Xinxiu let out a long breath. Facing this old man, Li Ji, he really had an indescribable feeling of powerlessness. The relaxation was always short-lived, and close to 12 o'clock came a knock on the door. Li Xinxiu, who was lying on the sofa, was shaken, and extremely reluctantly walked to the door of the room to turn the door handle. 3 faces he was familiar with appeared in front of Li Xinxiu's eyes. A grim-faced Li Ji. Holding up her ass, Li Qingxia. Naive-faced Zhu Sung. Little Li, congratulations, remember to come to the security division to sit down when you're rich in the future. I've delivered the people, so I'll leave first. Xu Cheng said with a smile, but his smile was no longer as clean as before, and there was more of a sense of distance. Wait, Uncle Zhu. Li Xinxiu hurriedly reached out and grabbed Xu Cheng's arm. It's almost noon, have a meal and rest here before you go. He couldn't let Xu Cheng walk away, and if this were to go, Li Ji's cursing could no longer be limited. Ah, that's not good. Xu Cheng squirmed a bit. Li Ji looked at Xu Cheng with a gentle face. You sent us over, it's only right that we treat ourselves to a meal. Yes, let's eat together. I've searched on the internet, eating in the rooms from the 30th floor up of this hotel is free, it's not worth eating. Li Xinxiu gave Li Qingxia a wink, and the two very tacitly pulled Xu Cheng into the room, and Li Ji followed with a grim face. In order to prevent the air pressure in the room from being too low, Li Xinxiu turned on the TV and put on a comedy movie. As Li Xinxiu expected, under Xu Cheng's restriction, Li Ji really didn't spill his guts. These big hotels are just high class, ordering food is all done with a tablet and the waiter delivers it directly to the room, TSK. Li Qingxia marveled as she held the hotel's tablet. Order more meat. Li Xinxiu instructed. Okay. Li Qingxia returned a cry without lifting her head, and her fingers kept tapping up on the screen. Soon, plates of colorful and tasty delicacies were brought to the room, and the tantalizing aroma wafted through the room. After Li Ji and Xu Cheng exchanged pleasantries, the few people then began to eat. TSK, this flavor is just great, it's just different from what the fly taverns outside make. Xu Cheng praised with a smile. Li Ji nodded, yes, this fried rice do not know why, feel more than I. Beep. Without waiting for Li Ji to finish his sentence, the TV set in front of the dining table that was playing a movie suddenly flickered on the screen, and a demurely dressed female host appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I am the external head of the intelligence division of the Special Energy Division, Yang Hua. Recently there was a resuscitator with a very high risk factor in our city. For the sake of the lives of the general public, the Special Energy Division has decided to publicize the information about this resuscitator, and I ask the viewers in front of the television not to turn off the television and watch it attentively. As the female host's words fell, the screen flickered and a shaky video began to play in front of the television, and it was clearly the video of Li Xinxiu's battle with the Special Energy Division at the bridge last night. At the table, the 4 men looked up with a simultaneous lurch in their hands. Li Ji and Li Qingxia subconsciously glanced at Li Xinxiu, but this scene was not noticed by Xu Cheng on the side. In the video, Li Xinxiu manipulated the water droplets and harvested a human life like a god of death walking on a rainy night. That's terrible. Xu Cheng frowned, an action team just died all so lightly. Cough. Li Ji lightly coughed a few times somewhat unnaturally, and gruffly echoed, yes, it's too scary, I really didn't expect City 11 to hide such a terrifying reviver. Xu Cheng nodded deeply, every time I think of this reviver still hiding among the people now, I get chills down my spine. When I go to some unfamiliar places now, I will always have the illusion that this reviver is staring at me from my neighborhood. As soon as these words came out, Li Ji and Li Qingxia trembled with an amplitude visible to the naked eye, and even the dining table shook a little. What happened to you guys? Zhu Sung asked with concern. Li Qingxia hard squeezed out a smile, is to hear uncle you say so, the heart inexplicably a little afraid, always feel the room creepy. Li Xinxiu, who was sitting next to Xu Cheng, looked at Xu Cheng with an odd expression on his face. He now really wanted to say to Xu Cheng, your illusion is really accurate. What's there to be afraid of? There's just the 4 of us in this room. Is it hard for that reviver to turn into Xinxiu's likeness and sit next to me and eat with us? Xu Cheng cheerfully patted Li Xinxiu's shoulder. Chapter 27096 Calamity Waters. Put. This time Li Xinxiu couldn't hold it together either, and the drink he had just taken into his mouth sprayed out at once. Ugh, what happened to you? Zhu Cheng patted Li Xinxiu's back with concern and pulled off a tissue and handed it to Li Xinxiu. It's fine, it's just that I just drank a mouthful of water, and I just happened to choke on it when you took a shot from Uncle Zhu. Li Xinxiu took the tissue and wiped his mouth. I'm sorry, I don't have a light hand, don't take it to heart. Zhu Cheng said with apologies. It's fine, Uncle Zhu, you continue to watch the news. This kind of news report about the safety of the public is something you should pay attention to. Li Xinxiu waved his hand. He was genuinely afraid that this one would say more and reveal all his old secrets. Eat, if you don't eat it will get cold. Li Ji chucked a piece of fatty meat into Zhu Cheng's bowl. Why are you giving me food? How embarrassing it is. It's okay, eat more and talk less. The video on TV wasn't long, just a few minutes, and it was over quickly. The screen flickered and the host reappeared on the screen. This resuscitator retreated to the bridge with hostages after killing Ops 4. Due to the fact that all the surveillance on the bridge was damaged at that time, we don't have the video from the bridge, but we have invited Zhang Kong, the chief commander of the operation at that time, to restore the situation for you. In order to restore the situation at that time, please. The host looked in the direction of his left side, and the lanky Zhang Kong walked from the left side of the screen next to the host, looking serious and facing the TV screen. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Kong, the chief commander of that operation, and I'll be the one to retell that time at that time. Zhang Kong's face was heavy, and in his eyes was undisguised fear and pain. At that time, we had a full deployment of sea, land and air, and completely surrounded this reviver, and we thought that we could purge it, but we underestimated this reviver too much. He didn't want to negotiate with us at all. He just killed the hostages. In anger, I gave the order to purge, and the helicopters and missiles poured out. In the face of these terrifyingly powerful missiles, this reviver laughed and laughed as he directly grabbed a missile with his hand and pinched it with his hand to explode it without any injuries, and the other missiles were also confined in the air by him with a stream of water and exploded in place. This explosion directly destroyed the bridge over the Lu River, and just as I was trying to command my troops to launch a second attack, I saw a scene I'll never forget. Zhang Kong fell silent as he propped his forehead with his hand, hiding the upper half of his face in the shadows, and only after half a minute had passed did he open his mouth. Airplanes and hover tanks cast in streams of water surrounded us, with no way to live, complete lambs to the slaughter. Just when I thought the Special Energy Division was going to be a total loss, the reviver smiled teasingly, slapped me a couple times, and said something I'll never forget. How pointless it would be to kill you all. I'll make you live under my shadow, make the Special Energy Division fear me, make the whole city fear me. After saying that, his whole person turned into a diffuse raindrop and disappeared, vanishing without a trace. Toward the end, Zhang Kong's voice could not stop trembling, and if it were not for the hostess beside him supporting him, I'm afraid Zhang Kong would have collapsed to the ground. Thank you Commander Zhang Kong Zhang for telling us what happened on the bridge. Please come a few people to help Commander Zhang Kong Zhang down. Sitting in front of the TV, Li Xinxiu's eyes widened and the speed of chewing his food turned into a slow speed. This Nima did it by himself, using water to change into airplanes and tanks, pinching and exploding missiles with his bare hands, and banning all missiles with a single thought. If you are so strong, why wait for a rainy day, and just kill the Special Energy Division single-handedly on a sunny day? Isn't this nonsense? At this moment, the eyes of Li Ji and Li Qingxia both looked in Li Xinxiu's direction at the same time, and underneath their pitch-black pupils were raging horror and questioning. Is my own little Akiko's strength so outrageous? Appalling, this reviver is so powerful. Xu Cheng put down his chopsticks in surprise, his eyebrows and eyes seemed to be screwed together from shock. It shouldn't be that powerful, it always feels a bit of a rip-off, right? Li Xinxiu feigned calmness as he spoke. Xu Cheng said righteously, the Special Energy Division won't lie, this is a matter of people's safety. Indeed, in the face of right and wrong the Special Energy Division will not lie. Li Xinxiu agreed. On the TV, after Zhang Kong was helped down, the host Yang Hua said calmly. The Special Energy Division has reported the news of this resurgence to the Anarchy Division, and the Disaster Rating Department of the Anarchy Division has completed its disaster rating for this resurgent, so please take a look. Yang Hua sidestepped to one side, and the electronic screen behind him lit up and Li Xinxiu's appearance and information at that time appeared on the electronic screen. No, 096. Disaster level, high risk. Alien power level, A. Prohibited level, above 5 prohibited. Territory, City 11. Although this reviver is extraordinarily powerful, please don't panic, the Immunity Division has accepted this high-risk disaster and a squad will soon come to clean it up. If you find any sign of the disaster water in the city, please contact the Special Energy Division in time, goodbye. Beep. The TV screen flickered and the movie continued to play normally, but the room was unusually quiet. Li Xinxiu pursed her lips, calm on the surface, but inwardly she was turning over. Too damn outrageous, their own now on the 3-ban close to 4-ban strength, how can this be rated more than 5-ban? That's all, but the most serious thing is this high-risk disaster, and the word high-risk disaster carries so much weight. It's not that he's afraid, it's just that the high-risk ones will be troublesome, removing everything else. Let's just say that the supernatural power of extreme water is basically the living sign of calamity water, and he can't use it casually. After all, the intelligence and investigation ability of the Intongshire is extraordinarily outrageous. It is said that earlier in the year a high-risk disaster used its powers to roast a wild boar for dinner in no man's land, and that Intongshire traveled thousands of miles on that lead to purge the high-risk disaster in City 98. Of course there is an element of exaggeration in it, but it is a side note to the fact that the Antunji is powerful. High risk Xu Chang stood up, there's a high-risk disaster in City 11, I guess the security division is going crazy right now, I have to go back. Let's go after we finish eating, we haven't even had a few bites yet. Li Ji made a polite remark. Already full, thanks for the hospitality. Li Xinxiu wiped his mouth and stood up, I'll see Uncle Zhu off. Li Xinxiu sent Zhu Cheng to the car before returning to the hotel room. As soon as he entered, he sensed the air was nearly stagnant, oppressively silent. Li Ji was still in the same position he was in before Li Xinxiu left the house, sitting quietly in his chair. At the sound of movement in the doorway, Li Ji stiffened and turned his head. For a moment, Li Xinxiu felt as if he was being stared at by some monster, and goosebumps rose all over him. Li Xinxiu, are you a kangaroo, so? Just as Li Ji was about to open his mouth to curse, Li Xinxiu put his finger against his lips, made a shushing gesture, and pointed his finger at the wall. Chapter 28 Security Guard Goes to the Mountain. The walls have ears, that's what Li Xinxiu was trying to say. Li Ji glared viciously at Li Xinxiu and sat back in his chair. In an unfamiliar environment without fear of talking, if not found out okay, once found that cannot survive in human society, Li Ji is not a little cute. Li Ji is not a cutie. Eating is the biggest thing in heaven and earth, don't think about all that stuff, Xiao Qiu Zi hurry over and eat together. Li Qingxia trotted forward and pulled Li Xinxiu's hand to sit on a chair, smiling as she continued at the table. What about these few days, let's stay here, eat and drink well, boss how long have you not rested, take this opportunity to rest well. Li Ji gave Li Qingxia a blank look, eat, there's so much bull. In the days that followed, the public opinion in the outside world grew louder and louder, and the ordinary name of Li Xinxiu dominated all the news headlines in City 11 overnight like a rising star. It became the center of public opinion and the subject of discussion after dinner. This fried restaurant hasn't been open for a few days, and I was thinking about meeting that manifest destiny? How is it possible to be open for business? Look at that ambush of reporters on all sides, the hotel next door is all filled with those who are enrolled in the college, how can we be open for business in this situation? A punch to the energy measuring body, this is truly perverted, it would be great if I could become such a heavenly fate. Go back to drinking more and dreaming about everything. That said, this Li Xinxiu's life is really pitiful abandoned by his parents since he was a child, picking up food in the garbage, just a little bit of growing up, and now he is adopted by the fried restaurant, so that he can be considered to have a home It's also a bittersweet experience, after suffering so much, I can finally live a good life in the future. And then what these people didn't know was that the child they spoke of, the one who collected food from the garbage, had long since starved to death on a cold winter's night, though his likeness still existed and had been given the name Li Xinxiu. The outside world is stormy, but the hotel is quiet. All three of them honestly never went out, and wholeheartedly put their minds to eating. Especially Li Xinxiu, if he wasn't sleeping, he must be eating meat. It wasn't that Li Xinxiu wanted to take advantage of this, but because of a phone call a few days ago. On the afternoon of the day after sending off Zhu Chang, Li Xinxiu received a call from Wu Shan of the security division. The DNA test report came out, and no counterpart was found in the DNA database, which meant that there was a huge probability that the person who was in the fourth floor in room that night was a reviver or a divine destiny. After that, he learned through Li Qingxia that several high schools in City 11 had organized a bonfire party in order to alleviate the pressure of preparing for the exams of senior students. The location of the party was set for North Yellow Mountain, and the time was the exact April 16th that was circled on the IN's calendar. It also showed that the mysterious person in the IN wasn't targeting him, but the 4th senior high school. What kind of person would sneak around and spy on the 4th senior high school and purposely circle April 16th on the calendar? There was only one possibility, and that was the person who had something up his sleeve, and as for whether that person was a divine fate who was protecting the students or a recoverer who wanted to slaughter them, Li Shinxiu didn't care. He only cares about one thing: to go after over a few thousand students. Does that mean there might be a ban on life above the North Yellow Mountain in large numbers on April 16th? The palace wall carvings wanted to be colored, he needed to kill, and the Northern Yellow Mountain might be a springboard to enhance his strength. In order to prepare for this uncertain battle, eating meat to replenish his life energy and improve his body functions was the only thing Li Shinxiu could do right now. In the hotel room, Li Shinxiu sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a cup of coffee, looking down on the ant like human beings from a high place. The 3 o'clock sunlight refracted on his face through the glass, adding a hint of false warmth to those indifferent eyes. Li Qingxia came over from the sofa and patted Li Shinxiu's shoulder. "The bus stop was sent to me, let's go over there." Li Shinxiu finished his cup of coffee in one gulp and stood up. "Send me the location, I'll just go there alone." "One person?" Li Qingxia raised an eyebrow. "Who told you it was just one person? I registered too." Li Shinxiu turned around in surprise. "You're also going to work as a security guard on North Yellow Mountain?" "Yeah, a total of 7 hours from 6 p.m. to 1 a.m. You can get $250, and it also includes food, accommodation and transportation. How can I miss out on this kind of daily part-time job?" Li Qingxia said rightfully. "Don't go, stay at the hotel with the boss, let me see the address," said Li Shinxiu, then reached out and grabbed Li Qingxia's cell phone. "Do what?" Li Qingxia took a step back. "It's up to you to decide whether I go or not. You're just a younger brother, how can you control me?" "You?" Li Shinxiu took a deep breath, forcibly resisting the urge to hit people, calmly said, "This trip to the North Huangshan Mountain may have some danger, it is not safe for you to go." Li Qingxia's eyes narrowed at his words and asked in a deep voice, "What danger?" "I don't know, it's dangerous anyway." Li Shinxiu shook her head and added after a while, "It could be very dangerous." "Then what the hell, you can't go." Li Qingxia said in a firm tone, while taking advantage of Li Shinxiu's lack of reaction to directly delete the address information on her phone. "I'm deleting the address, you're not going to go part-time, and I'll tell the boss if you dare to go to North Yellow Mountain alone by yourself." Li Shinxiu. "How are you 20-something like a child? I'm definitely going today. Whether you tell me the address or not doesn't affect anything, it's just a matter of convenience or inconvenience." Li Shinxiu's tone was resolute. "What are you doing there if you know it's dangerous?" Li Shinxiu said rightfully, "Why can't I go? It's not dangerous for me, but rather beneficial." Li Qingxia hesitated for a moment, then said stiffly, "Then I'll go too, I have to watch you." "Second brother, don't you have any idea of your own level? If I'm in danger and I'm too late to protect you, what will you do? I can see farther than you with my eyes, and I still need you to protect me. If there's danger I'd have run away long ago." Under Li Qingxia's reasoned argument, Li Shinxiu finally agreed. After leaving a note for Ji Li, the two men headed to the pickup and drop-off point for the security vehicles. 5 buses, not yet started, were parked along the wide road. Li Shinxiu, who was wearing a mask, saw a hint of doubt in his eyes at this scene and asked Li Qingxia beside him, "Are these 5 cars all pulling security?" "How should I know? I'll go over and ask later." Li Qingxia muttered and led Li Shinxiu to the door of a bus. "Name?" A young socialite crouched in front of the car asked without looking up. "Li Dashan, this is my younger brother, Li Dahai." Li Qingxia smiled and pointed at Li Shinxiu. Because Li Shinxiu was too famous, Li Qingxia used a fake name when she registered her information, and Li Shinxiu wore a mask because of this reason. As for why he didn't change his appearance, it wasn't that Li Shinxiu didn't want to, but he couldn't do so. City 11 urban surveillance, basically full coverage. Li Shinxiu's figure will always be exposed to the surveillance, even if he changed his appearance. There is no way to be truly invisible. If someone really wants to go to investigate him, along the way we'll certainly be able to find some clues. And there was a high chance of exposing his ability to change his appearance, and it might even make people with an interest in the matter contact the calamity water that had appeared out of thin air. The reason why the Lu River Bridge was not discovered last time is because Li Shinxiu buried his clothes on the bank of the Lu River in advance, and went to the Lu River Bridge to commit the crime through the river current to avoid all the surveillance, so the Special Energy Division couldn't find any traces afterwards. And there was no Lu Jiang in this operation, so in that case, it would be better to just cover it up, in a big way. In the North Yellow Mountain, if you meet the Reviver, you will greatly reveal your true colors and purge them, and if you meet the Heavenly Ordained, you will find a chance to kill them. Anyway, there is not a lot of surveillance on the mountain, as long as you don't leave any traces, it's good. Chapter 29, Situation? Li Dashan Li Dahai, I'll look for it. The social youth's finger fiddled with the cell phone screen. Found it, go wait in the car, the bus leaves in 10 minutes. Well, trouble. Li Qingxia answered and took the lead in the car door. Li Xinqiu glanced at the youth without leaving a trace, then took a step across to the door of the car, and just at the moment he bent down and walked into the door, a palpitating coolness rose from the soles of his feet. Li Xinqiu's feet moved with a lurch, but he quickly returned to normal and calmly followed Li Qingxia to sit on the empty seat in the last row. There were about 40 seats in the bus, with only 2 or 3 empty seats, and it was basically filled. Li Xinqiu lowered her eyes to look out the window, her brows unconsciously furrowed. From the moment he got in the car, his heart had somehow sped up and his nerves had tightened as a result, as if his body sensed some threat and began to remind him to be vigilant in every way. But there was nothing out of the ordinary in the compartment. Those who slept, those who looked at their cell phones looked at their cell phones, those who talked, and everything was peaceful. "Hey, I found a good part-time job, didn't I, and a car pickup and delivery." Li Qingxia nudged Li Xinqiu with her elbow. Li Xinqiu clasped his arms and shrank inward. "My second brother is just awesome, the 11th city has nothing to do." Suddenly, Li Xinqiu's voice came to an abrupt end, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and he turned his head towards the opposite company seat. Over there, a youth wearing half-rimmed glasses with a civilized appearance sat against the window, swiping a short video in 100 boredom. Just now, Li Xinqiu sensed that someone had glanced at him, a feeling he was familiar with, grim and at the same time with a faint murderous intent, just like the gaze from the last inn. Li Qingxia noticed Li Xinqiu's abnormality and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with you?" "Saw a familiar friend, I'll go say hello." Li Xinqiu casually dealt with this, sidestepping out of the seat inside and coming to sit next to the youth. The youth glanced at Li Xinqiu in surprise, then continued to look at his cell phone as if nothing had happened. Li Qingxia shook Li Xinqiu's arm across the aisle, signaled the civilized youth with her eyes, and put on a puzzled look. Li Xinqiu shook her head and signaled with her eyes for Li Qingxia to mind her own business. Li Qingxia bristled and turned her head away, no longer bothering with Li Xinqiu. Time passed slowly, and several more men came up in the space of 10 minutes, filling the entire compartment. The social youth walked up to the car yelling, "It's about to start, everyone buckle up." After saying that, he sat in the driver's seat, and after warming up the car for a while, he started the vehicle with a kick of the gas pedal and drove towards North Yellow Mountain. After fastening his seatbelt, Li Xinqiu glanced sideways at the youth next to him, and after seeing that the other party had no reaction to this, he propped his chin up with his hand and looked at the other party sideways without saying a word. After a minute, the youth, with a look of disgust on his face, said softly, "I am not." Li Xinqiu grinned, "I'm not either." "Then why do you keep looking at me?" the youth asked without turning his head as he pushed up his own frames. "Humph, because you have peeked at me too." Li Xinqiu arched his eyebrows slightly. "That time at the inn, have you forgotten?" At these words, the youth's hand that was sliding the video paused for a moment, but his face did not show a trace of abnormality. He put down his phone and looked at Li Xinqiu suspiciously. "What inn, am I out of my mind, going to a room with a guy?" Li Xinqiu smiled as usual and asked in a low voice, "Let me ask you, what does the April 16th you circled at the inn represent, and what are you going to do in North Huangshan?" "Are you sick? What circled April 16th, also I have to go to North Yellow Mountain to do what? I do part-time what I do?" Youth nonchalantly scolded. "Do you think I can't kill you, recoverer?" Li Xinqiu's expression gradually turned cold, and after reaching out and grabbing the youth's palm, he used his fingertips to directly slice through it. The youth's pupils trembled and he clenched his fist to draw it out, but Li Xinqiu's palm was as untouchable as a crab's pincers. 2 seconds later, the skin around the bloody scar wriggled slightly and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye, with only the bright red blood proving that it wasn't an illusion just now. "Seeing that your power is nothing more than a second ban, what qualifications do you have to lie in front of me? Say whatever I ask, understand?" Li Xinqiu smiled brightly. The corner of the youth's mouth hooked up. "Are you from the Special Energy Division or the Intong Division? Have you not understood your situation?" Li Xinqiu inquired. "Do you understand?" A flicker of contempt flashed in the youth's eyes. The moment the words fell, dozens of lines of sight converged on Li Xinqiu's body, and his heartbeat accelerated at that moment. The youth smiled with satisfaction after hearing Li Xinqiu's heartbeat. "The heart is beating so fast, I can hear it. It looks like you don't know anything, you're just a mangina who happened to be here. You collect your money, we do our thing, we're at peace with each other, don't try to make any trouble, or else you'll die even if you're a top 3 band strength." The youth smiled teasingly and withdrew his palm, continuing to swipe the short video as if nothing had happened. But what the youth didn't realize was that a faster heartbeat can mean 2 things, one is fear and the other is excitement. Li Xinqiu's dark eyes revealed a touch of imperceptible excitement, and within this excitement, one could even see a trace of madness if anything. The long repression and raging hatred had long changed Li Xinxiu's heart subconsciously, and madness was the deepest undercurrent of his soul. The bus finally reached the top of the mountain after traveling for half an hour, and under the driver's yelling, the people got off the bus one after another. It was an open-air parking lot, and next to the parking lot was a 6-story hotel building, and more than 200 people were brought to an open space by a middle-aged man after they got out of the car. Li Xinxiu stood at the very back of the crowd with Li Qingxia, constantly sizing up the others with eyes that looked as if they were looking at stacks of federal coins. Xiao Qiuzi, what happened in the car just now? Why were you suddenly stared at by so many people? Li Qingxia asked in a low voice with her head lowered. Just now, more than half of the 40 or so people in the car were recoverers. They were all in a group, and I offended one of the recoverers, which is why the other recoverers were looking at me. Li Xinxiu said lightly. Oh, so it's a resuscitator, ah, strange not. Wait? Li Qingxia turned her head in shock. Li Xinxiu nodded calmly. Don't be nervous, none of them are very powerful. I'll get goosebumps if they're strong. There's a reviver who can sense my strength, but he doesn't panic. That's intriguing. You? Li Qingxia gulped, pulled Li Xinxiu back a few steps, and asked in a low voice, then won't they lay hands on you and me later? Maybe, but not right now. They should be on some kind of mission that isn't conveniently exposed right now. Li Xinxiu guessed. Then let's hurry up and contact Special Energy. North Yellow Mountain is close to the wall of the city in no man's land, plus it's on the top of the mountain. Do you think your cell phone can still have a signal? You can only use the satellite phone to call, but I guess the satellite phone should also be useless. I can think of it, and they surely think of it, so just wait and see what happens. Chapter 30, Massacres. The person at the front of the crowd saw that the people had arrived and shouted with a loudspeaker, "Receive your hotel room cards and security uniforms from me. Go back to the hotel to rest and relax after receiving them, and when it's time, someone will come to call you." Next, the crowd was organized to receive their room cards and uniforms. Most of the people's rooms were on floors 1 through 3, and only a very few were assigned to floor 6. Li Xinxiu and Li Qingxia were then assigned to 628 on the 6th floor, which was a double room, located on the westernmost side of the corridor, and also the room farthest from the entrance of the building. After getting a series of messy things done, the people left the parking lot one after another, and Li Xinxiu and Li Qingxia didn't dawdle much outside and went to their assigned rooms early. The room was conventionally furnished with a double bed and then a toilet. Li Xinxiu lay on the bed, quietly looking at the ceiling as if he was thinking about something. It's over, the phone really doesn't work. Li Qingxia said as she stared at the signal grid on her cell phone. It's not like people are cuties, how could I possibly give you the chance to ventilate me? Li Xinxiu blankly glanced at Li Qingxia breathlessly. Bleep, why didn't you tell me in advance that there are so many revivers here? Li Qingxia pressed her phone into the quilt and turned her head to look at Li Xinxiu. Li Xinxiu sat up and scolded with a smile, didn't I say so, you damn well preferred to come yourself. Li Qingxia stammered half a day unable to speak, and finally sighed helplessly, forget it, Xiao Qiuzi, let's run while they don't want to make a move, maybe it's still too late. Run? Go to the window and look around the hotel to see if anyone is there. Li Xinxiu pointed at the window and said. Li Qingxia would walk over and look down towards his surroundings, and after a few seconds, his face changed from skepticism to surprise. As Li Xinxiu said, there were several idle youths squatting every 100 meters at the hotel fence, swallowing clouds and fog. There are estimated to be over 200 revivers on the 5 buses. Besides these, there are other revivers present. As for how many, I'm not sure. If we're going to go out, fighting is inevitable. Li Xinxiu said calmly. At those words, Li Qingxia's face turned white, and she took a few stiff steps backward, sitting on the bed. Li Xinxiu didn't pay any attention to Li Qingxia and said to himself, brother, why do you think they are gathering so many revivers? All things are nothing but interests or hatred in the end. If it's profit, what kind of profit can drive so many revivers? It shouldn't be as simple as killing and eating people, or taking revenge on society. The more Li Xinxiu thought about it, the wider the corners of his mouth grinned, and the more Li Qingxia listened to it, the whiter her face became. Meanwhile, inside a certain room on the 1st floor of the hotel, a large, dark-skinned, burly man lay naked on a sheepish bed as 2 thinly clad women sat on their knees on either side of his knees, trembling and massaging the man's thighs. Do me a favor and relax, maybe when I'm in a good mood you guys will survive. The big man said carelessly. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Come in. The big man shouted at the door. The door to the room slowly opened, and a young man with a civilized appearance walked in, and this person was clearly the one who had previously sat next to Li Xinxiu. Wan Qing, what's the matter? the big man asked in a deep voice. Wan Xing didn't say anything, but instead looked at the two women sitting on their knees on the bed. The big man sat up impatiently, grabbed the dagger that was sitting on the nightstand, and slashed at the two women's necks with lightning speed. Pust! Bright red blood splattered out, dotting the pure white quilt with a bit of crimson. The big man wiped the blood splattered on his face with a pillowcase and kicked his feet casually as the bodies of the two women fell to the floor like mush. Brother Su, the people have all settled in. Wan Xing said respectfully. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, after that act according to the plan above, right, let the brothers get well, there might be a hard battle to fight with the New World tonight. A hard battle? Wan Xing frowned slightly. Aren't our Hell and the New World in a partnership this time? Just cooperating to open that sealing weapon box, who the things inside the box belong to that will depend on the strength to speak, or else just to open the box such a small thing, why convene so many ghost pawns, and even let Lord Horseface personally come down to the scene? Su Yuan calmly explained. I see. Wan Cheng nodded. By the way, Brother Su, do you still remember what I told you last time, that is, a few days ago, my supernatural ability perceived a top 3 forbidden life form? What's wrong? Did anything go wrong? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Wan Xing said with a grave expression, I don't know if it was by chance or intention, but that person got on the bus and found out about me being a reviver. What? Su Yuan's eyes instantly became stern. Is it someone from the Unification Division? Does he know about us? Wan Xing narrowed his eyes and shook his head. This person is completely unaware of our affairs and is acting recklessly. It's impossible for Intuasher to do such a reckless thing, and this person is very timid. After our people glared at him, he stopped talking. Su Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and slowly said, Where is that person now? Settled by me in room 628 of the hotel. Wan Xing reached up and pointed up. Everything is fine if it's not Intuasher. Wait, you first take one to the brothers on the second floor to join Lord Horseface. I and the other brothers will come over to join you after we settle the people in the hotel. Su Yuan instructed. At this time, Li Xinxiu was completely unaware of the impending danger and was shivering bubble noodles with Li Qingxia. An hour flew by and the time soon came to 5:30. Xiao Qiuzi, some security guards have gone out, let's hurry up and leave too. Li Qingxia, who was standing in front of the window, said as she pointed at the hotel door. The person said that he would notify us when the time comes, and now he hasn't even notified us, so what are you in a hurry for? Li Xinxiu, who was lying on the bed, casually spoke. Li Qingxia ran to Li Xinxiu's side with an anxious look on her face. I mean, we blend in with the crowd and then sneak out halfway through. Who wants to take this Thai class? Saying that, Li Qingxia dragged Li Xinxiu's arm with force, trying to pull the other party up from the bed. But Li Xinxiu was like a scale, as steady as a mountain, not moving at all. Why do you keep treating people like cuties? And, are they villains? They drop their wits when they meet you, the protagonist. Then we can't just sit around and wait for death. Li Qingxia said helplessly. Who says waiting is sitting around? Li Xinxiu rolled out of bed and walked to the window, looking downward with downcast eyes. It seems that these people are not going to take me for a ride. Ah! Just then, a terrified shout came from downstairs. Chapter 31. A long-winded woman in the corridor. The appearance of this shout was like a match igniting a firecracker. A burst of disorganized and dense footsteps made the ground of the entire building shake, and the mournful screams and sounds of fighting stirred down the stairs and into the 6th floor corridor. This. Li Qingxia's face instantly became pale, and her body stiffened and straightened like a taut ground string. Tiny. Akiko, can you beat it? Qingxia Li asked in a panic. Li Xinxiu turned around at his words and said softly, I can fight. But his voice suddenly stopped when he said the word fight. Li Xinxiu looked down at his bare arms. The white skin was now flushed with small goosebumps similar to chicken skin. This was the body's warning. Meanwhile, inside the corridor on the 6th floor, people who heard the commotion opened their room doors and stuck their heads out cautiously. What's going on downstairs in the building? I don't know. I don't think there are any bandits these days, are there? It can't be a reviver coming into the hotel. When these words came out, the field instantly quieted down, and everyone's faces suddenly turned pale. At that moment, a young man said timidly, I'll check the stairway. When he finished speaking, the man carefully pushed open the door to his room and held onto the wall as he warily made his way to the stairway. Be careful. The girl in the same room poked her head out and said timidly. The man turned his head and smiled weakly at the girl. Don't worry. Pust. Bang. The sound of breaking flesh and the sound of impact rang out back and forth. White dust drifted down the corridor walls, and the lights flickered intermittently with a zip sound like in a horror movie. The youth's face was right next to the electric light, the smiling face flickering at the same frequency as the 6'8" tall man kept shaking in the air like a feather. In the light of the electric lamp, the crowd saw not only the youth, but also a tongue that pierced the man's head and extended its length to the stairway. "Hey, hey, hey, it still pays to come up early." An eerie voice came from the corner of the stairway. With a slow sound of footsteps that were soaked with sweat, as if the soles of their shoes were stained with water, a good-looking young woman stepped out of there. Her mouth was open, drops of green saliva running down from the corners of its mouth, her slender tongue wriggling like an earthworm in the air. "Husband!" The woman in the same room shouted at the top of her voice. The woman at the stairway sniffed and looked over, a hint of cunning showing in her narrow, beautiful eyes. "Phew!" The next second, the woman's tongue like a boa constrictor rapped out, blocking the woman in front of the door. Shot out a small hole, directly poof sound pierced through the woman's heart. "If you love each other so much, how could you let him die alone?" The woman teased. "It's the reviver, it's the reviver." This is when people finally came out of their trance, and the door closed with a clang like a firecracker. The corner of the woman's mouth hooked up a seductive arc, twisting her waist to the door of 601's room. "Hide it well, I'm going to kill you, oh." The middle-aged woman in the room hid her 6-year-old daughter under the bed when she heard the noise coming from outside the door. "Little you ever listen, be sure not to make a sound, if you don't make a sound in the future your father will take you to the amusement park every day." The woman pressed her face to the cold floor and held the girl's small hand tightly in her large one. She was smiling but couldn't stop a single tear from falling to the floor. "Mommy. I'm scared." The girl stumbled through, her reddened eyes as crystal clear as broken glass balls. "Don't make a sound, not even if you're scared." With that, the woman let go of the girl's grip, ran to the bathroom and closed the door. A few seconds later. Boo! The woman kicked open the door of the room and stepped in, and when she reached the door of the bathroom, the closed door suddenly opened, followed by the middle-aged woman from earlier who grabbed the mop with both hands and slammed it at the woman's head. "Pust! Ridiculous!" The woman withdrew the finger that had been inserted into the woman's head and gave a disdainful smile. The girl under the bed did not see the full extent of the two figures. She could only see her mama's feet suddenly appear and fall down. "Mom!" The girl cried out uncontrollably. She was about to cover her mouth when the sound of wet tweed footsteps rang in her ears. When the girl turned her head, it was right into the woman's sideways turned half face. "So there's a pretty little girl." The woman was about to reach out and grab the girl when a dull footstep sounded from outside the room, interrupting her movements. 601 doorway. Li Shinxiu walked into the room with his hands in his pockets, kicked away the bodies in his way, walked up to the crouching woman, and looked at the other party in a condescending manner. "You? Li Shinxiu?" A flash of surprise appeared in the woman's eyes. Li Shinxiu asked in surprise, "Am I so hot, even the reviver has heard of my name?" "Phew!" Without waiting for Li Shinxiu to finish his sentence, the woman's tongue shot out like a bullet. Just as the tongue was less than 10 centimeters away from Li Shinxiu, he tilted his head and brushed against it. Then Li Shinxiu directly reached out and grabbed the woman's tongue, threw the woman directly out of the room with a forceful shake and smashed her straight onto the wall with a bang. The terrifying force made the wall behind the other party become like a spider's web. This reviver wasn't the one that gave him goosebumps, and only had the strength of a beginner in the second ban. "Ha ha 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 ha!" the woman gasped, her eyes filled with horror. How could the center of attention of City 11 suddenly appear here? She had no time to think about it, and was about to get up and run towards the stairway when a gust of wind whisked past, and before the woman could react, a large hand pushed her head directly into the wall with a bang. After pressing down on the woman's head, Li Shinxiu made a fist with his other hand and smashed the woman's jawbone from bottom to top. Click, click, click. The crushing sound of bones colliding resounded across the field as the woman's jaw instantly became splintered, 2 rows of teeth biting right through her own tongue under the force of the outside world. The intense pain caused her limbs to twitch uncontrollably, and her mouth continued to emit a whimpering wail. Just because a reviver can regenerate, it doesn't mean that the reviver isn't afraid of pain. Let me ask you, what is the purpose of your coming to Northern Yellow Mountain? Why did you come? How many people came? And what is the strength of the strongest person? Li Shinxiu asked with an icy expression. A few seconds later the woman recovered from her injuries. She stared at Li Shinxiu with sinister eyes and uttered a threat. "Do you know whose woman I am? Let me go." I don't know." Li Shinxiu pressed the palm of his hand with force, and with a bang, the woman's head was directly pressed and exploded, turning into a light mist of blood. Chapter 32. After killing the woman, Li Shinqiu pinched the other party's clothes and wiped his bloodied palms, and after hearing the clutter of footsteps over the stairway, he took a step over. Inside the narrow stairwell, the resuscitators rushed toward the 6th floor like needed bees. Their bodies were covered in blood, their mouths chewing on raw meat that had yet to be swallowed, and each of their eyes filled with greed and bloodlust. There's just the last layer left. I'm sure I can break through the second ban if I eat a few more. Don't squeeze, you kid, what's the hurry? How can you eat a pretty one if you're not in a hurry? The young man at the forefront showed his teeth, bright red blood slowly overflowed from between his teeth. Just as he was about to reach the exit of the staircase, a young man walked out from around the corner. This person was none other than Li Shinqiu. Ha ha ha. The young reviver revealed a rampant smile and cocked his head about to bite towards Li Shinqiu's neck. Too slow. Li Shinqiu raised his arm and swatted at the reviver's head like a fly. Boo! In the next second, the opponent's head shattered like a watermelon, and sticky, unidentifiable liquid stained the white walls. The sudden change scared the reviver behind the other party. He looked horrified and grabbed the railing of the stairwell and tried to retreat backward, but the other people behind him didn't give him a chance at all, squeezing him hard in front of Li Shinqiu. I am good. Boo! The head burst open again. Li Shinqiu shook off the blood on his hands and walked towards the stairs step by step. The revivers in front of him stepped into the dust of the first few revivers when they just realized something was wrong. After killing 7 or 8 recoverers in succession, the other recoverers finally realized that something was wrong and shouted towards the back. Back up, all of you. There are suspected 3 banned people. Damn him, back off, don't squeeze if you don't want to die. Under these yells, the frantic revivers finally regained their senses and retreated towards the corridor on the 5th floor, staring in the direction of the stairway in fear. Snap, snap, snap. Li Shinqiu slowly appeared in front of the crowd as he stepped on the bloody water. Isn't this that a class alien ability heavenly ordained Li Shinqiu? Why is he here? Li Shinqiu didn't pay attention to the crowd's questions, and his gaze keenly crossed over the crowd to the end of the corridor. Inside the room at the end of the corridor, Su Yuan happened to come out from it, the corners of his mouth still stained with blood that hadn't been wiped clean. As if he had a sense of the underworld, Su Yuan also turned his head at this moment and gazed at Li Shinqiu. The two men's eyes just collided with each other out of thin air. Interesting. Killing intent tumbled in Su Yuan's eyes as he pushed away the reviver in his way toward Li Shinqiu. Li Shinqiu in the distance smiled slightly, and there was a hint of fluctuation in those ancient eyes, as if there was a ball of flame looming under the surface of the water. He was curious and excited about a reviver who could make him feel threatened, and while this wasn't the final battlefield he'd set out for, it never hurt to try. Thinking of this, Li Shinqiu moved his feet and his entire body shot out like an arrow, killing the reviver in the corridor. Don't be afraid everyone, we're all in this together. Boo! Li Shinqiu directly exploded his opponent's head with a whip kick. The other revivers were first stunned, but they quickly reacted and swarmed towards Li Shinqiu. But most of them were first ban, and only a very few were second ban, and the gap between them and Li Shinqiu was just too far. Li Shinqiu was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, reaping the lives of the crowd with ease, as if he were in no man's land. But the easy slaughter didn't let Li Shinqiu have a trace of joy in his eyes. Instead, his doubts grew thicker. When he went to the palace in his dream last night, the coloring of the second wall engraving had been completed by nearly 70%, and it was reasonable to say that now that he had killed so many revivals, the third psychic ability should have been awakened. Why did he not feel anything? But Li Shinqiu didn't have time to think deeply about it when a coolness rose from his back. In the nick of time, Li Shinqiu gathered his entire body's strength in his calves and retreated to the side in a backward step. Bang! The hard concrete ground was directly smashed through, and the horrifying fluctuations shook all the surrounding revivers out, and small, thin, dense stones shot out in all directions like bullets, bringing up slices of blood. Amidst the gray and smoky ground, Su Yuan put away his own fists and looked at Li Shinqiu like a wild wolf. Not bad, a third ban can actually dodge my fists. You're not bad at making me back down, Li Shinqiu said with a smile, but his eyes were full of wariness. His strength was 3 bands approaching 4 bands, while this man in front of him was a solid 4 bands, and also still not a weak existence among the 4 bands. Humph. Su Yuan let out a low, gloomy laugh. Suddenly his figure flashed to rip through the air, clenching his fist and smashing it fiercely at Li Shinqiu, the terrifying power hitting the air with an ear-piercing sonic boom. In the face of such an attack, Li Shinqiu turned on his toes, aimed his back at the end of the corridor, and casually protected his arms in front of him. The moment the two collided, Li Shinqiu stomped his feet backward, unloading the force while flying backward through the other party's force. Not good. Su Yuan instantly realized that something was wrong, but by the time he tried to reach out to grab it, it was too late. Jump! Seeing that he was about to crash through the glass window in the hallway, Li Xinqiu yelled at the top of his lungs at the upstairs. Snap! Broken shards of glass sputtered outward like exploding water bubbles, glowing with glazed, stunning colors in the waning sun. At the same time, Li Qingxia, who had squatted on the 6th floor in advance, gritted her teeth and jumped down, landing squarely on Li Xinqiu's back. The two men's figures smashed straight down onto the roof of a small sedan like a graceful curve. Scared me to death, Li Qingxia touched her little heart in horror. It's not over yet, hold me tight. Li Xinqiu calmly looked ahead. There, two people, a man and a woman, stood, and at that moment, they were gazing at Li Xinqiu with a grim gaze. Is it also a top 3 band? The corner of Li Xinqiu's mouth had an arc. He roughly understood the strength of the two men with his own sixth sense, which was not too different from his own, in between. At this time, Su Yuan from the 5th floor walked to the window and looked at Li Xinqiu with a stern gaze. Li Xinqiu, why are you here? Poof. Li Xinqiu let out a light laugh. Do you really think that Intongji is oblivious? The moment the words fell, Li Xinqiu used absolute control to focus all the power of his entire body on his legs, and like a cheetah he scurried out, directly crossing over the pair of men and women and rushing towards the still unexplored mountain forest. Su Yuan, who was standing in front of the window on the 5th floor, turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye after hearing this, pointing in the direction Li Xinqiu had left and yelling, "All of you, go after me." Saying that, Su Yuan leapt down from the 5th floor and chased after the two in the direction they had left. Su Yuan had no choice. What the other party said could be false, but it could also be true. It was a gamble that could not be afforded. Chapter 33, Panties in the Water. The remnants of the sun scattered messily through the gaps in the leaves. Li Xinqiu carried Li Qingxia on his back as he weaved between the trees and mountains, sometimes turning left, sometimes turning right, sometimes jumping up, sometimes diving. Like an elusive ghost, it made those recovering behind them suffer. This kid is a monkey, isn't he? Why is he gone again? Where could he run to even if he could? The way down is not here. Su Yuan looked at the direction Li Xinqiu had left and commanded the two men around him. The two of you lead the group and close in on Li Xinqiu in a C-shaped encirclement. Remember, our goal is not to kill this kid, just don't let him go down the mountain, and drag it out until Lord Horseface opens the boundary, then we'll leave. Understood. The pair looked at each other and then each ran off to the side. In the middle of the mountain forest, Li Xinqiu's loud gasping breaths were dull as thunder, and a bead of sweat seeped out from his forehead. Little Chiozi, why are you running this way? Li Qingxia said with a confused look on her face. Li Xinqiu's gaze was deep, and he said in a smooth tone, "There's no surveillance over here, even if it exposes my resuscitators means, there's no harm in that. Second brother, use your nose to see where the air is wetter, and point me in the right direction. You don't think you want to fight a group of them, do you?" Li Qingxia's tone was appalled. How can you possibly fight them? You don't even know about their special abilities, how can you fight? The corners of Li Xinqiu's mouth hooked up as he sniffed, a scarlet glint flashing in his eyes. It's only interesting to seek wealth and riches and survive in desperate situations. If I pursue stability in everything, then how boring my road ahead should be. At this moment, there was not a trace of fear in Li Xinqiu's eyes, and the madness that had been suppressed in the deepest part of his being was completely exposed. In many cases he is rational, but rational also means repressed, and since certain things can no longer be solved by reason, let's be a lunatic. After hearing Li Xinqiu's words, Li Qingxia hesitated for a moment and said, 10 o'clock. Li Xinqiu nodded, stopped with a sharp break, and said to Li Qingxia, you run in the 2 o'clock direction. For what? Li Qingxia scratched his head. It's too inconvenient for me to take you with me. You run that way, I'll draw attention to you, and with your own powers, you won't have much problem surviving. Good luck. Li Xinqiu waved his hand and ran in the other direction, leaving Li Qingxia standing alone in a daze. After leaving Li Xinqiu returned to his normal speed, kicking down some big trees as he passed by. The huge commotion was like a guiding light in the mountain forest, attracting everyone's attention. After running for more than 10 minutes, the sky was slightly weary, like the sea's ghostly blue color outlawed the afterglow of the setting sun, and Li Xinqiu finally found a small stream that he had been longing for. The stream was not wide, not even 2 meters, and the depth of the water was even less than 1 meter, but this was already enough for Li Xinqiu. Extreme water. The supernatural ability, to put it bluntly, is to wantonly play with water, but the prerequisite is that there must be water, although Li Xinqiu himself can be transformed into water, but this is a little bit laborious. Simply put is that the use of more will be dizzy. Li Xinqiu threw his cell phone to the side of the grass, then jumped directly into the stream. The moment he entered the water, Li Xinqiu directly disappeared into the stream. with only the clothes on his body sticking to the riverbed askew. A few minutes later, Su Yuan hurried to the creek with dozens of people. "Brother Su, there are clothes in the water," a man shouted as he pointed at the creek. Su Yuan's gaze is like a sword, his body moves, and his 5 fingers probe out of the water like eagle claws, grabbing a panties? Su Yuan stared dumbfounded at the wet tweaked underwear in his hands, a hint of disgust flashed in his eyes and he threw it into the water. A group of people beside him also jumped into the water and pulled out all kinds of different clothing in the water, jackets, pants, socks, shoes. "These are Li Xinxiu's clothes. What is he trying to do? Even if he wants to escape down the stream, there's no need to even take off his underwear, right?" Su Yuan's eyes were puzzled, looking at the stream for a while, and then at the dark mountain road ahead. For a while he was a bit indecisive. "Big brother, let's continue to chase forward. Anyway, the rear is surrounded by our people. It's simply impossible for them to abscond out quietly. If there's any situation, isn't there still a walkie-talkie and a signal flare? And those who come across it can also call for help in time." Su Yuan nodded approvingly. "That's right, but we have to keep a few people in this place. I have a hunch that Li Xinxiu might come back to wear underwear." Li Xinxiu, who turned into a current and hid in the water, was speechless to the extreme in his heart. What kind of godly logic is this, Nima? But Seora was right, he did have to wear underwear later. After Su Yuan set up the deployment of personnel, he quickly left the place and ran deeper into the area, leaving only 3 people to stay here to monitor the clothes. Clothes still need to be monitored. Who's going to come back and get dressed when people are running away? A young man walks down to the stream and throws rocks into the river out of sheer boredom. "What the hell, press! Shoo shoo shoo!" At this moment, 3 drops of water shot out from the water surface. Not waiting for the 3 to react, the 3 drops of water penetrated their eyebrows with a pff sound. To this point, pawn. After the death of the 3, a current of water shot out of the water with the clothes floating on the riverbed, and in the twinkling of an eye, it transformed into the appearance of Li Xinxiu. Li Xinxiu looked at the wet clothes gently shaking. A water droplet will be his body floated up, fell around, the whole person returned to the previous refreshing appearance. After doing this, Li Xinxiu walked to a corpse, overhandedly stripped off the other party's security uniform and put it over himself, and disguised himself into the other party's appearance. "It should be quite similar." Li Xinxiu patted his face, and with a thought, he directly maneuvered the stream to roll the bodies of the 3 into the water, and crushed them into a bloody mist with a few bangs. A yellow beam of light swung between the shadows of the trees and the darkness of the mountains. Over 50 resuscitators carefully searched for Li Xinxiu's traces. The leader was the man from downstairs earlier. His name was Zhang Tong, a top 3 band resuscitator. Aha, help! In the middle of the silent mountain forest, a terrified cry for help suddenly rang out, approaching Zhang Tong's side at great speed. "On guard!" Zhang Tong raised his arm, and the revivers behind him immediately stopped in their tracks and nervously looked at the direction from which the sound came. Soon, a panicked figure rushed out from the mountains and forests. Seeing this, the crowd aimed their flashlights in the direction of the man, and his situation was completely exposed to the crowd. His clothes were torn and tattered, with large cuts everywhere and bright red blood flowing all over his body, just like a zombie in a movie, hideous and frightening. Isn't this Shui Daon? Chapter 34: The Surprise of the Calamity Waters. ISNT Shui Daon following Su. How did he become like this? It can't be that something happened to Su, right? Impossible, Su is a 4th ban. The crowd murmured in some panic, their already somewhat timid hearts becoming even more uneasy. Shui Daon's footsteps were getting closer and closer to the crowd, and when the distance was only a few dozen meters, he didn't know whether he was tripping or disengaged, but his whole body suddenly lunged forward, his whole face knocking on top of a rock. Ka-poof! Crisp bone-cracking sounds and sticky sounds of blood and flesh rang out, and by the time Shui Daon trembled and propped up the upper half of his body with his hands, that face had long since been bloodied and bleeding. After a few seconds, however, these injuries slowly recovered in front of the crowd, except for the blood on his face. "Help! Help!" Shui Daon stretched out his hand towards Zhang Tong, who was standing at the front. Seeing this, Zhang Tong flashed to Shui Daon and dragged him up. "Aren't you following Brother Su? How did you get yourself into this state? Where is Brother Su?" Shui Daon slowed down for a while before he told what had just happened one by one, but in only the first half was correct. The latter was completely made up by Li Xinxiu. That's right, the Shui Daon at this time is Li Xinxiu in disguise. Just as the 3 of us were watching over the underwear as Su had instructed, the man who was traveling with Li Xinxiu earlier suddenly jumped down from the tree and made a move on me at the drop of a hat. He is the 2nd Forbidden Heavens destroyer. The 3 of us combined are no match, and later. It was just me who escaped with my life. Speaking of this, Li Xinxiu lowered his head in shame. After all, being a deserter is not something honorable. Zhang Tong sniffed angrily and lifted his foot to kick Li Xinxiu to the ground. Idiot! Don't you have a walkie-talkie and a flare? Li Xinxiu pointed to his clothes in an aggrieved manner. When I took a break from the battle and wanted to use it, it was all broken. There was no way I could only run back to ask for help. Lead the way, the people in the back follow. Zhang Tong shouted at the top of his voice, and seeing Li Xinxiu still sitting still, he scolded, "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." Li Xinxiu was shaken as if he was frightened, and nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Oh. Well, I'll lead the way. After saying that, Li Xinxiu staggered to his feet and led the way for the crowd. This place is not far from the creek, but the premise is to take a straight line. If Li Xinxiu does not come to intervene, this group of people want to search for the creek, then up to spend more than 3 times the time. This was something Li Xinxiu couldn't allow. He had to rush to crush the group one by one before Su Yuan noticed the abnormality and awakened his third psychic ability before he could have a chance to fight. Under Li Xinxiu's leadership, the group soon arrived at the creek, and even after nearly 20 minutes, the air here still carried a faint smell of blood. Zhang Tong walked to the creek and observed the surroundings. A touch of doubt welled up in his eyes. Didn't you say that a fierce fight took place here? Why are there no traces of the fight here at all? Li Xinxiu was about to say something. A drop of water suddenly condensed in the air out of thin air. Swoosh sound directly pierced through the center of his eyebrows. With a bang, Li Xinxiu fell to the ground with wide eyes. The sudden change shocked everyone present. Even Zhang Tong, who was on the side, was no exception. Hey, what's wrong with you? Zhang Tong kicked Li Xinxiu with his foot, but Li Xinxiu didn't have any reaction. At this time, a reviver squatted down to ruffle the hair in front of Li Xinxiu's forehead, finally discovering a small hole in the center of his eyebrow. The pupils of the reviver who saw the scene shrank and raised his head to stammer, "This. He seems to be dead?" "Dead?" Zhang Tong squatted down, and when he saw the small hole in Li Xinxiu's forehead, his pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinpoint. How do you kill a man in front of your own eyes without realizing it? The next second Zhang Tong nervously shouted towards loudly, "On guard, defense formation." The 50 or so revivers immediately split into 10 teams, each team separated by a distance of about 15 meters, a distance that could take into account each team while avoiding total annihilation. But for Li Xinxiu, this is not useful, and he does not need to fight in close combat. Just lie on the ground to condense the moisture in the air into water droplets, and then aim and fire on the line. Lie down and do the job. The air on the field was becoming more and more oppressive, and the sound of the wind blowing the leaves and making clattering noises could make the crowd's nerves suddenly tense up. Silence was like the silence of death at the moment. The longer it dragged on, the more panicked the crowd became. They didn't know when someone was going to die again, and every second was unbearably agonizing. After a minute, someone finally couldn't take it anymore and whispered at Zhang Tong, "Brother Zhang, why don't we leave first? It feels like there's no one here either." Zhang Tong frowned and hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Well, let's leave here first and continue the search as planned." As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the crowd that were lifted up subconsciously relaxed, and it was at this moment that Li Xinxiu made his move. Phew! The imperceptible sound of breaking wind sounded, gently carrying away a few drops of crimson. A few of the revivals never managed to make their next expression before their smiles had faded and they collapsed on the wet dirt. Dead, another person dead. Before the man could finish his words, water droplets as dense as rain shot toward the crowd. The sound of breaking flesh rang out one after another on the field, and bright red blood fluttered like red ribbons against the wind in the night. Some people tried to block the water droplets with their arms, but it was simply futile. The water droplets were pervasive, and only Zhang Tong, the third ban, was able to resist them with ease. This attack, yes. Is that high-risk disaster 096 calamity water? Zhang save me, Zhang save me. How is calamity water here? Isn't he also a reviver? It's over, high-risk disasters are simply not something we can resist. For a while the field wailed and wailed, despair and fear spreading like a plague amongst the crowd. Watching the people around him fall one by one, Zhang Tong's eyes were wide with anger, and he was about to pull the flare in his arms when a half-meter wide water column stirred up from the water surface, rushing towards Zhang Tong like a giant dragon. In a hurry, Zhang Tong could not dodge. The water column bang sound, he flew out, along with his body flare and walkie-talkie were washed out. Bastard! Zhang Tong shouted furiously, getting up and trying to grab the other's flares, but he soon realized helplessly that the flares and walkie-talkies on the others had all been destroyed by the water droplets. A deep sense of powerlessness rushed right through his canopy. There was only one question in Zhang Tong's mind at the moment. Why does it make sense that a high-risk disaster would be here in ambush itself? Chapter 35, Final Request. Time passed by, and more resuscitators collapsed. Zhang Tong had tried to stand out and escape many times during this period, but every time just when he was about to succeed, a few water pillars would rush to the sky and press him back, leaving Zhang Tong in agony. Li Xinxiu, who was lying on the ground, was frowning tightly at this time, and didn't feel half joyful because of the success of the ambush. Why hasn't the third psychic ability appeared yet? Li Xinxiu asked towards himself in his mind. After thinking about it to no avail, Li Xinxiu separated a portion of his mind to start sleeping, and his consciousness entered the palace. The palace is still magnificent and bright, 12 wall carvings are still vivid. Li Xinxiu walked to a wall, and on that wall, there was a man with sword brows and starry eyes, a godly handsome man. The man in the wall carving, though having the likeness of a man, resembles not a man but a beast in some other parts. Two serpent-like beings hung from his broad earlobes, a hideous flame pattern crawled on his naked upper body, and his feet stepped on two mighty and unearthly divine dragons as he stood above the clouds, his eyes lowered as if he were scrutinizing something. Although it was not the first time he had seen this wall engraving, every time Li Xinxiu came here and saw this man, there was always an indescribable heaviness in his heart, just as if an ordinary person saw the federal president in general. It could not be said to be in awe, it was just awe. Li Xinxiu walked up and placed his hand on the wall carving, his eyebrows filled with confusion. Strange, obviously all the colors have been applied, why can't I feel the third alien ability? Didn't I awaken extreme water after all the colors were applied last time? Is it hard to have any changes this time? The process of awakening the extreme water was simple before. He awakened the extreme water a moment after he was thoroughly colored, without any fancy tests or anything. Li Xinxiu closed his eyes and searched for his omissions in the long river of memories, attempting to find the places he hadn't noticed when he awakened the extreme water. Meanwhile, basically all of the revivers in the outside world had perished, with only Zhang Tong standing alone. He looks to his left one moment, then panics and looks to his right the next, living like a little cutie who's had a heart attack. Like, Calamity Water, you come out, hiding in the shadows and killing people, are you worthy of your high-risk title? Zhang Tong shouted. 50 or so dead revivers scare you like this? A teasing voice came from behind Zhang Tong. Who? Zhang Tong turned around in shock, and suddenly, he froze in place as if he had seen some great terror. Beside the creek, Shui Daong, who was supposed to be dead, or to be precise, Li Xinxiu, who was dead in Zhang Tong's eyes, slowly stood up. Shui Daong, Aran. You supposed to be dead? Zhang Tong backed up in shock. Cut me down until I can't regenerate, and I'll naturally die. Li Xinxiu raised his arm and hooked his hand at Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong gulped and said in shock, what the hell are you and where is the disaster water? Li Xinxiu didn't answer the other party's question. Radiating cracks suddenly erupted from under his feet, and like a ghost in the dark night, he dodged to the top of Zhang Tong's head, clenching his fist and slamming it towards Zhang Tong's face. The terrifying wind of the punch blew the flesh on Zhang Tong's face like ocean waves flipping backward. It could be predicted that if this punch materialized, Zhang Tong was afraid that he would perish. Get out! Zhang Tong hissed like a wild beast, his fisted hand swelled up as if it had been injected with gas, and he smashed at Li Xinxiu without fear. Bang! Terrifying waves of air erupted from the center of the two, and the surrounding corpses and leaves surged in all directions. Die for me! Zhang Tong had a hideous grin on his face as his other hand struck Li Xinxiu's ribs in a tricky and vicious position. In the face of such a tricky attack, Li Xinxiu was calm as usual and lightly said one word, not. The moment the words fell, the sound of click, click, click of icing sounded from Zhang Tong's body. A layer of thin ice covered Zhang Tong's entire body as far as the naked eye could see, and even though this layer of thin ice was not harmful to Zhang Tong at all, it slowed down his speed by a beat. If you want to win a battle, you don't need to plan too much, you just need to be quick. At that instant, Li Xinxiu's left hand was in the form of a palm blade, tearing through the air and chopping at Zhang Tong's neck. Pust. The blood was like a splashed ink oil painting with a bloody luster in the cool moonlight. Zhang Tong's body fell straight down, only his head was lifted in Li Xinxiu's hand. It all seems very simple, but it's not really easy to do. In order not to waste time to end the battle quickly, Li Xinxiu had been attacking Zhang Tong with a column of water earlier, seemingly to stop the other party from leaving, but in fact the deeper purpose was to make the other party drenched, so that his ice elemental would have a place to use and be able to kill him in one hit. You're strong enough, it's numbing my arm. Li Xinxiu shook off his arm while manipulating the water droplets with his mind to keep hindering Zhang Tong's regeneration. Water element, ice element, eyebrows immortal. You. What the hell are you? Zhang Tong's voice trembled. He had never seen a reviver who had both powers and could still pass through his eyebrows and not die. I don't know, but if you have to hear an answer, miracle, I'm a miracle. Li Xinxiu pursed her lips. Miracle, Zheng Tong muttered, a self-deprecating smile on his face, the color in his eyes gradually dimming. Close to death, Zheng Tong instead became calm, no longer the previous crazy look. I'm asking you, what is the purpose of your coming here? Who is the strongest person? How many people have come? I can let you off if you say it properly. Li Xinxiu said sincerely. Let me go? Zhang Tong smiled miserably. Although I am a timid person, I am not a cutie pie. I hold so many of your secrets, how could you possibly let me live? A hint of surprise flashed in Li Xinxiu's eyes. Then you go to hell. Wait, I didn't say I wouldn't say it. I'll say it if you do something for me. Zhang Tong hurriedly shouted to stop Li Xinxiu. I don't have the free labor. Help me delete my phone's browser history, and the downloads and saves from Netflix. Delete it and I'll tell you, please. Before Li Xinxiu could finish his sentence, Zhang Tong interrupted him. Li Xinxiu was silent. After a few seconds he nodded and pulled out his cell phone from Zhang Tong's pants pocket. Password 13432, delete it. Zhang Tong said eagerly. Li Xinxiu shook his head and pulled out a flare from his bosom that had been prepared beforehand, pulling it off in front of Zhang Tong. Red points of light rushed into the night sky, gradually brightening until they overwhelmed the stars and the bright moon. Zhang Tong's eyes moved away from the flare and looked at Li Xinxiu incredulously. Are you crazy? Li Xinxiu smiled harmlessly and slowly spoke. Tell me all before they arrive, and if what you say doesn't satisfy me, or if you haven't finished by the time they get here. Li Xinxiu paused for a moment and waved Zhang Tong's cell phone in front of his eyes. Not only will I not delete what you've said, I'll also publish them on the internet, tell your family, friends, and teachers, and make you famous in the Federation. Zhang Tong, who heard this, turned white, and a large mouthful of blood flowed out of his mouth. Your password is 13,432, I remember it well, no need to repeat it, just a reminder, you're running out of time. Chapter 36, The Arrival of Antunes. Zhang Tong's pupils were constantly trembling, and channels of blood filaments crawled all over the whites of his eyes. If his eyes could kill, it was estimated that Li Xinxiu had already been beaten into a sieve. Even though Zhang Tong was gritting his teeth in anger, he still loosened his teeth. On the northern Yellow Mountain, there are now 2 recoverer forces from the No Man's Land. One is the Earth's Mansion where I am from, and the other is the New World, both of which are No Man's Land's leading level existences. Li Xinxiu raised an eyebrow. He did not expect that No Man's Land even has a force composed of resurrectionists, and there is also called the name of Hell. This Hell word is not the archaeological team from a piece of broken walls found in the phrase? However, Li Xinxiu did not look deeply into this and continued to listen to what Zhang Tong said. The reason why I came to North Yellow Mountain this time is because a few months ago the New World found a sealed weapon box in the Cursed Land in No Man's Land. You know what a Cursed Land and a sealed weapon box are, right? Li Xinxiu shook his head. I don't know. Huh? Zhang Tong's eyes were filled with surprise, but he still explained carefully. There are areas in No Man's Land where the rules are twisted for unknown reasons, such as drinking water doesn't quench your thirst, you have to eat dirt to do so, the faster you run the slower you go instead, and the slower you walk upside down the faster you go instead. I don't know if it was because of the twisted rules, but these places also spawned some beyond normal cognitive beings who were like the original inhabitants of this place, adapted to all the rules and had terrifying strength, which was the so-called Cursed Land. And the so-called sealing weapon box is a kind of special metaphysical artifact. Simply put, it is to store items, but can only store metaphysical artifacts. Once you close the lid of the sealing weapon box, you want to open it is not so easy. You must follow the rules of the sealing weapon box itself. For example, some sealing chests have the rule that they must be soaked in water for a year, and some have the rule that the chest must be hacked 10,000 times with a knife, in 1,000 different ways, and can only be opened after it is completed. Li Xinxiu came to a realization, so that's how it is. But there's something I haven't figured out. Why would a sealed weapon box appear in the Cursed Land? Eating the creatures of the cursed lands or some strange plant fruits can enhance the physical body. So many heavens fated travel to the cursed lands to seek enhancement. But the Cursed Land is blessed and cursed, and powerful heavens fate hold the risk of losing their lives, so if they are once faced with certain death, in order to not let their Xian weapons fall into the hands of the enemy, they will all put their Xian weapons into the sealing weapon box. Upon hearing this, the corner of Li Xinxiu's mouth hooked up, and his eyes in the darkness seemed to brighten by a few points. Interesting. So what are the rules of the sealed artifact box on North Huangshan Mountain? Zhang Tong said in a deep voice, killing 10,000 people in front of the box. The New World had already accomplished 4,000 people before that, and in order to accomplish this last 6,000 people, the New World approached us in the Hellmouth and proposed the idea of cooperation. Since we, the Earth's Mansion, have some energy in the 11th city, they proposed that the people from the Earth's Mansion organize this bonfire party, and they, the New World, will be responsible for completing the rules for sealing the artifact box. after which they will take away the arcane artifacts, and the corpses will all be returned to us. Li Shinqiu laughed softly. According to what you said, your hell doesn't need to contribute at all. It's good to sit back and enjoy the benefits, but look at this vast array of you. This is a fight. The ability of the arcane weapon is weird and unpredictable. My hell naturally wants to fight for it. This time, I'm not sure how many people have come from the new world for this operation. I'm not sure who the strongest person is, but I know something about the hell. It's close to 300 revivals. How many are above the third ban? Who is the strongest? What is their strength? What powers? The 3 bans are less than 10 at most. The person who is the strongest is called Horseface. Of course, this is just his code name. Exactly what powers and how strong he is, I'm not sure. I only know that he is very strong. A touch of awe flashed in Zhang Tong's eyes, and even his expression became a few points heavier. How does it compare to that big guy just now? Li Shinqiu's eyes were awe-inspiring. Su Yuan? Zhang Tong smiled disdainfully. One move is about right. The moment these words came out, Li Shinqiu's expression instantly froze. Su Yuan himself can't even fight against it head-on now, so how terrifying must this Ma Mian who can kill Su Yuan in a second with a single move be, and how can he seize the Xian weapon? Thinking of this, Li Shinqiu let out a long breath and stared into Zhang Tong's eyes. One last question for you, where is the satellite phone on North Huangshan Mountain? City 11, Immigration Gate. Black steel walls stood beneath the night sky, and above the walls, a dozen white beams of light fell across the quiet wilderness, warding off any revived beasts that might be around at any time. Windless. In the distant darkness came the sound of wheels rolling and scraping, the roar of the engine breaking the silence of the wilderness, the bright headlights rising and falling in the darkness. The soldiers on the ramparts noticed the heavily armored pickup truck and hurriedly verified it over the intercom. License plate number, UNC 53274, requesting verification. There was the sound of a keyboard clicking on the other end of the intercom, and it took a moment for the voice to come through. Verification complete, and Unification Division High-Risk Purge Operation Team 14, estimated arrival time 1814, current time 1812, meets requirements, has opened the first barrier, please verify identity. Roger. The soldier put away his walkie-talkie and hurriedly left with the other soldiers on the city wall. In front of the impenetrable city wall, the clanging and clanking sound of steel colliding suddenly rang out, and the 50-meter iron gates slowly moved towards the two sides, emitting a deafening roar. But instead of the highway of City 11 behind the iron gate, there was yet another iron gate. Between the two iron gates were countless holes that would fire bullets and missiles to precisely purge the enemy should there be any problems with identity verification. The sound of the pickup's engine came closer and closer, and soon it eased into the iron gates, stopping with a sharp brake right in the center. All persons on board are requested to step out of the vehicle and be verified. A horn sounded from all directions. The car door slowly opened. 2 men and 1 woman calmly walked out of the car. They wore uniform camouflage combat uniforms, stood upright, obviously did not do anything but gave a faint sense of oppression. The woman at the head of the group was called Night Spectre, 31 years old, a member of the 14th Operations Squad of the High-Risk Purge of the Unification Division, and also the person in charge of this operation. After some verification, the second iron gate then slowly opened, and the 3 of them drove their pickup trucks away from the entry-exit gates and disappeared into the vastness of the night. Meanwhile, at the intersection of the entry and exit gates, the jeeps of the Special Energy Division were parked on both sides of the road, and Gong Ran was waiting anxiously with a group of people. Secretary, the chief of the Immunity Division is here, but there don't seem to be many people here. A man said, pointing in the direction of the heavy-duty pickup truck. It's not the number of people that counts, say that less in the future. Gong Ran glared at the other party before leading the crowd to welcome them. The people who purged the 096 disaster water are here. Chapter 37, I'm going to kill you. North Yellow Mountain, by the creek. Bodies lay sprawled and stacked on the ground, and bright red blood pooled in numerous small red pools on the not-so-flat ground, reflecting the somewhat eerie bright moon. Li Shinqiu looked lazy as he sat and leaned against an old acacia tree, his fingers rhythmically tapping the pool of blood beside him, making snapping sounds as drops of blood slowly slid down his fingertips. Finally! Li Shinqiu's eyes were dark, slowly closing his eyes, motionless like a dead man. Right at this moment, a messy sound of footsteps came from the distance. More than 50 revivers rushed to the vicinity, and the young woman at the head of the group, Feng Qian, raised her arm to stop the crowd from advancing. All stop, don't go near the front. Feng Qian raised her arm and shouted in alarm. As the crowd's flashlight shone down on the creek, a chill ran up from the soles of everyone's feet and straight to the sky, and the atmosphere of fear spread quickly like the flu. Are all dead? How, brother? One of them instantly turned pale, his reddened eyes staring deathly at a corpse by the creek, his feet moving forward uncontrollably. The man standing beside him pulled him back, pointing at the corpses beside the creek and shouting in a cold voice, "You're crazy, can't you see how many people are dead there? My brother. Shut up and wait for Brother Su to come." Feng Qian shouted impatiently, "Whoever wants to die can go do so, I won't stop them." Under Feng Qian's voice, those with some mood swings gradually quieted down and looked around warily, waiting for Su Yuan's arrival. Feng Qian's eyes were heavy as she looked at the corpse by the creek, and her breathing was uncontrollably rapid. More than 50 resuscitators, including the top 3 forbidden Zhang Tong, died so silently, they couldn't even escape. Was this the work of the New World people, or was it Li Shinxiu? Li Shinxiu under the old acacia tree raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes, looking in surprise at the direction where Feng Qian and the others were. He had thought that the other party would come over in a hurry, but now it seemed that he had underestimated the other party's caution. "Since we can't ambush them, let's kill them." A faint scarlet flashed in Li Shinxiu's eyes as he slowly stood up holding onto the old acacia tree. The distance between the two parties was not far, and Feng Qian's group naturally heard the movement on Li Shinxiu's side. "Sister Feng, there seems to be someone there," someone said vigilantly. Feng Qian took a few steps backward while uttering the command, "Shine the flashlight over there." In an instant, countless white beams of light gathered on Li Shinxiu, and his figure was exposed to everyone's eyes without any cover. "Shui Daon? Sister Feng, that's Shui Daon, Su's henchman." A sharp-tongued man spoke out. "Why is he here? Isn't this Zhang Tong's team?" Feng Qian muttered to herself, then yelled at Li Shinxiu at the top of her lungs, "Shui Daon, come here." "Good." Li Shinxiu calmly responded, taking big steps and quickly walking to a position 10 meters away from the crowd. Just as he wanted to take a step closer, Feng Qian reached out and stopped him. Feng Qian scrutinized Li Shinxiu up and down, with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. "Let me ask you, what happened here earlier? Why were you the only one who survived, and how did they die?" Li Shinxiu pursed her lips and smiled, not saying a word while stepping towards Feng Qian. "What are you doing?" Feng Qian took a step backward. "I want to kill you all." Li Shinxiu's figure flashed, his terrifying speed lined up all the fallen leaves on the ground to the sides. Feng Qian's hair in front of her forehead had just fluttered up when Li Shinxiu's indifferent face disliked the front of her eyes, and a fist followed her like a shadow. Just as Li Shinxiu's fist was about to hit Feng Qian, she suddenly opened her mouth. "Move!" "Boo!" The sound of a crushing head rang out across the field, but it wasn't Feng Qian who lost his life, but a male reviver. Li Shinxiu put away his fists and turned his head to look at Feng Qian, who was standing a few meters away in shock. The sudden scene stunned the revivers present, and they all stepped backward, unawares. "Shui Daon, what are you doing?" Someone mustered up the courage to ask. Without waiting for Li Shinxiu to speak, Feng Qian spoke up first. "He's not Shui Daon, prepare to fight." After saying that, the space around Feng Qian seemed to distort for a moment, and in the next second a gust of fist wind came towards the back of Li Shinxiu's head. Li Shinxiu's waist exerted force, driving his entire upper body to move to the side, and the hair on his forehead brushed against Feng Qian's fist. "This alien ability of yours is a bit interesting. It can even switch body shapes with others. I almost got hit," Li Shinxiu said indifferently. If the other party was the type of long-range or large-area killing ability, Li Shinxiu would find it tricky, but he was not under any pressure in close-range combat. Although there was not much difference between the two men's strength and speed, their control of the body and deployment of power were worlds apart. "I hope you've been this relaxed." Feng Qian sneered, her double fist swung towards Li Shinxiu in succession like waves. Li Shinxiu at the moment was like a ship on the waves. Although it was shaking, it could always find a way out of the jungle. "What a powerful boxing style, move after move, it's really pleasing to the eyes," Li Shinxiu exclaimed, but these words fell on Feng Qian's ears as naked mockery. "What are you all waiting for? Strike together!" Feng Qian shouted. At this moment, she finally understood why Zhang Tong and the others were killed by the group. The alien ability of the person in front of her was disguise. This person first killed Zhang Tong by virtue of a sneak attack, and then went on to effortlessly kill the others. As for the identity of the other party, Feng Qian has also been clear. In addition to the New World, who else has the need to do so? "Humph, now that I've recognized your disguise, I'll see how you'll continue to remain breezy next," Feng Qian secretly said in her heart, and her handwork became faster and faster, utilizing her supernatural ability to continuously charge Li Shinxiu from all weird angles. This place was not as narrow as the hotel corridor. The siege of more than 50 people coupled with Feng Qian's occasional underhanded moves. Even though Li Shinxiu had absolute control over his body, he still suffered quite a few injuries. but for a reviver these injuries were not harmful at all. Wind blade, earth spike, fire scorch. One by one, the fancy alien energy kept piercing through Li Shinshou's thighs, arms, and chest cavity. But there was no expression of pain on his face, only an almost frantic excitement, a hand-to-hand feeling that fascinated him too much. The intense pain stimulated Li Shinshou's brain over and over again, and endorphins were secreted extremely fast in this situation, spreading his entire nerves, making his movements faster and faster and his observation more and more detailed. On the contrary, the revivers that surrounded Li Shinshou were getting more and more horrified and desperate the more they fought. Damn him, does this man have no sense of pain? Is he a robot? Even if it doesn't hurt, why is it getting faster? Are you high? It can't even hit the center of the eyebrow, this guy's head is loaded with motors. Just as Li Shinshou gradually gained the upper hand, Fengqian jumped into the air and twisted her hips drastically, bringing her calves to whip Li Shinshou's head like a long whip. Li Shinshou's gaze condensed, and the moment he had just raised his arm to block in front of his body, Fengqian's red lips slightly opened. Move. Chapter 38 Su Yuan's Arrival. Li Shinshou suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, and the space around him seemed like a pair of large hands, tearing him apart and reorganizing him. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was no longer on the ground, but in the air, holding his kick. That's right, Fengqian had exchanged positions with Li Shinshou using her supernatural abilities, and the two of them had already undergone a sea change in their offense and defense. Snap! Li Shinshou's whip-like smacked Fengqian's arm, but the attack only had the force of inertia, with no killing power to speak of. How are you going to hide this time? Fengqian's eyes flashed a hint of sinister. The arm that resisted Li Shinshou like an eagle's claw backhandedly grasped under his ankle and violently pulled it towards the ground. There was no borrowing point in the air, and Li Shinshou was like being bound by his hands and feet. There was no way to make a counterattack, which was Fengqian's purpose. Interesting. Li Shinshou raised his eyebrows and the corner of his mouth lifted up in an imperceptible arc. After Li Shinshou's head entered the range of Fengqian's attack, Fengqian's upper body leaned backward, and one leg was raised high in an instant, forming a straight line with her upper body, like a sudden rainstorm, pumping towards Li Shinshou's head with an unparalleled momentum. For a while, everyone's eyes revealed a look of excitement and anticipation, even Fengqian was no exception. It's going to work! Fengqian's eyes were filled with excitement, as if she had already seen Li Shinshou's head shatter into a watermelon. The moment they touched, Li Shinshou's head instantly cracked and exploded with a bang. But it wasn't blood that sprayed in the air, it was a clear splash of water. How did this happen? Fengqian's eyes widened as countless question marks surged in her mind. What's with this splash? Isn't this person in front of him an ability to disguise himself? How come he's now water again? Could elemental powers still transmute a body part into an elemental? How come she'd never seen that before? And most importantly, why does the body still move when the head is broken? But before she could think of an answer, drops of water shot out in all directions like bullets, and before the crowd had time to react, they were pierced through the center of their eyebrows and fell to the ground one after another. What the hell? Help, Sister Feng, help me! Those revivers who were lucky enough not to be killed outright shouted towards Fengqian, but at this time, Fengqian had long been entangled by Li Shinshou, and could only barely defend herself, let alone save others. This massacre was because everyone was very close to Li Shinshou, so in just a few seconds there were only two people left on the field, Li Shinshou and Fengqian. The high level of tension and physical and mental exhaustion had long overwhelmed Fengqian, and in the face of Li Shinshou's attack she was simply powerless to resist, and could only use her psychic abilities to continuously exchange positions with the corpses on the ground to stall for time and wait for Su Yuan's arrival. At this moment, Su Yuan was rushing towards the creek at great speed, leaving a trail of stumps under the moonlight, but in a minute or two he reached the place where the flare was launched. Upon seeing this tragic scene by the creek, Su Yuan's stout figure trembled violently, and the shock in his eyes seemed to coalesce into substance. Dead! How could it be dead? Su Yuan said in a trembling voice. The excessive shock even made him selectively ignore Fengqian, who was in the middle of a fierce battle. Upon seeing Su Yuan's figure in the distance, Fengqian shouted at the top of her voice as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, "Big brother Su! Big brother Su! Big brother Su!" It was only at the third shout that Su Yuan came back to his senses, but it was too late. When Fengqian began to call for help, her evasive rhythm has already appeared to break. Li Shinshou and finger through Fengqian's arms, snort poked Fengqian's eyebrows. Li Shinshou was about to retract his fingers, but after sensing the strong wind approaching from behind, his upper body bent downward. In the next second, a fist that seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds slashed against Li Shinshou's back, and the terrifying force directly cut through Li Shinshou's clothes, leaving a long bloody gully on his body. However, Fengqian wasn't so lucky. and her head was directly blasted into a bloody mist. Thump! Su Yuan smashed into the ground like a small mountain, the airwaves brought up by his power spread out, and the surrounding trees were shaken askew. I thought it would take a while for you to come, I didn't realize that you're quite fast for a big guy. Li Shinqiu ripped off the clothes hanging on his body, revealing a muscular, sculpture-like, perfect upper body. Su Yuan turned around with a gloomy face, suppressing the anger in his heart and asked, "Who are you and why did you kill my people? Didn't we just fight earlier? Why, don't you recognize me?" Li Shinqiu said with a smile, while reverting to his original appearance. Li Shinqiu? Su Yuan said incredulously, You killed these people? What's wrong, think I can't do it? Li Shinqiu cocked her head and stared at Su Yuan with a smirk. You're only 3 bands, you don't have the ability to kill them at all, so call out your accomplices. As he spoke, Su Yuan's eyes kept roaming around the surrounding shadows. The arm is in my own hand, if I am capable or not, won't you know if you try? As soon as the words fell, Li Shinqiu's eyes suddenly became stern, and he pounced out like a predatory python, his speed being a whole lot faster than it was originally, playing the domination of absolute control over power to the extreme. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed as he raised his elbow and rammed it straight up. Bang! A crash like a thunderous tremor resounded through the mountains, and the green leaves on the trees clattered toward the sky. After one unsuccessful blow, Li Shinqiu didn't dare to delay and put away his fists while lifting his knee and slamming it into Su Yuan's crotch, forcing Su Yuan to defend himself and giving Li Shinqiu a chance to get away. Dozens of meters away, Li Shinqiu looked at Su Yuan intently, his eyes filled with scorn. Although he could dominate his entire body, fighting was all about reactions, and how could a constantly deployed power be better than the actual 4 bands? No wonder Feng Qian was able to die in your hands, it's a bit of a skill. Su Yuan laughed hideously and rushed towards Li Shinqiu with his hands clenched into fists. The two of them tangled up in the mountain forest like wild beasts, and the fierce battle caused the trees around them to fall down, and a deep pit kept appearing. Su Yuan's attack became more and more fierce, and Li Shinqiu could only keep dodging in a lousy manner to avoid getting himself injured. Nowadays, Li Shinqiu's chances of wanting to win were slim, but not non-existent. Hiding the murderous knife in the shadows was the only way to have the possibility of defeating the strong with the weak. On the field, amidst the gray smoke, Li Shinqiu's entire body was like a fin on the surface of the sea as he rushed towards Su Yuan, that clenched fist emitting a deafening sonic boom. Stupid! Su Yuan revealed a wry smile, his small arm snapping at Li Shinqiu's wrist at a weird angle. Chapter 39, Strange Ways to Die. Click! Li Shinqiu's fist could not move in or out when it was still a dozen centimeters away from Su Yuan's face, and the other party's hands were like pincers deadening his wrists. How prudent! Su Yuan revealed a smirk of triumph. Li Shinqiu's face was as normal as ever, and he was about to turn his fist into a stream of water to penetrate Su Yuan's brow when the other party did something that left him baffled. Only to see Su Yuan clasp Li Shinqiu's palm with a flip, the two of them crossed their palms with 5 fingers just like that, and shouted, "Same life, open." In this instant, Li Shinqiu felt as if there was a trace of connection between himself and Su Yuan, as if there was a thread connecting him to the other party. After doing this, Su Yuan immediately drew back violently and stopped a few dozen meters away from Li Shinqiu. Li Shinqiu looked at the other party in confusion. Why aren't you fighting? Su Yuan shook his head mysteriously. Don't you even ask anyone to inquire about my powers before fighting me? Inquiring so clearly about the battle would be meaningless. Li Shinqiu said in a deep voice. In order to win this battle, he had devised several ways to win, but now that he hadn't even exposed the reviver or the extreme water, his opponent suddenly stopped fighting. Humph, you're all mine for an hour. My ability is called Same Life, which simply means that whatever you're hurt I'm hurt, and whatever I'm hurt you're hurt, and the effect lasts for an hour, which means you have to listen to me if you want to stay alive. A hint of smugness flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. In fact, he originally did not want to use his powers, but after seeing Li Shinqiu's strength, he suddenly got up this idea. 1 or 2 band revivers die when they die, the role they play is just slaughtering humans and searching for them, it doesn't matter, but the 3 band are different, they are all on a mission. Now that both of the 3 bands under his own hand are dead, the vacancy must be filled by someone. And this Heaven's Fate person in front of him, who could briefly resist the 4 Forbidden, was undoubtedly the best choice to fill the vacancy. Upon hearing this, Li Shinqiu realized what kind of medicine the other party was selling in his gourd. Recoverers could recover immediately from their injuries, but not the Heavenly Fate, and it was clear that Su Yuan was thinking of himself as a Heavenly Fate and wanted to threaten him with self-inflicted injuries. Thinking of this, Li Shinqiu laughed breathlessly. Then if I were to blow my own head off right now, would you have to die? Yes, but do you dare now obediently listen to me? After an hour I will return your freedom, otherwise you become disabled or die. You can't blame me for not giving you a chance. Su Yuan said in a cold voice. The corner of Li Xinqiu's mouth twitched. For a moment he didn't know what to say, then he placed his finger against his brow in front of Su Yuan. I'll give you a chance to live, tell me everything you know and I can let you live. What did you say? As if he had heard some heavenly joke, Su Yuan similarly put his hand to his heart. I'll give you a chance as well, do as I order later and I'll give you a chance to live. I'm not like you, I won't die even if I pierce my own brow. Are you sure you want to gamble with your life? Li Xinqiu spoke kindly. I'll bet you don't dare, you have the ability to die with me, talking big here has. Pust. Without waiting for Su Yuan to finish his sentence, Li Xinqiu's fingertips shot out a stream of water that penetrated his own brow. At the same time, a small bloody hole appeared on Su Yuan's head. The difference was that Li Xinqiu's hole quickly recovered, while Su Yuan fell down sadly, those eyes staring at Li Xinqiu in death, as if saying why. Li Xinqiu walked up to Su Yuan and said helplessly, I've said that I won't die if I run through my eyebrows, why don't you believe me? Put. Su Yuan's face turned red and sprayed a large mouthful of blood, then his head tilted completely dead. Li Xinqiu couldn't help but laugh at this ridiculous scene, and squatted down to rummage through Su Yuan's body to find a satellite phone. After fumbling around a bit, the number for the Special Energy Division was called. Hello, this is City Special Energy Division 11. A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, yes. I'm looking for you guys. Li Xinqiu's words were urgent, and the words were as flustered as possible. Don't get excited, have you encountered a reviver? Please tell me your exact location and we'll send someone to purge it right away. I met the calamity water, no. Is that I saw it? I saw the calamity water and a whole bunch of revivers, you guys come quickly, you guys come quickly. Li Xinqiu stuttered. What? The voice on the other end of the line immediately tensed up. Are you sure what you saw was 096 calamity water? It's not just calamity water, there are many, many revivers, and they're all gathered at the top of North Yellow Mountain. Okay, just calm down for a second, can you approximate? Zigzag. Before the woman could finish her sentence, the satellite phone emitted a current that sounded like a short circuit and no more sound came out. At the same time, the original deep night sky seemed as if it was drenched in blood, all the moons and stars took on some blood-colored scarlet, as if there was a canvas covering the entire summit of North Huangshan Mountain. However, if you look at it from outside North Yellow Mountain, the summit is as peaceful and serene as ever, with no changes whatsoever. Li Xinqiu's eyes were deep as he threw the satellite phone on the ground and stomped it into crumbs. Before he could make his next move, a noisy ear-shattering sound like a tsunami rose and fell in the distance, and although Li Xinqiu couldn't hear exactly what was being shouted, he could clearly feel the fear that came over him. Li Xinqiu knew that it was the bonfire that had started the killing, and it was the hysterical shouts of several thousand people that made such a commotion. So fast? Li Xinqiu's brows furrowed slightly as things happened somewhat unexpectedly fast. According to what he originally thought, since it was said on TV a few days ago that the Unification Division would come to deal with the disaster water, the people from the other side might have reached City 11 by now, and since they could be sent to purge the high-risk disaster, they must be very strong. If he himself told the Special Energy Division about the trail of calamity water, and the people from the Immunity Division came to North Yellow Mountain, he might be able to hold back the experts of the Earth and the New World, and he would have a chance to fish in troubled waters. But now the killings were coming too fast. Maybe before the people from the Unification Division came, these two forces would take their Xian weapons and leave. This was something Li Xinqiu did not want to see. I hope there aren't enough people to make 10,000. Li Xinqiu secretly prayed in his heart, if the number was less than 10,000, these revivals would surely have to send people to capture humans again, and he might be able to delay and stall in the midst of it, and in the meantime, get a righteous image to shape his external persona. Crunch! From the shadows in the distance came the sound of a branch being stepped on. Li Xinqiu turned his head to look, only to see Li Qingxia standing timidly behind a tree. Xiao Xiao. Shuozi. This is all you're doing? Li Qingxia looked at the corpses all over the ground, her vocal cords like falling home, her voice broken and breathless. Second brother? Li Xinqiu frowned slightly, why are you here? Li Qingxia swallowed her saliva and stood out holding the tree a little bit. I heard this side of the movement, so I was a little worried. And came over afterward. Li Xinqiu's eyes were cold, but according to your speed, you shouldn't have come so fast. Chapter 40, The Gears of Destiny. The air between the two men went a few degrees colder at these words. Li Qingxia slightly froze, the look was a little overwhelmed. I just ran over, it's this kind of speed maybe it's related to my supernormal ability, so I took some shortcuts. Li Xinxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. What time did you go in the direction after we separated? Just 2 o'clock like you said, why? Li Xinxiu was silent for a moment as he sniffed, narrowing his eyes and carefully sizing up Li Xinxia. If the other party had gone in the direction they said, they would have heard the commotion and wanted to rush over at least 10 minutes later than now. But there was also a possibility that Li Xinxia hadn't even gone in the direction he said he was going in, so he could arrive so quickly, but he was only a first ban. How could he have escaped the search of these revivals? It didn't make sense. Thinking of this, Li Xinxiu revisited his second brother. Are you killing your eyes? Why are you staring at me like that? I'm your brother, you can't mess around. Li Xinxia hugged herself tightly and carefully stepped backward. Li Xinxiu blankly glanced at the other party. If I were to kill Red Eyes, would you still be able to stand here peacefully? After saying that, Li Xinxiu bent down and lifted Su Yuan up single-handedly, biting down on the other party's neck and sucking the other party's blood with a big mouthful. Su Yuan's sturdy body dried up at this moment at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xiao Qiu Zi. You. Li Xinxiu looked at Li Xinxiu in shock. After sucking Su Yuan's blood, Li Xinxiu let go of the other party's dried-up corpse, reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, I've spilled too much blood in this place to be able to trace me if someone suspects me and gets my hair or otherwise checks the DNA, so I have to break the second ban to change the genes. As Li Xinxiu spoke, he lifted his leg and kicked a corpse in front of Li Xinxia. Second brother, you should drink some too, after all, human blood is quite expensive to sell outside. This. Li Xinxia didn't know for what reason, standing still. This isn't much different from what you normally drink, it's just a little fresher. If you feel that you mind, then forget it. Li Xinxiu said indifferently, then walked over to Feng Qian's corpse and lifted the other party up with one hand. But this time he didn't go straight to the mouth, but closed his eyes as if adjusting to something. After drinking Su Yuan's blood, his body was already in a saturated state, and the raging life energy was moisturizing every cell, slowly enhancing all physical functions. Li Xinxiu could clearly feel that he was only one step away from the qualitative change of the second ban, a step he could have crossed by waiting, but Li Xinxiu didn't have the time. He chose to use more life energy to break through the shackles of his body. Li Xinxiu took a deep breath. The taste of having your whole body cracked open shouldn't hurt very much. Li Xinxiu grinned and opened his mouth to bite on Feng Qian's neck. Red blood gurgled out of the carotid artery, followed Li Xinxiu's throat into his stomach, and then transformed into life energy surging towards the limbs and bones of his body. In an instant, Li Xinxiu's eyes became blood red in the twinkling of an eye. His body couldn't stop trembling, tearing, and writhing sounds resounded within him, and it was as if there were dense centipedes swimming back and forth underneath that white skin. Li Xinxiu had never experienced this kind of pain before. He felt as if he was now lying on a bed full of needle tips rolling back and forth, his body constantly being penetrated, torn apart, and constantly intensifying. But even so, Li Xinxiu didn't shout. He let go of Feng Qian and walked alone towards the middle of the mountain forest, while shouting towards the back without looking back, I'm going to go find something. Second brother, wait for me here. Okay, be careful. Li Xinxia shouted with concern. After Li Xinxiu completely stepped into the shadows, his body suddenly looked like a broken porcelain doll, being covered in fine blood marks all over his body, with bright red blood slowly flowing out along the marks. With Li Xinxiu's next step, his leg, like mud mixed with water, fell apart, and the whole person who had lost his support fell to the ground with a bang, like a puddle of mud, and the whole person was wrapped in boundless pain. But fortunately, Li Xinxiu had destroyed his tear ducts and vocal cords in advance, so there was no crying and no sound occurred, and in the darkness, all that could be seen was an inhumanly shaped batter boiling like boiling water. Beside the creek, Li Xinxia strolled among the corpses with his hands in his pockets, his idle posture a far cry from earlier. Surprisingly, I really killed them all. I should have known that I wouldn't have come over. I don't know if he would have suspected me. Li Xinxia tapped her chin rhythmically with her fingers. After pondering for a while, Li Xinxia smiled helplessly. It's just a matter of listening to God's will. After saying that, Li Xinxia took a step, and by the time his footsteps fell again, Li Xingxia's figure had already come to a position 100 meters away to sit quietly, waiting for Li Xinxiu to move towards the next step in a step-by-step manner. From the time the name Li Xinxiu appeared, the gears of fate had already turned quietly. If Li Xinxiu had been able to remain skeptical about everything, he might have been able to see things like who called himself to the door of the 4th senior high school, who pointed to the wrong floor, who got the part-time job, and who made him see that snooper on the bus. North Huangshan Campfire. If 10 minutes ago, this is everywhere is laughter, but now the time is in 10 minutes, this is a river of blood, as far as the eye can see are broken limbs. A group of resuscitators in security uniforms searched the square for humans playing dead. Two men stood opposite each other in front of a roaring bonfire, and in the center of the two men stood a wooden chest, on the front of which was a series of numbers with blood on them, 9413. One of the men had a dull complexion, with dry, cracked lips and bloodless bare skin, while the other was well built and always wore a faint smile on his face. Horseface, it was agreed that we, the New World, would be in charge of this operation, but your hell is so enthusiastic that you transferred over 200 revivers at once, and came with such an expert like you. Isn't this for fear of any accidents, and moving thousands of corpses at once? It's easy to move with more people. The man with an obscure face responded with a smile. If it's just carrying corpses, then why did your people follow when our people went to other places to search for surviving humans? Shen Yuangua's pupils deepened a few points. Isn't this for fear of any accidents? Horseface smiled, his eyes filled with softness and friendliness. That's a good point. Is it true that you've expected something to happen to our people in North Yellow Mountain? I'm not sure about that, but I think if you guys leave now, maybe this accident won't happen. So what if we don't leave? Shen Yuangua's eyes lowered. Then I can't guarantee you'll get out of here alive. Horseface cocked his head with an oozing smile and drew a horizontal sword from his waist, sticking it next to the wooden crate. Chapter 41, The Heated Battle at the Northtop Hotel. The two who were fighting did not know that the Special Energy Division and the Unification Division had already learned about the situation over here because of Li Xinxiu's phone call, and had already formulated a battle plan. Compared to the middle of the downtown, the empty mountaintops were the comfort zone of the Special Energy Division, and while they were not strong in individual combat, these were things that could go to make up for with hot weapons. After all, revivers are carbon-based creatures. Even if they are strong, 1 or 2 banned bullets can push across, 3 banned bullets can resist, and then missiles. If missiles don't work, then it's a matter of the entongshire. Near North Yellow Mountain Creek. In the shadows where the moonlight could not penetrate, Li Xinxiu put on the clothes of a dead body and walked out from it like a normal person. Shrinking under the tree, Li Xinxia immediately got up and jogged over after seeing Li Xinxiu's figure. Little Chiozi, do you know that leaving a first ban reviver in a place like this is a very dangerous thing to do? Li Xinxia ran forward and deadlifted Li Xinxiu's arm. The mountain forest is basically dead except for those few revivers around Suyuan who don't know where they went, so what are you afraid of? Li Xinxiu pushed Li Xinxia away in disgust. If I want to be as strong as you, can I be afraid? Li Xinxia paused for a moment. By the way, did you kill all these people? Li Xinxiu swept a glance at the corpses all over the ground and nodded. You've seen all of my supernatural abilities on the video. It's easy to deal with these below the 3rd ban, and upwards you'll have to do it yourself. Li Xinxia sucked in a mouthful of cool air. I dunno, the hell are you really a human being? How did you quietly become so powerful? When you eat more, you naturally become stronger. Let's go out and check the situation. Li Xinxiu patted Li Xingxia's shoulder and took the first step towards the outside of the mountain forest. Seeing this, Li Xingxia hurriedly followed. What are we going to do? And, Xiao Qiuzi, how did the sky turn red? North Yellow Mountain is a flat-topped mountain that serves as a tourist mecca for City 11, with many large hotels and campgrounds. But because of the proximity of no man's land relationship did not build base stations, no network reason to dissuade a large wave of young people, but this does not affect the splendor of the sunrise, the afterglow of the sunset. Every night at 6 or 7 o'clock, the barbecue area will spread the aroma of meat bubbling with oil. Stir-fry restaurant customers are always endless, and there are always couples holding hands on the side of the road to press the road. But it all broke down this night. The glass of the frying house was a bloody handprint, the cars on the road were piled up side by side, and every now and then you could hear a woman's cries for help from her car and the sinister laughter of the resuscitators. It's no accident that the majority of recoverers have a moral bottom line in their hearts that collapses when they are abandoned by the law. It's inevitable. Under the frequently flickering streetlights, Li Xinxiu slowly stepped out of the shadows. After leaving the mountain forest with Li Xingxia, the two of them went to the place where the bonfire party was held in company, after which Li Xingxia saw the numbers on the wooden crate through her own supernatural ability, which also allowed Li Xinxiu to see a glimmer of hope. The weapon sealing box had not been opened yet. He still had a chance. He might be able to compete for the so-called Xian weapon if he himself could delay until the people from the Unification Division lured those two away. As for whether the other party would just take the box and run, Li Xinxiu couldn't say for sure, but it was better to try than to look, just in case it worked. There was only one thing he needed to do nowadays: delay the opening of the sealer boxes, simply put, stop the speed at which the recoverers were searching for humans. On the empty street, Li Xinxiu walked to a small car that kept rocking with his hands in his pockets. Through the car window, Li Xinxiu clearly saw that a young recovering man was trying to coerce a childish-faced girl by forceful means, and the sound of tearing clothes and cries inside the car were rubbed together, which was particularly harsh. Li Xinxiu saw the situation and shook his fist directly bang smash through the car window. opened his fingers and grabbed the reviver's collar and dragged it out, and threw it on the ground ruthlessly. "Io, are you ing?" Before the young man could finish his words, Li Shinxiu stomped on the young man's arm and broke it. Ah! The intense pain instantly caused the young man's face to become hideous as he struggled on the ground. The girl in the car covered her clothes tightly, biting her lips and looking at Li Shinxiu excitedly. A teardrop slipped from both her cheeks. Li Shinxiu? Li Shinxiu turned his head. "You know me?" The girl wiped her nose in excitement and nodded. I have seen you on television." "Aha!" Li Shinxiu casually responded, then placed his gaze on this reviver. "I'm asking you, where did your large army go?" "Are you from the New World?" the youth asked through clenched teeth. "I'll ask you for the last time, where did your large troop go? If you don't tell me, go to hell." Li Shinxiu raised his foot and directly stepped on the youth's face. "Asshole!" The youth's hands changed into wolf claws and rushed Li Shinxiu's crotch. "Careful, he's got sharp claws," the girl exclaimed nervously. In the face of the youth's claw attack, Li Shinxiu's toes slightly exerted force. Bang sound stepped on the youth's head, the other party's arm also at this moment weakly hanging down. Li Shinxiu had now broken through to the second ban, and his true strength was on par with the fourth ban if he used all his means. The fifth ban could barely fight, and a first ban reviver was no different from an ant to him. "You?" The girl leaned toward the car with some trepidation at the sight. Having lived in peace and quiet, she had never seen such a scene. Li Shinxiu turned his head to look at the girl. "Do you know if you know where there are places nearby where survivors gather?" "There is our first senior high school is divided into classes in order to go to the bonfire. Behind me there are 2 other classes still staying in the hotel," the girl said timidly. "The first senior high school?" A trace of imperceptible remembrance flashed in Li Shinxiu's eyes. He hadn't heard the name of his alma mater in a long time. Meanwhile, the North Top Hotel, 1,000 meters away from this place. Several buses were blocked across the gate, and a dozen or so vigilantes were half crouched inside the buses, shooting continuously through the windows at the recoverers at the gate. "Shi Mingyue, come back quickly, we're running out of bullets." Wu Shan, the magistrate who was lying behind the car window, shouted at the top of his voice, while holding his pistol and continuously firing, assisting Shi Mingyue, who was struggling furiously with the reviver. At the entrance of the North Top Hotel, a dozen or so resuscitators surrounded a youth with a clean-cut appearance, and this person was none other than Shi Mingyue. At this moment, Shi Mingyue was in a very bad state. His face was pale, and the clothes on his body were scratched into a strip and hung diagonally on his body. Even though he was maneuvering 2 second ban revivers, he was still unable to defeat the siege of a dozen revivers. "Good boy, a ban can actually hold so many of us. He can't carry it anymore, step it up, when it's killed, everyone inside is ours." The more the revivers fought, the more excited they became. The attacks enveloped Shi Mingyu like a rain curtain, and although the bullets from the vigilantes could help Shi Mingyu share the pressure a bit, they could only share it, they couldn't do anything to solve it. "Captain, I'm out of bullets." Zhu Cheng pressed his finger on the unresponsive trigger and looked at Wu Shan in panic. "If we don't have bullets, we can use the things on the car to smash them. Shi Mingyue doll is at the front, we can't retreat." Wu Shan gave the order with red eyes. "Yes." Zhu Cheng answered loudly. Just as the situation was getting worse, a clutter of dense footsteps came from the back of the bus. Chapter 42, A Good Death. 70 to 80 young-looking teenagers ran out of the hotel building, each of these teenagers carrying a bag full of sharp miscellaneous items such as picture frames, broken mirrors, and shattered teacups. "Grandma, do you really think we're soft? Let's all go together." "Just a few dozen revivers, so many of us are afraid of them?" "Anyone who can shoot the ball well smashes it into the head of the recoverer, and anyone who can't shoot well smashes it into his body. We can all live through this difficult time, but if we don't, it's death, and no one should try to leave themselves open to it." Running in the forefront of a few people shouted loudly toward the back, a time the mood of a group of somewhat depressed have raised their heads, the fear in their eyes are more or less faded a few points. Wu Shan scrunched his head behind the car window at the sound and turned his head behind him. "Are you crazy? All of you go back and hide." In the face of Wu Shan's scolding, the teenagers didn't choose to retreat, rushing into the bus one by one and squeezing towards the broken windows. Soon the empty compartments were packed with people, and all sorts of miscellaneous items were thrown out of the windows and smashed into the revivers at the gates. "This." Wu Shan was speechless and looked at a middle-aged woman with round frames who was crouching beside him. "What are you up to? A teacher who doesn't protect her own students and leads the charge. What do you think you're doing leading an army into battle?" The middle-aged woman blankly glanced at Wushan and grabbed the pieces of glass in her bag and threw them towards the window while speaking. If you guys can purge these revivers, would I have to bring my students out? Wushan sniffed. His face was instantly suffocated red. He did not say anything, silently gripped the pistol and continued to shoot. With the addition of these students, the situation has finally eased. Damn it, you guys go take care of the people in the bus. The leader of the revivers shouted at a few revivers around him. Upon hearing the order, those 4 revivals rushed through Qi Mingyue's defense line under the cover of the others, their feet flying towards the bus. Get back here. Seeing this scene, Qi Mingyue's face turned white, and like a brute bull, he crashed straight into the body of a recovered person, with both knees on top of the other person's chest cavity, and crushed underneath him with a bang. When he was about to get up and charge at those revivers, a foot kicked from the side. Qi Mingyue couldn't dodge in time, and was directly kicked and sent flying to 10 meters away, smashing into the street lamps on the side of the road. Only to hear a click sound, the street lamp directly broken, falling from high altitude, with flashes of electricity will just support the body of Qi Mingyue smashed back to the ground. Qi Mingyue. Zhu Cheng in the car turned white, pulled out the dagger at his waist, jumped out of the car window like a fish, and landed on the ground in a sorry state. He took a deep breath and leered as he rushed towards the few revivers that were rapidly approaching towards the bus. Zhu Cheng, are you crazy? Wushan clenched his fist and slammed it into the seat, then also jumped out of the car window following Zhu Cheng's lead. Get out of the car if you don't have bullets for your pistols. The few vigilantes in the car glanced at each other, a hint of determination flashed in their fearful eyes, drew their daggers and jumped out of the car window, following Wushan's steps and rushing towards the 4 resuscitators. Get out! When Zhu Cheng was still a few meters away from the frontmost reviver, he took an arrow step and thrust his dagger diagonally into that reviver's brow with a reverse grip. However, his speed was still too slow compared to the reviver of the first ban, and that reviver easily dodged Zhu Cheng's attack with just a sidestep. By the time Zhu Cheng reacted and tried to raise his arm to stroke down, his wrist had already been clasped by that reviver's hand. Cootie! You're not worthy to fight me? The reviver revealed a disdainful smile, 5 fingers forcefully towards the back of a brake, only to hear a click sound. Zhu Cheng's palm directly parallel to the small arm, red blood from the bloody fracture sprayed out. Uncle Zhuziai! Pressed under the streetlight, Qi Mingyue shouted. He was about to use his mind to manipulate those 2 revivers to rescue them when a hot stream suddenly surged out of his throat. Qi Mingyue's face flushed red and a mouthful of blood spewed out, losing his control over those 2 revivers. Stop fighting, it's me. The besieged reviver snapped, and the other revivers stopped their hands at his words, aiming their gazes at the bus. Damn it, cripple them all, just leave your breath. The leader of the reviver gave an order, and a dozen revivers rushed out like lightning. Wushan and the others were like tofu, instantly routed and knocked to the ground. For a while, the wailing on the bus continued, and the sound of bones breaking was endless. The 2 revivers that were manipulated by Qi Mingyue earlier did not rush towards the bus, but slowly walked up to Qi Mingyue and looked at him condescendingly. Cough. Qi Mingyue coughed up several large mouthfuls of blood and raised his eyes to look at the 2. Brat, did you have a good time just now? Did you enjoy manipulating us? One of them laughed hideously, grabbing Qi Mingyue's neck and ripping him hard out from under the streetlight pole. Kill if you want to, where's all the nonsense? Qi Mingyue's voice was weak and feeble, and a trace of undetectable anticipation flashed in his eyes. He'd had a lot of people he cared about in his life, but one after the other, they'd all gone. His best friend died, on a bridge. His father died, on his way to seek justice for Auntie Suyu. His grandfather died, too, of unaffordable medical bills. This time's desperate resistance was actually not because Qi Mingyue had such a noble character, it was just that he was a bit tired. You don't want to live a little longer, so I'll make it happen. That reviver gave Qi Mingyue a cold look and lifted his leg towards Qi Mingyue's head and stomped on it. This is also considered to be what Grandpa said on his deathbed about dying a good death. Qi Mingyue pursed his lips and slowly closed his eyes. A breeze brushed by, and in a trance Qi Mingyue smelled the shabby and cozy smell of the silo. Boo! Blood-colored fireworks bloomed at this moment, and a bit of wetness splashed onto Qi Mingyue's face. Qi Mingyue tremblingly reached down and touched his face, putting his wet fingers to the tip of his nose. A fishy odor went straight to his head. Qi Mingyue let out a light suspicion and lifted those eyes that had long since stopped trying to open. He saw it, and even though his vision was obscured by the blood on his eyelashes, Qi Mingyue clearly saw the headless corpse standing in front of him. The lifeless resuscitator slowly tilted and fell to one side, and a youth with half his face in shadow appeared behind that corpse. The dim streetlight illuminated the youth's eyes, deep as if they could hide all emotions. This person was no other than Li Xinxiu, the same Manhwa from 2 years ago. Manhwa? Qi Mingyue's voice was like a mosquito, and his pupils couldn't stop dilating. Chapter 43, Why Retreat? Li Xinxiu's eyes were lowered, and there was ice cold in his eyes. To take cowardice and weakness as a good thing to die for, I've never heard of it, it's really ridiculous. The second prohibited recoverer standing on the side looked at the headless corpse on the ground for a while, and looked at Li Xinxiu for a while, and his legs couldn't help but start trembling, and he fell directly to the ground with a softness in his feet. This ing too fast, they just saw a black shadow beside the companion directly to the west. This also play a hairline. You. Without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Li Xinxiu kicked the other party's head, and his terrifying speed made this second ban recoverer not even look at it, and could only perceive a black shadow coming at him head-on. Boo! Blood flew across the room. The sound of the explosion quickly attracted the attention of the other revivers, and for a moment all of them coincidentally stopped the movements of their hands and stared at Li Xinxiu with wide-eyed death. This? Li Xinxiu? Wu Shan, who was lying on the ground, looked stagnantly at the direction where Li Xinxiu was, and there was a hint of fluctuation in his eyes, which were as lifeless as a dry well. A single word startled 1,000 waves, and the moment the 3 words Li Xinxiu were uttered, no matter if it was a reviver or an ordinary person, they all associated it with Li Xinxiu, the current demonic fate of City 11 at this moment. The one who shattered the energy measuring body with a single blow, the man of the hour for this energy measuring day. It's really him, I've seen him on TV reports. Li Xinxiu of the Extreme Body Department, we're saved. Those humans who had fallen into despair cheered. On the contrary, those revivals were in a daze, and in those eyes was undisguised fear. The second ban was directly seconded. What's the difference between going up with this ban and giving away food? On the side of the road, Li Xinxiu pinched up the corner of her coat and wiped the blood that was stained on her palm, and without looking at her, she said towards Qi Mingyue, "My name is Li Xinxiu, don't call me by the wrong name next time." After saying that, Li Xinxiu then turned to look at the revivers at the hotel's main entrance, his stern gaze cutting across each and every one of their faces like a sharp knife, causing the fear in their hearts to grow even greater. You. Don't come over. A male reviver grabbed a girl beside him who was covered in blood and held her in front of him. "Let me go or I'll kill her. Back up to that intersection over there. Do what we say or no one lives." Seeing this, the other revivals did the same, grabbing those who had become crippled to block themselves, looking at Li Xinxiu with a scornful expression. "Help me, I don't want to die yet. I have such good grades, how can I die here? Big brother save me. Teacher, quickly tell Li Xinxiu to move back." The people being held hostage were so scared that they cried out for help, and the timid ones had even become snotty. Everyone is afraid of death. Who's not afraid of death? Seeing Li Xinxiu standing still, a reviver shouted sternly, "Retreat, didn't you hear me? What are you still standing there for?" Wu Shan braced himself with difficulty and shouted excitedly, "Li Xinxiu, listen to them and move back, we can't let these children die here. Yes, human lives are at stake, count on me to beg you, these children are innocent." The middle-aged woman also begged. "Retreat?" Li Xinxiu slowly walked to the position directly in front of the gate. "Why should I retreat, letting the tiger return to the mountain for the sake of the lives of a small number of people, thus causing more innocent people to lose their lives in the tiger's mouth? This is not a good choice." As soon as these words came out, the face of the reviver who was originally showing joy suddenly froze and looked at Li Xinxiu with a horrified expression. The middle-aged female teacher sniffed and scolded, "Are you crazy, these children? Shut up." Li Xinxiu scolded in a cold voice, a faint chill surging out from his surroundings, frightening the female teacher into a shiver, not daring to speak again. "I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. One is to release these people and I'll leave you alive, one is not to release them and I'll blow your heads off." Saying that, Li Xinxiu raised his arms and stretched out 10 fingers, which fell down one by one in the cold and chilly wind. The resuscitator first froze when he heard this, and immediately reacted a moment later. "Wait, calm down a bit, let's discuss this. Why must we fight and kill? Yes, these kids still have a great youthful life ahead of them, it's not worth dying here. Do you realize you're going to get cyberstormed for doing this? Don't ruin your reputation because of us." The resuscitators panicked, and one by one, they tried hard to persuade them. If a Heaven's Fate person comparable to the top 3 forbidden ones was determined to kill himself, it would be useless even if he ran his legs off. 5 seconds left, think fast. Li Xinxiu lowered his arm and bent down to pick up an iron soup spoon from the ground while coldly saying, 3 seconds. "Wait, just listen to me weasel my way out of this one, Not a chance." A cold aura flashed in Li Xinqiu's eyes, the ground under his feet instantly shattered into the appearance of a spider's web, and his entire body flashed out as a ghost, his terrifying speed ripping through the air and bringing up a violent blast of wind, completely breaking the tranquility of the night. Before the reviver standing at the front could react, his head was smashed to pieces by the spoon in Li Xinqiu's hand, and blood mixed with white sticky substance splattered on the slow down sign at the entrance. Boom boom boom. The cracking sound kept ringing, the revivers only heard their voices, but did not see their people, looking at their surrounding companions inexplicably and suddenly died. These revivers completely panicked, throwing down the hostages in their hands and desperately running in all directions. But it was all in vain. Li Xinqiu was like the god of death in the night, effortlessly harvesting the lives of these people. In the work of just a few breaths, all of these troublesome revivers were killed, leaving no one behind. In the shadows around the hotel, those who were ready to yellow bird in the back of the hell of the people have withdrawn their own little head, quietly slipped toward the distance, afraid to get in the way of Li Xinqiu's eyes. At the entrance of the hotel, Li Xinqiu threw down the bent and twisted spoon in his hand under the horrified gazes of the crowd, and calmly said, "All the resuscitators are dead, and 2 students are dead, so this is my limit." The crowd was silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What kind of monster is this? One person killed all the revivers in a few seconds. Is this a movie? Is this playing a game on multiplier speed? Shi Mingyue, who had already stood up with difficulty, was also unable to regain his senses for a long time after seeing this scene. He thought that his strength of one band to control two bands was already very heaven-defying, but after seeing the scene of Li Xinqiu's hands, he realized what it meant to be outside of people and outside of the sky. This is outrageous. Li Xinqiu ignored the shocked crowd and took a step in front of Wu Shan. "Captain Wu, do you know this neighborhood well?" Wu Shan suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded stiffly. Li Xinqiu crouched down and pointed at Wu Shan over his shoulder. "Come up here and take me to other places where there are survivors gathered." Chapter 44 Prisoner's Mirror. Amidst the mountains, the winding highway looks like a huge silver python, lurking in the cool moonlight. One after another military off-road vehicles and heavy-duty delivery trucks coiled up the mountain, the neat team like a clear division of labor wolves, exuding a murderous smell. Above the convoy, dozens of helicopter gunships, like escorting falcons, were neatly arranged in triangular formation, methodically following and hovering over the convoy. Half of these vehicles have a cloverleaf logo emblazoned on the body, and the other half has a light blue sphere. The former was a team from the Special Energy Division, while the latter was the Federal Legion stationed in City 11. In a jeep in the middle of the convoy, the 3 members of the 14th Action Team of the Unification Division were sitting in the back seat and the co-pilot's seat, and the one in charge of driving the car was Gong Ran, the division commander of the Special Energy Division. The chief of operations, Night Spectre, leaned against the passenger window, holding his cell phone and listening to a recording over and over again, the very same recording of the phone call that Li Xinqiu had made earlier to the operator of the Special Energy Division to ask for help. "You said that the person who made this call was Li Xinqiu, who participated in the energy testing day a few days ago. Can you be sure?" Night Spectre closed the phone screen and asked Gong Ran, who was beside him. 90 to 90%, I'm still quite impressed with his voice." A hint of sultriness flashed in Gong Ran's eyes. Night Spectre raised an eyebrow. "Why is that so profound?" Gong Ran's face darkened. The other party scolded himself so hard. Could he not be profound? "It's nothing. It's just that this kid is better and I paid more attention." Gong Ran smiled awkwardly. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. At that moment the landline in the jeep rang, and Night Spectre picked up the phone while reaching over to press the speakerphone button so the other 3 people in the car could hear. "Sitong, this is Su Hang, the leader of the 2nd Action Team. I have a situation to report." A male voice came from the other end of the phone. Night Spectre spoke calmly. "Speak up, your Sithu is listening nearby." "Ah. Understand, Sitong, we have investigated the vehicles and people entering and leaving North Huangshan in the recent week according to your instructions, and found that there are a large number of unidentified and suspicious people among them. All of these people arrived at train station 11 on underground trains through temporary passes and then traveled to North Yellow Mountain as security guards, tourists, magic troops, university societies, and other kinds of suspected resuscitators." Gong Ran, who was driving the car, frowned and stole a glance at Night Yui beside him, seeing that he didn't open his mouth to speak, before he continued to inquire, "How many ordinary people are there on top of the mountain right now?" The caller was silent for a while. "A lot, if it's usual. It probably stays within the range of 2,500 to 3,100, but today, because of the multiple high schools jointly organizing a bonfire, the number of people is predicted to be within the range of 8,000 to 8,300. Gong Ran's heart skipped a beat when he heard this number, and even the whole car shook a bit. After a moment's reprieve, he feigned composure and said, "I see, stay on guard, and directly shoot down any suspicious personnel you encounter without verifying their identities." "Understood." Beep beep beep. The caller hung up. Night Spectre rubbed her temples tiredly. This time it was a bit bigger than she thought, much more than just purging a high risk. "Sayaka, do we need to call for help?" A slightly older man in the back seat asked in a deep voice. Without waiting for Night Spectre to reply, Zheng Kong, another squad member in the car, shook his head. "Uncle He, it's too late." He Lu smiled helplessly. "That's true, we have time to wait, but the people on the mountain can't wait." Bang! Just then, the sound of a vehicle collision came from the very front of the fleet, and Gongran put a sharp brake to bring the jeep to a steady stop. Gongran then pushed the door and got out of the car, grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "What's going on in front?" There was a buzzing sound on the other end of the intercom, then it returned to normal. "Sito, there's a barrier on the highway ahead that we can't see, it's impassable." "Ah, an invisible barrier?" Gongran froze slightly and looked at Night Spectre as if for help. Night Spectre pushed the door to get out of the car, walked in front of Gongran, rushed the intercom and asked, "Is it touching like the water, rippling in a circle?" Yeah, like the water." The person on the other end of the phone hurriedly responded. Hearing the reply from the other end of the phone, Night Spectre's face instantly became grave. "It's the New World Xian weapon, the prisoner's sky mirror." Clunk! The other two men in the car pushed open their doors and stepped down, just as full of horror. As members of the Department of Security, how could they not know the name New World, the top resurrectionist power in no man's land, a giant that could wrestle with the Federation? Noticing that the atmosphere was slightly heavy, Night Spectre spoke out to comfort him. "No need to be nervous. To be able to use a metaphysical artifact like the prisoner heavenly mirror shows that the person who came isn't strong, or even fearful of us, or else there's no need to cover up. Let's go ahead and break the barrier of the prisoner heavenly mirror first, and then after that, we'll formulate a plan based on what's going on inside." "It'll have to do." After resolving the revivers at the North Top Hotel, Li Xinqiu led Wushan around to search for small groups formed by revivers and purge them, becoming the savior in the eyes of countless survivors and a nightmare in the eyes of countless revivers. This situation resulted in the opening of the sealer box being greatly delayed, and upon learning of this, Horseface of the Hellmouth and Xin Yuanguo of the New World repeatedly dispatched experts to kill Li Xinqiu. But this time, not to mention killing, he couldn't even find Li Xinqiu's people. This move was also deliberately made by Li Xinqiu to leave an impression of a strong but not talkative person, so as to facilitate the action afterward and make these revivers feel at ease in placing the boxes on the square of the bonfire party. "Idiots, so many of you can't even find a single Heaven's Destiny person?" Horseface kicked the man in front of him to the ground. The man covered his stomach and stood up in aggravation. "My lord, we wanted to look for it too, but it's like this kid has radar planted in his head. Every time we're about to find his trail, the kid leaves early. Get lost and keep going." Horseface raised his hand and pointed into the distance. I'm on my way. The man nodded his head several times in a row and stumbled out of the square. Xin Yuanguo laughed lightly at this. "What's the point of absorbing so many revivers, but they're all just wastes to fill up the numbers." "What do you have to laugh about, you New World guys finding it?" Horseface sneered. Xin Yuanguo spread his hands and said rightfully, "We don't come here much, isn't it normal that we can't find it?" Horseface. Rumble. Suddenly, a sound like a thunderclap came from the south side of North Yellow Mountain, where the direction of going up and down the mountain was. Chapter 45 Definition of the Human Person. The loud roar startled everyone in the room, and they shrank in the opposite direction from where the sound came from. "What's going on here?" someone asked in a panic. But no one could answer his question, and for a while everyone's eyes were focused on Shen Yuanhua. At this moment, Shen Yuanhua's brows were furrowed, his gaze deadlocked on the direction from which the voice came. "Someone is attacking the barrier of the heaven imprisoning mirror. It's the military and the special energy division, and it seems like there are also people from the unification division among them." "It can't be. I specifically arranged 10-second bans on the way up to the mountain just to kill the humans coming up the mountain and stop them from telling the special energy division about the barrier. How could this happen? Did your people leak it?" With that, Ma Mian looked at Shin Yuanhua with a skeptical expression. "How did you say something so ridiculous without laughing?" Shin Yuanhua glared at Ma Mian in dissatisfaction, then reached out and grabbed the sealer box. "What are you doing?" Ma Mian eagerly stepped forward to slap away Shin Yuanhua's hand. "What do I do? It's natural for people to retreat when they come. Did I do anything wrong by taking away my New World sealer box?" Shin Yuanhua looked at Ma Mian warily. What do you mean by the New World Sealer box? This is supposed to be an unowned object, and unowned objects should belong to our hell. I advise you to put away those crooked thoughts of stealing, or don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Horseface's eyes showed ferocity as he drew the horizontal sword stuck on the ground. How did you have the face to say this righteously, and also, what qualifications do you have to threaten me? Do you really think I can't defeat you? Seeing this, Shin Yuanguo was no longer polite and revealed the finger tiger sleeve on his hand. Very well then. Rumble. Without waiting for Horseface to finish his sentence, a deafening roar once again came from the south. The roar of the second blow pulled both men back to their senses, and the saber rattling between the two eased. You should also be clear that our strengths are in between. It will take a long time to really separate the winners and losers. The heavenly prisoner mirror won't last long. Those people will come in very soon, and none of us will be able to take the sealing artifact box at that time. Shin Yuanguo looked serious. In my eyes there are only two outcomes. One is me taking the sealer box and one is someone else taking it. I will only accept the first. If you give me the sealer box, I will give you an Xian weapon later. Ma Mian said in a firm tone. Shin Yuanguo gritted his teeth and said, if you give it to me, I will give you 2 Xian weapons later. You give it to me, I'll give you 3 Xian weapons later. Ma Mian's face was not red. That sincere look almost even fooled Shin Yuanguo. Your grandma, you have no intention of giving it. Say it like you can give me 2 arcane weapons. For a while, there was once again a stalemate between the two. After a few seconds of silence, Shin Yuanguo let out a long sigh and compromised. How about this? The sealer box is almost at 10,000 people. How about we make a bet? Horseface nodded. Go ahead. Let's go to the south side there to delay and stall for time. Let our men hurry to unlock the sealing weapon box. If inside the sealing weapon box is an arcane weapon with special abilities, it belongs to me. If it's a sword, gun, stick, or something like that, it belongs to you. How about it? Shin Yuanguo said in a stern voice. Horseface sniffed and bowed his head and thought for a moment before finally agreeing. After explaining their tasks to their respective men, Ma Mian and Shin Yuanguo then jointly killed to the south, with ear-piercing sonic booms resounding throughout the mountaintop. Meanwhile, a hidden alley. Li Xinqiu placed Wu Shan, whose legs were disabled, next to the garbage pile and whispered, there are still too many people who have been brought to the bonfire plaza by the recoverers. I'm going to save them. Captain Wu, just stay here. Just as Li Xinqiu was about to get up and leave, Wu Shan pulled his arm. It's too dangerous. The more people there are, the more resuscitators there must be. You go over there in case something happens to SH. Captain Wu, the duty of the heavenly fate is to protect ordinary people. I can't just stand by and watch these revivals kill people. I won't be impulsive if it's too dangerous. If there's a chance I'll definitely try it. Li Xinqiu pushed Wu Shan's hand away. You. Wu Shan clenched his fists. I'm not as good as you. Pay attention to safety, all for your own life. Li Xinqiu nodded seriously and turned to run towards the alley. As Li Xinqiu ran out of the alley and was exposed to the streetlight, the corner of his mouth hooked up in an imperceptible arc. In the work of a few breaths, Li Xinqiu's figure appeared a few hundred meters away and disappeared into the vastness of the night. A few hundred meters away from the bonfire square on a small hill, a head sneakily stretched out. This person was no other than Li Qingxia. Earlier, when Li Qingxia and Li Xinqiu were together, Li Xinqiu had told Li Qingxia everything and asked the other party to monitor every move in the square from here. Li Qingxia yawned and rubbed her flowing bangs, her mouth complaining, leaving me here alone on such a cold day. You don't know to find me a quilt. This cold. You. Suddenly appeared the voice scared Li Qingxia cover his small heart. Miso jumped up. Li Xinqiu, who was lying on the ground, was confused and queried, what's wrong? Are there bugs on the ground? You. Li Qingxia trembled and pointed at Li Xinqiu. You damn when you are a ghost, quietly lying next to me, afraid that I will find you is not it. What are you blaming me for your own slow reaction? Hurry up and get down, don't let others find out. Li Xinqiu reached out and patted the ground, signaling Li Qingxia to get down. Li Qingxia kicked Li Xinqiu as if she was pampered, before reluctantly getting down. How is it, brother? You quickly use your eyes to see. Li Xinqiu shook Li Qingxia's arm. Really let your kid give the right bet. Those two look at the most powerful reviver are headed south. Sealing weapon box is now 98-92, still missing. Li Qingxia broke his fingers, still missing more than 100. 108 more to die. Li Xinqiu said calmly. Xingxiali nodded. The math is the same as mine. Waiting for these revivers to capture another batch of people to kill will be enough. Are you confused? There are still more than 30 revivals and 60 to 70 ordinary people on the field. When they finish killing all the ordinary people, won't I have enough for 10,000 people after I finish killing them? Li Xinqiu was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Li Qingxia. Ha! Li Qingxia suddenly realized, I thought we didn't count as people. Li Shenxiu was slightly stunned at his words, and after a few seconds of silence, he laughed. Whether it's a reviver or an ordinary person, to put it bluntly, they're all just animals living in this world. The strong eat the weak avoid the strong, and only the strong get to decide who they are. Li Shenxiu stood up and looked down with downcast eyes at the killing in the square. Chapter 46, Xian weapon appears, crowd surprised. The killing continued in the bonfire square. Don't kill me, I can give you money, I have lots and lots of it at home. Pust. The sharp tip of the knife sliced through the teenager's neck, and the blood followed the direction of the blade to draw a long line of blood under the night sky. The teenager covered his neck in horror, but in the end it didn't help. The blood spilled out along his fingers, and the color in his eyes gradually dimmed, eventually returning to calm. For 2 minutes, 76 lives turned into cold numbers, bringing the sealer box one step closer to being unlocked. Fua Youth shook the blood from his fingertips and looked regretfully at the girl who died in his arms. Hurry up, what's the point of holding a dead man? Someone urged impatiently. The youth stood up, his eyes greedily sizing up the girl, so tender-looking, it would be nice if I could fall in love with her. Just then, a breeze struck and an indifferent voice sounded from behind the youth, it's not too late for you to go down and talk to her. Boo! Li Shenxiu directly pinched and exploded the other party's head with the force of his 5 fingers, and then lifted his foot and picked it, and a horizontal sword that was diagonally inserted on the ground fell steadily into his hands. The sudden scene stunned all the revivers present. Wait! Are you? It's Li Shenxiu. Run! A man who had come back to his senses shouted out, but when he had just turned to take the next step, a cold light flashed from the rest of his eyes. Miso! The moment the man's paws hit the ground, a thin line of blood stretched from his brow to just below his neck, the pust. With the sound of blood spurting, the man's body then cracked in half and fell to the sides as the crowd stared in horror, a flat cut like the horizon. Li Shenxiu wiped away the blood splattered on his eyelashes with his fingers and killed the other revivers with a flash of his body. For a moment, the sounds of blood spurting and wailing made a beautiful arrangement under the night sky. After killing the last reviver with his hand, Li Shenxiu straightened up with his horizontal sword and looked sideways towards the sealer box, his scarlet eyes extraordinarily chilling under the moonlight. On the sealer box, the number 9999 was imprinted on it, wriggling weirdly like a worm. One more to go? Li Shenxiu frowned and was just about to go to the road to grab another person when a faint cry for help came from the pile of corpses in the distance. Don't go! Help me! Li Shenxiu retracted the steps he was about to take and turned to look in the direction the voice came from. In the high pile of corpses, a bloody head squeezed out from between the cracks and looked pleadingly at Li Shenxiu. Li Shenxiu pursed his lips and his body was like the wind, flashing in front of the girl. Save me! The girl tremblingly reached out her hand to grab Li Shenxiu's pant leg. Li Shenxiu nodded, thank you, I'll give you a pain in the ass. As soon as the words fell, Li Shenxiu's horizontal sword pierced through the girl's brow with lightning speed, ending the other party's precarious life. At the moment of the girl's death, the 9999 on the sealer box finally turned into 10,000, and the grayish-black dirt on the surface of the box fell off in pieces. Fluttering. A sound like the beating of a heart came from inside the sealer box, and even the whole box trembled with the rhythm of the heartbeat. Li Shenxiu gripped his horizontal sword and vigilantly approached towards the sealer box, his mind filled with doubts. Isn't the inside of the weapon sealing box an arcane weapon? Why is there a heartbeat sound? Seemingly sensing Li Shenxiu's proximity, the sound of the heartbeat in the sealer box was suddenly as deafening as a thunderclap, and the horrifying waves of sound spread out in all directions like a tsunami, and the surrounding corpses were shaken and cracked. But all this was no different than scratching an itch to Li Shenxiu. He calmly walked over to the sealer box, and after a moment of contemplation, he gripped the hilt of the blade in both hands and raised it above his head, slashing it without mercy. Snap! The sealer box instantly exploded like tofu, with shavings flying across the room. Without waiting for Li Shenxiu to see what kind of Xian weapon was inside, a terrifying fluctuation erupted from in front of him, sending him flying to 100 meters away. Immediately after that, a dazzling pillar of blood-colored light rose up to the sky, and with a bang, it smashed through the barrier of the heavenly mirror and stabbed into the heavy clouds, illuminating the entire sky of the northern Huangshan mountain into a deep red color. Ha 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 ha! A sharp and ear-piercing laughter resounded throughout the sky, shaking the clouds and causing the winds to collapse. Rumbling. A loud noise came from the blood-colored pillar of light, which was then compressed to a thin layer and slowly pulled away towards the sides until it was 100 meters wide before stopping. Come on in, don't you want me? The voice was filled with madness and anticipation, living like words spoken by a madman. Li Xinxiu helped the corpse beside him to stand up. A touch of excitement appeared in his eyes, his toes fiercely stepped on the ground, like an arrow rushing into the thick color of blood and disappeared in this part of the world. With the shattering of the prisoner heavenly mirror barrier, Horseface and Xin Yuanhua, who were hiding behind the barrier to engage in a sneak attack, also had no way to hide and completely exposed their figures. However, the two didn't escape, and the three people from the Unification Division didn't make a move, and at this moment, all of them looked at the blood-colored portal that stood between heaven and earth with shocked faces. Horseface stared wide-eyed. This is a conscious arcane weapon? Night Spectre on the side had her heart shaken after hearing this. As a member of the Unity Division, she naturally knew what Horseface meant by what he said. There were also strengths and weaknesses between Xian weapons, but there was no clear division of ranks, as the abilities of Xian weapons were so varied that it was difficult to divide them into high and low levels, except for one type of Xian weapon, Spirit Xian weapons. Spirit Xian weapons possessed an independent consciousness that could not be destroyed, and possessed abilities beyond common understanding, overriding all Xian weapons. In addition to this, the Spirit Xian weapon also has a unique function of recognizing the owner. Only those who are recognized by it can use it. This type of person is known as the Spiritist. The stronger the Spiritist himself is, the stronger the Spirit Xian weapon will become, and the two will complement each other. The last time a Spirit Xian artifact appeared in the Federation was 19 years ago, and that Spirit Xian artifact was a long spear called the Red Tasseled Gun. This Spirit Xian artifact was eventually obtained by a young man named Huang Fuqing, who is now the commander-in-chief of the 2nd Group Army of the Federation. Thinking of this, Night Spectre's breathing instantly became rapid, and he subconsciously took a step in the direction of the Scarlet Portal. Snap! The sound of footsteps instantly broke the silence between a few people. Horseface was the first to react, reaching out and grabbing Xin Yuanhua to pull him back, while he himself rushed like a cannonball in the direction of the Scarlet Portal. Ha! This Spirit Xian artifact is mine, it's mine! Bastard, goods like you are worthy of a Spirit Xian weapon. Xin Yuanhua cursed angrily and disappeared in place with a movement of his feet, and when he reappeared he was already several hundred meters away. Chapter 47 The Rules of the Stygian Land. He swallowed his saliva and turned his head to say to Naichu, Little Knight, Spirit Xian weapons absolutely cannot be obtained by these people. Yes, Sister Knight, Spirit Xian artifacts can't fall into the hands of these revivers. Zheng Kong hastily chimed in. We can go in, but our primary purpose of going in is to stop the reviver from getting the Spirit Xian artifact, is that clear? Night Spectre said in a deep voice. Understood, I'll put my selfishness last. Me too. The two nodded excitedly in agreement. Afterwards, after Night Spectre arranged a task for Gongran, he led the two to the Scarlet Portal. At the same time, the slightly insightful and powerful revivers on the mountaintop all rushed towards the Scarlet Portal. After all, who wouldn't want to gamble on a chance to leap the Dragon Gate with a single carp? The commotion at North Yellow Mountain was so loud that everyone below the mountain noticed the blood-colored sky. What's going on with this sky? Why has it turned blood-colored? I don't know, look at the intersection where North Yellow Mountain goes up the mountain, there are so many soldiers standing there. It's not going to be a big deal, is it? Ah. Then what are we standing here for? Hurry up. Don't worry, I'll record a video and send it to my friends first. The bright red moon hung high above the overcast clouds, a crooked tree connected to a mountain forest, and a faint fishy odor filled the cold, wet air, which wandered through the mountains with the night wind. The reddish moonlight was like a thin gauze, putting a hideous veil over the quiet mountains on this side. Li Xinxiu stood under a large tree and looked around blankly. Where's the Xian weapon? The moment after Li Xinxiu rushed into the blood-colored portal, he only felt his eyes blur, and when he regained his sight again, he inexplicably appeared here. After thinking about it to no avail, Li Xinxiu vigilantly wandered around the mountains and forests. As he walked to the edge of a small stream, Li Xinxiu's pupils shook as he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He clenched his fist and stretched it out in front of his eyes, muttering, how did it suddenly get suppressed to one ban? Rumble of a stomach. Without giving Li Xinxiu time to think, a sound that sounded like intestinal peristalsis rang out in front of Li Xinxiu. He looked up and saw dozens of small, neatly arranged, blood-colored letters appear out of nowhere. All personnel have arrived, the test for recognizing the master will begin, the following rules and precautions will be explained. 1. In the Underland, everyone's forbidden level is suppressed to 1 forbidden, and the reviver cannot heal himself. 2. After entering the underworld, all people cannot quit in the middle. 3. After entering the Underland, each person will appear corresponding to the mirror person. The mirror person has all the abilities of the body, the strength is the same as the body, and immortality. 4. The mirror man's purpose is to kill the examiner, so please be more careful. 5. There are 5 keys scattered in the underworld, and after the examiner collects all 5 keys, he inserts all of them into the altar in the center of the underworld to start the final examination, which allows 5 people to participate. Good luck to all of you. When Li Xinxiu finished reading the last word, the color of the small blood-colored words gradually faded and eventually disappeared without a trace. Acknowledgement test: do Xian weapons still have to recognize their masters? A doubt rose in Li Xinxiu's mind, but this doubt was quickly put behind him because there was now an even trickier problem. The personnel had arrived, which meant that there were other people besides him who had come in, and although the addition of the others added a few more variables to the outcome, Li Xinxiu didn't find it tricky, and it was the mirror man that really made him feel tricky. According to the rules, everyone has a mirror person, and this mirror person also has all the abilities of the main body, so one's mirror person holds extreme water and absolute control. It's not over. If one's own mirror image person uses extreme water in front of others, who is calamity water, this is not calling out well. Li Xinxiu let out a long breath, his brows filled with gloom. What do you do now? Kill everyone or find your mirror person and find a way to trap them? It's just a matter of taking a step and seeing what happens. Li Xinxiu stood up and directly changed his appearance with a thought, walking towards the depths of the mountain forest. He always felt that there was a mysterious force pulling him. Along the way, Li Xinxiu did not encounter any mirror people, and after 10 minutes of walking, a tall palace appeared at the end of his sight. It was a palace that resembled a church of that style, but only like a church, and didn't match the church at all. The white walls were covered with long scratches, and the already less visible traces of blood could be seen faintly. Broken arched windows and the night wind blowing under the sound of creaking in the red moonlight reveals a weird and frightening. At this moment at the gate in front of the palace, there were 2 groups of people standing, 3 on one side and 4 on the other, as if they were waiting for something. If you don't put together 8 people, you won't be allowed to enter. You have so many rules for a broken palace. Say less, spirit Xian weapons are all conscious, be careful of being heard by the other side. The man skimmed his lips when he heard this and said no more. Someone's coming, it's Big Brother Lu Chang. Someone pointed in Li Xinxiu's direction and shouted in surprise. Li Xinxiu had changed his appearance to that of an earlier triple prohibited reviver that he had killed, Lu Chang in this person's words, in order to make things easier. It's really Big Brother Lu Chang. Well now, there are 4 of us in hell, huh? The people of hell were smiling with joy, while on the contrary, the people of the new world were gloomy. Soon Li Xinxiu arrived at the gate of the palace, and before he could speak, the 3 people from hell surrounded him. Big Brother Lu Chang, I didn't expect you to be around here too, that's great. I was worried that we 3 against 4 were being bullied by the new world, and now that you're here everything will be fine. Weren't you 4 laughing just now? Why don't you laugh now? A youth provoked. I'm just smiling at you guys in a friendly way, and it's a provocation in your eyes, and it's true that people with hearts look at everything dirty. You? Alright, what are you guys waiting for me here for? Li Xinxiu interrupted the other party unhappily. The youth blankly glanced at the man, then smiled and explained to Li Xinxiu, Big Brother Lu Chang, come and look. The youth led Li Xinxiu to the entrance of the great hall and placed his palm against the door. Rumble of a stomach. The familiar sound of bowel movements resounded again, and a line of small, blood-colored letters appeared out of nowhere. Palace of Doubt. The palace where the key of doubt exists requires 8 people to push the door at the same time in order to open the door, and the key of doubt can be obtained after completing the test inside the palace. Palace of Doubt? Li Xinxiu muttered, then opened his mouth again and asked, what did you just mean by 3 to 4? The youth froze and said with some uncertainty, don't 8 people just happen to be able to split into 2 teams, it should be 4 against 4, right? Li Xinxiu. Chapter 48, Deadly Games. Li Xinxiu put both hands against the door and said without turning his head, push the door, this place is quite evil, get it done early and leave early. Under Li Xinxiu's urging, the remaining 7 people stepped forward to place their hands against the palace's gate. Start pushing. As the 8 people worked together, the motionless door finally began to shake, and a patch of cobwebs with dust fell over the heads of the crowd. Clang. The heavy door was pushed open a crack, and a pungent odor of rotten wood escaped from the doorway and rushed into the nostrils of the crowd. Vom. What's this smell? Vomit. The men standing on either side of the doorway fell straight to their knees and covered their noses in dry heaves. Just get used to the smell. Li Shinxiu patted one of them on the shoulder and sidled through the doorway into the palace. The rest of the people saw this and also endured the stench and squeezed in. The temple was dark, with no source of light other than the moonlight that shone in through the windows. The atmosphere of terror had the crowd standing rooted together, looking around warily. With the last person into the hall, the door bang automatically closed, such as the sound of thunder echoed in the hall. Ghosts! Close to the gate, one of the resuscitators was scared right down to the ground, grabbing his companion's pants leg and looking in the direction of the gate in horror. Can't you be a little out of your league? The people of hell are watching. Get up! Oh, the man nodded resignedly, holding onto the wall as he stood up shakily. Li Shinxiu retracted his eyes and raised his feet towards the front, and the moment his feet hit the ground, a whirring sound like the wind resounded in the hall. Immediately after that, a flickering candle flame spread inward from the walls on both sides of the main door, and in less than a moment's work, the temple was brightly lit, and the entirety of the darkness was exposed to Li Shinxiu's eyes. The temple was not large, only more than 200 square feet. There was nothing special about it, and it was empty as far as the eye could see. The only special feature was that on the floor in the center of the hall, there was what looked like a 9-cell grid drawn in red chalk. Welcome to the Palace of Doubt. I am the master of this palace. I'm sure all of you have come for the key of doubt. A vicissitude voice came from all directions. The field fell into silence, and after a few seconds, Li Shinxiu asked in a deep voice, "Where are you?" "That's not important. What's important is the key of doubt, and you're all here for it, aren't you?" Li Shinxiu didn't retort and nodded. "Yes, where is the key of doubt?" "I'm going to ask the 8 of you to play a game, and I'll give the key of doubt to whichever side wins." As the words fell, several blood-red numbers appeared out of thin air above the heads of the 8 people, and Li Shinxiu looked up to see a number 1 hovering above his head. Li Shinxiu turned to look and found that everyone had numbers on their heads, the smallest being his 1 and the largest being the number 8. There's a number 6 floating above me. What does that mean?" "I don't know, I have a number on my head too, it's the number 7. But the crowd's questions were soon answered. "From now on, the serial numbers above your heads will be your names, making it easier for me to address you," the palace master said with satisfaction. Seeing that no one on the field had any objections, he continued, "Now I'm going to divide you into 2 teams, and as for how to do so, it'll be hand to hand, with those on the back of the hand on one side, and those on the palm of the hand on the other side, and if any of you dare to collude or make a wink, I'll kill all of you." A cold wind blew into the palace hall, and a bone-chilling coolness rose from the soles of everyone's feet. Li Shinxiu turned around and shouted at the others, "Don't waste time, hurry up." The 8 men formed a circle and extended their palms at the same moment. 3 palms, 5 backs. Unfortunately, it was Li Shinxiu who played the palms, and on the same team with him were number 3 from Hell and number 6 from the New World. This 6 looked at the final result and froze. "That's an unbalanced number." "Humph," the palace master laughed softly, "I didn't say that the number of people should be balanced either. Well, since we've divided the teams, it's up to me to talk about the game you're going to play. See the 9 squares on the floor?" The crowd nodded at the words. "Palace master, hey, we're going to play a game of tic-tac-toe, a game that couldn't be simpler." "Tic-tac-toe?" Li Shinxiu raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect the so-called game to be this. The so-called tic-tac-toe is a game in which 2 people play with circles and forks on the word tic-tac-toe, and whoever symbolizes any horizontal or vertical diagonal line is the winner. Li Shinxiu often played this little game with Qi Mingyue when he was a child, but because it was too simple, the 2 of them often played a dead game. That's right, it's tic-tac-toe. Everyone has 1 chance to land a piece, circle, and fork. Whoever connects to a line first wins, the loser. The palace master paused for a moment, then "Die here." When these words came out, number 6, who was still well and truly in the New World team, stared wide-eyed and asked incredulously, "Die here? What, think I can't do it?" The palace master laughed teasingly. Number 6 panicked and took a few steps backward, froze for a few seconds, and then shouted, "I don't want to play, I don't want the key, I want out." With that, number 6 turned around and ran towards the main entrance, but before he could take a few steps, a flash of cold light flashed past his feet. Pust! Blood flew across the room, 1 paw was thrown high in the air, and number 6's entire body fell hard to the ground. "Aha, my foot, my foot!" "Wang Huan! You're okay." A few people from the New World's face changed, and helped the fallen number 6 up. "Don't worry, I won't let him die until I finish the game. Play the game at ease and don't let me get my hands dirty killing people." The palace master spoke casually, as if killing was as common as eating in his eyes. Without waiting for the people of the New World to open their mouths, number 3 from Hell shouted at the top of his voice, "How can this be compared? 5 of them and 3 of US, isn't this a surefire losing situation? Li Shinxiu also frowned at the moment. Number 3 was right, if a person only had one chance to make a move, then his side had no chance of winning at all, but if the result was already predetermined, why didn't that person end the game? Don't be nervous, it's just one chance for one person to make a move, and it's up to them to make the move. Li Shinxiu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? If a person wants to make a move, they stand in the 9 palace grids, and each grid has a different test, and only after completing the test can they make a move. The palace master said slowly. If we don't even end up connecting, how will this be judged? Number 2 asked gruffly. Whichever side occupies the most squares wins, and if it's a tie, let's see. Right, then just kill them all, isn't that fun? The palace master said expectantly. At those words, a faint hint of killing intent flashed under Li Shinxiu's deep eyes. Chapter 49 The Real Rules. Let's get started. We'll start with the most people down first. Do you guys need to confer on anything? The 5 didn't respond when they heard this. You looked at me, I looked at you, and 2 big words were written on everyone's face: bewilderment. Who wants to go first? Number 2 was the first to break the silence, his eyes crossing over to numbers 4 and 8 standing beside him to numbers 5 and 7 standing behind him. What are you looking at us for? Shouldn't the 3 of you from the New World go first? Number 5 looked uneasy and took a few steps back. That's right, big brother Liu Chang, say something for us. Number 7's gaze looked at Li Shinxiu as if seeking help. Li Shinxiu glanced at the other party indifferently, then turned to the side and took a seat under the candlestick embedded in the wall. Brother, 7 stared. The palace master spoke with some displeasure. Go on, number 7, I can't stand to see a guy like you who eats his way out. Number 7 pursed her lips and forced herself to walk to the very center of the 9-cell grid. I'll take this one. The moment the words fell, number 7's eyes suddenly became dull and lifeless, standing still like a zombie staring ahead as if he was experiencing something. An eerie silence fell over the field for a moment. At this time, number 3, who was on the same team as Li Shinxiu, assisted number 6 and came to sit beside him. Brother Liu, what should we do? Number 3 asked eagerly. Just take up some connecting lines, what else can I do? Li Shinxiu looked calm and raised his hand to point at number 6, who had broken his foot. You're up next. If the other side doesn't occupy the center, you'll occupy the center, and if they do, you'll occupy one at random. Me? Number 6 pointed to himself in surprise, a little embarrassed. My feet are like this. No effect, and not let you go up to kill and fight. You do not see that the number 7 move are not driven. I guess it is a simple brain. Boo! Before Li Shinxiu could finish his words, number 7, who was standing inside the 9 palace grid, suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and disappeared without a trace. Unfortunately, number 7 did not pass the test. It's your turn. The palace master's low voice echoed in everyone's ears. Number 3 poked Li Shinxiu with his hand and stumbled. Didn't you say this? Brother Liu. Was a brain teaser? I made a blind guess. Li Shinxiu casually dismissed, getting up and walking over to number 6. Go on, good luck. Number 6 curled his entire body into the corner. Is it okay for me to wait it out? Without any nonsense, Li Shinxiu directly picked up number 6 with one hand, ignoring the other party's struggles and wails, and threw him to the center position. We'll pick here as well. After Li Shinxiu said these words, number 6 stopped fluttering and fell into a state of dementia, just like number 7 earlier. Just before Li Shinxiu turned around and walked a few steps, there was a sudden bang from behind him. Number 6 pawn. Ha! Li Shinxiu looked at the dead number 6, who was not even a crumb, with a face of confusion, and his eyes were filled with horror. Are you kidding? You're gone in one turn. Playing? Not only was Li Shinxiu confused, but the others were confused as well. What's going on? 2 people are dead before this 1 point is even taken? What a shame. Next. The voice of the palace master sounded again. Over at number 2, there seemed to be dark clouds floating above the heads of the 4, and each face was gray and bloodless. Hell's 5 was about to say something when the eyes of the other 3 moved to him at the same moment. Okay, I'll go. Number 5 smiled helplessly, knowing he had no choice. Number 5 walked into the 9-cell grid and chose the upper left corner of the grid, not the center where there are more possibilities. Soon, number 5 fell into the same state as the 2 earlier, and Li Shinxiu stood by the side quietly watching the other. After a few minutes of silence, a buzzing sound resonated across the field, and number 5's eyes gradually regained their clarity, their clear eyes filled with surprise. I did it! I did it! Really? Number 4 asked, sniffing incredulously. Definitely. Number 2 grinned, looking at number 5 with delight. Rumble of a stomach. The sound of intestines writhing resonated from in front of number 5 as a string of symbols appeared in front of his eyes. Number 5 saw this and looked to Li Shinxiu, who was standing at the side. Brother Lu, we've chosen the fork number. Well, then we'll be round. Li Shinxiu nodded. Number 5 reached out and tapped the X, after which a large X slowly appeared on the stone tiles under his feet. The corners of Li Shinxiu's mouth that saw the scene hooked up slightly, and a hint of realization flashed in his eyes, but none of the people present noticed Li Shinxiu's expression. Under Li Shinxiu's coercion, number 3 was forced to walk up to the 9 grid and chose the upper right corner. A minute later, number 3 exploded with a bang. Li Shinxiu's face darkened as he walked to the side with his arms wrapped around him. Now there are only 1, 2, 4, and 8 left on the field without a move, and Li Shinxiu was the only one left on his side. Steady, we still have 3 more chances, just 1 more point in the 9 squares and we'll win. Number 2 clenched his fists excitedly and turned his head to number 8, who had the lowest strength. Go for it, I believe in you. Go for it. Number 4 squeezed number 8's arm and shook it hard. Well, I'll do my best. Eventually number 8 was also forced to walk towards the 9 squares, choosing the second row and counting from left to right on the first square. As the crowd watched, number 8 stepped into the shoes of number 6 at the 3-minute mark and died without even a crumb. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Li Shinxiu. Seeing Li Shinxiu standing motionless, number 2 said in dissatisfaction, "What are you waiting for? Go." Li Shinxiu still didn't move, but asked toward the palace owner, "Can I let them go first?" "Are you out of your mind? Number 8 is one of ours, it's your turn to take your turn. If you don't want to be blown into a bloody mist, it's not too late to cut yourself." The remaining few heard Li Shinxiu's words and looked at him like a little cutie. Looking at him like he was. Li Shinxiu ignored them, but quietly waited for the palace owner's voice. "I will kill you if you try to escape the game." There was a slight chill in the palace master's voice. "After stepping into this palace, I've been wondering why this palace is called the Palace of Doubt, and now I understand." Li Shinxiu paused for a moment and continued, "It turns out that it's to keep me questioning everything." "What nonsense are you talking about? Number 1, hurry up and play. Are you trying to avoid the game?" The palace master's voice was laced with a hint of anger. "Watchdog, which did you see me trying to evade the game? I was playing by the rules." Li Shinxiu looked sideways at number 2's group. At this moment, he realized the real rules of the game. Chapter 50, You're the Master of the Palace. From the moment he walked into the palace, this guy who called himself the owner of the palace popped up, and after saying the real rules in a vague way, he then used some small tricks to guide himself to associate some nonsensical rules. Li Shinxiu was able to come to this conclusion because he saw that number 5 was able to choose circles and forks on his own, thus allowing him to recall a phrase that the palace owner had said earlier. That's right, it's tic-tac-toe, where everyone gets one chance to land a piece, circle, and cross, and whoever connects to a line first wins. It's a very vague phrase, not specifying who the circles and forks are, just that a line wins, or that the winners are a group, but using a very spiritual, easily missed who. It would be natural to precede that statement with the addition of detachments, and let the crowd brainstorm those blanket rules on their own. But if you put that aside, and the misleading term tic-tac-toe, and all the other rules, the real rule emerges, circles and forks, whoever connects to a line first, wins. From the beginning, this was a personal battle, and there was only one key, so how could it be given to a group of people? Li Shinxiu pursed her lips and recklessly stepped towards the direction where number 2 and number 4 were. He wasn't afraid of this so-called palace owner striking out at him, because the other party simply didn't have the ability to do so. Because the owner of the palace also said, "Don't worry, I won't let him die until I finish the game, play the game at ease, don't let me do the killing." The opponent could not strike within the rules, which Li Shinxiu had just verified. If you can do it at will, you don't have to keep repeating the words "run away from the game." Number 2 and number 4 looked at Li Shinxiu, who was walking towards them, and couldn't hold an answer in their heads for half a day. They couldn't figure out why the palace master hadn't made a move yet, and they didn't understand what Li Shinxiu wanted to do when he walked over. Could it be that he wanted to fight 1 against 2? "What do you want? You don't really want to break the rules and let us go first. Don't think we're afraid of you just because you're a reviver of the ice element. Hurry up and immediately go up and drop your pieces, don't force us to do anything," number 2 said stiffly. Li Shinxiu sniffed without stopping, and came to number 2 with a flash. "You." Without waiting for number 2 to finish his sentence, Li Shinxiu sent him flying with a whip leg, and with a loud bang, number 2 was embedded in the wall, alive or dead. Number 4's legs softened at the sight of this and fell directly to the ground, his eyes looking at Li Shinxiu in horror. How come, isn't the Underland suppressed to 1 ban? Doesn't this care? Don't you come over here, it's against the rules. Number 4 moved backward little by little with his hands on the ground, and Li Shinxiu stepped closer step by step. Don't be too insolent, Number 1, this is my territory. The palace master's angry voice echoed through the hall like a thunderous tremor. At this, Li Shinxiu's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm. The level of that strike you made earlier to cut off Number 6's paw is just touching the 3 bands, so you must hide well, or I'll cut you to death with a single slash if I find you. You? The palace owner wanted to retort something but didn't know where to start, and stopped after only 1 word. Li Shinxiu smiled, the last big stone in his heart fell down. He was originally worried about whether the other party had hidden his strength, but now it seemed that there was no hiding at all. Collapsed on the ground, Number 4's foolish brain finally realized something after hearing the 2 men's conversation. Bleep, this palace owner can't control things. After thinking about this point, Number 4's lips whitened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the fat meat on his face couldn't stop trembling, begging, big. Brother, I'm not as powerful as that Number 2, and he's more capable than I am. It's okay, I'll put him on if you die. Li Shinxiu smiled brightly, bent down, and pinched Number 4's neck, pulling the other party raw into the 9-box grid. I hope you survive, come on. Li Shinxiu patted Number 4's shoulder with anticipation and then exited the 9 gates. After a few seconds, Number 4's eyes became demented and froze in place. After seeing that the other party didn't immediately explode, Li Shinxiu squatted aside, stroking his chin as if pondering something. At a certain moment, Li Shinxiu raised his head violently, a glint of light flashed in his eyes, and then curiously asked towards the palace owner, I have a question, after I complete the test, who will give me this key? Why do you ask? The owner of the palace asked a little warily. Li Shinxiu smiled kindly, I'm just curious. There was silence in the palace for a while, and only after a while did the palace master continue, go, and play your game without fear, and don't think about all that there is to think about. The corner of Li Shinxiu's mouth curled up as he stood up holding his knees, is the key in your hand? No one responded. Li Shinxiu patted his head helplessly, his head had really fallen into a ditch, and he hadn't even tried to understand such a simple truth. Since winning the game will get the key, then the key is either in the palace or in the guy who calls himself the owner of the palace, then why do you go to play such a dangerous game? Directly find the owner of the palace to ask for not on the line. Figuring this out, Li Shinxiu spread his hands, I'm done, I don't feel the need to risk my life for a key. With that, Li Shinxiu took a step towards the gate. The palace owner hidden in the shadows clenched his teeth and stared at Li Shinxiu's back. Open the door, if you don't open the door and wait for me to lift my foot and kick it? Li Shinxiu shouted impatiently. Asshole, what do you think this place is? In the next second, a circular arc like a broken moon appeared from above Li Shinxiu's head, tearing through the air towards his neck. Li Shinxiu's ears twitched and his head tilted to brush against the circular arc. Didn't I tell you to hide it? A cold light flashed in Li Shinxiu's eyes as he raised his hand and aimed it at a place in the temple that had not been illuminated by the candlelight, congeal. Only to see Li Shinxiu's palm clasping in vain, the blood mist floating in the hall instantly converged into drops of blood, transforming into a large bloody hand grasping at the shadows in the twinkling of an eye. Ah! A mournful scream came from the clenched, bloody hand. Li Shinxiu reached out and pulled, and the bloody hand came to him. Scatter! Li Shinxiu spoke faintly. The bloody hand slightly trembled, Bang disappeared without a trace, a middle-aged man covered in blood fell to the ground. The man was curled up on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment staring at Li Shinxiu in death. Li Shinxiu lowered her eyes and sized up the man, stepping on the other's face, You're the one who called the palace's owner, huh? Asshole! The man shouted loudly and raised his hand towards Li Shinxiu and was about to fire an arc when a blood blade appeared out of nowhere and cut off the man's arm with a pff sound. Chapter 51, Speculation about the Mirror Man. Ah, my hand! Accompanied by the man's screams, his arm was thrown high into the air, but bizarrely, the arm did not spew out bright red blood, but instead dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. And the place where the man was cut didn't bleed any blood, like a chimney, rolling black smoke. The broken arm slowly recovered from the break, but the speed of recovery was completely incomparable to that of the revivals, like the speed of a tortoise, it was too slow. A trace of curiosity flashed in Li Shinxiu's eyes. Although curious, he didn't delve deeper into the question, but instead asked towards the man, Where's the key of doubt? Hurry up and tell me, don't force me to crack your bones inch by inch and torture you beyond recognition. Kid, I can't die in the Underland, so? The man gave a maniacal smile. I won't tell you anything, and even if you pass the test, I won't give you the key of doubt. Okay, it's okay, let's take our time. Li Shinxiu revealed a bright smile and squatted beside the man. After that. Half an hour later. I was wrong, I said. The man cried out as he lay shriveled on the ground, his body billowing black smoke like a leaky chimney, no longer in his previous arrogant stance. Li Shinxiu patted the other party's face and said teasingly, "Didn't you say you wouldn't tell me anything?" I just got carried away with anger for a moment, and that's why I said those immature things. Li Shinxiu smiled and nodded. It's good to know one's mistakes and be able to change them. Say it, where is it? The man shakily reached out his hand and spread his palm out in front of Li Shinxiu. In the next second, the man's palm slowly cracked open and a silver metal key appeared in front of Li Shinxiu. Li Shinxiu laughed and picked up the key, weighing it in his hand. Wouldn't it have been over earlier, preferring to waste my time? The man's face was dark. You damn well stomped on my mouth in the beginning, what am I supposed to say? In the distance, the waking number 2 and the number 4 and number 5 who passed the test stood in the innermost position, looking at Li Shinxiu's direction in fear. Big brother, what is this is going on? 4 tugged on 2's sleeve. I don't know. Number 2 shook his head blankly, then looked at number 5 to the side. Is your Liu Chang from the hell always this fierce? Number 5 had complex eyes and hesitated for a while. Big brother Liu Chang is an ice elemental psychic, and this person doesn't look like it either. At this time, Li Shinxiu looked up in the direction where the 3 were. You 3 come over here. The 3 of them shuddered at the words, and each of them looked at each other, not moving as if they had been struck by an evil spirit. What, do you want me to go over and invite you guys? Li Shinxiu frowned and kicked the half-dead palace master with his foot. A few seconds later, the 3 of them stood in a row, standing in front of Li Shinxiu with their heads bowed and shoulders shrugged. Don't be nervous, I'll just ask you a few questions. Li Shinxiu smiled kindly. Let's start with you, the palace owner. It's fine if you call me Su Shu, Xiao Su is fine. Su Shu smiled fawningly. Okay, Su Shu, let me ask you how to leave the underworld. Li Shinxiu asked seriously. This concerned his calamity water status. This. Su Shu's face showed a touch of difficulty. This I don't know, if I knew I wouldn't be here? Li Shinxiu frowned, but didn't complain about anything, not knowing who he could blame. Then I'll ask you again, where is that mirror man? Li Shinxiu asked again. Mirror man? Su Shu looked puzzled and asked rhetorically, what's a mirror man, a person inside a mirror? Li Shinxiu. At this moment, an urge to blow Su Shu's head off rose in his heart. Li Shinxiu let out a long breath. So what do you know? I don't seem to have much. Right, I know a very important thing. Su Shu looked at Li Shinxiu in surprise as if he had thought of something. What is it, you say? Li Shinxiu poked his head over and looked at the other party expectantly. Su Shu smiled mysteriously and raised his palm with difficulty. I know where the key of doubt is, it's in my palm. The field was silent as 6 crows passed over the heads of several people. Su Shu said excitedly, what are you guys looking at me so much, really, I have a key in my hand, don't believe you. Boo! Li Shinxiu swung his fist and smashed Su Shu's head into black mist. After a preliminary diagnosis, he realized that Su Shu, a person whose brain was a bit off, might have something to do with the loss of the key of doubt, and there was no value in interrogating him. After doing everything, Li Shinxiu's indifferent gaze turned to the 3 people standing aside. After meeting Li Shinxiu's gaze, the trio's nerves and skin instantly tightened, and they stood still without daring to breathe a single breath, lowering their heads like errant children. Li Shinxiu's eyebrows curved slightly and the corner of his mouth slowly rose. I'll ask a simple question, and I'll let you guys go after that. Did you see the so-called mirror people on your way to the palace, or did you find any traces of them? Number 2 looked up apprehensively and whispered, I haven't seen it. The remaining 2 shook their heads as well. Think I'm so easy to fool? A cold aura flashed in Li Shinxiu's eyes, and his left hand was like an eagle's claw as he pinched number 2's neck and pressed the other party's face hard to the ground. It's death to lie. Li Shinxiu said with a smirk. Number 2 was alarmed and shouted at the top of his voice, I didn't lie. Pust. Li Shinxiu didn't give the other party a chance to explain, and pierced through the other party's head with his finger, then looked at the remaining 2 indifferently. It's your turn. Numbers 4 and 5 were frightened and backed away until they were backed into a corner with no way out. I didn't lie to you, big brother, really didn't see, not a single hair, I didn't see it either, I just walked straight all the way here, I didn't come across anything. The 2 men held their hands in front of them and shouted at the top of their lungs. Li Xinxiu stopped and lowered his head thoughtfully. The fact that he had intentionally killed one person hadn't even made these two change their answer, so it seemed that they really hadn't lied to themselves. None of them have encountered any mirror people. Is it possible that there are no mirror people at all? A trace of incomprehension flashed across Li Xinxiu's brows. If the mirror man didn't exist, or for some reason wasn't able to appear, was there any need to hide one's appearance? If it didn't exist at all, and one was moving against someone else with this face of Liu Chang, wouldn't that be a risk of exposure? After all, mentioning that a single band had a strength comparable to the top 3 bands, the only thing most people could think of was his name. That's just it. Anyway, no mirror image person has appeared at this stage. Li Xinxiu muttered. As soon as the words left his mouth, his appearance returned to its former form. Witnessing everything, number 4 and number 5 looked like fools, staring at Li Xinxiu with wide eyes in death. Nima, isn't this Li Xinxiu? Chapter 52 The Hunt of the Giants. This can't be it. Number 5 tremblingly reached out and rubbed his eyes, but when he opened his eyes again, what met his eyes was still Li Xinxiu's cool face. At this time, Li Xinxiu just happened to raise her head, and their lines of sight just collided straight into each other. You don't come over, if you come over again I will shout. Number 5 pulled number 4's arm tremblingly backward. Don't be afraid, I kill lives without abusing them, it doesn't hurt. Li Xinxiu's mind moved, 2 drops of blood coalesced out of thin air and pierced through the 2 men's eyebrows with a swoosh sound, killing them painlessly. After resolving the 2 men, Li Xinxiu walked up and rummaged through the 2 men's corpses, finding 2 flares, respectively from the 2 forces of hell and the New World. After finding what he wanted, Li Xinxiu stepped toward the gate. Just as he wanted to kick open the gate in front of him like a pair of eyes, click sound toward both sides of the open. Quite good at reading eyes. Li Xinxiu muttered in surprise, then pulled 2 flares right in front of the gate. Miso. 2 flares were shot towards the sky, and the red and blue points of light gradually brightened until they glowed brightly against this dark sky. Li Xinxiu nodded in satisfaction and turned towards returning to the palace, waiting for the others to arrive. He was doing this for 2 reasons, but it all boiled down to one purpose, and that was to confirm that the Mirror Man existed or not, and 3 people was still too thin a statement to prove anything. He needed more people. If there was a mirror image person in this mountain forest, then at the sight of these 2 flares they would definitely rush this way. Even if no mirror people came, then these 2 flares would definitely attract some revivers, and then he would be able to conduct rigorous interrogation one by one. In the middle of the dark mountain forest, a figure weaved through the dense canopy like an ape. This person was no other than the middle-aged man in the trio of Antuanji Hilu. At this moment, Hilu's face was pale, his face was covered with fine beads of sweat, and the tight-fitting combat uniform was torn into strips that hung on his body. Although his body was not in good shape, Hilu's eyes did not dim for a second, gazing steadfastly ahead, dodging the pursuit behind him and seeking a way out. 100 meters away from behind him, a human-sized giant with a body size of up to 50 meters was rampaging through the mountains and forests, his eyes hotly staring at Hilu. The giant was cloaked and naked, his round eyes were like 2 blood lanterns, swaying under the blood moon, and a broken arm could be seen in his protruding teeth. His demeanor was hideous and frightening. The trees in the mountain forest were less than the knees of the giant's calves, and with every step the giant took, the trees fell forward like dominoes, kicking up a cloud of dust. Around the giant, there were more than a dozen smaller giants less than 20 meters in size that were also frantically chasing towards Hilu, vaguely forming an encircling situation. Behind these giants, there was another group of people who were following nonchalantly, led by none other than Horseface of Hell. This in Unification Divisions people really do have some skills in them, and they can still escape with their lives under these circumstances. Horseface did not mince words in his praise. Half an hour ago, Ma Mian came to the Underland, and in order to facilitate the action, he gathered more than 20 people from the hell to his side through the walkie-talkie, after which the group found an ancient city in the middle of the mountains. Driven by curiosity, Ma Mian takes his men into the ancient city and finds a key on a high tower, but they are not the only ones who find the key. There are also Hilu and Zhang Kong from the Yantong division. Fighting broke out between the 2 sides immediately afterward, but because of the small size of the tower level, the hell did not utilize its numerical advantage, and the key was snatched away by the side of the Yantong Shur. Hilu left the tower with the key, while Zhang Kong stayed behind to hold back the hellish party and buy time for Hilu to pull away. But just after Hilu had stepped out of the gates of the ancient city, the buildings within the city instantly collapsed like quicksand. In the midst of the ruins, a huge palm broke out of the ground, and a tall giant crawled out of the ruins and ran in the direction that Hilu had fled. The Horseface gang and Zhang Kong, who were in the ancient city, were also affected by this, but these giants were targeting Hilu, and only a few of Horseface's gang died. However, Zheng Kong was different. Because of bad luck, he ran head-on into the large giant in the lead and was directly swallowed by it, his life and death unknown. In order to get the key in He Lu's hand, Ma Mian followed the giant from afar with his men, creating the current situation, where the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is at the back. My lord, these giants are probably all going for that key. If we get it, won't we also face a hunt? A reviver asked uneasily. Ma Mian narrowed his eyes and said calmly, the car will be able to get to the mountain, the boat will naturally straighten out, there must be a solution, it's just that I haven't found it, let me think about it again. At the same time, He Lu's state was getting worse and worse, he felt as if his limbs were falling apart, and he was getting out of control. He Lu looked at the key in his palm, and a hint of struggle flashed in his eyes. The final examination allowed 5 people to participate, and 5 people just happened to correspond to 5 keys, and it was impossible to say that there was any connection between the two. With the key, he might have the qualification to participate in the final examination and the chance to obtain a spirit Xian weapon. He didn't want to give up this opportunity, but if he didn't, he would be in danger of losing his life. Damn it! He Lu cursed through clenched teeth, and the palm clutching the key was about to let go when the dark mountain forest suddenly lit up, red and blue light intertwined, briefly dispelling the shadows. He Lu raised his head, his eyes looked at the sky through the gaps between the leaves, and what caught his eyes were two points of light as dazzling as the sun. This is the flare of the hell and the new world. He Lu stared at the sky with wide eyes in disbelief, his excessive shock causing his speeding steps to pause. What kind of talent sends out flares and doesn't know there's a mirror man in the Underland? And still 2 flares, this is afraid that others cannot see, anxious to be a living target? Not only was He Lu confused, but Horseface, who was following behind, was also confused. Ha! Horseface stared blankly at the distant sky, a flare? My lord, is it possible that our people are fighting with the people of the New World and are seeking support? Someone speculated. Horseface said with an ugly expression, damn, are you retarded, sending flares in this place? Then should we go over for support? The woman standing beside Horseface asked cautiously. I'm afraid that's not up to us. Horseface stared in the direction where He Lu was. Chapter 53, I want to hold on to the key. As Horseface had predicted, He Lu's grip on the tree trunk swung hard and he ran in the direction of the flare. If they encountered an enemy they couldn't cope with, the simplest and most effective way was to involve more people and muddy the water even more, which was what He Lu had in mind. As He Lu shifted direction, the giants following behind him also ran in the direction of the flare. The impact of the 2 flares was more than that. The flares of the Hell and the New World combined the roles of illumination, warning, and durability, with an extremely wide coverage of light and an even more astonishing visual distance. For a while, countless blindly wandering revivers rushed in Li Xinxiu's direction after seeing the flare, even Xin Yuanguo was no exception. 2 pieces sent together, is this hitting together? Xin Yuanguo was confused. The little brother beside him inquired, Big brother, should we go over there? Go over and sneak a peek to see if the so-called mirror man will appear. After saying that, Xin Yuanguo raised his leg and ran in the direction of the flare. At this time, Li Xinxiu was completely unaware of this, and was staying quietly in the palace, admiring the decoration of the hall and guessing the price from time to time. He Lu was not far from where Li Xinxiu was, but a few minutes had brought the distance between them extremely close. The outline of the Palace of Doubt had appeared in He Lu's line of sight. A fire lit up in He Lu's eyes, and his calf muscles instantly tensed as he darted towards the palace at a faster speed. Come back! The large giants shouted loudly in urns, their terrifying sound rippling through the air as they rapidly approached towards He Lu like charging cavalry. Leopard form! He Lu shouted loudly at the top of his voice, leaning down close to the ground, his arms like in a weird bend, lunging forward like a panther, more than 50% faster. Even so, it still wasn't enough. He Lu was only a 1-band nowadays, a complete mismatch with the giant whose strength was comparable to a 4-band. The sound wave caught up with He Lu and turned into a wave that slapped at him. Put! He Lu's face reddened as he spurted out a large mouthful of blood, his body flipped over a dozen times in a row, knocking his face into a bloody mess. In just this moment's work, the large giant ran to a distance of less than 100 meters behind He Lu, and that hideous and terrifying smiling face was particularly oozing under the red moon. Seeing that the large giant's foot was about to trample He Lu into mush, He Lu narrowly dodged the foot with a roll. But only part of the whole man dodged it, and his left arm was stomped directly into pulp by the giant. The immense pain stimulated He Lu's nerves, allowing his head to gain a brief moment of clarity. Why is one so obsessed with a key that one is unwilling to let go of it even when one's life is seriously threatened? In an instant, the name of the ancient city of greed, suddenly appeared in He Lu's mind. At the moment of life and death, He Lu finally understands everything, so it's all because of this key. Just as he tried to let go of the key, a small giant came from the darkness and sent him flying with a whip kick. Boom! 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 Under this force, He Lu was like a soccer ball, falling down and rising up, smashing the dirt floor into shallow craters one after another, and the sound of bones rang out like firecrackers inside him. Finally, after 7 or 8 falls, He Lu finally finished unloading the little giant's strength and slumped like a puddle of mud in a position 10 meters away from the Palace of Doubt. And the key of greed in his hand fell at the entrance to the Palace of Doubt. Looking at the empty surroundings, He Lu revealed a miserable smile. Alas, it seems that this year's New Year's Eve cannot return. Facing death directly, He Lu had no fear in his heart, only countless regrets. Clunk! Just then, the palace gates slowly opened, and a dull sound of footsteps came from directly in front of He Lu. He looked up with difficulty, only to see a youth slowly walk out from within the palace. The youth's eyes were like an endless sea, and his entire person exuded an indescribable ease and calmness, as if the sky collapsing and the ground falling couldn't move him in the slightest. He Lu's pupils dilated slightly, and he just quietly looked at Li Xinxiu. The uninterrupted running, the high concentration of his attention, which had long exhausted him physically and mentally, an indescribable peace of mind surged into his heart after seeing such a calm face. Li Xinxiu walked to the palace door and picked up the key on the ground, raised his eyes to look at the extremely fast approaching giant, and then moved his eyes to He Lu. After seeing the blue sphere on the other party's chest, Li Xinxiu curiously asked, "Are you from the Unification Division?" "Aha!" He Lu subconsciously nodded his head in agreement, but he quickly came back to his senses and stared at Li Xinxiu. "You're Li Xinxiu." Li Xinxiu nodded. It seems that Unification Division has a pretty free job, and still has time to read the entertainment news of the 11th city. He Lu ignored Li Xinxiu's flirting, clenched his fists and shouted eagerly, "Quickly! Throw away the key, those giants are all rushing to him." Li Xinxiu sniffed and pinched the key of greed and shone it at the red moon. "Is this one of the 5 keys? Surprisingly it's black, it's not common." "Can't you understand human language? Throw it away!" He Lu yelled again. "Why throw the key you found?" Li Xinxiu put the key into his pocket, his gaze curiously looking towards the head of the tall giant. There really are giants in this world, but they are strangely ugly. Li Xinxiu looked at the group of giants, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, and the battle spirit in his eyes boiled over. His heartbeat became more and more rapid, sending oxygen to all parts of his body. It must be nice to fight a big guy like that. This was the only thought in Li Xinxiu's mind at the moment. "What do you want?" He Lu seemed to have sensed Li Xinxiu's thoughts, and shock was written all over his face. "I want to clutch the key." Before the words fell, Li Xinxiu disappeared from the spot like the wind. Anum. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB who was sound asleep. Amidst the harsh night wind, Li Xinxiu rushed towards the large giant without fear like a black lightning bolt. When he was 100 meters away from the large giant, Li Xinxiu bent his knees slightly, stomped the ground violently with his toes, leaped up high like a flying bird, and swung his fist at the large giant's face. "Roll!" The large giant shouted angrily, a voice like a thunderclap shook Li Xinxiu's head, and even his punching power weakened by a few points. Boom! The large giant's palm tore through the air and pressed down on Li Xinxiu like a 5-fingered mountain. Bang! Air waves comparable to a 6 or 7 grade gale erupted from the center of the collision between the two, and the surrounding trees all tilted to the side, their leaves rushing straight up into the sky like raindrops. The next second, Li Xinxiu like a rocket to the Palace of Doubt, bang in front of the gate smashed a deep hole 1 meter deep, so that the ground shook a little. The large giant wasn't much better, his palm was directly punched out with a bloody hole, and his 50-meter tall body slowly fell backward. Chapter 54, The Last One. In a flash, the ground shook. Hundreds of trees were crushed into pieces, branches, leaves and dust flew up in the sky, and the giant's thick limbs sank into the mud. A deep pit in the shape of a man appeared in the mountains and forests. Ho ho ho! The large giant hissed towards the sky, shaking even the thin clouds under the night sky apart a few times. Horseface on the small hill in the distance had a horrified gaze. Didn't the Underland suppress everyone to the first ban? Is this kind of strength what the first ban should have? My lord, this is the Li Xinxiu I wanted to tell you about earlier. The henchman at the side pointed at Li Xinxiu and said. Then why don't you give me the word? Anger filled Ma Mian's eyes. The subordinate lowered his head in aggravation. I said that a strong, albeit one band, Heaven's Fate person had appeared at the top of the mountain, and when I wanted to continue further you directly interrupted me, saying that I shouldn't come to report on any trivial matters. Horseface. In front of the Palace of Doubt, Li Shinxiu pursed the blood from the corners of his mouth and staggered to his feet. That was close, I almost got hurt. On the side, He Lu's throat rolled, his pupils trembled violently, and he stared at Li Shinxiu tightly. How is this strength a bit different from what one understands? Isn't it that one band can rival 3 bands? How is it that even giants that are comparable to 4 bands can now have a fight? Before He Lu could think about it, a flash of pitch blackness obscured his shadow, only to see a miniature giant opening its bloody mouth and biting at He Lu, the speed of which was simply too fast for him to react. In the nick of time, Li Shinxiu's figure swayed and left a trail of residual shadows on the ground, and in an instant, he arrived in front of He Lu, grabbing the giant's teeth with both of his own hands, so that the other party's mouth could not be closed and he could only stare at Li Shinxiu with wide eyes. Fishy saliva dripped from the giant's mouth and hit He Lu's head, which brought him back to his senses. When He Lu looked up and saw the bloody mouth above his head, his lips involuntarily trembled. Just because he can be honest about death doesn't mean he doesn't fear it. You owe me a favor. Li Shinxiu lowered his eyes and looked at He Lu, then pulled his hands hard toward his sides. Fizzle. Blood flowed horizontally. Li Shinxiu raised his knee and only heard a click. The thick neck connecting the giant's head directly broke, and the head rolled down to the ground, its scarlet eyes looking straight ahead until it died. Borrow the sword for a while. Li Shinxiu bent down and picked up He Lu's horizontal sword, the corner of his mouth curving into an arc of excitement. Exhale. Beneath the swift gusts of wind, Li Shinxiu weaved in and out of them recklessly, the blade in his hand glowing a bizarre light red color under the red moon. Ah, yes. Li Shinxiu laughed wildly and used the tree trunk to leap high up, with the red moon above his head and a small giant with teeth and claws under his feet. He received his knees to his chest in the air, his hands gripping the horizontal sword tightly and placing it at his waist, his dark, penetrating eyes looking down silently. Roar! Eat, eat! The giant stared greedily at Li Shinxiu and surged towards the same location, building a small mountain of flesh, with dozens of large hands reaching out in the direction Li Shinxiu had fallen. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. Li Shinxiu kept descending and his gaze grew cold. At this moment there was no more noise in his ears, only the whistling night wind could be heard, and before his eyes was no longer a big ugly face, but a taut string. Li Shinxiu let out a long breath and moved when he was still a few meters away from the giants. Miso. The horizontal sword resembled the moon, and with just a flick of the wrist, dozens of large hands were thrown up high. Blood was like stars, punctuated by the somewhat lonely light of the blade. Li Shinxiu was like the wind, seeing the seams and holding the horizontal sword in his hand brought up slices of blood red in the huge crowd, even the black land was dyed crimson. One by one, the giants were hacked to the ground and trampled into mud by the other giants, surrounding Li Shinxiu, but even so, they couldn't get within a meter of Li Shinxiu's circumference. Whoever crosses the bar line, an ice-cold blade awaits him. At the same time, the revivers of the New World arrived nearby just in time to see the scene of Li Shinxiu falling from the sky, and each of them froze in place like a log. At this moment, the leader, Xin Yuangua, appeared to have the same question as Ma Mian: is this nigh on the strength that a band should have? Big brother, this man is Li Shinxiu from the news. Can't I see it without eyes? Xin Yuangua said with some impatience, and in his eyes was an overwhelming shock. Although he had read the news about Li Shinxiu, he was still greatly shaken inwardly when he saw that there really was someone with such a strong combat power in the first band. Boom! The ground suddenly began to shake. The large giant that had fallen to the ground earlier finally rose from the ground, and when he saw Li Shinxiu massacring his own people, his eyes were completely filled with scarlet, and veins rippled on the surface of his skin. Eat! Eat it! The large giants ran towards Li Shinxiu with large strides, their flailing arms smashing some of the shorter mountain walls to smithereens. In the distance, Li Shinxiu stood on top of the pile of corpses, breathing heavily. Just a few seconds ago, he had killed the last of the miniaturized giants. After listening to the movement coming from behind him, Li Shinxiu looked down at the horizontal sword with the curled blade and swept his eyes at himself, who was covered in blood. The last one. Li Shinxiu brushed his hand across the blade, revealing the original appearance of the horizontal sword. Boom! 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 The footsteps were getting closer and the ground was shaking more and more. Li Shinxiu took a deep breath and slowly turned around, staring straight at the large giant. In the Underlands, life energy could not be used, which meant that not only could the reviver not regenerate, but they could not regain their strength either. After the high-intensity battle just now, Li Xinxiu's body had already sent out signals of fatigue, which meant that Li Xinxiu was unable to fight large giants head-on. So there was only one way for him to win, and that was to be fast enough to outrun the giants, fast enough to outrun the blast. Eat you! The large giant's mountain-like palm grabbed at Li Xinxiu, completely enveloping him in shadow. One was a 1-meter-tall man and the other was a 50-meter-tall giant, and the meeting of the two was like fresh water meeting hot oil, extremely visually striking. For a while, everyone held their breath and watched the scene in silence. Just when that big hand was about to touch Li Xinxiu moved. His feet launched his entire body like a spring, taking off through the gap between the giant's fingers. You think you can kill me? Li Xinxiu's gaze blazed as he gripped the horizontal sword with both hands and slashed towards the back of the giant's hand. Pust! The curled blade of the crossword stuck into the giant's palm and blood gurgled like a stream. Roar! The giant screamed in pain and slapped at Li Xinxiu with his other palm, but it was all too late. Chapter 55, You're not worthy of weighing me. A cold light shone in Li Xinxiu's eyes, and his feet fiercely exerted force. The whole person was like the propeller of a helicopter, hovering along the giant's palm. Hiss! In a flash, red blood wrapped around the giant's arm like billowing red ribbons, and chunks of flesh and blood fell off the giant's arm and draped helplessly over his bones. No! The giant's 5 senses twisted together as he raised his palm and slapped it in advance towards his left shoulder. If Li Xinxiu continued to move forward, he would be slapped right into the giant's big hand. In the face of the giant's prediction, Li Xinxiu's face was calm, his hands exerted force to directly pull out the horizontal sword, his pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needlepoint, and he stared dead at the giant's neck. Just as the giant's palm was about to fall, Li Xinxiu curled his entire body up, and thin traces of blood spread up from his paws, as if he was accumulating some terrifying power. In the nick of time, a dull and loud sound came from Li Xinxiu's feet, and the giant's arm seemed to be bombarded by an artillery shell as if it had been hit by a cannonball, and it helplessly dropped downward. And Li Xinxiu's figure disappeared under the night as if it had been erased by heaven and earth. Ho 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 ho! The giant let out a terrified roar, his eyes blankly looking around. Meanwhile, above the giant's head, Li Xinxiu fell downward like a falling meteor, his curled-edged horizontal sword reflecting the red moon and emitting an eye-catching color. At this moment, he was like a divine heavenly punishment, his eyes coalescing with an indifference that scorned everything. Sharp, ear-piercing wind-breaking sounds resounded through the heavens and earth, and the giant finally heard the movement above his head as he lifted his head and met Li Xinxiu's eyes straight on. Instantly, an unexplained fear suddenly grew in the giant's heart, and he subconsciously tried to reach out to fend it off, but it was all too late. Li Xinxiu's figure flew past the giant's cheek, gripping the hilt of the knife and plunging it into the giant's neck. Die for me! Li Xinxiu let out a cold shout and stepped his toes on top of the giant's neck, driving the hilt of the blade with his foot and turning it along the giant's thick neck. Chop! Blood and water like streams sprayed out from where the blade passed, like the fading fireworks in the night sky, bright and dim. No, no, no! The giant opened his bloody mouth, and the horrifying soundwave kicked up a fierce wind, blowing Li Xinxiu's clothes hunting and shaking his earholes with blood. Click! The sound of a blade breaking came from the giant's neck. Li Xinxiu knew that his horizontal sword had cut into the giant's cervical vertebrae. The hardness of the horizontal blade alone was not enough to shake the giant's bones. But it didn't matter. Without the knife, he still had himself. Li Xinxiu stomped on his toes and jumped to a position parallel to the giant's eyes. Farewell. The corner of Li Xinxiu's mouth hooked up, and his left leg tore through the air with an ear-splitting sonic boom, kicking straight at the giant's head. Bang! The cervical vertebrae connecting the giant's head snapped right off, and the giant's head erupted like a cannonball towards a small hill in the distance. Boo! Accompanied by a deafening roar, smoke and dust filled the small hill, stones splattered out like bullets, and a huge pit up to 10 meters deep appeared on top of the hill. And at a distance of a few dozen meters away from the giant pit, Horseface gulped and raised his hand tremblingly, touching the bloody marks on his face that were cut by the stones. On the field, after kicking the giant's head off, Li Xinxiu fell out of the air and landed smoothly on the ground. The 50-meter-tall body slowly fell down behind Li Xinxiu, smashing into a large swath of trees and kicking up a gust of wind. After a minute, the field gradually quieted down, and Li Xinxiu slowly stepped out from it, walking to the Palace of Doubt with somewhat frail steps, and threw the hilt of the blade, which no longer had a blade, in front of He Lu. It's time to change your sword, it's too dull. Li Xinxiu said calmly. You. He Lu looked at Li Xinxiu like a monster. You, this is a ban? Li Xinxiu shook his head. I've already broken through to the second ban, but now that I've been suppressed to the first ban by the underground earth, I am indeed at the strength of the first ban. Thank you. He stammered for half a day, unable to say a complete sentence, and finally stifled out a thank you. When he finished speaking, he endured the severe pain and discomfort coming from all parts of his body, and stood up with the help of the ground, asking weakly, I have a companion who was swallowed by that giant in one gulp. Can you help me over there so that I can look for myself? It'll have to wait, there are a bit too many eyes in the neighborhood. Li Shinxiu twisted his head and looked around. He sniffed and looked around. It didn't matter if he didn't look, he was shocked. Only to see that in the surrounding mountains and forests, either in groups or alone, there were at least hundreds of revivers at a rough glance. Xin Yuangui of the New World and Ma Mian of the Hellmouth were also among them, each staring at Li Shinxiu with a scornful and greedy expression. Li Shinxiu, there should be keys placed in the palace behind you as well, have you already taken them? Horseface's eyes showed a cold light and looked at Li Shinxiu's pockets. Li Shinxiu smiled disdainfully, yes, I took the key inside, and the key to the giant's guardian just now, do you have any comments? Without waiting for Ma Mian to open his mouth, Xin Yuangui in the distance deliberately sneered, you're no stronger than a one-ban, after killing so many giants by yourself, how much of your earlier prowess can you still exert today? We are not blind, your trembling hands hidden in your sleeves, and your feeble steps, which no longer reveal your weakness. Horseface narrowed his eyes and continued, I know you should still have a fighting chance, but I don't really think you'll be able to outnumber the others again. We recoveries have friction amongst ourselves, but we are extraordinarily united in the face of humans. Just because you can kill those simple-minded giants doesn't mean you can kill so many recoveries and have the ability to deal with hundreds of powers, am I right? So? Li Shinxiu raised an eyebrow, rather giving me so many words than coming up to try my depths, is it because you don't want to fight me? Li Shinxiu looked calm and there was not a trace of weakness in his brow. Of course this was all his disguise, as these people expected, Li Shinxiu had run out of gas by the time he killed the last giant. Overdrawing his physical energy made his brain drowsy, but the severe pain coming from his internal organs stung his nerves from time to time, keeping Li Shinxiu from falling into a coma. But even so, Li Shinxiu was not panicked in his heart. He was confident that even if he ran out of gas, no one could keep him if he wanted to leave. After seeing that Li Shinxiu didn't make the first move, but instead somewhat loosened his tongue, Horseface struck the iron while it was hot. To be honest, I don't want to fight you, although we can easily take you down by joining forces, but you will also injure quite a few of us if you counterattack on your deathbed, and at this juncture, I don't want to let my people die in something so meaningless. That's right, hand over the 2 keys you have on you, and I, New World side, won't care if you stay or go, how about it? Xin Yuanhua said bluntly. Li Shinxiu let out a light laugh, his eyes grew colder and deeper, an indescribable chill flowing out from his surroundings. Do you think you're gods of heaven, daring to test my depths and take my things? Li Shinxiu rolled up his sleeves, a flash of undisguised contempt in his eyes. Which of you is worthy to weigh me, and who dares to weigh me, eh? Chapter 56, Squatting quietly for a while. Li Shinxiu stepped forward, his eyes scanned the crowd recklessly, and those who met his line of sight all bowed their heads and avoided him, one by one timidly retreating towards the back. Horseface turned his head and was about to say something to his men, but all that met his eyes was the silence of the air. Ha! Ma Mian turned his head to look with a confused expression, only to see that his loyal men had all retreated to a distance of 10 meters, staring at him with innocent faces. What are you guys retreating from? What are you afraid of? Don't you still have me? Ma Mian shouted in exasperation. But his words didn't have any effect, and instead caused a look of skepticism to appear on the faces of those revivers. What do you mean, all of you, get back here? At Horseface's strong request, the people of Hell reluctantly returned to his side, and a few thick-skinned even more were pulled in front of Horseface. Shen Yuangguo's side could be a little better, at least he didn't pull anyone in front of him. The two stabilized everything before placing their eyes on Li Shinxiu once again. Li Shinxiu, it seems like you don't want to leave here alive. Horseface's eyes showed a fierce light as he drew his own horizontal sword from his waist. I'll give you one last chance to hand over the 2 keys. Shen Yuanguo narrowed his eyes, and the finger tiger sleeve on his hand glowed with a gust of cold light. For a while, a solemn flavor spread out at this moment. Deja vu. Li Shinxiu pursed her lips and smiled, as if she had returned to that afternoon in a trance. The same people are surrounded, the same people are seen as fish on a plate, and while everything is similar, one thing is different: time has changed, and the predators have switched sides. With so many of you, I'm sure you should have other keys in your hands. I'll give you a chance to live, hand them over. As he spoke, Li Shinxiu stretched out his foot and picked it, and a stone on the ground fell into his hands. Horseface was surprised and smiled. Are you not clear about your 5 seconds? Li Xinqiu stretched out 5 fingers, and as time passed one by one, the crowd's heartbeats accelerated. Especially those revivers who were just a ban outside and wanted to come in and try their luck. They were in a cold sweat and their legs couldn't stop trembling. Arrogant, you think? Li Xinqiu smiled brightly and directly interrupted Ma Mian's words. Time's up. Pray that you don't get targeted by me. In the next second, radial traces erupted from Li Xinqiu's feet, and his figure flashed in front of a reviver in a blink of an eye. Don't. Boo. Without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, Li Xinqiu directly blew his head off with a stone, and the red blood splashed on the faces of the other revivals like splashing ink. Boom boom boom. Before the other revivers could come back to their senses, Li Xinqiu clenched the stone and, like a red-eyed butcher, blew out the heads of several more revivers one after another. I surrender, don't kill me, don't kill me. How can this kind of monster be something we can handle? Run, run. Calm yourselves, he's exhausted, let's go together. I'm cool your grandma, how do you not get on when he's exhausted? Asshole, who do you work for that you dare to talk to me like that? I'm your father. One person took advantage of the chaos and cursed, leaving Horseface standing in place with an iron face. Under Li Xinqiu's wanton slaughter, the fear accumulated in the hearts of the crowd completely exploded under the encouragement of death, and one by one, they ran in other directions like they had lost their minds. No matter how much Horseface and Xin Yuanhua tried to stop them, it was useless. Although what Ma Mian and Xin Yuanhua said made sense, and the other revivals recognized what they said, it didn't mean that the other revivals weren't afraid of death. The impact of death is far more powerful than any words, and no one can face death without fear. By the time Li Xinqiu killed the first reviver with a stone, the psychological defenses of all the revivers had collapsed. The scene was getting more and more chaotic, and Ma Mian and Xin Yuanhua, who were standing in the crowd, exchanged glances, then turned around and ran into the dark mountain forest. Kid, you'd better cower in here for the rest of your life and don't come out, for the rest of your life. As usual, Horseface began the put-down session. Did I let you go? Li Xinqiu's deep gaze locked onto Ma Mian and he rushed up like a ghost. Ma Mian turned around and was almost paralyzed with fear when he saw Li Xinqiu's face. In order to save his own life, Ma Mian reached out and grabbed the 2 revivals running in front of him and threw them behind him with force, slowing down Li Xinqiu's pace. With the help of this opportunity, Horseface narrowly escaped with his life, and dared not return his head into the darkness. Seeing this, Li Xinqiu did not engage in chasing, but stopped and turned around. Just the moment Li Xinqiu turned around, the sharpness in his eyes quickly dissipated, and it was as if a stone was pressed on his eyelids, ready to fall at any moment. But although his face was shriveled, Li Xinqiu's back did not falter for a second. He came to He Lu with a fairly normal pace, squatted straight down, and put his hand on the wound on He Lu's abdomen, pretending to look at the injury. He Lu grunted from the subconscious pain and looked up at Li Xinqiu. When he saw Li Xinqiu's constantly trembling pupils, his heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously tried to reach out towards Li Xinqiu to help him. Don't help me, their people haven't gone far. Li Xinqiu drank in a low voice. Well. He Lu nodded and put his hand back in, then asked with concern, Are you okay, how can I help you? Li Xinqiu weakly raised his head, his voice like a mosquito fly, Let me help you, quietly squat for a while, I'll be fine. Li Xinqiu's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and by the time he said the last thing he had closed his eyes and was motionless. In the previous battle, Li Xinqiu had been holding his breath, and only at this moment did he completely let it out. The physical pains and aches were all flooding into his mind at this moment. If it was someone else, he might have died from the pain, or even fainted. However, Li Xinqiu was the one who carried it hard without a word. Compared to the pain of breaking through the second ban, this injury could not even be called a scratch. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Silence had returned around the Palace of Doubt, and Li Xinqiu also opened his eyes at that moment, with no more decadence in his eyes. He Lu looked at Li Xinqiu in surprise. You recovered here? Li Xinqiu shook his arms and nodded, almost, wait for a little more reprieve. He Lu's mouth opened slightly, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. It was a big problem for himself to even stand up after being injured. Was it reasonable for this kid to recover in 10 minutes after such a fierce fight? Li Xinqiu rubbed his eyes that were a little blurry from seeing things and looked at He Lu and said, You are the side of the Intongji division sent to purge the disaster water. Li Xinqiu's ears suddenly twitched and his voice ended abruptly. Snap, snap, snap. A sound of wet tweaked footsteps came from far away. Chapter 57, The Figure at the End. A bright light gradually appeared in He Lu's dull eyes and he shouted in surprise, "Zheng Kong?" Li Xinxiu looked back and saw a youth with thin features limping over. The youth looked as if he had crawled out of the water, his wet, sticky hair sticking to his scalp in strips, and the horizontal sword he held in his hand stained with blood. This person was none other than Zheng Kong, who had previously been swallowed by the giant in a single bite. Is he also a member of the Unification Division? Li Xinxiu asked in a deep voice. Right. He Lu nodded excitedly, grabbing Li Xinxiu's arm and standing up with difficulty. Li Xinxiu glanced faintly at the duo as he sniffed, a trace of imperceptible killing intent flashing through his pupils, but he dismissed the idea after some thought. If he killed these two, and Tuanxi would surely still send more powerful people, it would be better to keep the two, to have a black light, and in the meantime confuse the other side's direction of investigation. Soon, Li Xinxiu helped He Lu to come in front of Zheng Kong. Are you okay? He Lu excitedly grabbed Zheng Kang's arm. I'm sorry for causing you to be eaten by a giant. It's not uncle he's your fault, it's my own carelessness, but fortunately my special ability is all about defense, the giant can't help me. Zheng Kong hardened a weak smile. Li Xinxiu raised his eyebrows and twisted his head to look at the headless corpse. In the location of the corpse's stomach, a bloody hole was now broken open. He Lu breathed a sigh of relief as if he was relieved. It's good that it's okay, it's good that it's okay. Uncle I want to ask, these. Zheng Kong looked around with a blank expression, and then inadvertently surveyed Li Xinxiu, his eyes full of curiosity. He Lu stroked the thoughts in his head and explained, it's a long story, earlier. In the time that followed, He Lu told everything that had happened earlier. And Zheng Kang's expression went from bewildered at first to questioning, to shocked, to dumbfounded. Huh? Zheng Kong took a few steps back and looked Li Xinxiu up and down. He had fought giants, and that kind of strength was simply not matched by a ban. Looking at the entire Federation, I'm afraid it would take 1 in 100 million geniuses, coupled with a terrifyingly valuable Xian weapon, to wipe out the giants. Don't be too surprised, I'm just taking advantage of the situation. Li Xinxiu made a modest remark. Good. Zheng Kong nodded with a dull expression. By the way, you guys. Li Xinxiu was about to inquire about the matter of the disaster water, when a gurgling, like the sound of intestinal peristalsis, rang out in front of him. The same goes for He Lu and Zheng Kong. The three looked at each other, then turned their heads to look in front of them. After a few seconds passed, a small, weirdly wriggling red character appeared out of nowhere. Congratulations on collecting all 5 keys. The direction of the altar is clear. Wait for it. When Li Xinxiu finished reading the last word, the small red letters in front of him disappeared without a trace as if they were drilled into the air. At the same time, the moment the small red letters disappeared, Li Xinxiu turned his head to look in the direction where the red moon was, and he felt that there was something in that direction that was attracting him. He Lu turned his head to look at Li Xinxiu and then Zheng Kong. Do you guys also feel something very appealing to you in that direction? The two nodded without looking back at the words. Let's hurry over there before it's too late. Without waiting for Zheng Kong to finish his sentence, He Lu pulled his arm and chided, what are you going over there for, to die? What state are you and I in now? I'm a cripple and you're half crippled. What can we fight with when we meet those revivers? But, Zheng Kong pursed his lips reluctantly. Now that Little Knight's whereabouts are unknown, we can't even defend ourselves, so what are we going to fight for? What are we going to do to stop those revivers? He Lu's face was gloomy. Zheng Kong didn't say anything and silently turned his back, apparently recognizing He Lu's decision. After convincing Zheng Kong, He Lu looked at Li Xinxiu and said seriously, He Lu remembered this favor, if I can get out of here alive, I will definitely pay it back, you. Recoverers are more treacherous, you be more careful. At those words, Li Xinxiu's brows lowered uncontrollably. This was not good news for him. Now the situation was still unclear. It was not known if the mirror man mentioned in the rules would appear, no one knew where the exit of this place was, and everything in the Underland seemed to be shrouded in mist. What Li Xinxiu could do was to put uncertainties to his side, and have himself judge the life and death of these uncertainties according to the situation. So he couldn't let these two people out of his sight, and if they insisted on leaving, then he could only be forced to kill them. Thinking about this, Li Xinxiu shook his head, his eyes full of determination. I am not going to leave you all here. Nowadays there are perhaps only 3 of us humans in the Underland, the rest are all revivers. The chances of you two losing your lives without me are too great, so come with me and I'll keep you safe. This. He Lu didn't expect Li Xinxiu to say this, and unconsciously stared wide-eyed. Zheng Kong, who was standing on the side with his back turned around with a surprised face even after hearing this. A hint of hesitation flashed in He Lu's eyes, but he finally shook his head. Forget it, the two of us will only drag you down if we follow you. Protecting you guys is just a matter of passing by, it's not a drag to talk about, don't waste your time, let's go together. In the end, under Li Xinxiu's persuasion, He Lu and Zhang Kong nodded their heads and agreed. The three of them walked companionably in the direction of the red moon. It was a flat, level area with no rolling hills or unusual trees. But to say that it was a flat piece of land was not really rigorous, because the middle of this piece of land was cut off hard by a long abyss. Its cut was flat, as if it had been cut out by some sharp weapon. To the left of the abyss, there was a wall-like bridge connecting the east and west. The bridge is 100 meters wide and over 10,000 meters long, with a fence built of stone bricks on both sides and a floor made of lapis lazuli bricks that crosses the abyss like a stick. With the slow passage of time, a group of people appeared on the flat land to the east, and these people were clearly the revivers of hell in the New World. Under Li Xinxiu's pressure, Ma Mian and Xin Yuangui temporarily put aside their old grudges and joined forces. The altar should be just over the bridge, are we going to cross the bridge? Horseface had a grave expression on his face, and as he spoke, he was still observing his surroundings from time to time, wary of Li Xinxiu's appearance. Xin Yuangui shook his head and said in a hesitant tone, the end of the bridge is all foggy, we can't see anything, will we encounter any dangers if we go over there rashly? Why don't we wait for Li Xinxiu to go over there, then we'll go over there? Then have you thought about whether Li Xinxiu will block us at the end of the bridge after he crosses it? Ma Mian asked rhetorically, and when he saw that Xin Yuangui didn't say anything, he continued to add, cross it, at least you'll be able to get a head start. After saying this, Horseface took the lead with the people from the hell towards the bridge. Xin Yuangui saw this although he had some concerns in his heart, but he still hardened his heart and followed. He was more afraid of the known Li Xinxiu than the unknown danger. Meanwhile, at the end, in the midst of the blanket of fog, a slim figure leaned lazily against the fence, as if waiting for something. If Li Xinxiu were here, he would have found this figure very familiar. Chapter 58, Identity Revealed. On top of the long bridge, a vast group of people huddled together, slowly advancing towards the front. At first the nerves of the crowd were still tense, but after walking unharmed for a while, they gradually let go and the oppressive atmosphere eased quite a bit. Ma Mian pushed away the henchmen who were blocking his way and took a step to the very front of the line, while Xin Yuangui on the side gave Ma Mian a contemptuous look. Are you that scared? Being careful makes it easier, only if I live can the rest of the Hellmouth get out of here safely. Horseface said rightfully. Xin Yuangui let out a light laugh, it was the first time he had ever seen someone put fear of death in such a refreshing way. Seeing that no danger appeared on the bridge, the crowd also accelerated their footwork, and soon walked from the middle of the bridge to a position close to the bridgehead. In the midst of the fog, the crowd put their hands on each other's shoulders, and a beam of light shot out from the crowd, illuminating the path ahead. Don't be afraid, everyone, with me here, you can move forward without fear. Ma Mian stood in the center of the crowd and shouted in a neutral voice. The people of Hell's Hall of Fame's faces darkened and gave Horseface an odd look. All be careful, we're almost at the bridge. Xin Yuangui shouted behind him, then slowed down his pace. For a while, the field was incomparably quiet, and everyone didn't dare to make a different sound. A man walking near the front wiped the cold sweat seeping from his forehead as the beam of his flashlight shone just to the left of the bridge. The man finished wiping off his sweat and was about to set the direction of the flashlight's beam correctly when his gaze suddenly stopped at the end of the beam, and along with it, the movement of his hand. The companion beside him noticed the man's strangeness and reached out to pat his shoulder. What's wrong with you? What are you gawking at? You shine there, how do I look like there is someone there? The man said with some panic. Ah, someone? The companion frowned at this and half-heartedly shone his flashlight in the direction the man had said. Under the two beams of light, a black silhouette in the fog became gradually clear. The figure leaned against the parapet, looking up towards the sky as if admiring the red moon in general. There's someone, there's really someone, my lord, there's someone over there. The companion shouted at the top of his voice. When these words came out, everyone's faces turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Horseface looked shocked. Where are the people? At 10 o'clock on the bridge at. In the next second, countless beams of flashlights gathered towards the silhouette, dispersing all the darkness around him, and the silhouette's handsome face was completely exposed to everyone. This? Xin Yuangui's pupils trembled slightly as he subconsciously stepped backward. This person was too familiar to him, wasn't it Li Xinxiu? Li. Xinxiu, how did he get here? I don't know, aren't we ahead of him? My lord, what is to be done under this? The originally well-organized group instantly became panicked, and some of the timid ones had already begun to secretly retreat backward. Ma Mian forced down the fear in his heart and feigned composure. Li Xinxiu, when did you stand here and what do you want? After Xin Yuangue retreated to a safe position, he also spoke out, you want the key, right? We can work together without fighting. He originally didn't want to cooperate with Li Xinxiu, but when he saw Li Xinxiu's calm and relaxed face with a rosy complexion, he gave up his earlier thoughts of trying to sneak attack. This appearance, which has the appearance of a little weak, completely is a full-strength posture. How can sneak attack successfully? Li Xinxiu, who was leaning on the guardrail, turned her head, and her cool gaze just looked straight at Xin Yuangue. So my name is Li Xinxiu. The inexplicable words drew the crowd into a fog, but Xin Yuangue, who stood in the forefront, reacted. His eyebrows wrinkled into a Sichuan character, and he tentatively asked, are you a mirror person? In an instant, everyone reacted, looking at Mirror Xinxiu with shocked expressions, not daring to take a breath. Mirror Xinxiu walked slowly to the center of the bridge and said icily, this is a divine road, not accessible to mortals, so. As he said this, Mirror Sinking Autumn slowly raised his own palm. Run! Horseface was the first to react, squeezing backwards. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the crowd was in a state of chaos in no time at all. Don't concentrate together, all spread out. Li Xinxiu is only good at melee combat. Xin Yuangue shouted at the New World's team, and then he also ran towards the way he came. Li Xinxiu's combat power Xin Yuangue has seen, his own group of people even the other half disabled cannot take, let alone the current immortal mirror image of the person. After hearing Xin Yuangue's words, the people who had originally piled up together hurriedly dispersed and ran wildly like crazy. Mirror Xinxiu's head tilted, a hint of disbelief showing in his eyes. What do you mean you are only good at melee combat? Group combat is your strength. Looking at the crowd of people frantically fleeing for their lives, Mirror Sinking Autumn moved with a thought. Pust. In the next second, his arm turned into a column of water that rushed up into the sky and scurried into the fog, followed by a cold current that spread above the heads of the crowd. Ma Mian, who was running at the very front, suddenly had his heart skipped a beat, and thinking he was safe, he turned his head to look at Mirror Xinxiu, just in time to see the scene of Mirror Xinxiu's arm gradually transforming into a stream of water and rushing up to the sky. This. Horseface's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his excessive shock slowed down his steps, keeping his posture of looking back to the back. Xin Yuangue, who had caught up with him, slapped his horse's face. What are you waiting for? Horseface's throat rolled. What is that? That Li Xinxiu's special ability? Vigorously, what's wrong? Coco. Why can he turn into water? Pust. Before Horseface could finish his sentence, a sound of breaking flesh came from behind him. He turned his head to look, only to see a bloody hole appearing at the center of a reviver's brow. However, this is just the beginning. In the fog, drop by drop of water droplets like bullets shot out, swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of the wind is endless, the field wailed again and again. Ah! What's going on? What's with this rain? Why is it shooting people to death? Help me, help! Ah! Isn't this the online Calamity Water's ability? Why is it here? Wait, why is this Mirror Man's body turning into water? Does Li Xinxiu have this ability? Someone turned around and noticed the difference and shouted. Don't look, Li Xinxiu is the disaster water, run towards the bridge. Horseface hissed loudly, his loud voice not dissipating for a long time in the fog. Chapter 59, Leaving and Arriving. Bridge East is extraordinarily quiet compared to the chaos and noise of Bridge West. Li Xinxiu and his group of 3 walked through the mountains and forests, walked across the flat land, and came to the east side of the long bridge. He Lu's legs and feet were inconvenient, and he had been assisted by Zhang Kong, which led to the 3 of them rushing at a very slow speed, and they didn't come to the front of the abyss until now. Li Xinxiu walked to a stop only a step away from the abyss and lifted his foot to kick a stone down. There was a dead silence, and the stone made no sound as if it had sunk into the sea. It looks very deep. Li Xinxiu murmured in a low voice, then raised his head to look at the other end of the bridge, but even though he had amazing eyesight, he couldn't see anything. The thick fog hid everything, with a faint scarlet color under the red moon, making it look especially weird and eerie. Li Xinxiu turned his head to the 2 and said, I guess the people from Hell and the New World have already passed, so let's not waste any more time. He Lu hesitated for a moment and said, why don't we just stay at this end of the bridge, something might happen over there, and as following you would rather tie you up. No need. Li Xinxiu balked in a firm tone, you guys won't let me tie my hands, just go. After saying that, Li Xinxiu didn't give the 2 a chance to speak and walked directly onto the long bridge. Zhang Kong and He Lu exchanged a glance and followed helplessly. As all three of them stepped onto the long bridge, the sound of gurgling once again came to their ears. Li Shinxiu stopped and lowered his eyes toward the ones in front of him. A few seconds later, small, crooked red letters slowly appeared. All participants have set foot on the divine path and fulfilled the conditions for leaving the underworld. The red moon facing west is the direction of the altar, and facing north is the portal for leaving the underworld, so please make your own judgment. Anum. Rumbling. Just then, a roar sounded from behind the trio. He Lu was the first to react, turning his head to look behind him. What came into view was a black vortex that was close to 500 meters in diameter, occupying the entire bridge and rotating clockwise. The sudden appearance of the behemoth scared He Lu's body shook. If not for Zhen Kong holding him behind him, I'm afraid He Lu would have fallen to the ground by now. Li Shinxiu walked to the vortex and looked up and down curiously before turning his head to the two and saying, "Since the exit has appeared, then you should hurry and leave." "Thanks a lot, I'll write down today's favor, He Lu, and I'll be sure to thank you at the door when I go out." He Lu gratefully nodded at Li Shinxiu. Li Shinxiu waved his hand, "No need, I." "How can this be? The favor of saving your life is not any other small favor, how can you not repay it?" He Lu excitedly interrupted Li Shinxiu. Zhang Kong, who was standing on the side, also advised, "Yes, perhaps this is an insignificant little thing in your eyes, brother, but this did save our lives, this favor must be repaid." Li Shinxiu gave the two of them an odd look and explained, "I mean, a visit to the door is not necessary. If you guys want to repay the favor, you can give me money on my bank card. I'm quite poor, or I wouldn't have gone up to the mountain to work part-time as a security guard for a few $100s. The field was quiet. 6 crows crossed over the heads of both He Lu and Zhang Kong. Money? He Lu didn't seem to hear what Li Shinxiu said and asked uncertainly. "Yes, it's money, how much or how little, it all depends on what you and Tongji want." Li Shinxiu replied with a smile. After He Lu froze for a moment, he said afterward, "Oh. Well, money then." After hearing this answer, He Lu's image was instantly elevated in Li Shinxiu's heart, and the coldness in Li Shinxiu's eyes faded a few points and became a few points softer as a result. Just as Li Shinxiu wanted to say something, his ears suddenly twitched. Li Shinxiu raised an eyebrow, his sight crossing over the two to look in the direction of the west side of the bridge. Just now, his ears faintly heard a rising and falling hiss. Zhang Kong noticed the change in Li Shinxiu's complexion and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Is something wrong?" Li Shinxiu shook his head easily. "It's nothing, you guys should go, staying here for a little while longer is a little more dangerous, don't waste your time." "Good, brother, and Tongji has a young woman coming in besides us, if you can meet her on the bridge, I hope you can help her, we, and Tongji, are grateful." He Lu clutched Li Shinxiu's hand and said with a sincere expression. Li Shinxiu handed He Lu a reassuring look, "Definitely, as a fellow human, I won't leave it alone." "Thanks a lot." "Thanks." After the two had said their thanks, they walked into the vortex, one helping the other. North Wangshan Campfire Square. Soldiers carried stretchers in groups of 2 and carried the bodies in the square. In front of the blood-colored portal that bordered the clouds, Night Spectre stood worriedly in place, with a large bulging bag on her forehead. Just as Night Spectre was about to rush into the bloody portal, an invisible barrier appeared in front of the portal, bouncing her to the ground with a bang. "Ugh, when will this bag go down?" Night Spectre reached up and touched his forehead somewhat bitterly. It wasn't so much that she cared about beauty, but she felt a bit ashamed. At this time, a soldier trotted up to Night Spectre. "Sir, checked everywhere and found no trace of 096 Calamity Water. Anything on the location of the satellite phone call for help?" Night Spectre looked sideways at the soldier. "Based on the traces left at the scene, it can be determined that 096 Calamity Water fought with other revivers. As for who won and lost afterward, and where Calamity Water went, we have no results for now." Night Spectre nodded thoughtfully and ordered, "Perform a blood sampling, send it to the testing section, and enter all the data from the blood into the DNA database." "Understood." The soldier replied forcefully, then trotted out of the area. Night Spectre looked deep into the blood-colored portal. Could it be inside? Not being on the mountain was the only possibility she could think of. Without waiting for Night Spectre to think deeper, the surface of the blood-colored portal rippled, and 2 figures limped out from it, none other than the duo of He Lu and Zhen Kong. "Night Spectre?" the two said in unison in surprise. "Why are you guys in this state?" Nightju walked forward with concern and assisted He Lu from Zhang Kang's hand. He Lu smiled helplessly. "It's a long story, wait for me to take a break to tell you in detail, right? How come you didn't go in, and what's the bag on your head?" Night Spectre perfunctorily said with an odd face, "I accidentally bumped into it, it's not important, let's talk about you guys first. Meanwhile, on the bridge in the Underland, Li Xinxiu stood before the vortex and quietly looked ahead. His amazing eyesight had allowed him to see the fleeing crowd, and it had also allowed him to see the raindrops that continued to fall from the air. Li Xinxiu knew very well that it was extreme waters means his own mirror image had come. Chapter 60, The Struggle Before the Whirlwind. On the long bridge, a scattered group of people ran desperately toward the east side of the bridge, and those who were physically exhausted and fell behind were directly shot through the eyebrows by the water droplets, mercilessly. Mamian twisted his head after seeing the few remaining hellish people behind him. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if he could drip water. The 1 or 2 forbidden revivers died, but those 3 or 4 forbidden revivers were all his beloved ones, and every death made his heart ache for a few more points. Hurry up and run, we're almost to the exit, if you don't want to die, run up for me. Mamian anxiously jumped up and shouted, just like a gym teacher urging his students to run faster. Just as Mamian wanted to shout something more, Xin Yuanhua, who was rushing at the front alongside him, reached out and pulled his arm. What's wrong? Horseface nearly hissed. Xin Yuanhua swallowed his saliva and pointed to the front and said, Is that? Is Li Xinxiu ah? The movement on Mamian's face froze instantly at the words, thinking of what the small red letters had expressed earlier. Yes, everyone is on the bridge known as the Divine Path, so how could Li Xinxiu not be there? Thinking of this, Horseface clenched his teeth and stiffened like a zombie, twisting his head to see the tiny figure under the vortex. He didn't want to go near the figure, but he didn't have a choice. Vegetables were the original sin. The distance between the two sides grew closer and closer, and more revivers noticed Li Xinxiu's figure. Li Xinxiu indifferently swept a glance at the crowd. Now that you know, there's no need for you all to go out. After saying that, Li Xinxiu moved his mind and countless small water droplets coalesced around him, quietly waiting for Horseface to step into his attack range. I don't know if it was due to the experience of being chased and killed, but Xin Yuanhua and Horseface stopped at a location outside the range of the Polar Waters attack, and the group of people following them were also forced to stop. They looked at Li Xinxiu for a moment, and then looked at the mirror Xinxiu who was about to approach, and everyone's body couldn't stop trembling. Mamian looked at the ever-approaching mirror Xinxiu and turned his head to shout at Li Xinxiu, we're all revivers, there's no need to get our heads in the sand. Your mirror man is following behind us, he's very strong and immortal, you can't win against him with your strength. Li Xinxiu let out a light laugh, what do you want to say? We cooperate, as long as we work together to push your mirror man off the abyss, we can get past. Before Mamian could finish his sentence, the henchman beside him tugged on his arm in alarm, my lord, that thing is catching up. At those words, Horseface whipped his head around in horror. Snapping. Dull footsteps came from far to near, and Mirror Sinking Autumn, hands in pockets, slowly stepped out of the fog that followed him like a shadow. Double Autumn caught in the crossfire, Mamian and Xin Yuanhua and the others could not advance or retreat. Li Xinxiu, what are you still thinking about? We are all revivers, only by working together can we fight against your mirror people. Xin Yuanhua shouted. Li Xinxiu did not reply to their words, but looked at Mirror Xinxiu curiously, while Mirror Xinxiu also looked at him curiously. Both of them tacitly did not make a move, letting the recovered person caught in the middle let out a cry. Interesting. Mirror Xinxiu smiled wryly and reached out to snap his fingers crisply. Anum. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB who was sound asleep. All of a sudden, a cold, biting wind blew on the bridge, and a black smoke sprang out of the fog and landed on the bridge, transforming into a human form. Among this large group of people, there is Horseface, there is Xin Yuanhua. Whether they died on the bridge or still survived, all of them are among them, obviously, this is the mirror image of the others people. After the mirror man appeared, he first looked himself up and down, and then like a hungry, vicious wolf, he looked at the recoverers who were sandwiched in the center position. Mirror Xinxiu's expression was teasing as he raised his hand to stop the many mirror images behind him. Don't move at all, let's see the dog bite the dog. Those revivers were humiliated in their hearts after hearing these words, but they didn't dare to say anything on their lips, and one by one, they all turned their heads to look at Mamian and Xin Yuanhua. Xin Yuanhua turned around and stared at Li Xinxiu dead in the face. Do you really want to do this? Li Xinxiu's eyes darkened. I don't like killing, but I don't have a choice, you guys must die. When he finished speaking, the water droplets around him spread out and hovered silently in the air. A miserable smile appeared on Xin Yuanhua's face. After killing us, you can go out again by yourself, ha? No. Li Xinxiu shook his head. I will walk to the other side. What's the hesitation? Charge. Mamian shouted and carried the 2 revivers to take the lead in charging up. The other revivers gritted their teeth at the sight and followed. For a time, the scene was incomparably chaotic, and in order to seek a ray of hope, everyone used all their strength to rush forward. Scatter! Li Xinxiu's lips slightly opened, and drops of water burst out like bullets, with an accuracy that far exceeded that of the Mirror Xinxiu. Although Mirror Xinxiu possessed all of Li Xinxiu's abilities, if it came to familiarity, the two could be considered worlds apart. Under Li Xinxiu's indiscriminate slaughter, one by one, the revivers fell to the ground, and the number of revivers remaining on the field became fewer and fewer. However, there is still one thing that is not perfect, and under the dense water droplets, there are people who have managed to make it to the end. Li Xinxiu raised his hand in a false grip, and an ice blade glowing with white coldness appeared in his hand. His body was like a ghost, and in the blink of an eye, he tore through the rain to arrive above Shen Yuanguo's head. Shen Yuanguo looked up in shock. Ice. Pust. Cold air wrapped an ice blade from his neck. Shen Yuanguo's head thrown up high, bright red blood has not yet sprayed out because of the cold air condensed into translucent ice crystals. Snap sound and the lapis lazuli bricks fell to pieces. And Shen Yuanguo's head fell toward an abyss with no visible bottom. After resolving Shen Yuanguo, Li Xinxiu's figure did not stop, his toes lightly tapped the ground and dodged in front of Ma Mian. Bastard, do you really think I'm going to die here? Horseface shouted in a cold voice with red eyes, while a sharp bone spur sprang out from his small arm and stabbed at Li Xinxiu's head. But it all seemed too slow to Li Xinxiu. When the bone spikes were about to plunge into Li Xinxiu's head, his head tilted slightly to the left, dodging the bone spikes by a hair's breadth. By the time Horseface reacted and tried to change the direction of the bone spikes, Li Xinxiu's ice blade had already cut off his head. Bang! Horseface's head fell to the cold ground, and the headless body collapsed unwillingly. Horseface's 5 features were twisted, and his expression was hideous as he stared at Li Xinxiu. You wait for me, I will come to find you. Before Horseface could finish his sentence, a droplet of water pierced through his head, obliterating his vitality. As for Li Xinxiu, who was on his mind, he had long ago raised his ice blade to kill the next person and did not hear what he said. City 11, a rented house. Next to the rotting wallpaper, close to a damp and smelly single bed, a youth with a withered face wrapped in a quilt lay on it, motionless as if dead. Barta. The hour hand on the clock points to 12 o'clock. The youth lying on the bed suddenly stared wide-eyed, his pinpoint pupils staring at the ceiling in death. Chapter 61, Because You're Too Weak. After resolving Shen Yuanguo and Horseface, the remaining people were as if they had lost their backbone. Their feet first stagnated, and then they rushed towards the vortex like a wild dog that didn't want to die. But how could the wild dog's counterattack have any effect on the cheetahs? Li Xinxiu carried his ice skates through the rain, and reaped their lives with ease. The field wailed continuously, the sound of ice crystals falling to the ground and cracking constantly rang out, but in a moment's work, the bridge in front of the vortex was filled with dense corpses, and only the 2 revivals were still struggling. We're all recoverers, why do you? Pust. A cold light flashed, followed by a line of blood spreading down from the center of this reviver's brow, and the vitality in his eyes dimmed extremely quickly. One laughed. Like a robot, Li Xinxiu's gaze instantly locked onto the last reviver. After noticing Li Xinxiu's gaze, the last reviver was scared out of his wits and rushed towards the vortex with the water bead on his hard shoulder. Not even close, not even close. The reviver kept muttering under his breath, his steps getting closer and closer to the vortex. Miso. In the nick of time, Li Xinxiu crashed through the rain curtain to the side of this reviver, and was about to swing his blade down when a pillar of water blasted towards his ice blade. Boo! The ice blades were smashed to pieces, and the column of water separated Li Xinxiu from that reviver like a natural barrier. In the distance, the corner of Mirror Xinxiu's mouth hooked up as he slowly lowered his left hand. Before the vortex, the last reviver laughed rampantly. Li Xinxiu, I survived. After saying that, he lunged forward with both feet, the upper half of his body entering the vortex ahead of time, leaving only his 2 legs stranded in the underworld. Just when the crowd thought that this reviver would immediately get up and escape from the underland, he didn't move. In the campfire square beyond the vortex, the reviver who had escaped the clutches of the demon gazed silently ahead like a fool. There, the 3 Intuasher men and countless soldiers watched him silently. That's when he figured out one thing: what's the point of running out on your own, you're still going to die. After figuring this out of revenge, he shouted eagerly with wide eyes, Li Xinxiu is calamity water, Li Xinxiu is calamity water. However, before the crowd reacted, a hand stretched out from the portal, like an eagle's claw, like clasping the head of this revivalist. Bang sound directly pinched burst, turned into a sky of blood mist. After doing so, the hand quickly retracted into the portal as if it had never been there. This Night Spectre looked at the headless body lying on the ground with a confused face. On the long bridge, Li Shinxiu withdrew his own hand and stood silently in place, seeing that no one had walked into the vortex from the outside before he turned around with a gloomy face, his gaze looking straight at the many mirror people. "Why are you looking at us like that?" Mirror Shinxiu spread out her hands and looked at Li Shinxiu with an innocent face. Li Shinxiu didn't reply, but instead, with a thought, he condensed a giant hammer cast from cold ice and stood it in front of his chest. "What's the matter? Want to do it directly?" Mirror Shinxiu revealed a disdainful smile. "You can't kill us." "So?" Li Shinxiu's eyes were deep. "What do you want to say?" Mirror Shinxiu saw that Li Shinxiu was a little afraid of himself and laughed with satisfaction. "The purpose of our existence is to weed out those fools who can't recognize themselves and covet spirit Xian weapons. You're a true genius, so we won't kill you, you just have to complete our test and you'll be able to cross the bridge." "Oh?" Li Shinxiu let out a light suspicion. "Before I answer your question, can I ask you a question?" Mirror Shinxiu raised her eyebrows and nodded. "You ask?" "I want to ask you, are you conscious?" Li Shinxiu asked in a deep voice. Mirror Sinking Autumn froze slightly and nodded with some confusion. Seeing this, Li Shinxiu pursed his lips and grabbed the hammer in front of him, twisting his 5 fingers slightly and swinging the huge hammer like a spinning pen. "What do you want?" Mirror Shinxiu narrowed her eyes and stared at Li Shinxiu warily. Li Shinxiu slowly stepped forward, his eyes constantly sweeping over the body of the mirror image person while speaking. "It's good that you're sentient, otherwise if you don't scream when I fight, you'll always feel that something is missing." "Beat me?" Mirror Shinxiu stretched out his hand and pointed at himself in surprise, as if he had heard some great joke. "What strength do you have that I'm not clear about? One-on-one you can't beat me, and now you still want to be outnumbered? It's for your own good to take the test, or else you think you can walk through the god's path on your own strength? What a delusion." The other mirrors also laughed after hearing this, each looking at Li Shinxiu with contempt. Li Shinxiu didn't retort, or rather he preferred to use his actions to make the other party recognize himself. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB who was sound asleep. A gust of wind erupted from around Li Shinxiu, and his entire body disappeared from the sight of everyone. "All back off!" Mirror Sinking Autumn shouted towards the crowd, and just as he tried to step back, a shadow appeared above his head. Mirror Shinxiu's pupils shrunk, and with a thought he disappeared into a mist of water. At the moment he disappeared, Li Shinxiu's giant hammer fell from the sky and hit the bridge like a mountain with a bang. In a flash, dust and dirt surged out wildly from around the hammer body like a tsunami, and cracks like spiderwebs spread out from under Li Shinxiu's feet. The terrifying might shook the surrounding mirrors back and forth. In the distance, Mirror Shinxiu, who had manifested a human form, looked at Li Shinxiu's back in horror. It was too fast for him to even react. But why was that? Wasn't his own strength the same as this man's? Amidst the smoke and dust, Li Shinxiu pulled the giant hammer up from the deep pit and twisted his head to look in the direction where Mirror Shinxiu was. That was quite fast. Mirror Shinxiu forced down the shock in the center. "Why are you so fast?" "Because you're too weak." After saying that, Li Shinxiu swung his hammer towards the several mirror people standing aside. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a series of explosions, dozens of wisps of black smoke billowed out from underneath the hammer, just like the previous owner of the Palace of Doubt. "Asshole!" Mirror Shinxiu let out a cold cry and also condensed a giant hammer of cold ice and rushed towards Li Shinxiu. Snap! The two giant hammers collided together, and white ice slag continuously burst out from them. Li Shinxiu calmly gripped the hammer handle and pressed downward horizontally, while Mirror Shinxiu fell down on one knee, gritting his teeth and struggling against it. Although the two had the same power, their use of power and their understanding of psychic abilities were worlds apart. It's like asking a Hercules to fight another Hercules who knows fighting techniques. It's clear who's stronger and who's weaker. "What are you guys looking at? Hurry up!" Mirror Shinxiu shouted without regard for his image. The other mirrors also finally reacted when they heard this and took a step to rush towards Li Shinxiu. "Ah, I'll see how you can block it." Mirror Shinxiu revealed a maniacal smile. Li Shinxiu lightly glanced at the other party and softly said, "Points." Chapter 62, The Altar finally appears. As soon as the words fell, the water droplets hovering within 100 meters instantly shot towards Mirror Sinking Autumn's direction. Noticing that something was wrong, Mirror Shinxiu hurriedly activated the extreme water, trying to stop the approach of the roiling water beads, but he soon realized that he could not control the water beads at all, and to be precise, he was unable to defeat Li Shinxiu's intention. Shoo shoo shoo. The water droplets were tearing through the air with a harsh popping sound. "Hurry up, We are not going to die, we don't need to be afraid of these water droplets at all. Mirror Shinshio shouted at the top of her voice. Li Shinshio's eyes curved up like a crescent moon. You're so naive and cute. Dense footsteps approached towards Li Shinshio, and countless various kinds of supernatural powers attacked Li Shinshio, and in the face of these attacks, his face was as normal as if he hadn't seen them. Mirror Shinshio's eyes were filled with anticipation as he saw the scene unfold with a smile, but after a second, his smile froze on his face. The water streams in the sky converged on top of Li Shinshio's head and coalesced into a person made of water streams. After Li Shinshio broke through the second ban, he discovered that he was much more comfortable with the use of extreme water, and could perform some detailed manipulations that he was previously unable to accomplish. Water condensed into a simple waterman, this is the new use he thought of, using one mind to manipulate the waterman, to solve the disadvantage of being outnumbered. Facing the attacks from all sides, the waterman jumped behind Li Shinshio, crossed his arms and swung violently, and water blades as thin as cicadas shot out from his arms, slashing at the crowd. Boom boom boom. One after another, explosions continued to ring out on the long bridge, and a cloud of black mist floated up with the wind. While mirror people don't die, that doesn't mean they can recover immediately like a recoverer. After resolving the siege, Waterman clasped his hands in the air in a false grip, and two sharp ice blades appeared in his hands before flying into the air and swooping down towards the crowd. This. Mirror Shinshio stared wide-eyed. This extreme water can still be played like this, how can he not do it himself? Before he could think about it, Li Shinshio's eyes sank and his hands lashed out. Boo! Unable to resist, Mirror Shinshio once again turned into water mist. Just as he wanted to continue to flee, Li Shinshio's lips slightly opened. Condensation. A strange fluctuation spread out from around Li Shinshio. Before Mirror Shinshio, who was thinking that he had escaped, could breathe a sigh of relief, an indescribable force of rules covered his surroundings and coalesced him into a human form once again. How? Mirror Shinshio's eyes widened as he tried to use the extreme water to transform into water mist again, but no matter how much he tried, nothing worked. Snap. 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 Dull footsteps sounded behind Mirror's sinking autumn, from far to near. Li Shinshio grasped the hammer handle with one hand and dragged the hammer body behind him, and the ice rubbed and knocked on the green stone tiles, emitting an unpleasant zzz sound. Mirror Shinshio stood up holding onto the ground, his dark eyes staring at Li Shinshio dead in the face. Why, obviously our strengths are the same. Li Shinshio smiled faintly. Those who imitate me cannot surpass me after all, just like those who were scared silly by me can no longer make me feel jealous. Don't you like to play? I will play with you. Li Shinshio's eyes turned cold, and with a movement of his mind, countless water droplets appeared out of thin air and shot into Mirror Shinshio's body like bullets. Due to the fog, Li Shinshio's extreme water could be fully utilized, and there was no need to worry about the embarrassment of having no water to control. Water droplets continued to pierce through Mirror sinking Autumn's body, and wisps of black smoke floated out from his body. Aha! Mirror Shinshio let out a miserable scream, and his eyes stared at Li Shinshio with mischief, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Li Shinshio dispersed the giant hammer in his hand and smiled brightly. Aren't you proud of your immortality? Then experience this pride. After saying that, Li Shinshio turned around and walked out towards the pile of recovered corpses, but before he could take just a few steps, a road of heavy shadows appeared in front of his eyes, and everything was suddenly bright and dark. Li Shinshio knew clearly that this was his body reminding him that he had overused his powers. I thought the second ban could be improved. A trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed in Li Shinshio's eyes before he walked towards the mirror people again. Since the powers were on the verge of being overused, it was time to throw these mirror people into the abyss. Looking at Li Shinshio, who was moving ever closer towards him, Mirror Shinshio breathlessly drank. Ah. You? What are you doing? Luckily, you're free. After Li Shinshio finished speaking, his palm probed out like a python, biting Mirror Shinshio's neck and casually throwing him out of the bridge. The general lost like a mountain, and with Li Shinshio and the waterman cooperating, the other mirror people also stepped into the Mirror Shinshio's footsteps. After resolving everything, Li Shinshio dispersed the water droplets and stood under the red moon with one hand on the fence, his eyes distantly looking into the bottomless abyss. For some reason, he always had the urge to jump. After resting for a while, Li Shinshio walked to the vortex and squatted down to search the bodies one by one. He only had 2 keys and was 3 keys short of opening the final test. After spending a little more than half an hour, Li Shinshio finally found all 5 keys and stepped towards the west side of the bridge. North Top Mountain Campfire Square. The soldiers were still carrying the bodies, and the three Intongsher men were sitting around with the headless body in the center. Wearing white gloves, Night Spectre took the tweezers and slowly lifted the clothes stuck to the surface of the corpse, and after lifting the clothes, a small, thin blood hole was uncovered and exposed in front of the three of them. Night Spectre's eyes narrowed and he brought his hand to the side. Seeing this, the soldier standing on the side immediately pulled out an envelope bag from his backpack and handed it to Nightju. Nightju took the envelope bag and then pulled out a few photos from it, handing them to Zheng Kang and He Lu respectively. On top of the photo was a dead body, and like this reviver, these dead bodies were covered in the same bloody holes. If Li Xinxiu were here, he would have recognized who these dead bodies were, the very people he had killed earlier on the Lu River Bridge. The wounds are all the same size, so it seems that the disaster water we're looking for is indeed inside. Night Spectre said in a deep voice, handing the photo in his hand to He Lu. Uncle He, you, and Li Xinxiu spent a long time together in there, did he have any problems? Night Spectre twisted her head to look at He Lu. Night, how can you doubt a decent child because of such nonsense? He Lu looked at Night Yu incredulously. Yes, Sister Night, that child is definitely fine. Is it hard for these eyes of mine to not even be able to tell who's good and who's bad? Zheng Kang also said excitedly from the side. Night Spectre gave the two of them a breathless look, lowering his head and continuing to fiddle with the corpse with his tweezers while speaking. Personal opinion is ultimately a personal opinion. At present he does have a great suspicion, even if it is not Calamity Water, but there is a great probability that there is a connection with Calamity Water. The specifics of how to do it depends on the results of the interrogation. After walking to the west of the bridge, Li Xinxiu walked a small few more miles ahead and finally saw the altar mentioned in the small blood-colored letters. Chapter 63, Dragon? Under the pale red moonlight, the four-square altar stood so alone. The steps built of ancient yellow stone bricks exuded an indescribable flavor of antiquity, and a single angry, silver-armored soldier was carved on both sides of the steps, his godless but vivid eyes staring dead on at Li Xinxiu. After stopping for a moment in front of the altar, Li Xinxiu took a step onto the stone steps, completely ignoring the murals carved on both sides. I don't know if it's because no one has come for a long time, but the stone steps are covered with dust, the corners are covered with cobwebs, and whenever Li Xinxiu's feet are grounded, he can always bring up a large area of dust. But what Li Xinxiu didn't notice was that every time he walked past a set of stone steps, dots of scarlet appeared in the eyes of the soldiers carved next to him, stiffly turning their eyes to stare at Li Xinxiu's departing back. The stone steps were not long. Li Xinxiu quickly walked to the end, and a vast platform came into view. Rumble of a stomach. A sound of intestinal writhing came from in front of Li Xinxiu, and small blood-colored characters slowly appeared. Please insert 5 keys into the 5 keyholes in the center of the platform. The 5 people who insert the keys will enter the final examination. Li Xinxiu took out 5 keys from his pocket after reading it and walked to the center of the platform, and he saw 5 keyholes. Without hesitation, Li Xinxiu inserted each of the 5 keys into the corresponding keyhole. Click! The platform suddenly began to shake as the last key was inserted. Li Xinxiu frowned and jumped to the edge of the platform with both feet, his eyes vigilantly looking towards the center of the platform. His sixth sense told him that it was very dangerous there. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB who was sound asleep. In a flash, the space in the center of the platform shook like a piece of cloth, and with a hissing sound, the space instantly cracked, and a thin crack appeared in front of Li Xinxiu. Finally. I'm finally out, ha 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 ha. Maniacal laughter came from the crack, and the horrifying sound waves caused the platform to blow wildly. This is... Li Xinxiu frowned. This voice he had previously heard in North Top Mountain. Without waiting for Li Xinxiu to think deeply, a sharp claw covered with black scales and glowing with cold light stretched out from the crack, hooked onto the edge of the crack and gently pulled, and that piece of space was like tofu that shattered and ruptured, spreading in all directions at great speed. Black in its purest form devoured all light like a devouring monster. Realizing that something was wrong, Li Xinxiu stomped his feet backward and fell towards the ground. 100 meters. 70 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Just as Li Xinxiu was about to fall inside, he calmly spoke, multiply. In an instant, the water molecules that were floating in the air surged crazily towards Li Xinxiu's back as if they were summoned by something, and then coalesced. When he was still a meter away from the ground, a gust of wind came from Li Xinxiu's back, and the dust in the sky was discharged to the sides like waves. Rise! With a thought, Li Xinxiu's body was like a flying bird, tearing through the air and rushing straight into the 9 heavens. Under the light of the red moon, the pair of feathers coalesced from water and stretched out as wide as 5 meters appeared particularly shocking. Li Shinqiu stood in the air, the cold night wind blowing his hair backwards, the tattered security uniform hunting in the air. His eyes were lowered, gazing silently at the platform, wondering what he was thinking. On the platform, darkness occupied all the positions above the altar in an instant, and a pair of eyes glowing with a ghostly blue color slowly opened from the darkness, their icy cold eyes defying everything in heaven and earth like a monarch. The soldiers carved next to the stone steps twisted eerily as if summoned by something. Woo! The penetrating horn sounded between heaven and earth, and the soldiers in the mural actually stepped out of the wall and rushed towards the platform under Li Shinqiu's astonished gaze. Barbara! Dense footsteps sounded like dull drums, and hundreds of soldiers in silver armor rushed towards the platform like a silver torrent of brazen death. Ridiculous! A soft laugh came from the darkness, followed by a dull, mountainous sound of footsteps coming from within, and the altar, built out of stone and brick, began to collapse from the inside out like sand. The soldiers were buried deep inside before they even stepped onto the platform, struggling between the gaps in the timber and stone bricks. In a matter of moments, that tall altar was reduced to rubble. At the same time, a huge figure slowly appeared from the darkness. It was over 100 meters long, with two deep eyes that looked like two burning coals, huge nostrils that spewed out blue flames with every breath, and covered in scales like obsidian, each of which shimmered with a metallic luster. Strong and powerful limbs hung down underneath his body, and his broad and powerful wings constantly flapped, bringing up gusts of wind. Li Shinqiu frowned, his eyes filled with doubt. A dragon? At that thought, he looked the other man up and down again, and finally dismissed his thoughts. The behemoth in front of him just looked more like a dragon, but it shouldn't be the dragon he remembered. After all, how could a dragon have wings? While Li Shinqiu was sizing up the near dragon creature, the other party was also sizing up Li Shinqiu. Neither side spoke, and after a few dozen seconds of silence, Li Shinqiu took the lead and said, "What is the final test? The final examination?" A touch of mockery flashed across the narrow eyes of the Black Hell Dragon. "Are you talking about the small blood-colored characters?" As soon as the Black Hell Dragon's words fell, a long string of small blood-colored characters appeared in front of Li Shinqiu. "Congratulations, you've overcome all the difficulties to get the 5 keys and unlock my seal. I'm very happy with you, so I'm going to take your body." Li Shinqiu's face instantly grimaced when he saw the last word. "You lied to me?" "Ha ha, when did I lie to you? The Spirit Shin artifact is real, the 5 keys are also real, everything is real." The Black Hell Dragon let out a loud laugh. The terrifying sound waves shook the clouds to pieces. I don't know if he had been holding it in for too long or what. Seeing Li Shinqiu's gloomy face and not saying a word, the Black Prison Dragon said excitedly again. "This place is used to seal me and my Spirit Shin weapon. Those 5 keys are the key to unseal me. Thank you, for helping me to unseal me. I've seen your strength, I'm very satisfied with you, ha ha." Li Shinqiu sniffed. "So everything is your doing?" "Yes and no. The giants and mirror men, you see, their whole point of existence is to prevent others from unsealing the seals. I can only intervene slightly, such as adding a selection setting to the mirror men so they don't rush them, tampering with the little bloody letters. Do you know, when I saw you on the bridge getting ready to fight the mirror man, it really scared me. I was afraid that you'd get killed, but you're too good." The Black Hell Dragon's voice was agitated, and his ghostly blue eyes were filled with madness. Chapter 64, That's What I Call Strength. I didn't expect you to have 2 supernatural abilities and such a strong power with just 1 ban. It's perfect. Did the heavens know that I don't have a physical body right now? It's just a soul body, that's why they sent you to me. As he said this, the Black Prison Dragon's forelimbs clapped like a human's clapping. Li Shinqiu, who was standing in the air, reached out and pulled off the clothes on his body, revealing his well-proportioned and sturdy upper body, and asked in a cold voice, "Do you hurt when I hit you?" "It will, but can you do it?" The Black Hell Dragon stared greedily at Li Shinqiu. "You've also been suppressed to the first ban, right? As the same first ban, I don't think anyone can defeat me." Li Shinqiu's gaze was stern as he raised his hand and held it in a false grip. An axe condensed from cold ice appeared in his hand. The moment this monster stepped out of the darkness, Li Shinqiu's sixth sense clearly detected that the other party had become weaker, and it was obvious that this monster had also been suppressed by the Underland. "What a stupidity, isn't it good to obediently let me outlaw your flesh?" The Black Hell Dragon waved its wings and flew to a position parallel to Li Shinqiu. "The big battle is imminent." Li Shinqiu's wings vibrated and disappeared with a bang, carrying the ice axe and slashing at the head of the Black Prison Dragon. The terrifying power caused the fragile space of the underworld to ripple. In the face of such a strike, the Black Prison Dragon raised its forelimbs and casually slapped them towards Li Shinqiu. Bang! With a loud bang, the claws of the Black Hell Dragon simply blocked Li Shinqiu's axe. The Black Hell Dragon twisted its head and opened its bloody mouth to aim at Li Shinqiu, only to see a ghostly blue flame rising from its throat, a scorching heat wave surging towards Li Shinxiu. Realizing that something was wrong, Li Shinxiu immediately let go of his giant axe and drew back. But even so, Li Shinxiu's fingers were still burned by the blue flame. Fingers? Li Shinxiu's pupils shook as if he thought of something. But before he could think deeper, a shadow appeared above his head, and the sharp claws of the black prison dragon slapped Li Shinxiu like a chicken. With a flap of his feathered wings, Li Shinxiu dodged the black prison dragon's claws in a tricky position and rushed up to the sky, gazing into the other party's eyes. "You're a bit of an interesting person." After saying that, Li Shinxiu moved his mind and countless water drops hovered around him, and as he pointed downwards, countless water drops shot out. The black hell dragon opened its mouth and ghostly blue flames erupted from it. The moment the two came into contact, the sound of zzz came from the flames, and Li Shinxiu's water droplets disappeared without a trace in an instant. "Don't struggle, even though I'm a first ban, the underground earth doesn't restrict me completely, just like my power is only restricted to a second ban." The black hell dragon taunted. "It's just a bit more strength." Li Shinxiu pursed his lips and sidestepped the blue flames that sped by. At the same time, he stuck one of his fingers into the flames. A few seconds later, the corners of Li Shinxiu's mouth hooked up and a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood why he had never been able to awaken the third psychic ability. So it turned out that psychic abilities want to awaken not only to color, but also to experience a death. Accurately said, it was a death related to psychic abilities. Just like polar water, because he himself drowned once 2 years ago at the Lu River Bridge, he was able to awaken polar water immediately after coloring. So that's it. Li Shinxiu pulled out his own finger. He could feel a power stirring within him as the flames seared his skin. Since only death can awaken the third psychic ability, there's no need for me to keep my power thinking about running away. Figuring this out, Li Shinxiu lowered his arms and swooped down towards the black hell dragon with a double wing strike. Looking at Li Shinxiu, who was charging straight towards him, the black prison dragon opened its mouth wide and spewed out flames. Just when he thought Li Shinxiu would dodge to avoid it, Li Shinxiu rushed straight into it as if he didn't see the flames. When the black hell dragon had just reacted, Li Shinxiu's figure had already appeared before his mouth. "Keep screaming." Like a madman, Li Shinxiu reached out and grabbed the black prison dragon's tongue, pulling it outward with all his might. Fizzle! Black mist emerged from the black hell dragon's mouth, and that tongue turned into black smoke and disappeared into the heavens and earth. Oh, the black prison dragon let out a wail of pain, though he couldn't utter a single word due to the lack of a tongue. Exhale! A sharp claw tore through the air towards Li Shinxiu's back. In the nick of time, Li Shinxiu controlled the feathered wings to rush into the air. Above the sky, Li Shinxiu's body was burnt to a charred black color, covered in white smoke. Only those eyes were not damaged due to the protection of the extreme water. Ho ho ho! The black hell dragon's eyes widened as its mountain-like figure slammed into Li Shinxiu. "Weedy, do you really think you've probed my depths?" After saying that, Li Shinxiu's body suddenly exploded and turned into a sky full of water mist. Seeing Li Shinxiu disappearing in place, the black prison dragon opened its mouth and spat out flames in all directions in an attempt to burn Li Shinxiu, but it was all in vain because Li Shinxiu was in the sky at the moment. Beneath the red moon, an arm about 30 meters long, condensed out of water, hovered in the air, sucking in the water molecules in the clouds. This 30-meter arm was coalesced by Li Shinxiu with his body transforming into water, and it was also his strongest strike that left no room for error. As time passed, this arm grew thicker and thicker, and the might it emitted grew more and more terrifying, eventually stopping at a length of 50 meters. This is what is called strength. Li Shinxiu's indifferent voice came from beneath the clouds, and then that arm opened its large hand and pressed towards the black prison dragon, and a sound like a ghost's cry resounded in this part of heaven and earth. The black hell dragon raised its head, those ghostly blue pupils revealing humanized horror. But at this moment, the black prison dragon could not retreat. It spread its wings and flew into the sky, lifting its front limbs and crashing into Li Shinxiu. "I won't lose. How could I lose to a one-ban?" The black hell dragon hissed in his heart. Boo! Ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the air, and the space of the underland was lifted and torn apart like paper. The two terrifying forces were frozen in the air. Just when the black hell dragon thought he had blocked it, a light laugh came from the arm. "You are worthy of weighing me?" The moment the words fell, a force that suffocated the black prison dragon erupted from its arm, and the power it was so proud of was fully crushed by Li Shinxiu. The 100-meter-long dragon body was directly pressed into the ruins by Li Shinxiu, and a deep pit tens of meters deep appeared on the flat ground. Roar, roar, roar! The black hell dragon let out an unwilling roar as its twisting body desperately struggled, but to no avail. It seems you like to play as much as mirrors sinking autumn. I'll play with you. Li Xinxiu said calmly, maneuvering his giant hand to grab the black prison dragon's tail and continuously slamming the black prison dragon's body into the ground like a whip, pulling it out again, and slamming it into the ground again. Chapter 65, Going Home. It had lasted for several rounds before Li Xinxiu let go of his hand. The black hell dragon had long since rolled up its eyes under this torture and slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud. Li Xinxiu's mind moved, and the 50-meter-long arm scattered with a bang, and in the mist of water, the charred and blackened Li Xinxiu staggered out as if he was drunk, and that lax gaze was locked on a piece of wood entwined with flames. According to the reasoning in Li Xinxiu's mind, as long as he was burned to death by fire, it would be like the last time he was drowned in water and rejuvenated. Close enough. 2. Get stronger again. A faint touch of joy welled up in Li Xinxiu's tired eyes as he condensed an ice pick out of thin air and stabbed it at his heart. Pust. Red blood trickled down the ice hammer, his groggy brain waking up a bit more from the pain. It's almost here, Li Xinxiu's mouth grinned. He was getting closer and closer to the flame, only 3 steps away. Just as Li Xinxiu was about to take the penultimate third step, the black prison dragon lying behind him was opening its eyes, and those ghostly blue vertical pupils suddenly dilated. The next second the huge body of the black hell dragon turned into a wisp of black smoke that went west with the wind, but one wisp rushed towards Li Xinxiu in the opposite direction. Just as Li Xinxiu was about to take his final step, the wisp of black smoke ran into the back of his head, and his already shaky body just fell to the ground. In the midst of the boundless darkness, Li Xinxiu stood in place with a tired body. Where is this? Li Xinxiu looked around blankly, and then looked at his body that looked like a glazed transparent body. I really underestimated you, you are really unexpectedly powerful. In the darkness, a pair of ghostly blue pupils slowly lit up, followed by blue flames rising from the darkness, and the figure of the black hell dragon appeared in front of Li Xinxiu. Unlike its previous size of up to 100 meters, the current black prison dragon was very petite, only a little over 2 meters tall. Although the process has some twists and turns, the result is the same. Your soul has really weakened. Next, as long as I destroy your soul, this physical body will be mine. Before the words were finished, the black prison dragon pounced on Li Xinxiu with a flap of its wings. It was really afraid that after a while a sentence would suddenly pop out of Li Xinxiu's mouth. You are worthy of weighing me too? The black hell dragon was not fast, but Li Xinxiu was even slower because he didn't even try to dodge. With a bang, Li Xinxiu was crushed by the black hell dragon. You don't have a chance, your soul is too weak. The black hell dragon locked Li Xinxiu with its limbs, and the blue flames on its body gradually spread to Li Xinxiu's body. In an instant, a chiseling pain went straight to Li Xinxiu's heavenly aura, but he didn't show any discomfort. This pain was too light for him, or he was able to endure it. Li Xinxiu calmly looked at the black prison dragon with a shallow smile on his lips. You're not making enough fire here. You, the black prison dragon glared, have a hard mouth. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB who was sound asleep. The blue ethereal fire burned even more vigorously, and wisps of black smoke floated out from Li Xinxiu's soul. Enjoy. The black hell dragon let go of Li Xinxiu and flew into the air, silently waiting for the moment when the other party died. The fire got bigger and bigger. Li Xinxiu's entire body was covered by the flames, and from the outside looking in, he could not see anyone inside at all. Just how long will it burn before it's considered dead? Li Xinxiu bit her lips tightly, and subconsciously curled her entire body together under the scorching heat, hugging her knees tightly with her hands. I don't know how long it took. Li Xinxiu could no longer see the color of the firelight, nor could he hear any nuisance sounds. He felt as if he had fallen into a deeper level of darkness, and an unspeakable loneliness wrapped around him. Warm and balmy sunlight shone into the room through the old windows, and Li Xinxiu slowly opened his eyes. There were a few cracks in the ceiling, peeling wallpaper taped to the walls, and old tungsten lamps swaying with the morning breeze. A tantalizing smell of buns came from outside the window, and Li Xinxiu knew that it was Uncle Wang's bun store on the second floor starting to open. How? Li Xinxiu's eyes were dull, and his pupils trembled slightly. He just lay there on the bed, not moving a muscle, staring covetously at the ceiling, breathing in the air around him, listening to the sound of clanking spatulas clashing from over in the kitchen. Li Xinxiu's lips trembled as if he wanted to shout something, but he didn't dare to open his mouth for fear of falling into the darkness again. After a long hesitation, he called out in a somewhat hoarse voice, Mom. It seemed that the noise from the kitchen side was too loud, and the other party didn't seem to hear Li Xinxiu's voice. So he amplified his voice again and called out, Mom. Ed, what's wrong? A soft and familiar voice came from the kitchen side. Li Shinxiu, who was lying on the bed, froze, as if a certain string in her heart had been plucked, and a drop of tears could not be controlled to slip from the corner of her eyes. Shakily, he reached up and lifted the covers, holding onto the wall as he took a step from the bedroom to the kitchen. It was the shortest road he had ever traveled in his life, and the longest. Li Shinxiu held on to the kitchen doorframe, red-eyed, looking at the middle-aged woman wearing an apron. The other party's sideburns had taken on some white color, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were getting deeper and deeper. Suyu seemed to notice the movement at the door and turned her head to look at Li Shinxiu. Why are you crying? Li Shinxiu rubbed his eyes and hardened a somewhat unnatural smile. It seems like my eyes have gotten into something. Hurry up and go wash your face, the rice will be ready soon. You go next door and call Xiaoyu. Suyu didn't get suspicious and continued what she didn't finish earlier. Good. Li Shinxiu nodded obediently and turned to leave the kitchen, but before he could reach the door, a knock came from there. Coming. Li Shinxiu answered and jogged to the door to open it. The door to the room had just opened a crack when a hand reached out and raked the doorframe, followed by a brilliant face appearing in front of Li Shinxiu. Io, what's wrong with your red eyes? Crying. Qi Mingyue looked as if he had seen something rare, idly reaching out and pointing at the corner of Li Shinxiu's eyes, his eyes full of surprise. Get lost, I won't even cry if you die. Li Shinxiu reached out to pluck away Qi Mingyue's hand. Qi Mingyue laughed. The mouth is still quite hard. If one day the two of us really have to die, one of us, I will definitely die in front of you, so that I can see you cry my way, and you can't see me cry your way, two birds with one stone. Li Shinxiu froze slightly and asked in the form of joking words, a heartless guy like you can still cry for me? Qi Mingyue clenched his fist and gently punched Li Shinxiu's shoulder. Don't pull this kind of dead or undead joke. If you are really cursed to death by your own words one day, I have no companion and want to find someone to talk about how to do it, you can't let me also go to heaven with you. Chapter 66. It shouldn't be called a last wish. After saying that, Qi Mingyue took out a ticket from his pocket and put it on the entrance foyer. Don't you like Zhou Mulan's songs? I got you the concert tickets. I'll help you with your duty today. Go and watch it at ease. No need to thank brother. Just treat brother as a legend. Qi Mingyue flicked his finger on Li Shinxiu's head and bounced to the kitchen. Good morning, Auntie. Koshi's here. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Auntie, do you want me to help? At the main entrance foyer, Li Shinxiu looked down at the ticket and couldn't return to his senses for a long time, not knowing what he was thinking. He reached out and picked up the ticket, a darkness welling up in his eyes. He remembers this day. It was the first time in his life that he went to a concert. Zhou Mulan's songs were great and the evening breeze that night was gentle. Huzi, what are you standing here for? Come and eat. Qi Mingyue shouted, pulling Li Shinxiu's fluttering thoughts back. Oh. Li Shinxiu responded woodenly, slipped the tickets into his pocket, and sat down in front of the coffee table in front of the big TV. Looking at the fried egg in the bowl and the sticky millet porridge on the side, Li Shinxiu picked up her chopsticks and sat in place somewhat at a loss. Undoing her apron, Suyu walked behind Li Shinxiu, touched Li Shinxiu's head with that rough hand, and asked with concern, why don't you eat? Are you not feeling well? Qi Mingyue, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, also let go of the omelette in his mouth when he saw this and stood up with his hands on the table, asking, what's wrong? I'm fine. Li Shinxiu waved her hand bashfully, holding the millet porridge and inhaling a mouthful. Delicious. Suyu smiled gently. It's good that you're fine. If there's anything you must tell Mom, got it? No. Li Shinxiu returned with her head lowered, using a spoon to pick up the millet porridge one bite at a time and numbly stuffed it into her mouth. Li Shinxiu was normal, at least in the eyes of Suyu and Qi Mingyue, but what the two of them didn't notice was that the millet porridge in Li Shinxiu's bowl rippled round and round. Under the shadows, a single teardrop slid down from the corner of Li Shinxiu's eyes. His hand holding the spoon trembled continuously, and those eyes that remained calm no matter when turned fragmented. The moment he returned to this small house, everything familiar around him invariably stimulated Li Shinxiu's tear ducts and zapped his heart. He didn't know why he was here, but he didn't dare to go deeper. He was afraid that if he did, he would return to the cold reality. After all, even if it was a false dream, at least it all felt real. The millet porridge in Li Shinxiu's bowl was getting smaller and smaller, but he was still digging in the bowl with a spoon, making a bam bam sound. Son. Suyu nervously reached out and waved her hand in front of Li Shinxiu. Huzi, are you okay? Qi Mingyue walked over to Li Shinxiu's side and put his hand on his back, bending down to look towards his side face. I. Li Shinxiu could no longer restrain his inner emotions. Looking up at the worried Suyu, his tears overflowed like spring water, like autumn leaves, quiet and silent. Mom, I'm sorry, it's my fault, I'm sorry. Li Xinxiu fell to his knees and clasped Su Yu's legs with both hands, his body constantly trembling from overexcitement. Son. You. What happened to you? Su Yu half bent over, panicked, gently stroking the back of Li Xinxiu's head with both hands. Don't scare mom, are you being bullied? Bullying? Shi Mingyue's expression was shaken, grabbing Li Xinxiu's shoulder and drinking. Who bullied you? Was it those punks at the school gate? Li Xinxiu didn't pay any attention to the inquiries of the two men, but instead talked to himself about the guilt in his heart. Mom, I shouldn't have made that call. I didn't protect you. I shouldn't have woken up so late. If I had woken up earlier, you wouldn't have had to die, right? I'm sorry. I didn't get you into a big house. I didn't cure your migraines. I didn't take you around the beach. I'm a liar, but I really didn't try to go back on my word. At the end of her words, Li Xinxiu's voice was almost hoarse, and her voice with a sobbing tone made the temperature of the room a few points sadder. No one spoke, and everything seemed to fall silent. Li Xinxiu panicked in his heart and eagerly looked up. What came into his eyes was Su Yu's calmly smiling face. Silly boy, mom never blamed you, and you never wronged mom. Live well and I'll always watch over you. Su Yu's words were as gentle as the wind, slowly soothing Li Xinxiu's anxiety. He tentatively asked, so, Mom, can you come back to the dream to see me more often? I want to eat the dumplings you made. Su Yu tenderly touched Li Xinxiu's head. It will come. You brat. Shi Mingyue's head stuck out from the side in an inopportune manner. You can't tell me if you're not dead. What Li Xinxiu? What a Thai name. Shenhua is so nice. Next time you meet me be sure to tell me your name. Impossible. Li Xinxiu paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. If you die, I can tell you my name in front of your grave. Then you have to hide it well, don't let me find it. Shi Mingyue winked at Li Xinxiu, then turned into a wisp of green smoke and floated out of the window, followed by the space around him collapsing from the outside in like shattered glass slag. Mom. Li Xinxiu grabbed Su Yu's hand. Do you have any last wishes? Su Yu pursed her lips and looked amiably at Li Xinxiu. Mom's wish shouldn't be called a last wish. After saying that, Su Yu, just like Shi Mingyue, turned into a wisp of green smoke and slowly dissipated, and the space around him was also plunged into darkness at that moment. Li Xinxiu froze in place, like a little cutie. Like repeating what Su Yu had just said, it shouldn't be called a last wish. It shouldn't be called a last wish. It shouldn't be called a last wish. He spoke in a diminishing voice, but the smile on his face grew as a very absurd suspicion rose from his mind. In the endless darkness, the fire on Li Xinxiu's body was getting smaller and smaller, and the soul fluctuations around him were also getting smaller and smaller, like a candle that was about to go out. The black hellion dropped out of the air in excitement that it was finally going to make it. So what if you're even stronger? You're still only going to be a graft for me. The black hell dragon laughed grimly. Just as the black hell dragon was about to swallow Li Xinxiu's head in one gulp, an inconspicuous crimson appeared in the spectral blue. At the same time, a sense of fear spread throughout the black hell dragon's body, and its body suddenly froze in place, as if it had been taken in by something, unable to move. At this moment, the black prison dragon felt as if some great terror had awakened behind him and was looking at him condescendingly. It was as if he would be crushed to pieces if he moved. Anum. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB who was sound asleep. Suddenly, the flame burning on Li Xinxiu's body seemed like it was frightened by something, and instantly withered, then extinguished and returned to darkness. Chapter 67, You? The extinguishing of the blue flame plunged the vast majority of the place into darkness, with only a small crimson flame burning slowly, banishing the chill and darkness from the surroundings. The small flame hovered above Li Xinxiu's head and seemed to be sizing up the black hell dragon, looking harmless. But the black hell dragon didn't feel that. Standing in front of the small flame, it felt like an ant, while the small flame was like a king in the sky. A sense of insignificance and submissiveness arose. How can? The black prison dragon's brain went blank. An unspeakable sense of suffocation rushed straight to its heavenly cap, pinching its heart, and those limbs stepping on the ground couldn't stop trembling, as if they were going to kneel down in the next second. He is a dragon standing at the end of all beasts. What on earth can make him feel humble and small? The black hellion wasn't sure and couldn't figure it out. The small red flame looked at it for a while before it scurried into Li Xinxiu's brow. In an instant, Li Xinxiu's transparent spirit body emitted a faint red light. That crippled body slowly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a warm heat wave spread out from around him. How is this possible? The black hell dragon's eyes widened. How could the soul recover so quickly? But before it could think about it, a voice interrupted its thoughts. Why don't you kneel when you see God? The voice seemed to come across the ages, as heavy as the ages, defying everything in heaven and earth equally. Bang! The black hell dragon fell to its knees, that head silently pressed against the ground, its 2-meter-tall body shrunk to less than half a meter, its heart not daring to beat loudly. It was horrible, it had never heard such a horrible voice before, as if the other party would really die if they just said one word to let it die. It was a might that saw no end, a might that made all things despair. The black hell dragon could sense that the person speaking was just above its head, looking down at it. This process had been going on for several long minutes, during which time the black hellion was on the verge of tears. The outside world is too dangerous, one just wants to come out to get some air and find a flesh body to taste a flavorful meal, all the damn can encounter this, it would be better to stay in the underworld all the time to set up a mess. At this time, Li Xinqiu's spiritual body had basically recovered, that disordered thought slowly returned to the right track, the moment he opened his eyes, the blackness in front of his eyes instantly shattered, and in its place was that blood-colored sky. Sure enough, it's all restored. Li Xinqiu staggered the first to stand up with his hands on the ground, and the blood scabs covering his body fell off piece by piece like eggshells, exposing his white skin to the air. Li Xinqiu clenched his fists, feeling the rushing blood in his body and a new kind of power, one that was very different from extreme water. I wonder how powerful it is. A hint of anticipation flashed in Li Xinqiu's eyes, and just as he was about to try and finding a place to try, he suddenly stopped as if he realized something. After calmly scanning the surrounding area, Li Xinqiu took a step to the side of an armored soldier, sharply plucked off the clothes worn within the other party's armor, and put them on himself. After pulling the folds of his clothes, Li Xinqiu raised his palm and a crimson flame rose from his palm. The moment the flames appeared, Li Xinqiu clearly perceived that the temperature around him instantly rose a few degrees. Interesting. The corners of Li Xinqiu's mouth hooked up as he condensed his water feather wings and rushed up into the sky, stopping at a position 100 meters in the air. He held the flame in one hand and said expectantly, "Expand." Phew! In a flash, the flame expanded extremely fast at a terrifying speed. 1 meter. 5 meters. 15 meters. 30 meters. Up to 50 meters. The huge red fireball blazed in the air, the more pure red firelight covered the light of the red moon, and the terrifying temperature caused the surrounding space to distort. Li Xinqiu's feathered wings vibrated, holding up the fireball and rushing towards the ground, a weed withered extremely fast under the high temperature. When he was less than 50 meters away from the ground, Li Xinqiu threw the fireball toward the ground like a basket, a horrible sight like the end of the world. Anum. Rumbling. The dazzling light was covering thousands of meters, and everything lost its color under this attack. After a few tens of seconds, the light slowly weakened, and a pit 100 meters wide and more than 30 meters deep appeared on the ground. Li Xinqiu stood at the very center of the deep pit ground with a satisfied smile on his face. Let's call you Extreme Fire. He is very satisfied with the power of the extreme fire. If the change of thousands of changes, the extreme water is far more than the extreme fire, but if the power, the killing power of the extreme water and the extreme fire is not at all at a level, the gap between the two can be said to be the difference between the sky and the earth. Even the first ban has such great power. If I recover the second ban, with the two supernatural abilities of extreme water and extreme fire, I wonder what level of strength I can reach. Li Xinqiu's eyes were boiling with wariness. He especially wanted to fight someone right now to judge his own strength. Right at this moment, a wisp of black smoke floated out from where Li Xinqiu's brow was and landed a few meters away, transforming into a 2-meter-tall black prison dragon. One person and one dragon were staring at each other with wide eyes. Didn't you have a great time burning just now? Li Xinqiu smiled as a ball of flame appeared in front of him with a thought. The black hell dragon trembled and took a step backward, asking tentatively, "Big brother, if I apologize to you and say I'm sorry, can you forgive me?" A trace of doubt flashed between Li Xinqiu's eyebrows. How come you're not surprised at all to see me summoning flames? Surprised. The black prison dragon's mouth twitched, more surprised things it had seen. What was there to be surprised about the district's flames? Just as the black prison dragon wanted to explain, Li Xinqiu shook his head. It's just not important. After saying that, Li Xinqiu took a step towards the black prison dragon. Seeing this, the black prison dragon hastily raised its forelimbs to stop Li Xinqiu. Don't you want a spirit Shin artifact? I can give it to you, I can still explain it to you, you mustn't act out of anger, Hearing the word spirit Shin weapon, Li Xinqiu stopped in his tracks and asked the doubt that had been stored in his heart. What is a spirit Shin weapon? The black hell dragon was a bit confused. You don't know what a spirit Shin artifact is? Li Xinqiu maneuvered the flames and floated to the black prison dragon. Are you asking me, or am I asking you? Big brother, calm down a bit, I said, spirit Shin weapon. The Black Prison Dragon honestly explained.
During this time, the Black Prison Dragon moved to hide some information, such as the master recognition ceremony, but then put it away after seeing Li Xinqiu's icy cold eyes. Under the Black Hell Dragon's explanation, Li Xinqiu gradually understood what a spirit Xian weapon was. A conscious Xian weapon that can still grow and recognize its owner. Interesting, where is the spirit Xian weapon? Li Xinqiu stretched his hand in front of the Black Hell Dragon and looked at the other party with icy eyes. The Black Hell Dragon stood up on its hind legs and pointed at itself. I am the body of consciousness condensed by the spirit Xian weapon, also known as the weapon spirit.
You?
In Li Xinqiu's eyes was undisguised dislike.
Chapter 68, Ashes. That's right.
The Black Hell Dragon puffed its chest forward in an attempt to look strong. Artifact spirits are all souls, so when you hit me it's all black smoke and no blood.
Li Xinqiu suppressed the dislike in his eyes and inquired, what is a soul body? A soul body
is simply the soul of a being, and if the soul dissipates, that being will die.
The Black Hell Dragon explained to Li Xinqiu as simply as possible.
Hearing this sentence, Li Xinqiu immediately associated it with the reviver. The revivals have no other drawbacks than aging and browning, and it's hard to believe that the so-called soul is right there in the center of each person's brow.
Thinking of this, Li Xinqiu asked the Black Prison Dragon after him, is the human soul the location of the center of the eyebrows?
The Black Hell Dragon shook his head. The place where the soul stays is called the Soul Palace. The Soul Palace is a strange place. It doesn't exist within a person's body, and I'm not sure as to where it is. But there are bridges within every being that connect to the Soul Palace, as if it were your indigo point, which is the center of your brow. Li Xinqiu reached out and touched his brow, looking at the monster that liked to laugh epileptically with surprise. So you just entered my Soul Palace by following my Yin Tang point. How did this get in?
This
seems to be the only thing I can do. As long as a person's consciousness is blurred, I can directly hard break into his soul palace. The Black Hell Dragon obediently explained, afraid of annoying Li Xinqiu.
Truly a beast cannot be seen. You actually know so many things?
Li Xinqiu said in surprise, and even the dislike in his eyes faded a few points. It's all what I seem to have learned from some stone walls some years ago. It's not worth mentioning compared to you.
The Black Hell Dragon lowered its head and said humbly, a far cry from its earlier arrogant appearance.
Li Xinqiu pinched his wrist and turned it around. I'm a person who has always been vindictive. You just burned me like this, although I did it voluntarily. It's reasonable to say that I should still burn it back, but... Hissed the Black Prison Dragon, sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling as if he was bungee jumping. It has now completely given up the idea of standing on its own. Not that it feels that standing on its own is bad, but it has no choice but to submit or die, little cutie.
All know how to choose it.
And submitting to a mysterious and unpredictable being seemed like a good choice. Li Xinqiu looked the Black Prison Dragon up and down and continued, but with your current weak appearance, I'm afraid you won't be able to carry my attacks.
Yeah, I can't carry it. The Black Hell Dragon nodded like a chicken.
Forget it, seeing as you're so honest, I'll leave you alive for now. Where's the spirit Xian weapon? Li Xinqiu once again extended his hand towards the Black Prison Dragon.
Big brother, wait. The Black Hell Dragon smiled charitably, then closed its eyes as if sensing something. Rumbling.
The earth suddenly shook, and the ground looked like boiling hot water as small grains of stone kept leaping up. Li Xinqiu seemed to be feeling something in his heart, looking in the direction of the ruins with thoughts in his eyes. After learning that spirit Xian weapons existed, Li Xinqiu was still quite looking forward to it because the Black Hell Dragon had painted him that picture, making him think that spirit Xian weapons were a pushy thing. This illusion lasted until the moment the Black Prison Dragon announced itself. Li Xinqiu couldn't imagine what kind of creature could speak eloquently when praising himself without bringing a blush to his face, even though the other party's face was black. When the amplitude of the earth's vibration reached a specific frequency, a thump, 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 thump sound came from the depths of the ground, getting closer and closer and getting louder and louder.
Boo!
The location in the center of the ruins suddenly burst open, and a splash of the deepest blackness rose up to the sky, and for a certain moment it seemed to devour all the colors around it.
Li Xinqiu raised an eyebrow and looked at the crescent-shaped blade and spoke with some surprise. Scythe?
It was a scythe that was 4 meters upwards in length, black to the core, devouring the surrounding light like a greedy black hole. At the very top of the scythe, a lurid black dragon head was perched there, and the 2-meter-long blade of the scythe extended out from its mouth. A bizarre blood-colored pattern wrapped around the blade, like a human heart, flickering brightly and darkly, constantly showing its orientation in the darkness of the night to deepen the fear of those fleeing for their lives.
What's its name?
Li Xinqiu asked without turning his head.
Black Hell God Scythe. Black Hell God Scythe.
Li Xinqiu muttered, and with a thought he rose up on the wind and came to the side of the black prison god scythe, reaching out and grabbing it. The sickle body was cold and piercing, but it was no big deal to Li Xinqiu.
What a fancy name, little dragon. Li Xinqiu shouted down towards the black prison dragon, are you okay with me changing its name? No problem, big brother can call it whatever he wants. The black hell dragon used its forelimbs to signal Li Xinqiu to feel free.
Li Xinqiu nodded his head in satisfaction. This little dragon was good in all other aspects except for being a bit chatty and having a more epileptic laugh. Looking at the scythe in his hand, Li Xinqiu's brows revealed a look of contemplation. Appearing at the same time as my extreme fire, and itself being as black and thorough as an abyss, with no end in sight, in that case. Li Xinqiu grinned, I'll call you Ashes then. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB who was sound asleep. The night wind came with a chill, blowing Li Xinqiu's hair and clothes, and the 4-meter-long ashes swallowed up all the surrounding light, leaving Li Xinqiu alone. The black hell dragon flew to Li Xinqiu's side and lowered its head. Big brother, put your hand on my head and you will be able to recognize your master. Li Xinqiu sniffed and raised his right hand to the top of the black hell dragon's head, and in the next second, a red line spread out from under his palm, outlining a star out of thin air. As the light of the lines became more and more prevalent, a special feeling rose from Li Xinqiu's heart, as if there was a thread connecting him to the embers. After completing the master recognition ceremony, the black prison dragon raised its head. Big brother, now.
Wait a minute. Li Xinqiu interrupted it and asked suspiciously, what should you call me?
The black prison dragon said somewhat uncomfortably, Master.
Master. Aha. Li Xinqiu nodded, don't feel that I'm humiliating you, since you're a piece of weapon. Calling yourself a brother to me even if you've overstepped the boundaries, make sure you recognize yourself, understand? Understood. The black hell dragon responded with a somewhat stifled voice. Wow.
Li Xinqiu held the ashes and swung it with force. 2 white waves of air sliced through the sides of the blade while he also spoke. Tell me about the ashes ability.
The ability of the embers is very special. Master, you want to use me? Amount. To use it to go to kill a who then, the embers will be the other party's soul suppression, the master to use, just like this form of me, there is a solid body, but cut through it is a black smoke. Theoretically there is no upper limit to the ashes, as long as the more souls are suppressed, it will get stronger and stronger. Chapter 69, I'll block it. Li Xinqiu was surprised and asked, you mean that I can make other people's souls work for me without pay?
Pretty much, as long as the master kills beings with his ashes, their souls become your soldiers and have the same abilities and strength they had in life, and they won't die as long as you don't die, master.
Cough.
Li Xinqiu lightly coughed twice, her tiny head a little messy, looking at the ashes in her hand with a shocked expression.
The people I kill with my ashes become my people and have the same strength as in life, are there any limitations? Li Xinqiu looked at the black hell dragon with some disbelief.
Said the black hellion, scratching his head with some uncertainty. There is, isn't there? It's that once these souls have been beaten out of their souls, they will return to the soul room of the embers to rest and recover, and not immediately recover like the revivals, and by the way, that soul room is similar to the soul palace, which is where the souls reside. Hearing this, Li Xinqiu's breathing couldn't help but shorten a few points. To kill the people into their own subordinates, but also has all the strength of the living, and do not die, this ability is a little away from the original spectrum, too heavily right. Li Xinqiu gulped, with such an outrageous ability, how can you still be trapped here, are you lying? A hint of despondency flashed in the eyes of the black prison dragon. This is actually I cannot remember how I was trapped here, it has been too long, I only know about this aspect of the soul palace.
Li Xinqiu patted the black prison dragon's head, then it looks like your new memories are going to start writing from me, do you have a name?
A trace of remembrance flashed in the black hell dragon's eyes. I remember that once upon a time, there were many people who called me Black Hell Dragon.
Then it's gone, I'll name you one.
Li Xinqiu pondered for a while. Li Xianyu, how about it?
Good.
Li Xianyu obediently agreed, then with a flap of his wings he flew into the sky and let out a roar. In an instant, countless black smoke came from all directions and wrapped Li Xianyu in an instant, and its size also grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a behemoth with a body length of 100 meters in a blink of an eye. However, although he had regained his size, he looked very shriveled, and it was clear that Li Xianyu had not yet slowed down. Because of the recognition, Li Xinqiu probably sensed the strength of the other party. It's strong, probably 5 bands, with real strength perhaps reaching 6. At this moment, Li Xinqiu's heart inexplicably rose with the impulse to go out of the Underland and fight with the other party, but the remaining reason temporarily suppressed this absurd idea. Master, you can turn it into a ring to wear on your body by putting all your attention on the embers. Li Xianyu hung his eyes and shouted at Li Xinxiu. Upon hearing this, Li Xinxiu turned her head to look at the embers, placing her full attention on it. A few seconds later, the 4-meter-long embers slowly shrunk in a burst of black light, eventually turning into an inconspicuous black ring that appeared in Li Xinxiu's palm. Master, that I'll go inside the ring first and stay there, just call out my name if you need me. After saying that, Li Xianyu's huge figure turned into a wisp of black smoke and flew into the ring. Li Xinxiu put the ring on the position of his left index finger and looked deep into the direction of the vortex. He knew that he would be questioned when he went out, and if he couldn't give a clear explanation, he would even be watched or put under house arrest by the people of the Security and Unification Division. After all, someone had run out of the vortex earlier, and the other person's body must have traces of having been attacked by the extreme water. At that time, Li Xinxiu was trying to pull back the other body, but the reviver was like stuck in a vortex, he just couldn't pull back, so Li Xinxiu had no choice but to pinch and explode the other person's head to stop him from talking nonsense. But what Li Xinxiu didn't know was that the reviver had already made a name for himself as a calamity water. North Yellow Mountain, Campfire Square. At this time, the bodies in the square were cleared by the soldiers, and 4 military missile vehicles were parked 100 meters away, aiming their missile holes at the Scarlet Portal. A black blast shield was linked together in front of the missile truck, and cold gun barrels protruded from the shield holes, ready to fire. The trio of Antunis sat in a jeep, their eyes all gathered through the windows in the direction of the bloody doorway. Everyone pay attention to vigilance, calamity water, and a large number of revivers are in the underworld, may come out at any time, if found abnormal firepower indiscriminate coverage, do not need to consult my. Before Night Spectre could finish his sentence, He-Lu snatched his walkie-talkie, don't fire yet if you find any abnormality, wait for my order. The soldiers looked at each other, not knowing for a moment whose orders to follow. On the jeep, Night Yui looked at He-Lu with a dumbfounded expression and questioned, Uncle He, what are you doing? I'm the overall commander of this operation. Can the commander-in-chief not care about the life and death of innocent people? Li Xinxiu is still inside. Did you consider his safety when you gave this order? If he dies in our hands, how can we explain to his family? He-Lu said with righteous indignation, placing the walkie-talkie behind his hip. You! Night Spectre clenched his fists, forcing back the anger in his heart, and said as calmly as possible, if he comes out, I'll use my powers to protect him. Bull, are you coming in time? I don't think you're planning to spare any of the people inside. He-Lu said angrily. Night Spectre's face instantly went cold. As Halu said, she indeed did not intend to spare any of the people inside. Anyway, the disaster water was inside. As long as all the people inside were wiped out, the disaster water would be purged, and there was no need to investigate who the disaster water was at all. This was the most labor-saving and safest method. Nightju didn't argue with He-Lu anymore and turned her head to Zheng Kong sitting in the back row. Give me your walkie-talkie. Zheng Kong shook his head with a reluctant face and moved his but a little towards the back. Sister Knight, I feel that your command has gone against the original intent of the Intongshire to protect humanity, so I'm sorry that I can't follow your orders, even if you are the commander-in-chief. You. Guys, Night Spectre stared wide-eyed, are you guys crazy, giving up the chance to purge the disaster water and hundreds of revivers for Li Xinxiu? Do you know that if any of the revivals escaped North Yellow Mountain because of Li Xinxiu, more people will be killed, and if these people die, are you responsible? The air fell into silence, and after a few seconds He-Lu broke the silence. I'll blockade the west side, you guys guard the east side. I'll never let any of the recoveries escape from the North Yellow Mountain, and I hope you won't let the soldiers' muzzles get stained with the blood of innocent people. When He-Lu finished calmly, he pushed open the car door and took a step to get out of the car. Seeing this, Nightju grabbed He-Lu and drank in a cold voice, Uncle He, can you be more sensible? What can you hold in your current state? I'll block it. Chapter 70, The Last Man. After saying that, He-Lu broke away from Night Spectre's hand and limped towards the east side of the Scarlet Portal. Only Night Spectre was left sitting in the passenger side with a gloomy face. She picked up her walkie-talkie and hesitated for a moment. If you find any anomalies, wait for my order. In front of the Scarlet Portal, He-Lu was alone as he walked towards the western side of the Scarlet Portal. To the casual observer he appears to be unthinking and even a bit stupid. But it is also the existence of such stupid people that gives this cold society a touch of humanity and makes life not a string of numbers but a beating note, unique and precious. Buzzing. Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out across the field, and the tall, blood-colored portal suddenly rippled. For a moment, the nerves of everyone in the square tightened, a cold gun barrel aimed at the Scarlet Portal, waiting for Night Spectre's order. He-Lu also stopped and looked vigilantly at the center where the ripples were spreading. Time passed by, and the hearts of the crowd beat faster and faster. Ta! A foot stepped out of it, followed by a knee, an arm, a nose, up to the whole face. He had a big smile on his face, but his facial expression froze at the sight of a gun barrel aimed at him. This. Li Xinxiu's lips moved, bewildered and confused, looking around, no longer half a bit of joy in his eyes, full of surprise and nervousness. In order to make his performance a bit more realistic, Li Xinxiu also purposely utilized absolute control to make his body perform a small tremor, simulating a person's reaction when he was nervous. He Lu stood frozen in place for a moment, then shouted loudly toward Li Xinxiu, "Come to my side." Li Xinxiu's throat rolled slightly as he looked in the direction where He Lu was. He? Uncle He. Li Xinxiu dilated his pupils, a hint of surprise mixed in his voice. He was about to move when a stern voice came from the distance. "Stand still and don't move." Immediately after that, a black shadow flashed in front of He Lu and pulled the other party behind him. This person was none other than Night Yui. "Saya, you. Let me ask." Without waiting for He Lu to finish his sentence, Night Spectre interrupted him in a cold voice, locking his gaze on Li Xinxiu. "How, what's wrong?" Li Xinxiu stopped in her tracks and looked at Night Yui with an innocent face, her translucent eyes were overwhelmed with helplessness. Of course, this was only the surface of being overwhelmed, for everything that was happening now, Li Xinxiu had actually expected it. He knew that there would be soldiers blocking the Scarlet Portal, and he also guessed that there was a great possibility that the other side would engage in indiscriminate fire coverage. That's why Li Xinxiu said those very righteous words to He Lu and Zhang Kong. He was betting that He Lu and Zhang Kong would miss his saving grace. But Li Xinxiu didn't put everything he had on the two. He purposely took his left leg out of the portal first. If the outside world fired indiscriminately, he would immediately change his appearance and get out of the way with the disaster water. However, once this was done, after that, Li Xinxiu would no longer be able to use the Spirit Xian weapon in a proper manner. After all, he would not be able to account for the origin of the Spirit Xian weapon, and his identity would also be in doubt. "What is your relationship with Calamity Water?" Night Spectre asked in a cold voice, those long, narrow eyes keeping a close eye on Li Xinxiu, ready to strike at any time. "Calamity Water?" Li Xinxiu pointed at himself with a confused expression. "What's the relationship?" Night Spectre narrowed his eyes. "Are you okay with Calamity Water?" What relationship can I have with a reviver, the sister? Have you misunderstood something?" Li Xinxiu opened his hands in surprise, wanting to come closer to explain something. Bang! A gunshot rang out across the field. Li Xinxiu looked at the crater under his feet and trembled as he stepped backward. Night Spectre lowered his own sidearm and carefully observed Li Xinxiu's reaction. Li Xinxiu's eyes flashed a hint of obvious panic in her eyes, and she looked at Night Spectre in disbelief. "Why did you hit me with a gun? Did I break the law?" Night Spectre narrowed her eyes as Li Xinxiu's body movements and facial expressions were all captured by her. She was confident in her powers of observation, and no one could be perfectly camouflaged in front of her. A few seconds later, a flash of surprise appeared on Night Spectre's face. There were no breaks. She didn't detect any abnormality in Li Xinxiu. It was as if the other party was really startled by the sound of her gunshot. "Strange." Night Spectre muttered, "If the other party was Calamity Water, surely they wouldn't have been scared by the bullet. Couldn't it be that the reviver said something false earlier?" Night Yui was silent for a moment, but her eyes remained alert as she took out a pair of handcuffs and a pair of ankle cuffs from her waist and threw them in front of Li Xinxiu. "We, the Unification Division, suspect that you have connections with Calamity Water and your identity is in doubt, so we are temporarily holding you for interrogation, and we hope that you will cooperate." Li Xinxiu looked at the handcuffs and ankle cuffs on the ground and then looked up at He Lu. "Uncle He. Don't be afraid, it's just an interrogation." He Lu spoke out to comfort him. Li Xinxiu nodded and handcuffed himself, allowing a few soldiers to escort him to the car and drive in the direction of the Special Energy Division. Above the clouds, Li Xinxiu's line of sight passed through the clouds and silently looked at the bonfire square. Seeing that Li Xinxiu was safe and sound, Li Xinxiu pursed her lips and smiled, slashing through space with one hand and leaving blandly, as if she had never appeared. City 11, Tenenbaum Division. Inside the cold and narrow cell, Li Xinxiu sat quietly on the bench, staring unseeingly at the iron walls. He had been in this cell for nearly 6 hours. Is it saying something? Li Xinxiu thought in his mind. He had performed so seamlessly, but the color of caution in the woman's eyes had not disappeared, which could only mean one thing. That previous reviver had revealed his identity in such a short period of time. Thinking of this, Li Xinxiu had a headache and rubbed his temples a little tiredly. Li Shinqiu knew that even if he could get out of here, the name Calamity Water would always follow him, and it had nothing to do with evidence. And Tunshur has determined that Calamity Water is in the Underlands, and the Scarlet Portal won't be stepping out of anyone since him, plus the recoverer's identification. This meant that Calamity Water, the vest, could not be used, and once he appeared, all eyes would be on him. Click! The sound of a key twisting came from outside the cell, and a uniformed middle-aged man walked in and yelled at Li Shinqiu, "Come out!" Li Shinqiu calmly stood up and walked out of the cell. In the aisle outside the cell, dozens of soldiers with guns stared vigilantly at Li Shinqiu. At the head of the group was a youth. This person Li Shinqiu was familiar with. It was Zheng Kong from the trio of the Unification Division. "Big brother Zhang, will I be able to go out?" Li Shinqiu asked with an expectant face. Zheng Kong had a complicated look on his face. "You come with me, if you're okay with it, you'll be released." Chapter 71, A Tiger in Sheep's Clothing. Special Natures Division, Interrogation Room. Blinding white light hit Li Shinqiu's face, the cold interrogation chair locked all of his hands and feet, a variety of metal rings or bandages secured to his body, and a thick data cable protruded from it, connecting it to a monitor. Li Shinqiu knew very well that this was the Special Energy Division's lie detector, and although it couldn't do 100% lie detection, 80% could still be guaranteed. Click! The iron door of the interrogation room was pushed open, and the serious-looking knight Yu took the lead and walked in, giving Li Shinqiu a cold look, followed closely by Zheng Kong, and He Lu, who had the best relationship with Li Shinqiu, did not come. The two walked to the table and sat down, casting their eyes on Li Shinqiu. "Want some water?" Night Spectre asked casually. Li Shinqiu snapped his fingers, put on a feigned calm and replied, "No need." Night Spectre nodded and pointed to the monitor. "This is the highest-end polygraph in the entire Federation, and I'm going to ask you a few questions, and the monitor will come up with correct if you're telling the truth, and incorrect if you're telling a lie, got it?" Li Shinqiu's lips parted slightly as he inquired in a low voice, "Will you let me go when I finish?" "I'm not sure, maybe I have to wait a few days, maybe I'll release you immediately." Night Spectre's gaze was calm, carefully observing Li Shinqiu. "Do you guys think I'm a reviver?" Li Shinqiu raised his head, his emotions instantly agitated. "How could I be a reviver?" Saying that, Li Shinqiu bit his lip with his teeth, and bright red blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. "Look guys, my wounds aren't recovering, I'm human!" Li Shinqiu shouted eagerly. Zheng Kong saw this and pacified, "Li Shinqiu, don't get excited first, we're simply asking a few questions." "If it's simple, why did you get me a polygraph? Why did you lock me up?" Li Shinqiu clenched his fists and pretended to struggle. Night Spectre pursed her lips, "Because we suspect you are Calamity Water." In an instant, Li Shinqiu looked as if he had heard some heavenly joke, revealing an unbelievable smile. The field gradually quieted down as a result. Seeing Li Shinqiu's silence, Night Yu continued to add, "This is the interrogation chair we brought from the Intongshire, and it's impossible to break out of it below the 5th ban, so if you're not Calamity Water, don't waste your breath, answer the questions properly and clear your name, okay? But haven't I already proved that I haven't recovered from the bite mark on my mouth? Some strong-willed resurrectors can delay the healing of wounds through subjective consciousness, which has led to many powerful resurrectors hiding in the Commonwealth without anyone being able to find them, and Calamity Water might be one of them." After hearing these words, Li Shinqiu's heaving chest gradually calmed down, and breathlessly responded, "All right, you guys ask." "Thanks for understanding. Did you take the Spirit Shen weapon inside the Scarlet Portals?" Night Spectre's gaze was like a knife, as if he wanted to see through Li Shinqiu. Li Shinqiu nodded, "It's me." Beep. The word correct appeared on the display. Night Yu looked deeply at Li Shinqiu, but did not pursue anything further. After all, the occasion was inappropriate. Immediately after that, Night Spectre inquired, "Earlier, you dialed a satellite phone to tell the Special Energy Division that Calamity Water was on the North Yellow Mountain, and then we checked the surveillance and found that you were in a state of being chased, which means that Calamity Water saved you?" Li Shinqiu sniffed his mind and used absolute control to maintain his body's respiration, blood pressure, pulse, sweat glands, and eyeballs in a normal state, all of which happened in the blink of an eye. Sort of. Beep. The display continues to show correctly. According to Zhang Kong, when they came out, everyone gathered on a bridge. You were there, weren't you? I am. After that. In the half hour that followed, Night Spectre asked Li Shinqiu many irrelevant questions, some of which didn't even have anything to do with Li Shinqiu at all, but Night Spectre was still relentless in asking. Whenever Li Shinqiu finished answering, she would take a pen and write something on a piece of paper. Due to the shading, Li Shinqiu couldn't see anything. After asking the 43rd question, Night Spectre stretched her back and looked at Li Shinxiu with some fatigue. Very good answer, all the questions have been asked, let's chat for a while next.
Good. Li Shinxiu nodded.
Night Yu politely nodded at Li Shinxiu, then handed a piece of paper filled with writing to Zheng Kong next to her. Go out and check and verify.
Huh? Zheng Kong was a bit confused. Check what?
Night Yu impatiently slapped the paper on Zheng Kang's chest. Didn't they all say, check what's on the paper, get Uncle He to check it together.
Still looking for HO. Hurry up.
Without waiting for Zheng Kong to finish his sentence, Night Spectre pushed him out of the interrogation room stiffly.
Bang.
As the door to the room closed, the space of a dozen square meters was left with just Night Yu and Li Shinxiu.
Nighting sat on the table with a smirk, looked down at Li Shinxiu and said, aren't you curious about what I asked him to verify?
Li Shinxiu raised her head a little wearily. I'm not curious.
I want to tell you even if you're not curious.
Night Spectre stood up and walked over to Li Shinxiu and murmured, I asked you 43 questions and made up some stories based on them, do you want to hear them? Li Shinxiu closed her eyes as if she were asleep and said breathlessly, I haven't slept all night, let me listen with my eyes closed. Night Spectre didn't say much when he saw this, but spoke to himself. Once upon a time there was a tiger in sheep's clothing, living among the sheep, and one day he went out to graze with a flock of sheep, but unfortunately they met wolves. The tiger in sheep's clothing was chased by a dozen wolves for some unknown reason, and eventually, in order to survive, it exposed the fact that it was a tiger and bit the group of wolves to death. In order to continue to blend in with the flock, it lied that it had encountered a tiger in the middle of the mountain forest, and that it was the tiger that had bitten the group of wolves to death. Li Shinxiu, would you say that this tiger is smart enough to know how to cover its false face with its true face? Can you think of that? Li Shinxiu opened his eyes and spoke indifferently, it's not smart, there are so many animals in the mountains and forests, the tiger with its speed could have completely wreaked havoc and let the lions take care of this group of wolves. No, this tiger was clever, for he was drunken, and his purpose was to attract animals that hated him, for he had found a fruit tree that was about to ripen, but there were several elephants beside this tree. Under its machinations, the elephants thought that the group of animals had come to snatch the fruits, and later they fought, while this tiger secretly picked the fruits.
Chapter 72 Ridiculous Speculations. Ha! Li Shinxiu let out a light laugh, quite an interesting story. By the way, can you guess why no animal suspected the tiger?
Night Spectre narrowed her eyes and looked at Li Shinxiu expectantly. Li Shinxiu grinned, did the tiger kill all the animals that saw it steal the fruit? Night Spectre clapped his hands together in feigned surprise, guessed right, but this tiger was careless and let a wolf go who cried out the fact that the sheep was the tiger, and that's the end of the story here, what do you think? Li Shinxiu shook his head, not good, although both are reversed, but they can't stand up to scrutiny. First of all, sheep and tigers are not the same size, how does it mingle among the sheep? Secondly, tigers are carnivores and sheep are herbivores, how can they live together peacefully? With these words, the atmosphere between the two instantly chilled. After a few seconds, Night Spectre opened his mouth to break this silence, because everyone would think so, that's why the tiger doesn't feel that he's in danger, but there's no such thing as not wetting your shoes when you're always walking on the shore, there's always a place where you'll miss something. After saying that, Night Spectre left the interrogation room, leaving Li Shinxiu sitting inside alone. Li Shinxiu let out a long breath, his head slowly tilting backward, his brows filled with exhaustion. He didn't expect the other party to be able to see through the truth with 43 irrelevant questions, and even completely avoided the traps he had set up, completely recounting the entire chain of events in a brainstorming and reasoning manner. If there hadn't been the mirror man as a variable, Li Shinxiu would have been certain that he would have retreated in one piece, but there were no ifs in the world. There are really a lot of smart people, making things so troublesome. Li Shinxiu lamented in his heart. He didn't think that Intuasher would be able to find out what was wrong with him, but he was worried that Intuasher would start his investigation from Li Ji and Li Qingxia. This was the only thing Li Shinxiu was relieved about right now. Outside the interrogation room, He Lu and Zheng Kong stood silently on either side of the aisle.
Click.
Night Yui pushed the door and walked out of the interrogation room, and the two who heard the commotion immediately looked up at Night Yui.
Is what I've written still reasonable? Do you guys have anything to add? Night Spectre raised his hand to signal the two. Zheng Kong didn't say anything, but instead looked at He Lu, who had a gloomy face on the side. He Lu stood up straight and shook his head, what you have written is all logical and there is nothing inappropriate, but nowadays this is all your speculation and there is no crucial evidence. Zheng Kong added, Li Shinxiu's alien ability grade is still being assessed, but 80% of it is A. Moreover, he's still someone from star removal, and his weight means that it's unlikely that we'll be able to keep him locked up for too long. Night Spectre didn't refute the duo's words, but instead turned the tables and asked towards them, "If I say that there is an 80% chance that he is Calamity Water, will you believe me?" The two looked at each other in disbelief, and after a moment of silence Zheng Kong replied, "You are the commander-in-chief, within the rules we all listen to you." "Good." Night Spectre stroked his chin, his sight looking through the one-way glass to Li Xinxiu sitting in the interrogation room. "There's no need to put the direction of the investigation on North Huangshan, check in another direction." "The other direction?" He Lu frowned in some confusion. "North Yellow Mountain is a place infested with calamitous water, so we're not checking it out?" "I remember Li Xinxiu told you that he broke through to the second ban." Night Spectre twisted his head and asked. He Lu replied with some uncertainty, "Yeah, what's wrong?" He was still a forbidden one the last time he tested his energy in the Special Energy Division, but why did he immediately break through to a second forbidden one when he went up to North Yellow Mountain? Night Spectre paused and continued. "There's only one possibility. In order to change one's genes and escape the DNA check, to be able to grasp the time of one's breaking the ban with such precision, how much careful thought is needed? It's impossible for such a reviver to leave traces of himself on North Yellow Mountain, and it would be a waste of time to search for it and find nothing." "Altering genes?" Zheng Kang's pupils trembled, and after looking down in thought for a moment, he looked up and asked, "What's the other direction?" Night Yui's gaze was deep as she pursed her lips. "On the Lu River Bridge 2 years ago, a reviver named Chen Hua was struck through the eyebrow by a man named Gongqi with his supernatural ability and fell into the river. 2 years later, Calamity Water came out of nowhere and killed people related to that incident back then as if they were taking revenge. From that it's not hard to see that Calamity Water and Chen Hua's family are very close." With that said, Night Spectre pulled his own phone out of his pocket and played an audio in front of the two. Since the surveillance video broke out, the online netizens have started to spread out on Gongqi. "So is it possible that Suyu is also alive? Your family can be reunited." Surge. Audio ends. Night Spectre put the phone into his pocket, his eyes swept to the two. "This is the conversation between Calamity Water and others at that time. Did you find anything after listening?" He Lu pondered for a while and looked up. "Calamity Water seems to care a lot about this woman Suyu. Is it possible that there exists some kind of relationship between them? Have you guys noticed that this Calamity Water didn't ask anything about Chen Xiu throughout the whole process? He obviously has a great relationship with Suyu's family, so why did he only focus on the suspicions on Suyu, and didn't even mention anything about Chen Xiu?" When these words came out, the two of them, He Lu and Zhang Kong, stared wide-eyed as if they had thought of something. Seeing that the two did not speak, Night Spectre continued, "There is only one possibility. He knows Chen Hua's death very well, but the specifics of what happened on the bridge 2 years ago the Special Energy Division did not disclose it to the outside world, so how did Calamity Water know about it? Because he was right there on the bridge. To be precise, he's the same Chen Hua who was punched through the brow." The field was silent and quiet. "How? Is this possible? Chen Hua was pierced through the center of his eyebrows at that time. How? Can he still be alive?" Zheng Kong stumbled and retorted. "It's because all of you think so, that's why Calamity Water is emboldened." Night Spectre responded calmly. Clearly she had anticipated the reaction of the two. After all, she had been horrified at first when she rolled out that answer, but when she thought about how Calamity Water could even do something like elementalize her body, being punched through the brow and not dying seemed a remote possibility. He Lu suppressed the shock in his heart and said in as calm a tone as he could, "So the direction of the investigation you're talking about is Chen Hua?" "Right, you guys go and investigate a series of things related to Chen Hua." "Little Knight, have you ever thought that all of your current inferences are all in the air, all based on Li Xinxiu being Calamity Water, but whether he is or isn't right now is still an unknown, ah? That's an order." Inside the dim and shabby rented house, Qi Mingyue was tiredly lying on the bed, his eyes looking at the ceiling listlessly. "Sleeping pills are useless too?" A bitter smile appeared on Qi Mingyue's face. Crash. The bottle of medicine sitting on the table was blown to the ground by the morning breeze and the cell phone alarm went off. Jingle bells. Jingle bells. Qi Mingyue wearily pulled back the covers, revealing the bandaged upper body. Just as Qi Mingyue was about to wash up, a knock on the door came. Knock knock. Chapter 73, The Little House. Qi Mingyue looked in the direction of the door with some confusion at the sound, and responded weakly, "Coming." He casually threw a shirt over his body and limped toward the door. Outside the door of the room, Zhang Kong and a special energy officer in charge of recording stood within the aisle, waiting quietly. Click. The door to the room opened and Qi Mingyue's pale face stuck out from the doorway. He scanned the clothes the two were wearing and said with some confusion, "Is something wrong?"
Zhang Kong smiled amiably. Hello, you must be Qi Mingyue. I'm Zhang Kong from the Security and Unification Division, and I'd like to find out something about you. After saying that, Zhang Kong pulled out the Unification Division's ID from his pocket and showed it to Qi Mingyue.
Good, the house is a bit small, come in if you don't mind.
Qi Mingyue pushed open the door to the room and turned around to turn on the room's tungsten light. Under the reflection of the dim yellow light, everything in the room was exposed to Zhang Kong. The room was so small that a glance at it was all you could see, with a worn-out desk, a plank bed less than 2 meters high, a small freezer more than half a meter high, an induction cooker used for cooking, and storage boxes neatly stacked together. This 10-square-meter room was Qi Mingyue's current home, with no kitchen, no bedroom, and not even a toilet. This is the place where people live, the female special energy officer said subconsciously, with a hint of dislike mixed in her words. But before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Kong, who was standing at the side, interrupted her with some dissatisfaction. All right. Qi Mingyue stopped and pointed to a lone window and calmly said, it's the land where people live, only houses where people live have windows, my house does. After saying that, Qi Mingyue picked up 2 stools from the corner of the room and set them beside the desk, waving at the 2 of them, come and sit.
Thanks. Zhang Kong replied politely and led the female specialist into the room and sat down. Qi Mingyue poured 2 cups of hot water for the 2 of them and sat down smoothly, asking in a deep voice, is it to ask about last night? No. Zhang Kong smiled and shook his head as he continued, this time, I'm looking for you mainly because I want to understand someone. Getting to know someone? A trace of doubt flashed across Qi Mingyue's brows. Having lived alone for the past 2 years, with almost no friends or anything, what kind of people are there that you need to know from your side? Seeing that Qi Mingyue didn't say anything, Zhang Kong stretched out his hand and waved it in front of his eyes, may I? I will definitely tell whatever I can know. Qi Mingyue responded as an afterthought. Good.
Zhang Kong pulled out a photo from his pocket and pushed it in front of Qi Mingyue, pointing his finger at the smiling teenager in the photo and said, do you recognize this person? The teenager in the photo was wearing a blue and white school uniform, his black hair swung back with the wind like waves, and his penetrating eyes were bright and gorgeous as if they hid stars. Qi Mingyue's dead pupils shook, and a wave of sourness instantly surged through his heart. He reached out with a trembling hand and carefully touched the teenager in the photo with his fingertips. I know him, I took this picture, his name is Manhwa.
Qi Mingyue responded woodenly.
Zhang Kong smiled slightly and was about to continue his questioning when Qi Mingyue spoke up first, why do you guys want to know about him?
You should have been sent by the Intonji to purge the calamity water, is there any connection between Chen Xiu and the calamity water?
Qi Mingyue raised his head, his gaze looking straight at Zhang Kong. Interrupted, Zhang Kong was a bit displeased, but still patiently explained, 096 the first time calamity water appeared was to help Chen Ho and Ms. Suyu to avenge their deaths, so we suspect that calamity water is acquainted with these 2 people, and we want to understand.
Do you, Antoine C., think that calamity water and Manhwa are one and the same?
Ha! Zhang Kang's expression stiffened, but he quickly returned to normal.
But all this was keenly captured by Qi Mingyue. Qi Mingyue excitedly stood up and grabbed Zhang Kang's arm, isn't Manhwa dead, why do you guys think he's going to be calamity water?
You.
Zhang Kong plucked away Qi Mingyue's palm, got up and took a step backward, and snapped, what are you doing?
Sorry. I was just curious to ask. Qi Mingyue bowed his head in apology and sat back down. Seeing this, Zhang Kong couldn't say anything else and continued to sit down.
In the time that followed, the 2 asked questions and answered questions. When Zhang Kong asked questions that didn't hurt, Qi Mingyue would answer truthfully. When Zhang Kong asked some more sensitive questions, Qi Mingyue would muddle through. Are you sure you've forgotten?
Zhang Kong stared sharply at Qi Mingyue. Qi Mingyue reached out and pulled open the desk drawer, which was filled with bottles and jars of different sizes and colors. I've been forgetful for the past 2 years, these are all medicines for nerves.
Qi Mingyue replied quietly.
Zhang Kong faintly swept a glance, then coldly said, take more medicine if you have bad nerves, don't even forget what your name is in the end, let's go.
After saying that, Zhang Kong left Qi Mingyue's house with the special energy officer. Bang!
With the door to the room closed, Qi Mingyue was the only one left in the small room. He closed his eyes and quietly recalled the scene that had just happened. 10 minutes later, Qi Mingyue opened his eyes, took out his own cell phone from his arms, opened the video he had downloaded before, and watched it intently. The video plays the very same video of Calamity Water's heated battle with Ternenji at the bridge.
Is that you? Qi Mingyue muttered.
In the days that followed, Li Xinxiu had been imprisoned in the Special Energy Division, and the public opinion in the outside world had fermented more and more seriously. Spirit Xian Weapon, Calamity Water, and Li Xinxiu, when these three hotspots came together, the entire City 11 boiled over.
Li Xinxiu's name completely spread through the streets and became the traffic code of the 11th city. Countless self-media bloggers began to dig deeper into Li Xinxiu's past. Day and night at the Special Energy Division gate squatting reporters became a beautiful landscape. Along with that, Li Qingxia and Li Ji also became the center of attention, and the hotel where they were staying was also dug up. But by the time the reporters arrived, Li Ji and Li Qingxia had long escaped and disappeared without a trace. The two men, at that moment, were sitting in a private room of a fried food restaurant, seemingly waiting for someone. "Boss, did you say the wrong address? It's been almost 20 minutes and no one has come."
Li Qingxia lay down in front of the window and looked around. Li Ji picked up a cup of tea and calmly took a sip. "It will come, the address I said is correct, it should be a traffic jam." As soon as the words left his mouth, a knock came from outside the booth. Immediately after that, the door handle of the private room slowly twisted, and Night Yui, dressed in civilian clothes, took the lead and walked in, followed closely by He Lu and Zhang Kong. Li Ji put down his teacup and looked at the three with a deep gaze.
Chapter 74, So What? "Here you are, sit down."
Li Ji revealed a kind smile and raised his hand to signal the three to sit down. Li Qingxia, who was lying in front of the window, immediately jogged in front of the three when she heard the sound and pulled out the chair with a smile. Quickly sit, quickly sit."
"There was some traffic on the road, sorry."
Night Spectre said with a slight bend in her body, somewhat apologetically. Li Ji smiled shallowly and waved his hand indifferently. "It's okay, old man, my time is not worth much anyway, no more than a big shot like you guys." If Li Xinxiu were here, he would be doubly surprised. At this time Li Ji and before, compared to, simply a different person, no longer see a little cowardice and small family gas, between the hands and feet exudes a calm and serenity. So much so that the moment the three of them, Night Spectre, saw Li Ji, they subconsciously associated him with the leader of the Tian Yuan Federation, and for a while, they felt a bit formal. After seeing the three of them take their seats, Li Ji took out a packet of cheaply packaged tea from a plastic bag on the side. 15.5 pounds of red leaf tea. Although it's cheap, the flavor is no worse than those hundreds and thousands. I like it very much. Qingxia, throw a few tea leaves into the water cups for the three of you."
"Okay."
Li Qingxia reached out and pinched a small handful of tea leaves from her tea bag, and with a kind face, she threw 1 or 2 slices of tea leaves into each of the three people's cups, and then walked over to sit next to Li Ji as if nothing had happened. Night Yui lowered her eyes and looked at the tea in the cup, smiled and said, "It seems that the old man still quite know how to be thrifty. You wanna like this red whatsoever tea so much, I can buy dozens of pounds for you." Li Ji waved his hand. "No need, although I don't have much money, but 15.5 pounds of tea is still affordable. Every time someone comes to my store to eat, I will let Qingxia make tea for them. After all, the visitor is a guest, you can't afford to be slow." The atmosphere in the arena instantly chilled when these words came out. The three and Tuasher people were not cuties. Naturally hearing the sharpness in Li Ji's words, Night Yu and Zhang Kang's faces instantly turned cold. Night Spectre said with an unkind face, "Mr. Li Ji, cooperating with the investigation of the Department of Security and Uniformity is a duty that every citizen should fulfill. I hope that you won't be so hostile to us and put on a proper attitude. The Ansatsuji Division is an organization of power that survives the laws of the Federation, and if it is an investigation within the laws, I will definitely cooperate because it is an obligation." Li Ji narrowed his eyes, wrinkles piling up at the corners of his eyes as he paused for a moment before continuing. "But the investigation of the three of you seems to have jumped out of the law, illegal imprisonment of Li Xinxiu without evidence, and now you are also using the energy of the Special Energy Division and the Public Security Division to dig deeper into his previous experiences. Are you guys breaking the law, old man? I really don't get it. Night Spectre's eyes darkened, a ripple in his clear eyes. She knew that Li Ji was right, she did break the law, but so what? In order to better purge the disaster and protect the safety of the people, even if it wanders outside the federal law, so what? Will the federal legal institutions jump in and say it's inappropriate? Will the people blame themselves? Will the higher-ups discipline themselves for this? Will the Department of Peace and Order dare to lock themselves up? None of it, because they're from the Department of Peace and Order and represent justice. Seeing that the atmosphere in the arena was a bit off, He Lu hastily jumped out and rounded off the scene. Okay, let's not talk about this. A few days ago we wanted to find you to understand some of Li Xinxiu's situation, but we couldn't find where you were. This time you suddenly took the initiative to contact us. We were in a hurry and didn't buy anything, so don't take offense.
Since you didn't buy anything, then pay for this meal," Li Ji said rightfully.
Night Yui clenched his teacup and said in a cold voice, "Since you are poor in this amount of money, there is no harm for us to shell out, but the next." As he said this, Night Spectre glanced at Zheng Kong. Zheng Kong understood and went to the window to pull the curtains, and the 10-square-meter private room was immediately plunged into darkness. Lu, who was sitting on the sidelines, saw the scene with an ugly face. He didn't like this kind of tactic, but he didn't open his mouth to stop it. The windows of the private room are open, the warm breeze of midday will blow the curtains shaking, the warm sunlight through the gap between the curtains, along the tiles extending to the dining table. Tea. Collar. Until half of Li Ji's face. The breeze was still blowing, the curtains were still shaking, and Li Ji's lax face was constantly hovering between darkness and light as he watched Night Spectre quietly, sitting calmly where he was.
What are you doing?
Li Qingxia stood up eagerly and looked at Zheng Kong, who was standing by the curtains. Zheng Kong lightly glanced at Li Qingxia, then returned to his seat without a word.
Sit down, it's just a matter of pulling a curtain to block out the light. What are you so excited about?
Li Ji tugged on Li Qingxia's arm and pulled him back to his seat stiffly. When Li Qingxia still wanted to say something, Li Ji glared over with one look, directly cutting off Li Qingxia's thoughts. Only after resolving Li Qingxia did Li Ji turn his head to look at Night Spectre. "This time I called you here, not to help you understand Li Xinxiu, but to tell you that imprisoning Li Xinxiu is against the law."
So? The corners of Night Spectre's mouth corked up. What do you want me to do?
Li Ji revealed a kind smile and said in one clear word, "I want you to release him."
Night Spectre snorted, seemingly mocking Li Ji's insouciance.
She supported her head with her hand and said, "I respect you because you take up the word old for old and weak, but you can't stomp on your nose and not recognize yourself. You're just a frying restaurant owner."
"I recognize this old, you are the old man. If I do not recognize, you are just a person. Do not think that by pretending to be equal to the Intonji, you people do not deserve." "Night, it's okay."
Lu reached out and put his hand on Night Yui's shoulder, interrupting the other party and turning his head to look at Li Ji. "We just want to ask about Li Xinxiu. This concerns the lives of many people. I hope you will understand from our perspective, if he is truly innocent, the Unification Division will compensate him." Li Ji's fingers on the table tapped the teacup, making a crisp sound, and after a moment of silence, he raised his eyes and said, "What if I don't want to talk about it, and I still want to take you guys to court?" Night Spectre took out a pair of handcuffs from his arms and laid them on the table. "Then I can only ask you to go to the Special Energy Division, and check on you in the meantime. You're doing your best to harbor someone, you can't be a reviver as well, right?" Night Spectre said in the form of a joke, his stern eyes kept hovering over Li Ji and Li Qingxia. This statement was made. Li Ji's face was as normal, Li Qingxia's face was a little abnormal, her deep black eyes trembled and subconsciously looked at Li Ji, not knowing whether she was truly panicking or faking panic. And this obvious movement was naturally caught by Night Spectre. Her heart trembled and an absurd conjecture suddenly rose in her mind. Could it be that these two people in front of me were both revivers, and that they had told the truth by mistake? Chapter 75, Say the word and let him go. Thinking of this, Night Spectre immediately stood up and looked down at the duo of Li Ji and Li Qingxia, the cold light in his eyes like a blade. Li Ji lifted his head, his gaze calmly looking at Night Yui. "I found that you little girl really likes to put a hat on. You guys are all about suspicion now that you're investigating the reviver? If you're dissatisfied, you can go complain about me." Night Yui smiled faintly and waved to Zheng Kong beside her. "Zheng Kong, cuff them." Zheng Kong drew out the handcuffs pinned to his waist and was about to get up when Li Ji coughed twice lightly and raised his forearms to signal a wait. Zheng Kong twisted his head to look at Night Yui and saw the other party nod before he continued to sit down. "What's the matter? You changed your mind and have something to say?" Night Spectre cocked her head, her thin lips slightly hooked in a winning smile. Li Ji shook the teacup in his hand and said softly, "I'm giving you guys reason because I feel like I'm a reasonable, law-abiding good citizen, but that doesn't mean I can only reason with you guys." Night Spectre raised an eyebrow. "What's the matter? What other demons do you want to make?" Instead of speaking, Lidge reached into his pocket and pulled out an old-fashioned push-button cell phone, putting his head in front of it and seemingly flipping through something. "Are you looking for help?" Night Spectre asked curiously, a hint of disdain mixed in his eyes. Li Ji casually uttered, "Wait a moment, I'll look for it, it's been a while." Night Spectre wrapped his hands around his chest and didn't speak, just looked at Li Ji. I don't know if it was because of presbyopia or what, but after 2 minutes had passed, Li Ji still maintained the same movements as 2 minutes ago. A flash of impatience appeared on Night Yui's face, and when he was about to speak, Li Ji suddenly straightened up, reached out to rub his sore eyes, and picked up the phone and put it to his ear. "Hey, it's me," Li Ji said calmly. For the rest of the day, Ji repeated aha like a robot, as if he were trying to convince the person on the other end of the line. Well, do me a favor, I'll give the phone to someone else later and you say the word release. After saying that, Li Ji handed the takeaway cell phone to Li Qingxia. Take it to her. Okay. Li Qingxia nodded and placed the cell phone in front of Night Yui under the watchful eyes of the three Intuasher people.
What do you mean?
Night Spectre looked at Li Ji in surprise. Ji Li pointed his finger at the phone and then tapped his ear, signaling the other person to pick up the phone.
Night Spectre half-heartedly put the phone to her ear and said, "Hello?"
A neutral voice came from the other end of the line, "Release them." The moment the voice rang out, Night Spectre's palm-sized face couldn't stop twitching as if it had been electrocuted, and along with it, the hand that clutched the phone subconsciously loosened.
Bang!
The cell phone fell on the table, the person on the other end of the phone slightly stunned, and then hung up. Beep 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 sound echoed in the quiet room.
What's wrong?
He Lu asked with concern as he grabbed Night Spectre's arm.
Yeah, what's wrong?
Zheng Kong looked puzzled.
He couldn't understand what kind of phone call could have gotten Night Spectre into this mess.
Night Spectre ignored the two men's inquiries and instead gulped, looking at Li Ji with a horrified expression. Across the table, Li Ji was still as calm and collected as before, his eyes ancient wells without a ripple. On the side, Li Qingxia half covered her face with her palms, biting her lips to desperately hold back her laughter. The pupils of Night Yu trembled, trembling voice toward Li Ji asked, "Who
are you?"
"Just a regular old man who likes to make sense." After saying that, Li Ji then stood up with the plastic bag at his feet and said to the three, "I'll contact you by phone afterward about Li Xinqiu, and by the way, don't tell anyone else about my identity, or else." Li Ji paused for a moment, walked behind Night Yu and picked up his own cell phone, smiling amiably. "Little girl, you won't be able to be a human being in the future. Qingxia, let's go."
"Boss, wait for me."
Li Qingxia hurriedly got up and followed.
Bang!
Along with the closure of the door to the private room, Night Spectre crossed his arms to support his head as if he had lost his support, and his spine bent down helplessly.
What's going on?
What did the caller say?
Zheng Kong shook Night Spectre. Did someone over there threaten you?
He Lu asked tentatively. Night Spectre's eyes were closed, her eyelashes vibrating slightly. After a moment of silence, she gradually regained her composure and slowly opened her eyes, prepared to release them.
Release? Zheng Kong frowned. You're not checking? Night Spectre responded, you can check, but you can't illegally imprison Li Xinqiu anymore, something will go wrong. Zheng Kong repeated the question again, what exactly did the caller say on the phone?
Night Spectre looked deeply into the cup of tea and said in a deep voice, the word release was said.
What? Zheng Kong looked confused, that's it?
Night Spectre stood up holding the table and walked towards the outside of the private room while speaking, this is an order from the Strategic Command. Inside a dimly lit conference room, a dozen imposing humans sat on either side of a conference table. These were predominantly male, with old age making up the vast majority. One of them, an old man with some gray hair but still some black in it, put down the phone in his hand and looked deeply at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking.
Is that him? Someone asked.
The moment these words came out, all eyes gathered on the old man. The old man rubbed his temples wearily and nodded helplessly. Who else could it be but him?
He hasn't contacted us in how many years after that incident? Why did he call out of the blue this time? Is it trying to interfere in the Ansatsuji Division's presidential race? Times are different now, he doesn't have the ability to do that even if he wanted to.
In the shadowless cell, Li Xinqiu sat cross-legged on the ground, leaning against the cold wall. There was no clock in the cell, so Li Xinqiu didn't know the exact time he had been locked up here, and could only learn the number of days he had been locked up through the 2-day meal. 4 days. Li Xinqiu opened his eyes. In his dark eyes was a weakness that could not be concealed. The hand hidden in his sleeve already showed signs of aging, a shallow wrinkle floating on the surface of his skin. The prolonged starvation had depleted the life energy in his body, and he could no longer slow down his own aging rate. Originally, Li Xinqiu thought that these 3 people would lock themselves up for 2 days at most, but he didn't expect these 3 people to be so shameless that they could illegally imprison themselves for 4 days against the pressure of the media. Li Xinqiu was clear that if he were to be locked up for another 3 or 4 days, the identity of the reviver would definitely be exposed. Instead of sitting on the sidelines, we should take the initiative and find a way to escape from the Special Energy Division. The other side is illegally imprisoned anyway, and it's not illegal to escape on your own. Chapter 76, The Oscars. Ever since Li Xinqiu had gone through the last interrogation, the location where he was being held had changed, and although it was still a prison cell, the outside of the cell had changed drastically. Beyond the gate was no longer a narrow aisle, but a long corridor, at the end of which was the cell where Li Xinxiu was. Inside the corridor, 5 meters, a soldier with a gun, the walls made of high-strength steel glowed bright silver under the overhead lights. On top of that, the ceiling of the corridor is lined with bullet-sized holes that are manipulated by the AI to automatically fire bullets in case of an emergency. These are not a big deal to 096 Calamity Water, but they are a deadly threat to the divine fate Li Xinxiu, and forcing his way in will definitely expose the identity of the recoverer, so he can only take it wisely.
Knock knock.
The cell door knocked from within, and the soldier standing at the door tapped the display on the cell door, in which Li Xinxiu's frail face appeared.
Anything? The soldier asked with a cold, unsympathetic face.
Li Xinxiu on the screen covered her stomach with a haggard face and said, "I'm too hungry, can you give me something to eat?" The soldier shook his head. "I'm sorry to say that 1 meal per 2 days was requested by Officer Nightshade."
Then,
Li Xinxiu bent down and continued with a resigned face, "I want to meet Officer Night Yui." The soldier said coldly, "Officer Night Spectre is currently out of the Special Energy Division, we will inform her of your claim when she returns." Li Xinxiu clenched his teeth and said with a pained expression, "If you can't see Officer Night Yui, it's fine to see Officers He Lu and Zheng Kong. I'm sorry to say that the 3 of them went out together and none of them are currently in the Special Energy Division." As soon as these words came out, Li Xinxiu's expression was stunned, and his deep eyes flashed with a trace of imperceptible joy.
"That's not bad luck yourself."
And so, Li Xinxiu began his performance.
"Are all of them not here?"
Li Xinxiu covered her stomach and squatted down, that already pale face becoming even more bloodless. "Just bear with me a little longer, your stomach won't be hungry for a while." The soldier casually consoled and was about to turn off the monitor when Li Xinxiu on the screen suddenly cried out in pain.
"Ah!"
Li Xinxiu grasped his heart with both hands and lay on the ground in a hideous manner, those eyes staring straight at the camera at the entrance of the cell.
"This."
The soldier looked at Li Xinxiu with a dumbfounded expression, and the hand that was about to close the display screen froze in mid-air.
"What happened to you?" the soldier asked in surprise.
I. Li Xinxiu raised his hand with difficulty, "I am hard.
Suffer, help. Cough cough."
Bright red blood gurgled from the corner of Li Xinxiu's mouth, staining his neck and collar like an unstoppable spring. Seeing this scene, the soldier's eyes widened and subconsciously reached out to touch the fingerprint lock of the gate, but when he was still a centimeter away from it, he stopped again, and the words that Night Yui had confided to him appeared in his mind. "Do not open the cell under any circumstances, and deliver meals on the cell window conveyor belt." For a moment, the soldier's hands were facing forward and backward as if they were being pulled by 2 forces. And this perverse behavior soon caught the attention of the other soldiers, and soon a dozen of them surrounded them. When they saw the image of Li Xinxiu continuously spitting out blood, they all became nonchalant.
"What is this? What is this, Zhang Shi? What happened to this Li Xinxiu?" someone asked in surprise.
Zhang Shi, the guard soldier, looked helplessly at the others. "I don't know.
He just said he was hungry, then he vomited blood. What should I do?"
"What do we do? Of course we go and pull to the infirmary first."
"You can't open it. Officer Night Spectre said that no matter what happens you can't open the cell door."
"So what do we do? Just watch." "It's no good. In case something really happens to this Li Xinxiu, it's not easy for us to explain." The crowd hesitated, no one daring to make up their minds. Li Xinxiu, who was lying in his cell and coughing up blood crazily, had he intentionally coughed up so much blood to no avail, or had he not behaved seriously enough?
"That's just it, so let's make it a little more serious,"
Li Xinxiu said secretly in his heart. In the next second, Li Xinxiu's pupils trembled violently, and that face suddenly turned from miserable white to blood red, and a crimson line appeared under his skin, swimming like a small snake. Immediately afterward, Li Xinxiu's eyes closed, his head tilted, and his feet stomped.
"Nima, what's going on with this? Want to drive? Hurry up and drive, or we'll lose them."
Under the urging of the crowd, Zhang Shi extended his finger and pressed it.
Beep unlocked successfully. Click.
The moment the door opened, a group of people swarmed in and ran to Li Xinxiu. Zhang Shi, who was at the forefront, fell to his knees and leaned over to put his ear to Li Xinxiu's chest, and in the next second, he raised his head in shock and said in a trembling voice, "It seems
like the heartbeat is getting weaker and weaker. Get out of the way."
A soldier pushed Zhang Shi away and pressed his crossed hands on Li Xinxiu's chest, doing cardiac resuscitation, while shouting, "Go find a stretcher, quick!"
"Yes."
The soldier standing at the door answered and ran out anxiously.
Zhang Shi nervously asked, "How is he?"
I'm not a professional doctor, how would I know, but it shouldn't be going very well, I can feel his heartbeat getting weaker.
Zhang Shi said somewhat gruffly, then should I give him artificial respiration? Ahem.
Li Shinxiu, who was lying on the ground, coughed violently twice, and his originally weak heartbeat gradually became louder, but it was still weak compared to a normal person. My cardiac resuscitation is working, quick, strike while the iron is hot, do artificial respiration. The man turned his head towards Zhang Shi and shouted.
Yes. Zhang Shi nodded woodenly and hurriedly knelt down next to Li Shinxiu.
Li Shinxiu's brows furrowed, and just as he was about to open his mouth and spit out blood, a voice that he had been waiting for came from the doorway of his cell. The stretcher is here.
Don't do it yet, take him to the infirmary.
Soon, Li Shinxiu was carried on a stretcher and left the cell. The crowded road was moving slowly, one car after another. The vehicles of the trio of Antunji were among them. Zheng Kong sat in the driver's seat, impatiently pressing the car's horn, mouth complained, these days have been running, in the end.
Ugh. He Lu, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, patted Zheng Kang's shoulder and spoke out to comfort him.
The strategic command has spoken, that means our investigation of Li Shinxiu must be fine. Doesn't this give us the chance to rule out the wrong answers? What's there to complain about? Maybe the real disaster water is dead inside that netherworld. Night Yui supported his head to look out the window, cold voice. In any case, Li Shinxiu still has a lot of doubts on his body, and we have to continue to investigate even after he is released. If he really has no problem, then only then can we say that Calamity Water died in the underworld.
Jingle bells. Jingle bells.
A cell phone ringing interrupted Night Spectre's words.
Chapter 77, Why don't you go back? Night Spectre took out his cell phone from his pocket and scanned the number before picking up the phone. Hey, what's up? Sir, it's bad, it's bad.
An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone.
Night Spectre frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, call me when you've calmed yourself down.
With that, Night Yui reached out and hung up, but before she could put the phone back in her pocket, it rang again. Night Spectre impatiently picked up the phone and said in an icy tone, what's wrong?
Sir, that
Li Shinxiu is dying.
Oh, it's not working.
Night Spectre said calmly as she leaned against the window, and a few seconds later, her pupils suddenly dilated as she sat up straight and cried out in horror, it's not working? This shout scared Zheng Kong, who was driving, into a jolt, and He Lu, who was in the passenger seat, also curiously twisted his head to look at Night Yu. Night Spectre asked anxiously, how is it not working? Tell me clearly, is it the body aging?
No.
Li Shinxiu just suddenly said he was hungry, then suddenly opened his mouth and spit out blood, fainted. When we went in, his heartbeat was very weak, it felt as if it wasn't working well, and now he's been pulled to the infirmary to get first aid. Hearing this, Night Yu only felt her heart pulling cold, and the rosy color that had not been easily recovered went white again. The leader of the strategic command had asked himself to release the man on the front foot, and then something happened to him on the back foot. If this Li Shinxiu died in the Special Energy Division, would he still have a future to speak of in the Unification Division? Thinking of this, Night Spectre felt a chill run down the soles of her feet straight to the sky as she said solemnly, I don't care what you use, you must stabilize him. Even if he dies, he can't die in the Special Energy Division. When the words fell, Night Yu reached out and hung up the phone, slapping Zhang Kang's shoulder with her hand. Quickly, drive faster.
What's wrong? What's the big deal? Zheng Kong asked without looking back.
Night Yui stabilized her mind and said in a calm voice, something happened to Li Shinxiu, it seems like she's dying.
What?
He Lu and Zheng Kong both shouted in unison.
Special Capabilities Division Medical Services. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Doctor, the ambulance is here. A group of soldiers huddled outside the infirmary's front door. Click.
The automatic sensor door of the infirmary slowly opened, and a first aid trolley was pushed out from it, followed by a tall and thin doctor wearing a white coat and a blue mask appearing in everyone's line of sight.
Zhang Shi looked down at the person lying on the cart and asked with a nervous expression, Doctor, why is this Li Shinxiu's face covered in blood? The doctor calmly replied, halfway through, he spit up a few mouthfuls of blood, it doesn't matter, you guys get him in the ambulance. After saying that, the doctor was just about to turn around and walk back to the infirmary when his arm was grabbed by Zhang Shi. Aren't you going to follow him over there? I'm going to organize the data of Li Shinxiu's indicators and submit it to the hospital afterward, understand? The doctor unceremoniously slapped Zhang Shi's hand away and walked into the infirmary with his hands in his pockets, and a few seconds later, the infirmary's sensor door slowly closed with a click. This. Doctor.
Alright, hurry up and send Li Shinxiu to the ambulance, he's going to die, how are we going to explain to the top? Soon the soldier at the door left the infirmary pushing a first aid cart. Inside the infirmary, the doctor walked over to the faucet, removed his gloves and washed his hands, then reached down and pulled off his mask. That handsome and icy face was completely exposed in the air. This person was no other than Li Shinxiu. After being pushed into the infirmary earlier, he took a shot at knocking out the doctor who was preparing to save his life, and switched the clothes of the two men, disguising the other as himself to conceal his identity. After hearing no more sounds outside the corridor, Li Shinxiu pulled on his mask and retraced his steps out of the infirmary, heading towards the Special Energy Division's cafeteria. The cafeteria of the Special Energy Division is huge, with small stir-fries, fast food, spicy hot pot, oily noodles, dumplings, and so on. Whatever is available in the 11th city is available here. Li Shinxiu used the doctor's meal card to order a large pile of stir-fries and sat in the shadows of the furthest corner to feast on them, replenishing the lack of life energy in his body. After eating and drinking, Li Shinxiu took out the doctor's cell phone and dialed Li Qingxia's number. Beep, beep, beep. Beep. Hey, I escaped. Li Shinxiu said with a pressed voice. Li Qingxia on the other end of the phone said with some surprise, "Io, so fast out, this Antoine." Wait, escape? Li Shinxiu said seriously, well, if I don't escape I'll start aging physically, it's the only thing I can do, you and the boss shouldn't contact me in the next few days to avoid the wind. When Li Qingxia on the other end of the phone heard this, he only felt his head buzzing. He looked at Li Ji who was sitting next to him and silently turned on the speakerphone of his cell phone. Akiko, are you sure you ran out on your own? Li Shinxiu said without a trace of anger, if I don't run out, am I still waiting for you to save me? For a while, the air on Li Qingxia's side fell into an eerie silence. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Li Qingxia hurriedly spoke, don't. Li Shinxiu impatiently asked, what's the matter, just hurry up and say what you have to say. Can that? You go back? Li Qingxia asked carefully. Huh? Li Shinxiu's face revealed a flash of surprise, you're kidding, they illegally imprisoned me, I've managed to escape with great difficulty and still go back for what, waiting for them to realize their conscience and release me? They do seem to have a clear conscience? If you don't run away, and they'll let you go after a while. What? Li Shinxiu's small mouth opened slightly, a hint of incomprehension flashing through her eyes. What do you mean? Li Qingxia said vaguely, the boss and I met with them at noon today and talked about some of your things, and then when we left the boss asked when they were going to release you, and they just said at noon today. Inside the cafeteria, Li Shinxiu pursed her lips, not knowing what to say for a while. Li Qingxia tentatively asked, Xiao Qiuzi. Want you to go back? Li Shinxiu frowned and pondered for a while before saying in a deep voice, they were able to let me go presumably because they were in the way of media pressure, even if I go out, they'll just as likely to investigate me and keep an eye on me. In that case, it would be better for me to sneak out and then find a way to take care of Gongran's family before I leave City 11. Okay, don't contact me lately, hang up. After saying that, Li Shinxiu hung up the phone and got up to leave the cafeteria. After stealing a piece of civilian clothing to put on at the Special Energy Division, he left squarely through the gate of the Special Energy Division with a mask on, striding into the crowd and disappearing into the sea of people. Meanwhile, in a cafe, two younger men and women glanced at each other, picked up their unfinished coffee and left the store, following in the direction where Li Shinxiu was. Chapter 78, in the taxi. Li Shinxiu, who was walking on the sidewalk, let out a light suspicion, and the legs that he had stepped away from retracted and stopped in place. Who exactly is it? Li Shinxiu's head tilted slightly, a hint of incomprehension passing through his eyes. His keen sixth sense allowed him to detect the two people were following him, but he could sense that the two had no ill will towards him. Li Shinxiu turned around, that deep gaze crossing over the crowd to lock onto a pair of men and women a few 100 meters away. 100 meters away, that young man's figure trembled as a flash of panic rose from the bottom of his eyes, and he was pinned in place like a log. The man's throat rolled slightly and he said in a trembling voice, he seems to be looking at me. The woman on the side gave the man a contemptuous look. What are you afraid of, don't you still have me? Who said I was scared? The man puffed out his chest and glared at the woman, go. As the words fell, the man walked forward stiffly against Li Shinxiu's gaze, and the corner of the woman's mouth curved into a charming arc as she took a step to follow. The distance between the two sides kept getting closer. 200 meters. 150 meters. 100 meters. Li Shinxiu's eyes gradually became stern, the embers on his left index finger flickered slightly, and a faint chill emanated from his body. Why does it feel cold all of a sudden? It seems really kind of cold. The people around Li Xinxiu shivered and reached out to tighten the clothes on their bodies. And in just this moment's work, the man had already walked over to Li Xinxiu. Just as Li Xinxiu wanted to say something, the man left no trace and slipped a note into Li Xinxiu's hand while whispering, "Waiting for you." After saying that, the man scurried into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. Leaving only Li Xinxiu standing alone, he looked at the note in his hand, took a step to the side of the alley, stopped at the dead corner of the surveillance, and opened the note in his hand. "We can help you clear the suspicion of the disaster water, UNC 76454. UNC 76454, Li Xinxiu muttered. Just as he finished that sentence, a honk came from the side of the road. Li Xinxiu twisted his head to look. A green and white cab broke into his eyes. The bright yellow license plate was particularly conspicuous under the sunlight, just exactly the same as the license plate number stated on the note. Li Xinxiu didn't do anything after seeing this scene, lowering his head and looking at the note with deep eyes. After contemplating for more than 10 seconds, Li Xinxiu rubbed his fingers together to burn the small note into ashes and stepped towards the cab. Knock knock. Li Xinxiu reached out and knocked on the closed window. "Master, going?" The middle-aged driver glanced at Li Xinxiu and said, "Go, get in the car." Li Xinxiu nodded, pulled open the passenger door and sat in. The car was cold and air-conditioned, and a faint odor of blood wafted through the airtight environment. Li Xinxiu's sense of smell was very sensitive and he instantly recognized that it was the smell of human blood. He looked deeply at the aged driver in his eyes, but did not speak. The middle-aged driver wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and grinned at Li Xinxiu. "Where is the young man going?" "You guys called me here and yet you ask me where I'm going?" Li Xinxiu asked back in a calm tone. "Ha ha ha." The middle-aged driver laughed happily a few times and drove off the road with a kick of the gas. Li Xinxiu leaned his head against the window and asked after a long silence, "What are you?" The middle-aged driver gripped the steering wheel and smiled, "Of course it's someone like you." Li Xinxiu frowned, a faint hint of coldness flashed through his deep eyes. "Speak more clearly. What are you, what is your purpose, and which power are you from?" "You're a funny guy, someone will tell you, but that someone isn't me." The middle-aged driver narrowed his eyes and continued to drive as if nothing had happened. The corners of Li Xinxiu's mouth hooked up slightly. "You're quite an interesting person as well. Do you think I'm questioning you?" Exhale. A black shadow flashed across the carriage, and in the next second, the hair in front of the middle-aged driver's forehead was blown upwards by the wind, and the index finger of Li Xinxiu's left arm stopped in front of the middle-aged driver's forehead. Chop! The ear-piercing sound of brakes rang out on the road, and the normal traveling cab came to a direct stop with a sharp brake. It's a good thing the cab wasn't followed closely by a vehicle, or there would have been a rear-end collision. Inside the car, the middle-aged driver's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinpoint, and drops of cold sweat slowly seeped out from under his forehead. The coldness that surged above that fingertip caused his body to tremble, his hairs to rise, and an unprecedented sense of oppression spread all over his body. The middle-aged driver gulped, 10,000 grass mud horses racing through his mind. How is this strength different from what the intelligence said? Nima, false intelligence harms people. The front is moving when the road is your home parking space it? A sharp honk came from the back of the cab. What are you waiting for? Keep driving. Li Xinxiu smiled and tapped the middle-aged driver's eyebrows with his finger. Well. The middle-aged driver gave a small nod and started the vehicle moving slowly towards the front. Li Xinxiu retracted his fingers, crossed his legs and sat on the passenger side, and said indifferently, "You're nothing more than a 4-band reviver, so what qualifications do you have to pretend to be profound in front of me? What I'm saying is not questioning you, it's ordering you to give an answer, and if you say it well, I'll let you live, and if you don't, you'll be ready to lie down and get out of here." The middle-aged driver took a few deep breaths and said boldly, "We are here to help you clear your name. If you dare to kill me, then..." Li Xinxiu didn't wait for the driver to finish his sentence, so he raised his hand and put it on the other person's head, with his 5 fingers just clinging to his brain. Li Xinxiu bent over and stuck his head in front of the driver's eyes. "Why don't you say it? I'm still waiting to crush your head." The middle-aged driver's lips turned white, and he hard squeezed out a pale smile. I want to say it, I want to say it. Li Xinxiu questioned in a cold voice, "I'm asking you for the last time, who are you people and what is your purpose?" The middle-aged driver said eagerly, "We are the people of the hell, and our purpose is to help you clear your suspicions." Li Xinxiu raised an eyebrow. "Do you know who I am?" Yes, disaster water." The middle-aged driver stumbled. When these words came out, A hint of doubt appeared between Li Shinshio's eyebrows. The news that one is 096 calamity water is all speculation at this point, never a qualitative one. But listening to the tone of this person in the hell, it is obvious that he identified himself as 096 calamity water. Where did they learn about it? Could it be that he hadn't killed all the revivers in the Underland and someone had spread the news? The middle-aged driver seemed to notice Li Shinshio's incomprehension and opened his mouth to explain. It was Lord Horseface who said that.
Chapter 79, 602 on the 6th floor. Horseface?
Li Shinshio frowned, and the man with the shadowy face in the Underland immediately came to mind.
Wasn't this guy killed by himself in the Underland? How could he still be alive?
Li Shinshio's eyes lowered as she said skeptically, "Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Saying that, the corner of Li Shinshio's mouth hooked up an arc, and his gaze as stern as a falcon just stared straight at the middle-aged driver. The middle-aged driver gripped the steering wheel tightly and said apprehensively, "Big brother Data, I'm just a driver, I really don't know exactly what's going on." Li Shinshio drank in a cold voice, "If you don't know anything, how can you conclude that I am calamity water, and still say who spread this news? Do you take me for a little cutie?" The middle-aged driver scrunched his face and said with an innocent expression, "Listen to my explanation. In fact, I'm the subordinate of Lord Ox, head of the Hellmouth, and I've always been active in the 14th city, and I don't know Lord Horseface well at all. 3 days ago, Lord Oxhead gathered us together and said that Lord Horseface had been seriously injured by the high-risk disaster 096 calamity water in the 11th, and that if one side was in trouble, one side naturally had to help, so we came to the 11th city. When I first came over here, I heard a lot of media rumors that you were calamity water, and I asked Lord Oxhead about the truth of this news at the time, and when Lord Oxhead didn't affirm but didn't refute either, I subconsciously felt that you were calamity water." Li Shinshio sniffed and stared at the middle-aged driver for a moment, then withdrew his palm and stroked his chin as he looked out the window. If the driver didn't lie to himself, then Ma Mian should have survived through some means, and his identity must have been known by the other party, and it would be reasonable to call for revenge afterward. Thinking of this, a trace of gravity flashed between Li Shinshio's brows before he asked, "Then, according to you, you guys should be my enemies, how come you want to help me clear my suspicions now?" The middle-aged driver shook his head in confusion. "I really wouldn't know about that. Lord Oxhead suddenly said that he wouldn't take revenge and wanted to help you clear your name, after that I was sent here to receive you."
Are you telling the truth?
Li Shinshio narrowed her eyes. "Could it be that you want to trick me into a deserted place and do me in?"
It's all true, every word of it.
The middle-aged driver said in a panic. Li Shinshio lowered his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then closed his eyes without a word and leaned back against the seat as if he had drifted off to sleep.
City 11 First Center Hospital.
In the bright and clean corridor, the 3 Night Spectre and dozens of soldiers stood guard at the entrance of the emergency room. Night Spectre sat in the waiting chair, nervousness causing her to cross her arms, those dark eyes looking at the tiles for a moment, then at the emergency room door.
How long has it been in there?
Night Spectre twisted his head towards Zheng Kong, who was sitting on the side, and asked. Zheng Kong lifted his wrist and looked at his watch. "It's been 2 minutes, don't worry too much, Sister Night, it's just a matter of eating less, how could you possibly die?" Night Spectre bent down and put his hands against his forehead, murmuring in a low voice, "I hope so."
As soon as the words left his mouth, the lights in the emergency room went out. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the doorway of the emergency room with different looks. This isn't just going in? Yeah, is first aid over? First aid is never that fast, this shouldn't be dead. Before the man could finish his sentence, his mouth was covered. On the waiting chair, Night Spectre stood up holding her knees, looking at the door of the emergency room with an ugly face, a bad premonition rising in her heart. Click. Under everyone's gaze, a male doctor in a white coat frowned and walked out, looking at the crowd with a puzzled expression. Naichu walked up and grabbed the male doctor's arm and asked, "Doctor, how is Li Shinshio, how is he?" "He?" The male doctor wrinkled his eyebrows together, unsure of what to say. "Doctor, is something wrong with this child?" A worried He-Lu also came up. "I?" The male doctor bit his lower lip and asked tentatively, "Are you moving the wrong people?" The arena was quiet, and big question marks hung over everyone's heads. Real. The sound of wheels rolling came from the emergency room, followed by the appearance of an emergency cart. A young, naked man lay frozen on it, a big daze written in his tiny eyes. Night Spectre glanced down at the man and pointed at the other man in disbelief as he asked toward the doctor, "Where's Li Shinshio?" The male doctor shook his head, "I don't know." A soldier rushed out of the crowd and snapped, "Who knows if you don't, but we personally handed the man over to you, where is he?" "It wasn't Li Shinshio that you guys handed over to me, so how do I know where he is?"
The male doctor spread his hands innocently while forcefully countering. I was going to ask you guys, this guy's not doing and you're playing us when you call the emergency services and say he's dying? Just as the two sides were at a standstill, Soldier Zhang Shi walked over to the first aid trolley and asked with some uncertainty, Are you a doctor from the Special Energy Division's infirmary? The young man nodded somewhat woodenly, aha. Zheng Kong frowned and asked, Why are you here? The young man scratched his head, I don't know I was staying with Li Xinxiu, then. Seems to have fainted? Zheng Kong is not a little cute. Zheng Kong is not a cutie pie, and in an instant he realized that he and the others had been tricked by Li Xinxiu. He looked at the soldiers in a million different ways, Don. You guys move people without looking at their faces? At these words, the soldiers, each like wilted bean sprouts, all lowered their heads in shame. Fu Nigui took a long breath and patted Zheng Kang's shoulder with her hand, It's okay to run away, it's good that people are okay, it's good that people are okay. The middle-aged driver drove the cab for an hour through City 11 before stopping at an abandoned residential building. There's no surveillance, it's deserted, and it's littered with garbage that sticks to the ground and reeks of decay. The breeze blew by, rolling up the plastic bags on the ground and blowing them into the distance, making a swish-swish sound. The middle-aged driver lowered his head and smiled fawningly at Li Xinxiu, Big brother, we're here. Li Xinxiu swept his eyes out of the car window, pushed the door and stepped out of the cab. The middle-aged driver lowered the window and stuck his head out, Big brother, 602 on the 6th floor, I'm leaving first, I'll pick you up later. After saying that, without waiting for Li Xinxiu to reply, the middle-aged driver left the place with a kick of the gas pedal, leaving behind only 2 rows of car wheel marks. Li Xinxiu stood still and looked at the abandoned residential building in front of him, a hint of surprise flashing through his deep eyes. For some reason, standing in front of this residential building, his heart inexplicably rose a sense of unspoken familiarity, and even in this sense of familiarity was mixed with a trace of affection. Chapter 80. Strange. Li Xinxiu muttered. Although there were doubts and concerns in his mind, he still stepped into the abandoned residential building. The stairwell was dim and chilly because it hadn't been occupied for years. The peeling siding gave off a strange, pungent odor and the rotting corpses of unknown creatures could be seen in certain corners. Li Xinxiu stepped on the dusty steps, each step brought up some dust, and his dull footsteps echoed quietly in the empty stairwell. 1st floor. 3rd floor. 4th floor. 6th floor. Li Xinxiu walked to a wooden door full of scratches and stretched out his fingers to knock. Knock knock. A few seconds later, the wooden door made an ear-splitting creak sound and was pulled open from the inside. A youth with a thin face appeared in front of Li Xinxiu, and this person was the same youth who had handed him the note earlier. Come in. The youth sidestepped to one side and respectfully stepped aside. Li Xinxiu looked the other party up and down and asked curiously, Have we met somewhere before? Huh? The youth smiled awkwardly, Yeah, just now. Li Xinxiu pursed her lips and stepped into the room. The room was small and full of dusty furniture, except for the couch and coffee table that sat in the center of the living room. In addition to the youth, there was a man and a woman in the room. The woman Li Xinxiu had seen earlier, it was the same person who had traveled with the youth. At this time she stood respectfully next to the sofa, pinching the shoulders of that middle-aged man. The middle-aged man with fair skin and knife-sharpened features was wearing an elaborate vintage plaid suit, crossing his legs and leaning elegantly on the sofa with his eyes closed. After hearing the movement coming from the doorway, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction where Li Xinxiu was, and the two men's lines of sight just collided straight into each other. Li Xinxiu's eyes were deep, and a trace of imperceptible scorn flashed in his eyes. When confronted with a powerful being, his sixth sense would make alerts, such as a faster heartbeat and an extremely rapid secretion of endorphins. Earlier, the moment he walked into the room, Li Xinxiu's sixth sense detected a very powerful presence over the sofa, but the sixth sense was not pointing to the middle-aged man, but the woman. The man was like a cloud of air, dispensable, without any danger. But the more this happened, the more alert Li Xinxiu became. Even if a normal person was weak, he could still sense the presence of the other party. How could he be so weak that he couldn't detect it at all? Seeing Li Xinxiu standing still and looking at himself all the time, the middle-aged man revealed a gentle smile and pointed to the other end of the sofa. Sit down, there's no need to be formal. Aha! Li Xinxiu casually responded, walked over to the sofa and sat down steadily, then just quietly looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's gaze softened as he looked toward the entrance of the room. Mamian, make tea for this guest. The young man at the entrance of the room's doorway shuddered and stiffly answered, Good. After saying that, he lowered his head and walked to the tea table, carefully making tea for Li Xinxiu with a more rusty technique.
Horseface? Li Xinqiu bent down to look at Ma Mian. Horseface nodded warily, not daring to engage in a stare down with Li Xinqiu.
The middle-aged man smiled and explained, Ma Mian possesses a Xian weapon called the Soul Restoration Needle. As long as this needle is inserted into the brow of any random person, once Ma Mian is killed, he will be reborn in the person in whom the needle was inserted, and he can accurately locate the murderer's position. Li Xinqiu came to a realization and nodded with a smile. Interesting, I didn't expect there to be this kind of heaven-defying Xian weapon. It's just a disposable Xian weapon. If it could be infinitely reborn, I wouldn't have given it to him. The middle-aged man's eyebrows curved up like a crescent moon as he continued at Li Xinqiu. Introduce myself, I'm King Yan Luo, one of the 10 temples of hell. You can just call me Yan Luo. This one behind me is the Hell's Ox Head, and like Horseface, they're all the Hellzine marshals. The woman standing at the back nodded at Li Xinqiu. Li Xinqiu leaned on the sofa and said in a deep voice, Yama King and Yin Marshal again, you have quite a lot of names for your hell office. What do you want by calling me here? Isn't it all clear on the note that we're here to help you clear your suspicions about calamity water? Yama said with some surprise. Li Xinqiu looked at King Yama in confusion. I killed your people in the Earth's mansion and took your spirit Xian weapons. Now not only are you not looking for me to take revenge, but you also want to help me clear my suspicions. It's a bit incomprehensible. What's unfathomable about it? A reviver with demonic talent, a dual identity, and who also possesses a spirit Xian weapon, it's only natural that our hell would want to recruit it. King Yama said rightfully. Even if I have a demonic talent but now I'm only a second ban, and the identity of the heaven's fate is questioned. As for the so-called spirit Xian artifact, you killed me and it became a masterless artifact, and I still can't understand it. Li Xinqiu shook his head. Drink tea. King Yama raised his hand to indicate the hot tea on the table. Li Xinqiu sniffed and picked up his teacup, gently taking a small sip. Seeing Li Xinqiu after drinking his own tea, King Yan asked expectantly, I grew this with my own hands, how is it? Li Xinqiu lowered his head and tasted back for a while, and faintly said, I don't know how to taste tea, but it feels quite good. King Yan Luo smiled contentedly before explaining, if it was just your talent and dual identity alone, it really wouldn't be enough to carry weight, and at best, it would make the Earth's government's heart flutter, but with the addition of your spirit Xian weapon it would be a completely different story. The previous owner of this spirit Xian weapon was someone from our hell. That reviver was originally an ordinary ghost pawn, but after receiving the recognition of this spirit Xian weapon, it would not be an exaggeration to say that his strength increased by leaps and bounds. If he is given a few more years, this resuscitator will surely be able to become the mainstay of the Earth's government, but the horseman is not guilty of the crime of harboring a jade. What makes an ordinary ghost pawn have such a strong spirit Xuanqi weapon? Then he was killed, to be precise, by the people of hell, but to our surprise, with the death of that reviver, that spirit Xian artifact also transformed into a blood-colored mist and disappeared out of thin air into the heavens and earth, and when it reappeared again, it was today, 100 years later. Scarlet mist? Li Xinqiu frowned in puzzlement. Yan Luowang nodded. Spirit Xian weapons all have a self-protection mechanism. If the owner is killed, it will fight back in its own way, but usually it will just symbolically fight back. It won't be as rigid as that spirit Xian weapon of yours. Hearing this, Li Xinqiu reached out and touched his ashes. He did not expect that the previous owner of the ashes was actually a person from the hell. King Yan Luo smiled and extended his hand to Li Xinqiu. Join the hell, we will provide you with dying highly forbidden beings for you to slaughter, and we will also help you clear the suspicion of calamity water so that you can lead a privileged life in human society. Li Xinqiu lowered her head and seemed to be hesitating about something. After a few minutes, he slowly raised his head, and those indifferent and cold eyes revealed themselves little by little from the shadows. If I join the Hellmouth, will you help me kill those 3 men from the Intongshire? Chapter 81, The Third Wall. Li Shank. Yu put his own hand out, but didn't shake it with King Yama, instead quietly waiting for the other party's reply. Since we have to help you clear your suspicions, the 3 of them naturally can't be alive. Even if you don't say anything, the hell will still settle them. King Yama said calmly, without a single fluctuation of emotion on his face. Then King Yama raised his eyebrows, as if he had thought of something, and added, if I can, I'll try to let them die in your hands as a personal gift from me to you. How about that? Thanks a lot. Li Xinqiu grinned and reached out to shake his hand. Welcome to the Hellmouth. King Yama nodded amicably, then reached his hand back and pulled out a rolled-up sheet of parchment from his bosom and placed it in front of Li Xinqiu. Other than those ghost pawns in hell, everyone else has their own exclusive god names, just like my god name is King Yama, like his god name is Horseface. King Yan Luo said as he reached out and pointed at Horseface. Understood. A flash of realization flashed through Li Xinqiu's eyes, meaning I have to make my own god name? King Yama shook his head smilingly. The names of the gods in hell are all set, and there is a distinction between high and low between all the god names, just like my King Yama is above these martials of theirs.
Li Shinchio stroked his chin thoughtfully and inquired, then is my divine name the lowest divine name? Not really.
King Yama smiled gracefully. It is not the person who chooses the divine name, but the divine name that chooses the person, and the person who is chosen by the divine name will be that divine name for the rest of his life, and will not be able to discard it. When the person dies, this divine name becomes a masterless divine name, waiting again for his next master, and the cycle continues. After saying that, King Yama reached out and pulled apart the parchment in front of Li Shinchio. On the earthy yellow paper, a plain circle is drawn, and nothing more. King Yama looked at the parchment and explained, open your left hand and put it into the circle, your consciousness will come under a starry sky, where each star represents a god's name, and the brighter the star, the higher the status of the god's name. Once you get there, just stand still and wait, the chosen name of your god will naturally do something. Good luck.
I hope so.
A hint of anticipation flashed in Li Shinchio's eyes, and when he was about to place his hand on the parchment, he suddenly stopped and looked at King Yen Luo warily. I don't think he'll take advantage of my unconsciousness to make a move on me. The originally calm and collected Yen Luowan's mouth twitched when he heard this, and he said rather breathlessly, I wouldn't do such a thing.
I think so.
After saying that, Li Shinchio pressed his left hand on the paper. For a moment, it was as if his soul had been drained from him, his eyes gradually becoming lifeless, his vision focused on the parchment slowly spreading out in all directions.
My lord, what divine name do you think he will obtain? Oxhead asked curiously.
King Yen Luo shook the teacup in his hand. I don't know, but it shouldn't be too good a god name. Nowadays the god names of the 10 temples of Yen Luo and the 5 square ghost emperors are occupied. He has a high probability that it is the god name of a certain martial. The ghostly blue night sky was particularly bright under the dots of stars, and the cool moonlight passed through the thin gauze like clouds and fell on the endless green plains. The night wind with a hint of coolness blew by, and patches of green grass all fell in the direction where the wind had left them, rising and falling like the waves of the sea. Li Shinchio stood alone on the plains, looking up at the stars in the sky.
It feels all dark.
Li Shinchio frowned. Above the starry sky, there were many stars, but they were basically dull and dead, like dying old men.
It's just a matter of letting it go, it's just a name.
Li Shinchio released a smile, opened his arms and fell straight down in the middle of the grass, closing his eyes comfortably.
When I was a child, every July and August, Li Shinchio would hold a cooler and go to the rooftop of the silo, spread the cooler on the concrete floor, and lie on it just like now, looking at the night sky, blowing the night breeze, and enjoying the free air conditioning. But every blowing air conditioning Li Shinchio will be mosquitoes bite a bag. For this reason, he deliberately Chi Mingyu called up, used to attract the attention of mosquitoes, called Share Secret Base. Thinking of this, Li Shinchio subconsciously reached out and slapped his hand to his head, expecting to kill a mosquito that wanted to suck his blood. Snap!
He put his palm in front of his face and slowly opened his eyes. The palm was empty, nothing.
The mosquito is gone.
Li Shinchio muttered, and the glimmer of brightness hidden in the bottom of his eyes quickly dimmed. Buzz. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded in his mind.
Ha!
Li Shinchio sat up and touched his head in surprise. In the next second, the stars and the moon above the starry sky suddenly brightened, and the cold white starlight surged in the direction of Li Shinchio like flowing spring water.
This is...
Li Shinchio's head was full of fog, and in this moment of concentration, the starlight rushed down and completely drowned him. In an instant, Li Shinchio felt like he was plunged into a swamp, everything around him pressed and wrapped around him, but strangely enough, this feeling was not painful, instead it was somewhat comfortable, a sense of coolness spreading through his limbs and bones. Li Shinchio could feel the starlight merging into his body like a stream, slowly approaching towards the center of his eyebrows. Just the moment the starlight reached his brow, Li Shinchio's eyes were stripped of pure darkness, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the palace in his mind.
How did we get here?
Li Shinchio scratched his head in confusion and looked around in a bewildered manner. After a few seconds, he stiffened, his eyes focusing on a wall carving that had yet to be colored. The person engraved was a woman with a plump face and a faint smile on her face, wearing a jade crown on her head and holding a jade rudraksh in her hand, her demeanor solemn and dignified. Those Danfang eyes revealed a gentle yet dignified aura, as if they could see into all the illusions of the world. And at the moment this wall carving was wrapped in starlight inside and out, and was slowly absorbing the surrounding starlight. At the same time, color slowly appeared on the edges of the wall carving, gradually spreading inward. Li Shinchio was a bit puzzled. Isn't this wall engraving only colored by killing? How come now he has a color without killing anything? But his questions were destined to go unanswered. A few minutes later, that wall carving completed its coloring with the assistance of the starlight, becoming Li Xinqiu's third wall carving to regain its color. However, because of the lack of death, he did not awaken the fourth alien power. Li Xinqiu took a step in front of the third wall carving, looking up and down at the woman in the wall carving, searching for clues about the fourth psychic ability. What the hell kind of powers are they, and how are they going to die? Chapter 82, The Band of Light Drifting Away. Li Xinqiu looked at the wall carving for a few minutes, then moved his eyes away with some disappointment. After seeing that the other wall carvings in the palace showed no signs of coloring, Li Xinqiu left the palace with a thought, and his consciousness once again returned to that starry sky. The stars were still the same, the plains were still the same, nothing had changed. Li Xinqiu rubbed his somewhat dazed head and looked around with some confusion, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. King Yama had told him that if he waited, he would obtain a divine name, so did the starlight pouring out just now mean that a divine name had chosen him? If a divine name has chosen me, then why can't I go out yet? Can't it be that the one just now had nothing to do with the divine name, and that I haven't actually obtained it yet? Li Xinqiu reached out and stroked his chin, his deep gaze skimming over a star. After thinking about it to no avail, Li Xinqiu shouted loudly at the top of his voice, "King Yan Luo, are you there?" No one answered, only the night wind responded. Li Xinqiu's face sank as he stood up holding his knees and took a step in one direction. Strange, why hasn't it come out after so long? King Yama put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Li Xinqiu with some puzzlement. Horseface brought his face over and whispered speculatively, "My lord, is it possible that there is no divine name to fit him?" King Yama shook his head. If there wasn't a divine name fitting him, he would have come out a long time ago. Could it be that there is something wrong with the evocation paper? Saying that, King Yama got up and walked over to Li Xinqiu, bending down towards the name-calling paper. At that moment, a cell phone vibration came from the inner pocket of King Yama's suit. Yama let out a soft suspicion and straightened up and walked over to the living room window to pick up the phone. "Hello? Yan Luo, Yan Luo." Aye. A panicked voice came from the other end of the phone. King Yama raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise, "What have you encountered that you're so flustered like this?" "I don't know what to tell you, it doesn't make sense." A trace of impatience flashed in Yan Luo's eyes. "What exactly is it? If you don't say anything I'll hang up, I have things to do on my side." "I seem to have lost my 10 temples of hell Chu Jiang Wang's divine name. It turns out that the divine name is missing." "Wait." Yama's pupils dilated. "How could the divine name be missing? Is it possible that you're dead? Is there a pit in your brain? If I die, who is calling you now, a ghost?" The Chujiang king on the other end of the phone cursed loudly. "Wait, you let me slow down." Yama removed his cell phone and reached out to rub his temples. How could the divine name disappear into thin air? Even if it were to disappear into thin air, it would have to be after the death of the one who embraced the name. After thinking about it to no avail, Yama picked up the cell phone and pressed it to his ear, inquiring earnestly, "Are you drunk? Can I joke about something like this? My God's name is really gone, it's really gone." King Yama questioned, "How do you know that your divine name is gone?" "The supernormal ability cold ice hell that God's name bestowed upon me is gone, and the slave marks I used God's name to brand my subordinates have all disappeared as well. Yan Luo, you're my best friend in hell, so help me think of a way out." Upon hearing this, King Yama's face became grave in the twinkling of an eye. "Don't be in a hurry first. You use the name-calling paper to go to the place of assigning names again to see if you can obtain the divine name of Chu Jiang Wang again. If not, you can contact me again." "Okay, I'm going to beep now." The phone was hung up. Yama put his cell phone into his inner pocket and walked over to the couch in silence and sat down, staring calmly at the ceiling, unsure of what he was thinking. Place with a famous title. Li Xinqiu walked aimlessly under the starry sky. He didn't know where he was going, or how he was going to get out, or where the so-called name of God was. Li Xinqiu let out a long breath and looked around with a frown. What the hell is this place? He was annoyed beyond measure at the moment. Looking at the endless turquoise, the impulse to burn it all in a fire suddenly rose in his heart, but his remaining sanity suppressed this crazy idea. Just as Li Xinqiu was about to continue walking in a different direction, a crack suddenly appeared in the space 100 meters away, followed by a middle-aged man with a stout body and rugged face walking out from it. The two men were 100 meters apart, facing each other in all directions. "Who are you?" The middle-aged man was the first to ask. Li Xinqiu hesitated for a moment and then said, "Li Xinqiu, the hell is?" Waiting for his divine name, "And who are you?" "I am the Hell Chu," the middle-aged man's voice lurched. "I am also waiting for the divine name." A trace of joy flashed in Li Xinxiu's eyes as he took a step to the middle-aged man's side and inquired, "Uncle, do you know how to get out of here?" "Leave?" A puzzled expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he said perfunctorily, "Just wait, eventually it will all leave." After saying that, the middle-aged man stopped caring about Li Xinxiu and raised his head to look up at the starry sky, seemingly searching for something. As the middle-aged man appeared, the stars flickered slightly, seemingly greeting him, but the middle-aged man ignored this, his stern gaze traveling back and forth between the stars.
"Why not?"
A hint of panic flashed across the middle-aged man's brow. If one's divine name had disappeared, then surely the divine name would have returned to the place of endowment. Why didn't it? Standing aside, Li Xinxiu reached out and poked the middle-aged man. "Uncle, excuse me, do I look like someone with a divine name to you?" The middle-aged man twisted his head and looked at him like a little cutie.
"Like looking at Li Xinxiu, do you have a divine name you don't know?"
Buzz. Right at this moment, a brilliant star suddenly appeared beneath the starry sky, erupting with blinding starlight. The dim stars around them seemed like mice seeing a cat, retreating to the side and arching over the brilliant and bright star. The middle-aged man who noticed the difference looked up, and after seeing the star, his pupils gradually dilated and he clenched his fists in excitement.
"Sure enough it's here, sure enough it's here, ha ha."
The middle-aged man opened his hands and raised them above his head, shouting, "King Chu Jiang, I'm here." The star in the sky flickered as if it had heard the middle-aged man's call.
"King Chu Jian?"
Li Xinxiu looked up at the star. In an instant, the star suddenly trembled as if summoned by something, and a white band of light condensed from the starlight extended out from it, drifting towards the direction where the two were.
"Back, finally."
The middle-aged man stepped forward with fiery eyes and raised his left hand above his head with a fist. Li Xinxiu saw this scene and suddenly realized that there was a specific posture. So Li Xinxiu also followed the middle-aged man's example and raised his left hand above his head, greeting the stars in the sky. Under the starry sky, the white band of light was getting closer and closer to the middle-aged man.
400 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Come on.
The middle-aged man excitedly stretched his own wrist out in front of the light band, then witnessed the light band mercilessly float past his eyes and fly in the direction where Li Xinxiu was.
Chapter 83 Ice Hell. Ha! The middle-aged man's pupils gradually dilated, and he stiffly twisted his head. Only to see that the band of light wrapped around Li Xinxiu's wrist in a circle after crossing over the middle-aged man. Is this considered gaining a divine name?
Li Xinxiu's eyebrows showed a hint of incomprehension as he raised his head to look at the stars from afar while curiously reaching out his hand to grab the band of light. But before he could fully grasp the light band, it suddenly tensed, as if someone on the other end was tugging at it with all their might. The middle-aged man was shocked at this scene and took a step to run towards Li Xinxiu. Don't! The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and just as the middle-aged man was about to touch the corner of Li Xinxiu's coat, the band of light tore through the air and retracted towards back at extreme speed. And Li Xinxiu's feet also left the ground, being yanked up into the sky by his wrists by the band of light.
Anum.
Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB who was sound asleep. The night wind struck at this moment, Li Xinxiu's hair flew horizontally, the clothes on his body were blown and hunted, and his entire body swung like a weed under the starry sky. The middle-aged man fell to his knees in despair, tearing his heart and lungs, and shouted loudly, "Why, King Chu Jiang, why?" But no matter how loud he shouted, the bright star just didn't move, emotionally stable like a piece of wood. The speed at which the light band retracted was very fast, and the distance between Li Xinxiu and the star closed extremely fast, and his eyes were occupied by dazzling starlight, so he could not see anything.
My lord, Li Xinxiu has reacted. Ma Mian reached out and pointed at Li Xinxiu.
Upon hearing this, King Yama retracted his gaze and turned his head to look at Li Xinxiu. It's starting to fuse with the divine name. I wonder what divine name it is. At this moment, Li Xinxiu's head was covered in sweat, as if he was having a nightmare, and his brows were furrowed every now and then. A blue line appeared underneath his skin, surging towards his brow like a small snake, then blending together as if to outline some pattern. At the same time, Li Xinxiu's pupils suddenly trembled, and those dark eyes turned ice blue at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lush black hair drifted backward like the waves of the sea, transforming into the purest white in a matter of moments. This. Horseface scratched his head. Why do I feel this image is so familiar? Sitting on the sofa, King Yama sank his face and slowly spoke. White hair with blue pupils, this is the 10 temples Yama Chu Jiang Wang's cold ice hell.
What, 10 temple Yama Chu Jiang Wang?
The ox head's heart jumped, and his expression was shocked, hasn't the Chu River King's divine name already been occupied? Can it be that the original Chu River King died? Speaking here, Ox head paused and looked cautiously at King Yama. The original Chu Jiang Wang did not die, his divine name. Yen Luo Wang frowned slightly, paused and spoke. It seems to have been snatched away by this kid in front of me. Bullhead and Horseface's faces stiffened as they said in unison, robbed? Bullhead forced down the shock in his heart and said, how can this divine name be robbed? Isn't it only the death of the person who embraces the name that can be re-inherited? I don't know either, but that's just the way it is. The cold ice hell can't be faked. King Yama picked up the teacup on the table and drank it in one go. Upon learning this news, Horseface's face instantly turned white. Are you kidding me? How did this guy turn into his boss and play? Horseface raised his hand against his forehead as the scene in the Underland played like a movie in his mind. Threats in front of the palace. Abuse on the bridge. Not a scene is lost. This. Horseface looked to King Yen Luo in panic and helplessness. My lord, I have previously offended him in the underworld. King Yama gave Ma Mian a breathless look. Someone who can be recognized by the divine name of Chu Jiang Wang, do you think his temperament would be so small? Then After that, just apologize properly and do something to help King Chu Jiang to make amends. King Yama raised his hand to interrupt Horseface's words. Horseface revealed a look of embarrassment. My lord, after being reborn, my strength is only 1 ban. It feels as if I can't get anything done, and now I really have nothing but money. Then spend the money to pay for the offense. Stop talking and be quiet. Yama said in a cold voice. A few minutes later, the sound of click, click, click rang out from Li Shinxiu's body. The sweat on his forehead coalesced in a flash into grains of ice that fell to the coffee table and shattered. Immediately after that, with Li Shinxiu as the center of the circle, the temperature within 100 meters dropped extremely fast, accompanied by the sound of ka-ching ice. Everything within 100 meters was covered by hard ice, and the white cold air was unceasingly born in it. With a thought from King Yama, a strange wave spread out from around him, expelling the cold air around Oxhead and Horseface. As time slowly passed, a strange icy blue rune appeared at Li Shinxiu's brow, and his eyes gradually regained their vigor. 10 temples Yama Chu Jiang King. Li Shinxiu muttered, reaching out and rubbing his hair, digesting the memories in his mind. After you reached out and touched that star, it should be clear to you what divine name you are and what the abilities of your divine name are. King Yama spoke calmly. Pretty much. Li Shinxiu raised his head and surveyed everything around him with those ice blue eyes. Is this the Chu Jiang King's cold ice hell? At this moment, he felt that everything within 100 meters was under his control, and even if he didn't look back, he could sense a grain of dust slowly drifting down a few dozen meters away. Interesting. Li Shinxiu spread a smile and stretched out his fingers to point vaguely in the air, a wisp of cold air condensing at his fingertips. The reason why the cold ice hell was called the cold ice hell was not because there was ice inside it, but because of the cold air that swam within it. These chills freeze not things and people, but vapid souls. Any life that stepped into it would be eroded by the cold, and powerful people would have slower and slower reaction times and less power in their powers because of the cold. And the weaker ones won't even have a chance to strike, because their souls will die in the cold. This is the chilling hell of King Chu Kong. The King of Chu River is on equal level with me and has an extraordinary status. It can order all the martial ghost pawns. I didn't expect you to have gained its approval. King Yama marveled. It's just luck. Li Shinxiu gave a shallow smile and continued to speak. By the way, are there any requirements for the surrounding environment if you want to unfold the cold ice hell, such as air humidity or temperature? There's no requirement. The cold ice hell is equivalent to a small world. How could it be dependent on its surroundings? A small world? That's great. The corner of Li Shinxiu's mouth slowly hooked up. The cold ice hell didn't depend on the environment. Didn't that mean that one no longer needed to find any creeks if they wanted to use extreme water in the future? And wasn't the ice in the cold ice hell already made water? Chapter 84: The Powers of the Yakuza. Seeing Li Shinxiu's delay in retrieving the cold ice hell, King Yen Luo opened his mouth and reminded King Chu Jiang, it's better to try not to use the cold ice hell in the middle of the city. After all, it's quite a big commotion. Li Shinxiu nodded, and with a movement of his mind, everything around him returned to its original form in the blink of an eye, leaving not a single trace behind, and his appearance also returned to its original form at this moment, and the rune on his brow also disappeared. As the cold ice hell disappeared, there was a slight redness on Ma Mian's pale face. After using the Xian weapon to regenerate, his strength dropped to a ban, and facing Li Shinxiu's cold ice inferno, even though he had Yen Luo Wang to drive away the coldness, he was still a bit physically overwhelmed. King Chu Jiang, do you have anything else to ask? King Yama reached out his hand in a gesture. There is. A hint of anticipation flashed in Li Shinshou's eyes. I want to ask where these god names came from. Without waiting for Li Shinshou to finish his sentence, King Yama spoke up and interrupted him. A god's name is a god's name, other than that it's nothing. Li Shinshou was first stunned, then laughed softly. I see. He had originally wanted to speculate on the third wall engraving's supernatural ability through the origin of the god's name, but now it seemed that it wouldn't work. The other party didn't seem to have lowered his guard against him, and didn't intend to tell him anything about the Hellmouth. You live in the middle of the Commonwealth, traveling amongst humans. There is a constant risk of exposure. The less you know about hell, the safer you are instead. After all, mischief comes out of the mouth. After saying that, King Yama pulled out a photo from his bosom and put it on the table. You should be familiar with this person. Li Shinshou looked down, and what met his eyes was a middle-aged man with a shadowy face. Gong Ran, the division commander of the Special Energy Division. I intend to kill him recently. Li Shinshou's gaze was stern and his voice was low. The first time you made a move to kill his son and destroy the Special Energy Division's 4th Action Team, the purpose should be to avenge a family, right? King Yen Luo carefully observed Li Shinshou's reaction. Li Shinshou raised his eyes and glanced at Yen Luo Wang. Non-committal. That family helped me when I was wandering in City 11. Why are you asking this, wanting to investigate me? King Yama seemed to smile. I don't care about your former self, and I'm only asking this to help you clear the suspicion of Calamity Water. Li Shinshou supported his head with one hand and skeptically said, King Yama, you don't think you want me to be exposed in plain sight, and then you take action to kill them and plant the evidence on Calamity Water? King Yama nodded with some surprise. You're thinking along the same lines as me. This plan. Li Shinshou shook his head. Now whether Calamity Water is alive or dead is still uncertain. As long as I don't make a move, Calamity Water's life and death will always be a mystery. Even if the 3 people from the Unification Division suspect me again, they can't prove that I am Calamity Water. But if you step in and kill Gong Ran and the others, for one thing, it proves that Calamity Water isn't dead and deepens my suspicion. Secondly, the purpose is too strong. I am exposed in the open, you go out and kill people behind my back. How do you look at it as a bit of a suspicion to help me clear my name? Other people may not care, but that Night Spectre can't say for sure. She seems to have decided that I'm a Calamity Water. A hint of exhaustion appeared in Li Shinshou's eyes when he mentioned Night Yu's name. He still couldn't figure out how that woman's head was spinning. Normal people, whether by inference or investigation, are sure to spread outwards on the basis of the available evidence. This woman was different. All inferences and investigations were based on the fact that she was a disaster water, as if she had turned on a god's perspective, directly crossing the barriers and locking onto herself. It was really too abstract. At this time, Horseface attentively carried a cup of hot tea and put it in front of Li Shinshou. My lord, seeing that your mouth is a bit dry, I made you a cup of tea. Thanks. Li Shinshou said with some surprise, then twisted his head to look at Yen Luo Wang. Just help me kill the 3 in Tuanji. It doesn't matter if you wash your hands of them or not, no one will naturally care after a long time. Whether anyone cares or not, I must help you get rid of the suspicion of Calamity Water. This is the order given to me from above. A hint of helplessness appeared on King Yen Luo's face. Li Shinshou crossed his arms together, his brows slightly furrowed. So you didn't want to help me clear my suspicions, you just made this crude plan to accomplish the mission, and you went ahead and did it whether I agreed or not. King Yen Luo lightly glanced at Li Shinshou and reached out to move the teacup in front of him to himself. I'm just speaking crudely, but it doesn't mean that my plan is crude. With that, he reached out and flicked the teacup with his slender fingers. Sound of STH. Throbbing or bursting. A crisp sound echoed through the room as a drop of tea leapt up from the teacup and hovered in mid-air. Li Shinshou's pupils trembled as he looked at Yen Luo Wang in surprise. Your supernatural ability? Look again. Yama said calmly, then raised his hand and waved it outward. Excite. Shoo shoo shoo. Water droplets ripped through the air like bullets and shot out. Only to hear a few bang bang sound, a small hole appeared in the wall, ceiling, tiles. It's still coming together. Yama muttered, and pointed his finger at the teacup. In the next second, all the water in the teacup poured out, coalescing in the air in just a few seconds to create a fountain pen made of waters. Li Shinshou got up and walked over to the fountain pen made of water, his deep gaze falling on Yen Luo Wang. How did you do it? Have you ever heard of Nian Li? King Yama spoke calmly. Rumbling. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, the dust on the walls continued to be shaken off, and a crack appeared on the ceiling. Li Shinshou looked out the window in surprise, only to see that the residential building across the street was constantly going down, or more accurately, his own location was constantly rising. My psychic ability is Nianli, I can control everything around me with my mind. It's easy for me to imitate your psychic ability," Yama said with a relaxed expression on his face, stretching out his finger and tapping it on his knee as a strange fluctuation spread out from his circumference. In an instant, it was as if everything had hit the rewind button. The silo slowly sank, the dust that had been floating in the air returned to its former place, and even the cracks in the ceiling disappeared. Li Xinxiu saw the scene on the surface and did not move, but inwardly he set off monstrous waves. In his impression, Nianli was all about throwing things and whatnot, but this idea was completely shattered by Yama today. Controlled water condenses the pen, the dust recedes, and the cracks are as good as new. This kind of nuanced manipulation is simply mind-boggling. As you said, I will indeed go out and kill Gong Ran's family, but not behind their backs. I will kill them openly, in front of everyone in City 11, just like inside a movie, teasing the killing. Chapter 85, 5 Fingers. King Yama looked cozy, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Forecasting a murder? Li Xinxiu's heart skipped a beat and he said with some uncertainty, "What does that mean?" Yama arched his eyebrows and slowly leaned back on the sofa. "I will tell everyone in advance about the time of Gong Ran's family's death so that they can be fully prepared, and then I will kill them in front of everyone. That way you'll be completely cleared. After all, there can't be two calamity waters in the world." King Yama's words were light, but the content of his words struck Li Xinxiu's heart like a hammer. Li Xinxiu looked Yan Luowang up and down and questioned, "Can you do it?" Yan Luowang stretched out his arm and turned over his palm in front of Li Xinxiu. "This is not difficult for me. If I were to use an idiom to describe it, it should be as easy as a hand." Li Xinxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Your appearance is not the same as calamity water. I have the means to change my appearance, but you don't, and also, I transformed into a roiling water mist to get out of the way on the Lu River Bridge. Can you?" King Yan spread out his hands and smiled confidently. "You don't have to worry about any of this, since I was able to come up with this idea. I naturally have the means to solve these problems. All you have to do is to quietly watch." "Watching quietly?" Li Xinxiu repeated. "Right," Yama nodded, "just watch quietly." Li Xinxiu's eyes were dark, like an abyss with no visible bottom. He was silent for a while and said, "You guys are helping me so much. What do you need me to do for hell?" King Yama pursed his lips and smiled. "You don't need to do anything, just walk your own path. After this incident, the disaster level of calamity water will be upgraded to extra dangerous. You have to be careful if you want to use this vest in the future. After all, the hell can't wipe your ass for you every time." After saying that, King Yama glanced sideways at Horseface, sent King Chu Jiang away. A hint of stealing joy flashed in Ma Mian's eyes as he trotted over to Li Xinxiu, revealing a standard smile. "My lord, let me see you off." "Good." Li Xinxiu responded, then looked at King Yan Luo. "Thanks a lot." King Yama nodded his head in a gesture. "It's just a mission, no need to take it to heart." After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Horseface took Li Xinxiu and left the silo, leaving only Yan Luowang and Oxhead to stay in the dilapidated room. "My lord, is there anything I need to do?" Bullhead spoke respectfully. "Let's open the live broadcast first and kill someone to help the fun, otherwise the credibility of the preview is too low." Yama stroked his chin and pondered for a while before saying, "Doesn't he have a second son? Let's start with him." Under the silo on the abandoned land, Li Xinxiu and Horseface stood one behind the other, waiting for a cab. Compared to Li Xinxiu's calmness, Ma Mian appeared extraordinarily restrained, his hands clenched together in front of his chest, standing in place like a student who had made a mistake, looking up from time to sneak a look at Li Xinxiu. "You go back," Li Xinxiu said without looking back. "Ah?" Horseface raised his head in some panic and asked cautiously, "Do you somewhat dislike me?" "Like?" Li Xinxiu turned her head with an odd expression and subconsciously took a step backward. "You like men?" "No, no, no." Horseface hastily waved his hand and explained handily, "I don't like men, I just wanted to ask if you like me." Li Xinxiu's mouth opened slightly, somewhat failing to follow Ma Mian's brain circuits for a moment. He reached up and touched his jaw, asking incredulously, "What do you mean, you think I like you?" "That." Horseface slapped his head in chagrin. "I didn't mean it that way. Didn't I offend you in the Underland before, so?" At this point Horseface stopped speaking and lowered his head with some trepidation. A flash of realization flashed in Li Xinxiu's eyes as he heard this and reached out to put his hand on Ma Mian's shoulder. "If I wanted to get back at you, you wouldn't be able to stand in front of me and talk to me right now." Horseface shuddered and looked up excitedly. "You mean you don't blame me?" "Blame is not going to blame. After all, in the Underland you are not capable of hurting me, but..." Li Xinxiu turned around with his hands in his pockets. "But what?" Ma Mian's throat rolled and he looked at Li Xinxiu apprehensively. But the good feeling is definitely gone. After all, I am a person who was vindictive. You brought people to take advantage of my weakness to threaten me. This is something that I will definitely not be able to forget. Li Shinxiu said seriously. My lord, I really didn't want to make a move against you at that time. It's all because that guy from New World Shin Yuanhua has been compelling me. In fact, I'm a very upright person.
Ma Mian grabbed Li Shinxiu's arm and anxiously explained.
Li Shinxiu reached out and pushed Ma Mian away, saying indifferently, being upright or not is not something you can say with your mouth, it has to depend on your actions. Horseface was not a little cutie, naturally understood the meaning of Li Shinxiu's words.
He asked tentatively, what do you want me to do?
Li Shinxiu smiled and stretched out his left hand, rubbing his fingers in front of the other party. I've heard people say that you have some influence in City 11, you should be quite rich.
Horseface nodded meekly, not bad, how much do you want? This number should be quite simple for you.
Li Shinxiu stretched out 5 fingers and looked at Ma Mian with a smile. Horseface gulped, a hint of flesh pain flashing in his eyes. $50 million wasn't a small number, but he could still get it out through gritted teeth.
Okay, 5,000 on. Wait a minute.
Just as Ma Mian wanted to bite his tongue and agree, Li Shinxiu directly spoke up and interrupted him.
5,000?
Li Shinxiu hooked up the corners of her mouth, a cold light flared in her eyes. Do I look like I'm 5,000 short, or do you think I'm cheap?
He's an uneducated man who can make over $100 or even a few $100 going out on a part-time job, and a man with some power in the 11th city taking $5,000 to make amends. Isn't that a fool's errand? When these words came out, Ma Mian was covered in cold sweat and trembled. I don't mean that, just tell me how much you want.
5,000 followed by a 0, I need to see this money before tonight. Li Shinxiu said in a cold voice, by the way, I want cash. If you can't do that, for the sake of your safety, we shouldn't meet in the future. Horseface's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of pinpoints, and his entire body froze in place as if he had lost his soul.
500 million federal dollars, where is he going to get 500 million federal dollars? What's the difference between that and taking his own life? Thinking of this, Horseface said stiffly, King Chu Jiang, aren't you going a little too far? I'm King Yama's man, aren't you going a little overboard treating me like this?
Oh, you cannot give it, I didn't force you to give it, it was you who wanted to make amends to me. Li Shinxiu spread his hands and said with an innocent face. Real. The sound of wheels rolling came from the distance, the cab that picked up and dropped off Li Shinxiu arrived.
Chapter 86. Isn't this bullying an honest man?
The driver was still the same middle-aged driver, who steadily parked the car on the side of the road and lowered the window to wave at Li Shinxiu.
Let's go, no need to see me off.
Li Shinxiu took a step towards the cab, waved at Ma Mian with his back turned, then got into the cab and left the place.
Asshole, what do you think you are?
The veins on Ma Mian's neck rippled, and with a bang, he smashed a shallow crater in the wall.
What's the word that you can't even prioritize?
At that moment, a low, muffled voice came from within the building. Horseface panicked and turned his head to look, only to see a pair of shiny leather shoes stepping out from the corner of the building, followed by King Yama's icy face appearing in front of his eyes.
Great! People, I am impulsive.
Horseface hurriedly lowered his head and trembled. King Yama took a step in front of Horseface, his eyes coldly looking at the other party. Horseface looked up and was about to explain something when suddenly an appalling mountain-like pressure descended on his shoulders.
Bang!
In an instant, dust rose up under the feet of King Yama, and Horseface clung to the ground like a puddle of mud, with bright red blood overflowing from his eyes, and the sound of cracking bones rang out like firecrackers. Seeing this, Oxhead on the side hurriedly persuaded, My lord, Ma Mian was also impulsive, I will definitely not let him do it again in the future, please give him a chance. I just gave him the chance so he could be alive and lying at my feet right now. King Yama swept a glance at Ma Mian with an indifferent expression and put away his supernatural powers with a thought.
Many thanks, my lord.
Oxhead gratefully thanked him and carefully helped Ma Mian up as he lay on the ground. Ma Mian's chest continued to rise and fall, shakily raising his hand to rub his eyes, and after a few seconds of reprieve whispered, Many
thanks, your excellency. Everyone in hell honors the name of God, it's a big taboo to violate your superiors from below, if there's a next time, I won't give you another chance to live, understand? King Yama said in a deep voice.
Horseface, hunched over, nodded as Bullseye supported him. King Yama reached out and patted Ma Mian's shoulder, and when he was about to step away he suddenly stopped and turned his head toward Ma Mian and asked, What did King Chu Jiang say to you just now? Horseface raised his head and weakly responded, I had previously offended King Chu Jiang in the underworld, and just now I wanted to make amends to him, and then King Chu Jiang asked me for money.
King Yama raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say you have nothing but money? Doesn't this just suit you?
But Chu Jiangwang wants too much. He asked me for 500 million federal coins. This, how can I possibly take it out? Horseface's voice is getting smaller and smaller, his face is getting paler and paler.
500 million? Oxhead stared wide-eyed. King Chu Jiang himself said he wanted 500 million?
Horseface looked aggrieved and said pitifully to Bullhead. Yes, personally to me, I said I give $50 million. He said I see him cheap, only give so little, let me add a zero after $50 million, also let me give cash. This is not bullying honest people? Said here the Horseface look remorseful. If I had known that I would not mention this file, now mention and do not give money, no beam also become a beam. If Li Xinxiu were here, he would have been stunned by Horseface's words.
When did he mention the word $500 million? Isn't $5,000 plus a zero 50,000 federal dollars?
My lord, what do you think I should do? I can't even come up with 500 million even if I sell myself.
Horseface looked at King Yen Luo helplessly.
The Chu River King's potential is much greater than you think, judge for yourself how to do it.
After saying that, King Yama walked into the distance without looking back.
Seeing this, Oxhead patted Horseface's shoulder and trotted over to King Yama, leaving Horseface sitting alone on the ground. On the sparsely populated highway, the cab carrying Li Xinxiu drove slowly. The car was running cold and the atmosphere was slightly depressing. Li Xinxiu swept his eyes out the window through the car window. Pull over.
You want to get off here?
The middle-aged driver glanced at Li Xinxiu with some surprise, while releasing the gas pedal under his foot and lightly tapping the brake, bringing the cab to a steady stop at the side of the road.
Thanks.
After Li Xinxiu answered, she pushed the door and walked out of the cab.
It's fine, it's fine.
The middle-aged driver waved his hand and asked tentatively, I'll go first then.
Go. Li Xinxiu nodded.
Upon hearing this, the middle-aged driver smiled as if he was relieved, and after a few polite words, he left the place with a kick of the gas, seemingly not wanting to stay with Li Xinxiu for a moment longer. Li Xinxiu took out the medical blue mask from his arms and put it on his face, took out his cell phone and dialed Li Xingxia's number.
Do. Beep.
Hey, Xiao Qiuzi. Li Xingxia's voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Xinxiu spoke out and inquired, where are you and the boss? I'll go find you.
Li Xingxia was slightly stunned. Didn't you say that you were going to deal with Gongran's family and asked us not to contact you recently? Plans change, I think it's better to keep a low profile. Where are you guys? It's harder to find where I'm staying with my boss, so tell me your location and I'll come pick you up.
Okay, I'll send you the positioning later. I'm wearing a blue mask and black clothes. You'll be able to see it at a glance when you come. Be careful on the road, don't be discovered by those reporters. Li Xinxiu admonished. Li Xingxia smiled confidently, don't worry, your second brother does things in 2 words, steady.
After that, the phone was hung up with a beep.
Li Xinxiu put his cell phone into his pocket and casually leaned on the road sign, stroking his chin and muttered, 50,000 federal dollars is not much, right?
How does that guy feel like it's a big pain in the ass? Is it because I've overestimated his financial strength?
The heat brought on by midday slowly declined, and it was a half-hour's wait. Li Xinxiu, who was leaning in front of the road sign, had his ears twitch and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Due to the terrain, the highway undulated like a curve, and Li Xinxiu could only see a few hundred meters at a glance.
Strange.
A trace of doubt flashed across Li Xinxiu's brows as he walked along the highway toward the front. Just moments ago, his ears caught the sound of vehicles traveling down the highway, not one vehicle, but many. This aroused Li Xinxiu's alarm. How could so many cars drive by at once on such a deserted highway? As Li Xinxiu's location got higher and higher, his vision got wider and wider, and the undulating highway could no longer block his view. On the wide highway, car after car drove on hurriedly, that slowed down like walking a dog.
100 meters away, a city-sharing electric car advanced alone.
The youth on the motorized bike was sweating and panicked, looking back behind him from time to time, and it was clear that he was the one who was slipped. Li Xinxiu's face darkened when he saw the youth. This person was too familiar to him. Wasn't it steady brother Li Xingxia?
Chapter 87, Tragedy. It's so damn stable. Li Xinxiu exclaimed through clenched teeth. He couldn't figure out, on the simple matter of picking up an individual, which could be exposed and attract so many reporters, how could this second brother of his have the face to say that it was stable? I don't know if it was fate or happenstance, but Li Xingxia ghostly twisted her head and met Li Xinxiu's line of sight straight away. With a happy face, he excitedly let go of the handlebar and waved his hand toward Li Xinxiu. Little Qiuzi, get in the car.
The moment the words fell, Li Xinxiu felt countless gazes fall on him. Those cars following behind Li Qingxia had gotten their windows down, and a camera stuck out from them, aiming in the direction Li Xinxiu was in. "It's Li Xinxiu, pull the car over. Really caught a big fish. Driver, drive faster, don't let the others get ahead of you." In an instant, the roar of engines resounded on the highway as a car rushed past Li Qingxia in the direction where Li Xinxiu was. Li Xinxiu forced down the urge to curse, his hips drove his thighs, and his body rushed out like an arrow off the string, crossing the gap between the cars at a terrifying speed and running to Li Qingxia's side. "Your ass, come with me." Li Xinxiu cursed angrily and reached out to tug on Li Qingxia's arm when he was about to leave, but the other party directly opened his mouth and shouted to stop. "Don't go, I've managed to lure people here with great difficulty, fearing that some of them will fall out. Won't I be luring them for nothing if you leave?" Li Xinxiu turned his head in dismay. "Are you out of your mind?" Li Qingxia jumped off the electric car and stuck directly to Li Xinxiu's thigh like a dogskin plaster. "Don't go, let me explain. The boss said it's safest for you to be active in front of the media right now so that Antunes can't play dirty. Then you'll discuss with me first." Before Li Xinxiu finished speaking, a dense crowd of reporters surrounded him, and a camera disliked him straight away. "Hello, are you Mr. Li Xinxiu? Can you take off your mask and let us see your face? We are the program team of the People's Gathering interview and would like to invite you. Now there are many of your fans in the 11th city. They have set up the Li Xinxiu Fan Support Association. Do you have any about it?" There were so many different opinions on the field that Li Xinxiu only felt like there was a swarm of bees hovering and buzzing around his ears. City 11 Nanshan University. Inside the indoor gymnasium, which covered an area of several hundred square feet, 7 or 8 boys in sportswear formed a circle, each with a teasing expression on their faces. A teenager stood alone in a circle surrounded by several people. He wore thick, black-framed glasses, a whitewashed shirt and a pair of worn sneakers, as if he were from 2 worlds away from the others around him. "Shuirue, it's really awesome. Don't rely on your father or mother, rely on good grades to come to Southern University. Not only don't have to pay high tuition fees, but also have scholarships to take. Everyone say awesome or not." The inch-headed boy at the head of the group yelled with a smile. "His name is Gong Xian, he is the second son of Gong Ran, the Special Energy Division, the head of the gang. Awesome, top of the class in every required course, a proper school bully. Shuirue, how did you learn it? Teach us, we want to get good grades too. Why is Shuishueba standing still? We are praising you, shouldn't you kowtow to show your appreciation?" Facing the teasing of several people, Shuirue clenched his fists and said stiffly, "You didn't do well on the test because you didn't study hard enough during the day, and you can't write your homework because you didn't pay attention in class, and I'm not obligated to write your homework and cheat for you." Snap. Gong Xian clapped her hands and smiled as she walked over to Shuirue. "That's a good point." Xerxes took a few steps back. "I'm going to class." When he finished speaking, he was about to go around Gong Xian when the other party grabbed him by the shoulders. "Did I let you go?" Zerui frowned. "I'm going to go on. Classes?" A hint of sarcasm appeared in Gong Gong's eyes, and as soon as he pushed Shuirue away, without waiting for him to react, he lifted his leg and viciously kicked him in the abdomen. Bang! Caught off guard, Shuirue was directly kicked to the ground. The loud noise echoed in the empty gymnasium, and even his black-rimmed glasses were thrown out. Cough! Shuirue coughed dryly a few times, curling up on the ground with one hand covering the small of his back, while the other hand grabbed for the glasses beside him. Just as he was about to touch his glasses, a sneaker fell out of the air and crushed the black frames with a click. "You asshole!" Shuirue's gaze was indignant as he staggered to his feet with his hands on the ground, pouncing on Gong Xian like a rabid dog. Gong Xian wrapped her arms around her chest and looked at Shuirue with contempt. Without waiting for Shuirue to get close to Gong Xian, a dark-skinned boy rushed out from the side and raised his elbow to slam into Shuirue's back. "What kind of a thing are you?" Snap. Click. The sound of a crisp fracture rang out. Ah! Shuirue yelped in pain and fell sideways onto the cold floor. Gong Xian laughed and walked forward, stepping on Shuirue's face, rubbing the tip of his shoe continuously on his face. "You're a lowly person from the slums, you do whatever I tell you to do. What qualifications do you have to say no to me?" Shuirue's forehead veins rippled, enduring the sharp pain coming from his waist to deaden his hand and grab Gong Xian's calf. I will tell the teacher." When these words came out, a few people looked at each other, and after a few seconds, Zheng Maniac's sneering smile resounded throughout the entire gymnasium. "Ha ha ha, what's this douchebag talking about, suing a teacher? Holy, I thought he was going to say something amazing, and all he's going to do is sue the teacher? You go ahead and sue. The Special Energy Division's commander is Gong Xayan's father, and the Security Division's commander and his father are good friends. Who do you want to get out of the way for you, you dumbass?
All right. Gong Xian raised his hand to interrupt the crowd's chatter. Beat him up, I'll see how tough this fool can be.
Upon hearing this, a flash of excitement flashed in the eyes of the remaining few people, and they swarmed up, punching and kicking Shuirui, and some even rode on top of Shuirui, slapping him in the face.
Snap, snap.
The sound of blood mixed with punches kept ringing out, and red blood flowed out from under Shuirui like a silky ribbon, and was again crushed by the others with their paws. Gong Xian sat crouched on the side, comfortably smoking a cigarette, quietly watching Shuirui. Even if there was blood splattered on his face, he did not care.
Snap, snap, snap.
A sound of footsteps came from far to near, and Nina didn't need to turn around to know who was coming.
His own dad's henchman, the head of the Special Energy Division's first action team, Zhang Kong. Gong Xian said impatiently, Uncle Zhang, my dad asked you to protect me, he didn't ask you to meddle in my affairs. Chapter 88, Youth Drinking Milk Tea.
Zhang Kong glanced at Shuirui with a cold face. The gymnasiums all have surveillance. It's not a good idea to spread the word about the impact if you want to fight somewhere else. Gong Xian raised his hand and patted Zhang Kong's shoulder, saying indifferently, Uncle Zhang, just put your heart in your stomach. Even if I get this brat killed here, my father will be able to set me straight. It's good that you have it in your heart. By the way, you should honestly go home after school lately. Don't go to those messy places. Now that Calamity Water is in the dark and we are in the light, even if there is an Intuusher sitting in City 11, you can't let your guard down. Zhang Kong earnestly admonished. When he finished, he walked to a lounge chair and sat down, closing his eyes and stopping talking. After 3 minutes of continuous beating, several people stopped their hands one after another, and that Shuirui, who was surrounded by them, curled up on his side on the ground like he was dead.
Beaten to death? Nina asked absently.
One of them kicked Shuirui with his foot and looked at him for a while. No, this kid's body is still shaking? Oh. A hint of surprise flashed through Gong's eyes, quite resistant to fighting. Brother, look at this lock screen wallpaper.
One of the sharp-tongued boys trotted over to Gong Xian and placed Shuirui's cell phone in front of its eyes.
What lock screen wallpaper can
me through? Gong Xian suddenly widened her eyes and snatched the cell phone from the other's hand, her eyes greedily surveying the wallpaper.
It was a group photo, of Zerui and a young woman to be exact. The woman in the cell phone had a delicate, picturesque face and smiled like a blossoming peony, mesmerizing. The corner of Gong Xian's mouth hooked up, threw down the cigarette in his hand and walked to Shuirui, bringing the wallpaper of the cell phone to its eyes. Kid, who is this woman? Shuirui weakly opened his eyes, and after seeing the woman on the wallpaper, those dull eyes trembled slightly, and then closed again after a few seconds.
Hello? Gong Xian reached out and patted Shuirui's face. Speak up, are you pretending to be dead with your eyes closed?
Shuirui was silent, still with his eyes closed, not saying a word.
Well, don't say it right.
Gong Xian laughed and stood up, yelling at the others, hold his head up for me, I'll nourish him, right? Remember to give this kid a close-up of his face.
Okay.
Soon, several people joined forces to help Shuirui to Gong Xian.
Gong Xian coldly asked in a deep voice, are you sure you don't want to say, this is going to be recorded on video by me, you will never be able to raise your head again? No response. Okay, let's start recording.
Nina grinned and was about to unbuckle her pants when a dull footstep came from the shadows of the gym.
Wow, what an eye-opener, are people so bad nowadays?
In the shadows, a young man in a black hooded sweatshirt walked slowly outward. The youth cupped a cup of milk tea in his left hand and held a cell phone in his right hand, pointing the camera in the direction of where several people were. You don't have to record it, I've recorded it all.
Gong Xian stopped her hand movements and narrowed her eyes as she looked the youth up and down. Who are you?
The youth snickered with a subdued demeanor. I'm just a regular photographer here to document the points where you're being obnoxious. I think you really have a what brain, you dare to shoot everything, you. The sharp-tongued dog-legger was about to go forward, but he was pulled by Gong Xian on the side.
Haven't we met somewhere before? Nina inquired curiously. Ha.
The youth laughed. It should be on the internet, after all, my video is spreading quite hot on the internet. After saying that, the youth slowly removed the cell phone blocking his face, while completely stepping out of the shadows and exposing his face to the sunlight.
Recognize me?
The youth arched his eyebrows and revealed a bright smile. In an instant, several people froze in place as if the pause button had been pressed, and a needle fell in the gymnasium.
Gong Xian's body kept trembling, and the flesh on his face shook like an engine. Calamity. Water? It's calamity water, it's calamity water. Quickly. Dong Xin panicked and twisted her head, hissing loudly, Uncle Zhang save. Eh? The seat was empty, and Zhang Kong, whom he had longed for, was fleeing towards the entrance of the gymnasium with great strides. Dong Xin, run! Zhang Kong shouted out without looking back, with absolutely no intention of trying to render aid. Is it not a joke to ask him to risk his life against the waters of the calamity? Is he himself, an ordinary man on a dead wage, guilty of sacrificing his life for his work? A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the rest of the people, after hearing Zhang Kong's words, ran towards the gym's main door one by one in a panic. In an instant Shuirui's side was empty, and he was the only one lying alone on the ground. Do I look that scary? The youth touched his face, then laughed and threw the cup of milk tea in his hand into the air. Anum. Crashing sound. The silky smooth milk tea traced a graceful arc in the air, and a few seconds later, drops of earthy yellow water poured out like bees, tearing through the air and rushing towards the fleeing crowd. Shoo shoo shoo. But. Pft, pft. The sound of breaking flesh continuously resounded in the gymnasium, crystallized blood flowers blooming on the field as Gong Xian and his minions fell to the ground one after another, letting out bursts of mournful wails. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but the parts of these people that were pierced through were not fatal, and it seemed that the false calamity water didn't want to drive them to extinction. Zhang Kong, who was running at the front, grabbed the horizontal sword at his waist and twisted his waist and hips toward his back to block after hearing the sound of breaking wind behind him. Bang! The chilly glowing blade caught the earth-colored water droplets, but it didn't block them. Only heard a click sound, the horizontal sword directly broke, the drop of water directly pierced through the center of his eyebrow and Zhang Kong's horrified eyes. Why, what? The vitality in Zhang Kong's eyes receded extremely quickly and he fell straight to the ground. To his death, he couldn't understand why he couldn't even block a single droplet of water. In less than a moment's work, everyone in the gym was incapacitated, lying on the floor writhing like caterpillars toward the front door. Fake disaster water end of the cell phone, striding slowly towards the crowd. Don't be afraid, how can I let you die so quietly, sensational only, ha ha ha. City 11 TV. Inside a spacious and bright dressing room, Li Xinxiu sat on a chair like a hand puppet, letting the makeup artist beside him manipulate his face. The reason why he's sitting here starts 2 hours ago. Hello, we are the program team of the People's Gathering interview and would like to invite you. I'm sorry, I don't have time and I don't like attention. You're thinking about it, the interview will only take half an hour, the exact time is up to you, and you'll be paid $500,000 federal dollars. I really don't have the time. Wait, did you just say a string of numbers? So, under the coercion of money, Li Xinxiu was forced to sit here. Chapter 89, a sit-down interview 2-in-1. I have a question, why do you need makeup for an exclusive interview? Li Xinxiu asked with a puzzled frown. The woman who was applying makeup to Li Xinxiu was stunned and explained with a smile, a person with a good image has a little more credibility in the words he speaks, although you are very good looking in your own right, you are missing a few embellishments, and it's my job to make you even more eye-catching. Li Xinxiu narrowed his eyes at the words and carefully surveyed himself in the mirror. I don't know what the woman had primped on her face, but it was true that, as the other woman had said, her features seemed to be a little more gripping, a little more defined, as if she had gone from smooth picture quality to ultra-high definition. Awesome! Li Xinxiu exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, while glancing at Li Qingxia sitting next to him, isn't it an exclusive interview, what kind of makeup is he wearing? Without waiting for the woman to explain, Li Qingxia spoke up in dissatisfaction, a mouthful of you, a mouthful of Li Qingxia, do you have any seniority in your eyes? What do you mean he's not wearing any makeup? People say I need to show my face at certain parts too, otherwise I'd have gone back to sleep a long time ago. Steady brother, I was wrong, I'll call you brother from now on. Li Xinxiu said perfunctorily. The makeup artist was quick and finished painting the two in 10 minutes. Li Qingxia stood in front of the mirror in shock, touching her face like a rare treasure. I too handsome, right, my face value is not a problem to be a star. Then you're too inconspicuously handsome, sharing the same bed for 2 years, I hardly didn't see it. Li Xinxiu said breathlessly, hurry up and go, don't waste time. After saying that, Li Xinxiu followed the staff towards the outside of the dressing room. Wait for me, let's take a picture of the two of us before we go. Inside the bright studio, 2 black sofas were placed sideways on the stage, and a dignified hostess with a microphone and a handcard stood quietly in front of the sofa. The stage of the studio was filled to capacity, with hundreds of viewers from all walks of life looking expectantly at the hostess, Yang Zixiao. In the last row of seats, the two of them, Night Yui and Zhang Kong, were sitting side by side wearing masks. Zheng Kong turned his head sideways and asked in a small voice, Sister Knight, are we just going to stare afterward?
The resuscitator will supplement the body's life energy by eating human flesh, thus slowing down aging. 096 Calamity Water is no exception. If Li Xinxiu is regular in this half-month, we will then change the direction of the investigation.
By the way, what's the situation on Uncle He's side? Did you find anything?
Night Spectre twisted her head to look at Zheng Kong. Zheng Kong shook his head. There's nothing going on. Li Ji has been cowering in the hotel and hasn't come out. Night Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of faint coldness. Let Uncle He withdraw if there's no situation. That old man is very uncomplicated. Being discovered would be troublesome.
Understood.
Time passed by. When the clock hand clicked to the number 6, the host Yang Zixia brightly smiled. Dear viewers, good evening. Here is the Mingzhou interview. I am the host Yang Zixia.
After saying that, Yang Zixiao slightly bent down at the audience. Snap.
Warm applause came from the stage.
Host, is the guest for this interview really Li Xinxiu? Yeah, isn't it Li Xinxiu?
We're all here for him, if so let him please come out. Yang Zixia smiled sweetly and said in a soft voice, this time, we put out 3 hints before the program started. Respectively, they are the strange power boy, the hero on the North Yellow Mountain, and the person who can't understand black and white. In fact, the pointing of these prompts is very clear. Everyone applauds and invites Li Xinxiu.
Yang Zixia was the first to applaud, looking sideways to his left.
For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the shadows on the left side of the studio, and one by one, the audience sitting off to the back stood up, holding their cell phones up to record video.
Snap, snap, snap.
Under everyone's gaze, a neatly and cleanly dressed teenager stepped out from it. His features were as angular as a sculpture, and his deep, bright eyes were like an eerie blue ocean under the night sky, dark and turbulent, yet inspiring. The body did not look robust, but the upright physique was hard to ignore, like a lonely iceberg, with a faint sense of detachment emanating from his bones. This person was no other than Li Xinxiu, who had finished her makeup and changed into new clothes. With the appearance of Li Xinxiu, the noisy field instantly quieted down. Everyone seemed to be dumbfounded, staring straight at Li Xinxiu. Only the camera click 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 sound continues to ring.
A few seconds later, an exclamation came from the audience.
In an instant, as if something had been activated, the audience instantly boiled over.
Why does it feel like something's not quite the same? I threw. Li Xinxiu himself so handsome?
This mold is obviously the same as online. How come the difference between the two is so big? The audience gasped in awe, a fiery gaze constantly hovering over Li Xinxiu. The reason why Li Xinxiu was able to bring such a great shock to the crowd was not because of how exquisite his facial features were, but rather the temperament he exuded around him, that kind of lonely and lofty temperament. Just like the people of the luxurious families reveal an air of nobility all over their bodies, people in high positions carry an inexplicable pressure between their hands and feet.
Meanwhile, the show's live stream blew up.
He's that Li Xinxiu who dry shattered the energy measuring body. Finally seeing one that can move.
That's a weirdly high value. Why didn't I realize it before?
Through the screen all feel a little cold. Normal people are like this. It cannot really be the disaster water rumored on the internet. Upstairs is my family dog, so please don't mind his barking. Xinxiu is just cold on the outside and hot on the inside. He was the one who saved me when I was in North Huangshan Mountain. How can this kind of person be a disaster water?
The internet is not an extra-legal place, and anyone is responsible for what they say.
Inside the studio, Li Xinxiu looked at the crowd's reaction and suspiciously reached out to touch his face.
Do you look good yourself? I don't think so. If it's good, why didn't anyone praise it before? Although puzzled, Li Xinxiu didn't delve deeper into the matter and took a step onto the stage.
Yang Zixia, who was standing on the stage, subconsciously stepped backward when he saw Li Xinxiu approaching, but quickly reacted and greeted him with a smile.
Hello, I'm the host Yang Zixiao. Yang Zixiao extended his hand. Hello, Li Xinxiu.
Li Xinxiu reached out and shook his hand. The two of them sat down on the couch after some polite conversation. Xinxiu looks very handsome. Introduce yourself to the audience first.
Yang Zixiao raised his hand to signal the audience on stage.
Li Xinxiu was momentarily speechless, his deep eyes becoming somewhat hollow in a split second. After freezing for a few seconds, he gave a natural smile and spoke to the audience's expectant eyes. I'm 19 years old, currently working at a frying restaurant, and an ordinary resident of City 11. A trace of consternation flashed in Yang Zixiao's eyes. Xinxiu, you are really modest. If you are an ordinary person, there might not even be many ordinary people in City 11. Everyone please look at the big screen. After saying that, Yang Zixiao twisted his head to look behind him. The several hundred-inch large screen in the studio flickered slightly, and a back figure appeared on the large screen, which was precisely the video of Lee Shincho's energy measurement in the Special Energy Division. Meanwhile, inside a deserted factory building dozens of kilometers away from the studio. Under the constantly flickering industrial and mining lamps, 7 or 8 boys covered in bloodstains were hanging in mid-air with their hands and feet bound, unable to call for help because their mouths were wrapped in duct tape and could only emit dull whimpering noises. There was also a chair at their feet, and Shuirue, the one who had been beaten by the group earlier, was sitting there with his head hanging down, not moving as if he were dead, but his slightly heaving chest proved that he was still alive for the time being. Not far away, the fake disaster water is squatting on the ground, holding his cell phone to watch the live broadcast of the Minju interview, and occasionally laugh.
My lord, it's almost time.
At that moment, a woman wearing a ghost face mask walked up to fake disaster water holding a laptop. Fake disaster water waved his hand. Don't worry, wait for me to watch the newcomer's live broadcast. Do you want to watch it together? The woman swept her eyes at the several people hanging in mid-air, then crouched down and said, Our Lord has asked me to convey to you that you should start immediately. Put away your fun and games and beware of the gutter. Fake disaster water skimmed his lips and repeated conspiratorially, Put away your playfulness and watch out for the gutter.
Woman.
You bring a message to King Yama, just say that you girl is not a brain problem, not that let me act in my own color, I am now acting in my own color, you do not like to see, I still do not want to act. After saying that, the fake disaster water stroked his own chin and speculated for a moment more, added, after I don't want to act it yet in the back to add a sentence, don't force me to strike, go, just tell him as it is. The corner of the woman's mouth twitched under her mask, Good. Lee Shincho has not experienced the word restlessness for a long time, at least not for almost a year. He originally thought that the big screen would just play the video of him measuring his energy, but he didn't realize that it was far more than that. After playing this video, the video of him rescuing people on North Huangshan Mountain started again on the big screen. If it was just a simple rescue video, this wouldn't be a problem, but these videos were taken by the rescued person with a cell phone, and at that time, Lee Shincho said a lot of righteous words in order to create a good image for himself, such as, Don't be afraid, as long as I'm alive, I won't let the reviver hurt you in the slightest. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and since God has endowed me with powers beyond ordinary people, I should go and fulfill my obligations. Put away your tears, don't use them to worry about me, even if it's one person, I can purge them all. As a heaven's mandate, I should do my best to shelter the common people, this is the mission I was born for, and this is where I will end up. Sitting on the stage, Lee Shincho became more and more silent as he listened, his fingers resting on his knees involuntarily clasped together, and the remorse in his heart was like a burning flame that could not be extinguished and became more and more exuberant. If he had known that he was going to pull a stunt like this today, he wouldn't have said a word more on North Yellow Mountain even if he had torn his mouth off. Lee Shincho let out a long breath and was about to shield his hearing when a sobbing sound came from beside him. Lee Shincho twisted her head to look somewhat confused, only to see the host Yang Zishao's eyes reddening as a tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Yang Zishao noticed Lee Shincho's gaze and turned his head, handing Lee Shincho a look of mixed emotions. That kind of admiring and moving eyes messed up Lee Shincho's brain. I should not have done anything to move people, right, not just said a few words of righteousness, how to make people whole cry. Lee Shincho was rather speechless as he pulled out a piece of toilet paper from his pocket and handed it to Yang Zishao. Don't cry, it's still shooting. Yang Zishao nodded and lowered his eyebrows, reaching out to accept the paper Lee Shincho handed over. Just when Lee Shincho had just thought that this farce was over, a burst of sobbing came from off stage and had a tendency to spread. He stiffened and turned sideways, and was met with eyes full of emotion. Lee Shincho hardened a smile, everyone doesn't need to be so excited, I'm not dead yet, and the crying and mourning part is a bit too abrupt. After sitting in the background, Lee Qingxia saw this scene, the corners of that mouth were crooked and harder to suppress than even AK. If he hadn't been surrounded by staff, he could have collapsed on the spot laughing. After a long 5 minutes, the video finally ends. Lee Shincho took a long breath in his heart, his clenched fist slowly stretched out, and smiled as he looked at the host, Yang Zishao. Yang Zishao calmed himself, warmly lamented, when I was 19 years old, I had just started my freshman year of college, and every day I thought about what kind of clothes to wear, where to go around during the holidays, what I saw was prosperity, and what I heard was laughter. Until then, I thought this was commonplace until today when I saw these video clips and realized that it's not commonplace, that there are no years of peace and quiet, just people carrying the weight of the world for us. Yang Zishao looked at Lee Shincho with deep affection, a 19-year-old child, with his not-so-broad shoulders, blocked the wind and rain and sheltered many, many people. Please give the warmest applause to Lee Shincho. Snap. Well said, what a good boy, this kind of self-sacrificing quality should be taught to Tenenchi more.
City 11 is proud of you, we are proud of you.
Such a child was even slandered by Intuasher as Calamity Water. I think that Night Spectre is blind and confused in the head.
Yeah, I can't believe we're imprisoning such a good kid. Is that the kind of people we pay taxes to raise?
Sitting in the back row, Night Yui and Zheng Kong didn't say a word, looking like people from two worlds with the emotional audience around them.
Hey, why don't you say anything or clap?
The middle-aged man sitting next to Night Yui asked curiously. Night Spectre looked at the other party indifferently. I don't agree with the host's words, so I don't want to applaud or speak.
Disagree? The middle-aged man sat up straight. You mean you think what the host said was wrong?
I think there must be a reason why Intuasher could suspect that Li Xinxiu is Calamity Water. He might not be as righteous as he is in the video.
Night Spectre responded calmly. What a fart!
The middle-aged man pointed at Night Yui and scolded, I think you're really just like that Night Yui, with a small head and no brain.
Chapter 93 Questions 2 and 1.
Night Spectre's pupils dilated, pointing at the middle-aged man's nose. Who are you saying has a small brainless head? The middle-aged man disliked back defiantly, whoever has the smallest head knows it in his heart.
You!
Night Yui clenched her fists and was about to stand up when Zheng Kong, who was sitting on the side, pulled her back to her position with a quick eye.
Steady, 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 we don't sulk.
Zheng Kong spoke out to comfort him. Night Spectre remained in a half-squatting position for a while before calming down and sitting down. In fact, there was no blame for her to be so agitated. After all, in the past, when someone scolded her it was by innuendo, which was like this time, directly naming and shaming her. The middle-aged man bristled when he heard Zheng Kang's words, I'm not going to be annoyed with a fool. When Night Spectre, who had just sat down, heard these words, the palms of his hands that had just been loosened clenched again, but he did not do anything irrational under the restraint of his subjective consciousness, and turned his attention back to the stage.
The enthusiastic applause lasted 10 seconds before weakening. The corner of Li Xinxiu's mouth hooked up with an inconspicuous arc. That sensationalism is finally gone, so it's time for a normal interview next, right?
In Li Xinxiu's expectant eyes, Yang Zixiao glanced at his handcard, then looked at Li Xinxiu and said, Xinxiu, do you know that there is now a fan support club for you in City 11? After freezing for a moment, Li Xinxiu smiled and said, a reporter mentioned this in front of me today. Yang Zixiao's eyebrows curved slightly, his gaze warm as he looked at Li Xinxiu. Then do you have anything you want to say to them? Thank you for your likes and support. I will continue to move forward without forgetting my original intention, shine in the Tianyuan Federation, and seek happiness for all of you. Li Xinxiu responded very officially. What Xinxiu said is really great. I'm sure you'd love to meet your fan support club.
Yang Zixiao smiled lightly.
Hearing this, Li Xinxiu's heart skipped a beat as a bad feeling rose in his heart.
Seeing Xinxiu's reaction, you should be eager to meet them.
Yang Zixiao smiled with certainty. Today our program team will fulfill your dream. Everyone applaud Li Xinxiu's fan support group.
Snap.
Before Li Xinxiu could react, applause that was as rough as waves resounded in the studio. A dozen young-looking men and women rose from the audience and ran excitedly toward the stage as the crowd cheered. Li Xinxiu's face sank when he saw this scene, and his heart, which he had managed to put down, lifted up again.
Aren't you on a talk show yourself? How come this isn't asking the tough questions? It's a networking event instead.
Soon, these people ran onto the stage and stood neatly in a row, each with tears in their eyes, staring straight at Li Xinxiu. Li Xinxiu rubbed his nose in embarrassment and stood up from the sofa. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, the young men suddenly bowed down and shouted in unison at the top of their voices, "Thank you." At this moment, Li Xinxiu only felt his head buzzing and stood in place somewhat at a loss. Yang Zixiao slowly stood up and came to Li Xinxiu, reaching out towards him and explaining, "These people Xinxiu should be familiar with, they are all the people you saved in North Huangshan Mountain."
Oh. No wonder I feel so familiar.
Li Xinxiu had a smile of embarrassment on his face. Everyone, get up, it's weird to bow at the waist. It was only after hearing Li Xinxiu's words that these people straightened up. Immediately after, a girl with a clear face stepped out of the line and stared at Li Xinxiu with red and swollen eyes.
You still remember me?
Li Xinxiu sniffed and looked the girl up and down, remembering the girl in North Huangshan who was almost raped by the reviver in the car.
He asked tentatively, "Are you the girl in the cab?"
"Yes, that's me." The girl nodded eagerly. "If you hadn't stepped in and killed that reviver, I wouldn't have known."
"I wouldn't have known."
The girl's voice grew fainter and fainter, and by the end she was sobbing uncontrollably, bean-sized teardrops slipping down her cheeks. Li Xinxiu walked next to the girl, took out a piece of toilet paper from his pocket and handed it to the girl, and reached out to put his hand on the other's shoulder. Since we've survived, we shouldn't reminisce about the pain. After all, everything can't be changed anymore, and the road ahead, even if it's more than a little twisty, we have to be steadfast. As the words fell, a trace of imperceptible gloom flashed in Li Xinxiu's eyes, but no one noticed.
Well, thanks. The girl sounded sincere and retreated back to the group. I heard that you guys have prepared a song to thank Xinxiu and want to sing it to him here, right? The host Yang Zixiao asked in a deep voice. When these words came out, Li Xinxiu's face stagnated. No, how is that even a favor? Yes, it's something we all wrote together called Thank You, Li Xinxiu. As soon as the words fell, stirring music rang out on the field, not giving Li Xinxiu any time to react at all. It is you who brings us to peace. It's you that gives us hope. It's you, it's you, it's you. Li Xinxiu, we thank you, we remember you, we can't forget you. The 3 minutes that followed were the longest 3 minutes of Li Xinxiu's life. He stood in front of the crowd, smiling politely at all times and listening to songs that made your toes buckle. At the end of the song, the most enthusiastic applause, and personally send these fans off the stage one by one. Xinxiu, what do you think of their singing? Yang Zixia asked with a smile. Li Xinxiu pulled his lips and smiled. The singing is very good, next time Don. Let them sing alone, I also want to sing alone. Good, then if there's a chance, I'd like to sing alone. Yang Zixia said expectantly. Xinxiu, just now you saw yourself in the eyes of your fans, so do you know what kind of person you are in the eyes of your brother? Li Xinxiu's pupils trembled, and he hastily raised his hand to deny it. What's so curious about this? I'm not curious at all. Ha! Yang Zixia's head, which was about to look at the handcard, suddenly lifted up and looked at Li Xinxiu in surprise. Not curious? Yes, I can just go and ask him if I'm curious. We live together privately anyway, there's no need to waste time on my brother when the audience's time is so valuable. Li Xinxiu hurriedly explained. He didn't know Li Xingxia's temperament. If he really let the other party come up, where would he put his face? Yang Zixia bit her lip and smiled, turning her head in the direction where the director was. But without waiting for the director of the program to respond, Li Xingxia rushed out from the shadows on one side, panting, and ran to sit beside Li Xinxiu, wrapping her arms around her shoulders and said, This session is about the audience trying to get to know you from my mouth. Does it matter if you're good or not? Li Xinxiu took a deep breath and resisted the urge to hammer someone. Yes, it's not important. Ha ha ha. Li Xingxia nodded kindly at Yang Zixia. This younger brother of mine, he's really good at everything, kind-hearted, simple, with an overwhelming sense of justice, and very, very infatuated. I remember it was a summer, when a good-looking boy walked into the store, and this brother of mine, all of a sudden. Ding dong. Just then, a cell phone tone sounded on stage, and a second later. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The cue tones that followed each other sounded like a sea of sound in the studio. Why is the phone ringing? Didn't I put it on silent? Yeah, I put it on mute too. Why is it ringing too? It seems like everyone's cell phones are ringing. What's going on? My phone keeps going black. Mine too, it keeps blacking out the screen. Is this something the program did? The audience on the stage looked at each other, holding their own cell phones and kept pressing them. Everyone's attention was attracted by their cell phones. No one paid attention to the stage. The host, Yang Zixiao, pulled out his own cell phone from his pocket and tapped the screen with his finger, and like the audience on stage, there was no reaction. This. Yang Zixiao looked in the direction of the director's team suspiciously. But the director's team was also confused, tapping randomly and blindly with their respective cell phones. Xiaoqiu Zi, I can't click on my cell phone either, where's yours? Li Xingxia held her cell phone in front of Li Xinxiu. My cell phone is dead, even if I don't come out of this file I can't open it. Li Xinxiu shook his head and casually perfunctorily said. His deep eyes looked towards the cell phone in Li Xingxia's hand, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. Earlier King Yama had said that he would kill Gong Rant's family in front of everyone. Could it be that it had something to do with these black screen cell phones? Meanwhile, the city of 11 acted like the pause button had been pressed. The lowlifes walking down the road stopped in their tracks. People who were looking at their cell phones while eating put down the chopsticks in their hands. The keyboards in the internet cafe, which were ringing like firecrackers, suddenly fell silent. The LED screens on the higher floors stopped showing advertisements and went black like a jam. Everything to do with electronics was plunged into darkness. Why is the phone blacked out? What's going on? Why did the TV go out? I just saw the climax. Advancement rounds, my ass. A cacophony of angry curses rang out from all corners of the city, and the malfunctioning of electronics allowed agitation to spread through the city like a plague, scurrying into people's nostrils and straight into their brains. The same is true in the studio. The spectators sitting in the auditorium stood up and exchanged words with each other, and Zhang Kong and Naichu, who were sitting at the back, were no exception.
What's going on here? Night Spectre looked at the black-screened phone in her hand, her mind uncertain, a bad feeling rising in her heart.
There shouldn't be someone haunting the neighborhood. Zhang Kong looked around warily.
Night Spectre barked at Zhang Kong, "I'll go take a look around, you continue to keep an eye on things here." When she finished speaking, she stood up and was about to leave when the ding-dong cell phone reminder sounded again. It wasn't just Night Spectre's phone, but the phones of the others present as well.
Ding-dong, 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 ding-dong. Why is it ringing again? Wait, it's not a black screen this time, there's writing on it. On stage, Li Xinxiu narrowed his eyes and quietly looked at Li Qingxia's cell phone screen.
Only the black screen flickered slightly, and a line of small red letters that dripped blood downward appeared in the center of the screen.
Were you bullied and ostracized by your classmates when you were a student? What's going on here? Is it the program's research?
There's more or less a little bit of bullying and ostracizing, I guess, but it's all just minor friction. Before the crowd present could react, the small red letters in the center of the screen slowly wormed their way into other questions.
What will you do if bullying and ostracism escalate to assault? It looks as if it's really the program's research.
Being assaulted is definitely something you tell your parents or teachers about, and it should all be resolved properly.
Yeah, well, if it doesn't work out again, go to the sheriff's department, they're sure to be able to fix it.
The small red letters continued to wriggle and formed a third question. If the other party's social status is far higher than yours, and all the means you rely on are the other party's umbrella, and you don't even have the ability to decide whether you will stay or go, what should you do?
This time, the crowd was silent, and no one gave a quick answer. Unlikely, right? What era is this? How can it be possible to be assaulted without being taken care of? Yeah, if no one really cares, then post it on the internet, that'll definitely help. That's right, what a bunch of kids can do. As the crowd murmured louder and louder, for big words appeared on the screen, wrong answer.
Immediately after that, all of the electronic screens in City 11 suddenly flashed and a video began to play at the same time. The video shows a boy with eyeglass frames surrounded by 7 or 8 people in the center, being flirted with recklessly. That boy was no other than a student of Nanshan University, Shuarue, who had been beaten half to death earlier. For a while, everyone was mesmerized by the video. This seems to be the gymnasium of the noble school of the 11th city, Nanshan University. Yeah, my kids go to school in it, it's called as their school gym. Is the doll standing at the far end being bullied? Seems like it feels like the others aren't speaking too kindly to him. On the stage, Li Xinxiu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and his sight was locked on one of the boys.
This person he was familiar with, Gong Rant's second son Gong Xian. As things stood, Li Xinxiu understood whose handiwork this was, and who else would do such a thing except for King Yama? What puzzled him, though, was why the other party had gone to so much trouble if they were just trying to incriminate themselves. Wouldn't it be better to just arrest Gong Rant's family in one breath and then kill and escape by means of calamity waters in front of the 3 and Tuanxi people? Although he was puzzled, Li Xinxiu didn't look too deeply into the matter, who cares, as long as the final result was in his favor. Time passes by, and the situation gets worse as the few people in the video gradually escalate from flirting at the beginning to getting physical. I'll tell the teacher. You go ahead and sue. The Special Energy Division's commander is Gong Xian's father, and the Security Division's commander and his father are good friends. Who do you want to get out of the way for you, you dumbass? Hit him, I'll see how tough this fool can be. When the video played to this part, everyone's pupils trembled as realization dawned on them. Finally, I realized what umbrella meant in the third question. Chapter 91, True Colors 2 and 1. City 11, Special Energy Division, Office of the Secretary General. Asshole. Gong Ran grabbed the porcelain vase on the desk, snap fell shattered. The others who stayed in the office stood with their heads lowered, not daring to move a bit for fear that Gong Ran would spread the fire on himself. Is this Security Division's cyber department for food, letting someone invade it so simply? Are they pigs? Bang! Gong Ran slammed his fist on the table, and the table made of solid wood instantly broke in two, and the fluttering wood shavings were extraordinarily clear in the light. Someone saw this and stood up stiffly. Steward, don't worry for a moment, we've contacted the Security Division side, and they said they're working on it, and it'll be fixed in half an hour. Half an hour?
Gong Ran's reddened eyes looked at the person who spoke, picking up his own cell phone and smashing it straight into the other person's face.
Bang! Bang! Bright red blood slipped from the man's forehead and dripped down his jawline in crystalline splatters. Who gives me half an hour? Who?
Gong Ran shouted at the top of his voice, how can I continue to sit in this position after this video is released? All give me a roll to find Zhang Kong and that rotten thing that can't hold up the wall. All give me a roll.
Yes, yes, yes.
The crowd was relieved and one by one trotted out of the office, leaving Gong Ran standing alone.
Ah! Gong Ran suddenly yelled out, then slammed everything he could see like a madman.
When the special energy agents outside the office heard the commotion, they all circled around Gong Ran's office, not daring to approach. The video continues and the outcry grows louder.
What do you mean? This boy's father is Ganji Tong of the Special Energy Division. Gong Si Tong is such a kind person on TV, how did he teach such a child? You call these people children, what's the difference between that and? My God, is this beating too hard? This kid's eyes are all bloodshot from slapping. Aren't these afraid of beating people to death? No one cares? Wait, there seems to be someone at the door.
For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused in the direction of the gym's entrance.
This is
Zhang Kong, the leader of the Special Energy Division's first action team. I know him, he's Zhang Kong who won the Outstanding Contribution Award from City 11. This child is saved. Captain Zhang is a renowned boarder and is most displeased with people who bully the weak. Yes, there's help. Captain Zhang is upright and kind-hearted. This Gong Xian seems to be finished. In the gaze of over 1 million people in anticipation, Zhang Kong walked behind Gong Xian with a serious face and said indifferently, the stadiums are all monitored, it's not a good idea to spread the word about the impact, so fight somewhere else. Gong Xian raised his hand and patted Zhang Kong's shoulder, saying indifferently, Uncle Zhang, just put your heart in your stomach, even if I get this brat killed here, my father will be able to set me straight. When these words came out, the people in front of their cell phones, computers, and televisions fell into a deathly silence, all of them staring at the screen in disbelief.
I heard right. How could Captain Zhang harbor this man, just because he is the son of Gong Sistu? Is this video a fake? Why is it so ridiculous? Are you fools? It's not obvious that you're complicit in this, and it's fake. Then, according to this, wouldn't he have already gotten someone killed? In an instant, the lofty image of the Special Energy Division crumbled into ruins in the hearts of the people, with only a small portion of them still holding out hope and voicing their skepticism. These skeptical voices were a bit loud at the beginning, until Gong Xian said those words. Hold his head up for me, I'll nourish him, and by the way, remember to get a close-up of the boy's face. In an instant, an unspeakable rage filled everyone's chests, and voices of drinking and cursing resounded in all parts of City 11. Do these sons of ES have the law in their eyes? What's the point of this bull law, just to bind ordinary people? Is this the kind of stuff that the Special Energy Division is all about? Is this the kind of bedbugs that we pay taxes to raise? Damn, how did this Gong Ran sit as the Special Energy Division's secretary? Is our safety guarded by this kind of person? Where is this Gong Xian now? I'll see if he dares to breathe piss on my face. Inside the studio, there was as much cursing as outside. Sitting on the stage, Li Xinqiu's heart was as quiet as water, but in order to fit in, he deliberately clenched his fists and pretended to look angry. This. Host Yang Zixia covered her mouth. How could the Special Energy Division do something like this? Li Xinqiu looked serious and agreed, right, the Special Energy Division has always been fair and strict, Gong Situ is kind and friendly, and Captain Zhang is upright and reliable. How could it be? Speaking of this, Li Xinqiu frowned and said incredulously, can it be that everything was faked by them? Li Xinqiu's voice spread throughout the studio through the microphone pinned to his chest, drawing a lot of approval. These guys are real posers, treating me like a cutie. Muddle through. I'm so blind, I even voted for Zhang Kong for the Outstanding Contribution Award at that time, I'll be damned. Sitting in the back row, Naitu supported his chin with his hand and carefully watched the video playing on his cell phone, those narrow eyes looking up at Li Xinqiu from time to time. This Special Energy Division is really refreshing one's lower limits. A hint of coldness flashed in Zhang Kang's eyes. Sister Knight, should we? To what? Night Spectre asked rhetorically with a sideways glance. There is a special person in charge of scheduling positions in the Special Energy Division, and we are tasked with purging the water of the disaster. The Federation runs on a clear division of labor. What's it become if we have to go stick our noses into everything? Oh. Zhang Kong answered honestly.
The first time Calamity Water appeared, it was rushing to take revenge. Wang Zongshan's family has been killed in full, but only one Gongqi died in the Gong family. Do you think this black screen incident has anything to do with Calamity Water?
Night Yu asked in a low voice.
Zheng Kong stroked his chin and said with some uncertainty, maybe, there is a connection between the two, but there is no solid evidence to back it up, so it can only be taken as a logical guess.
If we assume that.
When Night Spectre was just about to say something, the video that was playing in the phone suddenly paused, stopping at the moment when Gong Xian twisted her head to look at the camera, and everything came to an abrupt end, followed by a direct black screen.
Everyone does.
Before the crowd could react, 3 lines of small, blood-colored letters appeared on all the electronic screens.
Are you willing to take the place of the law in judging sin? Yes or no? Select no to get out of control, select yes to move to the next session. How did the video end? I don't know, what does this judgment of sin mean? Select no to get out of control, meaning if I tap no the phone will return to normal?
The crowd looked at each other, all of them a little uncertain for a while. Sitting on the stage, Li Xinqiu grabbed Li Qingxia's cell phone and reached out to press the yes option.
You.
Li Qingxia was about to say something when the screen of the cell phone that had selected yes flashed and continued to play the video that had not been finished earlier. Unlike the previous stationary view, this time the view shifted and slowly drew closer towards Gonzo's group, with the other party's eyes fully locked into the direction of the camera. As time passed, more and more people clicked on the yes option, and their cell phone screens continued to play the previously interrupted video, just like Li Qingxia.
Wow, what an eye-opener, are people so bad nowadays? You guys don't have to record it, I've got it all taped. Haven't we met somewhere before?
I should, after all, I'm pretty hot online. After saying these words, the camera began to pan to the side, and a few seconds later, the faces of the several people in the camera suddenly changed, and their pupils continued to quake.
Calamity Water. Calamity Water, isn't that a high-risk disaster in City 11? Someone muttered.
When these words came out, everyone's eyes subconsciously looked at Li Xinqiu. Although Li Xinqiu was not Calamity Water in their hearts, this did not prevent the disputes and quarrels that existed between the two names. After noticing that everyone was looking at him, Li Xinqiu immediately locked his brows, his eyebrows filled with gloom, and said in surprise, "Is that the video taken by that high-risk disaster water?" Li Qingxia spoke out in agreement. Looking at the reactions of these people, there's a high probability that the person who took the video is Calamity Water, but there's also a possibility that it's not Calamity Water, but just has very similar points to Calamity Water. Li Xinqiu nodded approvingly at his words. In less than a moment, the words spoken by Gong Xian spread throughout the streets of City 11.
Calamity Water, really? Didn't someone on the internet say that Calamity Water died on North Yellow Mountain?
You believe everything on the internet even said that Li Xinqiu, a good boy, is a disaster water. That time at the Lu River Bridge, it was as if Calamity Water had formed a bond with the Gong family, so if we follow this logic, there is indeed a high probability that the person who took the video was Calamity Water.
At the same time, a trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of Night Spectre inside the studio as he muttered, "Calamity Water?"
The direction of the shadow in the video is tilted toward the left, not surprisingly at the time of 4 to 6 p.m. Li Xinqiu had been incarcerated in the Special Energy Division for the previous few days, and after escaping today, he had exposed himself at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and had been under his own surveillance ever since. If it was Calamity Water who shot the video, then Li Xinqiu. If Night Yu could think of this, Zheng Kong could naturally think of it as well.
Sister Night, is the direction of our investigation. Hearing is not believing, seeing is not believing, how can the mere words in the video be taken seriously? Night Spectre indifferently denied, focusing all his attention on the video. The video shows several people fleeing back toward the gym's main entrance. Night Spectre narrowed his eyes and said with certainty, if it's Calamity Water, then he will definitely use the water beads to kill these people.
Night Spectre's voice suddenly interrupted, and in his eyes was an overwhelming shock.
Calamity Water?
Night Yu's pupils trembled slightly as she raised her head incredulously to look in the direction where Li Xinqiu was. In the dark, Li Xinqiu seemed to be aware of something, turning his head to look across the countless people looking at Night Yu, and the two people's sights just collided together. Li Xinqiu raised his eyebrows slightly, a hint of imperceptible sarcasm flashing in his eyes. But this trace of sarcasm was still captured by the sharp-eyed Night Spectre. Sister Night, we're going in the wrong direction, Li Xinqiu is not Calamity Water.
Zheng Kong said with a gloomy expression, the real Calamity Water didn't die in the Underland, he's still alive.
Night Spectre shook his head thoughtfully. The Underland has only come out of Li Xinqiu from the beginning to the end, and now that the calamity water has reappeared, how do you explain this one? And don't you think that it's very much like someone is deliberately trying to whitewash Li Xinqiu? Zheng Kong looked at Night Spectre somewhat incomprehensibly. The reasoning is so reasonable, but the facts are right in front of us. Li Xinqiu was on our radar at 3 p.m. He didn't have time to do this. Calamity Water's control over water is meticulous, but that doesn't mean others can't do it. Li Xinqiu is still under suspicion. Okay, then Night Sister, you continue to monitor Li Xinqiu, I'll go. Night Spectre said with hatred, can you use your brain? At that time, the wounds on that reviver could prove that the calamity water was in the Underland, but in the end, what about it? Just Li Xinqiu walked out by himself. What can this mean? Two possibilities. One is that calamity water is dead. The second is that calamity water is Li Xinqiu. Now that a person claiming to be calamity water has appeared, either the real calamity water is dead and this person is an imposter, or Li Xinqiu is calamity water and he's looking for someone to help him clear his name. Are there any other possibilities? But isn't the disaster water able to turn into water mist? It's also possible for him to sneak away while we're not paying attention. Zheng Kong questioned out loud. If he really turned into a mist of water and escaped, how could these eyes of mine not be able to detect it? Night Spectre's eyes flashed with a strange golden light. In your eyes, am I the kind of person who was swayed by emotions? I suspected Li Xinqiu because he was the most suspicious. I assumed that he was calamity water for backward projection. Was I wrong? Zheng Kong said unwillingly, you're making all these inferences without any evidence. How do you know if calamity water has any metaphysical artifacts that can be used to escape or if there are any other exits in the underworld? We should believe in evidence. You claim to believe in evidence. Are your two conjectures evidence? Aren't they all inferences like mine? The two men argued in low voices and the video's progress bar was about to reach its end. Dozens of kilometers away in the old factory building, fake disaster water strolling in it, not slow to turn off the industrial and mining lights of the plant. Every time he walked through an area, that area would be plunged into darkness, and in less than a moment's work, the industrial and mining lamps above Gong Xian's group's heads were the only ones left in the plant that were still lit. Directly in front of several people was a dusty wooden table, where the masked woman from earlier sat, tapping away at the keyboard of her laptop. My lord, all have made their choices. 57% have chosen yes, you may begin. The woman rose and stepped aside. Yoo-hoo, that's a lot, so let's get started. Chapter 92 The Putrid Stench Under the City. Fake disaster water's eyes drooped and she smiled as she sat down in her chair, her white, slender fingers resting on her laptop's enter key. It's pressing this, isn't it? Right. The woman nodded slightly, then stepped back into the shadows. The corner of fake disaster water's mouth hooked up, crossed his legs in a lazy posture and leaned back in his chair, his fingers on the enter key pressed downward. A long progress bar appeared on the screen with a tada sound. 1%, 23%, 67%, 89%, 100%. Beep. The moment the progress bar reaches 100%, the cell phone screens of all those who clicked yes in City 11 flash. Immediately after that, the cynical-looking face of fake disaster water appeared in front of everyone. Fake Calamity Water spread out his hands and revealed a kind smile. Good evening everyone, I'm Calamity Water as you call me. I'm very happy to meet with you all here. I don't think you've forgotten me yet. Calamity Water? Night Spectre looked at the person on the screen with disbelief, his pupils involuntarily dilating. Zheng Kong put his cell phone into his pocket with a grim expression. Sister Knight, I don't deny your opinion, this Calamity Water might not be the real Calamity Water, but he could be, so keep on monitoring. I'll leave first. After saying that, Zheng Kong got up and walked around the crowd to leave the studio, leaving Night Spectre alone. On the stage, Li Xinqiu's eyebrows flashed with a hint of surprise as he carefully stared at the face of this fake disaster water. Changing appearance, does King Yama still have a metaphysical weapon with this ability? Li Xinqiu said in his heart. Li Qingxia, who was on the side, was shaken after seeing the fake disaster water and sneaked glances at Li Xinqiu every now and then. The appearance of the fake disaster water was like dropping a bomb on the 11th city and got everyone buzzing. I'm through, it really looks exactly like the 096 Calamity Water on the internet. Gosh, this is the first time I've seen a high-risk disaster in this form. Do you see some people hanging in mid-air behind the disaster waters, as if in mid-air? Really it seems to be those little ones earlier. Wait. There's someone sitting underneath those little ones, but it's hard to see. This seems to be able to send pop-ups. Someone found a white text input box in the lower left corner, then tentatively typed disaster water and clicked send. Soon, a lone pop-up slid out from the right side of the screen. The fake Calamity Water sitting in the plant grinned. Yes, I'm Calamity Water. A few seconds later, the originally clean screen suddenly jammed, and densely packed pop-ups slid out from the left side of the screen, filling up all the empty space. Fake Disaster Water raised an eyebrow at this and turned on the pop-up pay-per-view mode. As the people of City 11 tried to post another pop-up, a pop-up suddenly appeared asking for real name authentication.
Although the crowd was puzzled, they obediently carried out real name authentication.
After completing the real name authentication, just as the crowd was full of joy and was about to send a pop-up, a payment pop-up popped up. One pop-up equals 100,000 federal dollars.
Payment method, bank card UniCredit. How come this? Pop-up costs more money?
100,000 federal dollars a pop-up, what's the difference between that and robbery?
Who pays for this?
Inside the plant, Fake Disaster Water calmly laughed, I'm not a philanthropist, so pay if you want to ask me questions. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pop-up screen floated out.
Let's see who's so rich.
Fake Disaster Water stuck his head in front of the laptop screen.
Gongran, a high-risk disaster will also engage in this kind of wrongful accusation tactics, hate me to hit you hard, directly to me to do it, why go to swindle the masses, hurt others, defame the Special Energy Division. A trace of contempt flashed in the eyes of the Fake Disaster Water in front of the screen. Isn't it just killing a few people? What's there to not dare to admit? What's the matter? You're still afraid that these mole crickets won't bite you?
Gongran, deliberately making these fake videos to rumor me and slander me. Do you really think that the people of City 11 are all cuties?
It's not going to work. What's your agenda? Ha.
Fake Disaster Water laughed with one hand on his head, sneering you. What are you? Just a hand-waving cargo. To be able to talk to me is all smoke from your ancestors' graves.
As for my purpose, I don't know. I originally wanted to directly go to the door and slaughter your Gong family to avenge my benefactor, but I think that would be too boring.
Speaking here, a playful smile appeared on Fake Disaster Water's face. Oftentimes, who is good and who is evil, who deserves to die and who doesn't, is decided by a small group of people.
I don't like it, so I'd like to come along and change it up, and let the majority decide who's good and who's evil, who deserves to die and who doesn't.
After saying that, the Fake Disaster Water hands spread out, everyone's screen in the lower right corner of the two numbers 0, a 0 is blue, a 0 is red. Red for the ones you're talking about, blue for the boy who was assaulted, and later on a voting pop-up will pop up for whoever you all want to kill. If the red is high, I'll kill a couple of the hanged guys and let that Sarui go, and vice versa, but... Fake Disaster Water's words changed, but this vote is not per head, it's per money, $1 federal counts as one vote, who lives and who dies depends on who has the highest vote.
Gongran, bastard, how can you force the people to be your accomplices? The preciousness of human life can't be measured by money. Gongran, the network department of the Public Security Division will immediately lock onto your location, and the virus you implanted into everyone's cell phones will be eliminated very quickly. You guy is really rich. A sentence divided into two pop-ups to send. Is the salary of the Secretary General so high? Fake Disaster Water had a curious face. You shouldn't have any gray income.
Gongran, who was dozens of miles away, had an iron color, and his eyes were as vicious and sinister as the evil ghosts that demanded his life. His hand holding the cell phone trembled continuously, a vein rippled on the back of his hand.
Click.
At that moment, the door to the office was pushed open. Gongran heard the commotion as if he had found a cathartic mouth. People do not look at the throat and cursed, bastard, I have told you to roll in. But his anger died in his throat before he could vent it outside, as if he were mute.
He stood at the door with a cold face. Can't I come in? Sorry. I got a little too emotional. Gongran squeezed out a hard smile. Arrange for your men to search the various plants in City 11, any questions?
Although it was an inquiry, Helu's gaze was extraordinarily stern, more like an order that could not be refused.
Gongran's throat rolled, and he asked stiffly, why? Why do you want to search the plant? Can't you see the industrial lights on the live feed?
After saying that, Helu turned around and left without looking back.
After hearing the rules as stated by Fake Disaster Water, the crowd in City 11 was in an uproar. To live or die by vote, and with federal dollars as votes. Why do I feel weird? Could it be just like what Gong Sista said, that it's Calamity Water that's slandering and framing? The video has been released, the hard evidence is overwhelming, your brain has been kicked by a donkey and you still want to watch Gongran?
You guys are really crazy, that's the reviver, how could you believe his words? Unlike the points that the others were focusing on, Li Xinxiu's attention had been on the pop-ups that floated by.
There are a lot of rich people in City 11, Gongran is not the only one.
A few minutes of work, another dozen or so pop-ups appeared one after another, some inquiring, some abusive, and fake disaster water replied to all of them. This. Li Xinxiu's throat rolled slightly. 37 articles, that's $3,700,000. $3,700,000, oneself in the speculation hotel day and night work for hundreds of years cannot earn it. Li Xinxiu took a deep breath, casting away the distractions in his head and continued to watch the live broadcast. Inside the abandoned factory, fake disaster water wrapped his arms around himself and looked at the pop-ups floating by with a teasing face. Cow loves flowers. As far as I know, Calamity Water has died in North Yellow Mountain. You should not be Calamity Water. Surprisingly, you guessed it. Fake disaster water's face turned white and instantly straightened up. Night Spectre, who was dozens of miles away, was slightly stunned to see this reaction from fake disaster water, having guessed it himself. That's right, this manhwa is Night Spectre's real name. Under Night Spectre's expectant gaze, the fake disaster water continued to speak. I'm indeed not disaster water, I'm manhwa, your dear father, ha ha. Night Spectre's face darkened at the words, and the hand holding the phone trembled slightly. Fake disaster water grinned for a moment before standing up with his hands on the arms of his chair. Well, no more questions, after all, time is limited. When he finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the back. Upon noticing the fake disaster water approaching, deep fear flowed from the eyes of the several people who were hanging, and they kept swaying in the air. What's wrong? Why are you so afraid of me? It's not me who decides whether you live or die. A hint of cunning flashed in fake disaster water's eyes as he continued with his back turned. I know some viewers can't make up their minds, and some even think I'm lying, and that's okay, since I have no credibility in what I'm saying, let them say it. Fake disaster water raised his arm and waved it with one hand, and the tape wrapped around several people's mouths snapped in the middle as if it had been cut by a blade. Please let us go, we're wrong, we know we're wrong. I'm still a kid, I don't know anything, just let me go, I can get my dad to pay you. Shui Rui and I are usually very close, you can ask him if you don't believe me. For a while, the originally quiet plant suddenly became noisy with cries and shouts. What I said just now you should have heard very clearly, your life and death is decided by a vote, but... Fake disaster water turned the tables and stretched out a finger. I can give one of you 100% chance of surviving. Once these words came out, the originally noisy plant instantly quieted down, and the eyes of the several people who were hanging were wide open, staring straight at the fake disaster water. You say, said Gong Xin, trembling. Many viewers don't believe what I said or the video of you beating Shui Rui, saying that I'm slandering and spreading rumors. I'm so wronged. Fake disaster water put on a distressed look and paced back and forth in front of several people. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, as if he had thought of something, and twisted his head to look at a few people in surprise. Tell you what, a few of you reveal your shortcomings and tell me the bad things that the other person has done, and whoever ends up with the least amount of black material, I'll let them go. Several people's pupils trembled at the words, and they looked at each other in disbelief, with none of them opening their mouths to speak. Why, you're still embarrassed, so you'll put your hopes of survival on the ballot. Fake disaster water turned around and walked over to the chair and sat down, looking at the camera. I've put the video out and there are still fools slandering me, like Gongran. I've put my face in front of the camera and there are still fools saying that I'm not Calamity Water, like Neo AI. Without waiting for fake disaster water to finish his sentence, an urgent voice rang out from behind him. I said. A year ago there was a 19-year-old girl lying naked by the river, and it was a couple of them that did it, and after that the girl's family had a fire and all of them were buried in it, and that wasn't an accident, that was them too. Gong Xin looked flustered and retorted, what are you talking about? This incident was an accident, the Department of Public Security has already characterized it. Yes, it was an accident, don't you bloody dare. Brother Calamity Water, I have recordings in my cell phone that can prove the authenticity of this matter, you asshole, how much better can you be? 2 years ago you ran over a pregnant woman with your car, and it was my father who stepped in to smooth things over for you. What's the quarrel between you two? Both are crimes with blood on your hands, and I haven't gotten a single one killed. You still have the face to come out with this, beating an old man who picks up garbage into a vegetable. What's the difference between you and murder? At least his family signed a letter of understanding. I didn't break the law, and you, leading a group of people to engage in blackmail at the entrance of the University of the South, beating up the men if they don't have the money, and taking nude photographs of the women, and most damned of all, you. In just a few moments of work, the silence between the few people rose to an endless argument, each mouth firing indiscriminately as if a machine gun had been planted in it. All sorts of fierce information came out in an endless stream, listening to the fake disaster water dumbfounded. Snap. Fake Disaster Water clapped his hands and shouted, "Awesome, this security division and special energy division are really awesome. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are covering the sky with one hand. People can be killed at will and fires can be set at will. Admiration, admiration, admiration."
Gong ran, "Calamity Water, what kind of mesmerizing soup have you given them?" "Ya Hong, Gong ran Yue, I."
"Yu Jun, what qualifications do these scum have to live? Not even as good as the resuscitators." "Gong ran, I'm going to." "Gong ran, it's against the law to insult a public official. I can just have the public security division arrest you."
"Conrad, start voting now, Gong dog me." Led by enthusiastic citizen Yi Hong, Gong ran and his ancestors come under heavy attack.
The corners of Fake Disaster Water's mouth hooked up slightly, and with a movement of his feet he turned his chair around to look at the several people who were arguing heatedly.
"Alright, there's no need to argue, I know in my heart who this chance to live is going to." Fake Disaster Water drank in a cold voice.
It was only after a few seconds that the noisy headbangers gradually quieted down and looked apprehensively at the Fake Disaster Water.
Chapter 93, Please Define Evil.
Under the watchful eyes of several people, Fake Disaster Water took a step in front of one of them and inquired, "I'm impressed with you. Amongst the 7 of you, you're the only one who doesn't have a murder on your hands."
Gao Long nodded with excitement. Yes, I haven't killed a single person."
"You fart, whether it's that girl or the arson at the time, you were ing involved. Do you have nothing to do with any of this?"
"What does it have to do with me? I didn't kill the people, I didn't start the fire, I'm a bystander at best."
Gao Long cursed at the top of his voice.
"You asshole, eat and dry say and you." "Phew."
Before the man could finish his sentence, a droplet of water shot out from Fake Disaster Water's fingertip, piercing through his brow with a pff sound. When the others saw this scene, they were instantly scared out of their wits, and even the sound of their breathing weakened a few points.
Fake Disaster Water raised an eyebrow. Who has an opinion? No one responded. Joking aside, who dares to respond when a foregone conclusion is in front of us? Ha.
Fake Disaster Water laughed contemptuously, raising his arm and snapping his fingers.
Snap.
In the next second, the rope binding Gao Long should break, and his whole body fell to the ground with a bang from a height of more than 1 meter.
Ah!
Gao Long's 5 senses grimaced as he covered his ankle. Calamity Water lowered his head and looked at the other party condescendingly. "You're considered kind, after all. The greatest evil of all is to beat someone into a vegetable." Gao Long endured the severe pain and asked expectantly, Then
I can walk." "Sure you can walk, but not just like that."
Calamity Water crouched down and picked up a piece of broken glass on the ground. Gao Long gulped, bracing his hands on the ground to move his but carefully backward. "Then how?
Am I going to get away?"
Fake Disaster Water pursed her lips and held the broken glass shards towards Gao Long's thighs.
Pust. Ah!
The veins on Gao Long's neck rippled as he subconsciously reached out and grabbed Fake Disaster Water's wrist.
"Don't be afraid, you'll be able to leave soon, I won't kill you."
Fake Disaster Water pulled his lips into a smile, but there wasn't a trace of warmth in those eyes. After saying this, he reached down and pulled, sharp pieces of glass galloping across the surface of Gao Long's skin like a shark's fin, bright red blood lining up in both directions like seawater.
Extinguished. Ah, don't.
Gao Long wrenched the Fake Disaster Water's wrist, but it was all in vain, his strength was too small. Under Gao Long's pleading gaze, Fake Disaster Water revealed a wide smile and pulled out the glass piece that was dyed red by blood, casually throwing it aside. "I cut your aorta with a piece of glass. You'll probably live anywhere from a few minutes or 10 minutes if you stop the bleeding, so run, you'll still be alive if you're saved in time." Fake Disaster Water drew a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the blood from his hands.
"You."
Gao Long covered the wound that kept gushing out blood and stared at Fake Disaster Water dead in the face.
Fake Disaster Water looked at him innocently. "What, you want to die now?" "No. I will leave now."
Gao Long clenched his teeth, covered his thigh and stood up with difficulty, limping towards the entrance of the factory building. But before he could get out of the distance, Fake Disaster Water reached out and flicked his hand out of thin air.
Pust. Ah! The next second a blood flower bloomed at Gao Long's ankle, and that tall body of more than 1 meter 8 or so fell hard on the ground. "I can't see anyone standing, you'd better crawl."
Fake Disaster Water said coldly, without a single fluctuation of emotion in his eyes. Gao Long hissed loudly at the top of his voice, "You asshole." But Fake Calamity Water acted as if he didn't hear it, and just quietly watched as Gao Long lay struggling on the ground. The people of City 11 clapped their hands when they saw this.
"Great job, that's the way to deal with these guys. Wickedness has to be worn out." Isn't this a little bit not so good? After all, it's a human life. You should make the best use of what you have, give the organs in your body to those who need them. This is also a kind of atonement. Hurry up and start voting. Standing inside the dilapidated factory building, fake disaster water seemed to hear the shouts of the crowd and smiled as he spoke. I know you all can't wait to vote, so I'll begin. As soon as the words were spoken, a small payment window popped up on everyone's phone screens. The little window won't go away. There are options provided on it to vote for whoever you want to die, and the polls close in 30 minutes, so. Fake disaster water stepped back with his hands spread out. Please define evil. After a few seconds, the numbers in the lower left corner of the screen began to jump. The red numbers fluctuated rapidly, stacking up vote by vote. Unlike the red numbers, the blue numbers were increasing by hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands, and in just a few seconds they had far exceeded the red numbers, reaching 10 million, while the red numbers were just over 3 million at the moment. What's this all about? Why can't so many of us compete? Is this shady? Why are the blue numbers growing so fast? False disaster water is not surprised to see the rise of the two figures in the situation, apparently expected. Those who sympathized with Zarui were ordinary people who lived in the city, and although they were numerous, together they held only 20% of the wealth of City 11. The remaining 80% was held by those in high positions. Gongran was one of them, and her wife Zhou Huaxiu was a person from Zhou's consortium, which was a giant that could sway the direction of the Tianyuan Federation. Those who belong to the same circle will basically help Gongran, after all, spend a little money to be able to get on the line with Zhou's consortium. This kind of good thing is hard to find. Meanwhile, inside the office of the division president of the Special Energy Division, a graceful, middle-aged woman slapped Gongran with both hands like a shrew. I've already lost a son, do you want me to lose another one? This person was none other than Zhou Huaxiu, the side child of the Zhou consortium and Gong Xian's mother. Well. Gongran held his hands up and stepped backward. I didn't save it? I've slammed tens of millions of dollars into it in such a short while. I didn't save it? Zhou Huaxiu questioned with red eyes. That disaster water is temperamental and kills whoever he wants. What's the use of voting top? Gongran grabbed Zhou Huaxiu's arm with both hands and shouted, then what can I do? What can I do besides voting? You tell me. I'll do it right away. Zhou Huaxiu pursed her lips and stammered a word. Gongran took a deep breath and let go of Zhou Huaxiu's arm. I'm a little excited. The child I will find a way to save. You go back to rest. Ding 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 ding. The crisp ringing of a cell phone came from the coffee table. It was a special satellite phone for the Special Energy Division, not connected to the internet and with a separate system, so it wasn't rippled by the live broadcast. Chapter 94 Arrival. Gongran picked up the phone with a cold face. Hey, what's up? The middle-aged man on the other end of the phone whispered, Sitong, we've discovered Calamity Water's hiding place, the abandoned factory building on Haichuan Road. Gongran's pupil shook at his words, and he pressed his voice and asked, what's the situation at the plant? The night reconnaissance drones haven't found any abnormality in the surrounding area for the time being, and the interior of the factory building, according to the thermal imaging detection, there's an unidentified woman inside in addition to Calamity Waters and a few hostages, with a high probability that she's Calamity Waters' accomplice. Okay, got it. Report back to me immediately if there's a situation. Stay safe. After saying that, Gongran hung up the phone and left the office without looking back with big steps. A few minutes later, densely packed special warriors ran out of the building and got into military trucks in an orderly and methodical manner, and dozens of helicopters rose from the back of the building and flew in the direction of Haichuan Road. An armored car arched over the jeep Gongran was riding in as it drove away from the gates of the Special Energy Division. Gongran clear, these means cannot help the disaster water. To deal with the disaster water still have to look at the Division of Security Unity, but the appearance of at least do, so that the media shot up also look good. The actions of the Special Energy Division were not covered up, and when the people saw it, they immediately told fake disaster water about the news via live streaming. Zhang Siji, the Special Energy Division has found out where you are. There's no time to vote. When the fake disaster water inside the abandoned factory saw the pop-up screen, his face was calm as usual, without a hint of panic to speak of. Everyone just relax and vote in peace, I won't let anyone influence the trial. Fake disaster water said in a relaxed tone. Then he looked down at the numbers in the lower left corner of the screen and shook his head in disappointment. The blue numbers are already 700 million, the red numbers are only 300 million. It seems like it's Xue Rui who's going to die. Wang Xue, why is the gap so big? Is there a blackmail? Niu Zhuang, it's so outrageous that I'm going to offer a group buy package called Refuse to Bully, available at 145.
Huyong, there are so many of us, those who have the ability to vote a few hundred votes, those who don't have the ability to vote a dozen or so votes, will catch up. Zhang Goen, this kind of demon should never return to society, they are time bombs, do you dare to guarantee that they won't hurt you when they explode? With many pop-ups calling for more and more people to join in the voting, the red numbers got closer and closer to the blue numbers, but whenever they were close to catching up, the blue numbers would suddenly skyrocket, thus widening the gap. Meanwhile, inside the studio where Li Xinxiu was. You're kidding, the blue number broke 1 billion. It can't be shady. I don't know, but according to this trend, the one who died should be Xue Rui. On the stage, the two brothers, Li Xinxiu and Li Qingxia, leaned together, staring dumbfounded at the long number in the lower left corner, falling into silence. Tiny, Akiko. Qingxia gulped and pointed to the bottom left corner of the screen, you count. It seems like hundreds of millions, Li Xinxiu said with some uncertainty. Looking at the numbers that kept jumping, Li Xinxiu felt as if his heart had been pinched by something, and it was a few minutes harder to breathe. While he himself was still gloating over his half-hourly paycheck of $500,000, Yama next door was making hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars a second. Is this the world's senator? The gap is too big. In the distance, Night Spectre got up and left the studio after staring at Li Xinxiu for a while. As the clock slowly ticks down, there are only 5 minutes left before the polls close. Inside the abandoned factory building, the sound of wheels running over weeds could already be heard faintly, as the Special Energy Division approached the core station in City 11. Came quite quickly. Fake Disaster Water raised an eyebrow and turned his head to the woman standing not far away. There's nothing more for you to do. Aha! The woman nodded. As soon as the words left her mouth, she turned and stepped into the darkness, completely disappearing from the sight of several people. Not long after the woman left, a blinding white beam of light shot through the glass of the plant. Looking down from a high altitude, a helicopter hovered in the air, a black mass of gun-toting soldiers completely blocked off the plant, and a dozen missile launchers were aiming at the plant, waiting for the order to launch. Since the abandoned factory was located on the edge of City 11, there were no residential buildings here, and naturally there was no business district. It didn't take much time to deploy everything. 100 meters away from the plant on the highway, a black car from the distance, Xing Sound steadily parked on the side of the road. Click. Naichu took the lead and opened the car door and walked out, followed closely by Zhang Kong and He Lu. Gong Ran, who was waiting by the side of the road, hurriedly greeted him. 3 of you, Calamity Water. Without waiting for Gong Ran to finish his sentence, Night Spectre raised his hand and interrupted the other party. Withdraw all of your people 300 meters away from the plant, no one can come closer without my order. After saying that, Night Spectre led the two of them straight in the direction of the abandoned factory building. Soon, under Gong Ran's arrangement with the garrison leader, the helicopters, soldiers, and armored vehicles were all withdrawn 300 meters away. At the same time, a blue ray shot up into the sky, and by way of extension, a blue square was constructed in a very short period of time, enveloping the abandoned factory building. This is an artificial artifact developed by the Intonji division by combining the supernormal abilities of the Heavenly Fate with technology, the sealed body, which is used to seal off the area and clear up some difficult to deal with disasters. Clunk. Accompanied by a loud sound, the iron gate of the plant slowly opened, and the blue light fell along the gate on the plant floor, reflecting the grains of dust clearly. Snapping, snapping. Night Spectre walked into the plant with a cold face, his stern gaze locking onto Fake Disaster Water's body at once. Crossing his legs, the Fake Disaster Water looked up and down at Night Yui and smiled playfully. Let me guess, are you called Nyo Ai Hua? The corner of Night Spectre's mouth hooked up in an intriguing arc. Then let me also guess, are you a fake Calamity Water? The moment the words fell, dull footsteps resounded in the plant as Zhang Kong and He Lu came from the back, surrounding Fake Disaster Water in a triangular stance. Ha ha ha, are you guys going to make a move on me? Fake Disaster Water slowly stood up. Night Spectre narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, release all those people and I'll give you a decent death. A decent death? Fake Disaster Water stuck his hands in his pockets and cocked his head to the left. What makes you think you can kill me? The Special Energy Division will overestimate your strength, but the Anarchy Division will not. Night Spectre drew the horizontal sword at his waist, and those narrow eyes glowed with a faint golden light as he silently gazed at the Fake Disaster Water. Chapter 95. The countdown begins 2 and 1. The air in the abandoned factory is getting more and more oppressive, while the live stream is getting more and more active, as there are less than 2 minutes left before the voting closes. At this point, the blue number is 1.173 billion and the red number is 887 million, a gap of several hundred million. We can't make it in time. After the vote closes, Calamity Water shouldn't really kill Shuarue.
Calamity Waters is surrounded by the Entunji's men and surviving is a problem. Do you think he'll even consider the outcome of the vote? Then won't we have voted for nothing? Isn't it good to vote white? At least Shuarue won't die. With all the discussion in the crowd, there was only the last minute and a half left in the voting deadline. Fake Disaster Water glanced down at the time on the screen and spoke softly, "There's still a minute and a half to go, and you guys are looking forward to it." Boom! An ear-splitting sonic boom resounded through the plant, and a puff of smoke erupted from Night Spectre's position. The corners of Fake Disaster Water's mouth hooked up, and his figure shifted like a phantom and disappeared in place. In the next second, a silver-white trajectory tore through the air and swung down to where the Fake Disaster Water's head was originally located. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. A terrifying wave of air erupted from around the blade, blowing Night Yui's robes, hunting and kicking up dust. How? Night Spectre's pupils jolted as he looked at the empty blade. The true strength of Calamity Water was clear to her. It was the level of a medium-risk disaster. The reason why it was positioned as high risk was only because of its strong potential. How could it possibly escape her own blade? Why, you seem surprised, don't you? The hot breath coming out of his mouth and nose hit Night Spectre's ear, and his gentle voice was like a lover's whisper. In the distance, Lu blanched and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Behind you!" Night Spectre shuddered, flipping his wrist quickly and twisting his waist like a gyroscope to swing backward in a smooth motion. Fake Disaster Water, who was close to Night Spectre, smiled disdainfully and raised his left foot gently, narrowly avoiding the blade like a boat in a storm. Night Spectre took this opportunity to instantly tense up his calves and fire. Bang! With a loud noise, the ground under Night Spectre's feet cracked like a spider's web, and she herself retreated 100 meters away. Ha-hoo, ha-hoo! Night Spectre gasped, staring at the Fake Disaster Water with a horrified expression. Not far away, Zheng Kong raised his arm, and a silver-white transparent barrier rose up inside the plant, separating the Fake Disaster Water from the other people inside the plant. This was Zheng Kang's supernatural ability, Silver Shelter. At the same time, Lu saved all of the several people who were tied up by the rope. Go to the back and stay there. But the gate is over there. Gangsun trembled and pointed in the direction of the disaster water. Then you go that way. After saying that, Lu ignored Gong Xe and several people and ran towards the back of the plant with the unconscious Shuarue in his arms, placing him behind a load-bearing pillar. The reason why we don't send Shuarue out is because once we use the Suk seal body to open the blockade boundary, neither the people inside nor the people outside will be able to come and go freely, and there are only two ways to get out. The first is to wait for 10 minutes for the Su seal body to lift the boundary on its own, and the second is to break the boundary by virtue of one's own hard power. Only after settling Shuarue did Lu run to Night Yu's side and asked with concern, "Are you alright?" "It's fine, this Calamity Water's strength doesn't match with the information Intuasher gave us. The strength is above the 7 bands, I'm not sure about the specifics." Night Spectre forced down the shock in his heart and slowly stood up. Above the 7 bands, wouldn't that be a moon-level high-risk disaster? Lu's pupils shook. In the Tianyuan Federation, there was also a difference in strength between high-risk disasters, and within the Department of Security and Unification, high-risk disasters were categorized into 3 levels, from weak to strong, which were Star, Moon, and Yang. In their 3-member team, Night Spectre was a 7 prohibited celestial being, while Lu and Zheng Kong were 6 prohibited celestial beings, and this kind of 17276 configuration corresponded to a high-risk star disaster. Fake Disaster Water ignored the 3 Intong G men and stepped over to the laptop. At this point, there are still 10 seconds before the polls close, and the blue numbers are still a long way ahead of the red numbers. Looks like it's time to kill the good guys. Fake Disaster Water shook his head with some disappointment. Just as he was about to move his eyes away, the red numbers on the screen suddenly clicked, and the original 900 million plus votes suddenly skyrocketed to a whopping 1.3 billion. A pop-up slowly drifted in from the right. Damn indeed. For the first time, a look of surprise appeared on Fake Disaster Water's face. How is it that doesn't have a name? Ding. The little voting window disappears and the poll closes. The sudden surge in the number of votes was like a roller coaster with ups and downs, causing the hearts of all the viewers watching the live broadcast to pound. Am I blinking? How did it suddenly go up? By $400 million. You didn't blink, the red numbers really backfired. What do those 3 asterisks mean? Aren't all pop-ups real? I don't know, is it a system failure? If we go by the votes, then Calamity Water would have to kill those people,
but he's being stopped by the people from the Unification Division, so is it even possible to kill them?
1 against 3, I feel like I can't kill it.
Because the footage of the brief exchange between fake Disaster Water and Night Spectre just now wasn't displayed in front of the camera, the viewers watching the live stream didn't know the true strength of fake Disaster Water. Inside the abandoned factory, fake Disaster Water grinned after freezing for a while. Looks like this anonymous friend is rich. Hard to reverse the voting result. Looks like I have to kill the bad guys.
Gong Xin, who was hiding in the distance, was instantly shocked through and collapsed to the ground after hearing the result. Gong, we won. T really be killed?
The boy squatting aside asked in a trembling voice.
Gong Xin didn't respond. I should say he didn't hear what the other party said.
At the moment, his mind went blank, as if he had been hit by a car, buzzing. He saw the battle between Calamity Water and Night Spectre. Anyone with eyes could see who was strong and who was weak. If Calamity Water wanted to kill himself, couldn't Tuusher block it? After getting the results of the vote, fake Disaster Water aimed the laptop's camera in the direction where Gonzo and the others were, so that the audience could see more clearly.
After doing everything, fake Disaster Water smiled and gave a friendly wave from the direction where a few people were. I'm coming low. Are you guys ready?
In an instant, the fake Disaster Water disappeared as if it had been jerked out of the frame, raw and without even a shadow. The pupils of Night Spectre shrunk, dodged to the side with his horizontal sword, and shouted loudly at the top of his voice, "Spread out and stand, Uncle, he will hold back, and I'll be the main."
Snap!
Without waiting for Night Spectre to finish his sentence, Zheng Kang's silver barrier exploded like fragile glass, turning into dots of silver light in the sky. Night Spectre, who was standing in place, suddenly felt a chill come over him, followed by those pale golden eyes catching the remnants of a hand.
No good.
A hint of panic flashed in Night Spectre's eyes, and just as she wanted to raise her sword to swing, the white, slender palm had already pinched her neck.
In an instant, Night Spectre's figure disappeared into thin air. Boo!
Suddenly, a sound as terrifying as a thunderous tremor resounded through the plant. A few dozen meters away, a thick crack crawled across the concrete wall like a rugged mountain range. The source of these cracks was currently covered in smoke and dust, and only a blurry black shadow could be seen standing in it.
Exhale.
Night Spectre scurried into the factory building along the broken window. The heavy smoke and dust spread out in all directions like ocean waves, and stood in the midst of it. The dark shadows slowly became clear. Fake Disaster Water stood calmly and quietly, that arm firmly clasping Night Spectre's neck like a vice, embedding the other into the wall.
Asshole.
The lack of oxygen in her brain made Night Spectre's face suffocated red. Her hands grasped fake Disaster Water's small arm in death, and her legs stomped and kicked feebly. But the more struggling Night did, the more powerless he became in his heart. The other party's power was like an abyss with no visible bottom, unfathomable and impossible to reach the bottom at all.
Why is the gap so big? Night Spectre asked in his mind.
At this moment, a deep sense of powerlessness surged through her heart, and even the strength in her hands was a few points less.
Fake Disaster Water cocked his head with a teasing face and asked, "What did you just say about giving me a decent death?" Fizzle. A cold light tore through the air and swung down towards fake Calamity Water's arm.
The corners of fake Disaster Water's mouth hooked up as he single-handedly carried Night Spectre to meet him.
No good.
Helu's face changed, and when he tried to recycle his strength back, it was too late.
Pust.
An arm was thrown high in the air, the chilly blade wrapped in a sticky red icing.
Ah! The mournful cries lingered long in the plant.
Fake Disaster Water stared at Helu with wide eyes in disbelief. What a ruthless heart. After saying that, without waiting for Helu to react, fake Disaster Water twisted his body and his left leg lashed at Helu's chest like a long whip. The moment the two touched, Helu bowed his body and shot out, only to hear bang bang after two sounds, the ceiling of the plant more than a huge hole. Zheng Kang's pupils trembled violently. But before he could finish his sentence, the face of fake Disaster Water disliked its eyes and asked with a smile, "Did you miss him?" Bang! With a loud bang, Zheng Kang also stepped into the footsteps of Helu. After doing everything, fake Disaster Water mentioned Night Spectre to himself. At this moment, Nightju looked like she was scared silly. Her eyes were dull and lifeless, and her bloodless lips were constantly trembling. Seeing this scene, fake Disaster Water spoke out to comfort, "Don't be afraid, I won't kill you, after all, you still have some use." When he finished, fake Disaster Water reached out in front of the camera and snapped his fingers. The next second, the night ghost bang into a white mist, disappeared in front of the camera. Outside the plant, Helu and Zheng Kang is also the same. They just stood up with difficulty, then bang disappeared in place. Only the remaining wetness in the air had proof that they had stayed here. A jeep was parked on the side of the road a kilometer away from the plant.
Dongran sat in the co-pilot seat and looked at the live feed in his cell phone in shock. Just kidding. Dongran's pupils gradually dilated and his body couldn't stop trembling. How is this? Not quite the same as the disaster water one imagined? Sito, what's going to happen now? Are we going to go on? The special energy officer driving the car inquired in a panic. Snap. Dongran reached out and smacked the back of the other man's head, scolding angrily, "Are you brain dead? Hurry up and drive and run." Ah. Oh. The special energy officer froze for a moment and then immediately reacted, escaping the place with Dongran with a kick of the gas. The effects of the fake disaster water went far beyond that, as the people of City 11 were in an uproar at the sight of the near-crushing battle. That's a win? Aren't these three people from the Unification Division? How could they lose so easily? Wouldn't that be nice, so calamity water can kill these three? You're out of your mind, that's a reviver, a man-eating monster. Inside the abandoned factory building, fake disaster water twisted to look at the hiding place of Gong Xan and the others after taking care of the three people, smiled and beckoned, "Come here and show your face in front of the camera." No one responded. Several people huddled together, deep fear showing in each eye, looking at the fake disaster water like a monster. Fake disaster water looked at the several people if he had a deep meaning. "Since you don't want to show your faces, forget it, don't you guys like to fight, let's do it then." As soon as the words fell, Gong Xan, who was huddled with a few other people, suddenly stiffened her face and stood up in a bizarre position, like a puppet on strings. This. Gong Xan stared in disbelief, the bewilderment and fear in her eyes unmistakable. Gong Xan controlled himself to crouch down, but it was as if his body had been abducted by someone else, and even though he tried his best, at best he could only make his body emit a slight tremor. As Gong Xan slowly stood up, a few others followed suit, and the expressions on all of their faces were just like Gong Xan's, overwhelmed and bewildered. What's going on? Why is my body moving on its own? Me too, what's going on? Lord Calamity Water, we were wrong, please spare us. Instead of responding, fake disaster water stood next to the laptop so that the live viewers could have a better view. Start the fight. Fake disaster water said with a smile. A few seconds later, a few people were wrestling with each other like they were possessed, punching each other without any intention of holding back. What are you doing? Don't even hit. Poof. I can't control myself. The viewers in the live broadcast room were murmuring when they saw this bizarre scene. What's going on here? Why are they killing each other? I don't know, isn't his ability to control water? Is there a possibility that blood counts as water? Then this is a bit too sick. The mutual assault continues. Click. One of them had his neck snapped right in the middle of the melee, and bright red blood gushed out along the broken wound, splashing on the faces of the others. But even in death, the man didn't stop moving his hands, still fighting the others. The bloody and violent images stimulated the nerves of the live audience like stimulants. Some of the bold were able to watch normally, some of the less bold had moved away, and even more experienced dry heaves. Inside the studio, Li Xinqiu watched the fight footage of several people with unblinking eyes. It wasn't so much that he was interested in this, but rather in this tactic of King Yama's. The other party was directly manipulating the actions of others through their thoughts, and theoretically one could do the same. After all, blood counted as water. But a theory is a theory after all, and this conjecture Li Xinqiu had had a long time ago, but had not succeeded once. He couldn't sense the blood inside others, it was as if there was a thin veil covering his eyes. Li Xinqiu supported his head with his hand and secretly thought in his mind, I wonder if King Yama's Nianli can control the blood in other people's bodies. Time slowly passed, and the commotion in the live broadcast room became smaller and smaller, eventually returning to calm. The fake disaster water in the abandoned factory building withdrew his gaze and smiled as he walked over to the screen. The trial is over, and the countdown will now begin. Chapter 96 48 Hours. A small red box appeared in the center of everyone's screens after fake disaster water said this. 48 hours. 47 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 47 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. That's when the crowd reacted to the fact that the number in the red box was a 48-hour countdown. What's the fun in taking care of a few little stragglers? If we're going to play, let's play big. 2 days from now, that's 48 hours from now, I'll kill 2 more. Fake disaster water smiled as he reached out and compared a yay. This time there were no pop-ups sliding across the broadcast, and it wasn't that no one could afford to shell out 100,000 federal dollars, it was that everyone had regained their senses at the moment.
The earlier evil behavior of a few of Gong Xian's people had caused the people of City 11 to briefly lose their minds and be taken over by anger. The false disaster water, being an inquisitor, was also naturally judged as righteous by all, ignoring the other party's status as a reviver and high-risk disaster. However, after the fake disaster water had resolved the three Antuashar people, the crowd gradually regained their consciousness.
What is the Antoine Division?
It is the backbone of the Federation that carries out the mission of cleaning up disasters and protecting humanity. And what about Calamity Waters, a man-eating monster, a reviver with no regard for human life, a dangerous and powerful high-risk disaster? That's the real evil.
Gong Xian, a few people compared to him, is completely small.
Fake disaster water looked at the empty screen and grinned. Everyone curious about who I'm going to kill in 48 hours, you don't have to guess, I'll just tell you. The audience watching the live stream held their breath at the words and stared at the screen.
Fake disaster water didn't sell out and spoke bluntly. Gongran, are you watching? I know you are. Gongran on the other end of the screen blanched and hurriedly shook his hand at the special energy officer who was driving. Quickly, don't go back to the special energy division, go to the airport now. Now? The special agent asked uncertainly. Yes, right now. At this time, fake disaster water's teasing voice once again sounded in the live broadcast. Gongran, do you want to run now? Gongran, as if electrocuted, cell phone clang fell at the foot. Concerned, the special energy officer asked, Are you okay, Cito? No, it's fine. Gongran responded woodenly, reaching down to pick the phone up from under his feet and typing shakily.
A few seconds later, a lone pop-up floated in from the left.
Gongran, you're really arrogant. You dare to stay in City 11 even after killing a man from the Unification Division and threatening public officials. The Unification Division will soon send even more powerful men to purge you. Don't leave if you're capable of doing so. Fake disaster water nodded calmly. Then you can't leave. Oh, after all, the people I'm going to kill are you and your wife. If you guys leave behind my back, then I'll just have to take the 11th city to vent my anger. I'll see you in 48 hours.
The fake disaster water waved his hand at the screen, and then like Night Spectre and the others, bang into the sky mist, disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterward, the live feed closed with it, and that little red-boxed countdown moved to the top left corner of everyone's screen.
The trial is officially over and the countdown to Gongran's life begins.
After the live broadcast, numerous topics about disaster water rushed to the hot search in just half a minute.
48-hour countdown to death.
The three Antuashar men have turned into aerosols and are suspected to be dead. Alternative development of the Calamity Water ability, blood manipulation. Why is Calamity Water hiding his strength? What exactly is the Gong family's grudge against Calamity Water? For a while, everyone was talking about things concerning the disaster water, and the studio was no exception. The audience mingled so much that it was hard to tell if this was a studio or a food market.
Li Xinqiu on the stage got up and walked to the host Yang Zixia.
Yang Zixia hurriedly stood up at the sight, thinking that the noise in the studio had caused Li Xinqiu's displeasure.
Sorry, I'll have someone maintain. It's been half an hour, can I go now? Li Xinqiu opened his mouth and interrupted the other party. Yang Zixia's face was a bit difficult, this.
But the process is not yet finished. After saying that, he turned his head in the direction of the director's office. Soon a chubby young man panted and jogged up to the stage, revealing a friendly smile to Li Xinqiu. You come with me. After that, the young man took Li Xinqiu and Xingxia to verify some information and handed over some things before settling the two into a cab and driving away from the TV station. Inside the cab, Li Xingxia took a bank card and touched it left and right, while her mouth kept muttering, $500,000, can't spend it all in a lifetime. Li Xinqiu glanced at Li Xingxia breathlessly and said, Correction, it's my $500,000, it has nothing to do with you, second brother. As soon as she heard this, Li Xingxia immediately sat up straight. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? I also participated in the interview, and it was me who lured these reporters here, so by all rights, all this money should be mine.
Cough.
Li Xinqiu coughed violently twice. He didn't expect his second brother to be able to be so shameless. Li Xingxia was puzzled. Why are you still coughing on? Is your body so weak?
Why do I cough in your heart?
Li Xinqiu raised his eyebrows and looked out the car window with his afterglow.
Why don't you say anything? Li Xingxia asked curiously.
Li Xinqiu ignored Li Xingxia and reached out to pat the middle-aged man's shoulder. Master, park here.
At Li Xinqiu's request, the cab driver pulled over.
The two men sitting in the back got out of the car after putting on their masks. On the endless stream of streets, Li Xinqiu and Li Xingxia walked side by side. Li Xingxia twisted her head to look at Li Xinqiu. Why did you get off here? It's still a long way from the hotel. Are you up to something?
Aha!
Li Xinxiu nodded and reached out to pull on Li Qingxia's arm. Second brother, wait for me here for a moment, I'll be right back. After saying that, Li Xinxiu scurried into the crowd like a small fish, not giving Li Qingxia the chance to pursue her question at all.
This leave me behind again?
Li Qingxia stood in place with a dumbfounded look on her face.
History is always strikingly similar, and how much it resembles that relentless abandonment on North Yellow Mountain.
A slim young man wearing a black mask stood on the side of the road under a dim streetlight. The youth's eyes were dull, as if he had been drained of his soul, and there was not a trace of vigor in his body. He looked at the passing cars and gave a bitter smile. It's gone, it's all gone, it's all gone. This person is no other than the horseface of hell. The reason why Li Xinxiu got off the bus in the middle of the day was also because Ma Mian took one more look at him in the crowd. Soon, Li Xinxiu came next to Ma Mian and said with some surprise, "You are quite active." With a small bend, Horseface respectfully said, "It's only natural that you have to be more proactive in your affairs, this way. The people of hell are cautious, so careful with 50,000 pieces." Li Xinxiu secretly praised in his heart and took a step to follow.
Chapter 97, Is this building yours?
Inside a van parked on the side of the road, Li Xinxiu sat in the passenger seat with her arms wrapped around her, while Ma Mian sat in the driver's seat. Li Xinxiu twisted his head and was about to open his mouth to ask for 50,000 federal dollars when Ma Mian, sitting in the driver's seat, directly twisted the car keys and inserted a foot of gas pedal into the lane next to him.
Ha! Li Xinxiu looked at Ma Mian with a confused expression. What's this about? Aren't you going to give yourself 50,000 bucks in the car? Why are you suddenly on the road?
Horseface heard Li Xinxiu's doubts and opened his mouth to inquire, "What's wrong, my lord?
Aren't you going to give me money?"
A trace of incomprehension flashed in Li Xinxiu's eyes.
Horseface nodded, "Yeah, why?" A trace of consternation flashed between Li Xinxiu's eyebrows. "Then wouldn't it be fine to give it directly here?" "Here?"
Ma Mian was surprised, then said with some hesitation, "It's not too convenient here, after all, it's several $100 million in cash."
"What is inconvenient? Not just a few $100 million.
Li Xinxiu's voice lurched, and 6 crows flew past his forehead.
Several $100 million?
Li Xinxiu's pitch rose, and his pupils suddenly dilated.
Didn't he ask for 50,000? How did it turn into hundreds of millions? In an instant, countless question marks appeared above Li Xinxiu's head.
Ma Mian gulped, thinking that Li Xinxiu was questioning himself about how many hundreds of millions of dollars, and responded apprehensively, "My lord, I really can't come up with the $500 million in cash that you're asking for, so look at it this way. I'll give you $100 million in cash, and then 6 bank cards with $60 million in each, and I'll put the remaining $40 million on your card in a month, is that okay?" The air in the car was extraordinarily quiet at this moment, and Li Xinxiu did not respond. Horseface called softly, "My lord, my lord?" After Li Xinxiu froze for a moment, he then immediately reacted and responded with a feigned calmness, "You keep driving." After saying that, Li Xinxiu then turned his head sideways and looked out of the window in a cloudy manner. Not a single ripple could be seen in his deep eyes. Though his outward appearance was unperturbed, a great 18-grade gale was blowing inside.
Flop flop flop.
The sharp, clear sound of a heartbeat resounded through the compartment, growing louder and louder like rhythmic rock music. Li Xinxiu tried to use absolute control to slow down his heartbeat, but the absolute control that had always been invincible lost its effect at this moment, unable to control even the simplest heartbeat. Li Xinxiu closed his eyes helplessly and simply stopped caring and let nature take its course. A few seconds later, Horseface, who was driving, twitched his ears and muttered, "Strange, what's that noise?" With that, Horseface tapped the van's music player without turning his head, but it didn't do much good.
Flop flop flop.
The sound of his heartbeat grew louder and louder, and Ma Mian, who was driving, slowed down and twisted his head to look at Li Xinxiu in the passenger side.
After noticing Ma Mian's gaze, Li Xinxiu calmly crossed his legs. "Why don't you drive properly and look at me?"
Ma Mian glanced at Li Xinxiu's chest, which rose and fell like a drum, and asked curiously, "My lord, why is your heart beating so fast?"
Li Xinxiu said in a cold voice, "What, did it annoy you?"
No, you keep dancing."
Horseface hurriedly denied, no longer pursuing the heartbeat.
Li Xinxiu looked out of the car window with his head on the side, the corners of his mouth bouncing back and forth as if a spring had been added, sometimes facing up, sometimes facing down. Unspeakable excitement flooded Li Xinxiu's head like seawater, and all unimportant things were left behind, such as Li Qingxia, who was standing in the cold wind waiting.
Why hasn't this kid come back yet?
Li Qingxia rubbed her hands together and crouched alone in front of a bakery.
Specialized Energy Division Parliamentary Room.
Gongran sat in the main seat with a gloomy face, and the subordinates on both sides had their heads bowed for fear that a word would ignite Gongran as a gas tank. Originally, Gongran had no intention of staying in City 11, but after fake disaster water finished that sentence, it didn't take long for the disaster rating department of the Security and Unification Division to come to the phone, requesting Gongran to stay in City 11, and also to convene a video conference now. There was no way around it, so Gongran had to return to the Special Energy Division and sit here reluctantly. Beep. The screen of the conference room flickered, and a middle-aged man with a dignified face appeared on the screen, and this person was none other than Bai Meng, who had previously graded the disaster water. Sir! The crowd stood up in unison. A bitter and helpless smile appeared on Bai Meng's face. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon, have a seat.
The crowd sniffed and sat back down. Sir, is there anything you need to know? Gongran said as calmly as he could.
Bai Meng shook his head. There's no need, we've all seen the live streaming video, we already know very well what strength calamity water is.
That disaster water. Gongran wanted to say, a thick cloud of gloom accumulating between his eyebrows.
Bai Meng is not a cutie pie, naturally saw the worry in Gongran's heart and spoke out to comfort him. You don't have to worry about that 48-hour death countdown, the people from the Unification Division will be here soon. Gongran stiffly squeezed out a miserable smile. Good, then I'm relieved, since the officer has already understood the true strength of calamity water, then this video conference would like to
give some orders from above. Oh. Then you speak.
Gongran sat up straight and looked at Bai Meng with a serious expression, as did everyone else in the conference room.
First point.
Bai Meng raised his eyes to Gongran. For the sake of the safety of the rest of the people of City 11, you and your wife cannot leave City 11. If you do, Sifu Gong should know exactly what will happen to him.
Clear. Gongran responded with an ugly face. Second point, fighting in urban areas will inevitably hurt the populace, so you and your wife should pack up later and head to North Yellow Mountain. Any questions?
No.
Problem. Gongran agreed through gritted teeth. Third point, blockade the North Yellow Mountain. No populace can remain within 30 kilometers of the vicinity. Can you do that?
This.
Gongran frowned. Sir, a few kilometers is okay, isn't this 30 kilometers too much?
The strength of calamity water is still an unknown right now. It's better to overestimate than underestimate. We can't joke with the lives of the people. This decision is not negotiable. Bai Meng said decisively. 10 minutes later, White Moon finished handing out all the things to watch out for and ended the meeting. Under the deep night sky, a 100-meter-tall building stood like a lance in the middle of the city, overlooking the surrounding short buildings of 7 or 8 stories.
This building is yours? Chapter 98, is this 50,000?
Li Xinqiu looked at the building in front of him with surprise. Yesterday it was, today it's not, sold. When he said the last 2 words, a thick sadness welled up under Ma Mian's eyes. Seeing this, Li Xinqiu rather warmly consoled, it's okay, money can be earned again if it's gone, as long as people live. Horseface first froze at his words, then smiled awkwardly, eh?
Also you come with me. After that, the two walked into the building and got on an unoccupied elevator. Horseface turned his head and barked at Li Xinqiu, you stand firmly.
Although Li Xinqiu didn't know what the other party was going to do, he still nodded. Ma Mian walked to the floor buttons, stretched out 2 hands like a bare child messing with a messy press. Not a moment's time all the floor lights are lit up.
Clunk!
A sudden sound of iron locks colliding came from above the elevator, followed by the elevator plummeting downwards.
The swiftness made Li Xinqiu's heart skip a beat. Is this an accident? Nope, normal. Horseface calmly gave an okay sign.
A few seconds later, the chains above the elevator shaft tensed and the rapidly sagging elevator came to a halt.
Buzz. The elevator doors slowly opened to either side and bright, blinding white light shone into the elevator.
When Li Xinqiu saw everything outside the elevator, his pupils dilated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his mouth involuntarily turned into an O shape. Outside the elevator was a place that resembled a confined warehouse, and LED light tubes embedded in the ceiling illuminated the place without any dark dead space. A blue $100 bill was banked in stacks and piled in the center of the warehouse, smelling inviting. The knot in Li Xinqiu's throat rolled slightly as he took 1 step out of the elevator door, not taking his eyes off the bills for a moment.
I'm through!
Li Xinqiu exclaimed from the bottom of his heart.
A bill taller than a man. This is too much. Ma Mian didn't notice Li Xinqiu's strangeness as he walked forlornly to the pile of banknotes, his eyes greedily looking at each pile.
Ugh. Horseface let out a long sigh, stepped over to a closed safe, and reached out his thumb to press on the LCD screen. Beep 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 beep. Click. The cabinet door opened, and Ma Mian took out 6 black bank cards from it, and tearfully walked to Li Xinxiu. My lord, the secret password is 66. Li Xinxiu spread her face and smiled. You did a good job. After saying that, Li Xinxiu reached out to take the bank card handed over by Ma Mian, and was about to recycle it when Ma Mian's fingers suddenly fired and grabbed a small corner of the bank card and refused to let go.
You regret it? I don't have it. Ma Mian released his hand with a meaty pain and watched as Li Xinxiu put his bank card into his pocket. Horseface stepped back and pointed to the pile of bills behind him and asked, My lord, where am I going to send this cash to you? Li Xinxiu looked at the pitiful Ma Mian and said broadly, Keep the cash, I'll be fine with these bank cards. Horseface stared wide-eyed, incredulously, Really? Li Xinxiu nodded, Really? Horseface shook at his words and bowed excitedly at Li Xinxiu. Many thanks. It's fine, Ma Mian. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can tell me. After all, we are colleagues, it's only right to help each other. Li Xinxiu smiled and helped Ma Mian up. The way he regarded the other party's eyes became a few points friendlier. Originally in a low mood, Ma Mian's bleak eyes flashed a bright light after hearing these words and looked at Li Xinxiu in surprise. How is this? This good? Li Xinxiu forced the corners of his mouth to rise and said as calmly as possible. You don't have to be embarrassed. In fact, at the beginning I stretched 5 fingers meaning to give me 50,000. I didn't think you could associate it with 500 million, and now that I've taken 400 million from you for nothing, I'm also weirdly embarrassed. A quiet. Horseface was completely frozen in place as if he was petrified. A few seconds later. 50,000? Ma Mian put up 5 fingers in front of Li Xinxiu. This is 50,000? It's 50,000. No. Ma Mian waved his hand. I remember you personally said to add a 0 after $50 million. I said 5,000, never mentioned 10,000, that's what you brainstormed yourself. Li Xinxiu patted Ma Mian's shoulder sympathetically. At these words, Horseface was struck by lightning and took several steps backward in a row. Seeing this, Li Xinxiu comforted, Eat a lesson and grow wiser. Next time if I blackmail you again I must ask how much money I want, don't make up your own mind anymore. Aye. Poof. Bright red blood spurted out of Horseface's mouth, splattering the ground like an artificial spray can. 50,000 into 500 million, this Nima is their own do things, really away from the original on the spectrum. Why didn't you ask yourself at the time? Why? The more Horseface thought about it, the more angry he became. His gasping became louder and louder, and his face turned from a deep red to a deep purple. This shocking scene stunned Li Xinxiu, who had never seen a person's face turn a deep purple color. Hey, calm down, there's only one life, don't think for a little money. Li Xinxiu spoke out to persuade. Let me faint for a while. After saying that, Horseface rolled his eyes upwards and fell headlong to the ground, snoring on and off in no time. Li Xinxiu. After loading the bank card, Li Xinxiu walked into the elevator room and tried to press the floor buttons a few times, but the disappointing thing was that the elevator did not respond. Just as he was about to climb up the elevator shaft, the space in front of him twisted and overlapped like paper being folded in half. When Li Xinxiu's sight returned to normal, there was no longer an elevator in front of him, and in its place was a luxurious room. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was the brightly lit city of 11, where King Yama sat with his legs crossed in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, shaking the glass of red wine in his hand. Next to King Yama, there was also a young man wearing a black bodysuit, and at the moment, the other party was holding his cell phone with one hand, boringly swiping a short video. This person Li Xinxiu was familiar with, Calamity Water, or to be precise, the fake Calamity Water that played as himself. Coming. Yama put down the glass of red wine in his hand and slowly stood up. Coming? Fake Disaster Water put down his cell phone in surprise, twisted his head to look in the direction where Li Xinxiu was, and waved his hand enthusiastically. Hello, my name is Thousand Faces. Li Xinxiu nodded politely. Hello, Li Xinxiu. King Yama said apologetically, Sorry, extraordinary times, so I can only use some extraordinary means to bring you here, sorry. It's fine. Li Xinxiu waved his hand. Is this Thousand Faces also from hell? Me? Thousand Faces pointed at himself and explained with a smile, a supernumerary of the Hellmouth, half of the Hellmouth. A hint of realization flashed in Li Xinxiu's eyes. Many thanks. Thousand Faces grinned broadly.
it's fine, I was just messing around because I thought it would be fun, not exactly to help you. A few people were polite before settling down on the couch. Sound made by an empty stomach. Hot boiling water was poured on top of the tea leaves, and a light fragrance spread out from the cup. The tea leaves are more tender and need to be brewed with boiling water, it's rather hot, drink it later.
Yan Luo Wang pushed the brewed tea in front of Li Xinxiu.
Li Xinxiu smiled and nodded, and asked curiously, King Yama, this time you should have called me here for more than just tea tasting, right?
King Yama nodded slightly. Do you remember the gift I promised you earlier? Chapter 99 Gifts.
Gifts? Li Xinxiu raised an eyebrow, instantly associating it with the disappearing in Tuasher trio. After all, earlier in the silo, King Yama said that he would try to let them die in his own hands, to become the ashes of the soul soldiers, but also in his personal name to send a gift. King Yama seemed to have guessed what Li Xinxiu was thinking in his mind, and calmly said, as a 10-temple Yama of the Earth's capital, naturally, you have to have some cards to hold, a 7-ban and 2 6-ban, barely. As the words fell, the space next to the couch rippled like a lake, and 3 indistinct figures gradually became clear. These 3 people had their hands and feet bound with chains, their expressions were shriveled, and their clothes were soaked with blood. The moment it appeared, a strong and pungent smell of blood spread throughout the room, the aroma of tea and the smell of blood blending together to form a sickening smell. These 3 were no one else but the Knight Yui, Zhang Kong, and He Lu of the Unification Division. The sudden bright light caused all 3 to subconsciously lock their eyes. Knight Spectre frowned and was the first to open his eyes and regain his sight.
The spacious, bright living room.
The glossy leather couch.
The steaming cups of tea. And the watching her. Li Xinxiu?
Knight Yui's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinpoint, staring incredulously at Li Xinxiu sitting on the sofa.
How did this? You? Li Xinxiu.
At this moment, the other 2 also regained their sight, and when they saw Li Xinxiu sitting on the sofa, their reaction was the same as Knight Yu's, both of them were shocked, their eyes filled with horror. Thousand Faces pointed at the Night Spectre trio and said, King Chu Jiang, you don't know how careful I fought with them, and to make sure that they were heavily wounded and alive, it took me a lot of effort, so you have to remember my favor. After saying that, Thousand Faces raised an eyebrow at Li Xinxiu, then secretly glanced at King Yan Luo beside him. Li Xinxiu understood, pursed her lips, and twisted her head to look at King Yama. You'll have to ask King Yama for this favor, after all, it's a gift he gave me in his personal name. Thousand Faces sniffed and tugged on Yan Luoang's arm. Hear that, you owe me another favor.
Yama impatiently moved his position to the side. Here.
The pupils of Night Spectre, who was sitting on the ground, were constantly trembling.
How could she not be familiar with the names Chu Jiang Wang and Yan Luo Wang? The 10 Temples of Hell, the special dangerous disasters of the Tian Yuan Federation, how could these terrifying existences be here? Also, why did the disaster water call Li Xinxiu the king of Chujiang? Isn't the current king of Chujiang in the hell an especially dangerous disaster, and Li Xinxiu an especially dangerous disaster? In just a few tens of seconds, Night Yu felt as if her head was going to explode, nothing was strung together, and she couldn't think of anything. Li Xinxiu, how did you get here?
He Lu inquired in a trembling voice, his cloudy eyes as confused and complicated as an overturned pallet.
Li Xinxiu picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Uncle He, didn't I do as you wished here, and haven't you always wanted to prove that I'm calamity water?
He Lu's throat knots rolled slightly. Are you really
disaster water?
In He Lu's mind, he had never thought that Li Xinxiu was calamity water, no matter how logical Night Spectre said it was. The reason why he cooperated with Night Spectre's investigation was actually more about trying to prove Li Xinxiu's innocence than trying to find evidence that Li Xinxiu was calamity water. Li Xinxiu was non-committal, placing his teacup on the coffee table without a word and raising his eyes to Yan Luowan. All 3?
Yama smiled and nodded, rising to stand aside.
Thousand Faces had the good sense to leave the couch as well.
Li Xinxiu, if you are calamity water, why did you save me in the underworld? Why didn't you watch me die? He Lu asked unwillingly.
Li Xinxiu walked up to the trio and looked condescendingly at He Lu. I also want to ask you, since I saved you, it's fine if you don't help me, why are you biting me and forcing me to this point?
I want to prove that you are not a disaster water.
He Lu's voice became smaller and smaller until it was imperceptible.
Night Spectre's brows tightened as he swept his stern gaze over everyone in the room.
Purposely keeping us alive, we should be trying to make some kind of deal. At these words, Zhang Kong, who originally had dull eyes, suddenly raised his head and said excitedly, as long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to any deal, I'll agree to it all. He Lu, who was on the side, stared at Zhang Kong with wide eyes in disbelief. Zhang Kong?
What kind of asshole words are you saying? Have you forgotten your mission?
Zheng Kong cursed angrily with red eyes. What bull mission? I just want to live. What's wrong with me? I can protect those at the bottom of the ladder, but I will never die for them.
You.
He Lu looked complicated, wanting to speak for a long time to say.
Deal?
The corner of Li Xinqiu's mouth hooked up, and he put his fingers on the embers.
Zheng Kong pleaded, any deal will do, just let me live. You could have lived, but now you can't.
As the words fell, the ring ashes turned into a wisp of black smoke as if it was burned by flames, and then it spread to both sides in an instant, and the black smoke rolled out the rough outline of the side ashes.
Thousand Faces tilted his head sideways to Yama's side. Is this that spirit Xian artifact? Yama nodded, surveying ashes with equal curiosity.
The moment ashes appeared, the temperature in the room immediately dropped, and a bone-chilling chill spread around everyone. Li Xinqiu stretched out his left hand into the black fog, the sickle body held the moment, the thick black smoke like fire meets water in general, issued a zizi sound, in all directions. The scythe that was dark to the extreme finally appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The sharp scythe blade glowed with a gust of coldness under the illumination of the light, cutting through the surrounding space.
This. A flash of undisguised fear surfaced in Zhang Kang's eyes, and he couldn't control his trembling. Naichu said with some apprehension, Li Xinqiu, are you trying to threaten us? No.
Li Xinqiu shook his head, I want to kill you all.
Chapter 100, The Soul Soldier Appears. Kill us?
Night Spectre pulled his lips into a smile. If we wanted to kill us, we would have died in that plant long ago, so just tell us what your purpose is.
Li Xinqiu didn't say anything. What was there to explain to a dead man?
He gripped the ashes with both hands, dangling the curved scythe blade over the heads of the three men, his chilling gaze raking over them like a blade. Zheng Kong sensed that there seemed to be something wrong with the situation and looked at Li Xinqiu in panic. What are you
going to do?
Night Spectre was also a bit flustered at the moment, but still forced herself to be calm and said, Li Xinqiu, how much longer do you have to pretend? Instead of standing over our heads with a scythe, why don't you tell us what you want to do?
Hiss.
The air was slashed like silk by the sickle blade, making a piercingly sharp sound. Night Yui's pupils suddenly shrunk, and her groggy head instantly became clear, understanding that Li Xinqiu was really trying to kill her.
Duck!
Night Spectre stared at the scythe blade, bracing himself on the ground with one hand and shifting his body's position, but it was all in vain.
Pust!
Extreme darkness passed before the eyes of Night Yui without making any stop, and then Zheng Kong, He Lu.
It all happened in an instant. You.
Night Spectre stared at Li Xinqiu in death. There was indignation, surprise, and remorse in his eyes, but all of this gradually dimmed until it was lightless. A faint line of blood appeared on her neck, followed by hot blood spilling from it, staining her collar.
Bang!
Night Spectre lay on the ground forever. Zheng Kong followed suit, and only He Lu was still sitting dumbfounded. He raised his head and looked deeply at Li Xinqiu. A helpless smile appeared on his exhausted face, and finally slowly lowered his head. Ashes shuddered slightly as the three died. In the next second, wisps of black smoke floated up on the ground, coalescing out of thin air to form three black smoke with humanoid outlines, standing like wood in front of Li Xinqiu.
Buzz.
With a buzzing sound, their features gradually solidified and became clear, and scarlet bloodlight rose from their pupils, like the burning fires of the underworld in hell. The black smoke that surged up and down around his body also coalesced into black armor at this moment, and a hideous black dragon head was inscribed on his chest armor, as if he was going to rush out and swallow the enemy in front of him in one gulp the next second. The moment the armor took shape, the three soul soldiers fell to one knee and shouted in unison with the same voice, Lord! What a strange feeling! Li Xinqiu gazed at the three soul soldiers and muttered. At this moment, he could clearly perceive everything about these three soul soldiers, as if they were his own extended arms, part of his body. Master, these soul soldiers have had their subjective consciousness erased, retaining only their fighting instincts and their own memories, and will unconditionally follow your orders. Li Xianyu's voice sounded in Li Xinqiu's mind.
Li
Xinqiu raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect the other party to be able to speak directly in his head. After listening to Li Xianyu's explanation, Li Xinqiu's mind moved, and one of the soul soldiers immediately got up and raised his arm to aim at Li Xinqiu. A silver-colored barrier rose from behind Li Xinqiu, separating him from the duo of King Yama and Thousand Faces.
Whoa!
Thousand Faces ran to the barrier with a curious face, touched the left and right, and exclaimed, the spirit metaphysical artifact is so heaven-defying.
Yama, do you think you'll be even stronger than you are right now after you turn into an immortal and indestructible soul soldier? Yama's face darkened. I don't think so.
Li Shinxiu turned around and looked curiously at Thousand Faces. Thousand Faces, which is stronger, this barrier of mine or the one Zhang Kong unleashed inside the plant? Thousand Faces snapped his chin as, after pondering for a while, said, "It doesn't feel like there's much of a gap, they're all pretty fragile." The corner of Li Shinxiu's mouth twitched, and with a thought, he took back the 3 soul soldiers into ashes, and then transformed ashes into the form of a ring and put it on his finger. Soul soldiers can devour other people's souls to strengthen themselves. When the soul soldier transformed by Zhang Kong becomes stronger, Thousand Faces, he won't be able to break the barrier.
Yama said calmly. So it's still in the nurturing department.
Li Shinxiu nodded thoughtfully, then took a step to sit back on the sofa and took a small sip from his teacup.
Yama and Thousand Faces also sat back when they saw this. King Yama, you should have called me here this time for more than just the gift-giving thing, right?
Li Shinxiu raised his eyes to look at King Yama.
Yama arched his eyebrows and gazed at Li Shinxiu in a friendly manner. That's right, there's something else, but before I talk about that, can I ask you something? Yes.
Li Shinxiu smiled faintly.
King Yama crossed his 5 fingers and asked with a serious look, is it true that even if you don't eat people, your body doesn't age?
When these words came out, the field fell into silence, and Thousand Faces also stopped the movements in his hands and looked straight at Li Shinxiu. After a long period of silence, Li Shinxiu slowly spoke,
Although King Yama had expected it, he couldn't help but laugh after hearing Li Shinxiu's affirmative reply. Upon seeing this expression on the always calm Yama King, Li Shinxiu was surprised and asked, "What's the matter? What's wrong with this?"
"It's a long story, I'll tell you in detail."
King Yama sat up straight, reached out and pointed out the floor-to-ceiling window. "Do you know who is in control of the Tianyuan Federation?" Li Shinxiu said with some uncertainty, "It should be the president of the Federation, right?"
"That's just the supreme leader in the eyes of ordinary people, to put it bluntly, it's just a puppet." A hint of disdain flashed in Yan Luohuang's eyes as he looked up at the stars in the sky. Li Clan, Zhou Clan, Ing Clan, Takahashi Ido, and Jin Clan, these 6 consortiums have almost monopolized everything in the Tianyuan Federation. From the smallest to the people's food, clothing, housing, and transportation, to the selection of the president, the financial expenditures of the military, and the enactment of the federal laws, it's all up to them, and they're the rulers of the Tianyuan Federation. Li Shinxiu's heart shook at his words and he did not speak for a long time. The 6 major consortiums were not unfamiliar to him, and news related to them often appeared on TV. Once upon a time, Li Shinxiu thought that the 6 major consortiums were the richer and more powerful families, and now he realized how absurd his previous thoughts were.
This is more than being rich and powerful. Isn't this the emperor of the earth? Then how rich do they have to be? Are they each carrying several $100 million?
Li Shinxiu's dark eyes suddenly lit up.
Cough. King Yama violently coughed twice and looked at Li Shinxiu with an odd expression on his face. Is your brain so strange? Shouldn't a normal person be shocked at the power of the consortium after hearing this? Li Shinxiu didn't know what was going on in King Yama's mind, and after lamenting a bit, he inquired curiously, "King Yama, by the way, what are you giving me this for?"
The corners of Yan Luohuang's mouth hooked up, his eyes darkening a few points at this moment, because you'll soon have to deal with them.
Chapter 101: A somewhat outrageous mission. Dealing?
Li Shinxiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Deal with what? Everyone in hell has their own tasks and missions, I'm no exception, and neither are you.
Yama's tone was calm.
Li Shinxiu grinned. Hell has been helping me unconditionally, in fact, I'm kinda terrified, I always feel like I'm plotting something to pit me against. It's good that there's a mission, I'm relieved when it's profitable.
Yama.
Seeing that Li Shinxiu had no opinion, King Yama continued, King Chu Zhang, how much do you know about the Unification Division?
An Unification Division?
Li Shinxiu thought for a while and said, the behemoth that brings together the topmost heavenly fate in the entire Federation, represents the highest war power of all humanity, and determines the direction of civilization, that's what they say on TV.
Yama nodded approvingly. Indeed, the original intent of the Unification Division when it was first founded was to manage all of the Federation's heavenly orders and purge all of the recoveries that posed a threat to mankind, and it has indeed done just that. The power covers the entire Federation and overrides all institutions, a true real power.
Li Shinxiu's eyes darkened, his fingers resting on the teacup tapping rhythmically. If we go by what you said earlier, this encounter should also be completely controlled by the consortium, right? Yama shook his head. The Unification Division is oriented towards the entire Federation, and the consortium can only control the tip of the tower. From the tip down they can't touch it, and this huge and unowned energy becomes the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the consortiums. The Secretary of the Department of Safety and Security has naturally become a real position of real power, and the people underneath may not recognize the consortium, but they will definitely recognize the secretary of the department. Since the Intongsi was a powerful organization introduced by the three consortia of Li, Zhou, and Ing who had formulated the laws, the position of the secretary naturally fell into their hands. But there is only one position for the secretary general, so how can they do an equal share? So they made a pact. In the order of Li, Zhou, and Ing, the position of the secretary general will be rotated once every 10 years, and the generation will be changed for 30 years to start the next round of rotation. Li Xinxiu's eyes flashed with a hint of puzzlement. That's not right. If this age span is so large, then why are all of the Sitongs on TV in their prime? This time, without waiting for King Yama to open his mouth, the thousand faces on the side came up and explained to Li Xinxiu, "You don't know about this, do you? These consortiums can basically live up to 150 years old through some special means. Aging doesn't usually start until you're 120 years old, and those strapping young men you see on TV are basically old men 70 and up."
He's right. Yama agreed. 150 years old, what a long time.
Li Xinxiu lamented from the bottom of his heart. The average life expectancy of the Tian Yuan Federation was just over 70 years old. These people were good, directly doubling it. It was outrageous. After a few seconds, Li Xinxiu came back to his senses, a little puzzled, and looked at the two in confusion. "Thanks, Copper, but what does this have to do with me?"
"Naturally, it's related."
King Yama revealed a friendly smile. "The 10-year rotation period is almost up, and the Earth's mansion has assigned you the task of going to be the next Sifu." The air fell into silence for a long time.
"Ha?" Li Xinxiu reached out and pointed at himself, saying with a confused expression, "I'm going to be a division commander?"
King Yan raised his arm to signal Li Xinxiu to calm down a bit and said, "I know you have many questions in your mind, but don't ask them yet. Listen to me slowly tell you." Li Xinxiu sat up straight, half clenched a fist with one hand on his mouth, and put on an air of listening. King Yama lifted his red wine cup and took a small sip, then placed his eyes on Li Xinxiu. "This term's secretary general is a Zhou clan person, and according to the agreement the next term will be the second generation of Ing clan's first generation son as the secretary general. However, due to an accident, the second generation of Ying's direct descendants almost died out, and those who survived were crippled, so no one could come forward to serve as the secretary. The Ying clan had no choice but to let the third generation of direct descendants come up to the stage and select one of the strongest people from among them to serve as the secretary general. No matter whether it was the Ying clan or the Zhou clan or the Li clan, they all used one method to select the secretary general, and that was the merit points. Merit is the contribution an individual has made to the federation, and points are the materialization of the size of the merit, which are used for ranking and distributed by the Intong division.
When it comes time to rotate the division president, the person with the highest merit points will serve as the next division president. King Chu Jiang, do you know what this means?
Li Xinxiu's mouth pursed into a straight line, and after freezing for a few seconds, he spoke tentatively,
Means a new, younger division president?
Right. Yan Luo Wang arched his eyebrows. The accumulated merit points of the second generation of the Ying family's first generation are too high. It's hard for you to surpass them, but the third generation is different. The oldest is only 40 or 50 years old. You have every chance to catch up.
Wait a minute.
Li Xinxiu raised his hand to interrupt Yan Luo Wang. "I'm not a member of the Ying family either. How can I catch up with this? And also, isn't this task a bit too daunting? You don't need to worry about the Ying family's problems. You only need to consider the matter of merit points. When the time comes, the hell will find a way to solve this problem. As for the arduous..." Speaking here, Yan Luo Wang paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. "It's not really arduous, as the hell will also assist you in secret. You can contact me directly if there's anything you want to do.
Li Xinxiu shook his teacup and said somewhat gruffly, "It's a big risk."
Once these words came out, the big stone in King Yama's heart finally fell. How could he not understand the meaning of Li Xinxiu's words? Risks and opportunities go hand in hand. The higher the merit points, the more power you'll have in your hands, and I'm sure that even if I don't talk about it, you'll do it. Li Xinxiu would smile. Who would want to follow the rules and become stronger if they could reach heaven in one step?
I can do it.
Li Xinxiu raised his eyes to King Yan Luo, but only if the Hellmouth helps me investigate one thing.
What is it? I want to find out the whereabouts of Suyu, who Suyu is King Yan Luo, you know, right?
Li Xinxiu's tone was calm, his deep eyes did not have a single ripple.
Suyu?
Thousand Faces cocked his head, puzzled, and asked, "Is it the Suyu we were thinking of?"
Right.
Li Xinxiu nodded in response.
Yama was confused. Isn't Suyu already dead?
Should. Li Xinxiu's hand placed in the dead center of the two men's vision trembled. There should still be a possibility of survival. After all, Suyu has no corpse. You guys say right. Although King Yama did not approve of Li Xinxiu's opinion in his heart, he still agreed. Good, the hell will look into it. Li Xinqiu spread a smile and stretched out his own hand towards Yan Luo Wang. Looks like we'll have to deal with each other a lot after this.
Yama reached up and shook his hand. Good cooperation. What do you mean, ignore me?
Thousand Faces drew up his pitch and rose to detach the two men's clasped hands, then stood his own in the center. Add me to the list and keep shaking.
Yama. Li Xinqiu. Chapter 102, Beggars?
Immediately after Li Xinqiu took the task given to him by the Hellmouth, he thought of heading to the Star-Picking Academy afterward.
By the way, King Yan Luo, I have to go to the Star-Picking Academy's examination afterward. Is this going to be cancelled? Li Xinqiu asked curiously. A hint of surprise flashed in Thousand Faces' eyes. You even joined Star-Picking Academy? Li Xinqiu reminisced. It was 10 days ago. I shouldn't be able to go, right?
A glint of light flashed in King Yama's dark eyes. Go, of course.
Don't I have to obtain merit points to compete for the division president? A flash of confusion appeared on Li Xinqiu's face. Then why go to Star-Picking Academy? Isn't it a waste of time?
King Yan Luo smiled and shook his head. This is not a waste of time. There are only two ways for normal people to obtain merit points. One is to make outstanding contributions to the Federation. The other is to join the Unification Division and complete the missions issued by the division to gain merit points. But if you join the division as a graduating cadet of the star removal, there is a 15% bonus on the merit points gained from completing missions within a year. Today there are 3 years left in the division rotation, which is plenty of time. Plenty? Li Xinqiu's mouth twitched. This isn't even enough to graduate, right? As long as one is good enough, it is possible to graduate early. Yan Luo Wang put his hand on Li Xinqiu's shoulder and said affirmatively, in my eyes, you have always been a very good person.
Thanks.
Li Xinqiu smiled somewhat awkwardly.
What about me? Thousand Faces poked Yama and looked at the other with an expectant face.
Yama glared breathlessly at Thousand Faces and moved aside. If you were a mute, you would be excellent indeed.
You'd be truly excellent if you were deaf, too. Thousand Faces disliked back defiantly.
Li Xinqiu, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, had an odd expression on his face, and at this moment, he always felt like an out-of-place outsider, which was very eye-catching. Yan Luo King didn't bother with Thousand Faces and turned his head to look at Li Xinqiu. The big things are all said and done. It's time to talk about the 11th city. Are you having a hard time understanding that countdown to kill tonight?
Well, if clearing the suspicion has been cleared tonight, why make a big deal about a 48-hour countdown to murder?
Li Xinqiu asked with a confused expression. Clearing suspicion is one aspect, but more importantly, it helps you gain merit points to sensibly improve your personal strength, and after the countdown is over, there will be an upheaval in City 11.
Turbulence? Turmoil for the common man, opportunity for you. The night is getting darker and the temperature is plummeting.
The cold wind cut through the faces of the pedestrians like a knife blade, and the street became less and less crowded until it was empty. Li Qingxia stuck her hands in her pockets and gritted her teeth as she crouched in front of the already closed bakery.
His now had an urge to curse, but the object of that urge didn't appear.
Could you, Li Xinqiu, so fond of letting me off the hook, don't even come back to me tonight if you have the ability. I'll see how ruthless you can be.
A hideous smile appeared on Li Qingxia's face.
Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB who was sound asleep. The cold wind blew from the south side of the street, rolling up a tattered newspaper on the ground and landing it steadily in front of Li Qingxia.
Urban entertainment.
Li Qingxia let out a bitter smile and lowered her head to look at the newspaper. Just then, a mother holding her own child happened to pass by Li Qingxia. The little boy took out a dime from his pocket and threw it on the newspaper after seeing Li Qingxia in this miserable state.
How do you throw money to such beggars with hands and feet, you child? Teachers tell us to help the weak.
In the future, you should also have long eyes when helping the weak. This kind is a delicious and lazy person.
Got it.
The mother held the little boys farther and farther away, leaving Li Qingxia alone to stare at the coins on the newspaper.
Are you being treated like a beggar? Do you look like a beggar? Snap, snap, snap.
A sound of footsteps came from far away and stopped in front of Li Qingxia.
Li Xinqiu looked at the newspaper and dime on the ground, surprised and puzzled, asked, so long gone, how did you fall to the point of being a beggar?
Li Qingxia was shaken. This familiar voice, this tone, this is.
Your Greatness, you still remember me, you still have the face to come back to me,
Li Qingxia grabbed the coins on the ground and ruthlessly smashed them at Li Xinqiu. Li Xinqiu sidestepped the coin and was about to say something when Li Qingxia kicked him hard in the ass with a flying kick. Li Xinxiu stood behind the pole and pointed at Li Qingxia's nose and warned, "Don't push me, I don't like bullying the weak."
Bullying the weak?
Li Qingxia laughed out in exasperation, "Your second brother, I'm strong beyond your imagination." With that, Li Qingxia swung her fist and charged. After a fierce battle, Li Qingxia managed to be sat on her but by Li Xinxiu. Li Xinxiu locked one hand around Li Qingxia's wrist and persuaded, "Second brother, calm down, it wasn't my intention to let you stand here for a few hours, I really did forget." Originally the gas all subsided. Li Qingxia heard this and excited again, "You forget good can bully me when you bully, wait for your second brother later, don't want a low profile, hang you up. I don't want that $500,000 bank card, I'll give it all to you, that takes the edge off." Li Xinxiu put on a look of meat pain. When these words came out, Li Qingxia's voice lost its fire as if it had been doused with a pot of ice water.
He asked incredulously, "Really? I hardly ever lie." In the end, under the appeasement of $500,000, Li Qingxia smiled and forgave Li Xinxiu. "I've booked a hotel for you and the boss, you guys can check in tomorrow and don't come out for a few days."
Li Xinxiu shoved a room card into Li Qingxia's hand.
Li Qingxia asked with concern, "Aren't you staying with us?"
Li Xinxiu shook his head, "No, I still have things to do, it's not convenient to live with you guys."
Li Qingxia's face gradually became grave and tentatively asked, "Is it with that fake?" "Right."
Li Xinxiu didn't wait for the other party to finish his sentence before nodding in response. Li Qingxia was silent and didn't say anything, raising her hand and patting Li Xinxiu's shoulder, "Let's go, be safe." After saying that, Li Qingxia put her hands in her pockets and left with her back turned.
The face faded into shadow as the dim streetlight hit his back.
At a certain moment, a trace of intolerance and heartache seemed to flash through Li Qingxia's eyes, but it only flashed through, and no more. Li Xinxiu watched Li Qingxia's back until the other party completely disappeared into the night, and only then did he turn to leave. The two are in the same straight line, but they are going in opposite directions.
Chapter 103, I'll take them all. The dawn rays of the sun rose from the east, gently lifting the veil of night.
The huge machine that is the Special Energy Division is also in operation at this moment. Vehicles poured out, and the Garrison Corps, in conjunction with the special agents, blocked off one street after another. Dozens of jeeps loaded with loudhailers littered the roads within a 30-mile radius, with North Yellow Mountain as the center of the circle. "Attention, general public, go downstairs immediately now and follow the guidelines for orderly evacuation of this area. Attention, general public, go downstairs immediately now and follow the guidelines for orderly evacuation of this area. Attention, general public, go downstairs immediately now and follow the guidelines for orderly evacuation of this area."
What's going on? Can't we sleep now? What's wrong with you? What am I evacuating from my house? I'm through, there's all the people from the Special Abilities Division and the Security Division downstairs, something's not going to happen, is it?
Something must be going on, don't sleep, hurry downstairs. With the combined efforts of the three forces of the Garrison Corps, the Special Energy Division, and the Security Division, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. City 11 was rushed into this situation with a hasty wake-up call.
Hunter Chamber of Commerce.
Li Xinxiu muttered as he stood in front of a building wearing a black mask. In the Tianyuan Federation, there was a special profession named Hunter, who earned a high amount of Federation coins by hunting resurgent beasts in no man's land and then hauling them to the city to sell them to the Hunter's Chamber or individual buyers. Resuscitation beasts are not as difficult to deal with as resuscitators, they have psychic abilities but cannot regenerate and most of them are of low intelligence. An ordinary person with a gun in hand is capable of killing a band of resuscitation beasts. That's why almost all those in this business are ordinary people, and there are far fewer providential people after all, the latter have a good way out, while the former don't. Once upon a time, Li Xinxiu also wanted to be a hunter, but want to freely enter and exit the pass have to apply for a pass, and the pass needs to spend 600,000 to apply, and the validity period is only 1 year. This high cost forced him to give up the idea of becoming a hunter and continue to work at a black job for $5 an hour.
Ha!
Li Xinxiu pursed her lips and smiled, "The lightboat has crossed 10,000 mountains, I'm already rich." He touched the 6 bank cards in his pocket and stepped through the doors of the Hunter's Chamber of Commerce.
Don't miss it if you walk by, a forbidden black-winged wolf, not 980 million today, not 880 million, 200,000 through and through to take home.
A ban on fire inspector chicken, ordinary people eat it to prolong their lives, and those who have been ordained by heaven eat it to have unlimited strength, and a choice of fried or roasted chicken can be provided free of charge, so come and take a look at it all. Mysterious mech model dug out of the rubble that yells Deja when you press the button on its chest, come check it out. Noisy shouting came from the windows on both sides, and a black mass of people moved in a disorderly manner like ants, occasionally stopping for a certain revived beast or a strange jinn. Li Xinqiu lightly glanced at those windows, then withdrew his eyes. A ban on reviving beasts would probably be hard for him to improve in a short period of time. It would have to be at least 3 bans. Figuring this out, Li Xinqiu walked straight ahead through the crowd, and as he gradually went deeper and deeper, there were fewer and fewer individual merchants, but the quality of the merchandise went up in a straight line. Li Xinqiu walked over to the Hunter Chamber of Commerce's information desk and inquired, "Hello, do you have any recovery beasts with 3 or more bans here?" The woman who was drinking thin rice froze and looked up at Li Xinqiu in surprise. 3 bans or more than 3 bans? That's right, the recovery beasts sold in these windows in the hall are all 1 band and 2 band. There's nothing I want, Li Xinqiu said with a finger behind him. After hearing Li Xinqiu's words, the woman who was drinking kanji miso jumped up from her chair and quickly grabbed Li Xinqiu's wrist. "You?" Li Xinqiu looked at the woman in disbelief. "Just a moment, I'll connect you right away. These are cabbage buns and bean paste buns, you can try them if you like." The woman revealed a bright smile and placed her bun in front of Li Xinqiu, then hurriedly dialed the counter. "Wow, come to the big fish." The woman's voice lurched, sneaking a glance at Li Xinqiu. "Come to the big customers, want 3 ban and 4 ban recovery beasts." 2 minutes later. The elevator doors in the lobby opened slowly, and a group of men in business suits rushed out and ran in the direction where the information desk was. "This is the one." The woman pointed her finger at the somewhat dazed Li Xinqiu. In an instant, those people's fiery gazes all gathered on Li Xinqiu, as if they had seen a bill that no one wanted, and one of them ran even harder. "What's the situation?" Li Xinqiu subconsciously took a step back. The woman smiled and reassured, "Don't you be afraid, they are all managers of the Hunter's Chamber of Commerce and none of them mean any harm." Soon Li Xinqiu was surrounded like a lamb by a pack of vicious wolves. "Hello, I'm Ning Haiba, the manager of the Hunter Chamber of Commerce. It's a pleasure. I heard that you want to know about the 4 forbidden recovery beasts. I, Huang Ming, know too much about these, and I will take you. Here. Can you guys be a little bit classy and professional and not crowd this one? Are you hugging your thighs professionally?" Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of others in the hall. "What's going on here? Is some big star coming to the Hunter's Chamber of Commerce? These managers are also too low. Can't they be more calm when things go wrong? There's no compulsion at all. I think they're yelling something about a 4-ban recovery." "What?" Hunter Chamber of Commerce 18th floor parlor. Li Xinqiu sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with some restraint. He really wasn't very comfortable with being stared at passionately by 10 people at the same time. "You guys sit down first. If you have anything to say, sit down and say it." Li Xinqiu reached out and gestured. The crowd smiled kindly at Li Xinqiu before sitting down. "I don't quite understand how your performance is calculated. I just want to simply buy some recovery beasts. Is that okay?" Li Xinqiu swept over a few people. Sure. Just let me know what you need to know. I know a lot about resurrection beasts and all that, and I can create a detailed set of buying strategies based on your needs. Yeah, if you don't know how to process these resuscitated beasts, I can come to your home and help you. If only. All right. Li Xinqiu interrupted in a cold voice. "I want to know how many recovery beasts with 3 bans, including more than 3 bans, you have in your Hunter Chamber of Commerce. You say it, and everyone else keep quiet." Li Xinqiu reached out and casually pointed to a temperamentally literate youth. "Me?" Su Jiang stood up in surprise. "Aha!" Li Xinqiu nodded. "Good." Su Jiang nodded excitedly and took out a pamphlet from his arms to explain to Li Xinqiu. "Our Hunter Guild currently has 14 triple-band resuscitation beasts and 1 quadruple-band resuscitation beast, all of which are." After hearing the number Su Jiang reported, a hint of surprise flashed in Li Xinqiu's eyes and he directly opened his mouth to interrupt the other party. "I'll take them all." Chapter 104, He's Coming 2 in 1. The arena was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone looked at Li Xinqiu with shocked faces. Su Jiang stared at Li Xinqiu in disbelief. "Wait. All? Well, swipe your card." Li Xinqiu pulled out a bank card from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Would you like to think about it? Would you like to pick one?" Someone asked cautiously. Li Xinqiu smiled and waved his hand. "I've already thought about it. Swipe your card." He himself is worth hundreds of millions of dollars nowadays. What's there to consider in spending a small fortune on a revived beast? Su Jiang gulped, his hand holding the pamphlet trembling continuously. "That's all you want? Don't all food market buyers still haggle?"
How is this more casual than buying food? Seeing no reaction from the crowd, Li Shinxiu raised his hand and shook it. What are you looking at me for? Shouldn't you be swiping your cards? Well. Su Jiang reacted and hurriedly took out the Hunter Chamber of Commerce's unlimited card machine from the drawer. Then he ran to Li Shinxiu and asked somewhat uncertainly, do you really want to swipe your card, don't you understand? Li Shinxiu handed the bank card to Su Jiang and said with bravado, I understand pretty much everything. At this moment Li Shinxiu realized how good it is to have money, there is no need to bargain or compare goods, this is the life he aspires to. Click. The bank card crosses the induction area. Drip drip drip. The swipe machine's beeping light glowed red. Su Jiang looked up at Li Shinxiu, it doesn't seem quite enough. Not enough? Li Shinxiu raised his eyebrows, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, then first brush $60 million, and the rest from this card. After saying that, Li Shinxiu pulled out another bank card and placed it on the table, a trace of imperceptible flesh pain flashing in his eyes. He didn't expect that a few resurgent beasts could be sold so expensively, that it would cost 60 million upwards, it was really outrageous, but luckily, Horseface sponsored a lot of them. Thinking of Ma Mian, Li Shinxiu's face showed a touch of comforting smile, a few hours have not seen, he suddenly wants to Lu. And want Ma Mian again. Drip drip drip. The familiar voice sounded again. Su Jiang raised his head awkwardly, revealing an impish smile, that's still not enough. Do you want to go pick one out, after all, it's kinda expensive to have them all. Someone spoke up to advise. Not enough? Li Shinxiu sat up straight and hesitated for a moment before pulling out another bank card from his pocket, keep swiping $60 million on the second one, and swipe the rest on this card. Good. Su Jiang answered and crossed his bank card over the induction area as Li Shinxiu watched. Beep 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 beep. Not enough? Li Shinxiu, who was originally calm and relaxed, was instantly unsettled. Really, how can this not be enough anymore? You guys aren't screwing anyone over, right? The crowd instantly became unsettled at this and hastily began to explain. The Hunter Chamber of Commerce is a chamber of commerce that spreads throughout the Tian Yuan Federation. How could we possibly do something like this that smashes our reputation? Yes, it's all marked up, there must be no such thing as a pit stop. You can look it up online, it's the same price in every city. Li Shinxiu forced down the shock in his heart and inquired in a deep voice, can you specifically give me the prices of these recovery beasts? Good. Su Jiang nodded and pulled out his own pamphlet again. The prices of the 3 forbidden recovery beasts on the market range from $10 to $30 million, and you're purchasing 14 of them, which have a total value of $211 million. The 4 forbidden recovery beasts usually hover in the range of $1 to $200 million, and this 4 forbidden recovery beast is priced at $1.4 million, totaling $350 million. $350 million? Li Shinxiu's pupils shook as he subconsciously clenched his pockets. These people are kidding themselves, just a dozen recovery beasts want $350 million, this is to empty their own treasury at once. Su Jiang tentatively asked, are you alright, would you like me to give you some information about these recovery beasts and you can pick a few from them? No need. Li Shinxiu waved his hand and refused, I'd like to ask, is there any possibility of discounting these explicitly priced recovery beasts? It seems not. Li Shinxiu didn't say anything with his brows furrowed, as if he was pondering something. One's urgent need to revive the beast at the moment, buy is definitely to buy, can't pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon because of a small loss. Since you can't haggle, then there is only one way in front of you. Stud. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Shinxiu pulled out the remaining 3 bank cards from his pocket and said through gritted teeth, swipe. Okay. After Li Shinxiu paid the money, a group of people clustered around him in front of a thick and tightly closed iron door of the cold storage. Just as he approached the iron door, Li Shinxiu felt a gust of coldness seeping out from between the cracks. Is the temperature so low inside? Su Jiang smiled and explained, the price of the 3 or 4 forbidden recovery beasts is so high that almost no one buys them, and the more they are piled up, the more they can only be slowed down by ultra-low temperatures, and some other special means to slow down the rate of decay of the corpses. After saying that, Su Jiang rushed to the staff in front of the iron gate and gave an OK gesture. Clunk. Accompanied by a sound of steel friction and collision, the iron door moved slowly towards the 2 sides, and white cold air spilled out towards the outside along the cracks of the door. Everyone tightened their clothes and retreated towards the back, and Li Shinxiu was the only one who took a step towards the cold storage room. Don't go in yet, wait for the temperature to rise. Su Jiang shouted. Li Shinxiu waved his hand bashfully, it's not in the way.
After saying that, he took a step into the cold room. Cold storage is less than 100 square meters, the light is dim, everything can only see a rough. A thick iron lock was hanging in mid-air, constantly swaying because of the cold wind around it, emitting a crisp crashing sound. Under the iron locks, a head of 3 to 4 meter long recovery beasts were suspended in mid-air, with their glaring round eyes looking straight at the direction of the cold storage door, which was where Li Shinxiu was. A hint of anticipation flashed in Li Shinxiu's eyes as he said in his mind, I wonder if these can push me to the third ban. He knew very well that although he had broken through the second ban, his body functions had not significantly improved. It was like a bottle filled with water had suddenly become bigger, but the amount of water inside had not been boosted. If you don't use the supernormal ability Extreme Water and Extreme Fire, with absolute control alone it is estimated that you can only kill some of the more mediocre 4 bans, and using the supernormal ability coupled with the means of the reviver you might be able to tangle with the 5 bans. Such strength was difficult to seize the opportunity afterward, so he had to make himself stronger. Even if he couldn't break through to the third ban, he had to fill the bottle of the second ban as much as possible. Su Jiang, who was standing outside the door, saw Li Shinxiu standing motionless and asked tentatively, what do you think? Pretty good. Li Shinxiu sidled up thoughtfully, do you guys cook meat that's ripe with cumin? City 11, North Yellow Mountain. Unlike the lively and relaxed atmosphere of the past, the North Yellow Mountain at this moment is depressingly solemn. From high above, the mountaintop was dead silent. It was midday, there was no smoke rising, no sound of oil bubbling up from the campsite, and not even a single car on the road, which was eerie in the extreme. On a wide, level square, Gong Ran stood quietly with his wife Zhou Huaxiu, as if waiting for something. Hubby, do you think Intuasher will protect us? Zhou Huaxiu asked apprehensively. Gong Ran did not speak immediately, those narrow eyes were extraordinarily calm and desperate. When he learned from Bai Meng that he couldn't leave a man and a car in the North Yellow Mountain, he probably guessed his end an outcast, an irrelevant outcast. After a long period of silence, Gong Ran slowly spoke, perhaps. As soon as the words left his mouth, several small black dots appeared on the clear blue sky. The little black dots slowly became clear as time slowly passed. Hoo hoo hoo. A roar came from the sky as 4 helicopters gradually approached the square. The high-speed rotating propellers shredded the smooth airflow, and the swift gusts of wind poured down from the sky, blowing the clothes of Gong Ran and his wife in a hunting manner. The 4 helicopters flew to a stop 100 meters above the square and did not land. Immediately after that, the hatch of one of the airplanes slowly opened, and a young man wearing a tight black combat suit with cold features walked up to the hatch, looking at the ground with an indifferent expression. Gone. The youth said coldly and leapt down from the height, landing firmly on the ground. After the youth landed on the ground, the helicopter in the sky slowly rose and flew away from the square. This? Gong Ran looked at the helicopter flying away in a daze. Why is this just going away without discussing any countermeasures? The youth walked up to Gong Ran, his stern gaze sweeping over the two. Hello, Gong Ran and Zhou Huaxiu, right? It's us. Gong Ran nodded honestly. The youth pulled out Tweeji's ID from his pocket and brought it to Gong Ran, and Tweeji, vice captain of the Disaster Purge Department's 14th Operations Squad, Ing Ji. Ing? Gong Ran's pupils shook. You are? Disaster Purge Department's 14th Operations Squad vice captain, Ing Ji. Ing Ji repeated once again. Gong Ran immediately reacted and nodded as an afterthought. Hello, Captain Ing. This purge is a mission that concerns the safety of the people, and the Security and Unification Division attaches great importance to it, so I hope you will cooperate with us properly. I'll be dealing with you on behalf of the Ansatsuji Division for the next few days, so talk to me if you have any questions, talk to me if you have any concerns, talk to me if you need anything, is that okay? Ing Ji hardened a not-so-good-looking smile on his face, and without a trace of warmth, it was extraordinarily oozing. Gong Ran and Zhou Huaxiu both trembled and hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. Ing Ji's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of this scene, a hint of incomprehension flashing in his eyes. Was his own smile so oozing? He had clearly grasped the arc. Shouldn't such a smile make people feel good? If Gong Ran knew what Ing Ji was thinking at this moment, I am afraid that he would have to laugh out loud on the spot. You call this peace and goodwill? It's clearly nuclear goodwill. Time is like an unstoppable hourglass that doesn't get faster or slower because of anyone's expectations or worries. Li Shinxiu hunkered down comfortably in the freezer with his own team of chefs, eating ripe meat at the rate of 1 meal an hour, painfully happy. Gong Ran and his wife are very different from Li Shinxiu, only pain and unhappiness, living every minute in torment. Immediately after the arrival of the Antunji in the 11th city, a deployment was made around the North Yellow Mountain, a tank drove into the city under the watchful eyes of the people, and well-dressed soldiers showed their heads in the streets every now and then. This series of events has flustered a whole lot of people who were otherwise very calm, and there have been heated discussions on the matter.
What's all this commotion? Tanks are out.
More than that, the dozens of kilometers around North Huangshan Mountain don't allow people to stay there anymore, and the people who live there have all been driven out by the Special Energy Division. This Gongran really knows how to pick a place for himself. North Yellow Mountain has good air and great scenery. It's quite nice to die there. It's not certain if it's dead or not. Calamity Water has already exposed its true strength and can't fight the information difference with Entunsure. That's right, the reason why the last Calamity Water was successful was mainly because it played a surprise. This time, and Tongji personally deployed, there is no difference between him going to kill Gongran on the North Yellow Mountain and throwing himself into the net. But did that last battle really probe the depths of the disaster waters? The crowd's murmurings came to an abrupt end, and they all turned back to look at the person who had spoken. The 48-hour countdown continues to shorten in the presence of the sun, moon, and stars. As the sun dipped in the west, the remnants of the sun's rays slowly drew down the curtain. Pedestrians walking down the street were aware of the humidity running through the air.
It looks like it's going to rain. Rumble.
White lightning ripped through the thick overcast clouds and mapped in everyone's pupils. Blah, blah, blah. Raindrops fell drop by drop, evolving into an uninterrupted rain shower as time passed, forcing pedestrians on the streets to take up their umbrellas.
It was 3 hours before the countdown ended.
Under North Huangshan Mountain, a middle-aged man with an upright figure held up a black umbrella. Looking up at the line of rain flowing down the umbrella's bones, a trace of imperceptible gravity flashed in his deep eyes. This person was Ying Chang, the leader of Operation Team 14 of the Unification Division.
How come it's suddenly raining? The weather forecast clearly didn't say it was raining.
Ying Ji walked up and looked worriedly at the gloomy sky.
Ying Chang spoke calmly, the weather is unpredictable. How can one say for sure? Have you hidden the people?
Ying Ji nodded. It's well hidden, there shouldn't be any major problems, Captain, you don't have to worry about that. I don't know why, but I always have a bad premonition. Ying Chang frowned. With Calamity Water's strength, he could have killed Gongran 2 days ago, so why make a big deal out of the countdown?
Ying Ji said thoughtfully, could he be trying to provoke our Antoine C in this way? If it is only provocation, then naturally all is happy. If there are other purposes. Buzz off. At that moment, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated.
It wasn't just him, everyone in City 11's cell phones started vibrating. Looking down from above, the colorful umbrellas on the street stopped, the vibrations seeming to give the whole city an abrupt pause in their appearance. Ying Chang took out his cell phone from his pocket and pressed the screen to light it up.
There's nothing. Everything's fine. Strange, how come the cell phone vibration can't be turned off? Ying Ji patted his cell phone.
Ying Chang said slowly, he is here.
Chapter 105.
The moment Ying Chang's words fell, a familiar voice accompanied by a rustling electric current rang out from the cell phone speakers, not just Ying Chang's cell phone, but everyone's cell phone in City 11.
1 day's absence is like 3 autumns, 2 days' absence is like 6, I haven't forgotten everyone, and everyone hasn't forgotten me. Thousand Faces' magnetic voice echoed uninterruptedly through City 11. Isn't that the sound of disaster water?
Why is he on my cell phone?
There's still 3 hours until the countdown ends. Can't it be that he's going to start a live broadcast to make money like last time? That's interesting.
For a moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared intently at the screen. They usually lived in tranquility and peace, and were naturally curious about such high-risk disasters.
The next second, a little red box popped up on everyone's phone.
To watch this live stream, please pay $100 federal.
Payment method, bank card UniCredit. Do you have to pay to watch the live broadcast this time? It's too dark.
100 is still expensive, that's pretty conscientious.
It's only $100, it's acceptable, it's not that expensive.
Driven by curiosity, more and more people are choosing to pay $100 federal.
Meanwhile, the Hunter's Chamber of Commerce, the storage ice vault.
At this time, the ice warehouse was not as cold as before, the 100-meter space was warm, and the air was filled with the aroma of cumin interspersed with roasted meat. Those suited managers were all naked, holding the pan in one hand, frying the raw meat in a skillful gesture, sprinkling cumin when the sides were flooded with red blood juices, and then later plating it and serving it to Li Xinxiu.
Enjoy your meal. Thank you, I'll take a break and continue in half an hour. Li Xinxiu smiled and took the plate, waving his hand at the crowd.
At that, the crowd put down the spatulas in their hands and fell limp with exhaustion.
Phew, finally a break. You can leave if you're tired, the gate isn't closed. Someone reached out and pointed at the cold storage door. The disliked one smiled and didn't say anything. Leave? What a joke. That person is the promising heavenly fate Li Shinxiu. Just by cooking, you can get in touch with this person. What's the difference between this and pie in the sky, little cutie? Only then did he leave. At this time, Su Jiang looked at the gorging Li Shinxiu with a complicated gaze. Geniuses are geniuses, and their meal sizes are beyond normal existence. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes focused on Li Shinxiu, and everyone carried some shock in their eyes to a greater or lesser extent. These 2 days together have made them completely understand the diversity of species. Really too damn able to eat, a few hours to eat a recovered beast bigger than a human, and does not stop. This is going to eat a buffet, is not it earn a lot of money? Li Shinxiu didn't care about the horrified gazes of the crowd and continued to bury his head and eat bitterly. For the past 2 days, he had stayed in the ice vault, eating uninterruptedly and boosting his power. According to Li Shinxiu's own guesses, his current bodily functions were not considered top-notch among the 4 bands, but excelling was definitely there. Buzz off. Just then, the cell phones of the people in the ice vault suddenly began to vibrate, followed by the voice of 1,000 faces slowly ringing out. 1 day without seeing you is like 3, 2 days without seeing you is like 6, and I haven't forgotten. Li Shinxiu's figure lurched when he heard 1,000 faces' voice, and he pulled out his cell phone from his arms and opened the screen. So fast? Li Shinxiu said in his heart, those deep eyes flashing with a hint of surprise. I dunno, isn't that the sound of disaster water? Is it hard to believe that this time, killing Gongran is also going to be a live broadcast? I don't know. There's a cue box. This. Have to pay $100 to watch it live. Pay it, it's not that expensive. Spending $100 to watch the battle between Calamity Water and Intunture is a pretty good deal. When someone started, the rest of them didn't hesitate anymore. After all, they were also curious, but at the same time, they also wanted face and didn't want to be cheeky enough to rub against someone else's cell phone. But Li Shinxiu wouldn't think so. He got up and walked over to Su Jiang's face and squatted down, watching the live broadcast without any redness in his face or heart, completely without any intention of seeing outside. After paying, the screens of the people's cell phones suddenly dimmed, followed by a soft white light spreading down the left side of the screen. The white light is dull, like an incandescent lamp nearing the end of its useful life, and only illuminates approximately. Li Shinxiu could vaguely see the outline of a face disliked in front of the camera, and even though he couldn't see his features, he could tell that it was 1,000 faces by feel. Why is the picture so dark? There seems to be a face in front of this camera. Is it Calamity Water? I suppose so. The crowd in the ice house murmured. At that moment, a pop-up floated out from the left side of the screen. I thought I was going to kill Gongran. Where is he? When Li Shinxiu saw this pop up, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the word Ing. Ing? Is this person from the Ing Consortium? 80%, after all, there aren't many people with the surname Ing in the Federation. I heard from my friend that Ying's Consortium is very rich. They don't even look at the price when they go out to eat, they are very generous. I've heard that there are people from the Consortium among the people sent by the Unification Division this time, and it looks like it's this Ing Ji. The crowd in the ice house was talking, and Li Shinxiu's heart was filled with emotion after hearing these words. The impression of the Consortium in the minds of ordinary people is that it is a very rich existence, and this is the illusion created by the Consortium, a fairy tale that can be accepted by ordinary people. If you can't be strong yourself, you will eventually sink into lies and fog. Only by climbing high can we see far. At this moment, the 1,000 faces in the live streaming screen grinned, revealing his white and neat teeth. Ha ha ha, guess where my people are, hint, I'm already here. Ing Ji at the foot of North Huangshan Mountain frowned and picked up his walkie-talkie and said, anything unusual? No anomalies detected in Zone A. No anomalies detected in Area B. No anomalies detected in Sector C. After listening to the reports from each region, Ing Ji's brows gradually loosened. It seems that this disaster water is just trying to confuse us. He must be taking action since he can say that, put everyone on alert, Calamity Water might have to find a way to sneak in. Ing Chung commanded. Good. Ing Ji nodded and left the place. A few seconds later, a pop-up floated across the screen. Ing, stop. You want to open a live broadcast to show your calmness and power, but you don't have the courage to expose your bearings. Then you might as well not open a live broadcast and secretly kidnap Gongran like last time and then kill him live. Wouldn't that be better? The 1,000 faces on the live streaming screen said rather breathlessly, why keep forcing me to show up directly? How boring is that? Then how about this? I'll give you guys a little more hint. Chapter 106, Overlooking. In an instant, all the viewers of the live broadcast held their breath, and Ingji also stopped his pace and stood with his umbrella, watching the screen. Under everyone's gaze, the camera of the live broadcast deflected towards one side, and a large disc with a white light appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. The crowd looked at the disc in confusion, which was not clear due to the low quality of the live stream, and the crowd was confused. What the hell kind of hint is that? What can a light tell? Still can see some. Live inside not rain means the disaster water is indoors. This disc should be the lamp. The light so dull means the disaster water stay some years. More than that, did you guys hear the wind blowing? I feel like this place should be pretty empty. It's old and kinda empty. It's not some abandoned factory building like last time, is it? If the general public can think of it, it is natural that the people of the Security and Unification Division can think of it as well. Ingji took out his walkie-talkie and asked in a deep voice, are there any buildings that fulfill the requirements of being indoor, empty, and of a certain age in the vicinity of North Huangshan? Sir, there's an abandoned factory 14 kilometers away that meets the requirements. Fire the flare, you guys be on guard and stay away. After saying that, Ingji reached out and pressed the button protruding from the chest of his combat suit. Click, click, click. Accompanied by a sound of metal clashing tautly, Ingji's combat suit unfolded like a bat's wings to both sides, and a row of them resembling a car's exhaust was neatly arranged underneath the wings. Bear. White aerosol sprayed out, and Ingji shot straight up to the sky like a bird. In addition to him, the other members of the 14 squads also flew into the air, forming a straight line at a spacing of 500 meters. Phew! The red flare exploded brightly into the rainy night. In the next second, the white aerosol crossed the sky and swooped down in the direction of the flare. At the same time, the ice vault where Li Xinxiu was located was also talking about Thousand Faces' hiding place. The hot searches are saying it's the plant over on Komei Road. Su Jiang said as he took out his unpaid spare. If it's true that the Calamity Waters are around, that should be right. This Calamity Water is a bit arrogant, just exposing himself so openly. Is he really not afraid of Antoine C at all? Have you forgotten the means by which Calamity Water escapes by exploding into an aerosol? Compared to the noise of the others, Li Xinxiu was extraordinarily quiet at this moment, and as he gazed at the large glowing disc, a bold guess rose in his heart. Su Jiang sensed Li Xinxiu's abnormality and inquired curiously, do you think the disaster water will be in the plant? When the others heard this, they all looked at Li Xinxiu curiously. Li Xinxiu shook his head after pondering for a moment. Why do I feel that this disc is somewhat like the moon? Moon? The pupils of the people in the room shook, and they twisted their heads to look at their cell phones once again. Disc. Dull. Empty. Windy. At this moment, several people changed their faces, their eyes filled with shock. If it were the moon, wouldn't the disaster water be in the sky? At this moment, the abandoned factory building on Komei Road has been surrounded by a group of Antoine's men, who are standing in the air in the pouring rain, looking down on the factory building. Without saying too much, Ingji raised his hand and gave the order to bombard. Several helicopters hovering in the sky immediately locked onto the plant after receiving the order. Wow! Ear-splitting roars came from high in the sky as 3 missiles ripped through the rain and fell towards the factory building, and the terrifying high temperatures emanating from the missiles themselves caused the raindrops around them to turn into aerosols in a matter of moments. 1 second later. Rumble! Terrifyingly high temperatures spread out towards the surroundings like ocean waves. Bright and dazzling flames briefly illuminated this part of the sky and earth, and a 100-meter-high mushroom cloud rose up into the sky, so that even the populace more than a dozen kilometers away could clearly see this scene. At the same time, the sound of an explosion came from Calamity Water's live room, but it was just a sound. The disc didn't move, and the wind didn't fluctuate a bit. What's going on? Why is nothing happening in Calamity Water's live room? Is this the video that was recorded in the beginning, and Calamity Water is trying to make a diversion? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear the explosion in the live room too? The people watching the live stream were divided, and the online buzz was beating and changing like an ebbing and flowing heart rate line. Ingji looked at the live feed on his cell phone and raised an eyebrow. It's not here? Although he was puzzled, there was not a trace of panic in his eyes. After all, with Ing Cheng at his back, nothing much could happen. On the live broadcast screen, Thousand Faces smiled helplessly. I've hinted at something so obvious, why can't you guys guess it? Do you have to have me show up myself? Ingji, listening to the sound of your live broadcast, are you really in the vicinity? Ha ha ha, you'll find out soon enough. Thousand Faces arched his eyebrows slightly.
The moment the words fell, the live broadcast screen gradually became clearer, and the true face of that large disc was completely exposed in front of everyone.
Wait. This looks like the moon?
Huh? Isn't it cloudy today? Why is there a moon? And
why isn't it raining over at Calamity Waters? Do you have a possibility that the plague water is above the clouds? The crowd instantly quieted and looked up into the overcast sky.
Under the North Huangshan Mountain, Ing Cheng's combat suit quickly unfolded with a wow sound and rose up like a sharp sword, standing nearly 1,000 meters above the sky, his eagle-like gaze constantly scanning the clouds in the sky.
Shoo shoo shoo.
The rest of Squad 14 spread out, laying outwards with Ing Cheng as the center, layering the entire North Huangshan Mountain under protection.
Touché.
Crisp yet dull footsteps resounded above the overcast clouds, echoing between heaven and earth for a long time. The nerves of the soldiers standing under the cloud of gloom instantly tensed, their hearts pounding rapidly as if pinched by something, an ineffable sense of suffocation spreading in everyone's mind.
The muscles under Ing Cheng's combat uniform bulged, and dots of orange-red color appeared around him like stars, brightening and disappearing along with his breathing.
Touché. Footsteps sounded again, a place of cloudy bang with shocked collapse, visible fluctuations spread out, rolled up the surrounding clouds in all directions. Soft moonlight poured down from it, reflecting the raindrops with grainy clarity. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and a thin and tall figure stood underneath it, quietly looking down at his feet.
Chapter 107, Natural Disasters.
The moment he saw Thousand Faces, a chilling feeling rose up in Ing Cheng's heart, and those eyes were filled with gravity in an instant. The reviver in front of him was, unsurprisingly, also a 9 bands, and it was a reviver with a ranked psychic abilities. While the crowd was sizing up Thousand Faces was also recklessly scanning the entire room without a trace of timidity in his eyes at all. His gaze was indifferent and cold, not stopping when he swept past Ing Cheng, but sweeping straight to the next person, with a wild gesture as if he was scrutinizing his own food. 1 9 bands, 2 8 bands, 3 7 bands, and 7 6 bands, that's barely enough. Thousand Faces stroked his chin and nodded in satisfaction. His voice was undisguised, and soon spread throughout the entire city of number 11 through the live broadcast, setting off a furor.
What? The 9 bands?
I thought the upper limit of the forbidden was 7 or 8 forbidden, this nigga can go up to 9. It's outrageous, the strongest in our city is only 4 bands, the gap is too big.
Listening to this tone of Calamity Water, he can't be a 9 bands as well, right?
In the Hunter Chamber of Commerce's Ice Vault, Li Xinxiu was also shocked in his heart and looked at the live broadcast with anticipation. Most of the battle videos spread on the internet were below the 4 bands, 5 and 6 bands could be described as rare, and as for further up, there were none at all. He was curious what a battle between the 9 bands would be like. Would it still be a simple physical fight? Under everyone's expectant gaze, Thousand Faces disliked his face to the camera and said with a smile, "The money circle is over, bye-bye leaks." Finished, a Thousand Faces at the camera shook his hand, 5 fingers force will be directly pinched cell phone bang sound. And everyone's cell phone screens all went black, returning to normal after a second. This. I just ING paid for it, and it's over. It's so dark, doesn't the sheriff's department care, it's against the law. Refund your money and take Calamity Water to court. Are you guys out of your minds, preaching law and morality to a reviver? Cursing in the city of 11th, peace and quiet around the North Yellow Mountains. Ing Cheng gazed at Thousand Faces and shouted at the top of his voice, "This place is still some distance away from the summit of North Yellow Mountain. Since you want to kill Gongran, why did you choose to expose yourself here?" Ing Cheng's voice was like a thunderous tremor, and even though they were 1,000 meters apart, Thousand Faces could clearly hear what he said. Thousand Faces snorted and lifted his leg toward the front, and as his paw was about to land, the rainwater around him rushed to his feet and coalesced into a transparent step. Touché. The footsteps were crisp and depressing, and Thousand Faces just took one step at a time, from above the clouds to below the gloom. Ha ha ha, a guy who was waved away, do you think I would put him in my heart? Thousand Faces arched his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth curving into a playful arc. Ing Cheng's pupils shook as he seemed to realize something and shouted at the others, "Retreat outside." Although Ing Ji and the others were puzzled, they still maneuvered their combat craft towards the distance. But it was still too late. Abracadabra. Thousand Faces extended his left hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a thin red film rose from all sides, transforming into a semicircular barrier in an instant, enveloping everything within a 30-kilometer radius. What's going on here? What's this red hood? The garrison corps and the special energy crew looked at the red barrier with a blank stare. Some people tried to break the barrier with their guns, but it was all in vain. The bullets didn't even leave a trace on the barrier. A sense of trepidation spread through the crowd. This red barrier not only trapped the people inside, but also covered the eyes of the outside world. Strange, how come those people standing high in the sky are gone?
Yeah, didn't Calamity Water show up? Shouldn't the fights have started? Strange, Calamity Water wouldn't just show its face and leave.
Countless people stood on top of tall buildings and used binoculars to look in the direction of where the North Yellow Mountain was, but everything was quiet and everything was normal.
Because the image they saw was what that area looked like an hour ago.
Inside the barrier, Ingji, who was flying at breakneck speed, suddenly fell backward and stopped. He tilted his head and said with horror, "This
Earth's imprisoned sky mirror?"
At that moment, an aura flashed through Ingji's mind, and a bold conjecture was born in his heart. Calamity Waters may not be coming for Gongran, but... Under the cloud, Thousand Faces spread out his hands and laughed helplessly and said, "I've been stagnating in the Nine Forbidden for too long. I've eaten a lot, but it's always still not enough. That I figured out that quantitative changes can't cause qualitative changes, and that the same forbidden is the key to breaking the forbidden." Saying that, Thousand Faces looked down at Ing Chang. "Once I eat you, I should be able to become a 10 prohibited and a special dangerous disaster." Ing Chang's eyes were as sharp as knives. "That depends on whether you have the ability to do so." Thousand Faces slowly raised his arm. "Let's clear the air first. There are too many stragglers."
Rumble.
The heavy overcast cloud surged and undulated like ocean waves, and a thick spear condensed with water stretched out from it, and as far as the eye could see, there were more than 10,000 of them. It densely occupied the entire sky. The soldiers and special ability members on the field saw this scene and their bodies shivered uncontrollably, an emotion called despair growing in everyone's heart.
Is this humanly possible to resist?
What's the difference between this and a natural disaster?
Fall.
Thousand Faces raised his hand and casually waved it, and countless water spears tore through the rain curtain and fell from the sky, emitting a piercingly shrill and stormy sound like an air defense siren. The helicopters hovering in the air tried to use missiles to blow up the spear, but the invincible missiles only caused a thick white mist to form on the surface of the water spear after hitting it, and could not shake the spear in the slightest. Before the helicopters could be evacuated, they were directly penetrated by the water spears with a bang, and fell to the ground with the same water spears. For a moment, everyone was in a state of panic, looking for a building to hide in, with all sorts of voices mingling together in a chaotic mess.
Arrogant!
Ing Chang shouted angrily, opening his arms and lifting them toward the top as if he was holding up something very heavy. In an instant, those orange-red points of light floating beside him suddenly brightened up, covering all the light in this part of the world.
Wow!
Orange-red flames rose from Ing Chang's side and surged in all directions as if they had touched flammable cotton wool, turning into a monstrous sea of fire and rigidly separating the water spears from the people on the ground. Terrifying heat waves invaded towards the top at a speed visible to the naked eye, constantly cutting down the power of the water spears.
Hoo!
Countless water spears stuck into the sea of fire, emitting the sound of zzz. Thick white mist rose up from the sea of fire.
Chapter 108.
That sonorous sea of fire also became bright and dark because of the water spears, and it seemed that it would soon be extinguished. "All 8 bands come with me, the others stand guard and wait for orders." Ing Chang droned in a cold voice. After saying that, Ing Chang flipped his arm down and held it in the air. A blinding bright light erupted from his palm, and a ball of flame stretched out from it. In an instant it transformed into a long flame blade nearly 1,000 meters long, the burning flame swinging backward with the night wind like a fluttering flag.
Fire spin!
Ing Chang rushed up into the sky, gripping the flaming longsword with both hands and spinning violently in the air like a gyroscope.
Boom boom boom!
Countless water spears exploded in the air, accompanied by spattering sparks that were extraordinarily bright, like brilliant fireworks. At the same time, Ing Ji and another middle-aged man with a slim figure flew to the back of Thousand Faces, and the three of them formed a triangle to surround Thousand Faces.
Snap! Ha ha ha, fun!
Thousand Faces applauded, then raised his palm and pressed it in the direction of Ing Chang.
Rumble! The clouds rolled in and out.
Thousand Faces above the head of the cloud slowly downward pressure, a huge hand condensed by the rain from which to probe, a few thousand meters wide as a mountain from the sea of clouds, will be set off everything as ants. In a split second, terrifying hurricane winds surged from both sides of the fingers, stirring the gloomy clouds apart and forming a skeletonized palm. As the moonlight shone down, the giant hand was like the will of God, emitting a holy light as it pressed towards Ing Chang. Ing Chang stopped his hand movements and looked up at the giant hand, without a trace of timidity in his eyes, but only a stirring battle intent.
Blade sound.
Ing Chung shouted angrily. The flaming longsword in his hand was like gasoline had been poured on it, along with a zipping sound suddenly letting off light. Wow, what a bright blade! Thousand Faces opened his mouth wide while his hand movements accelerated. Break me! Ing Cheng rushed up into the sky, his long flaming blade cutting through the night, slamming into the giant hand with the force of 1,000 pounds. Boo! The sound shook the heavens and the earth, and fluctuations visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions, causing the red barrier formed by the heavenly prisoner mirror to ripple. However, this degree is far from being able to shake the prisoner of heaven mirror. The strength of the barrier of the prisoner of heaven mirror is closely related to the person who launched him. Only people with the same band have the ability to break it, but it also takes time. However, it was obvious that Ing Chang, who was also a member of the 9 bands, did not have the time. The people under the sea of fire couldn't see what was going on up there, but they weren't deaf and could naturally hear the sounds. For a moment, the horrific commotion caused the crowd to grimace and crouch on the ground with their fingers plugging their ears.
What's going on up here? What are you saying? I can't you.
I'm sorry, I pretended to your girlfriend. I'm afraid you'll hit me. I dare not tell you.
I hear you.
Above the sea of fire, the blade of the long flaming sword was embedded in the palm of his hand, and the terrifyingly high temperature caused the water clinging to the blade to boil and wriggle, turning into water vapor that lined up towards the sides of the blade. Ing Cheng's face was suffocatingly red, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging.
Thousand Faces had a relaxed and cozy face, looking unstressed.
After all, he was just a poser, and even if there was pressure, it was Yama who had the pressure. At that moment, the giant palm trembled slightly, and its 5 fingers gripped inward.
Fire wall! Ing Chung shouted.
2 orange-red flames coalesced on either side of him, expanding to a height of 100 meters at the same time, jamming the palm trying to close like a wall.
Wow!
The sound of chains clashing resounded in the sky. Thousand Faces looked down at the sound, and what met his eyes were thousands of thick iron chains, like pythons, lunging towards him. Thousand Faces raised an eyebrow as a pair of wings several dozen meters long coalesced behind his back, lifting his wings and narrowly dodging the iron lock.
Ing Ji!
The middle-aged man who was controlling the chains shouted. The moment the words fell, a thread imperceptible to the naked eye sprang out of the cloudy sky and shot towards Thousand Faces' brow. Thousand Faces' ears twitched slightly and grinned, disdainfully sweeping a glance at the middle-aged man. When the thread was about to pierce through the center of Thousand Faces' eyebrows, his body dispersed into the sky with a bang and disappeared from everyone's sight. The pupils of the 3 people present shrank, flashing with varying degrees of shock. How could it be so fast? Ing Ji said incredulously. He naturally knew that calamity water had the means to turn itself into an aerosol, but this speed was a bit too fast, and it wasn't this fast in the previous video.
On guard! Ing Chung shouted.
Not far away, the middle-aged man was about to maneuver the chains to protect himself when a wet and cold sensation wrapped around him.
Pust!
The middle-aged man's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a pinprick, and he stiffly looked down, only to see a beating heart being firmly pinched by a hand. Behind his back, Thousand Faces grinned against his ear and said, "Almost died, luckily I was skilled."
Boo!
Thousand Faces crushed the middle-aged man's heart with 5 hard fingers, then revealed a kind smile. Let's continue.
City 11, Josai Immigration Gate. It's like 2 worlds when it's stormy on the other side of North Yellow Mountain and peaceful here.
Above the steel walls, a soldier stood like a pine tree. As soldiers at the entry and exit gates, their mission is to stand firm, no matter how hot it is, no matter how cold it is. A young man with a childish face stood on the city wall, picking his nose in boredom, and uttered a complaint. What's the use of standing here like a log day in and day out?
A dark-skinned middle-aged soldier opened his mouth and laughed.
The youth bristled. City 11 is at the very center of the Tian Yuan Federation, surrounded by other cities. How could something happen? Let's hope so, and keep working peacefully until retirement. A glimmer of hope flashed in the middle-aged soldier's eyes.
Phew!
A bitterly cold wind came in from the dark, lightless night. Hiss! The young soldier sucked in a breath of cool air and subconsciously tightened the clothes on his body. It's really cold, I'll go add some clothes and come right away. When he finished speaking, he was about to turn and leave when he suddenly stopped and sniffled thoughtfully.
What's the matter, don't you need to add clothes? The middle-aged soldier asked curiously.
Uncle, do you smell a strange odor?
The middle-aged soldier looked down and sniffed his armpits. What's that smell? Is it my armpit odor?
The young soldier took a few more deep breaths and said with less certainty,
Seems to be a bit of a fishy smell.
Phew. Another night wind came, and unlike the previous sluggish ones, this one was a bit more fishy. The soldiers standing on the walls had raised their hands to rub their noses and looked suspiciously at the people beside them.
Do you smell something funny? How do you know? I smell it too. Newbie.
Suddenly, a piercingly sharp voice rang out in the darkness of the night, carrying through the sky.
Chapter 109, It's like the end of days.
The moment the voice rang out, the soldiers on the city walls looked up into the blackened sky, everyone's eyes more or less panicked. Everything was gray because of the rain, the night was still dark, and the air was still cold.
So what's that sound? Is that some kind of bird chirping?
The soldiers stared warily at the sky, their hands slowly gripping their guns across their chests. Soon, a bright white beam of light shot down from the walls and shone on the pitted dirt floor.
Elevate. The officer in charge of the duty picked up the walkie-talkie and gave the order.
A dozen beams of light slowly lifted up, piercing through the rain and shooting into the blackened sky. All of a sudden, the city walls were pressed as if the mute button had been pressed, and apart from the sound of rain, there was only the sound of gradually deepening breathing. Everyone's pupils involuntarily dilated, their bodies shuddered in small increments, and they subconsciously stepped backward. Under the searchlights, everything was spread out unobstructed for all to see. Beneath the thick overcast clouds, a vulture over 100 meters in size with a wingspan of 300 meters glided through the rainy night. The broad, powerful wings were covered with black feathers, like blades slicing through the rain, and the glistening claws were still tainted with blood, dripping down from the tips of the claws as the rain fell. In the rear position, nearly 1,000 vultures of more than 10 meters in size methodically followed the large vulture, their wings close together, head to tail. It was so black that it took over the entire sky, and everywhere it flew over became a rainless zone.
This is the recovery beast black-feathered vulture.
How could that be? It's impossible for a large number of recovery beasts to appear in City 11.
Someone said incredulously.
The officer sitting in the command room was the first to react, and as he grabbed the microphone on the table and moved it to his mouth, he shouted, "Turn on the red alert, start defense immediately, and launch a call for help." The officer's voice echoed above the walls through the loudspeaker, pulling back those in a state of confusion.
Come on, don't froth. Doggy, get to the control room, what are you standing here for? All move or we all die.
In the midst of a cacophony, all the soldiers ran to where they were supposed to be and did what they were supposed to do. Above the city walls, a fully automated interceptor turret slowly rose up, aiming at the black-feathered vultures gliding through the air.
Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying booms exploded one after another as a shell was shot into the air.
At the same time, bullets as dense as rain crashed through the raindrops and spun into the sky. In the face of these powerful thermal weapons, the black-feathered vulture at the forefront closed its wings together and fell straight down towards the city wall like a grenade.
Rumble.
The moment several cannonballs touched the black-feathered vultures, they erupted into a bright and extremely bright fire, with countless sparks shooting out from them like brilliant fireworks.
The soldiers' throats rolled as they looked expectantly at the heavy smoke in the sky. Dead? Me so.
Ear-piercing popping sounds rang out from the smoke, and the huge body of the black-feathered vulture rushed out of the smoke.
Boom, boom, boom. The fully automatic interceptor turrets continued to fire, but they couldn't shake the black-feathered vulture at all.
In the crowd's horrified gazes, the sharp claws of the black-feathered vultures clasped the city walls, and with a wave of their wings, all those turrets fixed to the walls were slapped into scrap metal. Countless soldiers were blown to the ground by the gusts of wind, and some of the less fortunate ones even fell directly from the 100-meter-high walls.
Damn it!
The young soldier from earlier picked up the rifle beside him and was about to shoot when a gust of wind suddenly came from behind him. Immediately afterward, a small black-feathered vulture with a bloody mouth appeared above the young soldier's head, directly biting down on the upper half of his body and chewing it with great force, and a gust of mournful screams could be vaguely heard. All the people in the bustling city were discussing about the fake disaster water. They were in groups, talking and laughing, and not a trace of panic or nervousness could be seen on their faces. City 11 is located in the very center of the Tianyuan Federation, and the disaster is too far away for the populace that resides here to be a blur, too far away to see. The appearance of the disaster waters didn't cause them to panic either after all, the high risk was too far away for anyone to think that disaster would befall them. I also wonder if calamity water can kill Gongran.
If Gongran dies, who do you think will be the next Sifu?
It's none of our business who it is, drink, you.
Woo hoo hoo hoo.
Just then, and on again, off again honking sound rang out across City 11, covering all corners of the city. The voice was sharp and shrill, as if it had a strange magical power that instantly made everyone's nerves tense up.
What's going on? What's going on? I don't know, is it possible that something happened in the North Yellow Mountain? Let's find a place to hide first, it feels like something is going to happen. What are you panicking about? Look at the others who don't move with them. Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle bells. Here and there, cell phones ring in the city of 11. Why are all the cell phones ringing? Isn't it calamity water? You won't know if you answer it. Someone soon picked up the phone, but it wasn't Calamity Water's voice that came from the other end of the phone. City 11 has been invaded by a large number of resurgent beasts, please take shelter nearby and do not stay in open areas, this is not a drill. City 11 has been invaded by a large number of resurgent beasts, please take shelter nearby and do not stay in open areas, this is not a drill. City 11 has been invaded by a large number of resurgent beasts, please take shelter nearby and do not stay in open areas, this is not a drill. The invasion of a large number of resurgent beasts, this is a prank of the Calamity Waters, isn't it? If City 11 could be invaded by recovery beasts in large numbers, the other cities would have fallen long ago. That's just it, how can? New B. Before the man could finish his sentence, a sharp voice came from the distant sky. Everyone looked up at the sound of the voice, and what met their eyes was a horrific picture that took their breath away. A black mass of vultures appeared in the sky, rapidly approaching the urban area of City 11. This. A standing street youth who saw the scene was instantly paralyzed with fear and couldn't even speak properly. Vultures? No, vultures that turn into resurgent beasts. You're kidding, how can there be so many? Help! Help! For a while, the originally quiet and peaceful city of 11 was in chaos as if it had been overturned, with cries, hisses, and cries for help everywhere. Vehicles on the road crashed together like bumper cars, pedestrians who stayed on the street ran towards the nearby stores, and those who stayed in the open area were even more frightened and stood on their hands and knees. The city of 11th at the moment is like the end of days. Chapter 110, Purge Them. Within the Prisoner of Heaven mirror, the battle continued. Flames and water currents took up all of the overhead, and the three of them traveled between the fire and the water at speeds that were hard to catch with the naked eye, each collision rippling like a missile explosion. This battle was getting more and more alarming for Ing Chang, who was also in the 9 bands, and was sweating profusely and suffering from back pain. On the other hand, the other party is like a person who is fine, his face is as normal, and he can still flirt with a few words from time to time, which does not conform to the law of conservation of energy. What Ing Chang didn't know was that King Yama, who was dozens of kilometers away, was so tired that he didn't want to open his eyes at the moment. The reason why he was tired wasn't that Yen Luo Wan was too weak, but that he had too much to worry about. It was necessary to manipulate the water currents across dozens of kilometers, but also to control the strength, so that the power exhibited by the currents would stabilize at the 9 prohibitions. Of course these were fine, they were just a snack for Yama, and it was the 1,000 faces that really made him feel drained. For every move 1,000 faces made, he had to unleash a corresponding attack based on his opponent's movements. At first Yama didn't take this to heart, it was just a matter of placing skills based on movements, what was so hard about it? But not long after the battle began, he couldn't hold it together. A normal person can make 800 moves a minute in a fight, isn't that pure ADHD? My lord, do you need me to wipe your sweat? Bullhead, who was standing aside, asked respectfully. King Yama waved his hand with a bashful expression, this rainy night is really sweltering, turn up the air conditioner. 1,000 Faces, who was fighting, did not know what was going on in King Yama's mind, and there were only 3 words in his mind at the moment: fighting is cool. The water wings that automatically dodge attacks, the game setup that automatically generates attacks just by making a move, and the fact that it doesn't consume any blue at all, is simply too much fun. Something, but nothing more than that. 1,000 Faces smiled disdainfully and raised his hands above his head, giant Gatling, come out. Hearing this from dozens of kilometers away, King Yama spewed out a mouthful of the tea he had just taken into his mouth. Cough. King Yama drew out a piece of paper and wiped his mouth while speaking, the tea flavor is too light, make it again. On the battlefield, after 1,000 Faces finished saying this, a 100-meter-long giant Gatling poked out from the clouds, aiming at Ing Chang. Ing Chang looked at the Gatling above his head and subconsciously said with a stiff upper lip, flashy look-alike. Look-alike goods? 1,000 Faces raised an eyebrow and shook his head with a smile, one is a look-alike, what about the 10, give me the coagulation. Ing Chang's heart skipped a beat as he rushed in Ing Ji's direction and shouted, retreat. After saying that, Ing Chang retreated several miles away, and Ing Ji also followed Ing Chang's pace and retreated backward. The 2 men kept a dead eye on 1,000 Faces, wary of the Gatling that was about to appear in the overcast cloud. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The air fell into an eerie silence.
Ing Chang and Ing Ji glanced at each other, both seeing the doubt in the other's eyes. So did Thousand Faces, who stood under a cloud of gloom, and just as he was about to shout again, a few small words coalesced with water appeared before his eyes. If you continue to make things difficult for me with a playful attitude, I will use my mind to seal your mouth shut and then use my mind to control your limbs. A trace of embarrassment surfaced on Thousand Faces' face, and he said in a small voice, "How could I possibly make things difficult for you? If you can't, you should have said so earlier." "It's not that I can't, it's just that it's not cost effective, so let's call it a day." Row, row, row. Thousand Faces nodded in a small margin, and then lowered his eyes to look at Ing Cheng and Ing Ji, who were a few miles away. "I'm just a little bit high-mouthed and I've scared you all into this state, it's really a disgrace." Ing Ji. Ing Cheng. Just as the two were about to continue fighting, the sound of a red alarm siren came from outside the prisoner's sky mirror. No good. Ing Cheng's heart sank as he turned his head to look beyond the barrier. When he saw the black-feathered vultures roaming the sky, a coldness rose from the soles of his feet and went straight to the sky. How did these recovery beasts appear in City 11? Ing Ji's pupils dilated as he looked at the scene outside the barrier with disbelief. Ing Cheng raised his head, those deep eyes flashing with a hint of realization. The purpose of Calamity Water from the beginning was not to kill Gongran, but to break through the 10 prohibitions and slaughter the city. The reason for the 48-hour countdown was to lure most of City 11's war effort here. Then use the prisoner's mirror to blockade and speed up the progress of the recovery beasts massacre in case the Federation reacts and sends support. After figuring everything out, Ing Cheng gripped his flaming longsword tightly and rushed towards the west in an attempt to break the barrier. Did I say you could go? The corner of Thousand Faces' mouth hooked up as he raised his hand. A giant python condensed out of water appeared right in front of Ing Cheng, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Ing Cheng, forcing him to retreat. The battle has only just begun, it can't end so hastily. Hunter's Chamber of Commerce Storage Icehouse. Like the rest of City 11, Li Xinxiu and the managers got the call. Su Jiang swallowed his saliva and took the lead to break the silence. Is this real or fake? No one answered, or to be precise, no one knew, with the exception of Li Xinxiu. As early as 2 days ago, King Yama had told Li Xinxiu what was going to happen tonight, and the opportunity that the other party was talking about was this time's black-feathered vulture flock. The flock of black-feathered vultures was a flock of beasts captive to the earth, and was also a meat and Greek gift given to him by the earth. Saving the entire city, this is an opportunity to gain merit points. Slaughtering a flock of vultures, this was an opportunity to obtain a large number of soul soldiers and increase their strength. Li Xinxiu chewed the meat in his mouth one bite at a time, his tiny brain racing. According to King Yama, the leader of the black-feathered vultures was a 6 forbidden recovery beast, and most of the rest of the black-feathered vultures were at the strength of the 1 forbidden and 2 forbidden, with less than 30 reaching the strength of the 3 or 4 forbidden, and there were only 2 at the 5 forbidden. Just thinking about this made Li Xinxiu's head spin. His biggest dependence at the moment was ashes, but the soul soldiers transformed by the Night Spectre trio definitely couldn't be used, so he could only fight side by side with Li Xianyua's silly dragon. But the other party's strength was only 5 bands, and with the supernatural powers it could only barely touch the 6 bands. And he himself, not to mention, couldn't even touch the weakest of the 5 bands without using his powers. Why are you so confident in me? Li Xinxiu smiled helplessly, but there was not a trace of timidity in his eyes. There is no such thing as a desperate situation in the world, the way to life is just better hidden. As long as he wants to go, the road is at his feet. At that moment, a burst of disorganized footsteps reached the icehouse from above, and a cacophony of cries for help could be faintly heard. The original managers who still have doubts are now completely convinced, and their faces turn sharply. Quick, close the door to the icehouse. Someone shouted in panic. Oh. Good. Su Jiang, the youngest, stood up and stumbled towards the icehouse door, just as he was about to hit the close button. A silhouette rushed out from beside him, and Su Jiang quickly grabbed the other's arm. What are you doing? Didn't you hear what was said inside the phone? The middle-aged man's eyes reddened. Aye. Wife and child are outside. Su Jiang choked on his words for a moment, and he didn't know whether to loosen or not to loosen his grip on the middle-aged man. Snap, snap, snap. At that moment, a dull footstep came from behind the 2 men. Su Jiang twisted his head to look, and when he saw the visitor he asked in astonishment, "What are you going to do?" Li Xinxiu lightly glanced at Su Jiang and said in a cloudy manner, "Purge them."
Chapter 111, Lamb to the Slaughter. Purge them? Su Jiang repeated mechanically, watching Li Xinxiu walk out of the ice vault door. Only after Li Xinxiu left did the crowd react from their shock. What did the one say he was going to do to go? I think it says to purge them? Purge them? The crowd said in unison, and in those wide eyes was an overwhelming shock. The ice warehouse is located in the third basement of the building, without access to the elevator, only stairs. The original orderly staff, after receiving that call, all in disarray. Scurrying about like a bird without direction, shouting and screaming, so much so that Li Xinxiu showed his true colors and walked past them without causing any sensation. Li Xinxiu stuck his hands in his pockets, his deep eyes getting darker and darker as if he was thinking about something. With his strength nowadays, he definitely couldn't fight hard with the vulture leader. It would be no different from seeking death. Xianyu, can devouring other people's souls allow you to break the ban? Li Xinxiu asked in a deep voice. Master, the increase in my strength is closely related to you. Devouring other souls doesn't do much. Li Xianyu's voice sounded in Li Xinxiu's mind. Li Xinxiu pursed her lips and nodded thoughtfully. The Hunter's Chamber of Commerce was arguably riddled with holes at this point, as a dozen or so black-feathered vultures crashed through the glass into the building, slaughtering indiscriminately. The sharp feathers were like steel knives. No matter how thick the wall was, it would be sliced to pieces like tofu. For a while, there were screams and chewing sounds. The first floor of the Hunter's Chamber of Commerce was the most densely trafficked place, and also the most chaotic place in the entire building. 6 black-feathered vultures stood guard at the gate, now and then making a dive and taking away dozens of lives with their sharp talons, before returning to where they were originally located. There was a flash of humanized teasing in those round eyes. With the elevator out of power and other black-feathered vultures in the stairwell, there was arguably no way in or out for the people in the lobby. What about this? It's over, the hunters have been killed. What's left for the rest of us to live for? Why don't we just all rush out together, so we can survive a few? Someone with a desperate look suggested, drawing a lot of agreement. After all, there doesn't seem to be a better way to do it. Me so. Just then, a black shadow swept over the heads of the crowd and landed steadily in front of all of them. This person was no other than Li Xinxiu. He sidled up and pointed to a certain building entrance and said, I've already purged the resurgent beasts over there, so there's no problem getting up and down the stairs. The crowd was first stunned, then someone reacted and asked with a surprised face, Li Xinxiu? Aha! Li Xinxiu nodded bashfully. Phew! A black-feathered vulture in the direction of the gate flapped its wings and swooped down towards Li Xinxiu like a black lightning bolt. Watch your back! Someone shouted at the top of his voice. Li Xinxiu twisted his head and what met his eyes was a bloody mouth. The crowd closed their eyes in impatience upon seeing this scene, as if they had already predicted Li Xinxiu's downfall. In the nick of time, Li Xinxiu raised his hand and held it in a false grip. A black mist sprang out from his palm and instantly drew up and stood in front of him. The black-feathered vulture just crashed straight into it. Fizzle! Blood spilled all over the sky. The black-feathered vulture's body was split in two, slicing through Li Xinxiu's sides and falling hard in front of the crowd. Ah! The crowd was so frightened that they backed away, letting out piercing screams. Of course it was just a shock for a while, but they soon quieted down and looked at Li Xinxiu with disbelief. What's the situation? That killed it? After killing one of the black-feathered vultures, Li Xinxiu gripped Ashes and rushed towards the remaining 5 vultures. The black mist on Ash's body mirrored Li Xinxiu's advancing trajectory like a fluttering black ribbon. But even so, those 5 vultures still couldn't react. The sharp scythe blade hooked around the vulture's neck and pulled hard. Pust! Blood gushed out of the neck like a fountain, and a head with hideous features rolled to the ground like a bowling ball, swift as the harvesting of wheat and seemingly stress-free. Li Xinxiu rushed out of the door and shouted in a cold voice, Li Xianyu. Who? A dull, depressing beastly roar rang out from Ashes, spreading for miles around. For a moment, all the nearby survivors and black-feathered vultures looked in the direction where Li Xinxiu was. Under the watchful eyes of the people in the hall, a wisp of black smoke scurried out of the scythe and transformed into a 100-meter-high giant beast in a matter of moments, and Li Xinxiu was standing on top of the head of this giant beast. Boom! Li Xianyu lifted his wings and flew high, carrying Li Xinxiu straight up into the sky, instantly surpassing the height at which all the black-feathered vultures were at, looking down on everything in City 11 like a monarch. It's very unpromising. Li Xinxiu muttered. The time that King Yama picked was too tricky. It happened to be the time when all the enrollment teachers of the various colleges had left to enroll in the next city.
plus most of the effective combat power of the Garrison Corps and the Special Energy Division had been redeployed to the foot of the northern Yellow Mountain. At the moment, City 11 was like a lamb to the slaughter, powerless to resist. The moment Li Shinxiu appeared, dozens of black-feathered vultures in the vicinity let out sharp cries and rushed towards Li Shinxiu fearlessly. Li Xianyu's eyes slightly condensed, stretching his wings, and just as these dozens of black-feathered vultures were about to approach, he closed his wings with a wow. The violent gusts of wind poured down, and before the black-feathered vultures could get close to Li Shinxiu, they shot towards the ground like bullets.
Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of black-feathered vultures embedded themselves neatly in the wide roadway with a loud bang, and died.
The embers in Li Shinxiu's hand trembled slightly, and a ball of black smoke floated out from those corpses, coalescing into a black-feathered vulture with a pitch-black body and red eyes.
Let's go and find the 5 forbidden black-feathered vulture.
Li Shinxiu looked into the distance with a distant gaze. Li Xianyu sniffed and ripped through the rain curtain and shot out. Those soul soldiers scattered in all directions, swooping towards the other black-feathered vultures in the distance, and then fought together. Beings killed by soul soldiers were also considered to be killed by ashes and could be transformed into soul soldiers, which was what Li Shinxiu had just learned from Li Xianyu. His plan was simple, to kill 5 forbidden black-feathered vultures, and then use the characteristics of a soul soldier to make one of them devour the other, thus breaking through the 6 forbidden. In this way, he himself, together with Li Xianyu and this soul soldier, had the capital to compete with the black-feathered vulture leader, and it happened to be the kind of battle where there was no advantage and a slight disadvantage. After all, the only way to show how hard it is to win hard and be more dynamic. If we let the soul soldier who had broken through the 6th prohibition continue to devour it and end up with a crushing game, how could this still earn a large number of merit points?
Chapter 112, 9 o'clock.
It was only after Li Shinxiu left that the people nearby reacted and looked in the direction Li Shinxiu left with horrified faces.
Is that? Is Li Shinxiu? It's too strong. What is that thing covered in scales? It's so fierce.
At the same time, the video of Li Shinxiu's purging of the black-feathered vultures was also transmitted to the internet, gradually fermenting with the passage of time. City 11 is flat, built on a vast plain, and is surrounded by 3 cities, 9, 10, and 12, in a triangular position. The 4 cities are anywhere from 500 to 1200 kilometers apart, and it's only an hour by plane, so it's not too much of a stretch to say they're neighbors. After the incident in City 11, City 9 was the first to send reinforcements, with dozens of fighter jets like lightning in the night, making ear-piercing storming sounds in the night sky, followed by dozens of manned helicopter gunships. Vehicle after vehicle pulls out of the entry-exit gates with all the gusto of a boa constrictor galloping through the night. Although these battle powers couldn't pose much of a threat to recovery beasts with 6 to 4 bands, they were absolutely fatal to recovery beasts under 4 bands. After all, resurgent beasts can't heal themselves, and their intelligence isn't as strong as resurgent, and a single fighter can rival a triple-band resurgent beast. In a helicopter gunship, several middle-aged men and a young man sat in the rear cabin. It was none other than the teacher of the admissions office of the 4 major colleges of the Federation and Li Shu of the star-picking college. Damn, I should have known to bring Qi Mingyue around, it's all your fault. Ma Tianzhu of the War Academy clenched his fists and twisted his head to look at Sui, the enrollment teacher of the Long Night Academy.
Sui said in a confused voice, "Are you out of your mind? What's this got to do with me? You have no skin, and you're traveling with me. What if you use a plot or trick to drag Qi Mingyue to the Long Night Academy in the middle of the journey? Is this not your fault?" Ma Tianzhu said with reason. Sui. Across the street, Li Shu crossed his legs and flipped through the information on his phone, stopping for a moment whenever he swiped to information about Li Shinxiu. When he saw the footage of Li Shinxiu's battle at the Hunter Chamber of Commerce, his eyes slowly narrowed, and a trace of imperceptible pity flashed in his eyes. This is that Spirit Xian artifact that appeared in City 11, isn't it? Chen Shuashan of Tianyuan Academy, who was sitting on the side, spoke up.
Li Shu nodded, turning dead creatures into one's own battle power. The Spirit Xian artifact appeared once 100 years ago, but then for some unknown reason it suddenly disappeared. I didn't expect it to fall into his hands now. It's truly heaven-defying. Even if the person is perverted, he has also obtained such a heaven-defying Spirit Xian weapon. A trace of envy flashed in Chen Shuashan's eyes. With the enhancement of the Spirit Xian artifact, I'm afraid that this child's strength has now surpassed mine. It's unimaginable. Gao Xing of the Chanwu Academy laughed bitterly. Li Shu laughed and joked, "Your admissions office looks at business ability, not strength, so if you're over it, you're over it." Heh, also. Gao Xing laughed helplessly, then turned his head to look out the window. It's really strange. How could a mass recovery beast appear in City 11? Whatever the reason, I'll take care of the big one and you guys work with the soldiers to bully the little ones, perfect. Under the pouring rain, Li Shinxiu, wearing a hood and carrying the 4-meter-long ashes on his shoulders, squatted on top of Li Xuanyue's head and searched for traces of the 5 forbidden black-feathered vultures. Li Xianyu, on the other hand, was responsible for purging some of the ungrateful black-feathered vultures. During this period, Li Shinxiu's hotness continued to climb, with photos of him and Li Xianyu being posted online at a frequency of a dozen or so per second.
Master, why don't you let me fly faster?
Li Xianyu asked curiously. Li Shinxiu said with a calm gaze, these black-feathered vultures are all my future soul soldiers. The slower we fly, the more people they can eat and the stronger they will be. Li Xianyu's heart was filled with a chill as he heard this, and his fear of Li Shinxiu increased by a few more points.
It's so hard to find.
Li Shinxiu rubbed his temples somewhat tiredly. Just then, a few lines of words coalesced with water appeared before his eyes.
9 o'clock, 60 kilometers, 1 head, 5 bands. 2 o'clock, 120 kilometers, 1 head, 5 bands. 4 o'clock, 170 kilometers, 1 head, 6 bands.
Remember, don't go straight there, it's too obvious. Try to settle the battle within an hour or someone will come to support and divide the merit points. The corners of Li Shinxiu's mouth hooked up, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes as he reached out and patted Li Xianyue's head. Move in the 9 o'clock direction, slowly veer over, don't look too abrupt.
Good.
Li Xianyu nodded, and his massive body began to tilt towards the left. 60 kilometers away, a black-feathered vulture over 100 meters in size stood in the middle of the road, teasing the humans at its feet with its sharp claws. Every now and then, he'd paw at it or stomp the ground a few times to scare it, and when he got tired of playing with it, he'd stomp it to death and look for the next target. The people hiding in the shadows clenched their fists and their eyes were wide with rage, but they didn't dare to go out and offer help, and could only watch the black-feathered vulture torment the people. Inside a residential building, a little boy covered his head and shrunk into a ball, that tiny body constantly trembling. Listening to the stomping sound in his ears, big tears flowed down from the boy's red eyes and dripped to the ground with a splat. I don't know how long it took, but it gradually quieted down outside, and the little boy's constantly trembling body eased, and he slowly raised his head to look in the direction of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Straight into one of the eyes lying in front of the window. Those are the eyes of a black-feathered vulture. The little boy's pupils suddenly dilated. Ah! A trace of humanized excitement flashed in the eyes of the black-feathered vulture, and with a sharp suck of its open beak, the little boy flew straight out of the room, and was then carried in its mouth and placed on the road.
Hey aha, Daddy! Daddy!
The little boy cried out, his tender voice echoing alone in the place.
No one responded.
The black-feathered vulture gently shook the little boy with his claws, and saw that the other party did not have the slightest intention of running away, but just kept crying. A flicker of impatience flashed in the eyes of the black-feathered vulture, and he was about to stomp the boy to death when a bearded middle-aged man ran out of a barber store and rushed at the black-feathered vulture with a pair of scissors.
Don't be afraid, son, Dad's here to save you.
The black-feathered vulture gave the man a playful look when he heard the voice, his feet moving but not stopping.
Ho 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 ho!
Just then, a terrifying beastly roar resounded through the rainy night, and a shadow appeared 1,000 meters away, rapidly approaching towards the black-feathered vultures. In the blink of an eye, Li Xianyu fell from the sky, his sharp front claws clasped the wings of the black-feathered vulture, and the huge inertia caused the black-feathered vulture to take 7 or 8 steps backward before it collapsed with a bang.
Even the raindrops trembled at the sound of the voice. Chapter 113, My Lord, It's Bad. Crypto. The sharp, ear-piercing whine cracked the glass around them. The black-feathered vulture kept fluttering underneath Li Xianyue, and the terrifying wind overturned all the vehicles on the road, and the surrounding residential buildings all made unbearable clicking sounds. Li Xianyu opened his dragon's mouth, and scorching heat waves surged through it. New bee.
The black-feathered vulture seemed to have sensed something and fluttered even more, but it didn't help.
Phew. The blue flame gushed out like a mountain torrent, directly covering the black-feathered vulture's head, emitting a zzz sound. The other man's head shriveled up like a tree drained of water until it was motionless and silent again. Everyone looked at the scene in disbelief, like little cuties. Frozen place like that. Li Shinxiu jumped off of Li Xianyu and took a step over to the snotty little boy. It's okay. Li Shinxiu squeezed out a rather friendly smile and reached out to touch the little boy's head, then looked up at the middle-aged man who had already been paralyzed with fear. The middle-aged man stood up shakily and stumbled over to the little boy to gather him in his arms. Son, son. The middle-aged man repeated over and over again, as if he wasn't sure his son had survived. Wow wow wow.
The little boy buried his little head in the middle-aged man's arms and let out a loud cry. A few seconds later, the middle-aged man holding his own child flop fell on his knees in front of Li Xinxiu, without hesitation kowtowed a loud head, and there is a tendency to continue to kowtow. Seeing this, Li Xinxiu hurriedly squatted down and assisted the other party's arm. What for? Quickly take your child to find a place to hide. I. The middle-aged man was in tears. Thank you. Li Xinxiu pinched the other party's arm and said seriously, I'm a heavenly ordained one, this is what I should have done in the first place, you don't need to take it to heart, quickly find a place to hide. After saying that, Li Xinxiu jumped onto Li Xianyua's body and flew into the sky under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Of course he wouldn't tell the man that he was stuck on point to save the day, just like the ants didn't realize that the so-called natural disaster was just someone pouring a little water over their heads. Under the night, Li Xinxiu stood under the cloudy sky and hurried forward, with the original soul soldier transformed by the 5 forbidden black-feathered vulture following closely behind. Next target, 2 o'clock. Inside the simple and monotonous guest room, King Yama closed his eyes and sipped his hot tea one sip at a time. 1,000 faces came down honestly, and Li Xinxiu acted as he expected, and everything seemed to be going well. My lord, it's not good. Ahem. King Yama coughed lightly twice and twisted his head to look at Oxhead, who was sitting in front of his laptop. What's wrong? Oxhead walked over to Yama and sat down next to him with his notebook in hand. Look, my lord. The screen showed a map of City 11 with 4 small glowing red dots, 3 of which were moving and only 1 of which was motionless. These 4 small red dots represented Li Xinxiu and those 3 strongest black-feathered vultures. In the screen, the red dot representing the leader of the 6 forbidden vulture was rapidly approaching another 5 forbidden black-feathered vulture, and so was Li Xinxiu. The distance between the 3 little red dots kept getting closer. This? Yama's hand shook as he squeezed his teacup and looked at Bullhead in confusion. Didn't you tell the vulture chief to split up? I told you, but Bullseye pressed the enter key with a grimace. The laptop screen flickered. In the next second, a black-feathered vulture and an old man with gray hair appeared in the screen. The two continue to fight, making deafening sounds. Even through the screen can feel the intensity of the battle, vaguely can also hear the dense gunfire coming from the surrounding. A flash of coldness flashed through King Yen Luo's deep eyes. He recognized the old man in the picture. Oxhead had mentioned it to him yesterday. Lu Fushu, the last Special Energy Division Secretary of the 11th City, a 4 forbidden heavenly ordained, currently resides in the Special Energy Division's family compound. That resurgent beast originally intended to capture the Special Energy Division, but it was entangled by Lu Fushu and the troops of the Special Energy Division. Originally it was able to win steadily, but Lu Fushu broke through to the 5 prohibitions halfway through, and the longer the battle dragged on, the vulture leader sensed that something was wrong. The ox head's voice was getting smaller and smaller. King Yen Luo sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, and only after a long time did he take out his cell phone from his arms and dial Li Xinxiu's number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is offline, please dial again later. Sorry, you dialed. Beep. Yama hung up the phone straight away. My lord, can you still contact the Chujiang King through your thoughts? Oxhead asked tentatively. Yen Luo Wang shook his head. It is already beyond the range of my thoughts. I hope that he can arrive first. If the vulture chief preempts the rendezvous with this black-feathered vulture, he will have no chance of winning. On the square of the Special Energy Division, the battle between Lu Fushu and the black-feathered vulture continued. At this time, Lu Fushu's face was shriveled, like crawling out of the blood water, exuding a dead atmosphere, and seemed to be only 1 foot away from the door of the ghost. On the contrary, the 5-band black-feathered vulture, although its body was covered in bullet holes and its red blood soaked its black wings, those eyes were still shining, with no intention of exhaustion at all. Above the sky, 3 fighters circled above the black-feathered vulture's head, harassing the other party from time to time and sharing the pressure for Lu Fushu. The members of the Special Energy Division's 7th and 8th Operation Teams stood guard at the entrance to the hall, using their rifles to constantly sweep the black-feathered vultures in the sky. Once a black-feathered vulture approached the gate, the 2 action team leaders would step in to kill it. Inside the hall, it was densely filled with people, men and women, old and young. They were all people who stayed near the Special Energy Division before the black-feathered vulture invasion, and naturally ducked into the division when the alarm went off. What's going to happen now? It feels like the Special Energy Division can't hold out much longer. Grandpa, I am so scared. Damn, didn't the internet say that Li Xinxiu was in City 11 for rescue? Why didn't that kid come here? Is it possible that he died? Is this the kind of thing we pay taxes to raise day in and day out? Are the soldiers at the entry and exit gates stupid, letting in so many resurgent beasts? Damn it. Old Iron people, the anchor is estimated to die here today. If everyone sympathizes with the anchor, if you buckle a 666 in the public screen, send a rocket. The anchor has never seen a rocket in his life. The crowd murmured, panic spreading quickly amongst the crowd. On the square, Lu Fushu once again collided with the black feathered vulture. Bang! Lu Fushu smashed into the front steps of the hall like a cannonball, half of his body embedded in the ground. Pust! Lu Fushu's face flushed red and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Elder Lu! Elder Lu, are you alright? The crowd cried out in concern, but no one came forward to help. It's not that they don't want to intervene, but everyone can't spare the time. There are too many black feathered vultures in the sky. It's fine. Lu Fushu gritted his teeth and returned. Seeing the black feathered vulture rising from the rubble a few hundred meters away, this oily old man braced himself with both hands on the ground and pulled himself out stiffly, limping towards the black feathered vulture. He knew that no matter who won or lost this battle, he would not be able to survive. After dealing with these guys for half a lifetime, do they even have to be entangled in death? Lu Fushu smiled helplessly. Just as he wanted to continue fighting, two penetrating roars came from two directions, vaguely tending to gradually increase. Chapter 114, Be Bold and Try. But because of the rain and the sound of gunfire, all the people in the room, only the five forbidden Lu Fushu can clearly hear. He stopped and looked in the direction the voice came from. Unfortunately, the rain was so heavy and the night so deep that only the ears could hear the sound and the eyes could see nothing. Newbie! The black feathered vulture a few hundred meters away let out a pleasurable cry and flapped its wings cheerfully, looking in the direction from which the other voice came. Lu Fushu's pupils trembled when he saw this scene, and he instantly turned his head to look behind him. Quickly retreat, quickly retreat. Withdraw? The specialists in front of the gate were stunned at the news. Elder Lu, is something wrong? Yanxi asked somewhat uneasily. He is the head of the Special Energy Division's 8th operational team. Without looking back, Lu Fushu shouted, there may be a black feathered vulture with the same ban as the one in front of us, or even stronger, coming, retreat. This. Yanxi pupils shrink, this can withdraw where? Anywhere, it's better than staying in the Special Energy Division and waiting to die. After saying that, Lu Fushu didn't give a few people the chance to pursue the question, his figure flashed and rushed towards the five-band black feathered vulture. He needed to hold his opponent back and give the others a chance to escape. Team leader, do we really have to withdraw? Someone inquired. Yanxi returned with a sullen face, not withdrawing and waiting to die here? Pust. When Yanxi hacked the black feathered vulture in front of him to death, he quickly ran inside the hall and shouted to the confused crowd. Later we will kill a way out and escape from the Special Energy Division, all of you will follow at that time, and when we get out of the Special Energy Division all of you will spread out and find a place to hide by yourselves, is that clear? What do you mean, we hide ourselves? Asshole, where are we going to hide, we don't even have guns. It's so dangerous out there, wouldn't it be death to go out? We pay taxes to support you and this is how you treat us? Yanxi swept his gaze sternly over the crowd, I'm giving notice, not asking for your opinions. When he finished speaking, he simply turned around and walked out of the hall. Under the night, Li Xinqiu stood over Li Xianyu's head, allowing the rain to hit his face diagonally and soak his hair. At a certain moment, Li Xinqiu slowly opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes, hallucinating? After a few tens of seconds, the faint roar gradually became clearer, and Li Xinqiu's heart went from slow to urgent as a sense of crisis rose from his heart. Li Xianyu said somewhat uneasily, Master, did you hear that voice? Li Xinqiu nodded, listening to the movement of the voice, the other party seems to be much larger than us, and the destination is also the direction that King Yama said. When he said this, Li Xinqiu already had a hidden guess in his heart. Who else could it be at this present hour but that six-band vulture leader? To converge? Li Xinqiu frowned. Li Xianyu tentatively asked, Master, I feel that if I can make this commotion, 80% of it is that six forbidden vulture you mentioned, so? Then are we still going over? Li Xinqiu said, it's up to you. Ha? Li Xianyu's dragon eyes suddenly widened. Depends on you? Since when did he have such an important weight in his master's heart? Li Xianyu said with a bit of a twist, Master. This is not good, I feel it is better to listen to you. Since you don't have a problem with it, then I'm relieved. Li Xinqiu squatted down and touched Li Xianyu's faucet with a smile. He then looked deeply into the direction from which the voice came. Now it seems that these two black-feathered vultures are afraid of converging. If we choose to retreat, it would not be an exaggeration to say that this plan will all fall through, so... Li Xianyu's little heart was instantly lifted, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Li Xinqiu paused for a moment before continuing. So you go and hold that 6 forbidden vulture, I'll go and kill the other 5 forbidden vulture, we'll divide up the work and take them down in one fell swoop.
The air fell into an eerie silence.
A few seconds later, Li Xianyu, who had returned to his senses, hurriedly spoke, "Not big brother."
Bah! Master, aren't you making things difficult for me? How can I possibly hold it? Isn't this a joke?
It's not like the hold is for you to fight. Weren't you able to get high off your mouth when you were in the Underland, and wouldn't it be easy for you to commit a crime, piss it off, and play hide and seek with it in the city? Li Xianyu bitterly begged, "Master, the difference between a ban is like a rift valley. It's not impossible to cross between forbidden and forbidden. Don't you see that your master has been fighting beyond forbidden? Let's not be presumptuous, let's try boldly." Li Xinqiu laughed breathlessly.
The corners of Li Xianyu's mouth twitched, and for a moment, he couldn't say anything to retort.
Li Xinqiu smiled and encouraged, "Be bold and go for it. It's not like you're going to die anyway. If you really can't beat us, we'll run." Under Li Xinqiu's coercion, Li Xianyu had no choice but to agree. Time passed by. Li Xinqiu was getting closer and closer to the Special Energy Division, and so was the vulture. In front of the door to the hall of the Special Energy Division, the two action teams struggled to take a step, and every time they attempted to take a step forward, the black-feathered vultures in the sky drove them back to their original position as if they were insane.
Team leader, we can't rush out. Mother ing hell, why are these people as crazy as they are?
Yanxi gasped for air, gripping his horizontal sword without stopping for a moment. Beneath his weary eyes hid a deep despair. The endless recovery beasts to kill, the approaching danger, the distant rescue, everything is hopeless. Inside the hall was slightly better than the despair outside.
After all, little cuties. Far happier than a normal person living as a little cutie. Don't know anything. Great, Tenenchi and the others can't escape, we don't have to die.
I just watched the news, help from other cities is coming soon, we're saved.
Just another half hour, another half hour. Rumble.
Just then, a boom like thunder came from the distance, startling the already nervous people.
What's going on here? Is it thundering?
Some of the bold ones pressed themselves against the tempered glass of the lobby and looked out.
A few seconds later. Ah!
The man's face suddenly changed, as if he had seen some great horror, and he was paralyzed with fear.
What's wrong? What did you see?
The people around him gathered around in concern and shook the man's shoulders.
Aye.
The man's throat rolled and he raised his hand shakily, pointing in a certain direction, over there. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, a piercingly sharp whistling sound resounded through the sky.
Newbie.
In an instant, the hall was as silent as if the pause button had been pressed, and you could hear a pin drop. The crowd stiffened and turned their heads, looking through the wall in the direction from which the whistling had come. They couldn't tell the strength of the black-feathered vultures from one another, but they could hear the size of the voices.
Chapter 115, Are you worthy to be mentioned with me? 2 in 1. When Lu Fushu, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with the black-feathered vulture, heard the sound, his muddy and tired eyes widened violently, and he used the force of the recoil to pull away from the black-feathered vulture, turning his head to look in the direction from which the whistling sound came. Pale moonlight shone down through the slightly thinner clouds, and a shadow as large as a mountain approached this way at great speed. The terrifying speed caused a penetrating popping sound to resound in the sky, and the raindrops in the sky seemed to have slowed down a few points in fear of it. For a moment, both men and beasts stopped what they were doing and looked up at the shadows. All the black-feathered vultures flew high after hearing that whistling sound, no longer attacking the crowd and looking respectfully in the direction where the shadows were. After seeing that shadow, the Special Energy Division's crowd's faces were filled with horror, and their dry, cracked and pale lips couldn't help but tremble. Someone gulped and asked in a trembling voice, "What is that?" That? It seems like a bigger black feather.
What are you waiting for? Take this opportunity to run. Yanxi turned around and shouted at the crowd, then rushed towards the direction where Lu Fushu was with his horizontal sword. Under this voice of Yan Mei, the crowd looked at each other and immediately reacted, rushing playfully in the direction of the Special Energy Division's gate. Only the people in the hall were left, standing blankly where they were. They looked at each other in disbelief, and none of them opened their mouths to speak. Someone was the first to react, pushing their way out of the crowd and running towards the gate.
Run, stay where you are and die. I don't know who shouted, instantly igniting the quiet crowd. Thousands of people crowded like ants toward the tiny gate, like squeezing toothpaste. Click snap. Tempered glass on both sides of the door directly shattered into glass slag. Lost support of the crowd instantly fell to the ground, like dominoes spread to the forefront, all of a sudden blocked the way out. Ah! Don't step on my face, I live by my face. This Motherer's Special Energy Division just ran away, and really didn't even take care of it at all. Let the kids out first, don't crowd. Get lost, the child is not old or young, dead or dead. The crowd was in disarray, countless invectives and fights festering in the interstices. Only one person stood out of the way, standing at the far end like it was nothing. It was a youth with a slim figure, the very same Horseface that Li Xinqiu had been thinking about day and night. At that moment, Horseface was holding up a selfie stick and pointing the camera at the front door. Alas, the anchor is probably going to have a hard time surviving today. Look everyone, the gates are blocked, there's no way to live. Horseface let out a long sigh, his eyes empty and lifeless, thick with grief as if it was going to overflow in the next second. Old-timers who can afford it send a little heart, brush through the cloud arrows, for the sake of the anchor playing live. Thanks to Little Yen Light for sending the scurrying cloud arrows, the boss is atmospheric, and everything goes well for the boss. Thanks to No Cows Have Heads for sending along a ride on the Ferris wheel, boss atmosphere, boss everything. On the other end of the screen, King Yama held his cell phone and watched Horseface's live broadcast in silence. He twisted his head to look at Ox's head, puzzled. Didn't I tell Horseface to keep an eye on the Special Energy Division, and to report to me immediately if there's anything going on, and you didn't pass it on to him? Bullseye hastily brushed it off. I relayed it to him a day ago. This live stream. Yama pointed his finger at the screen, not knowing what to say for a moment. Bullhead said carefully, live streaming is also considered a kind of surveillance, right, and it can also report the situation in real time. At the same time, the heat of Horseface's live streaming room continued to climb, quickly occupying the #1 spot on the live streaming platform, with the number of people in the live streaming room increasing at the rate of 1,000 people per second. The screen full of gifts took up the entire screen, and Horseface's mouth was about to burst into laughter at the sight. Lonely Lone Wolf, what a talent, this is even more fierce than a war correspondent. Lance and Love are lost, I'm not jealous of you making money, Anchor, some people are born to be on fire. Lily of the Valley, what kind of place is this? It feels so dangerous. Remaining Widow, I'm relieved to see that someone is having a worse time than I am. Small gift walk everyone, the anchor is going upstairs to find a better viewing angle. Horseface grinned and ran upstairs. If this live broadcast went well, the $40 million he owed to King Chu Jiang would be paid off in one go. I really am a business geek. Horseface praised in his heart. In the devastated square, Yanxi ran to the bloodied Lu Fushu. Elder Lu, let's go. Saying that, Yanxi bent down and tried to carry Lu Fushu. He could see that the old man had already run out of gas, and now he could stand but was just holding on. Cough. Lu Fushu pushed Yanxi away. It's impossible for me to live anymore. Go away, don't waste your time. Watching Lu Fushu, who used to be at the forefront of everything and protected himself, turn into this kind of appearance, a sourness surged into Yanxi's heart. Thanks. After saying that, Yan Mei rushed towards the gate without looking back. Lu Fushu looked at Yanxi's gradually shrinking back and revealed an amiable smile. Brat. He slowly sat down against the wall and clenched his fists hard. The 5 bands are really powerful. If only I could have broken through earlier. I didn't have a good time fighting at all. The depths of the old man's eyes show a deep reluctance, that is to stay alive, unfortunately. Because the black feathered vultures were no longer blocking the way, the plaza became more and more crowded, and the crowd ran like crazy. Yanxi, who was rushing at the front, was less than 100 meters away from the gate of the Special Energy Division. Almost there, can escape. The despairing Yanxi's ice slowly melted like ice, and his feet moved faster and faster. But just at this time, the 5 forbidden black-feathered vultures in the sky landed in front of the gate with a boom, blocking the way of the crowd. Just as he was about to swing his wings, Lu Fushu shot out from the distance like an undefeatable little strong man, crashing into the black-feathered vulture's abdomen and toppling it hard. Run! Lu Fushu shouted. A hint of cunning flashed in the eyes of the battered black-feathered vulture. Crypto! That black-feathered vulture whistled up to the sky. In the next second, the densely packed black-feathered vultures in the sky lowered their heads and swooped down on Lu Fushu like locusts. Elder Lu, behind! Yanxi shouted. Lu Fushu acted as if he didn't hear it, because he didn't want to hide. If he did, the people behind him would have no way out. It's not a bad way to die. Lu Fushu pursed her lips.
Just as this group of black-feathered vultures was about to rush towards Lu Fu-shu, a heaven-shaking beast roar came from the distance. Roar! Terrifying sound waves exploded in the rainy night, sending up ripples as countless raindrops were shaken and collapsed. In a flash, the pupils of those black-feathered vultures under the three bands shook, an inexplicable fear rising from their hearts, a fear from their bones, a threat from the higher-ups. Instantly, the black-feathered vultures in the sky had a blank brain, their eyes rolled over and fainted, smashing down towards the ground in a free-fall stance, and some ordinary people who couldn't dodge in time directly died. I don't know whether it was a coincidence or an act of God, but all of these people who died, without exception, were the ones who had morally abducted the Special Energy Division and Li Xinshu earlier. Those who are silent are instead perilously close to surviving the cracks. Under the might of this beast's roar, only the five-band black-feathered vulture remained on the field in an instant before it fell. All the cacophony disappeared without a trace in a matter of seconds as countless lines of sight met and then looked to the sky. The cool moonlight wrapped in raindrops fell from the gap between the clouds, and a behemoth crawled on top of the tall buildings in the distance, the black scales that were connected together glowing with a dark luster in the moonlight. Next to the behemoth, a young man in a black hood stood on the edge of a tall building. The youth carried a scythe that was completely out of proportion to his height, like a god of death coming out of hell, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Scythe. That's Li Xinshu. He's really coming to the rescue, what the internet says is true. Isn't he a ban? How can he be so strong? Is it the one beside him? Is it a recovery beast? No, if it is a recovery beast, how can it help the heavenly fate? The crowd in the plaza was horrified, and one pair of pupils could not stop trembling. Lu Fu-shu, who had escaped from the Ghost Gate, also turned his head to look at Li Xinshu. As a resident of City 11, he had naturally heard about this teenager on the internet. Just what him did not expect is that the two people meet as such a scene under the scene, really create awe. At the same time, Horseface live broadcast room exploded. Shayan light, even through the screen, I can feel the power of this man. Who is he? No bull has a head, he is Li Xinshu, the heavenly destined one who appeared in City 11 some time ago, a genius who can rival the 3 prohibitions in one prohibition. I'm 2B, what? One ban rivals 3, it's so unbelievable. I'm not a key god, this is still against the heavens, the first few bans I also casually cross, the back can cross the ban is really powerful. Will eventually cross the Federation, a spiritual metaphysical artifact is rumored to have appeared in City 11's network, is it this scythe? A very rich man, if the scythe is a spirit Xian weapon, that beast should be the spirit of the spirit Xian weapon. The people who watched the live broadcast were not only ordinary people from other cities, but also some big names who were in high positions of power in the Federation, but they paid attention to a different point than the others. The reason why he chose to watch this livestream was more because of that spirit Xian artifact. On top of the tall building in the distance, Li Xinshu gazed far away, 1,000 meters away, and silently stared at the 6 forbidden vulture. The other party also landed on a high building at this moment, sizing up Li Xinshu and Li Xianyu, a trace of deep scorn flashing through those huge pupils. To be able to shake hundreds of one's own men to the ground with its roar alone, I'm afraid that the strength of this recovery beast on the opposite side was somewhere in between that of his own. Thinking of this, the vulture leader dared not act even more rashly, and the 5 forbidden black-feathered vulture, seeing this scene, did not dare to strike out recklessly. His own boss didn't even dare to make a move, so what's the point of going up there and making a scene? For a while, both sides fell silent. On top of the tall building, Li Xianyu's chest continued to rise and fall, and his slightly narrowed eyes hid a deep exhaustion. The voice just now had consumed almost a third of his strength, and it was fortunate that there were no black-feathered vultures above the second ban in the vicinity of the Special Energy Division, or else it would have been a real beep. There's no way to bluff without emptying your body. The corner of Li Xinshu's mouth hooked up without leaving any traces after seeing that he scared the other party. Originally, he had planned to go hard with the other party, but the premise of going hard was that the other party had already converged with that 5 forbidden black-feathered vulture. If it didn't converge, that's a different story. In the shadows that everyone hadn't noticed, a wisp of black smoke moved slowly approaching towards the 5-band black-feathered vulture. That's right, Li Xinshu intended to sneak attack. As long as the Soul Soldier could kill that 5 forbidden vulture, then there was no need for him to make things so complicated. Seeing that no one spoke up, Li Xinshu signaled Li Xianyu with his eyes. Li Xianyu understood and shouted in a dull, hoarse voice, "All humans retreat back to the Special Energy Division, and those who dare to stand in the way will then go to hell." After saying that, Li Xianyu's nostrils spewed out ethereal blue flames, and a blue ripple surged underneath his scales, looking very bluff. None dared to move. "What are you waiting for? Back off!" Lu Fu-shu shouted. Only then did the crowd react and hurriedly ran back to the hall, not daring to linger in the square. After Lu Fushu saw this scene, he slowly let out a sigh of relief, and his tensed body gradually loosened up.
Old man, don't you understand human language? Why are you still standing there? Li Xianyu droned in an unkind tone.
3 question marks popped up on Lu Fushu's head and he twisted his head to look around.
Are there any old people who haven't ducked in? Li Xianyu impatiently shouted, Old man, what are you looking at? Don't you consider yourself a human being? At this point, Lu Fushu, even if he was stupid, knew that the old man the other party was talking about was himself, and a flash of embarrassment appeared on his face, then he limped back to the hall. Resurgent beasts plus humans, an interesting pairing. The vulture leader said in a jarring voice, looking at your stance, do you want to make an enemy of me? For the enemy?
Ridiculous, District 6 forbidden stray hairs, mention with me, are you worthy, repeat my words. Li Xinqiu twisted his head to look at Li Xianyue. His voice was so small that he couldn't hear the other party even if he said it, and he had to rely on Li Xianyu to deliver it. After hearing Li Xinqiu's words, Li Xuanyue's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and he looked at Li Xinqiu in a somewhat confused manner.
Aren't we trying to stabilize the other side to stall for time? Is that a nasty thing to say, to stall for time?
Li Xinqiu seemed to be able to see the concerns in Li Xianyu's heart and twisted his head to look at Li Xianyu. A man will fear a man who can't feel, not a man who has a gentle tone, and we can't afford to show weakness.
Li Xianyu believed it, definitely not because of Li Xinqiu's nuclear goodness in his eyes.
After brewing his emotions for a while, Li Xianyu's narrowed eyes slowly opened, his eyes gazing indifferently at the vulture leader.
As an enemy?
Ridiculous, District 6 forbidden mongrel,
with me to mention, you worthy?
Li Xianyu's voice vibrated like thunder, such as the thunder in the 9 heavens, defying everything. Words with a strong contempt and disdain, vaguely can also hear a feeling of superiority. The moment these words came out, heaven and earth fell silent, everyone's jaws were dropped and their eyes instantly became different as they looked at Li Xianyu.
What arrogance this is! What confidence that is! What kind of creature could have that kind of vigor? High above the building, Li Xinqiu nodded in satisfaction after hearing these words. He knew that Li Xianyu would never let himself down when it came to pretending, it really was a specialty. Chapter 116.
What a strong kingly aura, is this a strong stance?
This exaltation from the bone is so breathtaking. Steady, this is steady, look at that big bird, it doesn't dare to say a word, it looks like it's been scared silly.
At the same time, Horseface live broadcast room exploded.
Tyrannosaurus warrior, I dunno, so cocky, I can feel the desperate power through the screen. 10-mile slope sword god, I've heard people say this is the spirit of a spirit Xian weapon, is it true or not? Has been hurt by love, I don't know, but so many people say it should be true, right? In the room where Yama and Bullhead were. This. Oxhead squinted his eyes in puzzlement, is King Chujan's artifact spirit this strong? Didn't he say his artifact spirit only has the strength of the 5 bands?
King Yama elegantly crossed his legs and said with a smile, it seems that King Chujan doesn't trust me too much, hiding his clumsiness, interesting.
That lofty stance, that tone of defiance of everything, if the heart is timid, it cannot be revealed, the strength of this weapon spirit in front of him is guaranteed to be 7 forbidden. A hint of certainty flashed in King Yama's eyes. The vulture leader's eyes were plated with a blood color, and the eyes that looked at Li Xianyu were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, mixed with a hint of incomprehension at the same time. It was clear that he couldn't feel any threat in this revived beast, but if the other party was really a weakling, why could he be so confident? At this moment, Li Xianyu, who was being stared at by the vulture leader, was terrified, and if it wasn't for the fact that Li Xinqiu was still beside him to stabilize him, it was estimated that Li Xianyu would have gone far away a few seconds ago. After a few seconds of silence, the vulture leader was the first to break the silence. Weedy, or the first time someone calls me that, I don't know where you get the courage? You go to the sky and paste him up as well, the soul soldiers are close, when I do it later you make a move to block it, don't let him get in my way. Li Xinqiu said in a deep voice. Li Xianyu's face turned white, this isn't right, I just finished cursing. Hurry up, don't make the other party suspicious. Li Xinqiu blared viciously at Li Xianyu. Unable to do anything, Li Xianyu had no choice but to fly high into the air and look at the vulture leader with apprehension. After the vulture leader met Li Xianyu's cold and indifferent gaze, his heart panicked for no reason and he subconsciously took a step back. Courage? Li Xianyu said disdainfully, it's interesting that a frog at the bottom of a well dares to peer at the bright moon. Li Xianyu raised his front paw and extended a dragon finger toward the vulture leader and hooked it, if you don't fear me, why would you be inferior and stand below me? Ridiculous, do you really think I'm afraid of you?
The vulture leader spread his wings and ripped through the rain to fly to a position higher than Li Xianyu.
Li Xianyu shook his head. Can your courage only sustain you a few dozen meters above me? If you want to fight, then fight, what's the need for nonsense?
The vulture leader said in a somewhat eager tone. The support from the other cities would be arriving in 34 minutes, and he didn't have much time left, but at the sight of the other party's relaxed and cozy posture, he didn't have the courage to make a move. Li Xianyu spread out his front paws and said teasingly, "You're so timid at heart that you don't even have the courage to look down on me, so why are you trying to hold on here?" Seeing that Li Xianyu had seen his deeply hidden thoughts, the vulture leader instantly reddened his eyes as if he had been ripped off his shading cloth.
Newsflash! Who says I don't have the courage? When he finished speaking, he wrapped himself in a raging storm and scurried up into the sky until he was under the cloudy sky. Now do I have the guts? The vulture leader's voice was like a thunderous tremor as he looked down at Li Xianyu. His glaring eyes seemed to have flames burning in them, and his dilettante temperament was unmistakable. Li Xianyu could not stop the corner of his mouth from twitching. One still overestimated the other's intelligence. This guy deserves a lot of credit for the reason why resurgent beasts are criticized for their low IQ. Inside Horseface livestream. Psychiatric Hospital Director Wang, this vulture is giving me a sense of deja vu. Flamboyant Piggy, this is so big and looks so but it always feels. Morning's Wound, strange, what is the purpose of this artifact spirit? To save the human, then direct action is not just good, here grinding what? Not only did the viewers of the live broadcast not understand, but so did the people within the Special Energy Division. Why do I feel something is wrong? Is Li Xianyu and the others unable to deal with this vulture and trying to deliberately stall for time? Are you out of your mind? How is this possible? Yes, it's impossible to be unable to defeat it. If it can't be defeated, why is that beast so calm? Everyone's attention was focused on the sky above, thus ignoring Li Xianyu, who had disappeared. Underneath the cloud, the vulture leader coldly bellowed, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Li Xianyu smiled awkwardly, and when he was about to say something he suddenly stared wide-eyed, looking incredulously at the back of the vulture leader. How is this possible? The vulture leader narrowed his eyes warily and twisted his head to look behind him. At the same time, a wisp of black smoke drifted from beneath the shadows of the building to the back of the five-band black-feathered vulture. Phew! Wild winds rose in all directions, and the wisp of black smoke transformed into a huge-sized vulture soul soldier in an instant, biting down on the other party's neck. Pust! Red blood spurted out from the neck of the black-feathered vulture. Newbie! In the next second, a piercingly sharp whistling sound rang out across the field. Everyone's eyes shifted downward to the direction where the forbidden black-feathered vulture was, and the vulture leader was no exception. That black-feathered vulture had already broken free from the soul soldier's tearing bite at the moment, but its body was being held by the soul soldier and pressed underneath it to death. At one time, dust flying around the car were crushed into scrap metal, street lamps along with the zzz sound of electricity smashed down on the cold asphalt. At this point, even if the vulture leader was stupid, he reacted. Bastard, despicable. The leader of the vultures closed his wings and swooped down to the ground like a grenade through the night sky. Did I agree to let you go? Li Xianyu opened his huge abyssal mouth and spat out ghostly blue flames, but in the blink of an eye it spread to a sea of fire of hundreds of meters, hard stopping the vulture leader's path. The leader of the vultures felt the hot temperature in the blue flame and had to open his wings to stop his body, which all seemed to be a long time, but in fact, it was only a few seconds. But it was these few seconds that were enough for Li Xianyu. Where the light couldn't shine, Li Xianyu stuck the sickle blade of ashes on the wall on the side of the building and used his strength to step diagonally on the wall, moving sharply like a ghost in the darkness of the night. Points of sparks splashed from between the scythe blade and the wall, reflecting Li Xianyu's trajectory. The straight line distance between the two is getting closer and closer. 400 meters. 300 meters. 200 meters. Chapter 117, The Six Forbidden Formations. Li Xianyu's knees were slightly bent, his calves instantly tensed, and his toes snapped. Bang! With a roar, the wall cracked like a spider's web, and the ring of smoke exploded from under Li Xianyu's feet while he shot like a bullet towards the place where that forbidden black-feathered vulture was. The loud noise instantly attracted everyone's attention, and Li Xianyu's figure returned to the crowd's line of sight. At this moment, Li Xianyu's gaze was like a torch, his hands gripped the embers tightly, and his waist turned slightly, driving the sickle blade towards the back. The smooth blade of the scythe mapped the roadside lights, a drop of rain falling with the wind before it hit the ground. It was sliced in half by the chilling blade of the scythe,
and then torn into a mist of water by the biting cold wind. The eyes of the black-feathered vulture that was pressed to the ground rotated, and when it saw the scythe blade that was 100 meters away, its pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needlepoint. At the moment of life and death, the black-feathered vulture's wings broke free from the vulture soul soldier's bindings and closed its own wings inward, jamming the massive vulture soul soldier in front of it and using it to fend off Li Xinqiu's scythe blade. But it was all in vain. Boo! Li Xinqiu went straight through the body of the soul soldier, and the scythe that was raised high with a black mist snorted into the injured neck of the other party and pulled downward with force. Fizzle! Blood spurted out, dots of scarlet splattering on Li Xinqiu's jaw like splattered ink. Of course, just that wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to kill a 5-band revival beast. Li Xinqiu turned his wrist, turning the sickle blade sideways, his hips exerted force, driving his elbow towards the left side, stretching upwards like a gyroscope. Chunks of connected long strips of flesh came off the bone, and the sound of sharp cuts rang in the ears of the black-feathered vulture like a demon's whisper. Due to the wings covering them, all the people in the outside world couldn't see what was happening inside, and could only hear the black-feathered vulture's miserable screams and see the other party's constantly shaking body. Just now that figure was Li Xinqiu, right? There's the scythe, the black hat, it's him all right. Then what is this pitch-black thing? Someone pointed at the soul soldier with a confused look on his face. It seems like it's Li Xinqiu moving in to rescue him? The crowd's heads were spinning. Wow! A swift gust of wind came from above, and the raindrops within a kilometer fell to the ground as if the fast-forward button had been pressed. Li Xianyu's flame was also blown out in the air. Master, come up! Li Xianyu leaned down and rushed to the ground. Li Xinqiu pulled out the embers that were rooted inside the black-feathered vulture's body, and with a stomp of his feet leapt high towards the back, passing through the soul soldier's body and grabbing Li Xianyu's dragon claw with one hand as he flew into the air. The night breeze blew slightly, Li Xinqiu swayed slightly, and drops of blood dripped down his jaw along with the rain. Finally dead. Li Xinqiu grinned, and with a thought, the soul soldier disappeared in place with a bang, and 2 wisps of black smoke came out of the thick black fog and flew in the direction where Li Xinqiu was. Phew! The vulture leader whistled down, and the black mist that hadn't dissipated was immediately blown apart. The miserable condition of that black-feathered vulture was exposed to everyone without any hindrance. The sturdy chest was cut into strips, red blood gurgling outward mixed with gore, and the long neck was broken into pieces, barely connected by the rotting flesh of the neck. The dead black-feathered vulture stared at the sky with wide eyes. The despair in his eyes did not dissipate even after he died. The whole room was silent, only the sound of raindrops falling. This is something you can cut in 2 or 3 seconds? Isn't this vulture a 5-ban, just died like this? Didn't the internet say that Li Xinqiu is a ban? Is this the speed that a ban should have? Lu Fushu gulped, are all young people so fierce nowadays? Horseface Live Room was also buzzing after seeing this scene. Call me daddy, Nima, you guys say this is a ban, this is at least a 4-ban. Upstairs is stupid, what is this black smoke that suddenly appeared? Is it this Li so-and-so's supernatural power? Will eventually cross the Federation, that's not his ability, if I'm not mistaken, it's that side's ability. Touché, touché, touché. The vulture leader took one step in front of the dead body, and the anger that surged through his chest made his body stop shaking in small tremors. He stiffly craned his neck, and his stern gaze was like a knife, looking straight at Li Xinqiu, who was not far away. I'm sorry about that, I was going to give it a hard time, but unfortunately it was so tenacious that I had to lay it down a little harder. Li Xinqiu revealed a friendly smile and reached out towards the vulture leader and hooked his hand. What's the point of killing those ordinary people? Try me, the hard to kill one. Crypto. The whistling sound ripped through the rain curtain, sending ripples through the air. The vultures that had been slaughtering indiscriminately in City 11 looked in the direction of the Special Energy Division at the same time, and then flew in this direction, a black mass that was extremely visually striking. Special Energy Division side. The moment the whistling sound rang out, glass shattered in response wherever the ripples spread. The crowd in the hall covered their ears with grimaces and crouched on the floor. Bastard, I'm going to bite your bones off inch by inch. The vulture leader hissed angrily, crashing down the building in front of him into the sky, and countless vehicles were swept up into the air by the gale. Li Xinqiu, who stood on top of Li Xianyu's head, looked calm as he raised his hand and waved it, and a wisp of black smoke scurried out at great speed. Lord! A dull voice resounded between heaven and earth. The wisp of black smoke instantly exploded and turned into a roiling black mist, blocking Li Xinqiu. Just as the vulture leader was about to charge into the black fog, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in it. Immediately afterward, a pair of dark, sharp claws rushed out from the black mist and clashed with the vulture commander's claws. Click! Rolling waves of air erupted from the place where the two fought, and the thick black mist was shaken and collapsed.
A behemoth slightly smaller than the vulture leader appeared in front of the crowd.
This was precisely the sixth forbidden soul soldier that Li Xinxiu had created by utilizing the characteristic of devouring.
This. The vulture commander's pupils shook, not understanding what was in front of him.
But before he could think about it, Li Xianyu sprang out from the side and spat out blue flames. The vulture leader raised his wings to stand in front of him, and the invincible ghostly blue flames surged towards the sides when they touched the swing.
Iron wings, this was the black-feathered vulture's supernatural ability, stealing its wings for defense and attack.
Li Xinxiu squinted his eyes at where the vulture leader's wings were attached.
It wasn't ironized there. A couple of mongrels, get out!
A ferocious light flashed in the eyes of the vulture leader, and the wing-tips of his wings were raised upwards, swinging and slashing at Li Xinxiu. The terrifying power made a sharp popping sound in the air. Li Xianyu lifted his wings and swung, narrowly dodging his opponent's attack.
Phew, that was close. Li Xianyu took a long breath. Break his wings, then you pretend to be seriously injured offline, got it?
Li Xinxiu didn't wait for Li Xianyu to pursue the question, so he leaped up high and jumped onto the vulture leader's back in front of the other party's surprised eyes. Li Xianyu sucked in a breath of cool air.
Who's the second ban for being such a tiger? Chapter 118, This is not scientific?
The vulture leader swept Li Xinxiu's figure with his afterimage.
Off!
He shouted angrily, and his left wing slashed down horizontally like a curved sword. A terrifying sonic boom shattered the raindrops, and a 100-meter-long white streak ran across heaven and earth. Li Xinxiu did not avoid or dodge, without the slightest intention of changing his course of action. Under everyone's gaze, the sharp wing swept over the tip of Li Xinxiu's nose at a millimeter's distance, and the harsh wind left a gurgling blood trail on the left side of Li Xinxiu's face.
How is that possible?
The vulture leader's pupils shook as he looked at Li Xinxiu in shock.
Was the distance already calculated from the beginning?
But
it's just a millimeter, how dare he?
What the vulture leader didn't know was that Li Xinxiu's absolute control allowed him to dodge bullets by twisting in small increments when he was in the first ban, not to mention that now he had broken through the second ban. Just as the vulture leader froze, Li Xinxiu hooked the other party's hardened feathers with the tip of his blade and leaped onto his back. Li Xinxiu touched the blood on his face and didn't dare to delay, running straight towards the ridge of the vulture leader.
Get thee out of here!
The vulture leader stretched out his wings, tearing through the air to slash diagonally at the 6 forbidden soul soldiers. The 6 forbidden soul soldiers did not avoid or dodge, and controlled their wings to crash into them.
Bon!
The crisp vibration made the rain stagnate, and the aftershocks visible to the naked eye spread out and attacked in all directions, with Li Xinxiu at the center bearing the brunt. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. The aftermath came wrapped in a strong wind. Seeing this, Li Xinxiu stood ashes in front of his body, while he himself half crouched on the ground to stabilize himself. In a matter of moments, Li Xinxiu's loose clothes were blown around, his thick black hair was tied straight back, and the raging sea-like aftermath rippled through him, alive and well. Li Xinxiu's cheeks flushed with a weird flush, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood when his head was lowered.
Ahem, yuck!
Li Xinxiu reached out and wiped the blood from the edge of his mouth, while a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The rate of enhancement has accelerated? He could clearly perceive that the life energy hoarded in his cells became faster in strengthening and nourishing his body under the aftershocks. Originally, under Li Xinxiu's prediction, it would take at least a few more hours for him to break through the 3 forbidden, but if he could keep up this speed, it might be possible in less than half an hour. The battle between the vulture chief and the vulture soul soldier continued, but it wasn't a stalemate for long. As the vulture leader gradually exerted his strength, the vulture soul soldier's wings made a crunching sound that was too heavy to bear.
Get out!
The vulture leader's claws broke through the vulture soul soldier's bonds and plunged into his abdomen, tearing hard at the sides.
Clamor!
The black mist surged, and the vulture soul soldier was unharmed, only a few points lighter in color.
This?
The vulture leader was dumbfounded. Before he could react, the vulture soul soldier stuck back up like a dog's skin, jamming the vulture leader's claws and wings.
Li Xianyu, do you still want to watch the show?
Li Xinxiu shouted at the top of his voice. Li Xianyu, who was fuming, immediately reacted and flew towards the tail end of the vulture leader, spitting flames at the other party's unironized area. Li Shinxiu then ran to where the other party's wings were connected, raised the embers high with both hands, and stuck them into the other party's flesh with a pff sound.
Fake. You do not speak of martial virtues.
The vulture leader's huge body suddenly tensed up and threw it aside. The vulture's soul soldier smashed towards the ground like a cannonball, taking away Li Xianyu, who had just found a good angle along the way.
Nima Li Xianyu's voice became smaller and smaller until it was infinitely close to the ground. Bang, bang, bang.
A succession of tremors came from the ground. A dragon and a bird stacked on top of each other, piercing through several tall buildings before unloading its full force and smashing a deep crater 100 meters wide in the road. Li Shinxiu clenched her teeth and suppressed the urge to curse, then pulled out the embers and slid them down the curve of her spine towards the end.
Let's see how hard you are to kill.
A flash of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the vulture leader, his neck twisted like a twine, and that barbed pointed beak tore through the rain, leaving a trail of residual shadows in the air with its swift speed. A shadow appeared above Li Shinxiu's head just as the sonic boom sounded. The tip of the beak glowing with a cold aura was about to poke through Li Shinxiu's head, and in the nick of time, Li Shinxiu's body became blurred as if it had been erased by an eraser a few times. The tip of the beak instantly passed through Li Shinxiu's body, but strangely enough, there wasn't a single drop of blood. The vulture leader stopped the tip of his beak and rolled his eyes to look to his left. And Li Shinxiu, who had dodged the attack, happened to raise his head, and the two men's lines of sight just collided. Li Shinxiu's gaze slightly condensed as his left hand holding the embers slid down, picking up the tail end of the scythe body to slash at the vulture leader's eyes. The leader of the vultures flung his beak at the sight, and slammed into the scythe blade first.
Bon!
The blade of the scythe trembled continuously, and the terrifying force of the recoil spread down the scythe body to Li Shinxiu's entire body, sending him flying away from the vulture leader's body.
Die!
The vulture leader swooped down in the direction where Li Shinxiu was. The crowd in the live broadcast room and in the room had their hearts in their throats when they saw this scene, not daring to breathe a single breath. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and the killing intent in the vulture leader's eyes was almost coalescing into substance, but on the contrary, Li Shinxiu was calm, and didn't look half panicked and disoriented. Just as the vulture leader opened his bloody mouth to bite Li Shinxiu, two black shadows appeared behind him. One of the black shadows flew to Li Shinxiu's feet and steadily caught him. Another black shadow of massive size flew over his head and crashed head-on into the vulture leader.
Bang! Damn it, it's you again, you damn thing.
The vulture leader's eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames as he stared dead at the vulture soul soldier that was blocking his way. Not far away, Li Shinxiu slowly stood up and said in a cold voice to Li Xianyu underneath him, "If you let this vulture knock you out again, you'll die headfirst against the wall yourself."
Master, I cannot die.
Li Xianyu smiled awkwardly, and there seemed to be a little bit of small pride in his words. Li Shinxiu's face darkened, and a chill spread across his drooping eyes. "If you don't have any pain, you can choose to keep flying out." Li Xianyu didn't dare to talk anymore and rushed towards the vulture leader with a flourish of his feathers. "I will not share the same fate as my master's enemy." Li Shinxiu saw the right moment and let down, his sharp sickle blade slashing at the thick neck of the vulture leader from top to bottom.
Off!
When the vulture leader let out a stern cry, his thick neck then instantly tensed up, sending Li Shinxiu flying with his sword in person. But fortunately this time the strength was not too great. Li Shinxiu flipped his body in the air to offset the force, and landed steadily on the other party's spine, continuing his great business of cutting wings. On the field, the crowd looked at the battle in the sky like their heads had been hit by a hammer.
I'm not dreaming, am I? One band beating six? Has the world sneaked this far behind my back? Ha! Yan Mei revealed an incomprehensible expression. This is not scientific. Chapter 119. A small mouth opens up, and the mana is boundless. As the action team leader of the Special Energy Division, he naturally knows that Li Shinxiu has broken through to the second ban, but who is so fierce in the second ban? Fighting around the six forbidden black-feathered vulture, this. Is this scientific? This is unreasonable. Horseface live feed. Going out to buy food must go up 50 cents. Are the young people now fierce to this point? Everyone's exams go well, the host broadcasts well, and will give you a sports car later. Delicious cockroach, why do I feel like a fill-in passerby, born to be a backdrop for people like this? I'm a manifest destiny, be a good backdrop and you'll have a shot when I pass you by. Meanwhile, in the room where King Yama was. Yama supported his chin with one hand, thoughtfully watching the live broadcast for a long time. My lord, this Chujiang king doesn't seem to be hiding anything, this weapon spirit is just pretending to be more powerful. Ox had opened his mouth to break the silence in the room. Cough.
King Yama coughed lightly, reached out and took a small sip of the hot tea on the table, and said calmly. Rather as I expected, the king of Chujiang is a sincere person, and what he says is naturally what he says. Oxhead scratched his head doubtfully, but didn't you just say that Li Xinqiu hid his clumsiness? Can it be that he's hiding in other areas? Yan Luo Wang couldn't stop his face muscles from twitching and forced himself to explain. The hidden clumsiness I'm talking about refers to a deeper level of hidden clumsiness. It's normal that you're too shallowly experienced to understand it. I see, I've been taught. Oxhead nodded obediently and looked at King Yan Luo adoringly. Adults deserve to be adults, always able to see what they cannot see. I have to learn more from adults in the future, in the event of calm and relaxed, planning beyond the 1,000 miles. What the poor Oxhead didn't know was that the reason why King Yama was able to be calm and relaxed in the face of things was actually simply being more able to pretend, and there was no essential difference with Li Xianyu. The battle continues. The sound of the battle between the one man and three beasts was getting louder and louder. Each collision was like a thunderclap, and the residents within a few miles could see it clearly. For a while, countless people followed Horseface's lead and began to live stream on their cell phones, shooting Li Xinqiu from a 360 deathless angle. In the sky. Li Xianyu! Li Xinqiu bellowed, while leaping down from the tail end of the vulture leader, narrowly dodging the tip of the vulture leader's beak. Master, don't panic. With a wave of his wings, Li Xianyu flew through the vulture leader's lower abdomen and steadily caught Li Xinqiu. You guys? You guys? The vulture leader's eyes were red with indignation as he looked in the direction Li Xinqiu had left. At this moment, his body was covered in burns, and the joint between his left wing and his spine was covered in blood marks of varying depths, and with every clash and collision with the soul soldiers, these marks would overflow with blood, dripping down the tips of his wings towards the bottom. At this time, Li Xinqiu would ride Li Xianyu and run below to receive blood to drink to replenish the life energy in his body, eliminating waste from the root. This pissed off the vulture leader. This Nima is more than not speaking martial virtues, it is simply no bottom line It's not fair. The vulture leader shouted hysterically. At these words, 6 black crows flew over everyone's heads, crows whose name was Breathless Condensation Crow. Li Xianyu disdainfully said, fair. What qualifications do the weak have to talk to this dragon about fairness? You stinker, what's a group fight? Fight me one-on-one if you can, I'll give you a wing. The vulture leader was furious, and his desire to beat Li Xianyu rose to its peak. It's so indebted. Ridiculous, what an uninitiated bird. Li Xianyu said rightfully, why fight alone when you can fight in a group? Hearing this, the vulture leader who was battling with the soul soldiers spurted out a large mouthful of blood with a p sound. Lies don't hurt people, the truth is the fast knife, it seems like you really are a world-weary little fledgling like I said. Li Xianyu cheaply added another knife. Holy put! Before the vulture leader could finish his sentence, he once again sprayed out a large mouthful of blood. The aura that was already somewhat weak and shriveled more and more. Li Xinqiu looked at Li Xianyu with a surprised expression, his eyes full of admiration. Li Xianyu, your mouth is as cheap as it is enlightened. Li Xianyu's voice was undisguised as he unleashed a third sonic attack. It's alright, it's mainly because this little fledgling's mental quality is too poor. This time the vulture leader no foreplay, directly according to the process poof spewed blood. Viewers watching the live stream. Love trade, air. I take back what I said earlier. What a dragon. This world's heroes are really like the carp in the river, interesting, really interesting. Tyrannosaurus Rex warrior, where's this dragon's compulsion? How did it all fall off? How did it become the look it has now? No. God of invincible armor, even if it's weak, why has the strong aura disappeared without a trace? Why did you deceive me? Through the screen, Li Xianyu naturally couldn't hear the crowd's denigration of him, and even if he did, Li Xianyu wouldn't care. Pushy? It's just an object that comes and goes. How much is it worth? Under the stimulation of Li Xianyu's words, the vulture leader's emotions rose and fell, simultaneously causing his defense to break down. The soul soldiers who had originally fallen into a disadvantageous position took advantage of this opportunity to leave a number of hideous blood gullies on their bodies. The vulture leader broke defense, why don't you die? But the only thing that responded to him was the vulture soul soldier's waveless eyes. Compared to the very beginning, the color of the vulture soul soldier had faded quite a bit, but the vulture leader didn't notice this due to the fact that it was too dark. In his eyes, the monster in front of him was too scary, he couldn't die even if he bit his head off, how could he fight? At this moment, Li Xinqiu once again returned to the vulture leader's spine, but this time he didn't charge straight at the other party's left wing, instead he stood still and froze for a while. A few seconds later, Li Xinqiu pursed her lips. Feeling the power that was constantly surging within his body, Li Xinqiu clenched his fists, ripples rippling through his ancient, wave-free eyes.
The 3 prohibitions are finally broken. There's still an opportunity missing.
Li Xinqiu clenched his embers and rushed towards the vulture leader's left wing position at the speed of the previous 2 bans. Faithful people needed to be mentally stimulated to break through the forbidden level, so naturally, Li Xinqiu wouldn't let go of this opportunity to raise the upper limit of merit points. When people are at their most desperate, when they are at their most miserable, this is the best opportunity to break the ban.
Newbie. Crypto.
Here and there, whistling sounds resounded from all directions, echoing between heaven and earth. A gust of wind rose and a choking smell of blood melted into the wet cold of the rainy night. Dense black feathered vultures approached towards this place at great speed, covering the sky and the ground.
Chapter 120a. I forgot about it.
For a moment, everyone's eyes were drawn to the whistling sounds from all directions.
What's that? That? It seems like a bird. No, it's a vulture, it's a recovery beast. What's going on here? Why are they all coming this way? These shouldn't all be coming for Li Xinqiu, right?
After seeing the black feathered vultures roaming the sky, the faces of the crowd were instantly turned pale with fear, and they retreated towards the back step by step. The only one who still dared to stick his head out of the window was the top-floor Horseface, holding his cell phone aloft for a live broadcast. Horseface looked maniacal and shouted loudly, "Starve the timid, support the bold, everyone's small gifts go up, the anchor does not die, live broadcast non-stop." Xiaoyan delivers a slap in the face.
No cow with a head gives a band-aid. Rocket 66 given by frugal household. Refreshment for the summer and send a small heart. Don't you guys like group fights? Then group fights, I like group fights the most. The vulture leader let out a loud laugh of excitement, sweeping away his earlier depression. Li Xinqiu half squatted on the ground, his gaze distant as he looked at the dense black feathered vultures in the distance. Although he had killed some vultures and conjured up some soul soldiers earlier, these soul soldiers were ultimately outnumbered. After countless deaths and rebirths, the soul has now returned to repair itself in the soul room of ashes.
Under the cloudy sky, Li Xianyu lifted his wings and swept over the vulture leader's spine. Li Xinqiu saw the right moment and jumped with both feet, reaching out to grab Li Xianyu's dragon claw and letting the other party bring him up thousands of meters into the air.
"Master, how is this going to work?" Li Xianyu asked in a deep voice.
"You go deal with those vultures, remember," Li Xinqiu continued after a pause.
"Remember not to go too far, show a slight disadvantage. After I get this big bird down, you'll pretend to be seriously injured and go offline, and let the soul soldiers have a tough time fending off the vulture swarm, got it?" A flash of hesitation flashed in Li Xianyu's eyes as he questioned, "Master, this head of the 6th forbidden soul soldier won't last much longer, and by then, when I go offline and so does he, will you be able to beat it? I've broken through the 3 bans, you're with me, don't you know? I know you've broken through the 3 prohibitions, but it's still very much up in the air. Even if this big bird breaks its wings and gets hit hard again, it seems like you won't be able to beat it. It's not for you to worry about, remember what I've handed down." After saying that, Li Xinqiu let go of Li Xianyu's dragon claw and fell towards the bottom. The raging gusts of wind scurried past his face, and drops of blood drifted toward the back like a pearl necklace, colliding with the raindrops that fell with the wind, splattering them with crystal and gore. Li Xianyu looked deeply at Li Xinqiu and finally chose to believe the other party. Roar! The beast's roar resounded through the sky, and even the clouds collapsed for a few moments. Boo! Li Xianyu broke through the clouds and swooped down on the vulture flock that was about to approach, the gusts of wind rolling in like a wild horse out of control. A bunch of miscellaneous hares also dared to show their teeth to this dragon, roll. Li Xianyu snapped, the arrogance and contempt in his words undisguised, impacting the hearts of everyone on the field. Tyrannosaurus warrior, great, he's picked up the pussy. God of invincible armor, I knew it, this is his true face, the previous ones were all pretend. Bull warrior, just fool yourselves, don't ever fool anyone else. Li Xinqiu passed through the clouds and kept approaching in the direction where the vulture leader was. How dare you approach me with impunity without that dragon to aid you? The vulture leader's long and narrow eyes glowed with a cold light, and then stretched out his neck towards Li Xinqiu and tore into him. The distance between the two kept shrinking. The excitement in the depths of the vulture leader's eyes grew thicker and thicker, but how could Li Xinqiu let him have his way? The embers trembled slightly, and a wisp of black smoke sprang out of it, transforming into a vulture soul soldier in an instant, carrying Li Xinqiu to dodge the beak of the vulture leader. It's that damn thing again.
The vulture leader's eyes were wide with rage, and he could only watch as Li Shinxiu brushed past him. Under the night, Li Shinxiu stepped on the vulture's soul soldiers and moved nimbly, occasionally using the embers to slash a few times on the vulture leader's body, causing the other party to suffer a lot. Pust! The scythe blade that glittered with blood patterns plunged into the vulture leader's abdomen, and the soul soldiers under Li Shinxiu's feet instantly accelerated. Hiss! A long bloody gash lengthened rapidly, a large puddle of blood slammed down from it, and the sound of a large blended mass being sharply severed was faintly heard. Nu B. The leader of the vultures tore his throat and let out a sharp whine, but compared to before, this time the whine was laced with a bit of weakness and pain. The moment the whistling sound fell, the entangled black-feathered vultures in the distance rushed towards Li Shinxiu without regard for life and death as if they had been beaten with chicken blood. Phew! A gust of wind came, and Li Xianyu spat out ghostly blue flames like a wall, taking the lead in blocking the black-feathered vultures on the northwestern side. The rest of the soul soldiers rushed to the southeast in a brazen manner, using their bodies to stiffly defend themselves against the encroachment. But even so, there were still many black-feathered vultures that broke through the blockade and swooped down in the direction where Li Shinxiu was. The corner of Li Shinxiu's mouth hooked up slightly after seeing this scene. He was fretting about his body being too clean and not having any injuries at all. This vulture leader was really understanding, immediately sending himself a flock of black-feathered vultures. In less than a moment's work, Li Shinxiu's figure was submerged in the dense flock of vultures. The pupils of the crowd on the ground trembled as they looked at the sky with uneasy faces. Finished, so many vultures, how can Li Shinxiu fight alone? How tired must this child be, one person against so many recovery beasts, will he win? Mommy, can this brother beat these monsters? A small, dirty-faced girl raised her head and asked timidly. As soon as the little girl's words fell, a burst of sound came from the sky. In that dense group of vultures, a small blood-colored dot rushed out from it, and nearly 100 vultures waved their wings, pulling out a long line in the sky, following closely behind the small blood dot. The crowd's pupils trembled slightly as they stared intently at the small blood dot in the sky. Is it Li Shinxiu? How? Why all of a sudden? So much blood, he won't bleed to death. Sitting on the ground, Lu Fushu forced himself to endure the tearing sensation coming from up and down his circumference, and stood up tremblingly while holding onto the wall. Elder Lu, what are you doing? Yanxi hurriedly walked forward and helped Lu Fushu up. Lu Fushu's hunched waist slowly straightened, firmly said, "How can you let a child carry such a heavy thing? I am going to help him." As soon as these words came out, the people in the nearby land all turned their heads to look at Lu Fushu, with admiration and intolerance in their eyes. Yansa hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade, "Forget it, Lu Lao, you really will die if you move again, stop for a while." Lu Fushu stubbornly pushed Yanxi away. "You don't have to persuade me, this kid has a bright future, I absolutely can't let him die here." "But Lu Lao, you go also useless, you cannot go to heaven." The air fell into silence. Lu Fushu froze in place like a log, stiffly twisting his head to look at Yanxi, a hint of realization flashing through his cloudy eyes. I forgot. Crowd. Chapter 121 Art is. Meanwhile, the helicopter gunship that Li Shu and the others were traveling in. Inside the cabin, everyone was looking intently at their cell phones, and Horseface's voice rang through the cabin from time to time. Ma Tianzhou's throat knots rolled slightly as he said somewhat incredulously, "This is a bit too strong, isn't it? To be able to tangle with the 6-band black-feathered vulture for so long, this kid's real strength is at least all 4 band to hit the bottom, such a good seedling if he dies in." Gao Xing frowned tightly, no longer speaking. Sui came out and complained, "What's wrong with this in Unification Division, deploying an entire action squad, and it's been half an hour and still hasn't cleared the disaster water?" Li Shuashan concurred, "Yes, in the past, the efficiency of the Security and Unification Division was very fast, how come it's so slow this time?" What they didn't know was that at this moment, Ying Chang was almost purged by the disaster water, not to mention purging it. Li Shu looked up and shouted in the direction of the driver's seat, "How much longer?" "About 21 minutes if all goes well." Under the black overcast clouds, nearly 100 black-feathered vultures sped through the rainy night like tracking missiles, and the ear-piercing shrill sound of breaking wind echoed in Li Shinxiu's ears like a hypnotic swana. Before the raindrops fell in the night sky, they were stirred up by the turbulent air currents. At this time, Li Shinxiu was naked with the upper half of his body covered with densely packed scratches, oozing out blood moment by moment, looking miserable and incomparable. "It's not too bad." Li Shinxiu looked down and nodded in satisfaction. "With such a miserable body, are you afraid of not having merit points?" "Phew. A black feathered vulture attacked from behind Li Shinxiu, aiming at his head with its bloody mouth open. Li Shinxiu sidestepped and slashed down horizontally with the embers in one hand.
Pust. The black feathered vulture's body split from the head and spread backward, the wound smooth as if it had been cut open by a precision instrument.
Before the black feathered vulture could even begin to fall, other black feathered vultures coming in fast behind it smashed its body to pieces. Li Shinxiu glanced indifferently at the ever-approaching flock of vultures, then moved his own line of sight to the 6 forbidden soul soldiers. After going through countless times of reorganization and healing, the black color on the 6 forbidden soul soldier's body was already close to gray, and the vulture leader fighting with him noticed this even if he was blind.
Ghost thing, you finally can't make it, right? Ha ha ha.
The vulture leader laughed wildly, then craned his neck to look at Li Shinxiu. You mustn't run. After he finished speaking, his mouth grinned towards the sides, revealing a near-human smile at Li Shinxiu. Li Shinxiu's gaze slightly condensed as he looked at the vulture leader's left wing. It had long been full of holes and blood from him. The reason why the vulture leader could still swing his left wing was that he relied on the bones embedded in his flesh, and as long as these bones were broken, his left wing would be considered useless. With a movement of Li Shinxiu's mind, the vulture soul soldiers under his feet suddenly changed direction and flew in the direction of the vulture leader.
The vultures that were right behind him all lunged forward out of inertia, none of them breaking.
When the vulture leader saw Li Shinxiu continuously approaching towards him, an inexplicable uneasiness rose in his heart. Right at this moment, the vulture soul soldier suddenly acted like a demon, clamping down on the vulture leader with its own wings in a deadly grip, and the black mist on its surface began to surge like boiled water. Even the air around them rippled.
What are you doing?
A flash of panic flashed in the vulture leader's eyes, and he began to struggle frantically, but the vulture soul soldier was like having 502 glue applied to his body, and he couldn't shake it off no matter how much the vulture leader shook it off.
Phew!
Accompanied by the swift gusts of wind, Li Shinxiu's figure gradually enlarged in the eyes of the vulture leader, and behind him followed the flock of nearly 100 vultures. When the vulture leader was about to say something, Li Shinxiu had already flown in front of his eyes.
Art is...
Li Shinxiu smiled brightly and slowly opened his clenched fists. Boom! After saying that, Li Shinxiu's blood-stained hair stood upward, and his figure turned sharply and flew toward the ground at great speed. The vultures that followed him once again crashed into the body of the vulture leader due to inertia.
Boom! The vulture leader's eyes were filled with confusion.
As soon as the words fell, the vulture soul soldier's eyes gradually brightened,
boiling black mist like it had reached its apex, and the next second... rumble!
Deafening explosions resounded through the heavens and earth, rolling black smoke surged in all directions, and the vultures close to the center were directly blown up by the aftermath. The clouds above the center of the explosion were directly shaken apart, forming a rainless zone that covered a 1-mile radius, and the terrifying power caused the ground to quake. Even if Li Shinxiu dodged in time, he was not spared, shooting out like a cannonball under the impact of the aftermath and smashing into a piece of rubble. Above the sky, a figure as large as a mountain tore through the black mist and fell towards the ground.
Boom!
A dozen or so residential buildings were crushed into rubble like tofu, and thick, dense white ash rose up into the sky like a fog, so that even though they were dozens of miles apart, the ground could be felt shaking. Li Xianyu emotionally shouted towards the ground, "Master!" But before he could finish his sentence, countless black-feathered vultures surrounded him.
Ah!
Li Xianyu let out a painful hiss, the color of his body getting fainter and fainter. I
will definitely come back.
After saying that, Li Xianyu disappeared into the world with a bang. The scene broke the hearts of the fanboys on the air, sending out wails of resignation from the other side of the screen.
It all seems like a long time, but it's really just a few seconds.
Above the sky, the 3 giant beasts disappeared without a trace, leaving only the roiling black-feathered vultures and vulture soul soldiers to mingle high in the sky. It was only after a few seconds of silence that the crowd witnessing everything struggled to get up from the ground, that constantly trembling heart gradually settling down. But the lingering fear in the eyes of the crowd did not go away, and ragged breathing followed. The crowd in the live broadcast room was the first to react, and the Gifts in Horseface live broadcast room reached their peak at this moment. Forgive me for stealing your heart, my god, this is nigh on more shocking than making a movie. We'll finally verticalize the Federation.
Was it that spirit genie that caused the explosion?
Dreams of unifying the world, this spirit basilisk is too perverted, right? See who is not good to go up and blow up a bit, who can resist this?
Lily and Light, it's mainly the people who are great. Passerby, is that revived beast dead yet?
Life protagonist, should be dead, so powerful.
No one knows the answer. The people are not settled, the white fog has not lifted. Chapter 122, Love at the Corner. In the calm of time, the crowd on the field gradually came back to their senses. Someone's mouth opened in disbelief. Is that big guy dead? The silence was broken, and the dullness in everyone's eyes slowly receded as bits of light emerged from the depths. Should be dead? So are we going to make it to the rescue? It seems so. In an instant, everyone broke into laughter, and the oppressive dreariness that filled the hall above slowly melted away like snow exposed to the hot sun. The young couple hugged excitedly. The young man who had been robbed of his life touched his chest and breathed in the cold air with a coolness. Only Lu Fushu had a stony face. With Yanomi's assistance, he limped out of the hall and looked up towards the sky. In the sky, the vulture soul soldiers and the vulture swarms were constantly tearing each other apart. The two sides were evenly matched, and no one could take anyone. Lu Fushu twisted his head and asked, "That child's supernatural ability is great strength, right?" Yanxi gently jowled, "Yes, it's powerful. He has a power comparable to the third ban when he was in the first ban." Hearing this, Lu Fushu slowly let out a sigh of relief. Then this blackbird in the sky should be the ability of that spirit Shen artifact of his. He's still alive. Saying that, Lu Fushu reached out and squeezed Yanxi's arm, quickly. "That kid is in a bad state. You guys go find him, quick, he's in that direction." Lu Fushu pointed in a certain direction, and on that pale and weak face was an anxiety visible to the naked eye. Yanomi nodded like a chicken. "You stay here, I'll bring someone to find it." After settling down Lu Fushu, Yanxi greeted his men and ran in the direction Lu Fushu had indicated. The sound of propellers turning came from above the roof of the building, followed by the slow takeoff of several ordinary helicopters, which also began their search. After Lu Fushu saw Yanxi and the others leave, he shouted at the top of his voice to the crowd in the hall, "Be quiet." After all, he was a five-band powerhouse. His voice was still very loud, and he instantly suppressed all the noise on the field. For a moment, everyone turned their heads to look at Lu Fushu. "Isn't it a bit too early to celebrate? Li Xinxiu, who saved us, is now dying, nowhere to be found, and will probably die in a few minutes, or even a few dozen seconds. If he dies, all these blackbirds in the sky protecting us will disappear, and we'll all die then. Li Xinxiu is in that direction. If you want to live, follow me to find him." After saying that, Lu Fushu stumbled out of the gate with a horizontal sword. The people in the hall glanced at each other, and soon a young guy pushed his way out of the crowd and ran towards the main door, while twisting his head and shouting to the crowd. "What are you waiting for? The roads are all blocked by vehicles now. If Li Xinxiu dies, can any of you guarantee you'll survive?" As soon as these words came out, more and more people came to their senses, either individually or in groups, and rushed in the direction Lu Fushu had pointed out. Horseface, who had been staying on the top floor, also came downstairs in a flurry of excitement. "Don't go away, families, I'm going to look for Li Xinxiu and give families a real-time interview. The excitement is not to be missed." Amidst the ruins of a collapsed house, Li Xinxiu was embedded in a load-bearing wall, with 3 thick rebars inserted into his abdomen, thighs, and arms. Bright red blood spilled out from around the steel like a colony of ants, sliding down the wall and painting an irregular bloody graffiti. The soft moonlight poured down from the sky above the rainless zone, falling on Li Xinxiu's tattered and torn body, the flowing blood reflecting the bright moon, the cloudy clouds, and the pouring rain in the distance at this moment. "What's going on?" Li Xinxiu raised his arm to the moon, and under the illumination of the moonlight, a faint wisp of blood-red gas floated out from his arm and flew into the air. Not only his arm, but his whole body was like this, just like boiling water that had been boiled, and he could vaguely smell the faint odor of blood. After being shaken to the ground by the aftershocks, Li Xinxiu could feel that all the life energy he had accumulated over the past 2 days had been depleted, part of which was used to strengthen his body, and part of which was used to slow down the aging of his body. And the blood that he had previously drunk into his stomach began to convert into life energy, spreading to his limbs and bones. But to Li Xinxiu's surprise, only 1/10 of this blood was converted into life energy, while the other 9/10 could not be converted at all. And it kept getting less and less, turning into gas, as it is now, and floating out of the body. Strange. Li Xinxiu's eyes narrowed slightly, then he placed his hand on his chest, putting this doubt behind him. That wasn't something he was worrying about right now. He had a more important task, feigning serious injury. Li Xinxiu's head tilted, and his face went white at a speed visible to the naked eye, to the extent that the dead would have to say extinction when they came. Within moments, the sound of propellers churning the air came from the distance, followed closely by a jumble of footsteps. "Li Xinxiu! Li Xinxiu, where are you? Squeak if you hear me and we'll get you out. Is this Elder Lu pointing in the wrong direction? There's no one here?" Someone scratched his head and looked around in confusion.
Yanxi wiped the sweat on his forehead. Lu Lao won't be wrong, search carefully, you guys go over there, I'll lead the team over there.
At Yanomi's command, the search area was further expanded and the difficulty of the search increased.
But as more and more people joined in, the advance grew faster and faster. There was no such thing as touching the fish for everyone. On the one hand, they were grateful to Li Xinxiu, on the other hand, they were worried about their own lives. In the distance, Horseface half crouched on top of the ruins, looking wearily at the camera. Families, the anchor is really out of strength, everyone help the anchor. A pair of sunglasses advances 10 steps, hot air balloon advances 100 steps, Carnival accelerates the run, whether or not we can see Li Xinxiu, it depends on the strength of all of you.
Cool Summer, go for it, anchor, I'll fill up the money and send you gifts. Cool Summer, send a little heart. Horseface's face darkened, I see this friend's heart, but this sincerity. Rich and Powerful, send a small heart 88. Rich and Powerful, send a small heart 66. Frugal, give away hot air balloon 99. 1,000 monthly salary, Carnival 88 given. Ha ha ha. Horseface swept away his previous exhaustion and stood up excitedly. Thanks for the support from the family, the anchor will go find it now. With that, Horseface ran with great strides, those eyes like falcons, sternly scanning the surroundings. A minute later, I don't know if it was fate or karma, but Horseface's face changed and he suddenly stopped. He stood frozen in place for a moment, then stiffly turned his head and met Li Xinxiu's dull eyes directly. This? Horseface looked confused. Love on the corner? Chapter 123, Psychopaths. A place this big running around by yourself and coming across it? Not only was Horseface confused, Li Xinxiu was also confused. Horseface? Li Xinxiu frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Why is this guy here? Li Xinxiu pursed her lips and somewhat unnaturally twisted her head away, no longer looking at the Horseface. This encounter of pretending to be miserable and being seen by an acquaintance is a bit embarrassing. Families, look at that. Horseface excitedly pointed his finger in the direction where Li Xinxiu was. With that, Ma Mian ran and aimed his cell phone camera at Li Xinxiu, who was lying on the ground. For a time, the originally silent live room was instantly lively again. Lonely Wolf, seems to be Li Xinxiu. Ah, really found it? The sheep that fits in, is the anchor so powerful? It's only been a long time, and it's found. Rich and Powerful, anchor, can you return the little hearts I gave you? They're worth 2 pairs of sunglasses, you didn't even walk away with that many. Cow pulling a cart, can the camera be brought closer? It's too far away to see it all. Everyone take it easy, right away, for the sake of the anchor working so hard, everyone small gifts to go. Horseface said eagerly with a red face. The distance between the two was not far, a mere 100 meters, and soon Ma Mian came to Li Xinxiu with his cell phone and fell to his knees in concern. Li Xinxiu, are you alright? Are you still alive? Ma Mian shook Li Xinxiu's arm. Li Xinxiu's cracked lips slightly trembled, he slowly lifted his heavy eyelids, and was about to say water according to the formula of the TV series, but he was rendered speechless by the scene in front of him. There was no moon in sight, no overcast clouds, there was and is only one camera in front of him, Horseface's cell phone camera to be exact. At this time, Ma Mian held up his cell phone and disliked the camera straight to Li Xinxiu's eyes, and that one eyelash was clearly displayed in the live broadcast. Look everyone, what dull and cloudy eyes, I can't imagine how much pain Li Xinxiu has endured alone. Ma Mian's voice was moving, mixed with a strong sense of intolerance and heartache, but at the moment, his heart was wrapped in a strong sense of joy. It's a chance that God has given himself. Chu Jiangwang is not to sell misery to earn merit points, he just happened to open the live broadcast, you can publicize the propaganda. Maybe King Chu Jian was in a good mood and directly waived the $40 million he owed. At the thought of this, the joy in Ma Mian's heart increased even more, and he swept his eyes around vigilantly, and after seeing that no one was around, the corner of his mouth rose, revealing a cheap smile. After Li Xinxiu's afterglow glanced at this scene, a bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. This guy wouldn't be harboring a grudge over the last time and preparing to take this opportunity to get back at himself, would he? Li Xinxiu was about to open his mouth to say something when Horseface's camera suddenly panned down and aimed the camera at Li Xinxiu's chest. My God, this. All these scratches and bites are painful to look at, I can't believe how much pain Li Xinxiu is in right now, a teenager, how on earth can he be so strong? A steel bar so thick pierced through the body without even uttering a word, how strong the endurance must be. Maybe you don't have any idea about the length and thickness of this steel bar, I'll give you a hand comparison, look, how horrible it is. Saying that, Ma Mian pointed the camera at Li Xinxiu once again, Li Xinxiu, I would like to ask you, What sustains you to fight against everything alone? Is it the mission of the heavenly ordained one, or is it some exclusive belief?
Li Shinxiu slowly closed his eyes, that left hand slowly clenched where the camera couldn't shine. He doesn't want to talk, he has nothing to say, he can only communicate with normal people. Meanwhile, Horseface livestream was abuzz with talk.
Psychiatric Hospital Director Wang, Air. Is the anchor mentally ill? Cool summer, what's going on here? Shouldn't we be rushing to call for help? Hututu, this wanna make money wanna go crazy, right, here eating human blood buns, do not know that further delay will die? Cheyenne Light, are you out of your mind?
Horseface turned a deaf ear to these remarks, as he pressed on. In the middle of the room where King Yama was. Oxhead, tell me honestly, is there something wrong with this Horseface's brain? King Yama held back his anger and put his cell phone on the table. Could he be trying to let the people in the live broadcast room see the tragic situation of King Chujiang to achieve the effect of raising the ceiling of merit points? Oxhead carefully placed the steep tea in front of King Yen Luo. Yama laughed back in anger. Would a normal person run up to a life-threateningly injured person and interview the other person about how they are feeling right now? Oxhead smiled awkwardly. Horseface does have some mental problems since he was blackmailed for $500 million last time, so when this mission is over, I'll have him go see a doctor. Horseface, who was mentally confused by the 500 million, didn't know that he had already been defined mentally ill by Oxhead and King Yama. At this point Horseface is completely immersed in his own fantasies. Li Shinxiu, Mamian, last time it was really thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to gain so many merit points. There's no need to pay back the 40 million, here's the 500 million I've prepared, consider it as a token of appreciation. Yama, Horseface, you are really my right-hand man, this mission can be a complete success, you have a lot of credit, here is my preparation of $1 billion, you do not think it is too little, please do your best to assist me in the future, do not leave me behind. Bullhead, I didn't expect that not only are you handsome, but your head is also so smart, it really impresses me. Last time you confessed your love to me, I can think about it. Thinking about it, squatting on the ground, Mamian giggled like he was having a stroke, he-ha-ha-ha, well. Li Shinxiu looked at Horseface, who suddenly began to giggle, and 3 large question marks appeared above his head. Is this guy out of his mind? Li Shinxiu's location wasn't hidden, and he was soon discovered by everyone except Horseface. When they saw a strange man squatting beside Li Shinxiu and letting out a chillingly treacherous laugh, one of them was filled with confusion. So what's the deal with that guy? Doesn't sound like a good guy by the sound of that laugh. Not good, Li Shinxiu is in danger, quickly go inform the Special Energy Division. After fantasizing for a few minutes, Mamian came back to his senses and twisted his head to look at the live broadcast room. I'll see what questions everyone wants to ask Li Shinxiu. Big dumb dog, anchor, are you out of your mind? Hurry up and call someone. Still put aside the live circle of money it? Dreams of clothes and food, this anchor is out of his mind, he wants to be famous, he wants to be crazy. No cow has a head, if you have a disease, cure it early, the more you delay, the more trouble you get. Horseface looked at the live broadcast of the sharp words of the pop-up screen, face swish became pale. Right, I should have called for help first, why did I forget such a crucial step? Horseface quickly stood up with a miso and was about to say something when a stern voice came from behind him. Freeze! Hands above your head. Chapter 124. What a miracle! The sudden sound scared Mamian's body. Listening to the sound of footsteps approaching behind him, his entire body froze in place. Not allowed to move? Horseface's pupils trembled, and a trace of imperceptible panic flashed in his eyes. What's the situation? Can't it be that your identity has been exposed? No, it's not like he's showing anything, so how could he be exposed? With trepidation, Mamian stiffened and turned his back, and what met his eyes was a dozen cold black iron gun barrels. At the head of the group was none other than Yen Si of the Special Energy Division. Yen Si, standing in the forefront with a sword, glanced at the heavily wounded Li Shinxiu, pulled out the pistol on his waist, bang, shot at the foot of Mamian. Mommy! Horseface was so shocked that he just sat down on the ground, looking at the bullet holes at his feet with a horrified expression. It looks realistic, as if it's actually being scared. Seeing that he was scared into such a state, the people of the Special Energy Division gradually lowered their guard, and their taut strings slowly loosened. Yen Si bellowed, step aside. Mamian gulped, okay, let's have a talk, don't shoot. With that, Horseface raised his hands above his head and fluttered his feet back and forth on the ground, little by little moving his butt, which was stuck to the ground, aside. After Horseface moved away, without waiting for Yen Si to speak, a few special ability members carrying medical boxes hurriedly ran to Li Shinxiu's side and squatted down. When they saw the wounds on Li Xinxiu's body from a close distance, everyone's eyes rippled with deep shock and admiration.
Li Xinxiu, are you okay?
One of the specialists reached out and waved his hand in front of Li Xinxiu's eyes.
Seeing that a normal person had finally arrived, Li Xinxiu once again lifted his thick eyelids and said breathlessly, "I'm okay."
Li Xinxiu, we will simply bandage you and stop the bleeding later. The conditions are rather harsh, there is no anesthetic, you
have to bear it for a while. The special agent brought a towel to Li Xinxiu's mouth.
Li Xinxiu's weak face hardened into a smile, "Thank you." When he finished, he took a bite out of the white towel and craned his neck to look up at the night sky, those clear eyes full of determination. Several of the specialists looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then opened their medical kits and began their work.
A few seconds later,
Li Xinxiu's veins suddenly rippled on his forehead, and his mouth, which was biting the towel, tensed up as blood flowed out from the folds of the towel, gradually spreading outwards. Just when everyone thought that Li Xinxiu would make a whimpering sound due to the severe pain, Li Xinxiu only trembled with his eyebrows and made no other movements, just looking straight at the night sky. Yanxi's heart felt like it had been hit by a hammer for a long time after seeing this scene. How strong a will does it take for steel to be drawn away from the body without a word? Yanxi could not imagine what a youth less than 20 years old had gone through to refine such a strong will. Even those veterans who had been in the battlefield for a long time were afraid that they would be far better than this youth in front of them. Li Xinxiu has been wandering since he was a child, begging for a living, snatching food from wild dogs. Every day is torture for him, and it's not surprising that such an environment has honed such a will.
At some point, Lu Fushu came to Yanxi's side, those cloudy eyes full of intolerance and heartache.
Yanxi nodded approvingly, then looked in the direction where Horseface was. At this moment, Ma Mian was surrounded by several special ability members in the center, defending himself with a bitter face.
"Big brother, it's really a big flood. A family doesn't recognize a family. You guys really wronged me. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Horseface folded his hands in pity. The middle-aged man at the head of the group was currently holding Ma Mian's cell phone and flipping through the comments on the live broadcast. "Xiaoyan Light, this man has a brain problem. The Special Energy Division should lock him up. Rich and capricious, eating human blood buns is even worse. He still won't refund the money I swiped. He should be shot straight away. Cool Summer, this kind of behavior is so egregious that he should donate all the money he made tonight to Li Xinxiu to calm the public's anger. Li Bac redundant Hui, my bank card number is 534-2242. The middle-aged man gave Ma Mian a breathless look and returned the cell phone. "Thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother." Horseface smiled and took the cell phone. Yan Mei walked over and inquired, "What's the situation?"
"An anchor that wanted to circle money through Li Xinxiu, so he didn't notify us first." The middle-aged man signaled Horseface with his eyes. Yanxi looked at Ma Mian in disgust at his words, "Get lost."
"All right, I'm rolling." Horseface nodded with a smile and fled the place in a puff of smoke.
Live broadcast family members don't go away. After watching Li Xinxiu, aren't you guys curious about the 6 forbidden recovery beasts that injured him like this? The anchor will take you to find out. The news that Li Xinxiu had been found was quickly spread, and the place where he was surrounded by crowds within minutes. When the crowd witnessed Li Xinxiu's present miserable condition, even the most hard-hearted people could not let their hearts continue to be calm, and just looked at Li Xinxiu with complex expressions. Those with high empathy and low tear points, whose eyes were already flooded with a little bit of tears, twisted their heads and no longer looked at Li Xinxiu.
Lu Fushu walked over to Li Xinxiu and inquired toward the special agent, "What is Li Xinxiu's situation?" One of the specialists let out a long breath, rather surprised.
"His physical condition is much better than we thought. Although those steel bars penetrated his body, none of them were fatal parts, not even the bones were injured, and those scratches and bites were only superficial wounds." Upon hearing this, the large stone in the hearts of the crowd fell.
"Great, he's okay, he's okay. How could such a fortunate man die at such a young age? I'm glad it's okay, I'm glad it's okay, I'm glad it's okay."
Yanxi said incredulously, 3 steel bars didn't even hurt the bones, what a miracle. Li Xinxiu, who was lying on the ground, slowly narrowed his eyes when he heard these words.
"Can it not be a miracle that you found the right angle to insert it yourself?"
Lu Fushu squatted to Li Xinxiu's side. "Child, bear with me for a little while longer, I'll immediately arrange for a helicopter to send you to medical care." Li Xinxiu let go of the towel and arched her eyebrows slightly. "I'm a heavenly ordained, nothing will happen to me, send those in need to seek medical attention first.
I can still hold up."
While speaking, Li Xinxiu frowned from time to time, as if he was enduring some great pain. This scene looked at the crowd's heart-gripping pain.
"Under your protection, we're all fine, and now the person who needs medical attention the most is you. Lu Fushu's face flushed with a strange redness, pff a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground. Elder Lu. Elder Lu, are you alright? Lu Fushu raised his hand to stop the crowd that was about to go forward, smiled and continued, the person who needs medical attention the most right now is besides you. And me. Chapter 125 Open Eyes. Above the grayish-white dust cloud, several fighters circled in a triangular pattern, making sharp popping noises in the air. In the midst of the dust and fog, Horseface wore a helmet on his head and held up his cell phone as he slowly advanced. Stay put, families, we're about to see the true face of that revived beast up close, are you all looking forward to it? Raining down a burst of night, you damn fierce fighter jets are afraid to enter the dust fog, you bring a helmet to go in, 6. Horseface laughed and waved his hand, they're just too timid, with such a horrible explosion, how could that resurgent beast survive, if it wasn't blown up, I'll live stream it upside down and wash my head. Cheyenne Light, stupid, if you want to wash your head, you have to have your head still on before you can wash it. Horseface saw this and sneered disdainfully. Lily and Letta, I pay attention to you for a long time, they do not have the guts to hide in the screen side to watch well, Gift did not send much, and from time to time also ridicule me a few words. You say you have no money, no guts, and such a mouth, and maybe you're even ugly, how can you say that to me? What makes you better than me? It's the same network that protects you, or I'd beat you so bad your mom wouldn't even recognize you, shabby, get out. After saying that, Mamian slipped his fingers and kicked little Yanqing out of the live broadcasting room. Meanwhile, inside the room where King Yama was. You have been invited out of the live studio by the anchor, please pay attention to civilized language. Yama pursed his lips and looked at the message box in the center of the screen in silence, a large hashtag appearing on his forehead. My lord, Horseface he is also. Snap. Yen Luohuang 5 fingers force, the palm of the cell phone was directly pinched into a piece of scrap metal, and from time to time there is a ZZ current sound. Bullhead gulped, my lord, are you? You alright? Ha ha ha. King Yama grinned and looked at Oxhead, I'm fine, do you think I'm angry, do you think I'd be angry over such a trivial matter? A few seconds later, Bullseye's eyebrows arched into a natural smile, of course not. It's time to replace the old cell phone, go online and order me an 8849 titanium cell phone. Yama threw the cell phone, which had been pinched into scrap metal, into the trash. Okay, I'll order it right away. At this time, the Horseface is completely unaware of this, and is enthusiastically thanking the big brother of the live broadcast. Thank you to my thrifty big brother for the hot air balloon, thank you thank you thank you. Thank you to my miss, no cow with a head for sending me a series of slaps, thank you thank you thank you. Thanks to family, we're here. Horseface excitedly pointed ahead, then hurriedly accelerated his footwork. The distance gradually drew closer, and Horseface's vision became clearer. A head tens of meters wide appeared in front of his eyes, the very head of the vulture leader. It was said to be a head, but in fact, it could no longer be considered a head, and it was only when pieces of slimy, rotten flesh were joined together that they formed the rough outline of the vulture leader's head, making it barely recognizable. I turbine, it's an extreme head. Horseface excitedly ran over and aimed his cell phone lens at the vulture leader's head. Who are you? Vomit, that's disgusting. Baby Bear 2, OMG, I'm going to throw up my overnight meal, it's so damn disgusting. Thrifty, Ox, overdraw some more private money. Thank you to my holding big brother, thank you to my big brother's airplane, thank you to my big brother's rocket, thank you. In less than a moment's work, the live broadcast was swept by gifts, and like a repeater, Horseface repeated the gifts that floated across the screen, thus ignoring where the camera was shining. The vulture leader's tightly shut eyes twitched slightly, and his eyes rolled in small circles under his lids. Cool summer, anchor, the eyes of that recovering beast seem to be moving. Tyrannosaurus warrior, really is this revived beast still alive? No cow has a head, stupid, run for it. Peace is a blessing, frugal and diligent, you don't give gifts. Thank you big brother for the sports car, thank you. Horseface said with a smile. Seeing that his own big brother no longer sends gifts, he then looked at the comment section, I'll see if there are any parts of the body that people want to see, Well, anchor, his eyes moved? This family member really knows how to joke, do you think I'll be scared by this kind of joke, not to mention that his eyes are closed now, even if he stares at me with wide eyes, still really wide. Wait, glaring? Horseface's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of pinpoints, and he stiffly tilted his neck to meet the vulture leader's lantern-sized eyes directly.
Ma Mian swallowed his saliva and hardened a smile. The great water has washed away the Dragon King temple. A family doesn't recognize a family. I'm also here to deal with Li Shinxiu. That's the kid with the scythe. He's right over there.
Li Shinxiu.
The vulture leader stuttered, and in his voice was an unstoppable anger. Seeing that the other party had no intention of hitching a ride, Horseface quietly moved a few steps backward, pulling away from the distance, and then hurriedly ran towards the outskirts of the dust and fog. Family members, the anchor almost led the box meal. Everyone gifts go up, comfort comfort anchor. Meanwhile, Li Shinxiu sighed.
Hoo hoo hoo.
A gust of wind came up and the sound of propellers turning came from above. A helicopter hovers below the night sky.
Everyone back off, don't interfere with the helicopter's normal landing.
Yanxi shouted at the top of his voice.
The crowd all retreated at the word, not daring to delay.
Once the pilot had found a suitable landing site, he hurriedly maneuvered the helicopter to the ground. Several nurses in white coats jumped down from the hatch and ran to Li Shinxiu with a stretcher, lifting him carefully onto the helicopter, with Lu Fushu following closely behind.
The battle in the sky isn't over yet. Gather the survivors together and don't make any last-minute messes, got it? Lu Fushu crouched in front of the hatch and instructed Yanxi.
Yanxi raised his hand to signal Lu Fushu to rest assured. You can rest assured, I have.
In my heart.
Before he could finish his sentence, the walkie-talkie pinned to his chest made a rustling sound. Calling Team Leader Yen, the 6-band black-feathered vulture is not dead, we request.
Boo! An explosion came from a distance, and the intercom's voice ended abruptly with it.
The sudden explosion startled everyone present, and the timid ones cried out directly. Yanxi's pupils trembled as he twisted his head in the direction from which the explosion came. In the midst of the dusty mist, the bright firelight was let loose in it, dimming until it died out. It was clear to him that it was caused by a fighter jet explosion.
What's going on here? It can't be that recovery beast making all that commotion? So, isn't that guy dead?
For a while, people were on edge, fear and despair joining hands, spreading instantly through the crowd. In the next second, a voice like a thunderous tremor came from the dust and fog.
Li Shinxiu. Chapter 126, Where's Li Shinxiu? Rumble.
A horrible roar came from the dusty mist in the distance, and it sounded like some huge thing struggling to get up. It's the voice of that revived beast.
He's not dead. Damn, why isn't he dead yet from that horrible explosion? What? What's going to happen now? It's over, the roads around us are blocked, we can't run away.
The crowd was in disarray, each person standing in place at a loss for words, their eyes filled with fear. Lu Fushu straightened his body and shouted at the top of his voice, everyone retreat back to the hall of the Special Energy Division, immediately now.
Wouldn't retreating to the hall make us a turtle in a jar? Someone questioned. Bang!
An abrupt gunshot rang out, and the crowd instantly quieted down, looking in horror at Yanxi, who was holding his pistol aloft.
Retreat to the lobby, can't you hear me? With that, Yanxi pulled the trigger again and fired a shot into the sky. What are you waiting for? If you want to live, retreat back to the hall.
A young man broke out of the crowd and ran toward the hall. Some hesitant people saw this and followed suit, and under the influence of the herd effect, in just a few moments' work, only the Special Energy Division's people were left on the field.
A young Special Forces member panicked and asked, Team Leader, what's going to happen now? The rest of them also looked at Yanxi at his words, waiting for his order. Even if that resurgent beast is alive, it's bound to be seriously injured, we just need to drag it out until backup arrives. Lu Fushu spoke up first, holding onto the hatch and jumping out of the helicopter. Elder Lu, what are you doing down here? Yanxi blocked in front of Lu Fushu. The most important thing you need to do right now is to go to the hospital. Can you guys block it without me?
Lu Fushu pushed Yanxi away and turned his head to the pilot of the helicopter. Make sure you get Li Shinxiu to the hospital safely. The pilot nodded and was about to close the hatch when a clanging sound came from inside the cabin.
You still have injuries, don't move yet. Just calm down and cooperate with us. It's just a trauma, I'm fine.
A weak voice came, followed by Li Shinxiu, who was covered in bandages and had lax eyes, picking at the hatch with his hands and limping out from the shadows. A few nurses surrounded him and tried to pull him back, but they didn't dare to push too hard, so they could only let Li Shinxiu approach the hatch step by step. Lu Fushu's face changed and he stepped forward to block the hatch. What are you doing? Hurry back. That resurgent beast is coming for me, only I can stall him. Li Shinxiu's eyes were firm. Let me go down. When Li Shinxiu was about to take a step and jump down, he was pushed back by Lu Fushu with force and fell straight to the ground. Lu Fushu snapped on your now this look how to drag, hurry up and go, do not stay here in the way. Boom, boom, boom. Without waiting for Lu Fushu to finish his sentence, a sound similar to a giant pounding the ground rang out in the dust and fog, and the earth in a few miles radius trembled in small increments. The vulture leader's several hundred-meter tall black shadow appeared at the edge of the dust and fog, becoming clearer and clearer as the ground shook, until it stepped out of the dust and fog and was completely exposed to the pale moonlight.
Unlike Li Shinxiu's pretense of being miserable, the vulture leader was truly actual miserable.
At this time, his left wing was nowhere to be found, and the feathers covering his circumference were replaced by a churned mass of flesh, from which a sharp bone spur extended out, just exposed in the air. Yanxi swallowed his saliva and said with a horrified face, "Is the six forbidden recovery beast's vitality so tenacious, it's all so miserable and it still can't die?"
Yeah, that's outrageous. It's all in this state, and it's still causing so much commotion. The people around him chimed in.
An imperceptible bright light flashed in the eyes of Li Shinxiu, who was lying in the cabin. He was originally worried that the explosion would blow the vulture leader out of the way, but now it seems to be completely overanalyzed. This vulture leader is tougher than a small strong man. As Li Shinxiu sized up the vulture leader's blood-stained eyes also looked at Li Shinxiu, and the one person and one beast looked at each other just 1,000 meters apart. Lu Fushu was the first to react and shouted at the driver, "Hurry up!"
Oh! The pilot responded dully, hastily pushing the joystick.
The propellers accelerated, and the helicopter rushed into the sky without even having time to close the hatch. Seeing this, Li Shinxiu quickly got up and ran to the hatchway, and was about to jump down when he was not expected to be quickly hugged by a few nurses, who stuck him dead center at the hatchway.
You!
Li Shinxiu looked at the several people rather speechlessly. "Little doll, don't underestimate our special energy division, a seriously injured revival beast, we can take care of it." Lu Fushu raised his head and revealed a confident smile. But his cloudy eyes hid a gravity as heavy as a cloud. Confidence was feigned, and wanting Li Shinxiu to leave in peace was real. After saying this, he moved his feet and charged towards the vulture leader, while the others spread out and approached the vulture leader in a semi-surrounding circle.
Li Shinxiu, do you think you can leave?
The vulture leader raised his own right wing and swung it violently in the direction of the helicopter. Swift gusts of wind raged like waves, countless broken stones and bricks shot out, and white and gray dust swept across the field. The helicopter that Li Shinxiu was traveling in hadn't flown very far before it began to lurch, moving crookedly through the air.
Ah! Hold it all steady! The driver shouted, staring calmly ahead. With years of experience, the helicopter finally got high enough to stabilize. The driver breathed a long sigh of relief, his hanging heart finally letting go. Sasha.
Hey, 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 hey.
Itami's voice came from the cockpit's communication device. All the best. Okay, be safe. Yen Mei instructed, then disconnected the connection.
Several nurses sitting in the cabin touched their chests with a look of fear.
Scared to death, I thought we were going to crash. Me too, my heart is beating out of my chest, phew.
Li Shinxiu, now that the helicopter has reached this position, you don't have a chance to jump even if you want to, be quiet. The nursemaid's words came to a screeching halt and she looked at the empty seat with a confused expression.
A few seconds later. Wait. Where's Li Shinxiu? Where's Li Shinxiu? Why is the man gone? Wasn't he sitting there a moment ago? Shouldn't be upside down. Is Li Shinxiu missing? The driver asked anxiously. It seems to be missing.
At those words, the pilot's face instantly turned ugly. Damn it, I forgot to close the hatch.
In today's situation, returning to pick it up is basically out of the question.
After realizing this, the driver immediately chose to call Yumi, but the only response was the sound of zipping electricity.
Chapter 127, Waiting for the East Wind.
In the ruins drowned in dust, Li Shinxiu, who was covered with bandages, was lying on a broken stone slab in a big shape. The corners of his mouth slowly hooked up as he watched the helicopter that was gradually moving away.
Medical attention?
Are you kidding me? If you really take a helicopter to the doctor, you will be cricked to death by the other side when you meet the King of Hell.
I hope everything goes well.
Li Shinxiu slowly closed his eyes and waited for the opportunity that belonged to him. Everything is ready, all we need is an east wind. Due to the dust, the vulture leader didn't notice a small black dot leaping from the helicopter. All he saw was the helicopter fading away. Bastard, stop right there, you hurt me like that and you're just going to walk away. The vulture leader tried to swing his wings to chase after him, but because of the loss of his left wing, he didn't stall in the air for long before he slammed hard on the ground because of his balance. Crypto. A sharp whistling sound rippled through the air. When the vultures in the sky heard the sound, they turned their heads to lock onto the helicopter's location, and with a wave of their wings, they tore through the air in the direction of the helicopter. But before they could fly far, Li Xinqiu's soul soldiers wrapped around them and blocked their advance. No, no. The vulture leader let out an unwilling roar. He knew very well that now that he had lost his left wing, it was no longer possible for him to leave this city alive, and he was also destined not to drag Li Xinqiu down to hell with him. Ha 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 ha, since he won't accompany me, you guys will accompany me instead. The vulture leader rose from the ground, an oozing smile on his bloodied face, and twisted his head to meet the crowd in the hall in a close stare. In a flash, a coolness rose from the soles of everyone's feet and went straight to the sky. The oppressive feeling of the 6 forbidden recovery beasts made no one on the field dare to move. No one dared to say. Vaguely can still hear the sound of water droplets falling to the ground, accompanied by the air-warm hair dispersed in unspeakable strange odor. Those droplets were running down the legs of his pants. The families are screwed, that big bird is on the anchor. Horseface, who was standing on the top floor, looked panicked, but his hand holding up the camera pole was terribly steady. Finally become a slave for love, then why don't you run? Aren't you scared? Horseface smiled helplessly. There are collapsed buildings all around, there is no way to run, it's still a death anyway, so I might as well find the best viewpoint for my family to broadcast live. Those who like the anchor, those who support the anchor, small gifts go up. As long as the anchor is still alive, the live broadcast will not be broken. No cow with a head, 6. Suehua, 6. Turnip head, 6. King Gigi, 6. Boo. The vulture leader's claws landed on the ground, and the rubble piled up from the collapsed building was crushed like tofu as white smoke erupted from beneath his feet. At the same time, 2 fighters scuttled out of the Special Energy Division, at 90 to the ground, straight up into the sky, instantly flying to a position flush with the vulture leader. Off! The vulture leader raised his right wing and slammed it towards the 2 fighters, the terrifying force causing the wall blocks piled up on the ground to roll off in both directions. In the nick of time, light blue flames erupted from the tail nozzles of the 2 fighters, instantly boosting their speed to an altitude beyond the reach of the vulture leader. In the next second, a blaster bomb pulling a red light tail shot out from under the wings of the 2 fighters. Boom boom boom. Brilliant flames bloomed like fireworks on the vulture leader, forcing him to use his right wing to fend off the fighters' exploding shells. The special ability members hiding around also rushed out, half crouching on the ground and frantically shooting at the vulture leader. The bullets poured out in a dense rain, unhindered into the vulture leader's body, splattering crystallized blood. A bunch of mongrels also presumed to kill me, ridiculous. The vulture's pupils constricted suddenly, and his claws withdrew towards the back, raising his right wing high and aiming it in the direction of where one of the fighters was. Lu Fuli, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately realized that something was wrong and held the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Retreat!" But it was too late. The vulture leader's right wing came down with a roar, and the gale hissed out from underneath it, pressing the fighter hundreds of meters down towards the ground. When the pilot reacted and stabilized the nose of the plane, ready to pull away, the right wing of the vulture leader came from the side, and bang directly blew up the fighter. The other pilot's pupils shook at the sight, and he maneuvered his fighter to pull away from the vulture leader by a few hundred meters again, not daring to stick close to the other for the sake of hits. The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking about this scene. Mighty Tiger King, Nima, all this and still so capable of fighting, outrageous. Pineapple blowing blood, this strength should still be maintained at the level of the 6th ban, right? What a pervert! Ultimately will be across the Federation. There is no doubt that the resuscitation beast's vitality is strong, but this resuscitation beast's vitality seems to be a bit too strong, so it can only be deducted by 6. Pessimist, it's over, they're all going to die, City 11 is going to be destroyed, the resurgent beasts will radiate outward from the inside and overrun the entire Federation, we're all going to die. After settling the fighters, the vulture leader looked down at the Ternenji and the others on the ground with downcast eyes. It's all of you mongrels that are ruining things for me, die. Sharp claws pulled themselves out of the ground and stomped in the direction of the crowd, a piercing pop echoing in everyone's ears. The specialists were stunned in place after seeing the shadow above their heads. They didn't think that a severely injured recovery beast could still have this kind of strength. Just as the foot claw was about to fall, a sonic boom sounded from the ground, and immediately after, Lu Fushu, who was holding his fist, rushed under the vulture leader's foot claw, and that fist smashed up like a grenade.
Bang!
The aftershocks visible to the naked eye rolled the surrounding sand and rocks in all directions. The nearby Special Forces members were all sent flying, falling into the rubble with a succession of bang-bang sounds.
Put!
A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Lu Fushu, and the area below his neck continued to develop cracks like porcelain, with bright red blood seeping out from it.
Ha!
A hint of surprise flashed in the vulture leader's eyes, and he said full of concern, "So there's a bigger ant." After saying that, the vulture leader lifted his claws in an instant, and before Lu Fushu could react, he kicked him out with a snap sound.
Bang, bang, bang.
Lu Fushu's pale body crashed out 3 deep pits in the ground before stopping.
Ahem!
Lu Fushu was lying on the ground, and piece by piece, blood and flesh fell off his body's surface. Trembling and bracing his hands on the ground, he stood up with little difficulty, raised his head, and shouted at the vulture leader, who was ready to continue his steps towards the hall, "Hey, I'm not dead yet."
Chapter 128, Can't Be Delayed.
The vulture leader sniffed and glanced at Lu Fushu without turning his head, and when he saw that the other party had become this miserable, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes and he continued to step forward without stopping. Lu Fushu grinned, the long years piled up in the depths of his eyes gradually dissolved, and those cloudy eyes regained their brightness. In an instant, Lu Fushu's waist stood up like a pine tree, his white hair was replaced by a shiny black color, and his sagging skin was retightened. Those hideous wounds stuck to the surrounding skin as if the rewind button had been pressed.
In just a few seconds, Lu Fushu's form changed drastically, from a dying old man to a tall and upright youth.
Youth face angular, body like a pine tree, straight and powerful, exudes a surge of vitality, so that people cannot be ignored. This person is the youth of Lu Fushu. This is his rebirth, a very special supernormal ability. Through overdrafting the life force to reach the peak state of the physical body, and to strengthen all the values of the body. It's an ability that kills 1,000 enemies and damages 800 of its own, an ability that Lu Fushu has used 3 times in his life. The first time was when he was 23 years old, when he encountered a revival beast in the no man's land and was seriously injured and dying, and by virtue of the second life given to him by returning to life, he was lucky enough to kill the revival beast. And the price is the accelerated failure of all parts of the body, which is equivalent to an overdraft of 10 years of life. The second time was when he was 39 years old as a division president, when a 5 forbidden recovery beast appeared near City 11, and the entire Special Energy Division was mobilized for it, and he had to make up for it with a return to life because of some poor decision-making. The third time is now, and after this time, the oil will run out and there will be no more. I was about to die, but I didn't think that God would give me a chance to utilize my remaining energy. It's worth it. Lu Fushu, eyes sharp, knees slightly bent, only to hear a bang sound, he disappeared in place. The vulture leader's pupils trembled, and his keen senses allowed him to detect the impending danger, swinging his right wing in front of him.
Bon! The crisp, vibrating sound dissolved into a specific frequency that echoed in everyone's ears.
One person and one beast collided together again. This time Lu Fushu's body didn't rupture, only his face was a bit flushed and a bit of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Lu Fushu's feet used the force to stomp and landed on the steel doorframe of the Special Energy Division, his stern gaze staring straight at the vulture leader. Yanxi, who was carrying a rocket launcher and hiding in the shadows, saw this scene and his heart shook as his pupils suddenly contracted inward. As Lu Fushu's former subordinate, he was naturally clear about the other party's supernormal ability rebirth, and naturally clear about the side effects of rebirth. At once, an unspeakable sourness exploded in Yanxi's heart, spreading his limbs and bones. Other than him, the others knew nothing about the return. They only knew that a youth suddenly jumped out and blocked the vulture leader.
Who is this man?
I don't know, but it feels so strong. There's no chance we'll be able to stall for help. The crowd in the hall had hopeful eyes as they gazed at Lu Fushu's back. On the field, the vulture leader looked at Lu Fushu in surprise, then as if he thought of something, he teased, "There's still this trick, but you still have to die." With that, the vulture leader's right wing was like a blade, tearing through the air and slashing down horizontally with the force of 10,000 pounds. Lu Fushu didn't know where he had shunned a horizontal sword and carried it in his hand, and with a roll he dodged the vulture leader's horizontal slash.
The black iron doorframe was split into 2 with a bang, raising dust and fog. Miso!
Lu Fushu clutched his long knife and scurried out of the dusty mist, plunging the blade straight into the vulture leader's lower abdominal position, circling along the opponent's body as bright red blood lined up along the sides of the blade.
What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Lu Fushu shouted.
Yanomi was the first to react and yelled with his walkie-talkie, "Cooperate with this youth." With that, Yen saw half crouched down and aimed his rocket launcher at the vulture leader's head. Phew, boom. The vulture leader shook his head and looked angrily in the direction where Yen Si was. "Get out." He lifted his paws and reached out in Yen Mi's direction like he was stepping on ants. In the nick of time, Lu Fushu drew his horizontal sword and swooped down, slamming his spine against the vulture leader's leg, hard enough to change the direction of his claws. At the same time, a blaster shell fell from the air and blasted the vulture leader, blowing his skin apart. The special energy members hidden in the shadows also rushed out, pulling the triggers of their rifles and firing wildly at the vulture leader. "Everyone hold out for 10 more minutes, 10 minutes for backup to arrive and we'll win." Lu Fushu ignored his skinned back and shouted at the top of his voice, after which he rushed towards the vulture leader like lightning and circled around with the other party. Everything seems to be getting better. In the live room where Horseface was. "Optimist, I have a feeling that the Special Energy Division is capable of purging this resurgent beast." "Pessimist, it's no use, can't you see that youth that came out of nowhere, slowing down?" "Queen of the Demon Fairy, true, but it should last up to 10 minutes if it decays at this rate." Time passed by, and the battle became more and more intense. Lu Fushu's horizontal sword had long since broken, and it was as if a mountain was hidden in his clenched fists, which made an ear-splitting roar with each swing. At the same time, his injuries were getting worse and his vision was getting dimmer, but it was good to know that time was close, with less than 5 minutes to go before backup. Above the sky, Lu Fushu's suspended body was covered by a shadow, accompanied by a boom sound. He flew out like a meteor, smashing a deep pit in the square of the Special Energy Division. Cough, cough. Lu Fushu coughed lightly a few times and staggered up from the deep pit. "Go for it!" a little girl in the hall shouted. Lu Fushu arched his eyebrows and clenched his fists as he was about to continue the fight when his heart suddenly shrunk, and the steps he was about to take came to a halt. "How can?" Lu Fushu 5 fingers tightly pinched his chest, his eyes full of unbelief. Obviously, returning to life used to take 10 minutes or so why was it so short this time? Without giving Lu Fushu time to think, the power in his body receded rapidly like a tidal wave, and his body dried up extremely quickly as if it had been drained of blood, with a clearly visible blood vessel protruding from the surface of his skin. Bang! Lu Fushu fell to his knees, slightly opening his mouth and panting heavily. Those cloudy eyes trembled, remorse, resentment, regret, and self-blame, all kinds of emotions intertwined and surged in his eyes. I. A tear slipped from Lu Fushu's eye. He can't tow it. Chapter 129, I'll give you a chance. Inside the hall, the crowd stared in disbelief at Lu Fushu's despondent back. What? How did it all of a sudden turn out like this? Yeah, wasn't it still youth just now? How did it suddenly happen? Wait. A middle-aged man pointed at Lu Fushu. This seems to be Lu Sidong. Once these words came out, the crowd realized that the old man in the distance was extremely similar to Lu Fushu, but was even older than Lu Fushu. It seems like it really is Lu Sidong, and this scar, it can't be that the youth just now is Lu Sidong. A word woke up the dreamer, and the crowd finally reacted after hearing this statement. It turned out that the youth who had suddenly sprung out earlier was no other than the old man who walked with a limp. Some young men wanted to rush out and carry Lu Fushu into the hall, but after seeing the vulture leader's mountainous body, they timidly retracted their steps. Standing on the top floor, Ma Mian pointed the camera at Lu Fushu and gave his opponent a close-up shot for several seconds. Dango, how did you suddenly go from youth to old man? What's the situation? A demoiselle, it should be some kind of psychic ability. Mang Villagely AI Fish, this is the supernatural ability of Lu Fushu, the previous president of the Special Energy Division of City 11, to return to life, restoring his body to its peak by overdrawing his life. Rascal Snake, is Lu Fushu the old man who was just sent flying out? Isn't he all old? Where did he get his life overdraft? Mang Conley AI Fish, so he's going to die. With Lu Fushu withdrawing from the battle, the Special Energy Division no longer had any ability to hold back the vulture leader. When Yanxi noticed Lu Fushu's situation, he hissed loudly, "Fighters take cover, everyone else retreat, don't keep shooting. Isn't it going to drag on? Retreat quickly, what's the point of wasting words, run as far away as you can." Retreat? The vulture leader raised his right wing, an endless shadow covering everyone in it. Who gave you permission to retreat? Who? The gusts of wind poured down, and before the specialists could retreat, they were crushed to the ground, the flesh on their faces cascading like ocean waves. No. Ah! Help me! Bang! The ground shook violently, and rolls of dust extruded from the edge of the right wing that was pressed against the ground, spreading in all directions. The heavens and the earth are silent. Kneeling in the square, Lu Fushu trembling, he opened his mouth wide like to shout something, but can only send out a weak ah sound, like a mute. Watching a subordinate who had once fought alongside him die in the hands of a revived beast was tantamount to sticking a needle into Lu Fushu's heart and stirring it back and forth. Vom. Lu Fushu fell to his knees and kept dry heaving, as if trying to vomit out the long needle that kept stirring, but dry heaving was just dry heaving. The vulture leader raised his right wing and a drop of blood dripped from his wingtip. The smashed flat ground was like the night sky, a dozen clusters of blood-colored fireworks bloomed everywhere, and the small pool of water was like a star, reflecting the bright moon in the sky, flickering brightly and darkly as the vulture leader moved. The vulture leader's step was 100 meters, and the ground he walked on left footprints tens of meters deep, and hundreds of meters of shadows pressed towards the direction of the Special Energy Division, crossing over Lu Fushu's head and covering the entire hall. He stopped and looked down at Lu Fushu, tilting his head teasingly. In the end, it's still death, so why make yourself so sore? With that, the vulture leader narrowed his eyes, his stern gaze falling down the hall, enjoying the timidity, awe, and despair of the crowd. Horseface on the top floor tucked his head into a corner and held up a camera pole to stick his cell phone out the window. Everyone give the anchor some attention and send some gifts. If the anchor really goes to hell, he will be down there to bless the family members who send me gifts to heaven. Horseface shouted at the top of his lungs. Thrifty and frugal, give away hot air balloon 999. Thrifty, feds don't lie to feds. You must bless me to heaven when you go down there. Combating feudal superstition, 6. Grandpa Cow of the asylum, frugal and industrious, you have nothing to do but come around to my place, where you'll have company. House of happiness, alas, it is a pity that all these people are going to die, and may there be no more recovering beasts in the world. Pessimist, it's over, the Federation is going to be dismantled from within by the resurgent beast. On the field, Lu Fushu raised his head and said weakly, if you run to the west now, you might still have a chance of escaping. Ha ha ha, no chance, my wings are broken, how can I run? The vulture leader laughed maniacally, come down with me, let's be together. Hey, Weedy. Just then, a young voice came from the distance, interrupting the vulture leader's words. In an instant, everyone's eyes looked in the direction from which the voice came. A few hundred meters away, a youth carrying a scythe and covered in bandages stood on top of the ruins. That's Li Shenxiu. I thought he left, why is he back? It's hard to believe that he's trying to stall the vulture head. Are you kidding me, how can he tow when he's like that? Kneeling in the square, Lu Fushu's pupils dilated, looking incredulously in the direction where Li Shenxiu was. Why? Why come back? He was clear about Li Shenxiu's potential and understood Li Shenxiu's value, so he valued Li Shenxiu more than anyone else. How can such a character be erased so lightly? He should be shining on a higher stage. Ah, you still dare to come back? The vulture leader turned his head, the excitement and madness in his eyes seemed to coalesce into substance. It seems like you care about their lives. The vulture leader said as he spread his wings out, covering everyone in them, and looked at Li Shenxiu playfully. If you kill them, I'll leave immediately. Li Shenxiu said in a cold voice. As soon as the words fell, a soul soldier flew down from the air and stopped behind Li Shenxiu. Lu Fushu's neck veins rippled as he shouted, Li Shenxiu, you go, don't mind us. Shut up. The vulture leader raised his claws and stomped towards Lu Fushu. You kill one person and I'll leave immediately. With these words, the vulture leader's claws instantly stopped in mid-air and were slow to fall. Backup from the other cities will be here in 3 minutes, you only have 3 minutes left, aren't you going to kill me? I'm not running, I'll give you a chance. Li Shenxiu waved one hand and the vulture dissipated like the wind under the moonlight. The leader of the vultures flashed a near-human grin as a pile of rotten meat crashed from the side of his mouth. Yes. The ground under the vulture leader's feet instantly cracked, and with a single step, he brought Li Shenxiu into his attack range. The sharp wingtips sliced through the air with a sharp sound, heavily hacking towards Li Shenxiu's head. Chapter 130, is it over? Li Shenxiu's gaze slightly condensed, his left foot retreated back against the ground, and his floating hair was sliced in two by the tip of his wing. Bang! A long gully stretched out, the turbulent airflow pounced on Li Shenxiu, whose sound was knocked to 100 meters away. Li Shenxiu forked his feet and hooked a steel bar with his sickle blade, barely stabilizing his body. But before Li Shenxiu could catch his breath, the vulture leader's right wing flipped and slashed horizontally, and the walls and furniture that stood in front of him were neatly sliced in half, and bursts of sonic booms rang through the air.
Li Xinqiu's pupils shrunk as he gripped his scythe against his body. Bang!
The moment they touched, the vulture leader's terrifying power poured out, and the scythe body of the embers emitted an ear-piercing buzzing sound, crashing onto Li Xinqiu's chest like a landslide.
Boo!
A human-shaped white mist replaced Li Xinqiu's original position, and immediately after, a tremor rang out from a ruin several hundred meters away, lifting up a sky of dust and fog. The people in the hall subconsciously clenched their fists, and their pupils couldn't stop trembling.
Is Li Xinqiu dead?
He was already injured, and now he's fighting hard against this blow.
Why come back when you can run and take your life for a bunch of strangers?
Kneeling in the square, Lu Fushu saw this scene as even more eyeballs. He wanted to get up, but those legs have long been atrophied, a little force cannot be made. If he hadn't still had a breath left to hang on to, Lu Fushu would have been dead by now. On the top floor, Ma Mian pointed the camera at the dusty fog. It's over, according to the strength Li Xinqiu showed earlier, he's going to be finished. With that, Ma Mian hurriedly ran towards the stairs, yelling, "Don't worry everyone, this distance is too far, I'll find a closer place for you to shoot." Lu Xiaogui, anchor, go become a war correspondent, the Federation is short of people like you who want money but not life.
Grand Marshal, this Li Xinqiu has run away, why would he come back, isn't this looking for death? Optimist, everyone has everyone's beliefs and perseverance, perhaps in his view, it's his calling. Pessimist, no. He must be anticipating the end of City 11 and is busting a gut.
On the helicopter that Ma Tianzhou and the others were traveling in, all 5 of them watched Ma Mian's live broadcast intently. When he saw Li Xinqiu go and return, and was even sent flying out by the vulture leader, Li Shu's hanging heart finally died. Chen Shuishan frowned, his eyes full of puzzlement. This child is sick in the head, right? What's the point of going back? He really didn't understand why Li Xinqiu wanted to go back, a second ban to provoke a 6-ban recovery beast. What was this not madness? Gao Xing said in a heavy tone, how can it be a disease when you know you can't do it? Haven't we all seen people like this before? Gao Xing let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with regret. After hearing these words, several people seemed to have thought of something, and there was more or less some admiration in their eyes. How long will it take for the support to reach the Special Energy Division? Li Shu asked with a cold face towards the pilot. The fighter group has been attacked by a number of flying bird-like resurgent beasts along the way, but the impact is minor. It will take about 2 to 3 minutes for them to reach the Special Energy Division in City 11, will be slower, but not by much. Li Shu's face instantly darkened at his words, and the palms of his hands resting on his knees slowly clenched.
2 to 3 minutes. Can Li Xinqiu really live until then?
The vulture leader took a step forward, and violent gusts of wind swept out from around him, and the patch of dust and fog instantly dispersed in all directions. In the midst of the ruins, Li Xinqiu staggered up from the rubble. At this moment, the bandages wrapped around his body had been broken, and bright red blood flowed out, crawling all over his body like a stream. The chest was even more of a blur, and because of the rise and fall of his breathing, he could vaguely see white bones surging through his flesh and blood. Li Xinqiu plunged the embers into the ground beneath his feet, barely maintaining his stance, and looked up at the vulture leader. After coming into close contact with the vulture leader, Li Xinqiu clearly sensed the decline in the other party's strength. Far from being as powerful as earlier, almost stronger than Li Xianyu, but not much stronger, within the realm of the 5 prohibitions. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light flashed in Li Xinqiu's eyes. If the other party's strength was within the controllable range, he could completely use this opportunity to expose something. When the vulture leader saw Li Xinqiu, who could still barely stand, he was surprised. You're really tenacious, but it's useless. The vulture leader raised his wings high, covering Li Xinqiu completely within the shadows. At this point, even the dumbest people knew what the vulture leader was going to do, and the people in the hall held their breaths and stared dead on in the direction where Li Xinqiu was. Horseface is on the air. Tumbleweed Garden Muddle, anchor, go up and save him. Headless with a cow, I'm rooting for the anchor to go up and be buried with him. Cool Summer, I'm all for it. I want to dominate the world. It's over, Li Xinqiu really hiccuped. Hoo. The right wing blasted down with a swift, blistering wind. Li Xinqiu took a long breath as he looked at the approaching shadows, gripping the scythe body with both hands and placing the blade diagonally against his head, his knees slightly bent. When his right wing was about to fall, Li Xinqiu no longer hid the strength of the 3 bands and swung his scythe towards the ground. Bang! Anum! Rumbling. The dust and fog surged, the ground shook, and the sky and earth were quiet. At the same time, the soul soldiers in the sky collapsed one by one, drifting away into the night with the wind. The people in the hall covered their mouths and stared blankly in the direction where Li Xinqiu was, the bright light in their eyes gradually dimming. Is that the end of it? Still, didn't make it to the rescue. Dead, it's all over. A middle-aged man in a suit fell to his knees, and a single tear flowed out of his eye and dripped to the ground. Someone ran out of the hall to help Lu Fushu, who was kneeling on the ground. Up, Elder Lu, don't kneel. Lu Fushu froze for a moment, then grabbed the man's arm and asked, is Li Xinxiu dead? The young man pursed his lips and didn't speak, but the desperation in his eyes answered everything. Ha, I thought you were so hard to kill, stinking dragon. I'm the bright moon, you're the frog at the bottom of the well. The vulture leader laughed loudly and freely, heading straight for the hall, completely oblivious to the fact that there was another deep pit in the one that had been tapped out. Ha, you guys call me brave? The vulture leader laughed loudly. While talking, a vulture swooped down and came over the square. Inside the hall, nearly 1,000 people were huddled together, scrunched up in a ball, looking out in fear. Lu Fushu, who had already run out of oil, sat cross-legged in front of the hall door and looked at the vulture leader without fear. He knew that everyone had to die today, and the only reason why he chose to sit here was that he hoped that the people would have some peace of mind before they died, and that was the only thing he could do. Chapter 131, What are you so proud of? In the sky, a faint roar could be heard cutting through the air, the sound of fighter jets. It looks like support has arrived. It's the sound of an airplane. Are we going to be saved? The crowd's hearts beat faster and their sparkling eyes rippled. In the darkness, any fire can move the heart, even if it's impractical, even if it's about to go out. The vulture leader leaned down. The support arrived so quickly. Did you think you would survive? You were always so naive. It's pathetic and ridiculous to still refuse to accept reality and still have hope when your hopes have been dashed over and over again. Ha! The vulture leader's voice echoed across the field. The dust on the ground shook at a specific frequency, the fear in people's eyes increased, and children howled in terror. Lu Fushu straightened his body, his eyes staring straight at the vulture leader. What are you proud of? It was as if his voice possessed some special magic, obviously not too big, but like a spring breeze soothing many anxieties and uneasiness. A hint of surprise flashed in the vulture leader's eyes. I'm the one who says whether you live or die, can't I be proud? Lu Fushu smiled disdainfully. It's us who should be proud. We're the winners. City 11 is still there, people are alive, while you're all going to be buried here, so? What do you have to be proud of as a total? Nothing accomplished, loser. Li Xinxiu won you, everyone won you, miscellaneous hair. The vulture leader's pupils trembled, a flame seemed to surge in his bloodshot eyes, and his huge figure couldn't stop trembling. Loser? I'm the winner. Li Xinxiu lost, you all lost. The vulture leader hissed, spreading his right wing slowly, and the shadow of the unseen light loomed over everyone's heads. Somebody help me, please somebody help me. My mom is still in the hospital waiting for medical bills, how can I die? With strength from nowhere, Lu Fushu stood up holding onto the doorframe and shouted, oblivion is the end of life, we will all be remembered, there is no need to be afraid. Who will keep in mind you ants, everyone will only remember how powerful I am. The roar of air being squeezed resonated through the sky as the vulture leader's wings fell from a great height. Everyone closed their eyes in despair and waited for death to come. Boo! In the nick of time, a sonic boom sounded from afar, and Li Xinxiu was like an unstoppable arrow cutting through the dark night, shooting in the direction where the vulture leader was. The vulture leader's sharp senses seemed to have detected something, and with a lurch in his movements, he looked sideways in the direction from which the voice had come, and what met his eyes was a blurred, blood-colored silhouette. One person and one beast were less than a few meters apart, and the two gazes just collided straight into each other. The vulture leader's pupils dilated. This. Li Xinxiu twisted at the waist, and the curved and smooth sickle blade lay above his head like a dragon. When the vulture leader reacted and tried to dodge, it was too late. Li Xinxiu swung down with force, the sharp scythe blade tearing through the air to slash at the vulture leader's jaws. In a moment of life and death, the vulture leader dropped his head and jammed the scythe blade to death, preventing it from advancing an inch. Li Xinxiu's face remained unchanged, his arm veins rippled, and he gripped the sickle body tightly and pulled it towards the back. The tall body of the vulture leader fell straight back, only to hear a loud bang, fell to the ground with a bang, smashing 100 meters deep pit in the ground. After breaking through the 3 forbidden, Li Xinxiu's physical strength was already comparable to that of a first-time 5 forbidden celestial destroyer, and although he couldn't match the vulture leader in terms of strength, he could still manage to make his opponent lose his balance. The moment the vulture leader fell, the shadows in the hall receded with him, and when the crowd opened their eyes, it was clear, and the moonlight once again fell on the tiles of the hall, dispelling the gloom that had piled up. What's going on here? Why are the vultures down? Is backup coming? Why am I still alive? Everyone was dumbfounded and looked around incredulously. Lu Fushu stood in front of the door, staring blankly at the sky.
That scythe.
Lu Fushu muttered, his hand holding the doorframe trembled slightly.
Li Xinqiu is not dead, he is still alive.
Hidden in the shadows, Ma Mian's mouth was slightly open, and the shock in his eyes seemed as if it was going to overflow in the next second.
I Nima ah. This Hua put down.
The audience in the live broadcast room was also completely boiling after seeing this scene, and the dense pop-ups occupied the entire screen. Fortunately, Ma Mian put the old cell phone to the special Monopoly sale, replaced this 8,849 titanium alloy phone, which can be smooth live broadcast, not because of too many pop-ups and stuck back.
Pai de Xing, that's Li Xinqiu,
he didn't even die.
Lu Jiang Gaoqi weak, survived even if, how suddenly becomes so strong, is to break the ban.
Optimist, great, City 11 is saved, this is heaven helping us, helping Li Xinqiu.
Pessimist, it's not scientific, it's not possible, there must be something fishy, a conspiracy.
Meanwhile, when Li Shu and the others saw this scene, none of them spoke, and a needle fell in the cabin. Li Shu was the first to react and stared at the screen. Li Xinqiu was still holding up. It's not too late for everything. In the deep dusty pit, the bloodlines on the scythe blade were like eyes, blinking open and shut, bright and dark. Li Xinqiu held the sickle body with both hands and pressed down hard, his tattered body swaying continuously in the wind. By now the scythe blade had cut into the neck of the vulture leader, but it couldn't go any further. The vulture leader stared at Li Xinqiu with wide eyes in disbelief. You dam is open hanging it, not dead even if, this dam also on the spot to break the ban, this is not playing bad? The vulture leader shouted furiously, I don't believe I can kill you. After saying that, the vulture leader clamped Ash's scythe blade dead center with his jaws while swinging his right wing towards Li Xinqiu. When Li Xinqiu saw this, he moved his mind and the stuck embers turned into a wisp of black smoke and returned to his fingers. When his right wing was about to fall, Li Xinqiu's figure shifted and disappeared like a ghost.
Boo! The vulture leader grew silent as he looked at his empty side. Where's the side I jammed in my jaws? He rolled up and looked at Li Xinqiu, who was a few hundred meters away. Fine, don't you love to run, Nu? The whistling sound resounded through the sky as densely packed vultures swooped towards the ground, surrounding Li Xinqiu. The vulture leader raised his claws and took a step in front of Li Xinqiu, completely blocking his last path of retreat. Chapter 132, Surviving.
Countless vultures opened their bloody mouths, and a fishy odor filled the field. Li Xinqiu was calm, reaching out to stand Ashes on the ground, and as the vultures were about to bite him, Ashes shuddered slightly.
Num. Buzz.
Whoa. Dozens of strands of black smoke quickly sprang out, instantly transforming into a dozen meters of soul soldiers slamming into those vultures, tearing a hole in the impervious darkness. Li Xinqiu half crouched on the ground, and his body shifted like the wind and disappeared in place. A flash of deep black drew a beautiful arc in the air, and the vulture leader's wingtip passed close to his face, and pierced his abdomen with a poof sound.
Crypto.
The vulture leader let out a sharp whistling sound and hundreds of vultures flew at Li Xinqiu. For the attack coming from behind, Li Xinqiu was indifferent, his feet quickly interlocked, holding the scythe like a gyroscope, circling along the body of the vulture leader. Just as the vultures were about to attack Li Xinqiu, a gust of broken wind came from the sky. Immediately afterward, a streak of intermittent red light slanted down from the air, indiscriminately covering all the vulture swarms.
Boom boom boom.
The explosions were endless, the fire lighting up the sky here, and one by one the vultures plummeted towards the ground. Fighters, it's support is here.
We'll survive. Finally made it through. The crowd looked at the sky with tears in their eyes and excitement.
Crypto, destroy the fighters. The vulture leader shouted angrily. After receiving the order, the vultures, one by one, brazenly rushed towards the fighter group, lapping at the sky like a black sea wave, forcing the fighter group to take shelter.
Worm, do you just like running over people? The vulture leader hung its head and swung its wings towards Li Xinqiu.
Feeling the strong wind coming from behind him, Li Xinqiu stomped his feet and fell towards the ground in a free fall stance, narrowly avoiding the attack.
Phew!
Li Xinqiu listened to the blistering wind whistling past his ears, the corner of his mouth hooked up as he raised the embers above his head with both hands and swung them down fiercely, sticking them into the vulture leader's body and cutting a long bloody gully. When he was about to fall to the ground, Li Xinqiu stopped his stance by stepping on the body of the vulture leader with both feet and swooped up again. The blood lined up like waves from both sides of Li Xinqiu, leaving a beautiful landscape in the night sky. Not yen ren, the body's explosive power, flexibility, bouncing power, reaction ability, etc. Li Xinqiu has stepped into the 5 bands. I'm Tongji's father. He's less than 20 years old and has the strength of the 5 bands. It'll be great in the future. His strength will at least reach the 9 bands in the future. Long Night Academy admissions office, strong, but unfortunately it's a pole body lineage, and the potential is too low. Changwu College admission office, you don't understand what you're pretending to do. Do you understand what it means to break all the laws? The power is really fierce, the elemental system are all flowery. Long Night College admissions office, you old mother, late we elemental department casually fight is a landslide, you polar body department is still there arm wrestling, over the house it. Changwu College admission office, you fart, do you dare to break bread with me? The helicopter where Li Shu and the others were. Changwu Academy's Gaoxing and Long Night Academy's Sui lowered their heads and continuously tapped the screen with their fingers. Cough cough. Chen Shuashan awkwardly coughed lightly a few times. In fact, you guys can argue in person, withholding words and cursing also. Shut up! The two shouted in unison. The battle continues and the vulture leader is still struggling. He was too big to be a living target in front of Li Xinqiu. He could not hide, he could only carry it. Bastard, fight me head on! The vulture leader was impotent and furious. At this point, he was like an artificial fountain, with blood spraying from all parts of his body, and the beginnings of a lake had already taken shape under his feet. Fine, let's confront it head on. Li Xinqiu spread a smile and leapt to 100 meters away. Compared to the vulture chief, Li Xinqiu's situation can be a little better, but not much better, except for the face has a clear outline, other parts of the body. The audience in the live broadcast room's breathing stalled, and some people with weaker mental capacity had already turned off the screen. The image was too disgusting. The great grey wolf, why isn't he screaming and doesn't have a very grim look on his face? Doesn't he hurt? Bull warrior won't take off his mask. Is it because he was born without a sense of pain? Watch out under the bed. Maybe it's because of the pain that adrenaline briefly blocks out when the fight is over. Chao's idol cloud, maybe it doesn't hurt for him. Li Xinqiu's chest continued to rise and fall as he stared straight at the vulture leader. As the Zhou family's idol clouds and wild cranes said, these are not painful for him, the real pain he has already experienced in the North Yellow Mountain, but also to carry through. Li Xinqiu hooked his hand at the vulture leader. Don't you want to confront it head on? Seek death. The vulture leader's eyes were reddened, clearly enraged by Li Xinqiu. He raised his feet and claws and landed 100 meters away from Li Xinqiu, and was about to raise his wings and swing down when a sound that seemed like cotton cloth tearing came from him. In the next second, one piece after another of flesh mass came off the vulture leader, smashing the ground into a deep crater. Click! Accompanied by a crisp crack, the vulture leader's right wing also fell to the ground with a bang, and that pair of legs with only bones left were no longer able to support, and collapsed to the ground with a bang. You, said the vulture leader with his eyes wide open and gritted his teeth, you will die, you have offended a power you cannot afford to mess with, you will definitely die. After saying that, the vulture leader closed his eyes in despair and stopped moving. Li Xinqiu arched his eyebrows slightly. He naturally knew who the big power the other party was talking about was. I'll wait, I'll see who can kill me. Li Xinqiu's eyes revealed a cold light, and he just calmly gazed at the vulture leader. After saying these words, Li Xinqiu's body fell straight to his knees like it was falling apart, leaning against the sickle that was stuck in the ground. The room was silent. Looking at Li Xinqiu like a fool, he seemed to be unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Are we going to survive? A voice broke the silence on the field. In an instant, the shouts of the mountains and seas resounded through this land. Li Xinqiu won, we can survive. I can keep paying my mortgage and keep eating the cassoulet downstairs. Lu Situ, we survived. Lu Fushu hardened a smile, yeah, we survived. Lu Fushu's voice became smaller and smaller, the light in his eyes became more and more dim, and he crouched and leaned against the doorframe like he was asleep. He went peacefully, without drawing any attention to himself. Just as his name suggests, holding up the tree, rooted in the soil, growing up and withering away peacefully, disappearing with the wind into the vastness of the mountains and forests. Chapter 133, The Flame Rises. Inside the helicopter that Li Shu and the others were traveling in. Ma Tianzhou said incredulously, Li Xinqiu actually won the fight. Gao Xing tightly gripped his cell phone. This kid is too heaven-defying, isn't he, to have purged a 6 forbidden recovery beast? Li Shu frowned and asked aloud, are we almost there? 1.5 minutes. The driver responded. A hint of curiosity flashed in Chen Shuashan's eyes. What's wrong, Li Shu? Why are you getting more and more nervous even though you've clearly won?
That black-feathered vulture seems to be moving.
The cheers on the field lasted for dozens of seconds before slowly quieting down, and the helicopter that was originally carrying Li Xinxiu went and returned, landing on the square.
Quick, get him medical attention.
Several nurses rushed out of the helicopter carrying stretchers and ran in the direction where Li Xinxiu was. The group of fighters in the sky received orders from above to cover the vulture group with fire and cover the nurses' safe advance. With both sides working together, they were getting closer and closer to where Li Xinxiu was. Li Xinxiu, who was sitting on his knees, slowly lifted his own head up when he heard the commotion coming from the distance, and a hint of imperceptible cunning flashed through those dull eyes. Right at this moment, the vulture commander who was originally lying motionless on the ground suddenly widened his eyes and flung his neck to pounce on Li Xinxiu. The more than 10-meter wide bloody mouth appeared above Li Xinxiu's head in an instant and swallowed him in one bite, not giving the crowd any time to react.
Ah!
The nurses who ran towards Li Xinxiu let out piercing shouts and fell to the ground in shock when they saw this scene. The people who were still immersed in joy saw this and quieted down, staring at the vulture leader in a daze. Ma Mian, who had planned to take a close shot, hurriedly stopped his pace. How can this
still be alive? Li Xinxiu, do you really think I'll die that easily?
The vulture leader laughed wildly, his eyes filled with the joy of having his revenge avenged.
You've done it yourself, you've finally done it.
At the same time, the helicopter that Li Shu and the others were traveling in arrived, and the five witnessed the scene of Li Xinxiu being swallowed in one bite.
Spit it out.
Li Shu kicked open the hatch and jumped straight down from a height of several hundred meters. The surrounding black-feathered vultures were sliced in half by the transparent air blades stirring out from around their bodies just as they approached Li Shu.
Li Xinxiu is dead, spitting it out is also.
The vulture leader's voice came to an abrupt end as a wave of searing heat spread out from around him, sending ripples through the air. As everyone watched, a bright red fire appeared in his abdomen.
The vulture leader's pupils kept trembling. This is impossible. Wow.
The bright red fiery light suddenly drew up, spreading to the vulture leader's entire body in an instant, and his 100-meter-tall body erupted with blinding light like the sun. Along with the wail of the vulture leader, a path of crimson flames rose up on his body, scaling hundreds of meters high. The flames ran through the vulture leader's body like a flag, pointing west as the night wind droned. Li Shu hurriedly stopped his body and hovered to mid-air. He looked puzzled, his eyes filled with horror. What is this? The searing heat made his heart palpitate, and he was even a little
frightened. What's the situation? What's this flame all about? I don't know, did some other alien strike?
The crowd's mouths were slightly open, their eyes reflecting the flame that stood under the night sky. Under the searing flames, the vulture leader, tenacious as a little strong man, stopped fluttering. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Xinxiu limped slowly out of the burning sea of fire. At this moment, his body was wrapped in red flames, and his hair was engulfed in flames from the tips, swinging backward like waves with the wind. As if they had found their backbone, the 100-meter-high flames clustered around Li Xinxiu, setting him off like a monarch in flames.
Li Xinxiu? For a moment, everyone on the field was in a daze. Li Xinxiu, he's fine. Why? Why this flame? Is this an alien power? No?
Li Shu in the air was also in a state of confusion.
What's the deal with this flame? Is it a supernatural ability or a metaphysical weapon?
Li Xinxiu, who had just come out of the sea of fire, also put on a very puzzled look and lowered his head to survey his body. This flame. Even before the battle started, Li Xinxiu wanted to expose the extreme fire ability. Using only his physical body was too much of a limitation to his strength, obviously having stronger means but not being able to exert them was too stifling. It would be better to expose them in a big way. As for the explanation, he had already thought of it. The great strength was innate. Nowadays the flame was his real supernatural ability, just that he had not realized it before, and it was only at the moment of life and death that he noticed this energy lurking in his body. Buzz. Li Xinxiu's embers, which he was holding in a single hand, trembled slightly. A black shadow as large as a mountain appeared in the midst of the rising sea of fire. Lord! Li Xinxiu pursed her lips, her head tilted and fell straight to the ground, and she began to pretend to be dizzy.
Time ran fast. Li Xinxiu was lying in the hospital for 5 days.
Inside the spacious and bright VIP ward, Li Xinxiu was lying on the hospital bed like a mummy. All her limbs were suspended by the doctor, unable to move.
Open your mouth.
Li Xinxiu sat in front of the hospital bed with a bowl of meat porridge and fed Li Xinxiu one spoonful at a time. Although Li Xinqiu inwardly resisted this behavior, she had to endure it silently due to the surveillance in the ward. Li Ji, who was sitting aside reading a newspaper, glanced at the two men and said impatiently, "Pour it directly into his mouth in one gulp," and gave him a sip on it. Li Xinqiu's face darkened and he silently pursed his mouth. Seeing this, Li Xinqiu laughed like a wolf grandmother, "Io," and pursed his mouth. "Little rabbit good boy, open his mouth." Li Xinqiu resisted the urge to curse and said, "I paid you to come here, can you take this job seriously? You're really in a blessed state, sometimes I envy you, having such a good brother to keep you company and feed you bite by bite when you're sick. How come I don't have one, have me, and you're just happy to have me?" Li Xinqiu revealed a look of envy. "You don't have one?" Li Xinqiu raised an eyebrow. "Isn't there a big brother above the two of us, is he not good to you?" When these words came out, Li Xinqiu froze for a moment, then grinned, "I'm not very familiar with Big Brother, so I can't relate to good or bad." "Then you're a little better than me, second brother, you've at least met Big Brother, while I've never even seen him, can you tell me about Big Brother?" Li Xinqiu spoke casually like a nagging family member. Li Xinqiu had always been curious about this older brother he had never met, but no matter how much he pressed, Li Ji and Li Xinqiu refused to say anything explicitly. This concealment was unsettling to him, like a thorn hidden in the shadows behind him, sending chills down his back. Chapter 134, Li Pachun. "Didn't I tell you I'm not familiar with it?" Li Xinqiu laughed and used a spoon to scoop a mouthful of kanji against Li Xinqiu's mouth. Eat, I still have to go and work on the midday meal when I've settled your breakfast." Li Xinqiu opened his head sideways. "Then always know the name, right? The name can't even give me?" Li Xinqiu said with some embarrassment, "I have always called him Big Brother, name me." His name was Li Pachun, Pa is the pay of temperance. He loved to raise flowers and plants, kittens and puppies, and was a very gentle man until he died. Looking at the newspaper, Li Ji said without looking up. "Before dying?" Li Xinqiu frowned. "Big Brother died?" Ji Li responded, "Well, being terminally ill and dying of a disease, there's not much to mention. Is there anything else you'd like to ask?" Li Xinqiu paused. "Then what kind of person is it after death? Are you kid out of your mind?" Li Xinqiu reached out and flicked Li Xinqiu's brain. "When you pass away, there's nothing left, got it?" "Got it, I'm confused." Li Xinqiu nodded. Knock, knock. A knock came at the door. Li Xinqiu put down the bowl in her hand, jogged to the door of the room and opened it. "Officer Li Shu, what brings you here?" Li Xinqiu hurriedly pulled open the door of the room. Please come in, please come in." "This early in the morning, didn't disturb you guys?" Li Shu walked into the room carrying a fruit basket. Li Ji stood up and waved his hand. "No bother, such a big ward with just the three of us is still strange and cold, plus you were just right." After a few people had been polite for 10 minutes or so, Li Shu then got to the point. "This time I came here mainly because I wanted to understand some things with Li Xinqiu and then talk about things about the academy." Li Shu gestured Li Xinqiu with his hand. "Then you guys chat, what are you looking at us for?" Li Xinqiu wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at the two with some confusion. "This." Li Shu's expression was a little difficult. "I thought you didn't have breakfast, go downstairs with me to have a xiao long bao away." Li Ji reached out and grabbed Li Xinqiu's collar, ignoring the other party's resistance, and dragged it straight towards the door. "Boss, I've already eaten. You can't have a second meal after you've had one?" Bang! The door to the room is closed. Li Shu looked Li Xinqiu up and down. "How is the body recovering?" "It's okay, it'll probably be back to normal in January." Li Shu sniffed and breathed a long sigh of relief. "Then it's good to be able to catch up with the academy examination." "Has the content of the assessment been finalized?" Li Xinqiu looked at Li Shu curiously. "Well, this examination is rather special. It's a joint examination between Star Picking Academy and War Academy. I can't disclose the specifics, it's classified." Li Shu replied. "Joint examination?" A flash of puzzlement flashed through Li Xinqiu's eyes. "Isn't the War Academy a directed mission? Why is there still a need for an examination?" Originally, it was a directed mission, but a few days ago, the War Academy's senior management suddenly held a meeting, and then it turned into an examination, but because there was no experience in this area, we were approached to pick the stars. Saying that all graduates of the War College will have to go to war in the future, and that flowers in greenhouses can't withstand the wind and rain, and that they have to learn from us, and then it was just a push and a pull and it turned into a joint examination. Li Shu spread his hands helplessly. "With so many people competing together, it should be quite interesting," Li Xinqiu said rather expectantly. "You compete with them?" Li Shu grabbed an apple from the fruit basket and took a bite, asking rhetorically,
ask yourself, do you think that's reasonable? Li Xinxiu scratched his head with his bandaged hand. Unreasonable? Li Shu's head was filled with black lines and he looked at Li Xinxiu with a speechless face. Can this be justified? Everyone else is 1 ban and 2 bans, your damn physical strength is comparable to the 5 bans, plus the spirit Xian weapon 6 bans can be fought. Is this a reasonable comparison to put together? Isn't this bullying honest people? Li Xinxiu stared at Li Shu for a while, seemed to understand something, and smiled sardonically. It seems to be so unreasonable, then this examination. This assessment requires you to travel to a prison. Although you are traveling with the others, you are on a completely different assessment mission than the others. They are them and you are you. Li Shu spoke slowly. Ha? Li Xinxiu's mouth slightly opened, meaning my admission test is more difficult? Li Shu waved his hand. You don't need to conduct an entrance examination. The current you is already a student of the Star Picking Academy. The test you're going to take is called the position test, and after completing the tasks issued by the academy, you won't be considered an ordinary cadet anymore, you'll be a cadet holding an official position to be precise. Li Xinxiu nodded with seeming understanding. Cadets who hold official positions. Li Shu patted Li Xinxiu's shoulder and said enviously, no one has ever been able to hold an official position in the academy as a cadet, you are a special case. After graduation, no matter where you go, the academy will not revoke your official position, and of course you can choose to remain at the academy. So what position will the academy put me in after I pass the assessment mission? How will I be treated? Will I be paid a monthly salary? Will it be fixed or base plus performance? Li Xinxiu straightened up, and his dull eyes instantly lit up. The corners of Li Shu's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know whether to praise Li Xinxiu for being pragmatic or for having a clear brain. I'm not sure about this aspect of the position, but what I can be sure of is that the resources you'll receive after you pass this test are definitely much higher than ordinary trainees. Li Shu explained. That's so. Li Xinxiu spread a smile. I will definitely try my best to complete the assessment task and not let the academy down. Go for it. Li Shu clenched his fists in front of Li Xinxiu's eyes and inquired with a twist of words, by the way, what's up with that flame? Li Xinxiu bowed his head in contemplation for a moment, then shook his head in disbelief. I'm not sure what happened to that flame. When I was in a life and death situation, I felt a powerful energy surging through my body, and then for some reason I let the fire out. I feel like this flame is my true psychic ability. I just didn't realize it before and thought of the force being naturally great as my psychic ability. Then I'll reflect the reaction to the alien ability rating department of the immunity division afterward, and change the divine power you entered into the database. Have you thought of a name for the flame alien ability? Li Shu asked. Li Xinxiu pursed her lips and smiled. Extreme flame, I thought about it a few days ago. Do you need me to go to the special energy division to grade it? Li Shu waved his hand. No need, such a strong supernatural ability must be an A. There's nothing to grade. When he finished speaking, he pulled a train ticket out of his pocket and handed it to put on the table. All the participants of the examination are on this train, the train ticket for May 28th at 8:10 a.m. The terminal station is City 100, I'll leave if there's nothing else. Li Shu said as he pointed to the train ticket. Nothing more, thanks. Li Xinxiu nodded at Li Shu. After Li Shu left, Li Xinxiu looked up at the window with a hint of puzzlement between her eyebrows. Chapter 135, Getting Acquainted, I'm Xiang Nanji. Why didn't you tell me about the merit points? Li Xinxiu frowned. From the moment Li Shu walked into the room, Li Xinxiu began to expect the other party to tell him about the merit points. But Li Shu didn't say so, and naturally Li Xinxiu was too embarrassed to ask explicitly, otherwise it would seem too deliberate. It's just a matter of going with the flow. Time rushes like water, and it's a month. During this time, City 11, with the assistance of various cities, has been working methodically to rebuild after the disaster, gradually bringing people's lives back on track. After Gong Ran and his wife were killed by Thousand Faces, the Special Energy Division of City 11 also welcomed a new division president, and the Gong family was blown away by the winds of time like a sandcastle. During this period, Li Xinxiu was interviewed by dozens of media outlets, both large and small, and the leaders of the 11th city also took turns to offer their condolences to him. City 11 TV, newspapers, magazines, information. The word Li Xinxiu occupied all of them. His reputation has soared as a result and is no longer confined to the tiny city of 11th. On top of that, Li Xinxiu also received $1.6 billion federal dollars. Those black-feathered vultures he had killed belonged to him according to federal law. Considering that he was about to leave City 11, Li Xinxiu sold all these corpses to the Hunter Chamber of Commerce.
Originally, Li Xinqiu could have sold it for more money, but unfortunately, the 6 forbidden vulture chief was burned to the dregs and couldn't be sold. 2 black-feathered vultures with 5 bands, one of which was caught in that battle and died, and the other was eaten by other black-feathered vultures with only bones left, neither of which could be sold. This made Li Xinqiu's heart ache, for which he stayed up all night.
May 28, 6 a.m. Weather clear.
Li Xinqiu put on a mask, pulled his suitcase, and quietly left the ward, heading to the place where he had an appointment with Thousand Faces. The early morning wind carried some coolness and blew away the sleepiness. On the empty footbridge, Shifuyu slumped down in front of the railing, bored, counting the cars speeding by with his fingers.
Real. Li Xinqiu pulled the suitcase and walked over to Qianmian. Do you want me to help you count them together? Who in their right mind has nothing better to do than count cars?
Thousand Faces said without turning his head. After saying that, he handed the plastic bag he was carrying in his hand to Li Xinqiu. Not eating in the morning is not good for the stomach. Li Xinqiu swept his eyes at the steaming buns in the bag and said, "Thanks, next time I'll treat you to a hand-cooked pancake. Did your fight with Intuasher go well last time?" Shifuyu turned his head sideways and ruffled his fingers through the messy bangs in front of him, smugly. Thousand Faces looked at Li Xinqiu expectantly.
Awesome.
Li Xinqiu gave a thumbs up. I have a very curious point. You have killed the strongest people in that squad. It is logical that you should go on a killing spree afterward. Why did you leave without doing anything? Thousand Faces shook his head helplessly. The vice-captain of that squad is called Ing Ji, a direct descendant of the 3rd generation of the Ing clan consortium, and a strong contender to be the next division head of the Intuasher division. Such people are secretly protected by Taoist protectors, and as long as Ing Ji's life is threatened, the protectors will step in, and if I want to go on a killing spree, I have to get past Ing Ji. According to the strength of this vestige of calamity water, it can't beat the protector of the way, so I have no choice but to leave. Li Xinqiu nodded thoughtfully. There's also such a thing as a path protector, long knowledge.
Thousand Faces grinned and asked, envious or not that they have a protector? I'd like to.
Li Xinqiu was about to say that he wasn't envious when Thousand Faces directly spoke up and interrupted him.
Don't be envious, because from today you have one too.
Shifuyu opened his hands and pointed his fingertips at himself.
Li Xinqiu rubbed his nose in some confusion and took a step backward. Protector of the Tao, you?
Dang it, it's me. Be happy, from now on, with me by your side, you don't need to fear any. After saying that, Thousand Faces stared closely at Li Xinqiu, expecting to see a surprised and dismayed expression on the other party's face, but reality gave him a hard slap in the face. Or not, or forget it. If I am really forced into a desperate situation, turn into an aerosol and run on the line, it does not feel like it is very necessary to protect the pathway. Li Xinqiu said. The more he said, the smaller his voice became. When Thousand Faces heard these words, his entire body froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning, like he had lost his soul, and his body was devoid of color.
Your own self-hallowed 10 forbidden reviver was rejected, really?
Li Xinqiu reached out and shook his hand in front of Qianmian's eyes. Are you alright?
Thousand Faces gulped and said incredulously, you don't want me? It's not that I don't want it, it's that someone as strong as you should have more important things to do, and it's condescending to use it to protect me.
Li Xinqiu hurriedly explained.
He's got a bit of a secret on him, and it's definitely inconvenient to be watched.
Just like the extreme flame, an extraordinary ability. After exposing this means a month ago, not more than a few days later, King Yama's phone call came over, inquiring about this matter. Naturally, he couldn't tell anyone about the palace, so he could only muddle through with, I'm not sure, I don't know, I'm confused. Thousand Faces stroked his chin, looked at the sky and muttered, so it seems so, but... After hearing the word but, Li Xinqiu's heart just put down was raised again. But what? Thousand Faces continued, but this is a mission from hell. It's not like I have the power to refuse, I can only follow you. Saying that, Thousand Faces pulled out a string of silver-white bracelets from his arms and put them into Li Xinqiu's hands. I think you have a point, but protection is still necessary, so I won't follow you all the way, and if you're in danger, rip off this bracelet. Thousand Faces seriously instructed.
Okay.
Li Xinqiu put the bracelet on his left wrist. That spirit Xian artifact of yours is very powerful. There will definitely be people who will covet it. Those people don't know that this spirit Xian artifact's self-protection mechanism is so rigid. They will definitely send someone to make a move against you. You must be careful yourself.
Thousand Faces looked at the ring on Li Xinqiu's finger. Okay, thanks for the reminder.
Li Xinqiu nodded thankfully.
Come on, our ride is almost here. Thousand Faces naturally took Li Xinqiu's suitcase. Well, it is indeed almost here.
Li Shinxiu looked at Thousand Faces in surprise as he spotted the blind spot.
Wait. Li Shinxiu reached out and took Thousand Faces' hand. Our car is almost here? Didn't King Yama tell you that I'm also going to take the star-picking test?
With that, Thousand Faces reached out and snapped his fingers, and his face transformed into that of a handsome young man in an instant.
To reacquaint myself, my name is Xiang Nanji, and I'm from City 5. Chapter 136, In Front of the Platform. The air fell into silence, and Li Shinxiu just stared straight at Qian Nian's face. Wait a minute, you let me straighten it out.
Li Shinxiu rubbed his chin and turned around.
What's there to reason with? Haven't I made myself clear enough?
Thousand Faces spread his hands. Li Shinxiu twisted his head around and looked at Thousand Faces as if he had seen a ghost. Are you kidding me? You're a 10-band reviver going to pick a star? Is that really okay? Thousand Faces said in a relaxed tone, what's the fuss? It's not a big deal. Li Shinxiu suppressed the shock in his heart and asked, is this your vest or? Thousand Faces smiled and shook his head, because my name is Thousand Faces, anyone I can imitate, so I can be anyone. With that, Shifuyu pulled a pair of black half-rimmed glasses out of his arms and put them on himself. In an instant, his aura changed radically. The cynical Thousand Faces falls away and is replaced by the confident and sunny Xiang Nanji. Xiang Nanji revealed a warm smile. Xiang Nanji, please teach me more in the future. A slender, white hand reached out to Li Shinxiu. Much obliged. Li Shinxiu shook it. On the way to the train station, Li Shinxiu asked the two questions that were weighing on his mind. Nanji, there were quite a few people who visited me this month, but none of them mentioned the matter of merit points. Were my merit points hacked by anyone? Li Shinxiu twisted his head and asked. Merit points are distributed by the Security and Unification Division. No one dares to hack them, and the reason no one tells you is because they are not open to the public, and only those who have joined the Federation's power organizations can view their merit points. Xiang Nanji patted Li Shinxiu's shoulder. Li Shinxiu raised his eyebrows. So that's how it is. By the way, there's something else I want to ask you. Last time I drank the blood of the vulture leader during the battle, but most of that blood turned into a blood mist and floated out of my body. What's up with this? Xiang Nanji pushed his own eyeglass frames and looked at Li Shinxiu thoughtfully. Before answering this question, can I ask you a question? What's the problem? A trace of doubt flashed in Li Shinxiu's eyes. The life energy we draw from eating resuscitated beasts can only be used to strengthen our bodies. It cannot slow down aging and cannot be used for regeneration. Earlier you said that you don't age even if you don't eat people. Is it because the life energy you draw from the revived beasts can be used for regeneration and slowing down aging? Xiang Nanji cocked her head with a curious expression. Li Shinxiu said greatly, well, that's right. Tisk, TSK, envy. Xiang Nanji smacked his lips and twisted his head to ask, it's my turn to answer you. Do you know the difference between 1 to 4 bands and above 4 bands? After Li Shinxiu pondered for a while, a glimmer of clarity flashed in his eyes and he said seriously, the strokes of the 1st to 4th bands are from less to more, while the 5th band upwards is from more to less, correct? Cough cough. Xiang Nanji coughed lightly twice and looked Li Shinxiu up and down in surprise. Li Shinxiu, your brain circuit is truly breathtaking. Wrong? Li Shinxiu scratched his head. Also right. Xiang Nanji nodded, but it's completely off topic. The 1st band to the 4th band is actually, to put it bluntly, tapping into one's own potential and breaking the body's limitations. This stage has something to do with genes, but not much. But upwards the relationship is big. For bands then the body is basically developed to the limit. After that the stronger are based on genes. Every breakthrough of a band, the body's genes will be strengthened. The fundamental reason why the vulture chief's blood transformed into blood mist was because the genetic similarity between the two of you was too low. Li Shinxiu frowned. Then in that case, once I reach the 5th band in the future, will I only be able to eat lives of the same band? Nonetheless. Xiang Nanji stretched out his finger and shook it. You can also eat below the same band. Let's say, you are a tomato, and the vulture chief is tomato and egg noodles. Tomato and egg noodles can add you in to make your own bowl of tomatoes because the bowl of noodles it encapsulates the tomatoes itself. But you, the tomato, can't make yourself bigger by virtue of the pasta and the egg, because you're not the same thing. You can't add it, understand? Oh. Li Shinxiu stroked his chin. Then I should be able to make tomato and egg noodles since I have eggs and noodles for this tomato. Toward the south branch. As the two talked, they arrived at the train station in City 11. For the cities are separated from each other by no man's land, and there are beasts on the earth and fowls in the sky. For safety reasons, the Commonwealth abolished civilian airliners and converted trains that traveled above ground to underground. The train station was crowded and noisy. Li Shinxiu and Xiang Nanji quickly passed through the VIP channel from one side and walked towards the VIP waiting area under the guidance of the staff. This academy is really rich. The tickets bought are all premium soft sleepers. I wonder what a premium soft sleeper looks like. Li Shinxiu exclaimed, with some hidden expectations in his heart. A hint of surprise flashed in Xiang Nanji's eyes. This high-class soft sleeper isn't expensive, haven't you ever sat on one? Li Shinxiu carefully put the ticket into his pocket. It's not cost-effective, a standing ticket will get you there just as well as a hard seat. Soon, the two arrived at the VIP waiting area. The moment he walked through the front door, the cacophony instantly weakened, and a faint fragrance hit his face. The two found a seat against the corner. This train starts at City 1, travels through 11, 23, 35, 78, 89, and eventually arrives at the final destination, City 100, and right now there are quite a few people in this waiting area who are taking the test with me. Li Shinxiu was quite surprised and said, "How do you even know the train stops?" "There's no need for erudition." Xiang Nanji pushed the frames of his glasses proudly. Time passed by, and as the hour and minute hands came to 7:50, a train station employee approached the two men. "Gentlemen, train T712 to City 100 will be arriving soon, please follow me." The two packed their bags and followed the crew to the platform where this train was about to stop. At this point in time, in addition to Li Shinxiu and Xiang Nanji, there were a dozen or so men and women who didn't look too old, and they were also participants in the examination. No sooner had the two walked onto the platform than a dozen gazes fell upon them, lingering for a few seconds before moving away in disappointment. "It's almost 8 o'clock, why hasn't Li Shinxiu come yet?" "I don't know, is the injury too severe to participate in the examination?" "It's possible, after all, it's all hurt like that, I'd like to meet him and take a picture together, alas. If he doesn't take the test, won't he not be able to join the star-picking academy? I've been learning thank you, Li Shinxiu for a long time, and I still want to sing it to him face to face." "What are you thinking? A guy that demonic must have just opened the back door and let it in, how could he not get in?" Chapter 137083. Regret filled the eyes of the crowd. Li Shinxiu pulled the mask upwards, and was secretly glad that she had blown out her hair when she left the house in the morning and changed into a rather plain sportswear. Just then, a young boy with a childish face and a small height walked up to Li Shinxiu and politely asked, "Hello two brothers, I see you are the last to come in, and I would like to ask if you have seen brother Li Shinxiu in the waiting area?" Li Shinxiu shook his head and said in a dull voice, "I didn't see it, he should be too injured to come." "Like this?" The teenager lowered his head in some disappointment. Xiang Nanji curiously bent down and inquired, "Are you looking for Li Shinxiu for something?" The teenager nodded, "My name is Ruan Jing, I'm from City 11, and I'm a member of Li Shinxiu's fan support group. Because the support song Thank You, Li Shinxiu doesn't have a MV yet, our backup club wants me to sing Thank You, Li Shinxiu with brother Li Shinxiu as a MV." Speaking of this, Ruan Jing let out a long sigh, "It seems hopeless now." Li Shinxiu, who was standing by the side, gulped and subconsciously retreated a step back, reaching out and tugging on Xiang Nanji's arm, signaling him to stay away from the teenager in front of him. Xiang Nanji twisted her head to look at Li Shinxiu, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. In an instant, a bad premonition rose from Li Shinxiu's heart, and when he tried to step back, Xiang Nanji grabbed his arm with his hand in a death grip. "Ruan Jing, actually Li Shinxiu is here," Xiang Nanji said with a smile. "Coming?" Ruan Jing looked up in surprise, "Really here?" Li Shinxiu's face instantly turned pale as he hurriedly spoke, "Li Shinxiu was seriously injured, how could he possibly come, you should have seen it wrong." He reached out and shook Nani's arm. At that moment, the other people waiting for the train also turned their heads sideways and looked over. "I'm definitely not wrong, absolutely." Xiang Nanji looked at Li Shinxiu with certainty. "You?" Li Shinxiu's back teeth were almost clenched. "How this guy is as cheap as his own second brother." Ruan Jing asked expectantly, "Then where is brother Li Shinxiu?" Xiang Nanji straightened up, he showed up right away. As soon as the words fell, Li Shinxiu only felt a gust of wind blow past him, and his mask floated down slowly from the air. In an instant, all eyes gathered on Li Shinxiu's face. Li Shinxiu's throat rolled slightly, revealing an awkward smile, "Good morning everyone." The whole place was abuzz. "It's Li Shinxiu, it's really Li Shinxiu. I've seen a live one, Turu. It's hard to believe you've seen a dead one. It's also not that chance." In less than a moment's work, Li Shinxiu was surrounded by the crowd. "Brother Shinxiu, can you take a picture with me?" "Take a picture with me first, I'll sing the backup song. It is you, who brings us to peace, it is you, who gives us hope, it is you, who is you, on." Li Shinxiu was sandwiched like a sponge in the innermost part of the room. Everyone be quiet, don't make a mess. The culprit at this time, Xiang Nanji, leaned against a pillar to the side, pointing at Li Shinxiu and laughing her ass off. Meanwhile, a scrawny young man entered the platform. The youth, dressed in a whitewashed sweatshirt, carrying 2 filled cloth bags and a badly worn backpack, walked alone toward the platform. Shi Mingyue walked to the front of the platform and put down the cloth bag in his hand. Those dull eyes looked through the crowd to Li Shinxiu, and just watched for a long time without any action. Li Shinxiu, who was squeezed in the center, seemed to have sensed something and looked sideways at the direction where Shi Mingyue was. The moment their gazes touched, Shi Mingyue turned his head away, as if it was an inadvertent glance that didn't make any waves. Click. Li Shinxiu put away his scissor hands.
Thanks. It's okay. Brother Li Shinxiu, then let's get off and record another chorus video. Okay, get out of the car and record it. Big brother Shinxiu, that look of you coming out from inside the flames is so cool. Can I use it for a second creation? Yes, just pay. It was only after a few minutes that Li Shinxiu finished dealing with the crowd. Li Shinxiu let out a long breath. Xiang Nanji Ili walked by and put her face next to Li Shinxiu. Brother Li Shinxiu, can you take a picture with me? Li Shinxiu clenched his fists and smiled without saying anything more. You can't even fight, so what else can you do but endure? Seeing that Li Shinxiu didn't respond, Xiang Nanji sang in a low voice, Brother Li Shinxiu, thank you, because of you. A large hashtag sign appeared on Li Shinxiu's forehead. It's you. You're such a... Li Shinxiu couldn't tense up anymore and kicked Xiang Nanji out. In 10 minutes from 8:10, 2 yellow lights from the pitch-black tunnel gradually enlarged, the train into the station clunk sound from far to near, gradually clear. Li Shinxiu stood at the end of the line pulling his suitcase. Xiang Nanji rubbed his ass and limped over. Li Shinxiu, you're finished, how dare you kick my ass, you wait, I'm going to tell the king of Yen Luo about this, so that he can clean up. It's... Xiang Nanji's words came to an abrupt end, twisting his head in the direction of the train, then raised his eyebrows and grinned, interesting. What's wrong? Li Shinxiu asked in a small voice. Toward Nani, she wrapped her arms around herself and gestured with her chin in the direction of the approaching train, look at the train. Li Shinxiu sniffed and twisted his head to look at the train. Round headlights, oval head, long body. This is... Li Shinxiu narrowed his eyes. Found it? Nani asked expectantly. Found it. Li Shinxiu nodded and pointed at the train, isn't this a train? 6 crows were flying over the top of the south-facing branch. Li Shinxiu asked curiously, why, what's wrong with this train? Xiang Nanji looked around warily, then pressed her mouth to Li Shinxiu's ear. I can't tell you because I'm a protector of the way, and I only care about your death, and this is not in my service. 6 crows flew over Li Shinxiu's head. Xiang Nanji pointed to Li Shinxiu's left wrist, just as we agreed, when you need me, rip off the bracelet. Aha! Li Shinxiu responded. Soon the train came to a stop and the crowd lined up to walk into the train one by one. There was plenty of room inside the train, standing 3 people side by side in the aisle was not a problem, and on either side of the aisle were horizontally arranged beds with curtains, on 2 levels. 083, 083. Li Shinxiu chanted his number, his eyes sweeping continuously from both sides as he walked inside step by step. 083 is here, you walked by. A familiar voice sounded from behind Li Shinxiu. Chapter 138, I'm standing on the other side of the sea. Li Shinxiu stopped at the sound and looked in the direction the voice came from. What caught his eye was a youth who was placing his luggage. The other party squatted in the position of the 082 bed, and did not look at Li Shinxiu. Li Shinxiu looked up at the bed number of the youth's upper bunk number 083. Thanks. Li Shinxiu politely replied back, stepping over to the youth and squatting down, placing the suitcase under the bed. He swept the slightly pale youth beside him with his afterglow, and a faint ripple spread in his eyes after seeing that familiar side face. An indescribable warmth spread to his chest with the beating of his heart, like a warm spring breeze, pulling him back to the spring days of a few years ago. At that time his name was Chen Hu and everything was peaceful, but then it all changed. Suddenly, a pulling, tearing sensation came from his mind. Li Shinxiu, who was crouching on the ground, frowned tightly and subconsciously held his forehead with his hand as his 5 fingers gradually exerted force. Shi Mingyue, who was squatting on the side, had a movement in his hands and hurriedly turned his head to look at Li Shinxiu. What's wrong with you? Li Shinxiu lowered her palms, her brows slowly stretching down. I'm fine. Shi Mingyue's taut body gradually loosened up and said with a smile, "It's good to be fine." Saying that, Shi Mingyue then twisted his head and asked tentatively, "Last time you saved my life on North Huangshan Mountain, I haven't thanked you properly and formally. Let me treat you to a meal at noon, is that okay?" Li Shinxiu balked, "There's no need to eat, something that goes by the way, you don't have to take it to heart." Shi Mingyue's lips pursed into a straight line, and only after a few seconds did the corners of his mouth curve upwards as he calmly said, "Alright, can I ask you a question?" "Yes." Li Shinxiu nodded. Shi Mingyue lowered his head and looked at his fingers, saying, "There were two people who were very close, one was called Wind and the other was called Rain. One night, Wind robbed a gold store because he was short of money and was wanted all over the city in order to avoid being pursued. Wind changed his face and fled to another city. In a certain year and month, Rain travels to a coastal city for work, where he meets a man who looks a lot like Wind. Rain stood 100 meters away from the Wind and looked at each other for a long time, and then, there was no more. The movie was called I'm Standing on the Other Side of the Sea. It was a movie with an open ending. Do you think Rain took a step forward at the end?" Li Shinxiu was silent for a few seconds and said casually, "If Rain only cared about himself, he would go up to Wind, and if the other party was really Wind, then Wind could no longer live a peaceful life because he was a wanted man, and Rain had exposed him. If the Rain cared for the Wind, he would have left in silence, never coming to this city and living on the other side of the sea." Li Shinxiu stood up, looked down at Shi Mingyue, and said, "The movie isn't really an open ending, because his name says it all. I stand across the sea, and the rain leaves, and if he had walked up, the movie would have been called I Stop Across the Sea." Shi Mingyue's eyebrows arched slightly. "I'm so stupid, I thought this movie had an open ending, thanks." "You're welcome." After saying that, Li Shinxiu jumped onto his bed with a gentle leap and pulled up his bed curtains. Shi Mingyue crouched in place, silently packing his bags, folding a piece of clothing repeatedly, then messing it up, then folding it again. Meanwhile, those in the carriage who were still in a beautiful dream were awakened and pulled back the curtains of their beds to look down the aisle. "Aha, why did the car stop? Did it get to City 100? Did your brain sleep like glue? Did you all dream that you've asked for the top? Where are we? Are they also participants in the examination?" Zhou Qinshu yawned, ripped open the curtain and stuck his head out, reaching out to poke at a youth who had just stepped onto the train and was in the process of packing his bags. "Brothers, are you also participants in the examination?" "Aha!" The youth nodded. "What's wrong?" Zhou Qinshu revealed a friendly smile. "Brother, may I ask, what city is this?" The youth placed the folded clothes on the bed and looked up. "This is city number 11. "So it's the 11th city. Wait." Zhou Qinshu suddenly widened his eyes. "City 11, then is Li Shinxiu there too?" The youth smiled smugly and said with a bashful face, in awe, "But are you so excited? I don't feel that Li Shinxiu has anything special even when I see him every day." As he said this, he had completely forgotten the way he had sung his support song earlier in front of Li Shinxiu. Zhou Qinshu stretched half of his body out and grabbed the youth's ground arm. "Big brother, where is he?" "There." The youth raised his hand and pointed to Li Shinxiu's bed, 083. "Thank you, big brother," Zhou Qinshu said excitedly, sweeping away the fatigue of having just woken up. "Here comes your own thigh." Li Shinxiu's news quickly spread in the carriage, and more people's eyes gathered to bed 083. However, because Li Shinxiu had pulled the bed curtains, the crowd could only see a dark shadow swaying behind them. "I see through, that's the big guy who killed the 6 forbidden recovery beasts. The more bands there are. All 6 bands can be killed. Is the academy out of its mind, letting us take the test with this kind of person? Bro, don't you admire Li Shinxiu? Don't you want to go over and say hello?" "It's not a good idea to go over and say hello when people have their bed curtains closed, is it?" "What's wrong with that? He's not sleeping, don't be afraid." "Why don't you go up and say hello?" "Because I'm scared." Li Shinxiu ignored the noises of the outside world and surveyed his surroundings vigilantly. He hadn't forgotten what he had said to Nanji earlier. "What's wrong?" Li Shinxiu reached out and touched his finger on the window glass, putting it to the tip of his nose and sniffing it. In the next second, Li Shinxiu's eyebrows instantly wrinkled down, and he smelled the smell of stinky socks. Li Shinxiu removed his fingers, wiped his own fingers with a wet paper towel, and muttered, "Is this guy lying to me?" After this period of time, he already had a general understanding of Xiang Nanji. This guy is more two-dimensional, his mouth is more cheap, his behavior is more indebted, and in general, he is a stupid lack, the same as his second brother. Just then, Xiang Nanji poked her head into the bed curtain and carefully asked, "Brother Li Shinxiu, what are you thinking about? Can I sing the song Thank You, Li Shinxiu with you?" "Can you roll?" Li Shinxiu said in a deep voice. I'm not rolling.
Xiang Nanji spat out her tongue, grabbed the guardrail and jumped directly onto Li Xinxiu's bed. You have the ability to get me down, come on, come on. Nani patted her ass.
Xiang Nanji, were you lying to me just now? Li Xinxiu asked in a deep voice.
Xiang Nanji smiled without saying anything, hailed at the car window and wrote a word on it with her finger.
Chapter 139. It's a tough one. New.
Li Xinxiu looked at the slightly fluttering word. Toward Nani, she gave a scissor hand, add 2 more words, get it. After saying that, Xiang Nanji reached out and wiped off the word new on the glass.
New add 2 more words.
Li Xinxiu raised his eyebrows, instantly associating it with a large power.
New world.
Just as Li Xinxiu was about to pursue some more things, a voice came from behind the bed curtain.
Brother Li Xinxiu, can I come in and talk to you?
Li Xinxiu reached out and lifted the curtain of the bed, and what came into his eyes was a youth who looked 18 or 19 years old. The youth was white-looking, with slightly curled hair, wearing a pricey-looking outfit, and was now standing on his tiptoes, looking at Li Xinxiu with a smile on his face. Wow, it's really Li Xinxiu, exactly the same as he looks on TV, so handsome. What a cow, so young to be able to purge the 6 forbidden recovery beasts. This won't go up to heaven in the future.
Should we go over and show our faces?
Those who had seen Li Xinxiu for the first time murmured excitedly.
Li Xinxiu sized up the youth and asked, "What do you want from me?" Hello, my name is Zhou Qinshu.
Zhou Qinshu enthusiastically grabbed Li Xinxiu's hand.
Hello, what can I do for you?
Saying that, Li Xinxiu motionlessly drew back his hand.
Zhou Qinshu asked in a sincere tone, I have something I want to discuss with you, can I go to bed and talk to you?
Sorry, I'm not quite. Here. Before Li Xinxiu could finish speaking, Zhou Qinshu grabbed his hand once again. A few minutes will be fine. Li Xinxiu hesitated for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. The reason why he agreed to Zhou Qinshu was not because of the other party's sincere words, but because the other party had a bank card hidden in his hand. Li Xinxiu liked this kind of pragmatic person.
Thank you.
Zhou Qinshu said excitedly with his hands clasped together, and then put his eyes on Xiang Nanji.
Li Xinxiu said in a nice voice, I have some things on my side, let's talk later, okay? Good. Xiang Nanji nodded in agreement.
A hint of surprise flashed in Li Xinxiu's eyes. He didn't expect Xiang Nanji to agree so painfully. Just when Li Xinxiu thought the other party would go down, Xiang Nanji moved her butt back and patted the position next to her. Come up.
Li Xinxiu.
After Zhou Qinshu came up, Li Xinxiu reached out and pulled the curtains closed. Say, what's your business? Zhou Qinshu looked at Xiang Nanji with some difficulty. This.
You say it, I won't eavesdrop.
Xiang Nanji covered her ears with her hands and looked out the car window.
My friend, don't worry about it.
Li Xinxiu waved his hand, signaling that the other party did not need to care.
Zhou Qinshu nodded. Brotherly, how are you? I'm looking for you because I want to make a deal with you. A deal? A hint of curiosity flashed in Li Xinxiu's eyes. What kind of deal?
It's about the joint test between the 2 academies. I hope you can help me within the rules if you can. Joining the Star Picking Academy is very important to me.
If I don't pass the test, according to my parents' temperament, they'll get me killed.
Zhou Qinshu subconsciously shrank his neck at the mention of the words mom and dad.
The assessment is about fairness and impartiality. How can this work?
Li Xinxiu righteously rejected the other party. Zhou Qinshu hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, Big brother, I'm not asking you to help me cheat, I just want you to pull me within the rules. If you don't have the chance, forget it. Li Xinxiu shook his head. It's not fair to others, I can't do such a thing.
Zhou Qinshu's face went white. This is different from what the intel said. Didn't they say Li Xinxiu was a big fan of money? Is that so principled? Zhou Qinshu said with an ugly face, Big brother, can't you really be accommodating? Star Picking Academy is really especially important to me.
Li Xinxiu propped his forehead with his hand and made a tangled and difficult appearance, as if he was struggling in his heart.
Of course, it's all an illusion. It's not cutesy to have money to spare. What?
Surnamed Zhou, rich, and care so much about Star Picking Academy, you're not someone from the Zhou Consortium, are you?
Xiang Nanji stuck his head next to Zhou Qinshu. You?
Zhou Qinshu swallowed his saliva. Aye. How can I be a person from Zhou's consortium? Those big consortium people all live in the 3rd district, who have nothing to do to run to the 1st district.
You know quite a lot.
Xiang Nanji's mouth opened slightly as she looked at Zhou Qinshu in surprise.
Li Xinxiu looked towards Xiang Nanji in confusion district?
Cities 1 to 100 are District 1, cities 101 to 200 are District 2, cities 201 to 300 are District 3, and District 4 is under development, get it?
Xiang Nanji explained.
This examination is conducted in zones, we are in Zone 1, and those from the consortium are in Zone 3. Zhou Qinshu added another sentence.
Understood. Li Xinqiu nodded.
Zhou Qinshu folded his hands and begged, "Big brother, really can't you? I can give you a lot of money, you just need to pull me in the test." Xiang Nanji patted Zhou Qinshu's shoulder. "This matter of yours is helping each other in a small way, but in a larger way, it is deceiving the division leader, cutting off others' paths, breaking the rules, defying Plucking Star, and provoking the entire federation.
If this matter is found out, do you know how serious the consequences will be, and how much are you going to pay to have Li Xinqiu take this responsibility for you?" "Ah. So serious?"
Zhou Qinshu's pupils shook, and his white face became even whiter. "You think that the academy assessment is a playground, these are selecting elites for the federation, your kind of behavior is destroying the foundation of the federation, if you are found out, Li Xinqiu will definitely have to take the blame, how much do you think it's enough to give?"
Xiang Nanji added to the conversation.
Fine sweat oozed from Zhou Qinshu's forehead, and his hands were clenched tightly together.
He hadn't realized that the incident would have such a big impact. The air fell into silence. After a while, as if he had made some sort of determination, Zhou Qinshu bent down and whispered, "Look, is 500 million federal dollars okay?" 500 million?
Li Xinqiu's eyes suddenly lit up, and just as he wanted to agree, Xiang Nanji, who was sitting across from him, shook his head. In an instant, Li Xinqiu's face turned sharply, half clenching his fist against the front of his mouth. Witnessing this transformation, Zhou Qinshu, that put-down heart lifted up again. "Big brother, what's wrong? Is there any dissatisfaction?" Li Xinqiu lowered his voice. "The impact of this matter is too great, once it's exposed, the consequences are unimaginable."
Zhou Qinshu nervously asked, So you're turning it down?" "It's too difficult." Li Xinqiu raised his head. "It has to be extra."